In the 28th year of Konoha, within a seemingly unremarkable training ground of the Hidden Leaf Village, a thunderous clash reverberated through the air. Two figures engaged in a rapid flurry of strikes, sending shards of earth scattering in every direction. Point one of the figures, tall and striking, leaped high into the air, forming hand seals with impressive speed. Fire release, great fireball technique, a massive fireball, imbued with tremendous force, hurtled towards a graceful purple figure in the arena. Not bad at all, Yuan Ming, the beautiful purple silhouette exclaimed, her voice laced with admiration. She formed 3 hand seals, summoning forth a water dragon that surged from her lips. The fireball collided violently with the water dragon, producing a spectacular explosion of steam and light, transforming the training ground into a veritable hell of vapor. The intense heat and steam caused the air to rush outward in all directions. With a series of rapid movements, the two figures disengaged, each adopting a defensive stance. Their gazes locked onto one another. The tall, handsome figure donned the standard green ninja vest of the Leaf Village, while the lovely purple figure wore the traditional attire of the Uchiha clan. After a brief moment, the purple figure spoke. Yumin-kun, let's call it a day. I have patrol duties to attend to soon. Let's consider today a draw, he replied, lowering his guard. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled. Phew, Sister Zhili, you're still as formidable as ever. Reflecting quietly, he noted that although neither had employed their Sharingan in earnest combat, their sparring was nonetheless noteworthy. Yet this beautiful opponent was none other than Uchiha Zhili, a powerful figure renowned for her role in quelling the internal strife of the Uchiha clan and for developing the Izanami technique that, at the age of 18, she was a force to be reckoned with, and her prowess was on par with that of Kakashi emerging from his own era. The potential for greatness loomed, yet Zhili, observing Yuming's pensive expression, tilted her head curiously. Yumin-kun, what's on your mind? Did you hear my question just now? The young man hesitated, then replied, Sister Zhili, I was contemplating the clan situation. The atmosphere seems somewhat unfavorable. There's no need to apologize, she said, frowning slightly. I was just asking Yumin-kun the same thing. Elder Shana and clan leader Hua are on the verge of. A chill ran down Yuming's spine. The Uchiha clan was steeped in political intrigue, and discussing such matters here, so close to the patrol station, was reckless. The Uchiha's territory had always been central to Konoha, and the second Hokage, notorious for his surveillance of the police force, could not be ignored. Should the Umbu catch wind of such discussions, the already volatile situation within the Uchiha could ignite. Yuan Ming raised a hand to signal a halt, forcing a light-hearted laugh. Hey, you used to keep these matters from me, Sister Zhili. Understanding his intent, Zhili raised an eyebrow. That's because you've grown strong, Yumin-kun. Are you suggesting I was weak before? He replied, feigning indignation. Apologies. That's not what I meant, Yumin-kun, she said, clasping her hands together in a gesture of sincerity. As she gazed upon the handsome young man, her earlier worries seemed to dissipate, and her expression softened, resembling a delicate flower unfurling its petals. She reached out, gently stroking his dark hair. I just don't want you to be hurt. The once small boy has grown so capable. Yuan Ming was taken aback by her tenderness, an inexplicable warmth flooding his heart. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. I'm an adult now. Please don't ruffle my hair. Ah, that hurts, she exclaimed, shaking her hand in mock pain while casting an innocent look at him. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if a revelation had struck her. Oh, are you feeling shy, Yumin-kun? No, enough chatter. We have patrol duties to attend to. As dusk descended, casting a crimson hue across the sky. Yuan Ming led his team through the routine patrol without a hitch. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on his journey from a life abruptly altered by an oil tanker to becoming an Uchiha. Orphaned at 15 due to his parents' disappearance during a mission, he found himself amidst the zenith of Konoha's glory. The First Shinobi World War had yet to require children of his age to engage in battle, allowing him a safe passage through graduation into the police force. Life was stable. Presently, while his abilities had improved, he had yet to engage in significant combat, leaving him with uncertainties. His mind conjured images known only to him. Uchiha Yuan Ming, life form level, LV3 Jonin energy attributes, fire, talent, Sharingan LV3. Skills, Uchiha-style ninjutsu fire-in, various standard fire release. Techniques, Uchiha-style throwing techniques, summoning techniques meow. Spiritual light, one thread. With a sigh, he noted that his sparring with Gili had granted him a meager increase of 0.1 in spiritual light, enough to accumulate one thread. Currently possessing 3 Tomo, it would take approximately 5 units to evolve into the Mangekyō Sharingan that he wondered how much spiritual light true combat could yield. Progress was painfully slow. Sparring with those weaker than himself yielded no spiritual light, only life and death struggles could suffice. Moreover, he had to spar with opponents of equal or greater strength. However, if he devoted himself solely to sparring, neglecting his duties in the police force, it would be unacceptable. Was his imagination lacking? The panel constructed with the thread of spiritual light from his golden finger seemed rudimentary. This golden finger, acquired from an antique shop in his previous life, was said to be a Persian dagger passed down since the Tang dynasty, a ritualistic artifact of the Manichaeans with a thought. A golden curved blade adorned with flame-like patterns materialized in his consciousness. This golden finger, accompanying him through his journey, allowed him to draw power from the cosmic sea whenever he engaged in combat, converting raw energy into wisdom and enlightenment. Just a single thread of spiritual light could spark profound insights, enabling instant mastery of any skill and further extrapolation. The first time he wielded it, crafting the panel by hand was nothing short of miraculous. He had affectionately dubbed this weapon the Wisdom Divine Blade. Through the years, he had engaged in countless sparring matches with classmates, and now he sought out Uchiha Gili for practice. Though not life-and-death encounters, the spiritual light he garnered was scarce. Yet, through years of accumulation, he had developed considerable prowess. As he contemplated Uchiha Gili, the gentle and beautiful girl who would eventually fade from the narrative, he felt a pang of discontent. He detested such an ending. To shape a future aligned with his desires, he needed strength that enhance his power. He had to decipher the mechanism by which the Wisdom Divine Blade could yield spiritual light. Regardless, his priority was to ascend to a higher status within the clan, granting him greater maneuverability. As for the village, he had given it little thought. The second Hokage's policies ensured that he, a budding genius within the Uchiha clan, would never receive out-of-village missions. Within the political and armed forces of the Uchiha clan security department, he has ascended to the position of captain of the guard. It may be time to vie for power. At that moment, a low hum resonated. The sky ahead illuminated with a crimson glow from the security department's barrier. Captain, it is near the area under our jurisdiction. Chapter 2. You are doomed to defeat. Moments later, outside Konoha village, in a forest close to the barrier that envelopes the entire village, several figures darted through the trees. The leading ninja, a tall and dark-skinned man, scanned the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. Upon confirming there was no immediate danger, he calmly issued orders. Excellent. We are nearing the barrier. The intelligence we gathered within Konoha is crucial. Everyone, focus your attention. The assembled ninjas responded in unison. Yes, Lord Kazuhiko. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the eerie forest. In the dark thicket, a few pairs of crimson, sinister eyes flickered to life. Damn it, it's the Uchiha. Kazuhiko's expression turned grave. Lord Kazuhiko, the intel regarding the impending Uchiha conflict is even more vital. Kazuhiko abruptly turned his gaze toward the speaker, his voice heavy with concern. What are you saying, Kazushin? Kazushin, a middle-aged ninja, lowered his gaze, his expression somber. I know exactly what I am saying, Lord Kazuhiko. The Cloud Village must not let any information detrimental to Konoha slip away. You are our only hope of accomplishing this mission. Everyone, let us band together with the resolve to sacrifice ourselves to thwart the pursuing ninjas. Everything is for the Cloud Village. Let us buy time for Lord Kazuhiko. Without hesitation, the Cloud Ninjas sprang into action, unleashing their signature techniques. Yes, with that, they launched themselves toward the approaching Uchiha. Kazuhiko nodded grimly. The Raikage will surely remember your merits. With that, he took flight, leaving Kazushin to ponder. Lord Kazuhiko must succeed. At that moment, an Uchiha appeared, his blood-red gaze fixated on the vanishing figure. You shall not escape. Just as he was about to pursue, a flash of blue lightning appeared before him. It was Kazushin. Let me see if the legendary Uchiha truly lives up to its name. The Uchiha ninja, known as Uchiha Genmyu, assessed the lightning chakra emanating from Kazushin, his expression turning serious. Is that the lightning shield chakra mode of the Cloud Village? The spinning tomo in his eyes rapidly surveyed the battlefield. Several of his teammates were on the verge of clashing with the Cloud Ninjas, while he himself was blocked by this formidable opponent. He thought, I must call for reinforcements. Otherwise, if any of them manage to escape, it will truly be a disaster. With determination, Uchiha Genmyu swiftly released a signal flare, then discreetly formed a summoning jutsu seal with his right hand. He then turned his attention to the Cloud Ninja, sneering, none of you will escape. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath Kazushin shattered as a fierce figure materialized before Uchiha Genmyu. Is that so? Let me see the true power of your Sharingan. Crash. The sound of metal clashing echoed, startling the birds from the trees. Uchiha Genmyu and Kazushin exchanged blows. The tomo in Genmyu's eyes spinning rapidly in search of a flaw. TCH. This is troublesome. The Sharingan can keep up with his lightning-based techniques. But his ninjutsu is a different story. I can't land a hit. His speed is too formidable. I must end this quickly, or that rat fleeing ahead will truly escape. Underestimating me, are you? Uchiha. Kazushin shouted, gathering a massive amount of lightning chakra in his hands. Lightning release. Heavy explosive stream. Boom. A flash of lightning. Kazushin surged forward, but Uchiha Genmyu appeared momentarily stunned, unable to react as he was struck. Just as Kazushin was about to revel in his victory, the figure before him transformed into a flurry of petals. His pupils dilated. A genjutsu? Fool. Did you really think I would continue to brawl with you? Uchiha Genmyu mocked from behind Kazushin. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Kazushin turned, retorting, all flash and no substance. Are all Uchiha this weak? Watch as I tear you apart. Having spoken his piece, he charged at Uchiha Genmyu again. Huh? What is happening? Kazushin suddenly found himself unable to move. What is this? He gazed in disbelief at the large iron spikes that had emerged from the ground, pinning him in place. With incredulity, he raised his head to glare at the invincible Uchiha, shouting in fury, you bastard. Uchiha Genmyu smirked slightly, the rotation of the tomo in his eyes slowing. Finally, with the sealing technique, I have you immobilized. I can kill you now. I must pursue the rat that escaped. Sighing, he stated, without the Sharingan, facing me. You are doomed to defeat. He drew his ninja blade, its cold gleam flashing ominously. Huh? Is that my body? Am I to die? Kazushin thought desperately. Lord Kazuhiko must succeed. Damn Uchiha. Just wait. Your doom is inevitable. The intel on the Uchiha conflict will undoubtedly reach the Reikage. Uchiha Genmyu regarded the fallen enemy, flicking the blood from his blade before sheathing it. As for the fleeing enemy, he was unconcerned, confident that he would not allow them to escape. His ninja skills were commendable. He had never faltered in his training. The art of tracking was a fundamental skill he had mastered. Just as he was about to act, he noticed movement from the side. Who is there? It's me, Genmyu. What is the situation? A young Uchiha ninja approached. Uchiha Genmyu nodded at him. It's brother Seiji. One escaped, but he won't get far. Uchiha Seiji, a familiar Uchiha Jonin, was amiable and quite capable. It seemed the security team had responded promptly after receiving his signal. After all, the Uchiha held their pride dearly. If a spy were to escape, it would be a great embarrassment for the clan, and the Uchiha would not simply turn a blind eye to it. Huh, he won't escape? Uchiha Seiji questioned, looking ahead where not a single figure remained in sight, clearly indicating they had lost track. Seeing the skepticism in Seiji's expression, Uchiha Genmyu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I've already sent Kurokawa to pursue him. Kurokawa? Chapter 3. The Divine Blade aids me, unleashing my extraordinary insight. On the other side, from a celestial vantage, a serene valley came into view. Within it, a towering figure flickered. This was Kazuhiko. Excellent. I have successfully evaded the sensory barrier of Konoha. Soon, I shall. Before Kazuhiko could ponder further, a sudden commotion arose from the side. What? His pupils contracted as a chilling voice echoed near his ear. Found you. Before long. Uchiha Motoki and Uchiha Seiji appeared not far away. A small, colorful kitten stood beside them, looking utterly exhausted, complaining, Motoki, this is not what we agreed upon. You owe me for the follow-up. Understood. I shall compensate you for this endeavor. Kurokuruman. Uchiha Motoki waved dismissively at the kitten's grievances. Motoki, you truly are remarkable. Dispatching Kurokuruman to tail me from the outset. What an ingenious reverse summoning technique. Enough of that, Seiji. The enemy is our priority. Without waiting to converse further with Kurokuruman, the two swiftly advanced towards Kazuhiko. TCH. So it is the reverse summoning of the ninja cat? A grievous oversight. As Kazuhiko accelerated forward, he realized he had allowed the ninja cat to follow closely behind him. Yet, there was no need to entangle himself with the two Uchiha. He would reach the rendezvous point and secure reinforcements before addressing them. Kazuhiko mused that not everything in this world unfolds smoothly. Just then, among those pursuing him, Uchiha Motoki, adept in ninjutsu, made the first move. Buzz. A flicker of flame ignited from Motoki's body, sparks scattering about. Boom. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing directly above Kazuhiko. Rodent, do you think you can escape? A voice, cold and laced with malice, resonated. Before Kazuhiko could react, clang. Uchiha Motoki swiftly unsheathed his ninja blade, which blazed with surging purple flames. Uchiha style, sword leap of fire. A massive, fiery slash akin to a fierce arrow hurtled toward Kazuhiko. In the distance, Uchiha Seiji's eyes widened. Purple flames? Is that a combination of Yin release chakra? This brat Motoki truly lives up to his genius reputation. What a predicament. Kazuhiko, confronted by the impending purple inferno, muttered in frustration and immediately activated his lightning release chakra mode. With his hand shaped like a blade, he rapidly gathered a vast amount of lightning chakra. Ninjutsu, thunderous dance of Chiyo. Clang. The collision of lightning and fire filled the air with an oppressive tension. Observing the standoff, Uchiha Seiji's eyes lit up, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he vanished from his position, reappearing behind Kazuhiko. Uchiha style, Gale Sword. A powerful blade of flame carved a diagonal slash. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Kazuhiko grinned menacingly, resembling a fearsome demon. A deadly breath escaped him. It seems I cannot escape without dispatching both of you. It's time to unveil my true prowess. Buzz. As Kazuhiko stood firm against Uchiha Motoki, his form suddenly vanished. What? Uchiha Motoki gasped in shock. How swift. Even my 3 Tomo can't keep pace. Wait, that was no ordinary lightning release chakra mode. It feels akin to the lightning armor wielded by the 4th Raikage in the original tale. Seiji, be cautious. Uchiha Seiji, observing the empty air where flame once was, appeared startled. Upon hearing Motoki's warning, he hesitated momentarily. But it was too late. Hiss. The imposing figure materialized beside Uchiha Seiji, extending a colossal hand imbued with lightning and swiftly seizing him. Kid, it's time to journey to the Yellow Springs. Thunder burst. Bang. The collision of Uchiha Seiji with the ground reverberated thunderously. Having dealt with Uchiha Seiji, Kazuhiko rapidly evaded Motoki's attack. Sliding aside, he clapped his hands together, gazing imperiously at Motoki. Now, it's a one-on-one match, little boy. Observing the fallen Uchiha Seiji, who lay motionless and possibly lifeless, Uchiha Motoki's expression darkened. He turned to confront the imposing figure before him, his heart sinking. What is happening? Is this spy truly that formidable? Though Uchiha Seiji may not have equaled my strength, he was a bona fide jonin. To be struck down in a single blow, rendering him lifeless? No, now is not the time for such thoughts. Who is this individual before me? His stance alone reveals his immense power. From the chakra flow patterns visible through his Sharingan, it was clear that this lightning release chakra mode was no ordinary technique. To defeat Uchiha Seiji in an instant, I fear I may not be his match. With a heavy heart, Uchiha Motoki glanced at the panel in his mind where his spiritual light value had increased from 1 to 4. Perhaps the death of the previous ninja had granted him this boost. Just 3 units? It seems I still lack sufficient strength for the Mangekyō Sharingan. If that is the case, the golden curved blade in his consciousness quivered slightly, the spiritual light blossoming. In an instant, Uchiha Motoki's awareness sank into profound clarity. Even amidst battle, activating the divine blade for enlightenment would still render the outer world as still as in a tranquil setting. He examined the skills section on his panel. Uchiha-style ninjutsu, Fire-in. This was the result of my enlightenment through the divine blade, merely infused with the nuances of illusion. To regard this individual as a mere counterpart to the 4th Raikage from the original tale is a grave misjudgment. I cannot contend with such a formidable foe. In this world, heroes are as numerous as grains of sand by the river. I must escape the confines of the original narrative. This is a realm of reality. Under the pressure of life and death, Uchiha Motoki sensed an unparalleled authenticity. Divine Blade. Symbol of wisdom, grant me victory. Divine Blade, aid me, unleashing my extraordinary insight. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office of Konoha village, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a puff of his cigarette, observing the ninja from the barrier division and the Umbu who had come to report. His face, shrouded in smoke, bore a solemn expression. Have you sensed a fierce clash near the chakra barrier? Is it the security team? The Umbu ninja kneeling before him quickly reported, we have consulted the security team. It appears to be a spy attempting to steal confidential information. Currently, they have dispatched reinforcements. From my perspective, the enemy rat has no chance of escape. Rising to his feet, Sarutobi Hiruzen paced to the window, gazing out at the illuminated Konoha village. After taking another drag, he inquired of the Umbu. Who are the ninjas involved in the interception? Hokage-sama, the sentry team has detected the chakra of both combatants. Besides the enemy, there are also Uchiha Motoki and Uchiha Seiji. Just now, Uchiha Seiji's chakra suddenly weakened. It appears the situation is dire. Upon hearing the sensory team's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. That talented Uchiha ninja? And Uchiha Seiji's circumstances. Quickly notify Danzo. Lead the root division in support. The Umbu ninja hesitated, intending to voice a concern. Hokage-sama. The root division has only recently been established. They may lack sufficient experience. Precisely for this reason, we must assess their capability for significant contributions. The third Hokage's words prompted the Umbu to pause, taking a deep breath before continuing. However, Lord Danzo has always been somewhat apprehensive of the Uchiha. Danzo is a ninja with a fiery will, capable of discerning priorities. The Uchiha reinforcements hastily arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the fallen and enigmatic Uchiha Yasushi, alongside the standing Uchiha Genmei, a formidable silhouette suddenly materialized above him. His expression shifted, revealing a sense of urgency. As he exclaimed, Genmei-kun. Chapter 4. The decapitation. With a sudden leap into the air, Kazunari raised his hand to strike at Uchiha Motoki. Crackling sounds filled the air as lightning and fire harmonized around Uchiha Motoki. The clash of blade and fist created deep fissures in the earth. In an instant, they collided dozens of times. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Kazunari retreated to the side, incredulously shouting, What has happened? Why are you so different now? And what is that appearance? Uchiha Motoki was enveloped in arcs of lightning and violet flames. His crimson Sharingan sparkled with divine brilliance. Of course, it's different now. I've harnessed all my spiritual energy to attain enlightenment. The panel displayed Uchiha Ninjutsu, Fire-in, transformed into Phantom Lightning Fire Chakra Mode, Fire Lightning-in. The term Phantom indicated an illusionary technique blended with Chakra Mode, using the Sharingan to keep the enemy guessing. Translucent referred to the integration of Sharingan skills gained through enlightenment. While the Fire Release Chakra was self-evident, the Lightning Release attribute had perfectly replicated Kazunari's Chakra Operation Mode during combat. The three elements harmonized flawlessly within his being. Now, he felt terrifyingly powerful. Even though this mode consumed a vast amount of chakra, he still possessed over half of his chakra, approximately 3 cards worth. That was sufficient. At that moment, the reinforcements from Uchiha arrived, surrounding Kazunari and blocking any possible escape routes. One of the Uchiha approached Uchiha Yasushi to assess his injuries. Lord Yasushi still has a pulse. That's good. Initiate emergency aid and transport him to the hospital immediately. Understood. Observing Uchiha governance approach with concern, Motoki spoke in a grave tone, Sister Governance, I need you to cover me. I will personally eliminate him. Don't be reckless, Motoki-kun. Before she could finish, there was a resounding boom. Uchiha Motoki had already charged at Kazunari. No, really. Everyone, seal off the escape routes and maintain vigilance. I will keep watch here. The commotion is loud enough that the village will surely notice. We must avoid any blunders that would invite gossip. Kazunari did not wish to flee. He simply found himself trapped. Damn it, the routes are all blocked. As he noticed several pairs of Sharingan fixated upon him, a sense of dread washed over him. Suddenly, one Uchiha leaped into action. Kazunari, his face contorted with anger, exclaimed, You think you can fight me alone? How underestimated you are. Though I do not comprehend your current state, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, he assumed a battle stance, his eyes narrowing, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. With a cold smirk, he declared, Ninjas must be efficient, kid. Boom. The clash of their powers echoed loudly. In that fleeting moment, their gazes locked, both radiating undeniable killing intent. I will kill you. Kazunari and Uchiha Motoki both roared inwardly. They again distanced themselves. Uchiha Motoki calmly assessed his opponent, preparing for the next move. Sister Governance, I'm sorry for worrying you. He took a step forward, bent slightly, gripping his blade tightly. the lightning flames unable to obscure the cold glint emanating from it. Meanwhile, Kazunari formed hand seals, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Lightning release, gratitude wave. Uchiha faced the oncoming lightning with a tense expression. But I am no longer at a disadvantage. His figure vanished in an instant. Secret technique. First form, flash of lightning. With the razor's edge laced with thunder and fire, it sliced through the air, severing the incoming lightning into dozens of fragments that dissipated helplessly in the atmosphere. What? The lightning has been severed. Kazunari was utterly astonished. What had happened to this kid to undergo such a transformation? Do not underestimate the Uchiha. Cloaked in an unparalleled confidence, he surged forward. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, they clashed again and again in a rapid flurry. Trees and soil within 100 meters were reduced to mere splinters. The Uchiha onlookers widened their eyes in awe. Who is that formidable opponent? Is that the disciple of the third Reikage, the infamous Kazunari? What? That brat Motoki can actually hold his own against him? It's known that Kazunari assisted the third Reikage in restoring order, slaying the formidable golden and silver horn. Hearing the praises for Uchiha Motoki echo around, a figure observing the battlefield felt a surge of pride. That is Motoki-kun. Of course, he is strong. But he was tea like this just this morning. What on earth has changed? Could it be because of Yasushi? As that thought crossed her mind, her earlier delight shifted to discomfort. Look at that. Motoki is in a state of rapid movement. That flickering spark. Huh. What is going on? The Sharingan appears somewhat blurred. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It invades like fire, erratic and disorienting, disrupting the enemy's perception. There is no such secret technique within the clan, I assure you. Could it be that this brat developed it himself? The heavens have favored the Uchiha. With 4 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, we have welcomed yet another ninja capable of rivaling the shadows. Regardless of the surrounding discussions, the two combatants in the arena dared not underestimate each other. In this high-speed state, distraction meant death. Uchiha Motoki, enveloped in sparks and lightning, surged toward Kazunari's head. Clang! Kazunari hurriedly raised his hand to counter the blade of lightning and fire. Boom! They again distanced themselves, Kazunari gasping for breath, revealing a sinister expression. Malice coiling around him like a serpent. Kid, I admit you're strong. Your current state is a replication of my lightning release chakra mode. Isn't it? Such a genius. Even if today's intelligence does not get out, I must eliminate you as a threat here and now. With that, he raised his right hand, bending his thumb, concentrating a mass of lightning across 4 fingers. I will now reveal my true abilities. Lightning release, Hell Piercer, for finger thrust, tearing through the air. The colossal lightning war deity unleashed a strike imbued with the deathly aura of the underworld. What an overwhelming pressure. Uchiha Motoki observed the approaching figure with a slight sigh in his heart. You are strong, but I am even stronger now. His crimson Sharingan spun rapidly, chakras surging forth as the phenomena of thunder and fire around him escalated dramatically. The phantom lightning fire chakra mode was fully activated. Secret technique, second form, ninefold darkness. Kazunari felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance wash over him. As he watched his enemy rapidly approach, an unsettling feeling crept in. What was wrong? The image of the Sharingan flashed in his mind, only to vanish. Forget it. I'll kill this brat first. The 4-finger thrust is invincible. Boom. The thrust collided with the blade. The boy before him shattered like a bubble, but just as Kazunari prepared to mock his opponent for being so easily vanquished, his expression changed. No. Something is amiss. What is happening? Kazunari snapped to attention. Wait, kid, you. Before he could finish, 9 streaks of lightning and fire pierced through him. Kazunari's limbs were severed, the sensation of weightlessness overtaking him as his face contorted in rage. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why have you suddenly grown stronger? You were not my match just moments ago. The surrounding phenomena of thunder and fire dissipated like bubbles. With an enchanting gleam in his Sharingan, radiating intense murderous intent, Uchiha Motoki stepped forward. Why do you harbor the sentiment that you alone have not been earnest? Swoosh. A keen blade cleaved the air with a frigid glint. Observing the dismembered ninja before him, Uchiha Genmei flicked his wrist, dispelling the ichor from his blade, and slowly resheathed it. Lament your fate of lacking the Sharingan, Wanasuke. You were a formidable adversary. I shall remember you. At that precise moment, a middle-aged ninja, his head enshrouded in bandages and exuding a macabre aura, entered the battlefield accompanied by a retinue. Chapter 5. Such disrespect towards Lord Danzo. Who dares? The station guards of the security team faced the newcomer, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Is it an enemy reinforcement? The visitor cast a shadowy gaze at the vigilant Uchiha, his expression darkening. He remained composed, yet his subordinates could not. Boldly, "Are you Uchihas conspiring to rebel? How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Danzo?" The man named Danzo, a brooding middle-aged figure, raised his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Silence. As the security team, vigilance is paramount. The ninjas accompanying Danzo immediately subdued their demeanor. "I am Danzo, appointed by the Hokage to provide reinforcement here." He is actually Danzo? Having just approached Uchiha Toriji, he had yet to utter a word when he observed the situation before him, feeling somewhat astonished. Is this the Danzo? The infamous villain from the original narrative? A blatant Uchiha discriminator, a slave to power, a malevolent figure who disregarded the greater good for his ambitions. Yet now, facing the Uchiha, he appears so harmless? Indeed, the current Uchiha clan is enjoying a resurgence after that man's departure, not to mention the pairs of Sharingan within the clan. The foundation built during the Warring States period and the First Great Ninja War cannot be underestimated. He himself had only recently established himself. It was no surprise that his subordinate acted so rashly. In a few decades, such a character would undoubtedly be deemed unworthy by Danzo. At this moment, Uchiha Toriji, the leader of the security team, stepped forward. The ordinary Uchihas were unaware of the newcomer's identity. However, as one of the leaders of the neutral faction within the Uchiha, she was certainly in the know. Politely bowing slightly, she said, "Elder Danzo, the scoundrels who stole village secrets have already been eliminated." "Is that so?" "Truly commendable, Uchiha clan, the standard bearers of the ninja." Danzo responded, furrowing his brow. Lowering his voice, he continued, "In that case, I shall take the bodies of the thieves back to the intelligence unit." Hearing this, Uchiha Toriji hesitated. "Lord Danzo, this is unreasonable. According to regulations, any spies within the confines of Konoha, regardless of their fate, must first be dealt with by the security team before being handed over to the village's intelligence unit. Indeed, contrary to common perception that the security team is merely a municipal management unit, Uchiha Motoharu, upon his arrival, realized the stark differences. The original storyline of Naruto was akin to a light-hearted manga, right? The departments that were not elaborated upon in the original narrative revealed themselves as monstrous entities in the reality following his arrival. It was akin to a combination of a police bureau, a prosecutor's office, and a judicial system. They possessed their own armed forces and wielded jurisdiction over all matters related to public order within the village. The security team had the authority to draft and issue various public safety regulations, and the prison system was also under their control. At that moment, Uchiha Motoharu thought to himself, with such a scope of power, how could the village's higher-ups rest easily without targeting the Uchihas? The Uchiha, a clan that values honor, found themselves at odds with the Senju, who had taken the mantle of Hokage, while they were entrusted with the security team. Naturally, they were discontented and feared losing face, enforcing the law with an iron fist. However, herein lies the dilemma. The village is vast, the ninja clans have their own businesses, and the common folk lead their own lives. It is well known that the grassroots management in the light-hearted world is inadequate, relying on social vitality organizations for assistance. The world of the Hokage is no different. If the Uchihas are unyielding in their enforcement, the ninja clans will find it difficult to conduct their affairs, and the common people will be unable to exploit any loopholes. The social vitality organizations would be suppressed to the point of dysfunction. In the village, with various clans and commoners, who would not exclude the Uchiha. Upon hearing Uchiha Toriji's subtle refusal, Danzo had yet to respond. Yet the hounds by his side were already aware. How dare they show such disrespect to Lord Danzo? Clang, 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 Danzo's lackeys drew their weapons, aiming them at Uchiha Toriji. A question mark floated above Uchiha Toriji's head. Before she could utter a word, Uchiha Motoharu strode forward, his crimson, predatory Sharingan emanating a sinister glow. Scanning the surroundings, his expression was one of disdain. The performance on stage has concluded. There is no longer a place for you here. Do not obstruct us, Uchiha security team, in our lawful duties. With that, his Sharingan began to spin rapidly. Jinjutsu, Sharingan, was activated. Danzo frowned, sensing something amiss. Thud, thud, thud. All the ninjas he brought with him collapsed one by one, save for him. His pupils contracted. How could this be? What is this little brat up to? Humph. Worry not, Lord Danzo. They are merely temporarily incapacitated. They shall regain mobility in 1 minute. As an apology, The bodies of the eliminated scoundrels shall be handed over to the intelligence unit as you instructed. Realizing the situation, Uchiha Toriji quickly grasped Motoharu's hand to prevent any conflict with the higher-ups, shaking her head. Enough, Motoharu. Everyone, stand down. The bright moon rose. With his back turned to the moonlight, Danzo's expression was inscrutable as he beheld the departing figures of the security team. Gripping his cane tightly, veins bulged on his hand. Uchiha, huh? One day, I shall. A minute later, the subordinates who had been incapacitated by the genjutsu rose. Apologies, Lord Danzo. We have brought shame upon you. It is of no consequence. Collect the bodies of the thieves. Hi. As Danzo turned to leave, he paused and stopped. Look closely. Who is the thief? Is he an unknown individual? Immediately, a ninja reported, Lord Danzo, the face resembles that of Keigu and Kazunari. What? Keigu Kazunari? The disciple of the third Reikage. The one who aided the Reikage in eliminating the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and who shone brilliantly during the first Great Ninja War. Quickly arrange for the intelligence unit to extract the information from his mind. Discover how the Uchiha clan dealt with him. Upon hearing Danzo's decisive tone, his subordinates bowed deeply. Hi. After bidding farewell to the worry-stricken Uchiha Toriji, Uchiha Motoharu returned home, dragging his weary body. He flung himself onto his bed with a thud. Indeed. The scene just now was intentional. He appeared to have lost his wits. However, should the situation arise again, he would act in the same manner. There was no other reason. It was only after slaying the formidable Kazunari that he realized the true extent of his strength. He had become a powerful figure, and thus, there was no need to belittle himself. Moreover, having understood what the security team truly was, a monstrous entity, a thought had lingered in his mind. As Hokage, there would be little opportunity for him as a Uchiha. Therefore, when he eventually took control of the Uchiha, he could surely expand the functions of the security team. The second Hokage had established the security team to placate the powerful Uchihas, who had never produced a Hokage. The Uchihas were not particularly sensitive to politics. If he were to become the decision-maker, he could certainly implement some changes. He mused, having already settled himself in this position. Why should he concern himself with the comfort of the higher-ups in Konoha? The performance of the Divine Wisdom Blade today had bestowed upon him unparalleled confidence. With a thought, a panel appeared in his mind. Uchiha Motoharu Life Form Level, LV3, Weak Shadow, Energy Attributes, Lightning, Fire, In Talent, Sharingan, LV3, Skills, Illusory Body. Clear Lightning Fire Chakra Mode, Fire Lightning In, various conventional ninjutsu and genjutsu, Uchiha style throwing techniques. The Art of Divination Miao. Spiritual Light, 5 strands. Does Heijin's head possess 5 strands? The previous General Shinobi had 3 strands. Thus it seems that Elite Shinobi should possess 4 strands. By this reasoning, CH Nin should have 2 while Genin possess 1. The minimum for sparring is 0. 1. This elucidates the desire to ascend, the reason for confronting Danzo. The wisdom bestowed by the Divine Blade must be earned through struggle. The greater the struggle, the more one receives. Hence, solitary endeavors yield no future. To freely acquire greater advantages, one must attain relative freedom, wield power, and instigate change. Ha ha ha. While others may survive by remaining inconspicuous in the world of shinobi, my path diverges. What is this called? Is one mistaken for playing the role of a foolish antagonist in the ninja realm? Nevertheless, I possess immense confidence. Divine Blade, grant me extraordinary wisdom. The spiritual light surges within my heart, leading to a profound epiphany. Here it comes. The kaleidoscope is thus born. Chapter 6, The Divine Amaterasu. The wisdom brought by divine light fades. The transcendent realization begins to dissipate. Information on the panel transforms. Sharingan LV4, Strong Shadow, right eye, Amaterasu, left eye, the divine. Ha ha ha, is this truly the nature of such ocular techniques? In his mind, the lingering resonance of enlightenment allows Uchiha Yuan Ming to comprehend the essence of his ocular abilities. This Amaterasu is not the version wielded by the brothers of the Two Pillars and the Weasel, but rather that of Uchiha Hikari, a version more agile than Kagutsuchi. The divine is even more remarkable. It embodies the yin and yang of ocular techniques, converting yin into yang, capable of enhancing both self and others, granting healing blessings. In terms of healing strength, the lingering sensation of enlightenment suggests that it should be on par with that of the first Hokage. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The most astonishing aspect of this ocular technique is its ultimate power to resurrect the deceased. It is a concept beyond reason and logic. Even if one is reduced to mere fragments, as long as a single molecule remains, resurrection is possible. Of course, the cost is substantial. It demands immense ocular power and chakra, with a staggering cooldown period of 10 years. He feels the powerful ocular energy within his eyes. Who could possibly defeat me now? At this moment, within the Hokage's office, the atmosphere is tinged with gloom. The third Hokage, shrouded in swirling smoke, wears a troubled expression. And Shimura Danzo is no less affected. In the presence of his close ally, he no longer pretends. Hizashi. The Uchiha are perilously dangerous. His tone drips with palpable hatred. Initially, he scrutinized the Uchiha with the utmost scrutiny, but he still possessed a sense of decorum regarding the will of fire. During the year he was cornered by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, he had intended to suggest a retreat, only to be preempted by Hizashi. Reflecting on his deep concern for Konoha, he dares say he is not inferior to anyone, irrespective of personal grievances, for the sake of Kaka's reputation. He temporarily tolerates the Uchiha. After all, they are a part of Konoha. However, today, that little brat, just look at that arrogant demeanor, the blatant disrespect towards his elders. Danzo sees, intelligence indicates that Kaka has failed, and the Uchiha have fully integrated into Konoha, akin to a moon drawn from a well. He himself is aligned with the village, while that damned Uchiha is solely concerned with his clan's interests. The Uchiha clan's core is even more absurd, as the clan leader. He merely muddles through. Observe the intelligence Kaka provided. Combined with my own findings, the Uchiha now possess numerous pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. Upon reaching this point, Danzo, feeling increasingly agitated, retrieves a report from his bosom and slams it down on the table. Hizashi, look at the contents of the intelligence report. That little brat, merely 15 years old, managed to single-handedly slay the cunning Kagaya of the Cloud Village. The Uchiha's power is expanding too rapidly. Hizashi, Kaka is not entirely devoted to Konoha. He has concealed the impending internal strife within the Uchiha, truly betraying the teachings of Tobirama-sensei. After listening to Danzo's incessant complaints, the third Hokage exhales a plume of smoke. Calmly picks up the intelligence report compiled by Kazuhiko and scrutinizes it. After finishing, he takes a final puff and sets the pipe aside. First, let us inquire with Kaka to see if that little brat can be persuaded to join us. Hearing this, Danzo's fury escalates. Hizashi, what are you still contemplating? The intelligence already indicates that the Uchiha are akin to a powder keg. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity, and Kaka is no longer trustworthy. The roots have matured. And with the Umbu, if I maneuver a bit, I can certainly take control of the Uchiha. Before he could finish, the third Hokage suddenly turns. His gaze fierce. An imposing aura emanates from him. Danzo, the Uchiha are also a part of Konoha. How dare you harbor such thoughts about a comrade of the village? I do not wish to hear such divisive rhetoric again. Danzo gazes at the fierce, resolute Sarutobi Hizashi before him, feeling a wave of disdain wash over him. Did you truly think the Uchiha were benign simply because they did not cause trouble while you were Hokage? One must remember that Tobirama-sensei's analysis report clearly outlined their instability. Now that you are Hokage, the Uchiha's power can be utilized by you. But what about me? I was merely a step too slow that day. The position of Hokage should have been mine. Hizashi will not be privy to my schemes. I shall lead Konoha by my own means. Just wait, Uchiha. With a cold snort, he declares, Hizashi, you will regret this, and strides toward the door. Just as he opens it, he hears, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. The next day, morning dawns upon Konoha, the weather bright and breezy, mirroring Uchiha Yuan Ming's current mood. After bringing along the report he had prepared the previous night, he finishes his breakfast on the way to work. Upon arriving at the security department and signing in, a middle-aged member of the security team calls out to him. Yuan Ming, Lord Kaka has summoned you to his office to elaborate on yesterday's case. Uchiha Kaka is looking for me. According to protocol, today is indeed the day I submit last night's report. However, as a pro-village faction member, why would he seek a report from a neutral faction member like me? He is not even my direct superior. Oh well. He is a disciple of the second Hokage and holds the position of police superintendent in the security department. Just one rank below Uchiha Hokage, the clan leader. A higher rank has its privileges. So I suppose I should go. Otherwise, it may complicate my work in the future. After all, he is a unique figure, considered part of Konoha's inner circle. All right, I will head there immediately. Uncertain of his intentions, I will go see what he wants. At this moment, Uchiha Kaka is in his office, reviewing the report submitted by his subordinates last night. Incredible! That little brat Yuan Ming actually managed to slay the cunning Kage? He is genuinely impressed and feels a swell of pride for the emergence of yet another strong individual from his clan. Contemplating further, he recalls the peculiar expressions on the faces of Koharu and Hamura in Hizashi's office this morning. He also needs to see if he can bring Yuan Ming into the fold. Indeed, even without the Mangekyō, this level of power ranks among the elite in the shinobi world. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupts his thoughts. Come in. A handsome young man enters. Lord Kaka, here is the report. After swiftly reviewing Uchiha Yuan Ming's report, he sets the document down and looks up at the serious-faced young man. Captain Yuan Ming, what are your thoughts on the relationship between the village and the clan? Uchiha Yuan Ming's heart jolts. Here it comes. Let me see what you are truly after. Lord Kaka, both the village and the clan are Konoha shinobi. Observing the earnest expression on the young man's face, Kaka covers his head, exasperated, and says, Clever. Let us approach it this way. What do you believe is the will of fire? The youth glances at the righteous figure before him and slowly begins to speak. The will of fire? It is the Uchiha always standing united around the Hokage. Under the Hokage's leadership, we bravely take on responsibilities, bear the weight of this era, face hardships without fear, and dare to push into the depths of challenges. We contribute to the construction of Konoha, paving the way for its revival, remembering our responsibilities, courageously shouldering our missions, and continuing to strive. Uchiha Kaka gazes at the boy, who continues to speak eloquently, his eyes widening in astonishment, his mouth agape. He is utterly stunned. His gaze seemed to behold some incredible vision. This lad, why does it feel as though he comprehends the will of fire even better than the daybreak? As Danzo retreated to the root base, his agitation grew with every thought, exacerbating his fury. After a brief pause, he commanded, Bring me that intelligence. Chapter 7. Undercurrents within the village of Cloud Hidden. Our spy delivered the message to the Raikage's desk. The appointed subordinate, witnessing the expression of Danzo, dared not utter a word, bowing his head in silence. Ah, Lord Danzo. Upon exiting Uchiha Kagami's office, Uchiha Yuan Ming felt invigorated. Did you find my clever ruse confounding? Well, never mind. I shall first check on Jingshi's condition. He purchased a gift along the way to the Konoha hospital and arrived smoothly at Uchiha Jingshi's ward. Creaking the door open, he was met with the sight of Uchiha Jingshi, his body swathed in bandages, attempting to communicate with a middle-aged man beside him. Ah, brother Jingshi, you seem quite spirited. Yet, I must advise you to remain silent. After all, your mouth is sewn shut, and you can't articulate your thoughts. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuan Ming's clearly gloating tone, Uchiha Jingshi turned, his expression one of indignation. Ugh! This comical display amused Yuan Ming, who noted Jingshi appeared to be on the mend. I shall visit you again when you can speak. I will leave this gift here. With that, he politely greeted the middle-aged man and prepared to depart. Uchiha Jingshi, like him, was an orphan, devoid of parents. This man must be a relative or guardian, he thought, and thus Jingshi would be well looked after. Young man, wait. Huh? Yuan Ming turned curiously as he neared the door. You must be Yuan Ming-kun. I am Uchiha Taiguchi. Would it be convenient for us to converse? Recognizing him as a relative of Jingshi, Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded. Jingshi, I shall step out with Yuan Ming-kun for a brief moment. Please rest well. Uchiha Jingshi could only mumble in response. Once outside the hospital, the middle-aged man led Yuan Ming to a bustling eatery. After several rounds of drinks, Uchiha Taiguchi set down his cup, gazing at the clear water in Yuan Ming's hand, and spoke gently. Yuan Ming-kun, at such a young age, you have bested a formidable foe, truly living up to the title of genius. Yuan Ming nodded, non-committal. Precisely because you are a genius, you should contribute greatly to your clan. The youth must carry the banner of the Uchiha. Thus, I would like to request Yuan Ming-kun. Upon hearing the first half of Taiguchi's statement, Yuan Ming sensed something amiss. Bang! He slammed the cup of water onto the table, furrowing his brow and interrupting Taiguchi's impending words. Uncle, you're not Jingshi's relative, are you? The gentle demeanor on Uchiha Taiguchi's face faltered. Yuan Ming-kun, I represent Elder Shana to visit Jingshi and wish to invite you to the Elder's residence. Elder Shana wishes to speak with you. With a swish, Uchiha Yuan Ming stood abruptly and left without a backward glance. Upon reaching the door, he turned to look at the awkward Taiguchi. I believe there is nothing for us to discuss. It has always been this way. Listening to Yuan Ming's calm tone, the sound of shattering glass echoed as blood spilled onto the table, casting an ominous shadow over the figure seated in the dim light. That child still speaks like that? Inside a mansion, a middle-aged man exuding a sinister aura questioned Uchiha Taiguchi, who was reporting. Elder Shana, it seems Yuan Ming-kun is unattainable. A person who does not comprehend clan honor, I believe my subordinates need not pursue this further. The man known as Shana nodded. Then let him go. He possesses some skill to have vanquished a formidable adversary. However, without the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, he is not a cause for concern. As he spoke, he shook his head with disdain, looking at the subordinate before him. Dismissed. Naka should be arriving shortly. I have matters to discuss with him. The flickering shadows cast by the flames illuminated a letter on the table, its contents fluctuating in clarity. To Danzo Shimura. A month later. At the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. Yuan Ming, we are about to enter the land of lightning. Although we are following protocol for this mission, the village of Cloud Hidden should not present any complications. Nonetheless, we must maintain our vigilance. Among a group of rushing ninjas, all adorned in fan-patterned attire, Uchiha Yuan Ming led the way. Hearing his subordinate's caution, he felt reassured. It is my first time executing this mission, and I shall not be careless. Yuan Ming nodded calmly. Their task was to rotate with the brothers of the Lightning Nation's patrol. Indeed, this was a rotation within the Land of Lightning. The reason was simple. Since the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan had been employed by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning for generations to guard the Bloodpool clan. This task had been assigned to the Uchiha since ancient times, and despite Konoha's attempts to confine the Uchiha to the security department, there were still opportunities for them to venture outside the village. Such a legitimate mission had to be reluctantly accepted by Konoha's upper echelons. Dare they deny it? Not even Senju Tobarama would. If trouble arose, would they still wish to maintain their share of missions from the Land of Lightning? Despite the current era of ninja villages, the concept of nation and clan still lingered. Why did the ninja clans slaughter each other during the Warring States period? Why did the villages engage in devastating conflicts? The answer was simple: competition for the tasks allocated by the lords. The era of ninja villages was no different. Why did the Cloud Hidden village harbor animosity toward Konoha? Again, the answer was simple. The ninja village era had only just begun, and the older lords had not yet completely passed away. They still regarded the Senju and Uchiha as reliable. The lords of the Land of Lightning, needless to say, favored hiring the Uchiha. With a century of collaboration, their reputation was well established, guarding the Bloodpool clan, a position held for over 100 years. Even after the First Great Ninja War, despite the Uchiha being embroiled with the Senju in the Land of Fire, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning still recognized the Uchiha. In such circumstances, it was no wonder Cloud Hidden Village was envious, having long coveted this steady stream of work. Something felt off, very off. Uchiha Yuan Ming's instincts warned him that this mission was amiss. While the Uchiha indeed held this long-term lucrative task requiring personnel to guard the Bloodpool clan, he had not been scheduled for it during this period. He had just achieved great merit and received a promotion. According to custom, he should familiarize himself with his new position for over 6 months before being assigned to the Bloodpool clan's mission. Now, suddenly, he was told, "You are already a renowned strength within the clan and should take on more responsibility. Conveniently, the patrol on that side is changing, so you are assigned." Forget it. Worrying was futile. No one knew that my Sharingan had become the Mangekyō. Should something arise, I shall show my enemies what a surprise truly means. Within a residence of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shana wore a peculiar expression, gazing thoughtfully at the fan emblem on the table. Do not blame me, Yuan Ming-kun. After all, you have always been so obstinate. Although he had previously acted dismissively in front of Taiguchi, he understood all too well the significance of a 15-year-old capable of defeating a ninja on par with a Kagaya without possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan. That was something even that esteemed individual could not achieve at that age. Amidst the swirling mist of Cloud Hidden Village, in the Raikage's office, must we proceed this way? Lord Raikage. Chapter 8. You seek death, do you not? The esteemed lord will be displeased. A young and capable ninja stands before another, whose imposing presence cannot be concealed even by the desk that partially obscures his form. T-Dai. Let me reiterate, this is a direct order from the Third Raikage. Bring me the head of that brat, Uchiha Motomi, to honor Kanzuya. Forget about the lord. With a resounding crash, the desk splits in two. Observing the agitated Raikage before him, the young T-Dai helplessly covers his face, sighing, very well then. He picks up the intelligence report in his hand. Invigorated, according to this intelligence, that little Brad is currently leading a rotation guarding the Bloodpool clan. His subordinates include 18 regular members, 6 patrol captains, 3 deputy inspectors, 2 inspectors, and 1 chief inspector. Including that Brat's position as chief inspector, there are a total of 31 individuals. Upon hearing this detailed report, the Third Raikage replied solemnly, "Indeed, formidable are the Uchiha. This power should not be underestimated. How shall we arrange the ambush? T-Dai. T-Dai's expression became serious. Let us schedule the ambush after Lord Daijin leaves Hell Valley, at the border of the land of lightning and the land of water. Uchiha Motomi gazes at the undulating hills around him. He turns to a youthful, fair-featured ninja beside him, inquiring, Brother Waita, according to the map. We should be nearing our destination, correct? Uchiha Waita, with a grave expression, responds, we are approximately 40 kilometers from Hell Valley. At this, his demeanor shifts. And he reminds, furthermore, I cannot accept the title of brother. I am merely an inspector at present, while you, esteemed Motomi, hold the position of chief inspector. Please refer to me by my title during work. Uchiha Motomi feels a slight headache. This young inspector is indeed capable, yet rather rigid. Over the course of their journey, he has come to understand his character well. 40 kilometers? It seems we are close. In a moment, they arrive at Hell Valley. The shift change occurs without a hitch. Uchiha Motomi organizes the tasks, ensuring that everything follows the established protocols. Returning to the resting area, he sits cross-legged on the bed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Is my intuition mistaken? Everything has gone smoothly thus far. After a moment of focus, he dismisses the thought, whatever will be, I have ample confidence. I merely need to see through this month's guard duty safely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Waita stows away the scroll delivered by the ninja cat and strides to the window, lost in thought. The following day, after tending to his responsibilities, he knocks. Come in. Uchiha Waita enters, walking to Motomi's desk and bowing to report, Esteemed Motomi, the Daijin of the Land of Lightning has deposited the commission into the warehouse. Uchiha Motomi, busy with paperwork, raises his head. Excellent. Where is the Daijin now? Report, Esteemed Motomi. The Daijin could not tolerate the barrenness of Hell Valley and has gone elsewhere to enjoy himself, expected to return the day after tomorrow. Uchiha Motomi feels relief wash over him. He had been troubled about how to interact with the nobles, but the Daijin's absence will simplify matters. Nodding at the composed Waita, he praises, very well, have the commission brought back to the clan by the ninja cat. Rising, he walks to the office door. With the current tasks arranged, I shall take a breath of fresh air. As he walks through the streets of Hell Valley, he notices the lively atmosphere. Having just arrived the night before, when there was little activity, he now sees smoke rising from every household. Although the shops are few, there is a steady flow of patrons. Uchiha Motomi contemplates the Blood Pool clan, which he recalls from the original texts. Initially dismissive of what he deemed unnecessary details, he knows little beyond their shared ancestry with the Uchiha, Indra. A century ago, they participated in the political struggles of the Daijin's mansion in the Land of Lightning. After their defeat, they were exiled to Hell Valley for imprisonment. He recalls them possessing the Blood Dragon Eye, but little else. From his research in the security department, he learned that the Blood Dragon Eye is a dojutsu-type bloodline limit, its Genjutsu rivaling the Sharingan, able to manipulate blood to transform individuals into human bombs. Its perceptive abilities, while slightly inferior to the Sharingan, make it no less formidable in other aspects, perhaps even superior in certain respects. Suddenly, the commotion ahead interrupts Motomi's musings. H. Kaimaru. H. Kaimaru, the star of misfortune, H. Kaimaru. H. Kaimaru, H. Kaimaru, the lamenting, blood-curdling H. Kaimaru. H. Kaimaru, H. Kaimaru, the man-eating demon of H. Kaimaru. A group of children encircles a strikingly handsome white-haired youth, singing a cacophony of songs they have crafted for him. Yet, the despairing, numbing aura enveloping him tarnishes his appearance. The Blood Pool clan members passing by regard him with indifference and disdain, as though he were filth. Intrigued, Uchiha Motomi pulls a passerby aside, asking, "What is your treatment of that young man?" The burly stranger, caught by Motomi, regards him with disdain. "Go ask that star of misfortune yourself. I have nothing to say to you, Uchiha." Motomi raises an eyebrow, responding lightly, I can comprehend your disdain for me as an Uchiha. Yet I am currently the chief inspector on duty, your official superior. Are you certain? At his words, the disdain fades from the man's expression, replaced by resignation. Fine. I will tell you. H. Kaimaru's heart is filled with emptiness, numbness, and despair. Once a prodigious ninja, his life should have been beautiful. However, ever since awakening those cursed eyes, his life took a sharp downturn. The sorrow of his parents' passing weighed heavily upon him, but with the comfort of his childhood sweetheart, he found the strength to rise again. Yet, calamity struck anew. His wife fell ill with a mysterious ailment that no remedy could alleviate, her strength waning day by day. 2 days ago, she lapsed into unconsciousness, having consumed nothing for 2 days. Today, he wonders if she will survive another day. I am on the brink of losing her. He cannot bear the thought of witnessing her demise. Ignoring the raucous children around him, Kaimaru clutches the medicine bag and heads home. The closer he gets, the deeper his despair grows. I wish for death. I cannot accept the reality of her passing before my eyes. A vast emptiness forms within him. My ocular powers are amplifying. He cannot comprehend how his wife is on the verge of death. Are these eyes rejoicing? Destroy them. The end of his beloved is unbearable and unimaginable. As Kaimaru raises his hand, young man, you seek death, do you not? Would you like me to assist you in achieving it? Chapter 9. If you can, bring it on. Moments earlier, upon the explanation from the member of the Bloodpool clan, Uchiha Motoharu began to grasp the situation. The Bloodpool clan was of noble lineage. Remarkable, isn't it? A century ago, being a ninja was considered a disreputable profession. The fact that the daughter of the Bloodpool clan leader could marry into the household of a feudal lord as a concubine indicated that they had established themselves far beyond the likes of the Uchiha, Senju, Kagaya, and Hyuga clans. They were not mere lowly ninjas but rather esteemed aristocrats of the Land of Lightning. Political struggles led to their exile in Hell Valley. It is essential to remember that this was during the Warring States period, when feudal lords employed the Uchiha to suppress opposition. The Bloodpool clan, possessing significant power within the aristocracy, did not enlist the Uchiha to annihilate their entire clan. Instead, they were merely stripped of their fertile territory of 300,000 koku and relegated to the barren land of Hell Valley, with only 50,000 koku. This was what they termed as exile. Otherwise, with the predatory nature of the Hidden Cloud Village and their ruthless pursuit of ninjutsu and bloodline, the Bloodpool clan would not have escaped unscathed. The reason being that the current clan leader of the Bloodpool is known as the Hell Guardian, being a noble. Where does their power lie? The answer is in their branch families. In the castle of Oya, Karasumaru, a prodigy, awakened the blood dragon only to lose his parents shortly thereafter. Now, his wife is also on the brink of death. Within the clan, whispers suggest he is a harbinger of misfortune, a cursed soul who brings death to his family. The sin of conspiracy thickens. Uchiha Motoharu found this situation amusing and decided to follow Karasumaru down a quiet street. Motoharu observed Karasumaru, who seemed lost in thought. Has his power increased? Intriguing. The aura of danger emanating from him is palpable. Seeing Karasumaru's face drained of vitality, he instinctively reached for his eyes. Young man, do you wish for death? Would you like me to grant that wish? Motoharu's voice, laced with intrigue, interrupted Karasumaru's actions. Turning to face Motoharu, Karasumaru inquired, Uchiha, what do you want? Did you not express a desire for death? I can assist you with that. Karasumaru frowned, scrutinizing the person before him, who had adopted a combat stance. A troublesome individual, this annoying Uchiha. Suddenly, Karasumaru noticed Motoharu's eyes sharpen. What? Why is my head flying off? In a state of shock, Karasumaru touched his neck. Is my head still intact? His eyes widened in horror as he stared at Motoharu. Such strength. Just the aura alone could. Motoharu paid no heed to Karasumaru's hesitation. His figure vanished in an instant. Clang. The blade was unsheathed, a sharp glint slicing through the air. Why did you evade? Motoharu's playful tone resonated. It seems you still possess a will to survive. Karasumaru, narrowly escaping Motoharu's ambush, gasped for breath, trying to calm the tension that had nearly cost him his life. Why would I evade? The conclusion is inevitable. I do not wish to perish before the end. Surely, this seemingly formidable Uchiha can deliver. Karasumaru's mind was a tumult of emotions. Uchiha Motoharu, witnessing the white-haired youth evade his attack, felt a flicker of admiration. Not simple at all. Although his Sharingan was not activated, since awakening the Mangekyō, his chakra reserves and reflexes had increased dramatically over the past month. He possessed approximately 50 units of chakra, half that of Naruto's. As for reflexes, each Uchiha who activated the Mangekyō experienced a substantial enhancement in both body and spirit. Without the Sharingan active, he could easily dispatch his former self from a month ago. With a sigh, Motoharu beckoned, come with me, young man. Karasumaru frowned. Why should I follow you? You should have sensed it. I am a killer of great prowess. As he spoke, Motoharu's expression turned cold. And think of your wife. What? Karasumaru's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean? Whoosh. Motoharu's figure vanished once more. Wait. Watching the disappearing Uchiha, Karasumaru shouted, following suit with his own body flicker technique. Outside Hell Valley, in a tranquil forest, Uchiha Motohara closed his eyes in anticipation. Whoosh. The serious white-haired youth arrived. Uchiha, what did you mean by that just now? Opening his eyes, Motoharu's blood-red Sharingan spun slowly. Do you wish to know? With a swift motion. He drew his ninja blade, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Let me see your true metal. Boom. The violent clash sent debris flying in all directions. The sound of their duel echoing for miles. Within moments, they exchanged blows dozens of times. Motoharu observed the boy before him, now transformed. Blood illuminated his sclera. His pupils shaped like a single line. Is this the blood dragon eye? In terms of perception, I cannot claim the upper hand. During our previous encounters, my Jinjutsu was unexpectedly reflected back at me. In that moment, Motoharu called forth, illusory body of thunder and fire chakra mode. Flames roared, thunder crackled. What? Karasa's blood dragon eye widened in astonishment, watching the altered Uchiha. Before he could react, Motoharu vanished again. Boom. A thunderous conflagration surged forth, overwhelming Karasu Maru before he could comprehend. Uchiha Motoharu, akin to a deity of thunder and fire, stood amidst the chaos, surveying the devastation wrought by his strike. With an air of arrogance, he remarked, if this is all you can muster, I find it rather disappointing, Karasu Maru. A crack echoed through the smoke. Karasu Maru emerged unscathed, save for his torn garments. Indeed, his physical resilience defied logic. Even formidable foes like Kagaya would falter against such a blow, yet he stood firm. Motoharu's eyes gleamed with seriousness as he spoke candidly. The warm-up is over. If you wish to save your beloved wife, it is time to reveal your true capabilities. I sense your ocular prowess exceeds this. With that, he aligned his blade with his brow, the chilling glimmer illuminating his gaze. Like a serpent, his voice continued. By the way, my ocular techniques can save all life forms. Show me the unfathomable depths of your blood dragon eye. Lowering his gaze, Karasu Maru's eyes were shrouded by his bangs. Quietly, he declared, if this is what you desire, then behold. Ninjutsu, true fire sorcery. Blood and flames descended upon the forest. A tempest of crimson fire igniting from Karasu Maru's form. In that moment, he resembled a deity of blood and flame. The singular pupil in his eye had vanished, replaced by a radiant starburst resembling the number 10. Hissing, he exhaled heated breath. Let me use this power to subdue your arrogance. Reveal the means to save your wife. Uchiha Motoharu's expression brimmed with excitement. Splendid. Is this the realm beyond the ordinary blood dragon eye? To subdue my arrogance? If you can, bring it on. Chapter 10. Blood Dragon Eye, indeed. Dawn has arrived. Not the true dawn, but the local sky of this forest is brightened. Under the radiant sun, firelight, lightning, and the glow of blood illuminate the heavens above this woodland. The guards have certainly noticed the unusual occurrences and have swiftly dispatched personnel to the scene. Within a modest watchtower in Hell Valley, the chieftain of the Bloodpool clan paces anxiously at the observation point, his expression dark. Bring them in, he commands. And his subordinates hasten to comply. Quickly investigate the situation. One kneeling retainer hesitates, voicing his concern. Such commotion cannot be concealed from the Uchiha. Should we not send someone to inform Lord Yoshi? Hearing the retainer's uncertainty, the Lord of the Blood Pool, shrouded in shadows, responds with a cold chuckle. They are merely hired guards employed by the great clans. As the lord of this land, I have every right to inquire further. The subordinate nods in obedience. Watching his subordinate depart, the chieftain's expression darkens. That crimson light is undoubtedly the power of the blood dragon eye. Such a grand spectacle can only be attributed to Huame Wan. Who dares to engage Huame Wan in battle? The true power is on the verge of manifesting within our clan. The ability to rival the Uchiha's divine nature is nearly complete, yet this disruption occurs. How infuriating. Has the Uchiha discovered something? How detestable. How odious. It seems preparations must be made in advance. In the Hidden Cloud Village, Uchiha Yuta rushes towards the forest. It is Lord Jimyo's chakra. With whom is he engaged that creates such a ruckus? The Hidden Cloud Village? Impossible. Our clan has maintained a delicate balance with them for nearly 30 years. And that blood light, the Bloodpool clan? What schemes do those defeated subordinates have in mind? After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Yuta gestures for his aid. Gather all surveillance reports regarding the Bloodpool clan from recent years and bring them to my office. Once this matter is resolved, Lord Jimyo and I shall examine them in detail. Yes, Lord Yuta. A member of the guard promptly departs the ranks. A multitude of flickering sparks scatters through the air. While on the disheveled ground, a figure resembling a deity or demon observes a white-haired youth kneeling before him in utter despair. Blood Dragon Eye, indeed. Huame Wan gasps for breath, feeling life engulfed in darkness. The means to salvation lie within reach, yet he finds himself powerless. He is too weak. With a resounding thud, Huame strikes the ground in frustration. How infuriating! Oh heavens! Why must such suffering befall my beloved? Why does hope slip through my fingers once more? Drip, drop, tears mingle with sweat as despair envelopes the white-haired youth. What are you lamenting about? Rise and lead the way. Huame, with tear-filled eyes, lifts his gaze. Huh, what are you hesitating for? Lead the way. Do you not wish to save your wife? Is this the divine? The Uchiha youth before Huame, standing against the sun, is Uchiha Jinmyo, with light and shadows entwined around him. His scarlet Sharingan gleams brilliantly. This is divinity. Huame is filled with renewed hope. With a thud, Huame bows his head to the ground. May I ask for your honored name? Uchiha Jinmyo. When Uchiha Yuta arrives, he observes Uchiha Jinmyo slowly emerging from the forest, accompanied by a disheveled white-haired youth. Lord Jinmyo, what is this? You all arrived? Huh. My apologies. The commotion here is merely a sparring session with this young man. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuta and the surrounding guards gaze at the white-haired youth in astonishment. Lord Jinmyo, he fought you to such a degree? Uchiha Yuta struggles to comprehend the destruction around him. Who is he? Before Jinmyo could respond, Huame steps forward, declaring, I am Huame of the Waya Castle. Waya Castle? A branch of the Bloodpool clan? Uchiha Yuta exclaims in surprise, swiftly turning to Jinmyo. Understanding Yuta's astonishment, Uchiha Jinmyo waves his hand dismissively. As you surmise, Yuta-san, they are not to be trusted, but that fellow is likely to miscalculate. With a cold smirk, Uchiha Jinmyo continues. Yuta-san, instruct the guards to encircle Hell Valley tightly. Not a single fly should escape. Furthermore, issue an edict that all must remain quietly at home for 3 days. Lord, what is your intention? Uchiha Yuta raises an eyebrow. Without acknowledging Yuta's question, Uchiha Jinmyo strides forward with Huame. In a low voice, he murmurs, execute the orders. I will take Huame to attend to some matters at his residence. Understood. Yuta responds and promptly turns to organize the deployment. The agility of ninjas is remarkable. In a brief moment, they arrive at Huame home. Jinmyo gazes upon the frail, yellow-haired beauty lying on the bed, eyes closed and weak. He sighs. She was but a breath away from the Pure Land. Turning his gaze to Huame, he adds, my ocular technique can indeed save your wife. But it will require a toll on my chakra. Our clans are adversaries. I trust you possess sufficient information regarding the Mangekyō Sharingan. After all, your clan leader is quite restless. Huame bows deeply. Indeed, the overuse of the Mangekyō Sharingan can lead to darkness encroaching. Good, for I will not save your wife without recompense. With that, Uchiha Jinmyo extends his hand. Become my retainer, Huame. As long as you can save Ketsu, I would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire, willingly sacrificing my life for you. Without further ado, the Mangekyō Sharingan activates. In an instant, 3 tomo form intricate patterns within Jinmyo's eyes. The brilliant crimson light illuminates the chamber. Ocular technique, great divine light. This technique bestows life upon all beings, granting them the healing light. The immortal sun's radiance materializes, illuminating the frail girl entirely. Before their eyes, her emaciated form replenishes visibly, and her pale complexion blossoms with color. Huame's heart trembles. Ignoring the dazzling Mangekyō Sharingan beside him, he stumbles to the bedside, grasping his wife's hand. Trembling, he whispers, Ketsu. It's wonderful. Truly wonderful. Tears cascade down his cheeks. Seemingly responding to her husband's yearning, the girl gently brushes aside her white bangs, weakly opening her eyes. It's all right, Huame. I feel as though I have crossed the Pure Land and returned. Gently closing the door, Jinmyo stands outside, listening to the young man's weeping voice. Welcome back. With a long exhale, he strides purposefully towards the guard's headquarters. Meanwhile, Sukadai and his team are en route to this land. Chapter 11. God or Demon? Lord Sukadai, we are merely half a day's journey from Hell Valley. Sukadai nodded calmly. Excellent. Maintain formation. He turned to a nearby youth with purple hair, whose demeanor was somewhat reckless. Hesitating, he inquired, Is it truly all right, KBU-san? Upon hearing this, KBU cast a sidelong glance. There's no issue. I am invincible. Although that female cat is not particularly cooperative, she will not cause havoc. Before the mission, she was agitated about the trouble with the Uchiha. Reflecting on the tailed beast within him, he furrowed his brow, somewhat uncertain. Hearing that it was merely a small ghost without even a kaleidoscope, He seemed to relax and drifted off to sleep. Sukadai let out a sigh of relief. As long as there are no problems. As the dark veil of night descended, within the diminutive castle, the Blood Pool Lord received a report from his subordinate. Bang! The small table before him was kicked over. Damn Uchiha. Did they truly say that? The furious lord glared at his kneeling subordinate. Yes, sir. Before we even left the valley, the Uchiha security team ordered us to return. They have also issued a decree that no one is allowed to move freely for 3 days. The subordinate dared not breathe a word. Taking a deep breath, the Blood Pool Lord calmed himself. Dismissed. I wish to be alone. It seemed he truly had to proceed with his plans. Understanding the situation, he was not foolish. He realized that while Maiwen had undoubtedly been discovered, whether he would be controlled or killed remained uncertain. However, he was willing to take a gamble. The Blood Pool Lord rose and walked to the back of the castle, arriving at a concealed chamber. He activated a mechanism, revealing a hidden tunnel. Wait for me. The malevolent power of the Blood Dragon, I shall never fall into your Uchiha hands. At the security team station, the office of Uchiha Yuan Ming was brightly lit. Bang! A cloud of smoke enveloped the room. Meow meow meow. Lord Kunkumaru has arrived. Does this esteemed master require Kunkan delivery services? A colorful little cat emerged from the smoke. Kunkumaru, please deliver this letter to Lady Zhili, Yuan Ming instructed. Kunkumaru took the letter and a handful of coins, licking its paw but not moving. Yuan Ming was somewhat taken aback. What's wrong? I certainly paid you. The little cat puffed up in indignation. Meow meow meow. Foolish Yuan Ming, this is the land of lightning. I am the only sage among ninja cats, the lucky cat of the cat granny. My sage power stretches too far from the land of lightning to Konoha. Uchiha Yuan Ming watched the cat's antics, unfazed. And so? Kunkumaru placed its paws on its hips, boasting, I need more money. Sighing helplessly, Yuan Ming conceded. Despite Kunkumaru's many admirable qualities, its cuteness, efficiency, and reliability, it was insatiably greedy for money. Even a simple task required payment. As one of the few sages among the summoning beasts, its services came at a higher price. Curse it. If your sage techniques weren't related to space-time, I would never allow myself to be extorted. With a reluctant huff, he handed over another handful of coins. Is this amount satisfactory? Kunkumaru posed in a perplexing manner. Meow meow meow. Thank you, esteemed master. Kunkan delivery services activated. With a whoosh, the space warped, and the cat vanished. Yuan Ming shook his head, his expression serious. Since being assigned a mission outside the village, Lady Zhili had requested correspondence every 3 days. This was merely routine. However, the inexplicable scheduling weighed heavily on his mind. Upon entering enemy territory, he felt an unsettling anxiety. The letters contained not only updates but also requests for Lady Zhili to monitor the movements of powerful clan members. He hoped it wouldn't turn out as he feared. Knock knock knock. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Uchiha Yuta entered, carrying a pile of documents, which he placed on the desk. Lord Yuan Ming. These are all the intelligence reports on the Blood Pool clan gathered by the security team over the years. Nodding, Yuan Ming gestured, Yuta-san. Have a seat and let us examine their schemes. 2 hours later, Uchiha Yuta exhaled deeply, his expression stern. Lord Yuan Ming. It appears that the Blood Pool clan's power over the years cannot be underestimated. Even after we reported to the daimyo, they have shown no signs of restraint. Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded, non-committal, flipping through the reports until he pointed to one section. That lord has certainly gone to great lengths for power, especially concerning Maiwen. That young man? I just rescued his wife and brought him into my service. Should we inform him of this? Yuan Ming's expression turned inscrutable. No need. Analyzing the intelligence. That lord will undoubtedly sever all his ties. After all, he cannot believe we are unaware of his escape, can he? Uchiha Yuta lowered his gaze. Indeed. Lord Yuan Ming is in great peril. Just as he was about to respond, a member of the security team relayed a message from outside. Lord Yuan Ming, Yuta-dano. The daimyo seeks an audience. Yuan Ming and Yuta exchanged glances. Was he off enjoying himself in a nearby bustling town? Moments later, a capable middle-aged man dressed in formal attire met with them. Without preamble, he stated, Gentlemen, the Blood Pool clan is quite dangerous. The daimyo is deeply unsettled. How strong is the Uchiha presence in Hell Valley? Once the daimyo had departed, Yuan Ming remarked, I will proceed with the necessary arrangements. Thank you for your efforts, Yuta-san. In the silent office, Uchiha Yuan Ming's eyes gleamed coldly. Truly, heaven has favored me. Presently, his sixth sense was tinged with foreboding. Regarding his battle with Maiwen, both parties had exerted their utmost. He should have gained considerable insight. With a thought, Uchiha Yuan Ming assessed his status. Life form level. LV4, Strong Shadow, Talent. Sharingan LV4, Strong Shadow. Eye techniques. Right eye, Amaterasu. Left eye, Gamma energy attributes. Fire, In. Lightning skills. Illusionary body. Transparent lightning fire chakra mode. Fire lightning In. Various conventional fire release techniques. Jinjutsu. Uchiha throwing techniques. Summoning techniques. Meow meow. Spiritual insight. For strands, 4 strands of spiritual insight? It seems that embracing the battle with determination, even without slaying my opponent, has yielded substantial returns. The eye techniques of the Sharingan are still short of Susanoo. I can sense that the guardian spirit of the Uchiha is stirring. Let us accelerate the growth of the Divine Blade's spiritual insight, preparing for the battles that lie ahead. The Divine Blade trembled, and spiritual light cascaded down. An extraordinary understanding enveloped him. Such a sensation was all-encompassing. The wisdom of the heavens revealed that attaining the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan required tenfold spiritual insight. However, to nurture and enhance Susanoo, for strands would suffice. After a brief moment, Yuan Ming scrutinized the information on the Sharingan displayed on the panel. Talent, Sharingan LV4, Strong Shadow, Eye techniques. Right eye, Amaterasu. Left eye, Gamma Susanoo, Divine Tool, Tamakiri Great Blade, Divine Sake Gourd. Excellent. The insight I have gained has assured me that this enhanced Susanoo can activate all 3 Tomo like Uchiha Madara. Splendid. Thus, when I summon Susanoo, I need not fear having my light extinguished. The Divine Tool Tamakiri Great Blade needs no further elaboration. Its sharpness is unparalleled. The Divine Sake Gourd, akin to Itachi's gourd, serves a different purpose, filled with divine sake. This divine liquor is a potion of illusion. When spilled, it intoxicates those who come into contact with it, leaving their minds in a daze. In substantial doses, it could even prove fatal. The crux of the matter lies in the gourd, which can reclaim this divine brew. Any living being touched by it will have their chakra completely absorbed by the gourd. Fascinating. This mirrors the Otsutsuki clan's ability to control chakra. At that moment, a sudden flash of the circle-shaped pill interrupted Yuan Ming's thoughts. So soon? Is Sister Jilly in a hurry? Meow, meow, meow. The circle-shaped pill made its reappearance. Bring it here. Uchiha Yuan Ming had no intention of waiting for it to strike a peculiar pose. Snatching the letter, he exclaimed, "What's the rush, meow?" The somewhat perturbed circle-shaped pill retorted, "I'm off, silly Yuan Ming-kun. You're welcome to visit again." The cat vanished. After reading the letter, Uchiha's lips curled into a sinister grin, akin to the bloom of a deadly flower. Very well, let the games begin. A chilling breath escaped. Cloaked in a shroud of darkness and murderous intent. Is it a god? Or a demon? Chapter 12. Let the bloodshed commence. On the other side. Emerging from the Bloodpool Manor of the Hell Valley, a simple disguise was in place. The intention was to rush directly towards the location of Yunin Village. However, an informant, long embedded within the family's network, suddenly conveyed alarming news. A large contingent of Cloud Shinobi was circling outside the Hell Valley. The Lord of the Bloodpool Manor felt a surge of fortune. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, a pillow arrives just as one feels sleepy. Beside him, a subordinate hesitantly inquired, "My lord, that considerable force of Cloud Shinobi likely has a significant mission. They may not provide the assistance you anticipate." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Bloodpool Manor waved his hand dismissively. "Do not fret. I have my methods. Lead the way." He then sneered, "Humph. That increasingly arrogant Uchiha clan. Their words are nothing but hot air. Every time there's a rotation in the Uchiha, I always inquire about the preferences of the new leader." With a dismissive flutter of his fan, he continued with an air of disdain. "During this past month, while Uchiha Motoharu was on the road, they have only boasted about their prodigy's achievements. That new police chief, they themselves claim to have slain the genius of the mystical Hao." Heh. Pausing momentarily, his sinister eyes glimmered with a gleam of malevolence. Everyone knows the infamous temperament of the third Reikage. He is not one to easily abandon his subordinates. I do not believe it is a coincidence that this entourage has passed through the Hell Valley. After a brief interlude, within a small valley located about 20 to 30 kilometers from Hell Valley, Sukadai was engaged in a strategic meeting with the Jonin, discussing how to confront Uchiha Motoharu while minimizing casualties. Observing his fervently debating comrades, Sukadai felt a pang of frustration. Having the Reikage's protective nature was indeed a boon. Yet everyone understood the stakes of this operation. Morale was high among the group, but while they felt secure, Sukadai felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him, especially after being unusually promoted by the Reikage. Following this incident, he would undoubtedly be at the center of any disputes with the daimyo. At that moment, a messenger ninja entered with a brisk pace. "My lords, the Hell Guardian requests an audience." The unexpected news left the Jonin exchanging bewildered glances. The Hell Guardian? Isn't that the head of the Bloodpool clan? How did he manage to come out under the watchful eyes of the Uchiha? Moreover, how dare he step out without the daimyo's summons? Sukadai pondered for a moment, maintaining a calm demeanor, and gestured, "Bring the lord in." Moments later, the lord of the Bloodpool Manor stepped into the temporary meeting room. He greeted each Jonin respectfully, and they reciprocated promptly. Knowing full well that the clan leader was a noble of the Land of Lightning, a potential financier for their mission. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sukadai cut to the chase. "Please, my lord, clarify your intentions. We are in the midst of an important mission." "Is that so?" The lord of the Bloodpool Manor, his fan concealing his mouth, raised an eyebrow and replied, "I shall be direct. You are here to take the life of Uchiha Motoharu, are you not?" Sukadai's expression remained unchanged, and the surrounding Jonin maintained their composure, their professional training preventing them from showing any signs of weakness under such a simple probe. Sukadai replied flatly, "We cannot disclose the specifics of our mission, my lord. Please state your intentions clearly." The Bloodpool Manor lord felt a twinge of frustration at Sukadai's unyielding demeanor. It seemed he would need to offer something substantial. Leaning slightly forward with a serious expression, he declared, "In that case, allow me to be forthright. I am hiring you to eliminate all the Uchiha in Hell Valley. In return, my clan is willing to relinquish our noble status and join Yunin Village as ninjas. We are also prepared to contribute our years of savings to Yunin Village." The following day, within the office of the security department, Uchiha Motohara spoke to Kuromawaru, instructing, "I will say no more. I accept you as my retainer, and I will discuss the details with the lord of the Bloodpool Manor later. Your clan's status will not be a burden. You need not worry." Kuromawaru sighed with relief, bowing deeply. "That's wonderful. Thank you, my lord." Hearing this, Motohara smiled slightly. "Kuromawaru, you should address me as your lord." Without raising his head, Kuromawaru responded proudly, "Yes, my lord." He then added, "By the way, take this talisman back home for your wife." Curious, Kuromawaru asked while accepting the talisman, "But was she completely healed by you, my lord?" Uchiha Motohara smiled gently and explained, "Indeed, I have brought your wife back from the brink of death. This talisman contains my special medicine, which can stabilize her condition and prevent a relapse." "Thank you, my lord." Kuromawaru expressed his gratitude, carefully keeping the talisman as he exited the office to return home. As Kuromawaru departed, Uchiha Yuta, who had been observing for some time, hesitated before speaking. "That talisman. I saw you crafting it in the office. It's not some so-called special medicine, my lord." Uchiha Motohara strolled to the window, watching the young man make his way home. "As I mentioned before, that lord will surprise Kuromawaru. This is merely a precaution. Let us not dwell on that. We must reinforce our preparations against potential intrusions from Yunin and other adversaries." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuta's eyes widened in shock. "My lord, do you suspect that the lord intends to hire Yunin Village against us? That is against the law. How will he explain it to the daimyo later?" "Desperate people can do anything, Yuta-san," Motohara replied, casting a sidelong glance. "Now go. I must make my own preparations." Later that night, the security team was diligently performing their duties, their expressions focused. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the forests of Hell Valley. A massive bolt of lightning converged, surging towards the security team as stronghold. The enormous commotion had already alerted the Uchiha. Facing the situation, Uchiha Yuta calmly issued commands. "Indeed, we have intruders. Are you all prepared?" The Uchiha members of the security team responded in unison. "We are ready, my lord." Nodding, Uchiha Yuta declared, "Launch the attack." Uchiha Fire Formation. A deep crimson light descended upon Hell Valley like a celestial lament. The earth shook violently as the light, resembling a towering wall of crimson size, enveloped the valley. This was an invincible barrier crafted from the fires of the Shura. The titanic lightning, in its presence, appeared as powerless as an infant's fist against it. What is that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The cloud shinobi in the forest were left in utter disbelief, for they knew this was a combination ninjutsu requiring over 100 shinobi to execute during wartime. How could they be rendered so impotent before this barrier? They certainly would not know that this was a barrier composed of hellfire. Originally, it could have been activated by a single individual, but fearing errors, I had summoned 3 jonin to assist. Little did I know, only you pathetic wretches were present. I had been overly cautious. Who goes there? The cloud shinobi turned towards the source of the voice, standing upon a branch, with his back to the moonlight obscuring his expression. The dazzling scarlet of his Sharingan shone brilliantly. "Who are you? Was it your original intention to come after me?" Uchiha Motoharu tilted his head slightly. "You are Uchiha Motoharu?" Sukadai, facing the youth before him, felt a sense of trepidation. Such an overwhelming aura. Indeed, let the slaughter begin. Yuan Ming curled his lips into a cruel smile. Beneath the moonlight, the scarlet demon emerged. Chapter 13. An impossibility beneath the moonlit forest. A ninja's slaughter unfolded, a macabre spectacle of blood and fire. Lightning and thunder resounded as Uchiha Genmei, a veritable god of carnage, moved with swiftness. Wherever his gaze fell, enemies met their demise in a welter of gore. Dotai swayed, narrowly avoiding Genmei's lightning-infused blade. Incredible strength, he thought. How can he be so powerful? We cannot allow this to continue. Morale will collapse. He roared, "Kibu, now!" A cerulean-haired youth, wreathed in ethereal blue flames, entered the fray, making a beeline for the seemingly unstoppable Uchiha Genmei. Bang! Noticing the newcomer, Genmei dispatched a cloud ninja with a single stroke before parrying the attack. He arched an eyebrow. "This chakra, a Jinchuriki? You truly are desperate to eliminate me." Nai Kibu bellowed. "Insolent fool, I'll tear you apart." "If you can," Genmei retorted. Kibu inhaled deeply. Fire rat ball. A colossal, rodent-shaped conflagration hurtled toward Genmei, cleaving the air with terrifying force. Clang! A crystalline ring echoed from the avatar of lightning as the blade's edge bisected the monstrous fire. The scattered embers coalesced into a multitude of azure fireballs, continuing their assault on the lightning deity. Genmei's expression hardened. He shifted, deploying his god speed. What? So fast? Kibu stared in disbelief at the Uchiha who suddenly appeared before him. Impossible. My eyes cannot keep pace with his movements. A glimmer of cold, ethereal light interrupted his thoughts. This is not good. Boom. A deafening blast ensued, scattering lightning and demonic fire in all directions. A figure was sent hurtling, crashing into the earth with a resounding impact. Damn it. I cannot match that Uchiha's speed. Too strong. Was that Kibu who was just sent flying? Protect the Jinchuriki. That Uchiha demon is not moving. Now is our chance. The remaining ninja, led by a dozen jonin, charged toward Genmei. They were skilled in the Cloud Village's lightning release chakra mode. The leading chunin hesitated to unleash large-scale ninjutsu, fearing friendly fire. Enveloped in crackling lightning, Genmei stood defiant, his gaze scornful. Is this all a Jinchuriki is capable of? Is this the extent of your power? He drew a deep breath. You dare to challenge me with such paltry strength? A terrifying aura of chakra erupted, accompanied by the roar of thunder and fire. Secret technique. First form, lightning flash. Boom, boom, boom. Streaks of blazing lightning left trails of light as blades severed heads, pierced hearts, and incinerated bodies. None could withstand his might. In moments, the battlefield was strewn with corpses. Amidst the smoke, a figure emerged, Nai Kibu, staggering. Dotai rushed to his side, his expression grim. How are you? Cough, cough. This brat is too strong. I must resort to that. Kibu replied with difficulty. Dotai nodded grimly. They had no choice. This Uchiha Genmei was a force of nature. If only we had not heeded the Blood Pool clan's suggestion to divide our forces. Uchiha Yuta, having dispatched an enemy, watched the forest illuminated by the lightning with a somber expression. Truly terrifying, Genmei-sama. Prudence, perception, ruthlessness, strength. You are a dangerous individual. As an Uchiha, I have done my utmost against the enemy. Whatever your intentions, whatever you plan for that Blood Pool youth, I will not impede you. Consider it compensation for what is to come. He slipped away to a secluded spot, performed a series of hand seals, and pressed his hand to the ground. A puff of smoke revealed a black ninja cat. Meow, what is it? Yuta handed over a scroll. Deliver this to Setsuna-sama as swiftly as possible. The cat snatched the scroll and vanished in a puff of smoke. Forgive me, Genmei-sama, but your growth is incomprehensible. Setsuna-sama's preparations were insufficient. This will strengthen the coming force. For the sake of the clan, for the Hokage's seat, all who stand in our way, even our kin, must be eliminated. He exhaled deeply, lowered his gaze, and rejoined the battle. Damn it! What are you planning, Lord Gashu? A white-haired youth clutched a note that read, The girl is in my grasp. If you wish to see her again, come to the Tenshu Pavilion. Kamameru had been purchasing ingredients to prepare a feast for his convalescing wife when a crimson barrier suddenly enveloped Hell's Valley. The sounds of thunder and fighting beyond the barrier alerted him to an invasion. Returning home, he discovered that his beloved wife had vanished. The note pierced him deeply. The Tenshu Pavilion was the residence of the local lord, the head of the Bloodpool clan. His heart pounding, Kamameru raced toward the Tenshu Pavilion, his mind racing. Wait for me, you. Tremendous. What pathetic fodder. You think you can defeat me? Uchiha Genmei's euphoric voice echoed through the haunted forest. A savage grin spread across his face as he sowed death across the land. Wherever his lightning fell, death followed. Boom, boom, boom. A symphony of death and lightning reverberated through the heavens. Suddenly, a hum filled the air. Do not become complacent, Uchiha scum. I will tear you apart. Kibu's bellow echoed. Genmei ceased his slaughter and turned toward the sound. He saw Kibu charging toward him, contorted with rage. An unbelievable transformation unfolded before Genmei's eyes. Kibu's body shifted, morphing into a colossal, demonic form. He resembled a feline demon with heterochromatic eyes of blue fire. The Jinchuriki's ultimate form, tailed beast mode. He leaped into the sky, towering over the clouds, a dark orb of ominous energy coalescing in his maw. The distance of a few hundred meters vanished in an instant. Tailed beast bomb. Boom. The world was consumed by a blinding light. Magnificent. It struck. Dotai roared triumphantly as he struggled against the shockwave. The ethereal blue cat demon paced, his gaze fixed on the smoke. Matatabi had warned him not to underestimate the enemy, but even the Reikage would perish in such a blast. How could a mere Uchiha survive? Before he could complete his thought, the smoke was rapidly dispersed by an unknown force. Impossible. Kibu's feline face tightened. A flicker of disbelief in his eyes. The foundation collapsed to the ground, murmuring, impossible. How could this be? As the mist dissipated, a colossal golden deity stood majestically upon the earth, gazing down upon all of creation with a commanding presence. Chapter 14. Draw the Blade. A magnificent golden divine light illuminated the world. Towering nearly 100 meters high, with crimson eyebrows and golden pupils, clad in armor. Wielding a sharp blade in his right hand and a divine gourd in his left, the golden divine light enveloped him. Uchiha Yuan Ming resided within the deity's cranium. His intricately patterned Sharingan radiating a scarlet glow. He couldn't help but marvel. The first use of Susanoo was unexpectedly colossal, and he felt an abundance of strength remaining. Was it due to his enlightenment through spiritual light that enhanced his abilities? Unlike the pain that accompanied Sasuke and Itachi when they activated it, he felt no such agony. Just moments ago had been perilous, although he could activate Susanoo with his 3 Tomo due to his underhanded methods. It might not suffice to defend against the tailed beast bomb. Better to ensure safety in the kaleidoscope state and conserve ocular power, a swift resolution was imperative. While Yuan Ming was still adjusting his Susanoo, the tailed beast-formed Kinjabu gazed upon him, instantly transforming into the colossal golden deity of Uchiha Yuan Ming. With a pained expression, he spoke with difficulty to Dai-san. You must retreat. Are you asking me to abandon my comrade? Kinjabu retorted, returning to his senses with a heavy heart. What should we do then, Lord Tadai? The adversary before us is far beyond your grasp. Disappear quickly and do not impede me. Upon hearing Kinjabu's furious roar, Tadai lowered his gaze, unable to discern his emotions. Indeed, in the face of such power, he felt utterly powerless. No matter how cunning, everything became a mere jest against absolute strength. It was time to preserve oneself for future endeavors. Uchiha, Konoha, this is not over. Cloud Village will undoubtedly retaliate for this moment of impotence. Turning away, his lips moved slightly, and he vanished in an instant. Kinjabu-san, you must survive and return to the village. Todai's lingering words reached Kinjabu's ears, who smirked and replied, such matters need not your concern. I shall undoubtedly see it through. With a heavy heart, he prepared for a desperate struggle. Has that rat abandoned you? The Jinchuriki. Uchiha Yuan Ming paid no heed to Tadai's retreat. Gazing at the tailed beast-formed Jinchuriki before him, inspiration struck him. Perhaps there was a way. Ah, you little kitten do amuse me. With a cruel smile, Yuan Ming proclaimed. At this moment, the man of Susanoo descends once more. The sword of 1,000 steel stands upon the earth, wielded to vanquish demons. Draw the blade. The golden giant raised the divine sword in his hand. The heavens trembled and the earth shook. A colossal light of the sword filled the sky, illuminating the vast world. Unyielding, the invincible sword tore apart everything. The air, the earth, and even the cloud ninjas who failed to escape in time. The sword light severed all existence. Soaring into the heavens. A brutal strike rendered all to fragments. Ha ha ha. Everything is so fragile. Uchiha Yuan Ming's laughter echoed, overpowering the sound of the world collapsing. Moments later, silence enveloped the earth. Observing the Jinchuriki lying on the ground, gasping for breath, The giant raised his left hand, holding the gourd. Divine nectar poured over him. Let me see if it is as I suspected. The golden giant strode towards him. Uchiha Yuta and the security team finished off the last of the enemies, dismantling the Uchiha fire formation that encircled Hell Valley. The hellfire surrounding the valley dissipated. The Uchiha gathered, all gazing in awe at the golden giant standing amidst the forest. A captain of the security team approached Yuta, trembling as he spoke. Lord Yuta. Is that Susanoo? That is the ultimate divine power of our clan. Yuan Ming is only 15. Uchiha Yuta's pupils quivered, rendered speechless. Indeed. That was the guardian spirit known as Susanoo, attainable only by awakening those eyes. Currently, only a few within the clan possess such eyes: Naka, Rai, Baru, and Q. Yuan Ming had achieved it as well. Having just sent intelligence moments ago, Yuta shuddered. Can we truly win? Meanwhile, as Uchiha Yuan Ming engaged the Cloud Ninjas. Prior to unleashing Susanoo, Haimaru hurriedly arrived at the Tenshikaku. Anxious for his wife, he disregarded everything around him. Traps? Undoubtedly present. Ambushes? Irrelevant. Thoughts of death? Not considered. Standing before the Blood Pool Lord, Haimaru coldly stated, My lord, I have come as you instructed. Where is Ketsu? The Blood Pool Lord, with outstretched arms, replied, Haimaru. Let us leave this place together. We shall go to Cloud Village and make our clan's name resound once more in the ninja world. Where is Ketsu? Ignoring the Blood Pool Lord's words, Haimaru glared fiercely. Do not be hasty, Haimaru. Let us depart Hell Valley first. I ask you, where is Ketsu? The Blood Pool Lord lowered his arms, sighing in resignation. Very well, bring that girl here. A ninja from the Lord's castle carried the unconscious girl into the arena. Seeing his wife in a stupor, Haimaru's emotions surged. What have you done to Ketsu? Nothing much. She merely fainted. After all, she was quite noisy along the way. Upon hearing the Blood Pool Lord's explanation, Haimaru's brow relaxed. Give me Ketsu. He stepped forward, but the Lord waved his hand. Immediately, several ninjas blocked his path. Their ominous gazes fixated on him. Haimaru's voice turned icy. What does this mean? I told you, you must come with us. Your wife will be given to you once we reach our destination. What if I refuse? Then do not blame us for using force to make you comply. Haimaru's mind raced. What to do? What should he do? Ketsu was in their hands, and they wanted him to leave with them? He had already resolved to repay his lord. But if he did not agree, what to do? Just then, a loud bang echoed, smoke billowing forth. The talisman in the blonde girl's arm shattered. A figure emerged. With two swift strikes, the ninjas holding the girl were slain. Embracing the blonde girl, he observed the scene with great interest. Well, good evening, everyone. All present widened their eyes. Haimaru exclaimed joyfully, My lord. The figure was none other than Uchiha Yuan Ming. The Blood Pool Lord shouted in disbelief, Uchiha Yuan Ming. How is this possible? Casting a glance at the enraged fool, Yuan Ming playfully continued speaking to Haimaru. What do you think of my talisman? My lord, was that a transformation technique? Uchiha Yuan Ming leaped onto the rooftop, his Sharingan activated, gazing intently at Haimaru. With a grave expression, he said, Based on the security team's long-standing data, I deduced that the Lord would orchestrate something significant. The talisman was crafted using my shadow clone combined with the transformation technique, specifically for this moment. Observing Haimaru's hesitation, Yuan Ming continued candidly, I will tell you everything. But do not resist my ocular power. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. In an instant, Haimaru understood everything within the realm of illusion. So that's it. My life has truly been pitiful. A hoarse voice escaped his lips, My lord, take Ketsu and leave. I will comprehend all of this. Chapter 15. The blood-red hunger covers the heavens. After all, the esteemed lord is merely a shadow clone here. It would be prudent for you to depart swiftly. The furious Yusho could not allow them to leave so easily. It was merely a shadow clone. Seize the Yu Cheng. Uchiha Genmyu cast a sidelong glance once more. Whoosh. In an instant, his figure vanished. Yusho shouted urgently, Pursue them. Boom. A wave of heat surged forth. Yusho was startled, turning around. The crimson flames roared like thunder. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, all the pursuing ninjas were annihilated. Standing in the center was none other than Wamaiwan. The blood-red flames danced around him, with his crimson scara and the grotesque-shaped pupils. A ghastly aura of bloodlust enveloping his entire being. He resembled a hellish Azura. Exhaling a deep breath, he declared, None of you shall escape. His chilling gaze fixed on Yusho, he coldly inquired, Lord Yusho, I have a question. Is the peculiar illness that afflicted my parents a result of your doing? Gazing into Wamaiwan's eyes, Yusho found himself entranced by their divine light. Those eyes were not merely shaped. Had it succeeded? Had the demonic power of our clan successfully rivaled the divine eyes of the Uchiha? Ha 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 ha. Wamaiwan, those eyes of yours must be the true blood dragon eyes. Splendid. Come with me, and our blood pool clan shall surely echo throughout the ninja world. Faced with the seemingly deranged Yusho, Wamaiwan remained unfazed, responding ominously. Answer me, Lord Yusho. How could I divulge the truth to you? How could I use the power of those eyes if I revealed it? Just then, as Yusho was about to continue weaving lies to ensnare Wamaiwan, he felt a peculiar sensation. My mouth cannot move. A pair of Sharingan flickered in his mind, then vanished. Sharingan? There is no Sharingan. The true blood dragon eyes before me are magnificent. Of course, this is my doing, all for the revival of our clan. At the moment you exhibited your unparalleled talent, you awakened the blood dragon eyes without any emotional stimulus. A child of destiny. If you can awaken them under such conditions, what might happen if you were subjected to greater provocation? Thus, under my orchestration, your parents suffered misfortune, and your wife was drugged, afflicted by that strange illness. Everything was for the sake of the eyes you possess. Humph. Fool. A sneer from deep within jolted the verbose Yusho back to reality. What have I just said? Why did I reveal these secrets? That sneer. That Sharingan that had just floated into my mind. It was that scoundrel. When did I fall under an illusion? Suddenly enlightened. He recalled the moment Jimiya had cast a glance at him. It was then. Damn Uchiha Jimiya. He actually plotted against me. In a frenzy. Yusho roared several times before calming himself with deep breaths. At this point, let the members of the Cloud Hidden appear, kill Wamaiwan, and we shall depart. Those eyes will belong to you. First, we escape. Since we can cultivate another Wamaiwan, we will provide benefits to Cloud Hidden, enabling my resurgence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Over 100 Cloud Ninjas materialized. The leading ninja declared, Lord Hell Guardian, we shall heed your command. Eliminate this brat. Wamaiwan watched silently as all his enemies appeared. Witnessing both clan ninjas and Cloud ninjas charging toward him, he closed his eyes, sighed. Is everyone here? I must pave the way for our future, avenging my beloved parents. Eyes wide open. His tear-stained eyes were fearsome. Here, I declare, all beings are equal. Regardless of their nature, they shall be consumed as fuel for the flames. Behold the moment when this infernal realm, the kingdom of blood, is born. True blood dragon eye, infernal blood refinement. A flicker of crimson flame ignited beneath his feet, appearing precarious. Instantly, it expanded. The blood-red hunger enveloped the heavens. Hell re-emerged. As the blood-red light illuminated the world, Uchiha Jimiya walked leisurely towards a group of guards. Standing beside Uchiha Yutai, they gazed together at the Hell's Cape. Uchiha Yutai, momentarily stunned, turned to Jimiya. He sighed. Is that the demonic power that rivals our clan? Lord Jimiya. Uchiha Jimiya nodded. Indeed. Unlike the divine power of the Mangekyō Sharingan, the blood pool's true blood dragon eyes focus on blood, augmented by fire, embodying the ultimate path of evil. Hearing this, Uchiha Yutai remained non-committal, questioning, how does the Lord know this? Upon hearing Yutai's inquiry, Uchiha stepped forward, his gaze profound. Just now, my shadow clone relayed this information to me. Yes, moments ago, my shadow clone rescued the Ketsu and placed him in the care of the guards. After disbanding, I learned that not only did I inform Wamaiwan of the reasons behind his tragic fate, but Wamaiwan also shared insights regarding the blood dragon eyes, which are as formidable as the Sharingan. Upon awakening, they rival the power of the three Tomo, possessing similar strengths in illusion techniques and the ability to manipulate an enemy's blood as an explosive, besides having slightly less insight than the Sharingan. The cumulative abilities are indeed formidable. Upon reaching another realm, the blood dragon eyes achieve their complete form, devoid of the side effects of losing light, and their ocular techniques are straightforward. Complete control over blood. Combined with the fire techniques cultivated by the Blood Pool clan over centuries, their destructive power is immense. Yet, that is not all. The terrifying aspect is that those eyes are carnivorous. They convert others into blood, using it as nourishment to enhance themselves. Lord Jimiya, where did that peculiar cat on your shoulder come from? Hearing Uchiha Yutai's question, Uchiha Jimiya replied excitedly. Isn't it adorable? Look how incredibly cute it is. He lifted the tearful blue kitten on his shoulder. Just look at the black pattern on its blue body. How beautiful. And its head feels so soft. Most importantly, observing the trembling blue kitten, teary-eyed and resisting Jimiya's lift, exposing its belly. Uchiha Yutai, with a deadpan expression, replied, what is so important? It's a female cat. An overly excited Jimiya responded. Yutai wore a blank expression. Did I misinterpret Lord Jimiya as a threat? A few minutes prior, the golden giant approached the ailing Jinchuriki. Very well, you are gravely injured, but the tailed beast chakra has preserved your life. Drenched in divine sake, hee. This individual's chakra will bear the mark of the divine sake. With that, he shrank Susanoo to the form of a crow tengu holding a spirit tool. Uchiha Jimiya crouched down, lifting the eyelids of the criminal department. Illusion technique, Sharingan. In an instant, Jimiya found himself in a pitch-black domain. Scanning the surroundings, he remarked with interest, "Is this the mental realm of the criminal department? The person is on the verge of death. I suppose I want to see him. But let us check on that kitten instead." Turning around, his cold gaze fell upon the sealed, two-tailed blue fire beast behind him. The body was adorned with enigmatic black runes, unmistakably belonging to the two tails. Uchiha Genmei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he waved his hand, saying, "A pleasure to make your acquaintance, once again." Chapter 16, What Has Been Slain? A colossal beast enveloped in azure flames regarded the unexpected visitor before it, crouching low and brimming with caution. After a moment's hesitation, it inquired, "What brings you here, young Uchiha? Moreover, how did you come to know my name?" The gentle timbre of the voice momentarily stunned Uchiha Yuan Ming. A mother cat? In a past life, he had ceased to follow the Naruto series after Nagato's demise, and his recollection of the tailed beast genders was somewhat muddled. Could it be that Yutai was indeed a nurturing mother cat, unlike the Nine Tails, which had exhibited such a disdainful demeanor towards Uchiha? How I know your name is inconsequential. Furthermore, do you harbor any disdain for the Uchiha? A puzzled expression flickered across Yuan Ming's face. Why would I detest the Uchiha? It is the cursed Senju clan that deserves my ire. With a clap of his hands, Yuan Ming grasped the situation. So, you were captured by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Yutai fell into silence. Buzz. Yuan Ming manifested a colossal arm of Susanoo, brandishing a divine sword and a sake gourd. What are you planning, little one? Yotai's expression shifted to one of alertness at this transformation. What am I doing? Naturally, I intend to liberate you. Upon hearing this, Yutai scoffed. I have never heard of the Uchiha possessing sealing techniques. You cannot break this seal. Unfazed, Yuan Ming's spirit soared as he declared, "Is that so? Well, we shall see if it is possible." Contemplating the situation, he reflected on the divine sake gourd, which was a conceptual entity. All chakra within this body, whether foreign or intrinsic, would be considered an individual within its singular consciousness. Truly a formidable spiritual artifact. Let me see if I can achieve what I desire. With a focused thought, he commanded, "O gourd, let the divine sake coalesce into my blade, piercing through all barriers." Rip. In the mental space of the prison, the chakra representing the sealing technique intertwined with the chakra of the Jinchuriki, transforming into waves of divine light imbued with the fragrance of sake, akin to fledglings returning to the nest. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, Yotai's eyes widened in astonishment. Young Uchiha, what manner of spiritual artifact do you possess? As the manifestation of the sealing chains became ethereal, the great sword in his right hand unleashed a radiant arc clang. The chains shattered. This is the key to your liberation. The voice of the Uchiha youth resonated with an air of dominion in the realm of reality. Having accomplished this feat, Yuan Ming took a step back. Here it comes. A torrent of chakra poured forth from the prison, and the immense, malevolent cat re-emerged. Yuan Ming felt a twinge of disappointment. It hadn't fully consumed the tailed beast. Did it signify that the tailed beasts were not part of the Jinchuriki's essence? It appeared he would need to fortify himself in this regard, as this artifact was exceedingly convenient against tailed beasts. Finally free. Cursed seal. The beast lamented, lowering its gaze to the astonishing young man before it. Thank you, young one. Save the genuine gratitude for later. Yuan Ming interjected excitedly. Divine sake. Before Yutai could finish her sentence, she was doused in a golden liquid. Wonderful. The divine sake is locked on. What are you doing, little one? Yutai exclaimed, flustered by the deluge of precious liquid soaking her. Years of refined feline etiquette slipped as she spoke. Before she could confront Uchiha Yuan Ming, a powerful suction drew her attention. It was the colossal sake gourd. What is this? My chakra. Streams of immense blue chakra surged toward the gourd's opening. Yuan Ming noticed no change in the gourd. It resembled a vast abyss, consuming all of the tailed beast chakra. In an instant, the colossal beast vanished. Yuan Ming, taken aback, retracted Susanoo. Where is the cat? My enormous cat. Swish, swish, swish. What is that sound? A small blue cat leaped from the underbrush, eyes brimming with tears, puffing up in indignation. Where is my chakra? So much chakra. You wicked Uchiha brat, return it to me. The furious feline lunged at Yuan Ming, only to be caught by the nape of her neck. After a series of heart-wrenching cries, she settled into silence. Crimson hues descended upon the land. And moments later, the Hell Valley's castle plummeted into darkness. Uchiha Yutai did not indulge in idle chatter with Yuan Ming, but instead directed the security team to attend to the aftermath. Yuan Ming placed Yutai back upon his shoulder, observing the blood-soaked battleground as if discerning the very essence of existence. After a brief interlude, tranquility returned. The sanguine tinge faded from Hell Valley, and a strikingly handsome youth with white hair approached. He stood before his lord, who seemed to have expended all enthusiasm in the prior battle. "What has been slain?" he inquired softly. "Hundreds of enemies," the swift-witted Haku answered his lord's query. "What of the castle?" "It has been consumed by flames." "And the residents?" "Devoured entirely." The lord smiled, a broad and unrestrained grin. "My blade has fulfilled its purpose." The following day, as dawn broke and life flourished, Uchiha Yuan Ming sat in his office. Once again, the Uchiha clan proved reliable, executing tasks efficiently and without scandal. The strength of the Bloodpool clan had been nearly obliterated, and I shall promptly convey this joyous news to the daimyo. Furthermore, the remuneration for this mission will be fully compensated. The tone of the Daijin was lighthearted. "Thank you, my lord." However, during the course of the mission, a significant number of Cloud ninjas proved troublesome, and I had to eliminate many. I fear Cloud Village may seek retribution. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's lament, the Daijin waved his bat-like fan dismissively. "I shall take full responsibility for this matter. You need not worry, Yuan Ming." At this juncture, he raised the fan to obscure his visage and spoke candidly to the formidable ninja before him. "Moreover, Cloud Village dares to meddle in the affairs of the Bloodpool clan. They have overstepped their bounds. This is a matter for our nobility alone." "Then I shall entrust this to you, my lord." After bidding farewell to the Daijin, Yuan Ming felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This world is indeed absurd. No longer could he afford to engage the wealthy merchants. Cloud Village trembled at the daimyo's might. Perhaps all ninja villages trembled, for the purse strings were firmly in the hands of the powerful. What a farcical era of ninja! It is merely a repetition of the Warring States period, with ninjas performing the dirtiest of tasks. Even if they formed a collective, what difference does it make? A lord's son is a lord, a ninja's son is a ninja, a merchant's son is a merchant, and so forth. In a world where extraordinary power exists, mere mortals are subjugated beneath the extraordinary. Uchiha Yuan Ming found this reality utterly surreal. Yet, for now, he had not yet attained the ability to dominate the world single-handedly. There would be time for calculations later. It was imperative to assess his gains. With a thought, he turned his gaze to the panel. Chapter 17, I Believe in You. Uchiha Yuan Ming. Lifeform level, LV4, Strong Shadow, Talent. Sharingan LV4, Strong Shadow. Eye techniques, right eye, Amaterasu, left eye, Gamma Susanoo, Spirit Weapon, Tamakari Greatsword. Divine Wine Gourd. Energy attributes, Fire, Lightning skills, Holographic body, Transparent lightning fire chakra mode, Fire lightning various conventional fire release ninjutsu, illusions, Uchiha style, throwing techniques. Summoning techniques, Meow. Spirit light, 139 strands, monitoring spirit light count. The harvest is insufficient. I personally eliminated over a dozen Jonin and defeated the Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. Countless Chunin have fallen, yet the bounty is so meager. What is going on? An unexpected event unfolded for Uchiha Yuan Ming. Previously, the Divine Sword never explained anything to him. This time, as if sensing his confusion, the Divine Sword quivered within the sea of consciousness. A sudden enlightenment surged to his heart. The Divine Sword encourages combat, but rejects senseless slaughter. Killing lower ninjas, whose life levels differ significantly, does not count. So that is how it is. Uchiha Yuan Ming stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with insight as he pondered deeply. However, does the rejection of meaningless slaughter imply a turn towards justice? Encouragement of struggle. Rewarding victors with spirit light, bestowing wisdom that defies fate. It seems that this golden finger from his past life is likely related to the Baram of the Mani religion. Since it is a divine sword of benevolence, it appears he must exercise restraint in future wars. One cannot slay the weak merely for the sake of spirit light. With spirit light surpassing 100, he had previously exerted considerable ocular power to construct Susanoo. He noticed a slight impact on his vision this morning. Perhaps it is time to upgrade to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Closing his eyes, a thought sparked within him. The boundless wisdom flooded his mind. After a moment of enlightenment, Yuan Ming opened his eyes, revealing more intricate patterns blossoming on his Sharingan. It was indeed the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. A torrent of ocular power surged through his eyes. He. This power. Who dares to contend with it? This ocular power is formidable. Ha 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 ha. Delightful. Delightful. After a while, he calmed down, savoring the aftertaste of the spirit light. The information within sent a shiver through Yuan Ming's heart. The next evolution of his eyes signifies a complete metamorphosis of life essence, transitioning from mortal to divine. It belongs to the realm of deities, requiring 5,000 points. A 100-fold increase in demand. Upon reflection, it makes sense. Those Tsutsuki may seem lacking in combat prowess. Yet they achieve immortality, manipulate time, traverse parallel worlds, and create multiple miniature realms. Even in death, they can transform into data-based life forms and gradually resurrect. And the most absurd, the ability to shift through the starry sky, which spans light years. Is this not the realm of deities? Uchiha Yuan Ming. Lifeform level, LV5 Super Shadow Sharingan. LV5 Super Shadow Eye Techniques. Omitted. Spirit Light, 89. Observing the panel, the remaining spirit light amounts to 89. I shall conserve it for the unpredictable. The evolution of the Sharingan has elevated his life level. The changes in his body will gradually intensify over time. For now, I shall solidify my gains. The ensuing month passed without incident. Yuan Ming and Yuta ventured to the capital of the Land of Lightning to meet the daimyo. They nominated Karasuma as the Lord of Hell Valley and received their task payment. Upon returning to Hell Valley, within the office of the guard team, "Is it truly acceptable for me to become the Lord, my lord?" asked the apprehensive Karasuma. "Of course, it is perfectly acceptable. Just accept the daimyo's appointment." Uchiha Yuan Ming reassured him. Hearing this, Karasuma bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Thank you very much, my lord. I shall safeguard this land for you." Waving his hand, Yuan Ming replied, "Your intentions are noted. Fulfill your duties as lord. If any matters arise, I will have Nico inform you. The daimyo wishes for you to refrain from further developing the ninja forces. Simply enjoy your noble status and share this good news with your wife." Karasuma bowed in acknowledgement. Understood. After watching Karasuma exit, Yuan Ming fell into contemplation. He had discerned Karasuma's character. His focus lies solely on a modest life with his wife. A man of loyalty and righteousness, he had saved the most important person in Karasuma's life, ensuring unwavering loyalty. Accepting him as lord alleviated his financial burdens. 5,000 koku may seem modest, yet in the context of the ancient society depicted in Naruto, it suffices to sustain both Karasuma and himself comfortably. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Yuan Ming's thoughts. Enter. Uchiha Yuta pushed the door open, stepping towards the desk. "My lord, is it wise to appoint Karasuma as the lord?" he inquired directly. Upon hearing Yuta's question, Yuan Ming responded, "This is the most prudent choice. A lord loyal to the Uchiha will facilitate task oversight significantly." Yuan Ming nodded, addressing his concern. "Very well. As long as it is prudent, I shall defer to your arrangements." After a moment's hesitation, Yuta produced a scroll. "My lord, the clan has summoned us to return and provide an explanation regarding the recent disturbances in Hell Valley." Receiving the scroll from Yuta, Yuan Ming quickly glanced over it. His calm voice resonated. "Is this a request for Yuta and me to complete the task early and switch places?" Tapping his fingers on the table, he raised an eyebrow. It makes sense. Although he had submitted the task report a month ago, it appears they still require the first-hand account from those involved. Yuta bowed slightly. "If you have no further instructions, I shall begin preparations to return to the village." "Go ahead." "Yes. By the way, Yuta, ensure the return route to the village is well arranged. I trust you." As Yuta reached for the door, he tightened his grip on the doorknob slightly. Turning back, he smiled. "Understood, Lord Yuan Ming." Seeing Yuan Ming nod in acknowledgement, he stepped out and closed the door. In the silent office, after a moment, a suffocating aura of killing intent enveloped Uchiha Yuan Ming. His crimson Sharingan resembled a sea of blood. "Indeed, your arrangements are in place. Yuta, haha, I look forward to the farcical performance of your stage. May it amuse me." The chilling whisper was audible only to Yuan Ming. Was it the murmur of demons or the chant of deities? At the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning, in a tranquil valley, a striking young man clad in a black robe gazed into the distance. Whoosh! A young ninja appeared beside him, bowing slightly. "Lord Naka, intelligence regarding Yuta has arrived. He is expected to pass through this valley tomorrow." Uchiha Naka nodded silently. The Uchiha below him expressed some confusion. "Lord Naka?" Hearing his subordinate's query, Uchiha Naka sighed in resignation. "Yuan Ming and I, both possessors of the kaleidoscope, ought to contribute to the clan. Who would have thought we would end up here, engaged in battle?" The subordinate hesitated before speaking. Lord Yuan Ming's beliefs do not align with ours. Lord Shana expressed that this would be a hindrance. We had approached Lord Yuta's correspondence with caution, assigning 10 elites, thinking that would suffice. Who would have imagined that Lord Yuan Ming would awaken that pair of eyes, prompting Lord Shana to call for your presence and subsequent reinforcements? Uchiha Naka remained noncommittal upon hearing his subordinate's words, pondering for a moment. In a somber tone, he uttered, "Go," set all the traps. "Yes, my Lord Naka." Chapter 18. Praise my name, Uchiha. The following day, under the brilliance of the sun, the path ahead led through a valley, marking the entrance to the land of fire. My Lord Yuan Ming. Very well, let us proceed. The two figures racing forward were none other than Yuan Ming and Yuta. Within Uchiha Yuta's heart, a tumult of emotion stirred. Was it truly right to betray one's kin, even for the noble cause of our clan? Was the pursuit of the Hokage position justified? Oh, divine beings. Why must our clan endure such a fate? Yuta-san, do you have something to say to me? At that moment, Uchiha Yuan Ming's calm voice interrupted Yuta's thoughts. Stunned, he found himself at a loss for words, and thus remained silent. Is that so? I see your stance now. Uchiha Yuan Ming halted his steps. Clang. The sharp sound of a sword being drawn reached Yuta's ears, but before he could react, the chilling blade severed through his form. Bang. Yuta's silhouette transformed into a wisp of smoke. As expected, it was merely a shadow clone. Unfazed, Uchiha Yuan Ming stood firm, his crimson three-tomo Sharingan surveying the surroundings. Come forth. All of you. Swish, swish, swish. Shadows bearing blood-red Sharingan emerged, encircling Uchiha Yuan Ming. Leading the group was a handsome young man with gray hair, standing beside Yuta, applauding. The gray-haired youth remarked, remarkably astute, you avoided stepping fully into the trap-laden valley. It seems you have revealed Yuta-kun. Uchiha Yuta's expression darkened, and he bowed his head to speak. I apologize, Lord Naka, for not completing the mission flawlessly. Uchiha Naka, indifferent, drew his ninja tools, replying, It's all right, Yuta. However, before he could finish, a deafening roar filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning and flames surged forth as a thunderous strike approached. It was none other than Uchiha Yuan Ming, fully unleashing his chakra in the ethereal form. Clang, bang. Uchiha Naka, swiftly activating his Sharingan, drew his ninja blade to counter. What immense power! How could this be? The strength was entirely beyond my own. What are you all chattering about? Since we are all aware of the truth, let us engage in a delightful battle. Uchiha Naka, eyes wide with the Sharingan, beheld Uchiha Yuan Ming, his breath hot with murderous intent and eyes ablaze with crimson light. A cruel smile curling on his lips, reminiscent of a poisonous flower blooming in the southern lands. The lightning and fire illuminated Uchiha Yuan Ming's visage, despite his striking beauty. He appeared as a fearsome Asura. This overwhelming pressure. This is troublesome. That insufferable brat. Uchiha Naka gritted his teeth, thrusting his ninja blade forward, regaining his stance. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Yuan Ming vanished. Uchiha Naka's heart raced. This is bad. He shouted urgently, create distance and employ long-range ninjutsu. Just as the command left his lips, Uchiha Yuan Ming reappeared behind an Uchiha Jonin. With the swiftness of lightning, he struck, shattering the Jonin's spine and sending him crashing to the ground. Yuan Ming stood tall, surveying the scene, his expression one of disdain. With an unarmed hand, he raised his fingers in a mocking gesture. How dare you underestimate us? Humph. You presume too much. Tonight shall mark your end. The surrounding Uchihas, composed of elite warriors, bristled at such provocation. However, the fallen warrior's fate indicated that close combat with him was far from prudent. They dispersed, forming a circle around him. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A fierce wave of fire unleashed by over 10 Uchiha Jonins surged towards Yuan Ming. Observing this, Uchiha Naka quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. The powerful chakra intensified the gale, creating a tempestuous storm. Fire and wind collided, dancing together. Boom, boom, boom. A torrential wave of heat surged forth. Uchiha Yuan Ming's lips stirred, murmuring Sisanu. The golden radiance burst forth, tearing through the heavens with a thunderous roar. The massive flames clashed against the golden light. Before the surrounding Uchihas could discern the nature of this blinding brilliance, a resounding chant echoed, become intoxicated in the wine of the god of chaos, worship my divine spirit. A colossal torrent of golden nectar extinguished the flames. Yet, the golden liquid, as if sentient, elongated like a serpent, striking all Uchiha Jonins with lightning speed. What is this? Ugh, my head spins. The taste of wine? How is this happening? I feel intoxicated. Thud, thud. In an instant, all foes, save for Uchiha Naka and the ever-watchful Uchiha Yuta, collapsed. Uchiha Naka, his expression grim, stared at the now-clear golden giant before him, standing at approximately 50 meters tall. This is manageable, he thought. Struggling to find his voice, he uttered, "Is this Susanoo?" The giant moved closer, halting just 20 meters from Naka. "Impossible. Your eyes still bear the 3 tomo." As the golden giant approached, Uchiha Naka realized the truth. Yuan Ming's Sharingan revolved, each tomo spinning slowly. Hearing Uchiha Naka's incredulous shout, Yuan Ming turned his head slightly, nonchalantly stating, "Is it that difficult?" Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Naka found himself in a daze. This was no longer a matter of difficulty. It shattered the very foundations of his beliefs. "It seems I must fight with all my might." With that declaration, his pupils transformed dramatically. Buzz. His blood-red eyes adorned with intricate patterns glowed. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Dojutsu, Imrigidon. Uchiha Yuan Ming witnessed the transformation of Uchiha Naka's Sharingan into the kaleidoscope. In a flash, a burst of golden flames erupted from Naka's eyes, striking Yuan Ming with blinding speed, sending him crashing into the mountainside. Dust, debris, and chaos ensued. Uchiha Yuan Ming, shielded by Susanoo, emerged from the rubble. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Such swiftness in the dojutsu. He gazed at the indomitable flames entwined around Susanoo, a combination of Amaterasu's properties and the velocity of Raijin. This troublesome dojutsu. Fortunately, its impact was insufficient to breach Susanoo. Had it struck my head, I dare not imagine what fate awaited me, aside from resorting to Izanagi. It seems every kaleidoscope should not be underestimated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A powerful roar of chakra echoed ahead. Uchiha Yuan Ming focused his gaze. Rising before him was a colossal, red giant, standing tall, wielding a crimson blade. Reminiscent of the Bloodshed King. "Ah, so this is your Susanoo?" Boom, boom, boom. The red giant charged forth like thunder, rapidly closing the distance to Yuan Ming. Uchiha Naka, ensconced within Susanoo, regarded the unprecedented foe with grave seriousness. "I shall slay you here for the Uchiha for Konoha," he proclaimed, his voice resonating with resolve. With a swift motion, Uchiha Yuan Ming sheathed his ninja blade and formed hand seals. Within his crimson Sharingan, the 3 tomo transformed instantaneously. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan awakened. "Do not speak so recklessly, for such words only betray your weakness." Upon uttering this, his gaze sharpened, and alongside a radiant golden divine light, a titanic figure of over 200 meters loomed within the valley. Crimson brows and golden eyes, clad in armor, wielding a sharp blade in the right hand and a divine gourd in the left. The sacred aura of chakra surged, and the atmosphere of the sky echoed with mournful cries. In the distance, Uchiha Yuta slowly knelt, despair emanating from his shout. "What is this?" Uchiha Naka stood, his expression one of astonishment. An overwhelming shock flooded his heart, words caught in his throat, unable to articulate his thoughts. He groaned helplessly within. What manner of monster am I battling against? At the realm of the colossal deity with crimson brows, a resonant chant arose. "I hereby vow, I shall shatter all obstacles in this world. Praise my name, Uchiha." In a flash of sword light, the myriad phenomena welcomed their end. Heaven and earth shall be obliterated. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Uchiha Tami was hastening towards the valley with his subordinates. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air. "Woman, where do you intend to go?" Chapter 19. The Radiance of the Sun Who Goes There. Uchiha Jili was startled, turning towards the direction of the chilling voice. A strikingly handsome young man, clad in a Uchiha black robe, approached slowly. Each step he took seemed to resonate with an indescribable enlightenment. Behind him trailed several silent subordinates. "It is I," the young ninja replied frostily, addressing Uchiha Jili's bewilderment. Upon recognizing the visitor, Jili's eyes widened in shock. "It's you, Lei. This is troublesome. Why is he here? Could it be?" The speculation in her heart brought her immense distress. Not long ago, she had received a request from Yuan Ming to investigate the whereabouts of the clan's elite. Instinctively, she felt something was amiss and warned Yuan Ming. Throughout this month, her communication with Uchiha Yuan Ming had been incessant, which somewhat assuaged her worries. Yet, she remained vigilant, aware that the hawkish faction within the clan had a proclivity for radicalism, especially with all 3 tomo Sharingan wielders possessing Izanagi. Just days ago, she discovered that Naka had mysteriously vanished, prompting her unease. After employing certain methods, she obtained intelligence regarding an ambush on Yuan Ming and hastily brought her subordinates to the scene. Little did she expect. Shaking off her thoughts, she drew a kunai and signaled her subordinates to be on high alert. Her eyes flickered, the crimson hues of her pupils swirling ominously with the tomo. Uchiha Lei observed the situation with a cold smirk. It seems you are already aware of the circumstances, woman. A seductive red light erupted in his eyes, accompanied by a murderous smile. You shall not pass by me. Nowhere else will you go. Their gazes locked, the air thick with a palpable tension. In the valley, Uchiha Yuan Ming, having dispelled his Susanoo, surveyed the chaotic surroundings. His gaze fell upon the remains of Uchiha Naka. Did he not activate his Anaji? Yuan Ming pondered, wary of the formidable technique capable of reversing dire circumstances. After a few moments of observation, with no changes in sight, he cautiously approached. It appears you truly are dead. Reluctant to part with your Mangekyō Sharingan, were you? Shaking his head, he turned his attention to Uchiha Yuta, who knelt despondently nearby. With a swift motion, he appeared before Yuta, lowering his gaze with indifference. Do you have anything to say? Upon hearing Yuan Ming's inquiry, Uchiha Yuta trembled, regaining his composure. There is nothing to say. You have won, Lord Yuan Ming. Just kill me. His pale words fell from his lips as he bowed his head in resignation. There's nothing to discuss. Get moving and bring Naka's corpse here. And those Jainin, I left them alive. They are merely unconscious from my Jinjutsu. They are not dead yet. Bring them along too. Yuta stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. Why? Lord Yuan Ming. His astonished words were abruptly cut off by Yuan Ming's impatient command. There are no questions. Hurry and do as I say. Yes. Uchiha Yuta replied excitedly, stumbling to fulfill the order. As Uchiha Yuan Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, he contemplated deeply. He needed a strong foundation, and this group presented the perfect opportunity. After witnessing his immense power, subduing them with mere words would not be a significant challenge. After all, the Uchiha clan operated this way. To persuade them, one must first demonstrate their superiority. With the exception of Uchiha Itachi, who was capable of self-brainwashing, the rest needed to witness the miraculous abilities of his Sharingan. As for those with stubborn minds, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Clearing his thoughts, he closed his eyes to restore his energy. After a moment of silence, a tentative voice broke through. Lord Yuan Ming, I have placed the unconscious brothers and Lord Naka's body in position. Opening his eyes, Yuan Ming surveyed the scene and nodded. Feed them soldiers' pills and awaken them one by one. Before long, under Uchiha Yuta's direction, the fallen Uchiha began to regain consciousness. Upon realizing their predicament, despair enveloped them. We have lost, utterly lost. That is Lord Naka's body. Even he, the pillar who awakened divine power, has fallen. Uchiha Yuan Ming is too powerful. That unmatched divine strength wreaked havoc. Why are you all so disheartened? Do you wish to surrender? Look around you. The very landscape of this valley has changed. As the Uchiha murmured among themselves, Yuan Ming, growing impatient, interjected, Silence, you defeated opponents. Hearing this, the Uchiha turned their gaze toward Yuan Ming. The only reality before you is this: submit to me, or depart for the realm of the dead. At this proclamation, the Uchiha erupted in indignation. On what grounds? We can be killed, but we shall never suffer disgrace. The pride of the Uchiha will not be tarnished. A powerful chakra aura ignited around Yuan Ming, exuding an overwhelming presence. On what grounds? Simply my unmatched prowess. Will you quiet down and listen to my words? The unparalleled pressure silenced the gathered Uchiha, satisfied with their compliance. Yuan Ming began to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the guards, the malevolent intentions of the second Hokage, and the implications of stepping into the spotlight. Observing the dazed Uchiha around him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. With arms outstretched, he declared, for the sake of our collective dreams for righteousness, and to restore the Uchiha to greatness, let us unite under my leadership and overcome all obstacles. We believe in you, Lord Yuan Ming. The Uchiha, fully submissive, cheered in unison. Yuan Ming raised his hand to quiet them, ensuring the atmosphere remained solemn. His gaze fell upon Uchiha Naka's body. Now, let us awaken Lord Naka, so he may join us in our grand endeavor. Before the astonished Uchiha could respond, Yuan Ming's eyes rapidly transformed, fixating on Naka's remains. O son, grant us the gift of immortality. Jinjutsu, Grade Amaterasu. Maximum output. The radiance of the sun shone forth, a miracle unfolding. Panting heavily, Uchiha Jili knelt anxiously, glancing at her fallen subordinates. Biting her lip, she silently called out, "Everyone," raising her gaze to the imposing orange giant before her. She marveled at its strength. This is the Mangekyō Sharingan. This is Susanoo. What am I to do? Chapter 20. The detestable Izanagi. The scene was utterly tragic. With the subordinates of governance lying defeated, the situation was no better for Uchiha Rei, with only two members wielding a single Sharingan, standing guard. Sighing as he beheld Uchiha governance alone, Uchiha Rei exhaled deeply, his demeanor relaxing. The Susanoo dissipated. He looked directly at Uchiha governance and declared, "It is I who has triumphed, governance-san. Without your Mangekyō, resistance is futile." Uchiha governance remained silent, rising to assume a stance, and sighed, "Do you still refuse to yield? Then embrace your demise." His right eye opened, shedding blood tears. Dijutsu Wawang Zue. Thunder cracked, the sound reverberating through the heavens. As it struck Uchiha governance in an instant. In that fleeting moment, memories flashed through Uchiha governance's mind. It was springtime amidst a sea of blossoms. A beautiful figure. With a sun-like smile, exclaimed, "It smells wonderful. Spring has arrived." The excited figure dashed through the floral expanse, arms wide open, jubilantly declaring, "Oh, I can create a bouquet as a gift for governance." The lovely maiden gazed tenderly at the figure, presenting a bouquet before her. "Here, governance, this gift is for you." Accepting the flowers, the maiden beamed. "Thank you. It is truly filled with the essence of spring. Scenes of summer festivals, firework displays, cherry blossom viewings. And New Year celebrations swirled through her mind, precious memories with that figure. Yet, an ominous presence encroached. Everything began to dull to shades of gray. The sound of a violent chakra surge filled the air. Still alive? Uchiha Rei observed in surprise, his gaze fixed. Suddenly, a malevolent force surged forth. An overwhelming malice pricking her skin. The beautiful maiden appeared abruptly amidst the chaos, her chakra illuminating her exquisite visage, yet now she resembled a fearsome specter. Her eyes. Was that a Mangekyō? When did this happen? Uchiha Rei was taken aback by the intricate patterns that emerged in her gaze, terror gripping him. The maiden's crimson eyes radiated an aura of impending death. From those eyes, only the essence of mortality was revealed. Her lament echoed, "If my beloved Yuan Ming cannot smile at me, what difference is there between me and the dead? Yuan Ming, Yuan Ming, Yuan Ming, my Yuan Ming, I shall surely bring you back." Blood tears streamed down her cheeks. Dijutsu, Yomi no Tsukimi, death. Please, unleash a torrent to obliterate the foe before me. Seizing their very life. The yellow waters of death surged forth, crossing realms unimaginable, coiling around Uchiha governance. The terrifying waters rose in a vortex, transforming into a dragon-like serpent that lunged towards Uchiha Rei. The maiden leaped into the air, casting a glance at the distant one-eyed Uchihas. Detestable as an Aji. It is this that devours the fate of my kin. Her left eye quivered. Dijutsu. Izanami no Inochi, blue starlit butterflies emerged from the yellow waters of death. From one came two, from two came three, and in the blink of an eye, countless more. The swarming hellish butterflies spread their wings, a dreamlike spectacle, descending upon all in their path. Ha! 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 Uchiha Naka suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. He propped himself up, his expression dazed. Was I not dead? Anaka, how does it feel to return from the Pure Land? Came Uchiha Yuan Ming's teasing voice. Uchiha Naka looked bewildered. Revived? You brought me back? Indeed, my ocular technique is quite remarkable, isn't it? He surveyed the surroundings, where Uchiha Yuan Ming's astonished gaze met the wide-eyed stares of the others. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Why is everyone so silent?" At this teasing remark, Uchiha Yuta jolted back to reality. Lord Yuan Ming, that is resurrection. A miracle that pulls one back from death. The astonishing words roused the gathered Uchiha. Oh, heavens! What have I witnessed? A miracle. An absolute miracle. Long live Lord Yuan Ming. Uchiha Yuan Ming observed the awestruck faces around him, feeling a sense of accomplishment. This group was wholly captivated. Who would not wish to follow one capable of conquering death? He cast a glance at the still-dazed Uchiha Naka, gesturing for Uchiha Yuta to explain the situation to him. After a brief while, Uchiha Naka, enlightened by the explanations of those present, approached Uchiha Yuan Ming and knelt on one knee. My lord, I apologize. What is there to say? You merely followed that old fool's orders to engage in battle with me. That is behind us now. Come, follow me henceforth. As Uchiha Yuan Ming extended his hand, Naka grasped it firmly. Half an hour later, having recuperated, the group set forth once more, emerging from the ravaged valley. Detestable as an Aji, Uchiha governance watched as Uchiha Rei fled. He retracted his Mangekyō Sharingan. Enough. Yuan Ming is what truly matters. He entrusted the two still lost in the cycle of reincarnation to a summoning ninja cat for safekeeping, while also aiding in the retrieval of the fallen. He continued to race forward. Ahead, a shadow loomed ominously, instilling dread in governance's heart. It was a large force aiming to assault Yuan Ming. Impossible. Absolutely not. Her heart cried out in despair as she spiraled deeper into the abyss. The two factions drew ever closer. The leader's visage became clear. "Yuan Ming," the maiden exclaimed with delight. Rushing towards him, he too noticed her and opened his arms, embracing the rushing figure. After a moment of tearful reunion, Uchiha Yuan Ming gently stroked the maiden's head, reassuringly saying, "It is all right. We are home now." She responded with a barely audible sob. The sun set, casting an infinite beauty over the scene. Days later, in the Uchiha clan's territory within Konoha, the two wayward one-eyed warriors were directed to the hospital for recovery. The troops were disbanded, instructed to report back to those behind the scenes. Uchiha Yuan Ming escorted Uchiha governance home to rest. Upon returning home, Uchiha Yuan Ming collapsed onto his bed. Mulling over the fruits of his journey, he defeated a shadow-level adversary Naka, alongside 11 capable Uchiha Genin. His panel S spiritual light value rose to 126. A commendable figure, drawing him closer to the divine realm of 5,000. He gained a powerful noble subordinate, H. Kaibara, along with a territory of 50,000 stones. Requiring no burden of supporting a legion of ninjas, merely sustaining himself and H. Kaibara. Abundant indeed. Within the Uchiha clan, a Mangekyō wielder emerged, including Yuta. There were two others who, after utilizing his Anaji, became one-eyed yet possessed Genin strength. 14 Genin, the core foundation was taking shape. His history lessons from a past life taught him the paramount importance of clan strength. Except for Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang, those who rose to power initially relied on their clan's might. When the power of Chao's faction waned, Sima seized the fruits of their labor. To control the Uchiha and strengthen it further, he aspired for a more prosperous future. With tumultuous thoughts, Yuan Ming gradually drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, on the other side, at the root base. Chapter 21. The banquet of Hongmin Danzo received a report from his subordinate regarding the safe return of Uchiha Yuan Ming to the village. Holding the written information from Yunin village, dated over half a month ago, along with the notification from Uchiha Shana, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to retreat. After a moment, he slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with rage as he shouted, "How is this possible? The failure of Yunin village is one thing, but with the subsequent accountability from the daimyo, the Reikage dared not act recklessly. What kind of fool is Uchiha Shana?" The route was crystal clear. The arrangements were explicit. How could he have failed? That wicked little brat. What does the Mangekyō Sharingan matter? Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, a dark cloud loomed over his heart. Sharingan. Mangekyō. Mirror. For now, patience is key. We shall see, little brat. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's estate, Uchiha Shana was kneeling in the main hall, listening to the report from Uchiha Lei. He pulled out the scroll containing Naka's report and fell into silence for a long time before finally speaking. That little brat has some skills. It's fortunate he wasn't slain by Lord Naka. Now the trouble lies with that woman, who has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Pausing, Shana gazed at the ashen orb in Uchiha Lei's left eye and murmured, "To let you lose an eye and still escape is truly terrifying." Touching his own left eye, Uchiha Lei spoke with lingering fear. Indeed, that woman's ocular techniques are too domineering. The rushing waters of the underworld, one touch, and its death. Susanoo was utterly useless. Wherever it touched, it was as if it had perished, completely bypassing my defenses. He took a sip of tea to ease his anxiety and continued, "Fortunately, when I came into contact with that deathly water, I sensed something was amiss and activated Izanaji. Otherwise, Lord Shana would not see me again tonight." Reflecting on his left eye, Uchiha's expression darkened. Uchiha Naka, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, "Lord Shana, what shall we do next? We have already incurred casualties, effectively tearing our relations with the neutral faction. We were already at odds with Lord Kagami's faction. Will civil war erupt?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shana set down the report. His expression calm as he replied, "Do not worry. That Firecore fellow is no longer the demon of the Warring States period. After Lord Madara's departure and his ascension as clan leader, he has lost his backbone and only desires a peaceful life. He will try to smooth things over at the clan meeting in 5 days. Moreover, he will surely seek ways to provide reparations for the fallen subordinates." With a glint in his eye, like the flick of a serpent's tongue, he continued, "After the clan meeting, I will find an opportunity to confront that little brat. And then, Lord Naka, you will directly activate your ocular technique and eliminate him." Uchiha Lei, surprised, interjected, "Do you not need me to stand guard, Lord Shana?" Shana stared into his eyes and shook his head. "Lei, I will provide you with a new eye, after you install it. You will need some time to adapt before regaining stable combat effectiveness. By then, Naka will be hidden nearby, and that ocular technique, akin to the speed of light, will be sufficient. The following morning, at Uchiha Yuan Ming's residence, the handsome young man, freshly washed, approached the dining table. Observing the figure bustling in the kitchen, he pondered. How did it come to this? Governance ordered me up early, and naturally, I went to the kitchen to cook. I nodded and went a wash-up. After finishing a hearty breakfast, Uchiha Jihue brought the dishes to the table, hands clasped together, ready to announce that he would begin eating, when Yuan Ming's voice interrupted. Wait, Jihue. Prepare another plate. Lowering her hands, the girl tilted her head in confusion. Another plate? For what? Uchiha Yuan Ming merely gestured towards the beam above. Wairi. Come down for breakfast. Hearing the name, the girl looked up in curiosity. A small blue cat with black patterns stretched and gracefully jumped down. Upon seeing Yuan Ming, the cat wrinkled its face and leaped onto the dining table. The girl glanced at the cat and then at Uchiha Yuan Ming, exclaiming helplessly, No, Yuan Ming-kun. While everyone in the clan adores cats, it is improper to allow them to eat from the dining table. Such a beautiful cat should only consume specialized cat food. Uchiha Yuan Ming, hearing her complaints, smiled slightly, a proud expression on his face. This is no ordinary cat. Not an ordinary cat? She is the Two Tails, isn't she, Wairi? He beamed at the blue cat, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment from the girl. Two Tails? She's a Two Tails? Wait, do-tailed beasts have genders. Wairi, overhearing their conversation, snorted humph. Rude little boy. Annoyed, she jumped in front of Yuan Ming and, extending her neck, snatched the miso soup from the table, slurping it down with a loud noise. Ah, what did you do, Wairi? After a warm and joyous breakfast, the young man and woman set off together for the security team. 5 days later, as tensions within the clan escalated, the atmosphere at the Nanha Shrine's clan meeting was unusually tense. Everyone seemed to be enduring something. And after listening to Uchiha Hua's meandering remarks, they dispersed without incident. Uchiha Yuan Ming strolled leisurely into the village, arriving at an unremarkable barbecue restaurant. After ordering some grilled meat, he settled into a private room. A moment later, someone joined him. Lord Yuan Ming, tomorrow, that old man Shana will likely invite you to his home to discuss clan matters. He is preparing to ambush you during the banquet. Upon hearing Uchiha Naka's intelligence, Uchiha Yuan Ming chuckled inwardly. The banquet of Homan? The executioner? Without your information, I would have had no reason to meet him. But now, I shall go. Make arrangements so that our brothers occupy more than half of the venue. After pondering, Uchiha Yuan Ming waved his hand. By the way, I have a task for you. Execute it beautifully. Leaning in, he whispered instructions, and Uchiha Naka departed to fulfill his orders. The next day, at dusk, as the sun bled its last rays, Uchiha Yuan Ming made his way to Uchiha Shana's residence, turning into a narrow alley. Uchiha Naka's figure emerged. Shadow clone. Very good, no slip-ups. Is everything prepared? Uchiha Yuan Ming inquired. Uchiha Naka's shadow clone handed him a ceramic jar, hesitantly asking, My lord, do we really have to proceed this way? Rest assured, I will handle the aftermath. Just follow my signals. With confidence in the abilities of the one before him, Uchiha Naka released the shadow clone. Carrying the ceramic jar, Uchiha Yuan Ming strode boldly into Uchiha Shana's estate, proceeding through the entrance and scanning the surroundings. Indifferent to the encircling ninjas, striding boldly to the sofa before Uchiha Shana, he sat down with a commanding presence, his expression serene. Well, old man, what is it that you wish to discuss? Chapter 22. The so-called necessary evil. What a rude little imp. I summoned you here for no other reason. I shall speak plainly. Join us, Uchiha Yuan Ming. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yuan Ming could not help but feel that this old man had an audaciously thick skin. It was one thing to orchestrate an assassination attempt against me, yet here I stand unharmed. What shall we say to those departed clansmen and their families? Uchiha Shana scoffed, proclaiming loudly, Naive child, for the Uchiha, for the position of Hokage, sacrifice is inevitable. This is the necessary evil. With a cold and solemn expression, Uchiha Yuan Ming, after listening to Uchiha Shana's proclamation, retrieved a piece of blank paper from his bosom and raised it. A detached voice emerged. I no longer wish to hear your grandiloquent words. Please provide the names of all your subordinates. Without waiting for Uchiha Shana's response, he placed the paper on the table and took out a nearby jar. His calm words continued to flow. This is a token of my sincerity. Uchiha Shana let out a cold laugh. What do you mean, child? Do you think I would betray my subordinates for this? How could that be possible? Uchiha Yuan Ming paid no heed to the old man's mockery, placing the jar firmly on the table. This is not a gift. It contains the eyes of those present, fathers, mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers, siblings, lovers. His words, devoid of compassion, were as chilling and cruel as the breath of Ashura, robbing the warmth from all in attendance. This ominous and monotonous tone echoed like the whispers of a malevolent deity, causing cold sweat to break out on the brows of all present. Uchiha Shana, with his eyes cast down, could not discern his expression. As his trembling hand approached the jar, it quivered slightly upon opening the lid. Clatter! As Uchiha Shana opened the jar, he was horrified by the sight of a collection of eyes suspended in saline solution within. The jar slipped from his grasp and fell onto the table. His body leaning back as though all vitality had been drained from him, his usually vigilant demeanor now utterly relinquished. A middle-aged Uchiha ninja present could no longer contain himself. He stood up, gripping Uchiha Yuan Ming's shoulder, and bellowed, "You scoundrel." Before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha Yuan Ming turned to face him, his gaze cold and unyielding, revealing intricate patterns within his eyes. The overwhelming power of his gaze bore down upon all. The Uchiha before him stood frozen, blood trickling from his nostrils. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees. Uchiha Yuan Ming patted his shoulder and rose, his divine eyes looking down upon Uchiha Shana with an otherworldly calmness. His merciless tone persisted. "What you call necessary evil is, in my view, merely an excuse for your own misdeeds." He raised his hand. "Naka, let us depart." Under Uchiha Naka's lead, a dozen Uchiha followed suit, stepping behind Yuan Ming. The gathered Uchiha were shaken by the extreme sense of oppression emanating from Yuan Ming, coupled with the otherworldly power of his gaze. Not even the traders dared to utter a word, watching in silence as Uchiha Yuan Ming and his entourage strode towards the exit. At the last moment before closing the door, he turned to glance at the trembling, yet silent Uchiha Shana. The cruel breath continued, "Old man, if you wish for their safe return, I grant you a fortnight to ponder. Should you wish to resist further, I eagerly await your attempts." Bang! The silence in the room was palpable. Time passed, and soon a chorus of furious, frenzied roars erupted. Uchiha Yuan Ming led the charge, a cadre of elite Uchiha clad in traditional black robes following closely behind, exiting the estate. As they made their way to the security department, onlookers were left astonished. Is that Lord Naka? Wasn't he the right hand of Lord Shana, just like Lord Lei? Why is he following behind Yuan Ming? Yuan Ming must have just left Lord Shana's estate, right? Are those individuals all from Lord Shana's faction? It seems they are all rallying under him. It appears something monumental has transpired. I recall Lord Naka possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan, leading the charge with him. Does that mean Yuan Ming has awakened the power of the gods? The Uchiha's fate is changing. Two wielders of the Mangekyō, along with a host of elite ninjas, have formed a new faction, ignoring the astonished gazes of their clansmen. Uchiha Yuan Ming and his subordinates entered the vast conference room of the security department. Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded, satisfied that no one dared to speak. With a series of hand seals, he cast the Silent Realm barrier technique. Though not an expert, he had learned enough for the purpose of gathering intelligence. Turning to his silent subordinates, he calmly declared, "I know you think me cruel, especially you, Lord Naka, but I assure you, I have comprehensive plans for the aftermath." He beckoned Uchiha Naka forward. "Come here, Lord Naka." Uchiha Naka stepped forward, remaining silent. Observing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming sighed in exasperation. "Lord Naka, has your vision grown increasingly blurred with the use of the Mangekyō?" "Indeed, Lord Yuan Ming." "Bus." Uchiha Yuan Ming activated his eternal Mangekyō. His left eye trembled slightly. "Do not resist my ocular power, Lord Naka. Embrace the miraculous force. It has even more wondrous applications." A technique, great omnipotence, a divine light enveloped Uchiha Naka. He raised his hand in astonishment. The lines on his palm became clearer? No, they were restored. He was overwhelmed with emotion, having awakened the Mangekyō long ago. His vision had gradually become obscured with its use. He had long worried about what would happen should he lose his sight. "Lord Yuan Ming, I understand." The healing power was truly remarkable. Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded in response. "You should place greater trust in me. You have experienced the resurrection of the deceased, so do not fret about the future." Yet internally, he sighed. After arranging for Uchiha Naka to undertake this task that day, he had already contemplated how to address the aftermath. With the advancement to eternal vision, the conditions for using great omnipotence had been reduced. The cooldown for resurrection had decreased from 10 years to a week, and the chakra cost was halved. While it may seem like a reduction, it was a significant amount of chakra following the awakening of the Eternal Eye. Just look at Uchiha Madara, who, after attaining his Eternal Eye, could battle Hashirama for days. One could see that the chakra capacity upon reaching the realm of Eternal I was not to be underestimated. Considering that night when he had fought Uchiha lay to save himself and awaken the Mangekyō, his subordinates also possessed Mangekyō. They would all need to utilize this power subsequently. Therefore, he invested 50 points of spiritual insight to enhance the Great Omnipotence technique. Now, the cooldown for Great Omnipotence was eliminated. It required only 2/3 of his chakra to activate at will, all while possessing the ability to heal anything, including the blurred vision caused by the Mangekyō. This power would not only bolster his influence after revealing his formidable capabilities but also serve as a safety net for this incident. In the future, as long as Uchiha Shana complied, he would spare those individuals. If they resisted, rest assured, it would be the defiant and the instigator who would face his wrath. Hearing their leader's words, the Uchiha present felt reassured. They bowed. Yes, we shall obey your command. Uchiha Jing held the intelligence in his hands. Glancing at the subordinate who brought the intelligence, I felt a wave of complex emotions. Have they truly grown to such an extent? Lead the way. I shall meet with Lord Yuan Ming. Chapter 23. The Eight-Span Shiongoyu after soothing his subordinates. Uchiha Motoharu was about to return home when he was unexpectedly stopped by an uninvited guest, who informed him that Elder Kagami was waiting for him in his office to discuss important matters. What a nuisance. I understand. You may leave, he replied curtly, turning towards Uchiha Kagami's office. Moments later, standing before the familiar door, he reflected on his previous visit. Uchiha Kagami certainly enjoyed holding discussions in his office, a trait reminiscent of his peer, the third Hokage. Upon entering, he scanned the room and remarked in surprise, "Is the leader of the Hano clan also present? I am curious to know what I have done to warrant such formality." A handsome, middle-aged man with chestnut hair nodded at him and spoke, "Motoharu-kun, your recent actions have been significant. Upon learning of your return to the security department, I, as the minister, felt it was not yet time to return home. When I saw that Kagami was summoning you, my curiosity compelled me to come see for myself." Uchiha Kagami, overhearing Hano's words, shook his head and, with a resigned expression, explained, "Motoharu-kun, did Shana-senpai suffer a considerable loss at your hands?" Raising an eyebrow, Motoharu replied, "If you have something to say, speak plainly. Do not bother with trivialities." Upon hearing Motoharu's words, Uchiha Kagami fidgeted for a moment, seemingly gathering his resolve, and then spoke earnestly, "How refreshing, Motoharu-kun. I shall be direct. You must cease your actions." An oppressive silence filled the room, the flickering lights casting a tense atmosphere akin to a coiling serpent, ensnaring all present. Uchiha Kagami and Hano stood by the window, watching Motoharu's retreating figure. "Lord Hano, let us join forces," Kagami proposed. "Join forces? Do you comprehend what you're suggesting?" Hano retorted, shivering at the thought of the conversation he just had with Motoharu. "No one has ever articulated the essence of war so clearly, not even my own teacher. That audacious youth spoke the truth. The essence of war is the continuation of politics, ultimately aimed at acquiring political power and economic gain." In stark contrast to the long-held belief among ninjas that hatred is the truth, his words were revolutionary, opening new vistas for him. What troubled him was the fact that such foresight was directed solely toward one clan. Look at that insufferable youth. His aspirations are solely for the advancement of his family. The nation and the world come second to his clan? Absurd. What are the ideals of harmonizing the family, governing the nation, and bringing peace to the world? Should one first ensure the prosperity of the family before contemplating the village and ultimately the ninja world? While his arguments were compelling, I am left to ponder the place of the will of fire that has been passed down through 3 generations. That young man is far too dangerous. As this thought crossed his mind, his fierce gaze fixed on Uchiha Hano. Motoharu-kun's ideology poses a grave threat. Leader. Hano stood frozen for a moment, contemplating the potential consequences of adhering to Motoharu's philosophy. Could the clan truly become stronger? He was uncertain. Yet he recognized that the delicate balance of Konoha would undoubtedly be disrupted. Reflecting on the terrifying thoughts of that youth, he acknowledged their correctness. But does correctness necessitate action? Not necessarily. A peaceful and stable existence is what he, having traversed the Warring States period and the Great Ninja Wars, truly needed. He abhorred change. A fleeting image of an unparalleled man crossed his mind, eliciting a deep sigh. How did it come to this? As the last rays of the setting sun faded, Uchiha Motoharu walked home, gazing at the sky until the final glimmer of crimson light vanished. He sighed, realizing that he had become so powerful that there was no need to conceal his thoughts from Kagami and Hano. He spoke candidly, witnessing their expressions shift from shock to calmness. He understood that they would likely oppose him. Uchiha Kagami was merely an inconspicuous figure in the original story. Uchiha Hano, a mere guard dog, was unworthy of counsel. The rampant Izanagi within the clan was indeed a nuisance. He certainly did not wish for all the Jonin to become one-eyed dragons. What should he do? Standing there, he pondered for a moment before sighing. If only I could instantly reprogram their minds. An epiphany struck him. Instant reprogramming? Eureka! The following morning, the atmosphere at the breakfast table was somewhat somber. Setting down his utensils, Uchiha Yuri spoke candidly. Motoharu-kun, I will always stand behind you, regardless of the challenges ahead. Swallowing his food, Uchiha Motoharu gazed into the determined eyes of the young girl before him and smiled gently. Thank you, Yuri. Lord Hano spoke to you last night, didn't he? Yes. She replied, her brow furrowed with concern. Do not worry. Trust me, Yuri, he reassured her. After breakfast, he visited the Konoha library, searching diligently through the historical records of the Sarutobi clan until he discovered the scroll he needed. I knew that the Senju clan, who control the Hokage position, would not document any disgraceful experiences here. However, the collaborative efforts of the Sarutobi clan were likely recorded as mere tales to fill the library's shelves. He chuckled softly, impressed by the mystique of the writings. No wonder that absurd, middle school level gamer and the underfunded scientist were able to acquire information so effortlessly. These stories were merely displayed in the library, and it was a stroke of luck they found them. Having secured the scroll, Uchiha Motoharu pondered on his way home. Uchiha Hikari, possessing the extraordinary ability of 8,000 spears, had been stripped of her name by the clan, trained to become a weapon of war. How reckless the Uchiha were back then, treating their own Mangekyō Sharingan as such, particularly when it belonged to a girl. Nowadays, the Uchiha were equally arrogant due to Izanagi. If only Senju Tobarama could transcend dimensions and speak, Kuriko. Shaking off his tumultuous thoughts, he acknowledged that 8,000 spears was indeed a troublesome ability. The girl had openly expressed her hatred for the Uchiha and this world when sealed away. Attempting to utilize her would prove challenging as a member of the Uchiha. Unsealing her might result in significant repercussions. It seemed he would need to invest some effort. Upon returning home, he sat cross-legged on his bed, resolved. Divine Blade, assist me. His exceptional insight illuminated his understanding. Moments later, he succeeded. Gazing at the new skill displayed on the panel, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The information regarding Susanoo on the panel had transformed. Sharingan, LV5 Super Shadow, Susanoo Spirit Weapon, Tomokiri Greatsword, Divine Sake Gourd. 8-Span Chongoyu, Spirit Light. 26. The 8-Span Chongoyu is a protective spirit weapon capable of defending against any assault on the mind and soul. Although he felt a slight pang of regret for spending 50 spirit lights, considering the capabilities of Izanami, the heavenly god, and the 8,000 spears that could alter one's psyche, Uchiha Motoharu deemed it worthwhile. With everything in place, only the east wind was needed. Days later, in a descending cave, he heard Uchiha Naka's puzzled voice. Lord Motoharu, why does this feel like a storybook? Even after centuries, shouldn't a person sealed away have turned to dust? Ahead, Uchiha Yuan Ming turned his head and responded, pay close attention, for the sealing techniques of the Senju clan, particularly the whirlpool, should not be underestimated. Runes adorn the cave, revealing a core of sealing energy. We have arrived, prepare to unravel the seal. Chapter 24. Uchiha Hikari observing the intricate seals surrounding him. Uchiha Naka momentarily froze. Lacking proficiency in sealing techniques, he hesitantly spoke, Lord Yuan Ming. My understanding of sealing arts is insufficient to discern how to break them. Fear not, I possess my own methods, came the calm reply from Uchiha Yuan Ming, dispelling Naka's concerns. With a hum, a black tomo began to spin. Golden divine energy manifested, swiftly forming the colossal arm of a deity, which held a gourd exuding a fragrant aroma. Glancing at the gourd and then at the seals, Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Uchiha Naka was awestruck by the overwhelming golden energy. It has appeared, Lord Yuan Ming's Susanoo. He gasped, his eyes wide with amazement. How powerful! He can activate Susanoo with merely 3 tomo. He recalled the elder's words, stating that once Susanoo is awakened, this Uchiha guardian can reside within one's heart as long as one masters in release. There is no need to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan. Sufficient chakra alone would summon it. Yet, the elder's words did not consider his own limitations. How could such feats be achieved so easily? Suddenly, the gigantic divine arm began to shift, interrupting his thoughts. The transformation in the scene elicited a startled exclamation. What is this? Before him, the massive divine arm morphed into a radiant aura, coiling around Uchiha Yuan Ming's arm like a serpent. In an instant, a series of exquisite armors materialized on his hand, sleeves of the present era, gauntlets of fine craftsmanship, and protective bracers, all manifesting in golden armor. Uchiha Yuan Ming marveled internally at the now diminutive gourd, once again in his grasp. After enhancing the 8-foot-long tomo, his Susanoo had undergone a transformation, allowing it to adapt at will. By compressing the massive form of Susanoo into armor, its defensive capabilities had augmented tenfold. No wonder Uchiha Madara seldom employed the Mangekyō's ocular techniques. In truth, Susanoo was incredibly effective. He too had yet to utilize Amaterasu, aside from the Divine Sun. Casting a glance at the astonished Uchiha Naka, he warned, "Naka, what I am about to unleash is a perilous being. Stay vigilant." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Naka retreated to the side, activating his Sharingan. Uchiha Yuan Ming raised his voice. "Divine wine, surge forth through the tempest and immerse all within this realm in ecstasy." The immense flow of divine liquor swept across the seals, causing the chakra within the sealing runes to erupt. In an instant, the divine wine enveloped the area, assimilating chakra into the gourd. With the support of chakra dissipated, the seals were undone. In the depths of darkness, a girl remained ensconced in silence. A glimmer of light emerged. Light? Where does this light come from? The girl, bewildered, opened her eyes. Before her lay a vivid world, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness. Struggling to stand, her first sight was of a handsome youth with outstretched arms. "So beautiful," he smiled at her, his lips moving gently. "Welcome back to the realm of reality." His soothing voice resonated within her heart, stirring emotions. She noticed the fan adorning his attire. A clansman? Despite her profound animosity toward the Uchiha clan, an inexplicable flutter in her heart made it difficult to sustain her hatred as she gazed at the boy. Unsteadily, she advanced a few steps, her instincts as a weapon honed for battle allowing her to regain control of her body. Surveying her surroundings, she cast aside her tumultuous emotions and focused intently on the striking youth. "Did you save me?" she inquired directly. "Ah, does it truly work?" Uchiha Yuan Ming was taken aback at the girl, Hikari, who stood before him without making a move to attack. He had anticipated that upon her arrival, he would need to initiate a show of force. If she complied, he would allow her to remain quiet. If not, he would unleash the traditional Uchiha tactics and respond with aggression. Yet, could it be that she was genuinely swayed by his handsome visage? Just then, a soft gurgling sound emanated from the girl's stomach. He smiled gently. "It seems you require sustenance. Let us ascend. I will clarify the situation for you." Watching the girl devour her meal voraciously, Uchiha Naka hesitated to speak. Sensing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming encouraged, "Speak your mind." As he approached Yuan Ming, Uchiha Naka whispered, "She truly is a weapon of the Uchiha clan, yet she appears to be merely a youthful girl." The girl, engrossed in her roasted meat, perked up her ears slightly. Observing the unfolding scene, Uchiha Yuan Ming remarked casually, "Once she finishes eating, I shall inquire directly, and you shall understand. Also, Naka, what troubles you?" "Ah, she heard you." Uchiha Naka's face flushed crimson. As one who held the Uchiha honor dear, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment in this situation. Moments later, as the girl finished her meal, Uchiha Yuan Ming introduced himself. "I am Uchiha Yuan Ming, and this beside me is my subordinate, Uchiha Naka. He is currently a jonin of Konoha, the head of the security department, with aspirations of living freely." Hearing this, the girl tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. What is Konoha? What is the security department? And what does it mean to be the head of the police? Realizing she hailed from an era predating even Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Yuan Ming sighed, patiently explaining everything. Upon concluding his explanation, the girl appeared enchanted, her eyes wide with disbelief. The Uchiha and Senju have called for a truce? They united to create a village? The Sarutobi clan leads the village? They were merely followers of the Senju. How did they ascend to leadership over the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Senju? Uchiha Yuan Ming sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated as he elaborated. Due to the brutality of the Warring States period, the leaders of the Uchiha and Senju set aside their disputes to forge peace. Thus, Konoha was born. Contemplating this, he continued, the Hokage, or the leader you refer to, is not simply the strongest. The reasons behind this are intricate and will unfold gradually. The dark-haired, elegant girl, upon hearing this, appeared lost in thought, murmuring, "For the sake of peace? Is there truly peace?" In response, Uchiha Yuan Ming remained non-committal, prompting, "Now? Why don't you introduce yourself?" The girl hesitated, her expression tinged with melancholy. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "I have no name. Weapons do not require names." Observing her despondent demeanor, Uchiha Yuan Ming replied with a tone of gentle resignation, "We are no longer in an era of chaos. Though I intend to harness your powers for certain goals, you will be free to live as you wish once those aims are achieved. Therefore, you must have a name. Let us call you Hikari." Hikari. The girl paused. In her mind, she recalled the gentle murmurs of her beloved parents in this war-torn age. "My child must find happiness. Hikari shall be our hope." Overwhelmed by a wave of sorrow, she nodded. "Very well." After a brief exchange of introductions, Uchiha Naka exclaimed, "What an extraordinary ocular technique, an 8,000 spear." He felt utterly astonished by Uchiha Hikari before him. What else would you expect? Why do you think she is deemed a weapon of destiny? Uchiha Yuan Ming shot a sidelong glance at his overly dramatic subordinate. In truth, I find myself quite astonished. Having underestimated the 8,000 spears, this ocular technique not only drains chakra, but also siphons life force. Uchiha Hikari has always contended with the Senju clan, relying on their yang released chakra for sustenance. Remarkably, her vision has shown no signs of deterioration. With a resigned shake of her head, she rose to her feet and brushed off her attire. "Very well, let us embark on our journey to meet Granny Cat." The young girl paused, reconsidering. No. She should now refer to Uchiha Hikari with uncertainty. Is Granny Cat still alive? Upon hearing the girl's query, Uchiha Yuan Ming responded with calm assurance. "That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I have a plan, which requires her endorsement." Chapter 25. Great matters await. In the vast desolation of the empty district, nestled within a secluded village, lies the gathering place of the shinobi cats. Uchiha Jinmei, accompanied by Naka and Hikari, received the consent of the guardian cat matriarchs, Hinata and Tanaka, to enter the abode. An elderly woman with gray hair adorned with cat ear ornaments squinted as she observed the trio entering. "Ah, Jinmei and young Naka. What rare visitors," she remarked, taking a puff from her pipe before setting it down. Her gaze shifted to Uchiha Hikari. "And who might this young lady be? I feel a sense of familiarity. Long time no see, matriarch cat." "I am Hikari," the girl replied with a slight bow, her voice crisp and clear. "Hikari?" The matriarch's brow furrowed in confusion as she leaned forward, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the girl's features. This hairstyle, this visage, this chakra. Who could it be? A spark of realization ignited within her. Ah, the poor girl regarded as a weapon by her clan. Regaining her composure, the matriarch gasped. "My goodness, where have you emerged from after all these centuries?" Uchiha Jinmei furrowed his brow and stepped forward to clarify. She was sealed away by the Senju's Saratobi and hidden in a unique seal where time does not pass. I recently discovered her and broke the seal. Upon hearing this, the matriarch suppressed her astonishment, returning to her seat while narrowing her eyes at Uchiha Jinmei. "You understand the rules of the shinobi cats, don't you?" Jinmei nodded. "Indeed. You shall not take sides." The matriarch was well aware of the current state of the Uchiha clan. There was no need for further elaboration. At this juncture, Jinmei clenched his fist, his expression growing serious. "I must restore order. To this end, I require the power of the circle." The matriarch remained noncommittal, taking a long drag from her pipe. "Regardless of your intentions, the principles of the shinobi cats shall not be violated." With a sigh, the young man gathered chakra into his eyes. A hum resonated as the abyssal power of his gaze descended upon the matriarch. Boom. The intense chakra fissured the ground within the dwelling. "So, under these eyes, can you violate the principles?" The matriarch was utterly astounded, swallowing hard. "Jinmei, your eyes? Have you reached the same realm as that man?" Her question, spoken out of panic, concealed the incredulity within her heart. She could not deny the overwhelming strength of his ocular prowess. Observing the silent young man and the two others in the room who had also activated their Sharingan, she felt a pang of anxiety. With a heavy heart, she finally spoke. "Very well, the power of the circle shall be at your disposal." Days later, within the village of Konoha, Hikari observed the bustling streets, marveling at the sheer volume of people. Is this Konoha? Such a flow of life. Unimaginable in the Warring States period. Uchiha Jinmei watched quietly over Hikari. "This is peace, yet within our clan, arrogance grows due to Izanagi. I need your strength." He gently ruffled her hair. "Do not worry. Our cause is just, and afterward, you may live the life you desire." Hikari's ears flushed with warmth as she solemnly nodded, whispering a faint Having settled Hikari, Uchiha Jinmei strode home, deep in thought. The 8,000 spears would prove convenient. The imprinting should commence with Lord Heinekich. It would be best if he smoothly transferred power to me. After all, The most fearful aspect of deposing a former leader is that the instigator may face dire consequences, particularly within the Uchiha clan, notorious for its vengeful spirits. Resolute, he decided that tomorrow would be the day. In a clandestine gathering place, Uchiha Genmei surveyed the assembled personnel with satisfaction. Alongside the two healed one-eyed Uchihas, Yuta and Seiji, there were a total of 15 Jonin present. Governance, Hikari, Naka, 3 pairs of formidable Mangekyō Sharingan. Particularly, Hikari and Governance possessed extraordinary abilities that surpassed the usual shadow-level expectations. Great matters await, he exclaimed, clapping his hands to capture the attention of the crowd. Everyone has introduced themselves. You are all aware of Hikari's ocular techniques, which have already marked many Jonin within our clan. Uchiha Governance cast a sidelong glance at the girl beside him, who was staring intently at Genmei. Unable to divert her gaze, feeling a twinge of discomfort, he remarked, "Indeed, with the 8,000 spears, it is possible to control everyone without harm. So, Genmei, what do you intend to do?" Disregarding the girl's awkward demeanor, Genmei waved his hand, producing a stack of talismans inscribed with sage in the center. With a smile, he explained, "These are the sage treasures crafted from the circle." Uchiha Naka, puzzled, inquired, "Sage treasures from the circle? What purpose do they serve, Genmei?" Genmei turned to Seiji, who had just been discharged from the hospital. "Seiji, you are most familiar with the circle. Please explain." Stepping forward, Seiji spoke calmly. "The circle possesses sage techniques of space-time." "So what?" Impatient, Naka urged, "Come on, Seiji, get to the point." With a slight sigh, Seiji addressed the attentive crowd. "These sage talismans can form a space-time barrier, enabling the large-scale relocation of personnel." Uchiha Governance's eyes lit up. "I see. Just as I suspected." Seiji, pleased with the acknowledgement, continued, "Even if conflict erupts within the clan, we can still relocate on a grand scale without fear of harming civilians. There is no need to worry about accountability for the village." Clearing his throat, Uchiha Genmei drew everyone's attention back to him. With a broad smile and a slightly elevated tone, he declared, "All right, everyone, go forth and execute your respective tasks. We shall face no adversaries ahead." As time flew by, the day arrived for all Uchiha clan ninjas who had activated their Sharingan to convene at the named shrine. Uchiha Shana, on his way, felt a heaviness in his heart. "It should be fine. Heinekage and Q are with me. That infuriating, terrifying, yet admirable little brat. Who will prevail in the end remains uncertain." Images of the recent encounter with Uchiha Genmei flashed through his mind, recalling the moment when Uchiha Heinekage and Uchiha Q had entered his home together. Chapter 26. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in the ominous interior. Uchiha Shana, under the protection of Uchiha Rai, gazed at the unexpected guests before him and bluntly retorted, "Hoku and Q, have you come to witness the folly of this old man?" Upon hearing Shana's unabashed inquiry, Uchiha Q paid little heed, casting a sidelong glance at his longtime political rival, a flicker of frustration and fear still lingering in his brow. Without further ado, he recounted in detail the failed negotiations with the young Uchiha Motomitsu from a few days prior. "Ah, so this disturbing yet astute notion has arisen." Shana mused, stroking his chin as he regarded his old adversary with keen interest. "Perhaps it diverges from the will of fire imparted to you by the second Hokage?" Observing that Q was about to voice another thought, he swiftly raised his hand to interrupt. "Let me clarify. I am contemplating surrendering to that boy. His eyes have already ascended to the domain of Madara." This was a blatant lie. In truth, he had intended to confront the boy during the clan meeting, prepared for a fierce struggle. However, the presence of the two before him had instilled a flicker of hope, prompting him to feign a gambit for personal gain. The moment Uchiha Shana's words reached Uchiha Hoku, who had remained silent for some time, he exclaimed, "Impossible. Shana, you cannot be mistaken. That boy is merely 15. Humph. Hoku, do you think this old man is losing his sight? Were it not for those eyes." As he spoke, Shana clenched his fists tightly, striking the table with a thunderous sound, his gaze filled with an inexplicable fear. Taking a deep breath, he slowly articulated, "Am I to stand idly by while my subordinates' families suffer harm and not take issue with that boy?" Exhaling a breath of frustration, he concluded, "In any case, your plans are of no concern to me. Let us pretend you two were never here." Upon hearing Shana's words akin to surrender, Uchiha Q scoffed, "Fear not. I have my methods." "What methods do you possess before those eyes?" Shana sneered, preparing to dismiss them. Suddenly, Uchiha Q unleashed his blood-red, otherworldly eyes, intricate patterns blossoming within his gaze. He spoke solemnly, "With my ocular techniques." As thoughts of Q's ocular prowess crossed his mind, Shana felt a surge of lightness in his step, soon entering the shrine. Taking a seat and surveying the room, he noted that Hoku and Q were present. He caught sight of a young Uchiha seated beside Q and silently mused. Is that Barukuin? Returned from his mission, I see. Glancing at Uchiha right beside him, he felt a twinge of certainty. Has that boy yet to arrive? The thought of that terrifying gaze sent a shiver down his spine. May all plans proceed smoothly. After a short while, Uchiha Motomitsu strode into the shrine, flanked by his subordinates, exuding confidence. Settling down, Uchiha Hoka cleared his throat and announced, Cough. Cough in this clan meeting, it brings me joy to see everyone in high spirits. I have a significant decision to announce to you all. Shana and Q exchanged pointed glances, ready to spring into action against the boy at the first signal. I intend to pass the position of clan leader to Motomitsu-kun, allowing him to lead us into a new era. Upon the utterance of Hoku's declaration, Shana and Q's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth are you saying, Hoku? Have you lost your mind? This contradicts our plans, or could it be? Observing the distress etched upon their faces, Uchiha Motomitsu rose slowly, stepping into the center of the gathering with an air of disdain. Did you not hear, old fools? Lord Hoku wishes to bestow the clan leader title upon me. What are you questioning? Internally mocking, Motomitsu reveled in the knowledge that Hoku's mind had been warped by the 8,000 spear. Their plans had already crumbled. Curse that boy. I shall see you dead. Q, incensed, prepared to act. Before he could finish his menacing words, a massive golden divine sword pierced through Shana's body. He gazed at the repugnant boy beside him, whose monstrous arm wielded the sharp sword. Susanoo, it cannot be. Motomitsu, you damned little imp. Wounded and struggling to speak, Uchiha Shana slowly began forming hand seals, his figure dissipating like a fleeting dream. Meanwhile, Uchiha Q, startled by Motomitsu's unanticipated tactics, roared, everyone. Join me. Uchiha Baru, bewildered, recalled that Hoku's original plan had not been this way. The title of clan leader should have rightfully come to him. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. He promptly activated his Mangekyō Sharingan alongside Uchiha Rai, launching an assault on Motomitsu. As dozens of elite Uchiha shinobi surged forth to attack him, Motomitsu smirked and thought, come forth. A colossal blue barrier enveloped the area at lightning speed, a horrifying distortion of space consuming everything in its wake. With a resounding crash, Uchiha Rai and Baru found themselves plummeting towards an immense structure below, their expressions filled with shock. Where are we? Meanwhile, Q and Shana, not far in the air, shouted in disbelief, damn it, below is a base of our clan in the land of fire. How did he manage this? On the other side, dozens of Uchiha shinobi stood in confusion, questioning their surroundings. Where's this? What is happening? They gazed at the sprawling structures resembling their base in the land of fire. Lord Shana and Lord Q are in danger. Damn it, it's the simp of Kurakurama. I am certain of that chakra. Have those greedy shinobi cats allied with Motomitsu? Standing nearby, Uchiha Hikari, Naka, and Motomitsu's entourage observed the chaotic scene. Uchiha Yutai sighed, glancing at the silent, illuminated girl with the activated Mangekyō. Unsure of how to address her, he pondered, ancestral spirit? Yet she was merely a blossoming maiden, such a hassle. Hesitantly, he suggested, Lord Hikari, to avoid unnecessary casualties. Perhaps you should activate your ocular technique. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hikari stepped forward, her pupils quivering as the scarlet began to whirl. A terrifying power emanated from her, exerting dominance over the present Uchiha shinobi. The three-tomo Sharingan of all present glowed with a cerulean light, plunging the area into silence, recognizing their control over everyone. Yutai and Sei breathed a sigh of relief, turning their attention to the seemingly uninterested Uchiha Naka. Naka-sama, Hikari-sama, you need not worry about Lord Motomitsu. Lord Yuri is also present, and taking down that group will be no issue. Uchiha Naka remained non-committal, glancing at the disgruntled girl beside him, her cheeks puffed in displeasure. Internally, she lamented, I do not fear that eternal light will falter against those fleeting glimmers. What I fear is that our Lord's household will be unsettled, affecting us as well. Anomaly. Undoubtedly an anomaly. Initially, observing the Uchiha as they were on the verge of internal strife due to his clandestine machinations had brought him joy. The contemporary Uchiha possessed an abundance of Mangekyō. To avoid disrupting his subsequent plans, he had covertly taught his Izanagi, and indeed, the Uchiha had grown increasingly arrogant as he had anticipated. Yet, he had not foreseen. Under the watchful eyes of the clan during every gathering, he had just been swept away by that barrier and transported here. Observing the Uchiha clan members under the control of that formidable girl, he felt a wave of dread. That ocular power. It rivaled even that of Uchiha Madara. Who on earth was this girl? The Uchiha had always been under his scrutiny. And what of their leader? Perhaps he should investigate further. This girl could wait for another time, but he needed to ascertain the situation over there. With that thought, he approached the imposing structure. A figure of both light and shadow, and stealthily made his way inside. Chapter 27. Didn't I already say? You are all the same. The few who descended from the sky possessed the pinnacle of techniques in the ninja world. They adjusted their states, landing steadily on a patch of open ground, vigilance heightened, not daring to let their guard down. Indeed, this is your doing. Uchiha Jinmyo, as he watched a man and woman slowly emerge from the shadows of the building. Uchiha Kagami's expression turned serious. Without needing any further words, the others swiftly surrounded the duo. Uchiha Jinmyo sighed and addressed the girl beside him. Your battle with Reikage is not yet concluded, so I shall refrain from intervening. He then turned to Kagami, Shana, and Baru, adding, as for these three, I shall play with them for a while. Upon hearing Jinmyo's words, the two seasoned veterans wore solemn expressions, remaining silent. With a swift motion, Uchiha Rai drew his ninja blade, having experienced the prowess of governance firsthand, and fixed his gaze on her, unwilling to be careless. Meanwhile, Uchiha Baru seethed with anger. How dare you underestimate us? In the midst of the tense atmosphere, the cold-faced girl disregarded Baru's furious exclamations. Utilizing the body flicker technique, she vanished in an instant. With a resounding crash, Uchiha Tsukasa struck Uchiha Rai out of the arena with a single blow. Then, she leaped into the air, pursuing rapidly. This is troublesome. Do they intend to divide us? Uchiha Shana thought, watching his thrown subordinate, gritting his teeth. His fingertips intertwined with wire-based ninja tools as his already activated Sharingan spun rapidly. Uchiha Jinmyo observed the encirclement of the three. With a mocking tone, he declared, Divide? You are mistaken. Raising his hand with a disdainful smile, he added, to me. It makes no difference how many there are. Boom. The earth trembled as two massive mountains rose, trapping the arrogant youth. Earth-style, mountain earth technique. It was a surprise attack initiated by Uchiha Baru. Observing the formation of the colossal mountains, he scoffed. Don't get too carried away, brat. With a thunderous roar, a flash of golden aura erupted, shattering the mountains. Unscathed, Uchiha Jinmyo emerged, adorned in the tightly compressed armor of Susanoo. His crimson eyes surveying the group with an air of superiority. With a scornful smile, he remarked, Let me see how effective my taijutsu is in this state. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shana's figure appeared behind Jinmyo. With a flick of his fingers, a specially crafted wire ensnared Uchiha Jinmyo. Ha! Uchiha Shana forcefully swung, shouting Kagami. Responding to the call, Uchiha Kagami, eyes glinting with murderous intent, swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A colossal line of fire erupted from his mouth, racing toward Uchiha Jinmyo, entwined with the wire. Seeing this, the trapped youth's golden aura armor quivered slightly. With a sizzling sound, the wire snapped. His figure instantly vanished from Kagami and Shana's sight. What? They gasped in disbelief. Indeed, it was not so simple. They lamented, eyes darting as they sought the vanished figure amidst the exploding flames. Boom. Is this where he is? The missing figure reappeared behind Uchiha Baru, delivering a kick that sent him flying. With a cold snort, the kicked figure erupted in an explosion. Boom. A massive fiery serpent coiled upward, rapidly engulfing the armored Uchiha Jinmyo. Is this a fire clone? Uchiha Jinmyo mused, disregarding the encircling flames. Clad in the armored Susanoo, he felt no fear. In a swift motion, he appeared beside Uchiha Kagami. Extending his hand, he uttered softly, Gana. Just as the golden hand of death was about to make contact with Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Baru reappeared, shouting, Don't get too cocky, brat. He unleashed a massive fireball. The great fireball technique. Boom. The tremendous force sent Uchiha Jinmyo, who did not evade, tumbling back several meters. As the approaching fireball quivered, about to explode, Uchiha Jinmyo leaped. You fell for it, kid. A wire ensnared Uchiha Jinmyo in midair, leaving him with no leverage. Uchiha Shana leapt into the air, forcefully tossing the ensnared figure toward the fireball. Boom. A colossal blaze consumed everything, the explosion sending waves of dust and debris flying. Uchiha Shana's form remained suspended in the air, sweat beading on his forehead as he murmured, Impossible. Why the panic? Because in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Jinmyo astonishingly appeared beneath him. The stern youth enlarged the armor on his right hand and gave a casual wave. With a clanging sound, he swatted Uchiha Shana away as if swatting a fly. He pivoted, intercepting Uchiha Baru's blade attack. In the flurry of clashing sounds, The two engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes. Atop a high building, Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan spun rapidly, searching for a flaw in Uchiha Jimmyu's defenses. Damn. They were too close. Using ninjutsu might result in friendly fire. Complaining inwardly, he did not anticipate the sudden shift in the battlefield. Uchiha Baru was sent flying after a few defensive maneuvers. The figure clad in golden armor vanished from sight. Before he could react, a cold voice echoed from behind. Aren't you going to attack? Caught off guard, he was seized by the throat, a tremendous force rendering him unable to resist as he was flipped around. With a resounding impact, a powerful knee strike left him gasping for breath. The grip loosened, and he clutched his abdomen, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The assailant delivered a merciless kick, sending him tumbling off the high platform of the building. Suddenly, Uchiha Baru burst forth from beneath Jinmyu's feet, clutching his legs. Got you. Uchiha Jinmyu regarded the figure clinging to him with an expressionless face, commenting, Baru, proficient in earth style? Quite rare among the Uchiha. Before Uchiha Jinmyu could retaliate, a wave of heat surged forth. A massive dragon's head opened wide, preparing to swallow Uchiha Jinmyu whole. Boom. The deafening roar echoed. The fiery domain billowed with smoke. From a distance, Uchiha Shana exhaled a breath of relief, feeling triumphant. My great dragon fire technique is no simple feat. With a chilling smile, he continued. Even if your Susanoo is ever-changing and unparalleled in defense, in the absence of oxygen, you shall suffocate and perish. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a whooshing sound reverberated through the air. A golden aura extinguished the flames. Amidst the smoke, Uchiha Jinmyu's deep voice resounded, attempting to restrain me is futile. Your great dragon fire is merely this level. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light ignited behind Jinmyu, a blade gleaming with murderous intent. It was Uchiha Kagami, brandishing a ninja blade, kneeling in a slashing posture. Yet, beads of cold sweat adorned his brow as he swinged confidently, only to miss completely. Didn't I already say? You are all the same. Uchiha Jinmyu stood atop his back and head, rendering him immobile. Chapter 28. This is your ocular technique? Uchiha Jinmei was exceedingly pleased with the transformation of his Susanoo. The compressed, form-fitting armor not only amplified his defensive capabilities nearly tenfold, but also significantly augmented his speed and offensive power. His current, almost playful demeanor was a testament to this, although the trio's coordination was commendable. He was handling them with remarkable ease. He sensed a shift in Uchiha Kagami beneath him, prompting a moment of curiosity. A verdant aura emanated from Kagami, a shadowy, sinister chakra converged. Susanoo? Jinmei frowned, leaping aside with a hint of intrigue as he observed Kagami's metamorphosis. In an instant, a colossal emerald giant materialized, brandishing a seven-branched sword and unleashing a skyward roar. Uchiha Baru, witnessing this from afar, retracted his ninja tools and formed a hand seal. It seems we must resort to desperate measures. Susanoo, he declared. Chakra rapidly solidified, and an indigo giant rose to stand beside its emerald counterpart. Observing the two titans poised to encircle him, the youth smirked cruelly. The warm-up concludes, he murmured. Now, let us engage in true carnage. Vast quantities of golden divine energy coiled around his hand, extending into a blade of celestial steel, the Tsumakari no Tachi. The peerless youth, clad in divine armor, wielding a divine sword, and bearing a gourd at his hip, was haloed by sacred magatama that arced from his back, casting his crimson-eyed, golden-bodied form in a divine light. Neither Kagami nor Baru spoke, their Sharingan eyes fixed intently on the youth before them. Truly terrifying. Baru sighed grimly, his grip tightening on his Naginata as he prepared to strike. Baru-kun, now. Kagami shouted, the emerald giant's seven-branched sword cleaving the air with a heaven-splitting slash. The indigo giant followed suit, its Naginata descending with the force of a mountain. Witnessing the two world-rending assaults, the godlike youth responded with savage ferocity. Tsumakari no Tachi. Aim no Murakumo, no Tsurugi. Behold the art of 1 against 1,000. With a flash, his sword illuminated the cosmos, its transcendent radiance imbued with the fury to obliterate his foes. In a heartbeat, a strike capable of annihilating the world shattered both converging attacks, hurtling towards the two giants with overwhelming force. Impossible, Kagami exclaimed, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Uchiha Baru, facing reality, cried out in despair. This must be a jest. The sword light, carrying the two giants, crashed into the earth with relentless momentum, their bodies ensnared by the savage onslaught. Uchiha Setsuna, who had retreated to the sidelines long ago, now found himself impaled, the sword's edge protruding from his chest. He turned his head with difficulty. his remaining Sharingan eye gazing upon the handsome face of his assailant. Spitting blood, he rasped, "Damn, my ambition." The youth withdrew his blade, kicking Setsuna to the ground and pinning his hand with the sword. Setsuna struggled to rise, his uninjured hand reaching feebly towards the cold, aloof youth. Your life ends here," Uchiha Jinmei stated impassively, silencing Setsuna with a final, fatal strike. The youth turned towards the two shattered giants, their forms slowly coalescing. "Futile struggle," he scoffed. Uchiha Baru, weary and disheveled, spoke calmly to his comrade, "Kagami-senpai, I will activate my left eye's Tsukuyomi. Seize the moment when he falters and unleash your ocular technique. Otherwise, we shall both perish today." Kagami nodded silently, resigned to relying on his own ocular power to turn the tide. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes as he mustered his remaining strength. Ocular technique, Tsukuyomi. A surge of ocular power assaulted the godlike youth. This ocular force, Tsukuyomi? Uchiha Jinmei did not evade, eager to experience its power firsthand. In an instant, he found himself bound to a stake. Observing his surroundings, he noted the similarity to Itachi's version. Looking down at the exhausted Baru, he remarked with disappointment, "This is Tsukuyomi? Is that all? Is that all? I control time in this space. Experience eternal torment." Enraged by Ginmei's dismissive tone, Baru retorted, lunging with a blade towards his hated foe. The world spun, and he was horrified to find himself bound to the stake. He stared in disbelief at the youth before him. "What has happened? What did you do?" he demanded. "Jinmei, Baru-kun, it is merely a contest of ocular power," Jinmei replied calmly, studying the despairing Baru with amusement. "And my power surpasses yours." With a swift motion, he ended Baru's torment, his anguished cries echoing through the illusory space. In reality, Uchiha Baru collapsed, his Susanoo dissipating and his eyes rolling back. Uchiha Kagami, ignoring the fallen Naka, activated his own ocular technique. Tears of blood streaming from his eyes as he staked everything on this final attempt. Ocular technique, Daikokuten. A wave of ominous darkness surged towards Uchiha Jinmei. Ocular technique, Benzaten. A burst of crimson light seemed to imbue him with additional power. The dark curse approached, only to be dissipated by the golden divine energy of Ginmei's armor. Kagami could not believe what he was witnessing. "Impossible. That is my invincible ocular technique. A technique that drains life force. I can only use it 3 times in my life. Once to curse my enemies, once to save Danzo. This was my last chance. Why is it nullified by the golden energy of that Susanoo armor? Why? Why can my ocular technique not penetrate your Susanoo?" Uchiha Jinmei, emerging from the Tsukuyomi realm, watched the annihilation of the dark curse. "You have no comprehension of what a fully released Susanoo is capable of," he scoffed inwardly. "Whether eternal or not, once fully unleashed, Susanoo becomes a true guardian deity. It can even defend against the infinite Tsukuyomi of the Rinne Sharingan. Let alone your cursed black light." Uchiha Jinmei raised his divine sword, pointing it at the despairing figure before him. He steeled his resolve, prepared to strike without hesitation. An air of arrogant oppression radiated from him as he leaped into the air, the divine sword in his grasp delivering a slash that distorted the very fabric of space. An unexpected turn of events occurred. His sweeping strike passed mere inches beside Uchiha Kagami, leaving him unscathed. Is this the extent of your ocular technique?" Chapter 29. All bowed down. Uchiha Kagami, confronted with Yuan Ming's inquiries, remained silent. It was inconceivable for him to divulge the intricacies of his ocular techniques, the very means by which he could turn the tide of battle. In the realm of shinobi, intelligence is paramount. A single leak of one's capabilities could lead to an adversary deciphering one's strategies amidst a storm of jutsu. Unless one was overwhelmingly powerful, the thought cast a shadow over Kagami's mind. Wasn't the opponent precisely such a formidable ninja? At merely 15 years of age, he had attained an extraordinary level of prowess, comparable to that of that man. Shaking off the spiraling thoughts, he focused on evading the terrifying onslaught from the young adversary. At that moment, the boy spoke. "Your ocular technique is impressive. The ability to manipulate luck. Every strike I unleash is distorted by fortune, rendering my lethal blows inexplicably astray." The words pierced Kagami's ears, causing his pupils to constrict. How could this be possible? In such a brief skirmish, he could not have discerned my abilities. The exclamation slipped from his lips, unable to mask his alarm. Observing the incredulous expression on Uchiha Kagami's face, Yuan Ming sighed. "Pray tell, is your mind truly so rigid?" "I must remind you, I am the clan leader now." Kagami suppressed his disbelief. He could not afford to be complacent in battle. Negligence equated to death. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. So that was it. The alteration of the Fire Core S plan was due to your Genjutsu, wasn't it? No. To distort a person's will, that is the domain of ocular techniques. Clapping his hands, Yuan Ming exclaimed, "It seems your mind isn't completely set in stone. I have known your ocular techniques for quite some time." With that, the boy rotated the hilt of his sword, the divine blade aligning with his brow. "I have yet to test this technique after my Susanoo transformed into armor." His gaze intensified, chakra enveloping him in a blaze of lightning and fire. "Let us see how long your ocular technique can endure in this lightning fire chakra mode." A deafening roar reverberated through the air as Uchiha's figure vanished in an instant. The ground where he stood fractured, sonic waves emanating from the path that surged toward Uchiha Kagami. In a heartbeat, he was assaulted by a barrage of strikes. Each ferocious slash sliced through the air with piercing sounds. Kagami struggled to evade the overwhelming onslaught. Observing the destructive blows that missed him, he noted the aftermath carving deep chasms into the earth. His vision blurred, blood trickling relentlessly. This was untenable. His ocular strength was waning. "Haha. Your ocular technique is truly fascinating. With your prowess, you should have succumbed to my blade long ago, yet you've managed to hold on. Remarkable." Yuan Ming's exuberant laughter echoed throughout the battlefield. The old man opposite him, so seemingly weak, had persisted until now. The manipulation of luck was indeed an exceptional ocular technique. Suddenly, Uchiha Kagami faltered, unable to evade a strike infused with lightning and fire. One of his legs severed. "General." Witnessing the inability of his ocular techniques to shield him, Yuan Ming seized the moment. "I have long endured your arrogance. Every encounter, you look down upon me." With a furious roar, Yuan Ming thrust his sword, imbued with an overwhelming will, deep into the skull of his adversary. With a decisive motion, he cleaved Uchiha Kagami in twain. Meanwhile, Uchiha Toshiro, dragging the bewildered Uchiha Rai, approached slowly. Her battle had been simpler, offering no chances. Upon unleashing her ocular technique, Izanami, Uchiha Rai was ensnared in an infinite cycle. Without a change of heart, she would not awaken. Having long arrived at the periphery of Yuan Ming's battlefield, Toshiro inquired, "Is it over?" Hearing the girl's question, Yuan Ming remained on guard. "I do not know if the old man's body has truly vanished, nor if he struggles in his last moments." Nodding in understanding, the two maintained vigilance for a while. Gazing upon the bisected corpse, they finally exhaled in relief. Yuan Ming deactivated his Susanoo and chakra mode. Smirking, it seems that apart from Rai, other Uchiha with Mangekyō are quite protective of their eyes. Approaching Kagami's remains, he plucked out his eyes and stored them in a summon vessel. "These ocular techniques are noteworthy. I shall preserve them for now." Witnessing Yuan Ming's actions, Toshiro hesitated but could not resist voicing, "Isn't this a bit disrespectful to the dead?" Yuan Ming, realizing the sentiment, acknowledged the Uchiha do hold such values, as they emphasize the importance of a complete burial. Otherwise, even with our internal strife, there should be remnants of our Mangekyō to pass down to future generations. "Thank you for the reminder," he said, turning away. With a flicker of his right eye, a black, unquenchable flame reduced Uchiha Kagami's body to ash. Closing his Sharingan, he observed the girl's astonished expression. Shrugging with a light chuckle, he remarked, "Now, there's no issue." In the shadows, a mysterious figure, half black and half white, watched the conclusion of the battle. The black side chuckled, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. I never anticipated such talent to emerge from this generation of Uchiha. That ocular power is undeniably eternal Mangekyō." The white side interjected, "But why does this one, without siblings, possess eternal Mangekyō?" Irritated by the foolishness of his counterpart, the black side retorted, "How should I know? Regardless, this boy's emergence poses a significant dilemma. One can only hope it does not adversely affect our future plans." Suddenly, the white side piped up, "Will he need to relieve himself? Should I inquire about what that feels like? Do not create trouble for me." He snapped at the white half, fixing his gaze on the departing youth and maiden from the battlefield. "I shall report the current state of the Uchiha to Madara." With that, the black figure gradually disappeared underground, leaving the area behind. Within the South-East Shrine, through the sage treasure of Kokamaru, all participants in the conflict returned to this place once more. After a brief respite, Uchiha Yuan Ming took his seat as the clan leader, gazing upon the assembled shinobi, all bowing in reverence. His spirit soared. Chapter 30. Henceforth, should there be any orders, I shall brave the fire and water. Cough, cough. Uchiha Yuan Ming feigned a couple of coughs, gazing with satisfaction at the bowed Uchiha clan members before him. The satisfaction was inevitable. as the effects of the 8,000 Spears ocular technique had long since dissipated. The reason these Uchihas remained so silent was simple. All the holders of the Mangekyō Sharingan within the clan had aligned themselves with him. Just a few moments prior, when he had yet to return to the South Shrine, Yuan Ming and the others had gathered with Uchiha Baru, Uchiha Lei, and Hikari. Nodding at the Uchiha clan members under his control, he considered whether to lift their constraints. Uchiha Hikari inquired, puzzled, should I release them? No. Let me deal with these few first before we make any calculations, replied Uchiha Yuan Ming, crouching down and raising his hand. With a couple of sharp slaps, he awakened Uchiha Baru, who covered his face, groaning, ouch, it hurts. As he surveyed the surroundings, he hung his head in despair, murmuring, I've lost. Baru-kun, face reality and surrender. If you continue to resist, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's ominous warning, Baru paused. The Uchihas were pragmatic and revered strength. Having witnessed the terrifying power before him, he collected himself, rose, and dusted off his clothes. Kneeling on one knee, he declared, henceforth, should there be any orders, I shall brave the fire and water. I shall not waver. Uchiha Yuan Ming was pleased. At that moment, Uchiha Lei awakened from the endless cycle. There was nothing more to say. Izanami was indeed Izanami, the ocular technique that demanded the sacrifice of one's eyesight. However, this was the Mangekyō Sharingan technique of governance. And as the prodigy she was, she had adapted her ocular technique for use even with 3 tomo, albeit not as a Mangekyō, at the cost of sacrificing light. He anticipated her subsequent simplification of this ocular technique, which would alleviate the headaches involved in countering Izanagi. After all, when techniques have a counter, one cannot become arrogant due to their capabilities. Subsequently, he lifted the brainwashing control of the 8,000 spears from all present and returned to the South Shrine. Now, facing all the top-tier combatants, they stood with Uchiha Yuan Ming. No, it should be referred to as Lord Clan Leader. The remaining Uchihas were exceptionally realistic. They were remarkably silent and cooperative. Uchiha Yuan Ming waved his hand with satisfaction, smiling. Everyone has suffered today. Go back and rest. Governance-san, Hikari, Lei, Baru, and Naka, you all shall stay. Moments later, only these few remained within the shrine. Uchiha Lei, perplexed, asked, is there something else, Lord Yuan Ming? Rubbing his chin, Uchiha Yuan Ming's expression turned serious. He spoke in a low voice. I possess an ocular technique that can restore everyone's eyesight issues. Naka-kun has already experienced it. Lei-kun, your other eye currently belongs to someone else, so please remove it. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Lei, filled with doubt, glanced at Uchiha Naka. Seeing him nod in affirmation, he felt somewhat reassured. With determination, he clawed at the eye that did not belong to him. With a tearing sound, it was now in his hand. Uchiha Lei, having made up his mind, received a nod of approval from Yuan Ming. Do not resist my ocular power, he instructed. With that, his gaze sharpened, and crimson patterns blossomed. Ocular technique, great divine spirit. A golden light of healing enveloped them. Except for Naka, whose current eye had not suffered any depletion. What is this? What is this? As the healing light engulfed him, Uchiha Lei's vacant eye was restored, leaving him utterly astonished. The ocular technique of Lord Yuan Ming was indeed extraordinary. His eye was miraculously restored from nothing? Would it merely restore vision, or would the ocular power also be restored? Contemplating this, he gathered chakra in his eye socket. Feeling the clarity of his restored vision and ocular power, overwhelmed with excitement, he fell to his knees in a prostrated position, exclaiming, Lord Yuan Ming, you are undoubtedly the leader of the Uchiha clan. No one is more suited than you. In the heat of passion, his voice rose, lead the Uchiha to greatness. The others, having experienced restored vision, looked at Uchiha Lei's rejuvenated eyes, and they all nodded in agreement, indeed. Especially Uchiha Hikari, who, lacking the continuous chakra of Senju, had been using her ocular techniques frequently, resulting in some blurriness in her vision. Now, with her vision restored, she gazed at the handsome youth, her cheeks flushed. Governance, noticing Hikari's reaction, felt a pang of discomfort. She lifted her head and offered Yuan Ming a peculiar smile. Uchiha Yuan Ming, having discerned the loyalty of Lei and Baru without issue, caught sight of Governance's inexplicable smile and felt somewhat bewildered. Had he inadvertently offended her? He decided to ponder it later. A few days later, in the office of the Minister of the Security Department, after several days of bustling activity, he finally completed his tasks. He sighed inwardly. Before ascending to his position, he had envisioned expanding the functions of the security department. Little did he expect that upon attaining the role, the busyness of these few days had left him with a headache. In his previous life, he had merely been Baru. Never having engaged in serious management, it seemed he could only take it slow. Avoid reckless actions. Taking too large strides could lead to issues. Calming himself, he reviewed the gains from his recent promotion. His spiritual strength had risen from 26 to 37, with Lei and Q undeniably being shadow-level powerhouses, contributing 8 points. He chuckled softly. The remaining 3 points, it seems, are thanks to Uchiha Shana. Without the power of the Mangekyō, what grand ambitions could he pursue? This fellow had languished in prison in the original work, and that was no injustice. After mocking the old fellow, he meticulously calculated the magnitude of power under his command within the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha ninjas, apart from a rare few like Obito, who merely performed typical ninja duties in the village, were 99 employed within the security department. Previously, the elite with 3 tomo within the security department numbered approximately 94. After his tireless efforts over the past few days, utilizing the great divine spirit to heal the heavily injured retired Yuan Ming, he had successfully rehired them. The current elite with 3 tomo now totaled 108. Yuan Ming could hardly believe it. Was this the might of the second strongest ninja clan in the world? What did over 103 tomo Uchiha signify? Chiyo had remarked in the original work that to counter the Sharingan, one must escape 1-on-1 or ambush 2-on-1. This meant that, against ninjas of equal rank, one required a 3-to-1 advantage to have a chance. Now, all of them were under his command. Ha ha. No wonder people crave power. To command such strength is immensely gratifying. This was truly a vast power at his disposal, ready to be summoned at will. It was no surprise he felt such exuberance. Over 100 elite with 3 tomo, alongside those who had awakened 1 or 2 tomo. Under the nurturing of a millennium of ninjutsu resources, especially from this clan, which was among the top 2 in the ninja world, these ninjas were by no means inferior to the regular Nin of the ninja villages. There were likely 200 to 300 of them, not to mention countless unawakened Nin and Genin, and most importantly, for holders of the Mangekyō Sharingan, with governance and Hikari being exceptional level powerhouses. It was evident why they were so wary of the Uchiha. They sought to weaken them at all costs. This power was singularly held within one ninja clan, who was not apprehensive. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jinming ascended to the position of Minister of the Security Department, overseeing the intelligence of the Uchiha clan. After he managed to resolve most of the troublesome matters, he dispatched someone to inform the upper echelons of Konoha. Consequently, the Hokage's office fell into an unparalleled silence. Chapter 31. A lesson for you all. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, placed the documents back on the table. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette to quell his astonishment, he exhaled the smoke and turned his gaze towards his companions seated across from him, who were awaiting his words. In a grave tone, he inquired, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo, what are your thoughts? What could they possibly think? The position of Hokage had only recently been secured by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was a crucial time for stability, although he harbored discontent towards the Uchiha clan. For the sake of their collective equilibrium, compromises were necessary. After all, the Uchiha clan was formidable during this period, with significant power within the police force. The village also housed numerous subordinate ninja clans, which, while not as potent as the Senja clan, were still markedly stronger than the likes of the Hyuga clan. Danzo, despite his irritation towards the Uchiha, dared not voice his grievances. If his ally lost his footing, he too would find himself in a precarious position. The somewhat attractive Koharu exchanged a glance with Hamura, and with newfound determination, she slowly spoke. The news regarding Kagami is indeed heartbreaking. But the Uchiha are now entirely under the control of Uchiha Motomi. From my observations since childhood, their will of fire may be lacking, yet they still possess a degree of rationality. At this, she lowered her gaze and asserted, Hiruzen, you should speak with him. Resolute. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Umbu and issued a command. Go to the police force and invite Minister Motomi for a discussion. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu departed promptly. A moment later, Uchiha Motomi stood at the door of the Hokage's office and politely knocked. After 3 knocks, a voice from within invited him in. As he entered, he greeted the esteemed Hokage and the elders of Konoha respectfully. Uchiha Motomi, puzzled, inquired, what brings me here? His confusion was understandable. The police force was the Uchiha's domain, and the appointment of a clan leader as the minister was beyond the village's influence. Having submitted the appointment documents, why summon him? What could this mean? The 3 remained silent. This was the Hokage's domain, and discussions with the leaders of the village held significant weight. With the exception of Danzo's clandestine route, they were merely advisory elders, not those wielding true power. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a warm demeanor and a hint of a smile, stated, "Minister Motomi, there is nothing extraordinary. I simply wish to know your perspective on the village." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Motomi grasped the intent behind the inquiry. Within the Uchiha, he had maintained a neutral stance. Now that he had ascended to leadership, he saw no reason to alter his position. As Hokage, Hiruzen understood that he could not sway him. Was this an attempt to stabilize his position? Then he would not hold back in making his demands. Exiting the Hokage building, Uchiha Motomi felt invigorated. In his recent discussions with the village's upper echelons, he had demanded the dissolution of non-ninja civilian organizations to be entirely managed by the police force. To his astonishment, they had acquiesced. Observing their expressions, he surmised that his requests were deemed trivial. Let them not blame me for imparting a lesson. Standing by the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the departing youth. That lad is quite decent, though perhaps a tad too youthful. Hearing the third Hokage's remarks, Danzo scoffed. That boy is simply foolish. Those tasks were inherently within the police force's purview. The previous lack of personnel led to the emergence of self-managed civilian organizations. At this juncture, Hamura added, his current actions leave the police ninjas with little time to hone their skills. Uchiha ninjas should not be burdened with patrolling mundane matters. With that, feeling that the discussion had reached its conclusion, Danzo rose to leave. I shall take my leave. That boy possesses strength, but his vision is far too limited to be of concern. With a firm closing of the door, the three remained silent. Their expressions relaxed as they resumed their administrative duties. 2 fleeting years passed. In the office of the police force minister, Uchiha Motomi listened intently to Uchiha Yuda's financial report. Minister, this quarter's donations from the villagers and entertainment venues total 12 billion ryo. Uchiha Motomi, putting away his revised documents, lifted his head with a broad smile. Excellent. You and the management can decide how to allocate these funds. As he received the financial report, the prominent figures in red ink on the document made it increasingly difficult to suppress his delight. With a playful flick of his fingers on the desk, he jested, I bet the village's upper echelons are absolutely furious right now. Uchiha Yuda chuckled in agreement. Indeed, when Minister Motomi made those demands back then, they dismissed them, allowing us to reap significant benefits. In response, Uchiha Motomi waved his hand lightly, teasing, and you were not the same. Complaining about the clan leader's mismanagement that only added to your workload. Upon hearing the jest from their leader, Uchiha Yuda awkwardly scratched his head. All right, you can leave now. I still have documents to review. Yes, Minister. As he watched his subordinate depart, Uchiha Motomi clutched the financial report tightly, his heart brimming with joy. He had sensed an opportunity back then, and it had indeed materialized. The Hokage, akin to the everyday life depicted in the anime, mirrored the social dynamics and customs of the manga world. It was well known that the grassroots level of society lacked effective management, giving rise to organized crime. The same applied here. His proposal to abolish non-ninja civilian organizations was a reflection of this reality. The amusing part was that while the police collected protection fees from the organized crime syndicates, they only retained half, leaving the villagers with the impression that the Uchiha were their protectors. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The substantial fiscal income stemmed primarily from the entertainment venues in Konoha. The police force could easily take their cut from the casinos and other businesses. Would they refuse? The police would simply pay daily visits, and if they continued to resist, they would face closure. The higher-ups would find it impossible to contest these regulations, as only the police had the authority to enforce them. With the influx of funds, the police force could expand its personnel. For the non-ninja civilians, what business could they continue to run? Would they not accept the positions offered by their clans? Would they not desire the security of a steady job? All would be drawn into the police force as auxiliary members. Thus, a system emerged where ninjas provided martial support while non-ninjas conducted patrols and assisted in oversight. This created a hybrid department that combined police systems with legitimate grassroots management of organized crime, a monstrous entity that was still entirely reasonable and fitting within the cultural context of the shinobi world. Suppressing his elation, he reflected on the insights gained over the years through tireless efforts and the daily sparring sessions with the 4 members of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Accumulating a total of 314 threads of enlightenment through their exchanges, he realized that his chakra had developed to a level comparable to Uchiha Madara's. He was now capable of enduring intense battles for days on end. It was time to enhance Amaterasu. Apart from that one incident of complete annihilation, he had scarcely utilized it. With a single thought, the sword of wisdom trembled, and enlightenment flooded his mind, culminating in a moment of profound clarity. Chapter 32, Tsunade. The unyielding, the lingering wisdom within Uchiha Yuan Ming's mind revealed the profound evolution of Amaterasu. With its indomitable nature, its temperature had surged dramatically, allowing for mastery over a range from 200 to 6,000 degrees Celsius. It was at this moment that Amaterasu truly earned its title as the Flame of the Sun. Mesmerized by the golden-red fire dancing in his hands, Uchiha Yuan Ming found himself momentarily entranced. Upon completion of Amaterasu's evolution, a surge of inspiration struck him, and his gaze sharpened, the intricate patterns in his eyes quivering. He controlled the flames to a few hundred degrees, blending golden hues with a trace of fiery red, yet felt no hint of searing heat. Was this still a technique of the eyes? Meanwhile, in a sealed, otherworldly space within the land of demons, an indescribable black monstrosity awakened, its body adorned with countless eyes. From these eyes streamed tainted tears of blood. A thunderous roar echoed through the sealed domain. What is this? The Lord of High City. My master still lives? Cursed, cursed, cursed. Those accursed demons from beyond the heavens. Ah! Following the roar, a resounding crash erupted as the malevolent black-purple filth violently assaulted everything around it. Simultaneously, within an eerie shrine in the land of hot water, writhing crimson filth trembled, whispering, Yasukawa, Yasukawa, my lord, I shall kill you. I must kill you. This taint seethed with an unyielding fury, as streams of grotesque blood gradually converged from an unfathomable realm. In a palace, a beautiful priestess awoke from her slumber. What was that? She gasped for breath, trying to shake off the harrowing vision of a grim future she had just encountered. Confused, she murmured, Is that future one where I perish? Clutching her chest tightly, she furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. No, there was another future, one resolved by a pair of crimson eyes. Swallowing hard, she spoke hoarsely, If I perish. That dismal future reflected in my mind compelled her to summon her subjects. She foresaw a terrifying future and required the employment of ninjas. Upon hearing their lord's words, her subjects were struck with alarm. The ruler of this land had glimpsed the priestess's abilities, a fact they were acutely aware of. After all, who would submit to a woman for generations if it were not true? My lord, there is unusual movement from the yokai. The beautiful priestess recalled the master with the crimson eyes. Biting her lip, she declared, not just the yokai, but also the bloodthirsty demons. We must enlist the ninjas of Konoha, particularly the Uchiha clan's leader. He is the formidable ninja capable of salvaging this situation. The bowing subjects nodded in agreement. Yes, we shall obey your command. A month later, within the Hokage's office in Konoha, Minister Yuan Ming, this mission has been specifically requested by the priestess of the land of demons. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Yuan Ming felt a wave of irritation. What does it mean to be specifically requested? Could the phrasing be more courteous? Though he grumbled internally, his expression remained resolute. As a Konoha ninja, I shall fulfill this mission to the best of my abilities. The priestess of the land of demons, with her foresight, piqued his interest. He agreed to appease the increasingly anxious higher-ups. Hokage-sama, I presume this mission does not involve me alone? He exhaled a puff of smoke. The third Hokage, with a stoic demeanor, replied, Rest assured, this mission involves a team of ninjas to protect the priestess, as she requested. Your duty, Minister Yuan Ming, is to eliminate the heart of the threat from the land of demons. Thus, it was arranged for him to accompany my disciples. The Hokage was not entirely comfortable sending Uchiha Yuan Ming alone, so he decided to include companions to observe him. However, ordinary ninjas were inadequate for the task, leading him to rely on his elite young disciples. Before long, 3 distinctive youths entered the room. The one on the right, a carefree white-haired boy, waved enthusiastically, Yuan Ming Kuan. It's been a while. The cool and composed youth beside him nodded with a smile. It has been many years since we graduated, Yuan Ming Kuan. Uchiha Yuan Ming returned the greeting politely, smiling. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Orochimaru-san, Jiraiya-san. Humph. Hypocritical men. I haven't missed you at all. The blonde girl beside them scoffed, turning away. Noticing this, Yuan Ming shook his head, choosing not to engage. This unwavering blonde girl was none other than Tsunade. She was right. They had indeed crossed paths frequently. This gambler would cause a scene in the casino whenever she caught someone cheating. Most Uchiha did not fear her Senju lineage, but they respected her title of princess, thus refraining from confronting her, leaving it to him as the minister to handle. Over time, he had become familiar with the wealthy patrons of the casino. Seeing Uchiha Yuan Ming's silence, Tsunade fumed. Does this insufferable guy look down on me? With a roll of her sleeves, she was ready to explode. Her companions hastily restrained her. After a flurry of chaos and amidst Sarutobi's exasperated sighs, everything was arranged. Uchiha Yuan Ming, accompanied by the 3 future luminaries, exited the Hokage building. Orochimaru turned to him and said calmly, Yuan Ming-kun, since this is our first collaborative mission, we should familiarize ourselves with each other's abilities to ensure smooth cooperation. After a pause, he continued, I hope you will pardon any rudeness. Hearing Orochimaru's apologetic tone, Uchiha Yuan Ming was also curious to see how the younger generation of the legendary Sannin had matured. He smiled and replied, that is an excellent suggestion. Let us proceed to the nearby training grounds. Yes, that sounds wonderful, Jiraiya exclaimed excitedly. He had long harbored a grudge against the striking youth before him. Tsunade, glaring at him, thought, I must teach him a lesson. He will see my formidable prowess and become enamored with me. Humph, he better not cry. With her fingers cracking, Tsunade sneered, you won't escape unscathed. In the training grounds of Konoha, Orochimaru addressed Uchiha Yuan Ming, Yuan Ming-kun, how would you prefer to engage in this spar? You all may come at me together. Uchiha Yuan Ming shrugged nonchalantly in response to Orochimaru's inquiry. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru remained silent, recognizing the formidable strength of the Uchiha with the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, Tsunade's temper flared at his words. Who do you think you're looking down on? Come here. Chapter 33. Sage Mode. In a fit of rage, Tsunade launched the first attack. After that, there was nothing more to say. Uchiha Yuan Ming's current prowess was akin to a leisurely stroll as he effortlessly subdued the inexperienced 3 Sannin. With the 3 of them left in a daze, he proceeded to a bustling barbecue restaurant. You need not look so despondent. I have thoroughly demonstrated my abilities. Now, let us discuss the task at hand. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's comforting words, Orochimaru replied coolly, truly the words of a strong individual, Yuan Ming. However, regarding the mission, we shall depart tomorrow. Tsunade, remaining silent, clutched her head where the pain throbbed, transforming her grief into appetite as she voraciously devoured the barbecue. Upon hearing that the mission was to be discussed, Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he remarked, the people from the land of demons are already quite anxious. It seems the situation is not optimistic. Yuan Ming nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Then let us meet at the gates of Konoha at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We shall set out promptly, given the urgency of the matter. After a hearty meal, they dispersed. As Yuan Ming made his way home, his mind was in turmoil. His interest in the priestess's ability to foresee the future was undeniable. Yet he distinctly remembered the incidents caused by the spirits before the ancient times of the land of demons. The recurrence during Naruto's era, coinciding with the incredible changes in his Amaterasu technique, seemed far too coincidental, absolutely related to himself. His power was indeed the strongest in the ninja world, yet it was prudent to remain cautious. Reflecting on his shortcomings, he recalled the young 3 Sannin and was inspired to explore sage arts. Upon returning home, he gazed at the lazy cat sprawled on the sofa and gently patted its head, calling, Yuyuri, awake. I need your assistance. Yuyuri opened her sleepy eyes and, stretching languidly, replied irritably, what do you want, Yuan Ming? Unfazed by her tone, Yuan Ming knew they had grown quite familiar over the past 2 years, and he had treated her well. Aside from the chakra stored in the spiritual vessel, she had roamed freely within Uchiha territory. You have been absorbing natural energy to replenish your chakra these past 2 years. Haven't you? I have taken note. Yuyuri shot him a sidelong glance and yawned lazily, and then, I wish for you to assist me in my training. Absorb the natural energy now, and I shall observe and learn. Upon hearing this, Yuyuri's expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on the young man. Natural energy is no trivial matter, Yuan Ming. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's aptitude for sensing natural energy has always been mediocre. Yuan Ming replied with a proud smile, do not underestimate me. Let us begin. Without further ado, Yuyuri, having established an equal rapport with him over the years, assumed her position and pressed her paws together. A humming sound resonated as natural energy slowly began to gather around her. Watching Yuyuri spring into action, Yuan Ming frowned, a sinking feeling in his heart. Indeed, he sensed nothing. However, with the divine blade at his side, he feared no challenge. Glancing at the panel, he noted the increase in Amaterasu S strands from 314 to 264. With determination, he declared, come forth, divine blade, grant me unparalleled insight. Suddenly, a flood of extraordinary wisdom surged through his mind. Ah, so this is natural energy. I can sense it now. He yearned to merge it with his chakra, crafting a unique sage chakra. This was essential for retaining sage mode as a human. Moments later, Yuyuri stared in astonishment at the boy before her, his sage chakra swirling around him without a trace of change on his face. She exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Yuan Ming, your sage mode is as flawless as the old man's. Overwhelmed by the stunning scene, she momentarily revealed her feline tongue habit. Slowly opening his eyes, Yuan Ming exhaled a deep breath, feeling the surge of sage chakra coursing through him. He murmured, so this is sage mode? After a moment of contemplation, he realized its immense power. The various enhancements were at least threefold. Moreover, having witnessed Sasuke demonstrate that sage chakra could also be infused into Susanoo, he mused on its perfection. Assessing his remaining energy, he noted only 164 strands. Had he really consumed that much? Twice the amount needed to upgrade his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. A wry smile spread across his face. How poor must his sage aptitude be? Or perhaps, as Yuyuri suggested, the Uchiha clan was inherently lacking? After examining his sage mode and its enhancements, Yuan Ming unsealed the application of sage arts. Observing Yuyuri, who was left speechless, he boasted, "So, what do you think? I warned you not to underestimate me." Recovering from her shock, Yuyuri, with her feline paw, brushed her face and said earnestly, "Yuan Ming, take me with you on this mission." What prompted this sudden desire? She continued, "I, who have recognized your potential and have been awestruck by your abilities. I wish to see how far you can truly go. Moreover, during this time, you have treated me, a tailed beast, without restriction and have even played with me. I want to see if you are indeed the one the old man spoke of, in the land of demons." The priestess observed the artifact that displayed the status of the sealing shrine within the palace. This artifact, resembling a bell, which had once been pristine, was now marred by cracks. Her expression darkened as she struggled to articulate, "Is it on the verge of collapse? Something is terribly amiss." The spirit should not have broken the seal so swiftly. Something must have occurred. Her small hands turned pale as despondent words escaped her lips. "The future I can glimpse is even less favorable than that of the aberrations at Myoboka Mountain." Turning away, she paced out of the palace, summoning her subordinates. She spoke with gravity, "Go to the city shrine and retrieve the spirit bell." Her bowing subjects looked up in astonishment. "My lady, are you really going to summon the spirit bell? Has the seal truly weakened?" Noting the priestess's silent nod, they replied in hushed tones, "It appears we have no other choice." Watching her subordinates leave, a veil of sorrow crossed the priestess's face. She hoped that through sacrifice, the spirit bow could endure until that fateful individual arrived. "Oh, ancestors of the yin-yang path, protect us." Meanwhile, at the sight of the spirit seal, a foul river of blood burst forth, finally shattering the seal and revealing the inner space of the confinement. It transformed into a crimson light, darting inside. Observing the dark, multi-headed demon, it mocked, "What do you think? Spirits, be sure to thank me for aiding you in breaking the seal." All of the spirit's eyes focused on the tainted blood, and one questioned, "Why are you here, away from your dominion in the land of soup? You are no longer." As it spoke, it shifted its massive form, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. An ominous darkness enveloped the area, reminiscent of the former lord of the Ibaraki province. Chapter 34, The Eradication of Sin and Defilement. In response to these piercing words, the sanguine defilement sneered, "Heh, say what you will, I didn't come solely to unseal you." The defilement's form shuddered, and it uttered in a chilling tone, "You must sense it, mustn't you? The descendant of the celestial fiend, bearing the aura of Takamagara's master, is about to encroach upon this land." The malevolent spirit remained deaf to this, the colossal, ebony demon bellowing with ferocity, "Enough idle chatter. The greatest fiendish descendant languishes still in the Pure Land. What, then, is your true intent? Malevolent spirit, let us join forces. Together, we shall devour that wretch." Upon hearing this, the malevolent spirit reacted as if provoked, its 100 or so heads opening into gaping maws. "Who would align with you? I shall reclaim the sublime power of my other half. Then shall I be unrivaled beneath the heavens." Accompanied by a thunderous roar, this alternate dimension utterly collapsed, and the immense demon began to wreak havoc upon the world. In a forest bathed in the sun's final rays, the group, including Uchiha Genmei, all elites, traversed the land with exceptional speed, crossing several small countries from the land of fire to reach the borders of the land of demons in a matter of days. Genmei-kyōen. The capital of the land of demons is but a half-hour's journey from here, Orochimaru's magnetic, raspy voice conveyed. Uchiha Genmei nodded in acknowledgement. "Orochimaru-san, please speak plainly. You know that I, being in the military police force, lack experience in these matters compared to you. Orochimaru's expression turned grave. In the tens of miles we have traversed, the forests, the earth, the mountains have been eerily silent. Tsunade, standing nearby, quietly added, "It is as if all life has been extinguished." The group exchanged glances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, "Everyone, quicken your pace. I shall proceed ahead. If harm befalls the client, Konoha's future mission quotas will be jeopardized." With that, Uchiha Jinmei manifested armor, and with a flap of his back, he soared into the sky, concurrently atop the capital city's walls in the land of demons. A beautiful shrine maiden and soldiers gazed upon the tens of thousands of stone golems encircling the city. These golems, standing upon the earth, wielding swords and bows, their eyes gleaming with an eerie light, besieged the city. Behind them, lurking in the shadows, was a monstrous demon, as colossal as a mountain. Her face was grim. Is this the malevolent spirit and its undead legion? It's beyond comprehension. Though the shrine maiden's lineage had foretold its terror, she was facing such oppressive, apocalyptic dread for the first time. This unparalleled sense of reality sent chills down her spine. "My lady, they are about to attack," a retainer beside the shrine maiden exclaimed. The retainer's unsightly behavior caused the shrine maiden to lower her eyes. She raised an ancient, massive bow and asked in a deep voice, "Has the ritual for the spirit bow been completed?" The retainer bowed his head, and words filled with unknown emotions reached the shrine maiden's ears. 1,000 elders have already been sacrificed. Upon hearing this, she needed no further words, and her lips moved. An incantation of yin-yang techniques echoed through the heavens and earth, radiant and luminous, shining brightly. "O spirit bow, cleanse thyself of impurity." A beam of iridescent light flew from the shrine within the city, converging upon the shrine maiden's hand, forming a holy arrow. The shrine maiden, inviolable and dignified, drew her bow and knocked the arrow. Expel the sin and defilement. The sacred arrow, carrying moonlight, pierced the sky, illuminating the heavens. Its unparalleled might distorted the world. In the darkness, thousands of undead puppets were touched by the light, dissolving like spring snow, leaving no trace. The arrow, imbued with the light of divine judgment, struck the malevolent spirit lurking behind in an instant. A cataclysmic explosion erupted. The verdant and white holy light caused the struck region to invert. Was it successful? The retainer, recovering from the overwhelming power, questioned the shrine maiden beside him. The shrine maiden shook her head, her face solemn. "My attack and the spirit bows can only halt them for a moment." Biting her lip, the shrine maiden continued, "After all, you all know that my power and the malevolent spirits are one and the same. How can one be slain by one's own power?" In that instant of explanation, a shocking turn of events occurred. Thud. Huh? What's happening? What is this? The shrine maiden stared at the crimson tendrils piercing her abdomen, raising her hand to cover her mouth and nose. Ugh, is this my end? Blood gushed from her mouth, making it difficult for her to speak. She remembered, this was how she would die in that future. Am I truly going to die? What is this? My lord. Shrine maiden Sama. The retainers and soldiers nearby were aghast at this sudden turn of events. Upon realizing the situation, they moved to save their lord. The sanguine tendrils pinning the shrine maiden in place opened countless eyes. After a flash of crimson light, the retainers and soldiers all collapsed, their eyes white. Ha 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 ha. My other half, you never expected it, did you? I cleverly deceived your yin-yang eyes. With that, it extended a branching tendril, licking the shrine maiden's beautiful face. More branching tendrils grew, tightly constricting the shrine maiden. Watching the shrine maiden vomit blood and unable to move, it sneered, "Return my power." The tendrils quivered, and a verdant and white light emanated from the shrine maiden's body, gradually being absorbed by it. Power. Power. My sublime power has returned. Trembling with excitement, it writhed its body, ecstatic. The shrine maiden watched all of this, feebly raising her right hand, trying to grasp something. Guh. She wanted to say something, but only a weak moan escaped her mouth. Suddenly, the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of a golden light coming from the east. The corners of her lips curled upward, and she said to the malevolent spirit on her body, "Your death is nigh." The malevolent spirit, arrogant in its triumph, scoffed upon hearing this. "Stubborn, who can kill me now? Who dares to kill me? I can kill you." A resounding voice echoed from the sky. The atmosphere began to roar, and the faint breezes in the sky formed a massive typhoon in an instant. Is it the wind? No. It was a massive golden red blaze, emitting scorching heat, stirring the clouds. Golden red flames fell from the sky, a divine punishment. A massive pillar of fire illuminated the world, sweeping away all demons and monsters. The sanguine tendrils on the shrine maiden bore the brunt of the attack. The erupting flames engulfed the Shrine Maiden, yet did not harm her in the slightest. The tendrils, however, were incinerated. A figure descended, supporting the collapsing beauty. Looking around, there were still many undead puppets, and he was somewhat impatient. His crimson eyes flickered slightly, the undying sun, casting down the flames that incinerate all, obliterate the demons. A technique, Amaterasu, activated. Golden red flames swirled in the sky, spreading slowly but surely across the sky outside the city. He lightly snapped his fingers. Die quietly, scum. The golden red sky rained down meteoric fire, and the undead legion on the ground was utterly consumed by the sea of solar fire. The figure who had swept away everything was illuminated by the firelight. His handsome face emerged, none other than Uchiha Genmei. He laid down the Shrine Maiden, who was breathless and unmoving. With a touch of resignation, he mused. This is my inaugural mission for a ninja village. I mustn't allow the client to perish. His eternal Mangekyō blazed, and a revitalizing radiance enveloped him. He traversed the ravines, peach groves, and valleys, ascending to the summit where healing light emanated. The Miko stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Gazing at the sky, now resembling the nascent dawn, she murmured. Had I not already glimpsed the banks of the Sanzu River? How is it that I now behold such a vista? A hand waved before her, and a youthful voice declared, It was I who rescued you. Bathed in the golden crimson sky, the young man's figure radiated brilliance, causing her thighs to involuntarily clench in admiration as she inwardly exclaimed, How dashing! Chapter 35. I am unrivaled in the world. I am immensely grateful to you for saving my life. The priestess, weighing, bowed deeply, expressing her heartfelt thanks. She had escaped from that gray future, shattering her own prophecy. No, that is not correct. It was not her prophecy that was broken, but rather the future she glimpsed was limited. After all, she was not an omniscient being, and it was only natural to have oversights. Summoning her subordinates, she offered a faint smile to Uchiha Yuan Ming. The malevolent spirits and their minions had been driven away, yet the loss was trivial. She felt no fear. I wish to see you, my lord. Please visit the palace to discuss the matter of the malevolent spirits. Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded in acknowledgement. You may go ahead and reassure the residents of the city. I will wait for my companions, as they have yet to arrive. After a brief moment, the three young ninja, still in their formative years, arrived fashionably late. Tsunade surveyed the surrounding chaos and the molten lava flowing through the land outside the city, astonished. Hey, did you do all this? Indeed, Lady Tsunade. The situation was quite urgent, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Uchiha Yuan Ming responded with a slight smile, addressing her concerns. Hearing this, Tsunade grew increasingly displeased. What do you mean, apologize? You did exceptionally well. The insincerity of his words irked her. At that moment, Orochimaru shook his head in exasperation. Yuan Ming, do not be excessively modest. Excessive humility in a strong individual can be perceived as arrogance. Yes, just as Orochimaru said. Jiraiya silently agreed, though he felt a mix of admiration and annoyance upon seeing Tsunade's reaction. Such strength is indeed awe-inspiring. I hope that after this mission, we will have the opportunity to collaborate more often. Acknowledging Orochimaru's sentiments, Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded. Certainly, I have immense confidence in your abilities, Orochimaru-san. Let us speak less of trivial matters and see what instructions our employer has for us. As Orochimaru engaged in conversation with the person who frequently disrupted their dealings, Tsunade quickly interjected, suggesting they check with their employer, interrupting their mutual flattery. They proceeded in silence, swiftly arriving at the palace. Under the arrangement of the officials from the land of demons, they entered a side hall designated for their reception. After exchanging polite greetings with Priestess Weiing, Uchiha Yuan Ming, as the leader of this mission, spoke directly, Priestess Weiing, please elaborate on the objectives of this mission so that my three companions can devise a plan to protect you. Pausing briefly, he took a sip of the tea provided, then smiled. I can also track the target and eliminate it based on the intelligence gathered. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Priestess Weiing refrained from unnecessary words and detailed all information regarding the malevolent spirits. After listening intently, Orochimaru calmly inquired, Are the malevolent spirits connected to your power? Do they possess an immortal puppet army? What is your strength? Forgive my ignorance, but I do not sense any power emanating from you. With a resigned smile, Priestess Weiing replied, At present, I possess no power whatsoever. My pure spiritual energy has been entirely seized by the malevolent spirits. In due time, they will grow even stronger. Covering her head with her hands, she expressed her frustration. Moreover, even if I did have power, you ninjas would not be able to perceive it. Intrigued, Uchiha Yuan Ming asked. How so? The power I share with the malevolent spirits is spiritual energy, but theirs is tainted, a degradation of divine power. Degradation of divine power? Is there truly such a thing as divinity? Jiraiya interjected, finding the priestess's claims somewhat exaggerated. With a weary glance at the boisterous Jiraiya, Priestess Wing explained. I do not know if gods exist. This is merely what is passed down through tradition. The malevolent spirits are fallen deities. In ancient times, our lineage of priestesses received blessings from the divine, thus gaining power. My strength has always been in harmony with the malevolent spirits. This is the only proof I can offer. Observing the skeptical expressions on Jiraiya's and Tsunade's faces, Priestess Wing scoffed, if you do not believe me. As the so-called emissaries of the current Holy Land, you may inquire with those spirits. Realizing she nearly misspoke, she quickly coughed to cover it up. Ahem. I meant the summoning beasts. Nodding and understanding, Orochimaru, with a scholarly curiosity, resolved to investigate such secrets in the future. He calmly continued, I have grasped the overall situation. My companions and I will do our utmost to protect you, Priestess. We shall first prepare the sealing techniques in the city. Truly reliable. All of you, Priestess Wing replied, turning her gaze towards the contemplative youth. Her expression turned serious, regarding the other task of eliminating the malevolent spirits. I hope to discuss it with you, Yuan Ming, at the shrine. Uchiha Yuan Ming acknowledged her request, rising to his feet, ready to address the impending threat of the immortal army as the three young ninjas separated. Following Priestess Wing, they arrived at a shrine within the city. Upon entering, she gazed mournfully at the shattered sacred bow on the altar. The sacred bow is broken. The malevolent spirits have no weaknesses. Turning to face him, she bowed gracefully. Yuan Ming, please allow me to share the incantations of the Yin-Yang path with you. Taken aback, Uchiha Yuan Ming queried, You wish to teach me incantations, priestess? Why? Meeting his gaze with utmost seriousness, she replied, I can sense that the technique you employed to rescue me, it is divine power. Furthermore, you have traces of spiritual energy usage. Confused, Uchiha Yuan Ming responded, Divine power? Traces of spiritual energy? As she approached him, Priestess Wing locked her eyes with his. Indeed. Divine power requires the combination of incantations and spiritual energy to be fully unleashed upon this earth. Spiritual energy is the essence of nature, converging within the human body and refined to be obtained. Her resolute tone piqued Uchiha Yuan Ming's interest. Indeed, after upgrading his ocular technique through spiritual insight, it had undergone remarkable transformations. And natural energy, is that not the sage mode? He had never demonstrated it in her presence, yet she could perceive it. It seems her words are not unfounded. This learning opportunity promises considerable rewards. With newfound interest, he replied, I am intrigued, priestess. Let us begin now. Meanwhile, in a foreboding valley of the land of demons, a voice whispered, My power has finally returned in full. As this utterance resonated, the heavens and earth trembled, and the atmosphere swelled like turbulent waves. A violent purple whirlwind tore through the sky, allowing moonlight to cascade down. Thunder cracked in the clear sky. The tempest transformed into an ominous light, casting a blood-red hue upon the moon. The twisted, foreboding black wind descended, enveloping the colossal demon in a cloak of darkness. The magnificent, malevolent energy pulsated, cocooning it like a massive egg. Child of the awakened one, why do you tremble? Cracks appeared on the surface of the massive egg, and the vibrant, ominous energy surged forth from the fissures. Boom! The colossal egg shattered, and a torrent of inky waters coalesced into a humanoid form. The dark waters enveloped him, crafting an attire of antiquity. With obsidian eyes, raven hair, and garments of profound darkness, he resembled the night sky, seemingly capable of devouring all. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of his power. Ha 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 ha! It is in this moment that I have attained my complete form. After millennia of scheming, success is finally mine. I am now invincible across the realms. It is time to exact vengeance upon the malevolent beings from beyond the heavens. Chapter 36. A salutation to that scoundrel mastering the incantations of Yin-Yang techniques is a straightforward endeavor, devoid of any need for deceit. Attaining such formidable prowess renders the pursuit of knowledge from the past exceedingly effortless. With a mindset of tentative exploration, he recited the incantation and summoned chakra through celestial arts, complemented by the ocular prowess of his dojutsu. At the confluence of these three forces, Uchiha Yuan Ming unveiled the profound truth. Why the celestial Tsutsuki clan remained fixated on this particular realm. Why did the dimensional ascendant Tsutsuki Kanshiki leave behind his divine form on this planet rather than on their native celestial body? The answer appeared deceptively simple. This planet possesses a unique essence. It has been harvested yet remains vibrant and intact, with the cycle of life and death untroubled. Reflecting on the moment when the peach tree first emerged, the desolate star became evident. The ninja world is unlike any other. More intriguingly, the abilities of the Tsutsuki, or rather, their dojutsu, bear another appellation, divine techniques. Observing the increasingly agile flames of the sun in his grasp, Uchiha Yuan Ming murmured, "The origin of this planet's chakra lies in the fruit of Kagaya. The fruit's maturation necessitates the absorption of the natural energies of this land." Contemplating this, he couldn't help but scoff. Even the likes of Gamamaru, in his youth, risked everything to sever the bond between Kagaya and her progeny. He found it hard to believe that the exceptional native forces did not desperately resist when the divine tree first descended. It was evident that those native extraordinary beings, or deities, had failed, becoming mere nourishment for the divine tree. Exhaling a breath of discontent, he reflected on how the Sharingan, described as the eye that mirrors the soul, seemed disconnected from the essence of these dojutsu. The documented, recurring techniques such as Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi, and Tsukuyomi, was it possible that these figures shared a profound connection? He jested internally while continuing his speculation. The essence of the Mangekyō Sharingan's abilities is fundamentally the divine remnants absorbed by the divine tree. When Uchiha awakened those eyes, they randomly drew from the chakra information within the bloodline, a lottery of divine essence. Chakra has been conceptualized in this manner, as illustrated in the original narrative. Thus, when Uchiha opened his eyes, it appeared as though guided by the spirit, yet was truly a gamble. Fortunate ones directly accessed the divine might, while the unfortunate ended up with mere imitations, akin to Uchiha Shin's lackluster techniques. Realizing this, he understood that the ascension of the Tsutsuki was not merely a matter of voraciously consuming fruits or amassing energy. The peach tree had transformed a planet into a lifeless star, and even after consumption, its essence paled in comparison to Kagaya. It seemed that the ascension of the Tsutsuki depended on the information contained within the fruits, an information imbued with laws, which compelled Kagaya to betray her master. For this realm teems with deities, an abundance of divine information. A planet, once harvested, continues to thrive. He chuckled to himself, convinced that the perception of his dojutsu was merely a fade, completing the information within the techniques under the guise of divine art. His future appeared promising, and he need not worry about the influx of divine light. If his memory served him correctly, the second great ninja war was imminent, soon to erupt into chaos. In the heat of battle, he would undoubtedly acquire a wealth of divine blade energy. Even if those who ascended in the future descended to sow discord, he felt no fear. With a renewed sense of determination, he dismissed his errant thoughts and strode confidently from the shrine toward the palace. It was time to address the nuisance of the wraith. It seemed that the priestess's studies were progressing smoothly. As she lifted her head from her busy documents, a smile graced her features. Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded in acknowledgement, calmly stating, "Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are setting up the sealing barrier to protect you. I shall directly eliminate the wraith as per the requirements of this S-rank mission. Now, tell me how to locate the wraith." The priestess retrieved a bell from her sleeve and handed it to Uchiha Yuan Ming. "This bell is the link between me and the wraith. It will guide your path." Accepting the bell, he rose and made his way to the door. The priestess saw him off, watching his departing figure, and bowed slightly, calling out, "May fortune favor your endeavors." The departing figure waved without turning back, signaling that he had received her blessings. The young woman exited the palace and approached the busy Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I am ready to depart. How fares your preparations?" Upon hearing the inquiry from behind, Orochimaru set down the engraved runes and rose, responding coolly, "We are nearly finished." "Do you truly not require assistance?" "No, one person is sufficient, and besides, I have companions." "Companions?" Uchiha Yuan Ming did not linger in conversation, forming hand seals. He placed his hands on the ground. After a puff of smoke, a small blue cat emerged. "Ah, Yuan Ming, I thought you had forgotten about me." "Never." The priestess mentioned that not only the wraith is at work, another malevolent entity stirs in the shadows. At this, Uchiha Yuan Ming's expression grew serious as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, declaring resolutely, "My first village mission must be executed flawlessly." Observing the small cat leap onto Uchiha Yuan Ming's shoulder, Orochimaru remained noncommittal. Rationality prevailed over emotion, even if he believed a small ninja cat would be of little help. He maintained his composure. "Then I wish you success, Yuan Ming." Nodding in acknowledgement, Uchiha Yuan Ming's eyes focused intently as three tomo began to swirl within his gaze. The Susanoo manifested as wings, soaring into the skies. Witnessing the figure vanish rapidly into the heavens, Orochimaru shook his head in exasperation. It is indeed remarkable. A three-tomo Sharingan can activate the Susanoo. Only the documented Uchiha Madara achieved such a feat. Recording the information, he remained vigilant in his observation. Although this surveillance bore little significance, following the bell's guidance, after approximately half an hour of flight, Uchiha Yuan Ming beheld a dark valley teeming with countless immortal stone puppets. To avoid alerting the wraith, he descended at a considerable distance to a secluded clearing. Breathing deeply, he exhaled. Here begins another journey. Oh, the small cat responded with excitement, landing on the ground and bringing its paws together in reverence. At this sight, Uchiha Yuan Ming's pupils quivered as intricate crimson patterns spread within them. He shouted, "Susanoo!" The golden giant slowly unfurled, raising its left hand as the divine wine gourd released a torrent of chakra. This was the tailed beast chakra stored within the gourd. The immense chakra surged forth, flowing toward the meditating small cat. "It's coming. Oh, my chakra!" The small cat exclaimed in elation, gradually transforming back into its colossal, demonic feline form. Excellent. Observing the expanding figure of his companion, Uchiha Yuan Ming marveled. With a surge of focus, the vast golden giant dispersed, transforming into waves of golden divine energy that coiled around the immense cat demon. The youth leaped onto the creature's head. In an instant, the divine energy coalesced into armor, adorning the giant beast. The armored giant warrior brandished its enormous blade, ready for battle. Not yet finished, Uchiha Yuan Ming's body trembled, and the chakra surged upward like a torrent. Mysterious patterns shimmered brilliantly on the armor. The beast's trial, full activation. The young man exhaled a breath of murky air, the corners of his mouth curving into a cruel smile reminiscent of a poisonous flower from the southern lands. Let us greet that scoundrel. Onward. Chapter 37. The divine beings soar through the skies. Upon hearing these words, the beast warrior opened his mouth and exhaled gently. Yin and Yang chakra surged, coalescing in his left hand, spinning with fervor. In the blink of an eye, a foreboding and colossal black jade materialized in his grasp. With a mighty shout, the warrior plunged the divine sword into it. Observing this, the youth above, Yolu, gathered Senjutsu chakra, enveloped in the Senjutsu. The sword and the black jade resonated with a harmonious hum, as Uchiha Yuan Ming watched with a cruel smirk. Go. Let me witness your true form after attaining such power. What is your true essence? Strike, Yolu. Oh. The beast warrior echoed, exhilarated. With a flick of his wrist, a terrifying assault spiraled forth, resembling exquisite shurikens of death. With a fierce, piercing screech, it stirred the surrounding natural energy, hurtling towards the valley. A resounding boom echoed. The heavens and earth transformed. A violent whirlwind erupted from the valley, devouring all in its path, while a tornado roared, engulfing the wraith and his undead legion. Gazing at the shattered valley amidst the cacophony, Yolu exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, Yuan Ming, under this attack, there is no way he can survive. It shouldn't be that simple." "Do not be careless," Uchiha Yuan Ming cautioned, shaking his head. Considering the puppets under the wraith, all possessing immortality, it was impossible for him not to have it as well. With a watchful gaze, he remained alert. Hearing his partner's warning, the beast warrior's expression hardened, dispelling any sense of relaxation. "Understood," he replied solemnly to the youth above. In the haze of dust stirred by the assault, something began to stir. Tap, tap, tap. A pair of cold, black eyes pierced through the smoke, coldly fixated on the beast warrior. Heavy footsteps echoed through the dust as a dark figure swiftly emerged. Towering and clad in ancient, pitch-black attire, he scoffed icily. "Indeed. Like your ancestors, you are a disrespectful wretch." With that, he raised his hand and shouted, "To come without reciprocation is impolite. Prepare yourself." An overwhelming malice surged forth, sending chills down the spines of Uchiha Yuan Ming and Yolu. Something was approaching. In an instant, the wraith's lower half expanded rapidly, his imposing figure standing tall. "Not finished yet," he bellowed, a boundless, ominous black aura enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, that sinister energy surged forth like thunder, crashing towards his foes. The formidable presence seemed capable of forcibly obliterating that which should not exist. "This is my true power. Feel the terror, offspring of the dark. Experience the resentment I have harbored for millennia through your very body." Uchiha Yuan Ming disregarded the wraith's taunts. What offspring of darkness? He gazed upon the wraith, observing his immense, grotesque form and ominous demeanor. Was that truly a creature? Who was the real demon? Faced with the ominous black whirlwind, the beast warrior leapt, soaring into the air to evade. Fool, you think I would not dodge such a straightforward attack? Yulu mocked from above, as if to counter her words. The sinister black whirlwind abruptly altered its course, lunging toward the airborne beast warrior. It can track on its own? Truly impressive. No need to dodge, Yolu. Smash it. Uchiha Yuan Ming sneered at the unfolding scene. The beast warrior clenched his hand, the divine sword reappearing within his grasp. Raising the sword imbued with golden divine energy high, he flared his massive wings behind him. Boom. In that instant, the ominous black energy collided with the beast. Within the Susanoo, he felt the malevolent energy descend upon him like divine retribution. Chakra, senjutsu, and his very being felt inexplicably restrained. As he experienced this, a fervent smile crept across Uchiha Yuan Ming's face. Ha! Now this is the essence of battle. The youth laughed exuberantly, his expression gradually morphing into something more sinister. His scarlet eyes shimmered with intensity as the patterns in his pupil shifted. An awe-inspiring power ignited within his gaze. Simultaneously, he began to chant an incantation he had recently learned. Awaken, for the dark curtain descends, the sun shall be reborn. The beast warrior, piloted by the youth, felt the divine sword tremble in his hand. Waves of golden red flames enveloped the blade, the terrifying heat distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Uchiha Yuan Ming exerted pressure beneath his feet, signaling Yulu. As the golden wings behind him flared, he swung the divine sword. Oh, taste my blade. The divine brilliance of fire shattered the ominous black whirlwind. Thus, the divine being soared through the skies, raining down divine punishment upon the demons below. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the three Sannin guarded the priestess Kazuki in the palace when suddenly the earth trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. After steadying himself, Jiraiya voiced his confusion. Hearing his query, Orochimaru stepped out of the palace with a grave expression, gazing towards the distant atmospheric disturbances. This is not an earthquake, it is. Kazuki, rising to her feet, walked to his side, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It is the clash of divine beings. She then closed her eyes, extending her hand as if sensing something. Gradually, a glimmer of golden light appeared in the distant sky. Opening her eyes and brightening her gaze, she smiled alluringly. It is coming. Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, shared a look of shock with Kazuki as Tsunade approached, puzzled. At that moment, a wild wind howled from the mountains, a hellish heatwave following the emerging golden light. Witnessing the earth-shattering power manifest from afar, Kazuki spread her arms and proclaimed with a resonant tone, "Everyone, observe closely what constitutes a myth. Experience the terrifying essence of the divine." Tsunade, initially crossing her arms, found herself unable to keep them from falling. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Unfathomable, incomprehensible. Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly pressed his hands together, closing his eyes to sense the energy. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression complex. It is natural energy stirring the heavens and the earth. It appears that Yuan Ming possesses senjutsu power alongside the divine might of the Uchiha. Reflecting on his former teacher, the third Hokage, who had assigned them this observation task, he sighed heavily. Does this mission still hold any significance? With such power, aside from some controversy within the security department, there is nothing else to discuss. Orochimaru remained noncommittal, his eyes gleaming with excitement as his thoughts raced chaotically. This is the divine power of the Uchiha's Mangekyō, sublime. While they were all captivated by the spectacle before them, within a wooden house in the city, a dazed middle-aged man wielded a sharp blade. Using the blood of the corpse beneath his feet, he inscribed a peculiar blood array, murmuring, "Please, manifest upon our lamps. Great Lord of Darkness." Chapter 38, Calamity is about to befall you. A flash of foul crimson light erupted within the wooden cabin. Moments later, the previously dazed middle-aged man emerged, no longer wearing a vacant expression. He now bore a cunning and sinister smile. He proclaimed with pride, "Did you truly believe that the barrier of sealing techniques would prevent my entry? How naive. The witch resides here, and there are merely infantile ninjas guarding her. Ha ha ha. It seems I must hasten my approach. The wretched lord cannot endure much longer." With thoughts of the boy endowed with the divine powers of the great deity, he felt a sense of urgency. With a swift motion, a blood-red flower blossomed beneath him, spinning as it lifted his form swiftly into the air, racing toward the palace. Meanwhile, within the palace, Tsunade and her companions gazed quizzically at the blood-red aura rising rapidly from the city. What is that? The barrier has failed? Upon hearing the inquiries from Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Tsunade raised an eyebrow and muttered defiantly, "Who cares? If it dares to seek trouble, I shall send it flying." Observing the retreat of the young priestess behind her, she solemnly warned everyone that being is another form of malevolence. Please exercise caution. Upon hearing her words, the trio quickly formed a protective stance around the priestess. The crimson rainbow light erupted before them, and the figure before them grinned cruelly, saying, "Are you welcoming me?" Orochimaru had no intention of conversing, launching a massive shuriken forward. With a swift hand sign, he unleashed Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, the enormous shuriken split into tens of thousands of physical clones, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The malevolent deity scoffed, "Is this all you have?" With remarkable speed, he evaded Orochimaru's strikes. "Do not underestimate us," Orochimaru retorted with a cold smirk. As if to validate his words, a figure emerged from the shadows behind the malevolent deity, none other than Jiraiya, who had taken advantage of the multitude of shurikens to obscure the deity's vision. He expelled a surge of chakra towards the shadow, his hand signs already prepared while surfacing. Toad Shadow Manipulation Technique. The ground rippled as Jiraiya connected with the deity's shadow. The malevolent deity sneered, "And what of it?" Just as he raised his hand to attack, confusion struck him. I cannot move?" Before he could comprehend, a graceful figure descended from above, raising her long, supple leg, and bellowed, "Heavenly painful kick." A resounding boom shook the earth, leaving the malevolent deity sprawled within a gaping pit, his body trembling as tainted crimson light scattered. "Quickly evade. That is a cursed omen that taints the body," the young priestess warned in alarm. The trio was not foolish. The ominous bloodlight appeared far from innocuous. They swiftly dispersed, focusing their energies in defense. The malevolent deity whispered ominously. "It seems I have greatly underestimated you. You are no ordinary ninjas." Unlike the rabble from the Hot Springs village, ignoring his taunts, the trio prepared to counterattack. The malevolent deity grinned wickedly. "Even though my power has seeped through the barrier, in this inferior vessel I am left with little strength." As he spoke, he clenched his hands, blood flowing forth. With a twist, he sneered, "Dealing with you is still more than sufficient." The technique unfolded. Grass Nurturing Technique. A resonant clang echoed. Under the blazing sun, the tainted blood summoned a powerful gale of crimson wind, striking the trio before they could react. As the attack landed, the malevolent deity laughed cruelly, declaring, "Fear, tremble. Calamity is about to befall you." A moment later, gazing at the three ninjas lying incapacitated, he remarked indifferently, "Remarkable indeed. I expected you to perish, yet here you are, still clinging to life." Reflecting on how these ninjas could withstand his restrained assault, he felt a twinge of surprise. "Time was short. You should be grateful, for you have salvaged your lives." Shaking his head, sensing the urgency, he refrained from delivering the final blow and strode toward the witch within the temple. Turning to the composed priestess, he praised, "Witch, such courage. You are unafraid of me." The priestess, her gaze steady, replied, "What is there to fear? Your fate is destined for failure." The malevolent deity, unfazed, merely smiled. "Is that so? It matters not." Bloodlight surged forth, ensnaring her tightly. The key to victory was now within his grasp. He turned his attention to the diminishing commotion in the distance, sensing that the situation there was nearing its conclusion. He needed to hasten his pace. Bound, the priestess furrowed her brow in confusion. "I am the key to victory?" The malevolent deity chuckled darkly. "That fool believes that reclaiming your power ensures his success. Little does he know, your lineage has been intricately intertwined with him for millennia, a connection that cannot be severed." The priestess furrowed her brow even deeper. "And so what? I am devoid of spiritual power. He has miscalculated. You shall soon find out. And do not attempt to delay me with further deceits," he warned. With that, the bloodlight morphed into a blood lotus, enveloping both individuals as they ascended into the air. Uchiha Yuan Ming observed the wretched form of the malevolent deity sprawled on the ground. "You, a defeated foe, be grateful for my mercy. Do you have any final words?" Wire sauntered over to the young man, his monstrous eyes glinting with malice. "Yuan Ming, there is no need for pleasantries. I recognize this fiend. If you can kill him, do so." "You know him?" The young man was taken aback. Wire lowered his gaze, reminiscing. In the days before the ninja clans fractured, when the goddess of the rabbit was sealed, he seized the opportunity to wreak havoc, only to be soundly dealt with by Indra. Yuan Ming raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to Wire. "The goddess of the rabbit?" Sensing he had misspoken, Wire quickly cleared his throat. "Ahem, that is of little consequence. What matters is the present. Can we kill him?" Yuan Ming found amusement in Yr's evident unease, recognizing the source of his discomfort. After all, the goddess of the rabbit was Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of the sage of six paths in the true form of the Tintails, capable of claiming their tailed beasts' lives. His gaze returned to the incapacitated malevolent deity, contemplating which technique would be effective in eliminating him. After all, even Indra had failed to slay him. His immortality posed a significant challenge. As for Naruto, that was a plot-driven demise, reliant on the priestess. On their side, the priestess was now devoid of spiritual energy, rendering her a non-factor. As he pondered, the sky suddenly darkened with a cascade of tainted bloodlight. Ha! Timing is everything. This is truly fortuitous, the malevolent deity exclaimed, gazing at the fallen figure before him in the distant youth. Indeed, fortune favors me. Chapter 39, the eight-span curved jewel. With that pronouncement, the malevolent deity, apprehensive of the youth's imminent reaction, acted with alacrity, granting itself scant respite. It swiftly lacerated the maiden Miko's wrist, from which a delicate stream of blood trickled forth. Does your divine form require but a modicum of my blood? Miko inquired, her bewilderment palpable as she fixed her gaze upon the sinister god. The malevolent deity, now engaged in a desperate race against time, deigned not to acknowledge the maiden's dilatory query. With a crimson effulgence emanating from its hand, it ensnared the prone specter of the malevolent spirit. The maiden's cascading blood coalesced into gossamer threads, making contact with the malevolent spirit. Through an inscrutable act, the ichor gradually permeated its form. Ha! It is accomplished. At that precise moment, Uchiha Motoyasu arrived, a resplendent golden radiance piercing the air. Abominable fiend, he uttered, his voice laced with chilling resolve. Did you truly believe I would afford you the luxury of time? The malevolent deity, bisected at the torso, responded with a ghastly grin. Too late. Before their very eyes, the severed form swiftly decomposed, disintegrating into ethereal ash that dispersed into the ether. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested. A boundless river of blood, seemingly conjured from the void, hung suspended above them. Unclean, defiled, corrupted? Such epithets proved woefully inadequate to capture its essence. Uchiha Motoyasu, beholding this anomaly, assumed a grave countenance and subtly adjusted his sword's hilt, poised to strike. A rending sound echoed through the air, followed by Miko's agonized cries. Turning his gaze, he beheld a torrent of blood erupting from the lacerated wound on the maiden's wrist. The malevolent spirit, too, fared no better. Its form detonating with a resounding boom. It transmuted into a stream of crimson blood, tinged with a trace of gold, which coalesced with Miko's blood and soared toward the sanguine river above. With a delicate chime, the blade severed the sanguine tendril gushing forth from the maiden's hand. As Uchiha Motoyasu rescued the maiden, a derisive chuckle reverberated from the tainted river above. It matters not, for my purpose has been achieved. Ignoring the malevolent deity's taunt, Uchiha Motoyasu cast a frigid glance at the sanguine river. He approached Miko, his countenance etched with concern as he observed the maiden's feeble state. It appears that confronting adversaries of such caliber remains beyond the capabilities of the adolescent Sannin, he lamented. The colossal beast, Isabu, having materialized at some indeterminate moment, responded in a resonant voice, understood. With Isabu assuming a vigilant posture, Uchiha Motoyasu turned his attention to Miko. The intricate patterns within his ocular cavities rotated, and the restorative light of Amaterasu caressed the maiden's entire being. In short order, Miko, having regained her strength, propped herself up and slowly rose to her feet. I apologize for requiring your assistance once more, she murmured, her voice tinged with contrition. The youth responded with a gentle smile. It is of no consequence. It was a mere trifle, and, moreover, you are a client. Abruptly, an ominous drone reverberated through the air, its unsettling resonance agitating the very atmosphere, prompting Uchiha Motoyasu to lift his gaze. The sanguine river had undergone a transformation, its impurities gradually settling toward the lower reaches, causing the opposite end to slowly shed its crimson hue. An unsettling premonition gripped him, igniting a sense of unease. His countenance hardened as he ignited the chakra flames enveloping his form, and in an instant, Susanoo materialized. A preliminary probe, he declared. For who would stand idly by as their adversary undergoes a successful metamorphosis? Susanoo extended its arms, and the divine golden energy coalesced into a chain of curved jewels. Yasaka no Magatama. The golden colossus hurled the jewels, transforming them into meteors that streaked toward the sanguine river above. An unforeseen event transpired. The jewels' assault, even before reaching their target, encountered spatial distortions that engulfed them. What is this? The youth, his brow furrowed in consternation, directed Susanoo to raise its divine blade, poised to unleash an attack. Miko swiftly intervened. Do not squander your chakra, my lord. It is futile. During the forced union with the malevolent spirit, I gleaned fragments of its thoughts, revealing the deity's true nature. The youth, taken aback by the maiden's counsel, inquired, explain. Miko approached the youth, standing shoulder to shoulder as they fixed their gaze upon the evolving sanguine river. In bygone eras, she began, her voice measured, this land was the domain of the gods. The sovereign of Takamagara dispatched his siblings' progeny to the terrestrial realm of Ashihara no Nakatsukuni, also known as this land, to establish a nation. She paused, gently caressing the now-healed wound on her wrist. At that time, the ruler of Ashihara no Nakatsukuni was the malevolent spirit, nay, rather, Lord Okinanushi. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Motoyasa comprehended. Is the malevolent deity, then, the god destined to descend upon this land and usurp Okinanushi's Ashihara no Nakatsukuni? Miko nodded solemnly. Precisely. It descended upon this land and seized Lord Okinanushi's domain. The youth remained perplexed, unable to discern the connection to the futility of their assault. What is the link to the inadvisability of further attacks? He gestured toward the heavens. Miko elucidated. It is assimilating Lord Okinanushi's sublime power, transforming this reenactment of mythical history into a grand ritual. The maiden bit her lip, her voice laced with sorrow. It is no longer a malevolent deity, but the sovereign who has descended upon this land. Before its metamorphosis is complete, the very earth beneath our feet will shield it, preventing any harm from befalling it. Uchiha Motoyasu comprehended, his gaze fixed upon the celestial transformation. I see. The planet's protection, then? It seems I am temporarily powerless against it. Inwardly, he marveled at the revelation that the malevolent deity of the land of hot water possessed such an illustrious lineage. And if these deities all possess such capabilities, how were they so easily vanquished by Ishiki and Kagaya? Could it be that the vast majority of these 8 million deities are, in truth, mere dross? The sanguine river above gradually clarified, shedding its impurities and revealing shimmering azure starlight. The cerulean starlight coalesced into a swirling vortex. Amidst the surging currents, a comely youth with ebony hair and sapphire eyes emerged, clad in archaic white robes. Though diminutive in stature, standing at approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters. He hovered in the air. His form shuddered as he absorbed the vast expanse of cerulean starlight into his being. He clenched his fists, his frigid gaze settling upon the receding mass of defilement beside him. As if beholding something repulsive, he snorted with disdain. Let us repurpose the unpleasant actions undertaken for the sake of dormancy. With a mere gesture, he seized the mass of tainted blood, and with a rending sound, it transmuted into a colossal serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails. Ha 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 ha, delightful, delightful. He erupted in joyous laughter, casting a contemptuous gaze upon the youth and maiden below. A malevolent grin spread across his face. Hey hey, descendants of the rabbit goddess. Prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 40, The Divine Might Unleashed. Having delivered a formidable declaration, he waved his hand, summoning the colossal 8-headed, 8-tailed beast to charge at Uchiha Yuan Ming and the priestess. A true headache. I must protect the priestess while confronting them. I offered a brief admonition to my beast partner, and my vast chakra swiftly took form as I rushed toward the oncoming monstrosity. As I sprinted, Susanoo rapidly expanded in size. Before long, a magnificent golden giant, towering over 200 meters, emerged. The boy standing atop the giant's crimson brow wore a cruel smile, wielded the great blade, and trample upon all that lies before you with ruthless might. Susanoo responded with a resounding gesture, raising the divine sword high and cleaving toward the 8-headed, 8-tailed beast. The overwhelming sword light surged forth, as if the beast were confronting its nemesis. Under the might of this world-shattering strike, it was cleaved in two. Yet, the assault did not cease there. The giant hand seized one half of the creature's body and hurled it away with ferocity. As that half soared through the air, it was met with a fierce kick from the other half, leaving the monstrosity incapacitated. After executing this, the boy cast a disdainful gaze upward at the deity observing the scene, mocking, "Your pet seems rather lackluster, does it not?" However, his heart bore a heavy weight. No matter how he scrutinized with the Sharingan, he could detect no energy fluctuations emanating from the floating figure. Moreover, he sensed no natural energy surrounding him. This was troubling. In the realm of Hokage, only those who had attained the 6 paths, or the pseudo-6 paths like Sharon, possessed the ability to defy gravity without relying on any external powers. The deity smiled faintly. You possess some skill. Ah, I have yet to introduce myself. Ah, how rude of me. He spread his arms, excitement radiating from him as he continued, I am the son of Susanoo and Amaterasu, the master of this realm. Victory is mine, and swift shall be the day of triumph. I am Amano Abashira." With this introduction, he let out a sinister laugh. "Bow down, mortals." He gestured downward towards the golden giant. An unbounded azure divine wind, imbued with incredible heat and overwhelming power, surged toward Uchiha Yuan Ming. Earlier, as Amano Abashira underwent transformation, the massive Gamamaru within the palace of Mayaboku had already awakened. At this moment, he bore no trace of his usual confusion. The couple, Shinsaku and Shima, who often tended to him, were currently preoccupied caring for their offspring. In the vast hall, he displayed an astonishing greed, whispering repeatedly, "That is a god. That is a god. That is a god." The remnants of divine radiance from the age of gods still lingered. How marvelous. I must acquire that divinity. Unlike the white serpent sage pursuing dragon transformation, he had no hope in the scheme that led to the severance between the goddess of the moon and her son. In the aftermath of the Six Paths sage's victory, he had gained the privilege of the planet. Yet, he yearned for more. Otherwise, why was Mayaboku the most active among the three sacred lands? Once, Mayaboku was merely a blessed land abundant in natural energy, akin to the Dragon Cavern or the Slippery Forest. Now, it was on the verge of becoming a unique realm. His foresight allowed him to perceive the unfolding events in the land of demons. He aspired to advance further, to absorb the divinity of Amano Abashira, leveraging its status as the Earth's sovereign to ascend from sage to god, transforming Mayaboku into a divine realm. However, that Uchiha was quite troublesome. After a moment's contemplation, he called out, "Shinsaku, Shima, come to me." Soon, the frog couple arrived hand in hand. "Old fool, what is it?" "I am busy preparing food for the children." Shima complained irritably to the great frog sage. "You must swiftly journey to the land of demons and witness the battle unfolding there. Then return with detailed accounts." Seeing Shima about to voice further complaints, Shinsaku quickly interjected, raising his head to ask, "How do we go? Without Jiraiya's summoning, we have no means. Walking would take too long. I have my methods. Jiraiya happens to be there as well, so I can establish a location." As he spoke, Gamamaru produced a talisman from beneath him, a treasure of the sage. Possessing a fragment of planetary authority, the talisman's capabilities were far more intricate, allowing for swift transportation. With a flash of the talisman, the two frog sages soared into the air. The collision between the divine wind and the blade imbued with the sun's fire resonated across the heavens, producing a cacophony that shook the earth. Though Amano Abashira's form was diminutive, under the backdrop of the divine wind, he radiated an imposing aura. In an instant, the two sides clashed numerous times, shaking the ground, dimming the clear sky. Meanwhile, the traveling priestess struggled to shield herself. Astonished, she gazed at the battle before her. "Incredible! Though they may not match the old man, they are nearly on par with Indra." The astonished traveler marveled. Seeing the priestess nod solemnly, he cautioned, "Do not be distracted. It is coming." The searing waves of heat intertwined with the azure divine wind, overwhelming everything in their path. The traveler, clutching the priestess, narrowly evaded the ensuing backlash. In the midst of it all, Uchiha Yuan Ming was equally impressed. The beautiful boy deity across from him wielded unmatched power in a single motion. He could incapacitate even the towering Susanoo with a mere strike if he exploited a flaw. It seemed that battling against such a colossal form was disadvantageous. With this thought, he formed a hand seal and declared, "Then how about this?" Susanoo dispersed, transforming into gleaming golden armor. Uchiha Yuan Ming brandished the divine sword, a gourd at his waist, with a magatama forming a sacred halo behind him. The power in his eyes surged, flames of golden red solar fire igniting upon his blade. The boy deity, with a disdainful expression, revealed an elated smile and challenged the deity, "Let us determine our fate. How about it?" The floating deity raised an eyebrow, smirking with contempt. "Oh, very well, this back and forth. I have grown weary of it." As he descended gracefully to the ground, he extended his hand, palm facing downward. A fierce divine energy ignited around him, a staggering azure power surging forth. In an instant, the ground beneath his feet began to crack, releasing howls from the fissures. A blue sword gradually emerged from the depths. Grasping the hilt, the deity stood tall, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "Let me show you what true divine arts are." Half-baked, raising the sword high, he exuberantly chanted the incantation. "From this realm to the other shore, know the frailty of transient matters. Limitless, unimpeded, boundless. May the heavenly clouds assist me in achieving the infinite." The heavens reverberated with an inexplicable sound, the sound of destruction born from divine essence. Amano Abashira reversed the sword's grip, blade facing the enemy. The divine might unleashed, Divine Sword, Kusanagi no Tachi. Chapter 41, Amaterasu at full power. Yet, Uchiha Yuan Ming is no pushover. His body trembles as an immense amount of sage chakra surges through him. With a cold smirk, he declares, "You dare call me a novice? Allow me to show you the true power of a novice." Unlike the particularly convenient divine techniques of the Tsutsuki clan, the deities of this land have yet to reach such lofty heights. The invocation of divine techniques requires incantations or the assistance of spoken words. He takes a step, bends slightly, and deftly spins the fiery blade. With a vast amount of ocular power infused, the sage chakra intertwines. The youth begins to chant, "I hereby declare, the sun born from the Fusang divine tree shall once again illuminate the world." The resonance of the spoken words ignites an inexplicable vitality, seamlessly merging the sage chakra with ocular prowess. The ocular technique. No, the divine technique, Amaterasu at full power. Flames reaching 6,000 degrees surge atop the divine sword, transforming the Duma-cutting blade into a magnificent sword of fire. The roaring flames resonate, and the overwhelming heat from the blade vaporizes the surrounding vast expanse of existence into steam, lava. The elevated incantation continues. "O steel that shatters 1,000 blades. I borrow the sun's fire from the goddess to seize her realm." Their gazes lock. A vast malevolence circulates between them. Clang, bang. The two divine swords collide. The convergence of divine wind and divine fire reverberates through the heavens and earth, heralding an impending destruction. At that moment, heaven and earth lose their color. In a space devoid of color except for white, Amino Hashidate observes the mocking expression of the great deity. His face twitches, and with a resigned sigh, he remarks, "You've been waiting here for quite some time. Are you planning to mock me before stepping into the underworld?" The great deity, clad in black with dark hair and eyes, sneers, "Indeed, I await you here, eager to see what kind of failure will befall you after you seize everything from me once again." Amino Hashidate chuckles bitterly. Who would have thought that boy would truly accomplish a divine technique? Against such flames, there is no possibility of survival. Is that a compliment? A cool voice interrupts, prompting both deities to turn their heads. The newcomer is none other than Uchiha Yuan Ming. "How did you enter?" This is the realm where the living and the dead converge, a place accessible only to those who are dead or on the brink of death. In the face of the great deities and Amino Hashidate's bewilderment, the youth shrugs and replies casually, "I came in quite easily." This is a lie. He arrived through the resonance of his ocular power, projecting his consciousness. He glances around, marveling at the wonder of it all. Is this the place where Kakashi and Obito met their fathers and Rin when they were on the brink of death? Just as they said. It is indeed a convergence of the living and the dead. The two deities, uninterested in how the youth entered, refrain from further inquiries. The great deity, unwilling to converse with the boy who defeated him, simply sits down to meditate. Meanwhile, Amino Hashidate says mildly, "Young man, I still do not know your name." "I am Uchiha Yuan Ming," he replies, preparing to exit this space. "Wait, I wish to make a deal with you." Hearing this, he retracts his intention to leave and inquires gently, "What do you wish to trade?" Amino Hashidate smiles slightly. "To shatter the pure land that obstructs the cycle of life and death in the realm of the underworld. If you agree, I shall grant you great benefits." The youth raises an eyebrow. "Shatter the pure land? You must think I am ignorant. Please explain what lies within the pure land." Observing the cautious youth before him, Amino Hashidate sighs and elaborates on the details of the pure land. "The situation is as follows. If you agree, I shall transfer my final divine essence to you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming furrows his brow. The matter of the pure land requires careful consideration, after all. The Sage of Six Paths is unfathomable. For now, I can only agree to your request, but only after I possess the strength to resolve everything, and under circumstances that do not compromise my own interests. After all, I plan to exert control over the ninja world by force, and the rigid Sage of Six Paths would surely oppose me. When the time comes, shattering the pure land will be a simple matter. Upon hearing this, Amino Hashidate does not press further and releases a golden talisman from his brow. "This is my final divine essence. Do not resist." Without resistance, the youth allows the talisman to merge with his body. With the wise divine blade backing him, he feels no fear. Uchiha Yuan Ming gestures to bid farewell, saying, "I shall take my leave now." "Young man, no, Lord Yuan Ming. Remember to seek the Yada mirror upon returning to the living world." Acknowledging with a smile, he formally departs. Back in reality, amidst the massive lava crater, Amino Hashidate's form gradually transforms into the afterglow of fire amidst the crackling sounds of burning. The youth stands atop a bed of golden red molten rock, sighing softly. A formidable opponent indeed. I shall remember you, Amino Hashidate. He turns to leave the fiery pit. Upon reaching the edge, he is surprised to see 3 figures before him. You all managed to come here? Weren't you severely injured? These 3 are Tsunade and her companions. Tsunade gazes at the enormous lava crater, covering her mouth in disbelief. Did you really do this? Orochimaru's expression falters completely, his cold sweat betraying his fear as he stares at the formidable youth before him. His raspy voice breaks the silence. What a sight to behold, Lord Yuan Ming. Have you truly reached the realm of the ninja god? Hearing his companion's words, Jiraiya exclaims, the ninja god, with power equivalent to the first Hokage? How is that possible? Before he can finish, Tsunade interjects solemnly. Undoubtedly, this guy's power is on par with my grandfather. The youth, poised to speak, notices 2 frogs on Jiraiya's shoulder, both fixating on him with an intense gaze. Frowning, he forms a hand seal and creates a shadow clone. What is this, Lord Yuan Ming? Orochimaru asks, puzzled. I sent a clone to find the priestess on the other side, he replies with a smile. Yet, he feels something amiss, as he senses the frog's unusual attention. After all, those 2 frogs are notoriously talkative in the original story. Why are they now observing him in silence? Meanwhile, at a temple on the border of the land of demons, a peculiar monk, even in this pitifully weak body, possesses the sight to pierce through mountains and valleys. He witnesses the conclusion of the battle, a cold sneer escaping him. The descendants of that wretched girl and those remnants. It seems I must alter my strategy. Chapter 42. The beginning of inventorying harvests after being betrayed by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Ishiki Otsutsuki has lived with utmost caution throughout the millennium. Despite the constraints of his current body, he never contemplated switching to another one. After all, a mortal vessel is merely that. He was fed by that despicable Kagaya with the divine tree, and such wounds are not easily healed. Thus, during this millennium, even with countless opportunities to incite chaos to nourish his tentails, he remained dormant, biding his time until his injuries healed. At that point, seizing this planet would be effortless. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. What had he just witnessed? The offspring of that wretched woman could actually wield divine techniques. In that instant, a singular thought emerged. A perfect vessel has manifested. Unlike the reincarnated duo, he dared not touch them. Yet, compared to those mixed-blood descendants, this body could indeed harbor his power. He merely needed to successfully possess it to restore his former glory. Furrowing his brow, he murmured coldly, this Uchiha's power should not be underestimated, with his frail body. I fear I may fall short. After pondering for a moment, he devised a plan and turned towards the land of water. The boy-esque shadow clone absorbed the chakra from the gourd, disregarding the complaints of the transformed kitten and the meeting of the priestess and the 3 legendary ninjas. As they walked along the path back to the land of ghosts, Jinmiyu and the priestess walked in the center, with the 3 ninjas forming a protective formation about 20 meters behind. After a while, they neared their destination. Jiraiya's shoulder bore the impatient sage Shima, who could no longer contain herself. She leapt down and approached the boy and the priestess. Upon reaching them, she inquired, young man, you must be Uchiha Jinmiyu, correct? Uchiha Jinmiyu, puzzled, looked at her and replied, yes. May I ask what business you have, Sage Toad? Upon receiving a response, Shima eagerly continued, Jinmyu-kun. The traces of natural energy on you suggest that you can utilize sage techniques? Yes, I developed my sage mode through my own exploration, Jinmyu responded nonchalantly, nodding. Hearing this, Shima's eyes brightened. A self-taught sage mode carries certain risks. Our Mayaboka Mountain sage mode is highly refined. Upon hearing this, Jinmyu halted, looking at her with interest as he asked, and so? Thus, would you consider signing a summoning contract with us? Before she could finish, Jinmyu's firm response echoed in her ears. No, thank you. She could hardly believe her ears. A ninja had actually rejected the olive branch of the sacred land, especially that of Mayaboka Mountain. In disbelief, she asked, why? We are Mayaboka Mountain, one of the 3 great sacred lands. Because your toads do not meet my aesthetic standards. What? The incredulity in Shima's voice was palpable. Yet, before she could continue, the nearby Fukasaku sensed the boy's suddenly frosty expression and swiftly intervened. Enough, dear, let us return. Turning to Uchiha Jinmyu, he offered an apologetic remark. My apologies. Shima is simply overwhelmed by your exceptional abilities. He then nodded at Jiraiya and led his wife away. With a loud thud, they vanished in a puff of smoke, returning to Mayaboku Mountain. The priestess, Jinzi, remained silent for a long while until the toad sage disappeared. Finally, she sneered, those creatures, cough, cough, Summoning beasts have lofty aspirations. Fortunately, you did not acquiesce to them. Turning to Jinzi, Jinmiyu asked curiously, "What do you mean?" After glancing at the three ninjas positioned in the distance, the priestess shook her head. "I will explain in detail when I have a moment alone with you tomorrow." Uchiha Jinmiyu nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, I shall listen attentively." After a brief pause, they quickened their pace towards the distant city that stood tall against the horizon, parting ways and returning to their assigned resting places. Uchiha Jinmiyu sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to assess his gains. Closing his eyes, he meticulously sensed the divine symbol. Upon opening his eyes, he exclaimed in delight, "What a remarkable benefit! Truly splendid! The Tenkai Shime is an honest entity, without any deceit." The information from the symbol revealed that it was formed from concentrated divinity. It possessed three functions. Firstly, he was now ageless and immortal under the influence of divine energy. Secondly, he could use the divine symbol to develop subordinates, bestowing them with immortality akin to Haydn. But that was not all, due to Tenkai Shime's successful final metamorphosis. His subordinates would not only be immortal but also enjoy eternal youth. Currently, he had limited slots available, only 3. He had already decided that both Kiri and Hikari were essential. Regardless of their relationships, in terms of talent, these two were undoubtedly the strongest geniuses in Uchiha history, aside from the reincarnation of Indra. The remaining slot would depend on future developments. Moreover, this was merely the present situation with 3 slots available. The information from the divine symbol indicated that he could use vast amounts of natural energy or a significant amount of faith power to restore the divine power consumed during the defeat of Tenkai Shime, enabling him to regain his full strength and possess 12 subordinate slots. Lastly, he could utilize divine power to carve out a 20-mile radius of land, creating a separate space under his control. This was a privilege granted by the planet. Unfortunately, such a space also required substantial energy, which was not feasible at the moment. He decided to prioritize the issue of subordinates before contemplating this. With a sigh, he turned his gaze to the panel. Uchiha Jinmi Life Form Level, LV5 Super Shadow Talent, Divine Symbol, Description Omitted, Sharingan, LV5 Eye Techniques, Right Eye, Amaterasu. Left Eye, Okinanushi Susanoo Spirit Artifact, Sumigari Daiko, Divine Sake Gourd, Yada Mirror, Energy Attributes, Fire, Yin. Lightning Skills, Sage Mode, Human, Yin-Yang Path Incantations, the power used by humanity in the past to amplify techniques, Illusory Body Transparent Lightning Fire Chakra Mode, Fire Lightning Yin, various conventional fire release techniques. Jinjutsu Uchiha Style, Throwing Techniques, Summoning Technique, Meow. Another Journey Contract, Spiritual Light, 264 strands. The information displayed on the panel prompted him to reflect. The 2 individuals from the Land of Ghosts were super shadow level powerhouses, each contributing 50. The disparity between super shadows was stark. The strong included Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, and Tenkai Shan. The weak were akin to the third Reikage, who could be overwhelmed by tens of thousands in a matter of days. With a mutter of dissatisfaction, Uchiha Jinmi glanced at his spiritual light balance, 264 strands. He needed to contemplate seriously how to utilize this spiritual light. It was time to consider the family. Let us start from here. Chapter 43. Uchiha should be like this. The young man gazed intently at the sage mode displayed on the panel. Considering that the vast majority of the Uchiha clan possessed an abundance of fire-based chakra, it was evident that they excelled in fire release techniques. From a perspective of ninjutsu knowledge, he felt no need for concern. After all, the legacy of the Sharingan over the millennia was hardly lacking. The Uchiha Fire Barrier, an exaggerated defense capable of withstanding a tailed beast bomb, was a testament to their prowess. Thus, determining the area in which to bolster his clan became a straightforward task. Transforming the Sage Mode, which was solely applicable to himself, into a universally applicable technique would enable the Uchiha to soar to new heights. With this thought, a moment of enlightenment struck him, akin to a sudden awakening. Upon concluding his contemplation, Uchiha Yuan Ming focused on the changes in the information on the panel. Sage Mode, human, a method of sage power granted by divine illumination, highly suitable for humanity. Divine illumination, 214 strands. Did I expend 50 strands? Yet, it seems worthwhile. The residual essence of divine illumination assured him that the potency of the modified sage mode would not diminish. The threefold enhancement of its fundamental power would only increase. He envisioned the surprise it would bring to their adversaries in the forthcoming war that would erupt in just a few years after imparting this knowledge to his clan. The young man peacefully prepared for sleep. At Mayaboku Mountain, Gamamaru sat upon a grand chair, listening to the report of the Shinazuka couple. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "Indeed, as you have observed, has that divine essence been absorbed by Uchiha Yuan Ming?" "Indeed, the natural energy has informed me," responded Sage Shinazuka calmly, raising his head to explain to the great Toad Sage that divine essence now resides within his body. However, Sage Shimaru interjected, dousing the conversation with cold water. "Let us not forget, I previously mentioned that the boy has little interest in associating with us." His tone was indifferent, and thoughts of the Uchiha ignited his frustration. What did it mean to refuse to forge a connection with Mangekyō Mountain due to aesthetic preferences? Was it merely a comment on the toad's appearance? Upon hearing this, Gamamaru merely smiled slightly, as if holding a treasure of wisdom. His eyes sparkled with insight. He looked down upon the two sages and said with a calm demeanor, "No matter, I have already foreseen that the battlefield in the land of water in a few years will present us with an opportunity." Elated by this prospect, he rose to his feet, opening his great mouth to exclaim with excitement, "Then we shall seize that divine essence and ascend from sage to deity." The surging sage energy within him boiled, stirring the clouds of Mangekyō Mountain. It was evident how exhilarated he truly was. The two toad sages below observed this spectacle with composure. As the great toad sage, they were not unaware of his true nature. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, they understood he was far from simple. Had they intervened in the affairs of the ninja world for mere charity? Once the great toad sage calmed down, the elder, if he truly intended to plot against that boy, clasped his hands together and solemnly inquired, "What is the plan?" Settling back into his seat, he rested his head upon his webbed hands. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke coolly. "At that time, I shall lead the children to launch a surprise attack on the Uchiha stronghold." He lifted his head from his hands, slowly lowering it again, and continued to the Shinazuka couple, enunciating each word. "By dividing their elite forces, we shall ensure that those kaleidoscopic eyes do not converge in one place. That will be the moment of their demise." His resolute tone suggested that the youth's end was nigh. After speaking, he gestured for them to withdraw. "You need not worry. You may leave." The Shinazuka couple bowed and departed. Yet, Gamamaru pondered, can the future truly be manipulated at your whim? For it is indeed a domain even the omniscient gods cannot fathom. Meanwhile, in a shadowy cavern, Ketsu was discussing Uchiha matters with Madara Uchiha. "Lord Madara, was what you said earlier true?" Madara glanced at the questioning Ketsu with a sidelong gaze. With a snort, he replied, "I have no habit of deceiving in such matters." "I did indeed sense it." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, brow furrowing as he continued, "A power slightly surpassing mine has blossomed in the distance." A sense of foreboding swelled within him, akin to the way he could sense chakra fluctuations hundreds of kilometers away, just as he could with that despicable libido. At his level, he could indeed perceive the intense aura emanating from afar. After all, ocular power was merely a unique form of chakra, of which he was well aware. It was likely Uchiha Yuan Ming, truly an extraordinary individual. Black Zetsu, who was alongside White Zetsu, slowly responded to Madara's ominous premonition. Madara glanced at him with pride and stated, "It must be him. I never anticipated such a remarkable Uchiha would emerge in this generation." Black Zetsu, perplexed, questioned, "What is it that you take pride in? Are you proud of that boy?" "Lord Madara, he has already become a significant nuisance." Hearing this, a smile spread across Madara's face, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. "Ha ha 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 ha. Of course, I take pride in it. Uchiha should be like this." With a flourish of his left hand, he clenched his fist and continued fervently, "I once thought that after my departure, under Obito's scheming, the Uchiha would gradually descend into obscurity. But look at what he has accomplished. He has developed the security department to such an extent that it has become a thorn in Konoha's side, and yet they can do nothing about it." At this point, he raised his voice in a triumphant proclamation. "To feed a dog, one requires fodder. To nurture a person, one requires gold. But to utilize an Uchiha? No one can manage that." He had thoroughly experienced this truth. How could he not feel pride? Turning away, he stepped into the darkness, slowly. Waves of malice began to swirl around him. However, he resolved that this matter would not interfere with his grand scheme. He had long since marked the boy for death. Accompanying Black Zetsu, he remarked, "What shall we do then? Lord Madara, he is not a mere pawn to be manipulated. I have my methods. Come. It is time to utilize the third Mizukage as a pawn." Thus, a coincidental plot began to loom over the young man. In the land of ghosts. The following morning, the youth and the priestess continued their meeting at the shrine. "Miko, is there anything further to discuss from yesterday's unfinished conversation?" Upon hearing the young man's inquiry, the priestess turned her bright eyes towards him. With a gentle smile, she began to explain, possessing the divine essence of a mono Nashihime. Should you forge a pact with those aberrations, it would only benefit them. Uchiha Yuan Ming, taken aback, met the priestess's gaze. Slowly, he inquired, "What do you mean?" The priestess, with lips slightly parted, continued, "A mono Nashihime is the sovereign of the land of the reeds. If you truly forge a pact with them, they would be able to draw upon the earth's power without restraint, fattening themselves." The youth nodded in understanding, observing the priestess's hesitant expression. With a smile, he remarked, "You surely wish to share more than just this with me, do you not?" Chapter 44, Let Us Collaborate, Orochimaru. The priestess, Miko, adjusted her attire. Kneeling with her head bowed, sorrowfully imploring, "Please, your excellency, save me." Uchiha Jinming, taken aback by the priestess's unexpected plea, hastily helped her to her feet. Bewildered as he inquired, "Haven't all the issues been resolved? Why do you speak to me in such a manner?" Summoning her courage, the priestess gazed into the young man's eyes and candidly replied, "The circumstances have changed. I now lack power." Her delicate fingers clutched the fabric of her garment, betraying her anxiety as they turned pale from the pressure. With a sigh, she continued, "With the threat of malevolent spirits gone, as a female sovereign, I fear I shall meet a grim fate thereafter. Thus, I shamelessly beseech you for assistance." Yet, Uchiha Jinming hesitated, stating, "Ninjas are forbidden from involving themselves in matters of state. Even if I were to save you, it would only be to ensure your safe departure from this place." The priestess flashed a charming smile. "There is no need for such trouble. All you need do is elevate me to become a chosen of the divine. After all, once I return under the auspices of the gods, my powers will be restored." Jinming's mind sparked with realization. He understood to whom the last slot had been allocated. The plans he had previously hesitated to implement due to the inadequacy of the Haramizuki's identity could now be set in motion. Resolving himself, he looked at the priestess and declared solemnly, "Prepare yourself. Your future fate will rest in my hands." The beautiful priestess bowed gracefully, a smile illuminating her face. "I shall willingly accept this. Then swear to serve me forever." The young man drew a knife and sliced open his wrist. With a soft gasp, his blood fell, buoyed by an inexplicable force floating before the priestess. "From this moment onward, you shall be my sole deity." Without hesitation, the priestess reciprocated the oath, fully aware of the harsh reality that awaited her in a world devoid of power after the ninjas returned. Receiving the blood in her hands, she drank deeply. In that instant, her long-dormant body devoured the surrounding natural energy. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft gasp. Her complexion flushed as she bit down on her lip, striving to suppress any further embarrassing sounds. Suddenly, azure flames ignited within her eyes, and radiant energy shimmered around her. Moments later, the young man observed as the priestess regained her strength, waiting for her to compose herself, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He extended his hand, henceforth, "Let us work closely together, my priestess." Miko grasped his outstretched hand, her expression resolute. She responded with reverence, "Yes, my lord." Uchiha Jinming walked with a light step, inquiring about the whereabouts of the brilliant researcher from Jiraiya and Tsunade, while on his way to seek Orochimaru. Enlisting the sovereign of a nation as a supporter would allow him to fully realize his ambitious plans. The security department had seen a significant increase in donations over the past 2 years. With ample funds to support the training of all ninjas in the clan and the expansion of the security team, there was more than enough to spare. He had previously considered leveraging the Haramizuki lordship to encourage the Uchiha to invest in ventures outside the village, but hesitated due to the constraints posed by the Land of Lightning. Now, the conditions were ripe. Finding Orochimaru and securing his agreement for the forthcoming transaction would fulfill his aspirations. Before long, he pushed open the doors of the archives in the Land of Ghosts. "Indeed, you are here, Orochimaru." Seeing Orochimaru engrossed in a book at his desk, Jinming greeted him. The serpent-like genius set the book aside, lifting his gaze. "Jinming, is there something you require?" Uchiha Jinming smiled slightly. "I apologize for interrupting your scholarly pursuits, but I do have a request." He took a seat opposite Orochimaru and stated plainly, "I am aware of your passion for scientific research, so I shall not beat around the bush. Let us collaborate, Orochimaru. Whatever funding your research projects require, I shall provide." In response, Orochimaru remained silent, observing Jinming with keen, glimmering eyes. It was evident that he was intrigued. Having just embarked on his scientific journey, he realized that whether studying ninjutsu or pursuing the path of immortality, substantial financial resources were essential. His meager earnings from missions were but a drop in the bucket, and the prospect of significant funding from Jinming was undeniable. After a moment of contemplation, He hesitated. You know, my mentor has reservations about your Uchiha clan. 100 million ryo. As a disciple of the Hokage, I too aspire to become Hokage. 300 million ryo. Do not underestimate me, Yuan Ming. As a ninja with lofty ambitions, I... Before he could finish, Yuan Ming interjected, 500 million ryo each quarter. Not annually. This interruption halted Orochimaru's thoughts. Pleasure in collaboration, Yuan Ming. Seeing Orochimaru acquiesce, Uchiha Yuan Ming internally chuckled. Do you not realize how desperately researchers crave funding? The tricks used to secure funds in my past life have become folklore. Provide ample financial support, and I assure you, they will bend for a mere handful of rice. Though he had agreed to collaborate with the young man, Orochimaru cautiously posed a question. For such a substantial investment, do you have any other demands? He worried that if Yuan Ming's requests were too outlandish, his hasty acceptance due to financial allure might prove unwise. Rest assured, my requirements are not excessive, Yuan Ming reassured. Noting Orochimaru's concerned expression, do not overthink it. Alongside your research into ninjutsu, you must also fulfill my designated projects. The young man's comforting words visibly eased Orochimaru's tension, prompting him to inquire, what projects? Fear not, they are merely civilian products that will require only a modicum of your effort. Civilian goods? What purpose would the Uchiha have for them? Orochimaru questioned, perplexed. Yuan Ming shook his head, declining to elaborate further. Standing, he slowly replied, you will understand in due time. I shall not intrude upon your studies any longer. After bidding farewell, he turned to exit. Orochimaru paid little mind to Yuan Ming's reticence. He simply needed to meet the benefactor's demands. Once accomplished, many of his research projects could commence in earnest. Time flew by. And over 5 years had passed since returning from the land of ghosts. At this moment, Uchiha Yuan Ming sat in the minister's office, holding the financial report of the Stargazing Avian Corporation, reflecting, Orochimaru has proven to be incredibly valuable. As he prepared to scrutinize the report for any discrepancies, the sound of a door creaking open drew his attention. Lifting his gaze, he smiled upon seeing a familiar figure. Ah, it is you, Tsunade. Chapter 45, How's the progress of the experiment? Uchiha Tori, observing the documents in Yuan Ming's hands, raised an eyebrow and inquired directly. What is the company's revenue for this month? Setting aside the report, Uchiha Yuan Ming turned to Tori, who was no longer a girl but a woman of poise. With a proud smile, she responded, the revenue is quite satisfactory. The markets of the small nations surrounding the land of demons have all been secured. Rising from her seat, she walked over to a wall adorned with a map of the ninja world. Pointing at the land of lightning on the map, she continued with pride, as for the larger markets, thanks to our family's connections with the daimyo of the land of lightning, we have also established our presence there. Her finger traced across the remaining 3 great nations, excluding the land of fire. After all, the land of demons is but a small nation with limited population and production capacity. We need not consider these 3 great nations for now. Everything was proceeding smoothly. After returning from the land of demons, she had compelled Orochimaru to develop various industrial products and design a complete production line. Subsequently, the ruler of the land of demons had agreed to collaborate with the Uchiha to establish the company. The Uchiha provided the military might, while the land of demons contributed manpower, materials, land, and various resources. Currently, they were successfully flooding the market of the ninja world, which still operated under the old feudal system, reaping substantial profits. What? You say it's impossible? You could inquire whether the Uchiha's sword is sharp. As for the notion that ninjas cannot engage in commerce, who claimed such a thing? The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans of Konoha were indeed running their own businesses. Thinking of Konoha reminded her of the land of fire. A frown crossed her face as she coldly remarked, the market in the land of fire poses some challenges. I truly did not expect them to be so domineering there. Being a close confidant of Uchiha Yuan Ming, Tori was aware of who they referred to. Rubbing her temples, she sighed. After all, our family has a long-standing enmity with them. It's unavoidable. Returning to her seat, she waved her hand dismissively. Let us not discuss them any further. Let us focus on the matter at hand for your visit. Tori chuckled helplessly and continued. The Hokage wishes to see you to discuss important matters. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming shrugged. I never anticipated that upon returning from the land of demons, my only summons would be through a messenger. Previously, the Umbu would rudely come to inform me directly. Standing up, she instructed Tori, I will head over first. Please take care of this report with Yuta. Tori smiled and nodded in agreement. Understood. Just remember to show proper respect to the Hokage. As she stepped out, she waved her hand to indicate her acknowledgement. Exiting the security department, Uchiha Yuan Ming passed by her family's residence, observing the thriving Uchiha clan. A sense of profound contentment welled up within her. After amassing a fortune, the over 100 elite Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan, under the immense resource allocation, found mastering the now simplified Sage mode an effortless endeavor. Only those without the 3 Tomos still struggled with their chakra levels, rendering them ineligible for training. Now, this formidable power was entirely at her disposal, emboldening her to confront any challenge head-on. Before long, she stepped into the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage, still in his prime, awaited. With a slight bow, she greeted, "Hokage-sama, what matters require discussion?" Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated the striking figure of Uchiha Yuan Ming and felt a pang of apprehension. The intelligence about the land of demons provided by his former disciple had sent shivers down his spine. A ninja of divine status had emerged from the Uchiha clan, a formidable presence unmatched among Konoha's ninjas of this generation. Past experiences had made him acutely aware of the true strength of a ninja of such caliber. Fortunately, this individual seemed relatively stable for the time being, allowing him to tolerate some of her more unconventional actions. Extinguishing his cigarette, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly at Uchiha Yuan Ming. "Minister Yuan Ming, I have summoned you because the atmosphere in the ninja world has become increasingly severe." He retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to her. "This is the analysis report. Please review it, and we shall discuss it further." Receiving the report, Uchiha Yuan Ming skimmed through it quickly. Indeed, the atmosphere in the ninja world had grown increasingly intricate. During the 20 years of peace, the disparity in mission quotas compared to Konoha had widened, causing unrest among the ruling classes of the 4 great shinobi nations. Currently, tensions along the borders were incessant. It was a simple truth. Mercenaries depended on their contracts for survival. If one had what the other lacked, who would willingly concede? Uchiha Yuan Ming raised her head. Adopting a serious tone, "Hokage-sama, if the situation deteriorates, as a member of Konoha, the Uchiha will spare no effort." Upon receiving the report, she understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. As Hokage, he was poised to face his first great war, and he would undoubtedly leverage every available resource to ensure victory. More importantly, her own existence had become a pivotal asset. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unconcerned with the Senju Tobarama, pressing the Uchiha under the principles of the security department. He knew that if he harbored any dissatisfaction, his position would become precarious. Moreover, the Uchiha needed war. After all, in the original narrative, the third Hokage had strictly adhered to the policies set forth by the second Hokage, attempting to avoid involving the Uchiha clan in battles unless absolutely necessary. The lack of extensive conflict had prevented the Uchiha from facing significant stimuli, and naturally, after the Third Great Ninja War, they had become a shadow of their former selves, ultimately leading to their near extinction. After the two engaged in a detailed discussion of strategies, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, sincerity etched on his face. "The Uchiha truly are Konoha's noble clan. I greatly appreciate your support." Uchiha Yuan Ming replied coolly, "As a ninja of Konoha, it is only right." Receiving this response, the third Hokage nodded with a smile. He then shifted the conversation. "By the way, Minister Yuan Ming, there is a distinguished individual who wishes to meet you." Uchiha Yuan Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh? Who might that be?" "Lady Uzumaki Mito requests your presence at the Senju residence tomorrow," he informed her. Yuan Ming paused for a moment. Then, regaining her composure, responded with intrigue, "Very well. I have long wished to meet this legendary figure of Konoha." Standing by the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as she slowly exited the building, his expression fluctuating between concern and resolution. "Come forth." With a flurry, the surrounding Umbu appeared in the office. Kneeling before him with bowed heads, "Hokage-sama, what are your orders?" "Inform Danzo that I have approved the experiment he wishes to initiate." Turning to face the Umbu, he spoke with an impassive demeanor. "I have consented." Meanwhile, as Uchiha Yuan Ming stepped out of the building, a cold smile graced her lips. Her company had just encountered obstacles in entering the market of the Land of Fire, yet Uzumaki Mito wished to meet with her? Tomorrow, she would see what these old adversaries were plotting. Navigating through several street corners, she gradually arrived at the edge of Konoha, entering a brand new building. Familiar with the layout, she ascended the stairs and pushed open a technologically advanced door. Upon entering, she spotted a cool, serpentine figure intently analyzing data on a computer. She greeted, "How goes the progress of the experiment?" Chapter 46. The unusual white Orochimaru withdrew his gaze from the screen and upon noticing the arrival of a visitor, calmly addressed him. "Ah, it is you, Uchiha Yuan Ming. For the experiments, please observe here." He gestured towards the screen, displaying several comparative data charts. Upon comparison, it became evident that the genetic sequences of Uchiha, Senju, the Blood Pool, and Hyuga shared certain commonalities. As he spoke, he focused on the overlapping areas within the data. Excitedly, he continued with Yuan Ming. Your intelligence is indeed accurate. Seemingly lost in thought, Orochimaru lowered his eyelids and sighed. Alas, I lack the Sharingan, and thus cannot glean the contents of your shrine stone tablet. Uchiha Yuan Ming, hailing from the scientific society, was not one to overly cherish his findings. Regarding the genius scientist who specialized in biology and could create fantastical constructs like mechanical Naruto, he had selectively disclosed some information to Orochimaru. Hearing the sigh, Yuan Ming nodded and smiled. I was right. Genetics is truly fascinating. In response, Orochimaru nodded gravely, stating, This is self-evident. A few years ago, under your guidance, I abandoned futile research on cells and discovered that only genetics holds the key to life. Yuan Ming approached the computer and quickly scanned the data charts. He turned to Orochimaru and inquired, Very well, what are the results of the research on these genes? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and replied, Esteemed benefactor, please follow me. With a slight lift of his brow, he led Yuan Ming to a glass observation room. He pointed to a conspicuous little white mouse inside and candidly declared, This mouse underwent a remarkable transformation after I injected it with the genes of the 4 clans. Then, Orochimaru pressed a switch below the glass. Dozens of shurikens shot forth from a concealed opening. Sensing danger, the little white mouse instantly bristled with fur that shone and stood upright. Amidst the rushing sounds, its fur appeared as sharp as blades, detaching from its host at an incredible speed, deflecting the shurikens one by one. Observing the mouse, which resembled white jade, Uchiha Yuan Ming was momentarily stunned. Is this rabbit for needles? And that unusual white? Regaining his composure, he pointed at it and, with a hint of astonishment, asked Orochimaru, Is this a success? Not so simple, Orochimaru replied with a solemn expression. These test subjects will perish within a mere 3 days. Turning away, he sighed again. I suspect a special chelating agent is required to truly yield a perfect specimen. A special biological chelating agent? Yuan Ming seemed to recall something and nodded in acknowledgement of Orochimaru's efforts. I look forward to your success. Perhaps one day I shall present you with a special gift to aid your research. A special gift? Ignoring Orochimaru's puzzled expression, he waved his hand dismissively. I shall take my leave now, and you will find out in due time. The following morning, Yuan Ming stepped into the domain of the Senju. Guided through the grand residence of the Senju's direct lineage, he entered a serene courtyard where the sound of a deer drinking water was refreshingly pleasant. Setting down his teacup, he addressed the silent red-haired beauty before him. Might I inquire what matters Lord Mito wishes to discuss with me? Though Uchiha Mito had aged, the seal upon her forehead bestowed upon her the appearance of a youthful maiden. She raised her gaze slightly, her lips parting. You bear a resemblance to him. Yet not quite. Let us dispense with pleasantries and speak plainly, Yuan Ming urged. Upon hearing this, Mito frowned at Yuan Ming's directness. Are the youth of today so impetuous? What schemes are you orchestrating in the land of fire? With a cold laugh, Yuan Ming rose as if to leave. Shall I elaborate further? Mito's brow furrowed deeper as she intoned, As a ninja, one must fulfill the role of a ninja. I firmly believe this to be the correct path. What say you? Uchiha Patriarch? Is that all? Uchiha Yuan Ming replied, somewhat exasperated. You summoned me today merely to speak of this? A shadow crossed Mito's eyes as she scolded. Is it not so? Nobles must act as nobles, merchants as merchants, and ninjas as ninjas. This has been the right path for millennia. Your Uchiha clan has overstepped its bounds. Understanding dawned upon Yuan Ming as he processed her words. In this world reminiscent of a Japanese manga, it was a world of mundane existence. No wonder the powerful ninjas often engaged in menial tasks, serving as hounds for over 1,000 years. Wasn't this something he had already surmised? Feeling no need to continue the argument, Uchiha Yuan Ming stated flatly, What the Uchiha do is none of your concern. As he approached the door, he glanced back, disregarding her displeased expression. Uchiha Yuan Ming, unwilling to utter another word, strode out of the mansion and returned to the security department to resume his duties. Shortly thereafter, governance entered the office, observing Yuan Ming's displeased countenance. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, Did the discussion with the Senju go awry? That is certain, Uchiha Yuan Ming scoffed, for those who have become nobles are least fond of change. Indeed. Ever since the commercial setbacks in the land of fire, he had uncovered who was obstructing progress. The revelation left him astounded. How could the once noble Senju be the source of such hindrance? Realization struck him. the Senju had ascended to high nobility? A flash of insight illuminated his mind as he finally grasped a question that had long puzzled him in his previous life. Why did Tsunade refer to herself as princess? In a world governed by an aristocratic hierarchy, not just anyone could casually use that title. Under the strictures of such a system, it signified a princess. Thus, Tsunade's royal title must have been inherited from her father, the direct descendant of the Senju. While Hashirama was still alive, he had claimed the merits of founding Konoha, receiving a fief of tens of thousands of koku from the daimyo. They had become nobles. How remarkable, while the direct lineage enjoys nobility. The other clans in Konoha serve as mere ninjas, reaping benefits from both sides. No wonder the Senju clan, aside from Ashura's reincarnation, harbored such darkness. The Uchiha, who had co-founded Konoha, were relegated to merely a security department. As governance's frown deepened, he sighed. It seems we must truly abandon the markets of the Land of Fire. Fear not, governance. Uchiha Yuan Ming retrieved a letter from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning from his drawer. Observing the boastful claims of the daimyo alongside the leaked information regarding the hidden cloud village, he coldly remarked, "They are about to face significant troubles." Internally, he smirked. These troubles were not addressed in the original narrative when Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo made no moves. What should you do then? Amidst the swirling mist atop a high mountain, the silver-haired Uchiha Madara inquired solemnly of the figure slowly rising from the ground as the plan commenced. Chapter 47. My friends, what is this? Upon hearing the inquiry from Madara, Ju nodded in agreement, his raspy voice resonating. Lord Madara, under your command. The third Mizukage has reached a consensus with the hidden cloud village. Soon, we shall march together towards the land of whirlpools. At these words, Uchiha Madara's gaze seemed to pierce through the pervasive mist of rain, envisioning the pitiful figures manipulated by his hand within the village. Turning his head, he fixed his gaze upon Ju, who had lowered his eyes. In a cold tone, he remarked, "Excellent. When the hidden cloud and hidden mist villages prepare to extract benefits from other nations, the current shinobi world, akin to a powder keg, will erupt into a colossal war." Black Zetsu chuckled darkly in agreement. Haha. At that time, the Land of Fire shall become the target of all. They, unable to dispatch their forces, will find themselves in a quandary when faced with the pleas of their allies. A subtle smile curled the corners of Uchiha Madara's lips as he coldly laughed. From this point onward, it shall be simple. The Uchiha, long confined within the security department, will become an abundant source of military strength. Contemplating the delightful prospect, he clenched his fist, his chilling voice continuing. When they find themselves with no recourse, they will regard the Uchiha as their sole hope. Ju nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Madara's words. Was it not he who sought to make them believe that the infinite Tsukuyami was their only salvation? Shaking off his thoughts, Ju continued. Even if they harbor disdain for the Uchiha, one must ultimately confront reality. Uchiha Madara withdrew his gaze from Ju, crossing his arms as he pondered for a moment before instructing Black Zetsu to ensure the plan's security. Black Zetsu, when war erupts, act in the name of the third Mizukage. At this juncture, memories of the intelligence gathered by White Zetsu regarding Konoha over the past few years flooded his mind. The breath of conspiracy continued to resonate. Reach out to Danzo, who has been struggling in these years. Understood, Lord Madara. Ju acknowledged, gradually descending into the ground. Within Uchiha's heart, an immense agitation surged. Now over 60 years of age, if the plan succeeded, it would mark his final dance in the twilight of his life. There was no alternative. That boy was a significant destabilizing factor. On April 22nd, the 37th year of Konoha, news of the alliance between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village encircling the Land of Whirlpools spread across the shinobi world. The already sharpened blades of the sand and rock villages pointed directly at the Land of Fire. Fortunately, the small nations of rain, grass, and river served as buffers, preventing the border situation from descending into chaos. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his three companions wore expressions of distress, with allies besieged. As Hokage representing the interests of the Senju clan, he should have dispatched troops to assist promptly. Yet, the simultaneous assault by the sand and rock villages made them feel utterly powerless. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply, casting a glance at his silent companions. Slowly, he began. The situation is as such, Koharu. Prepare the rescue troops. Before Nara Koharu could respond, the ever-impulsive Midogate Inju interjected. Hiruzen, that's impossible. Don't be misled into thinking that only the sand and rock are attacking us. The Land of Whirlpools is not vast. The hidden cloud and hidden mist have only a small contingent present. At this critical juncture, he unfurled the map on the table, pointing to the border between the land of fire and the land of thunder and water. In a chilling tone, he continued, if we split our forces for rescue, the majority of their troops will launch a direct assault, and at that moment, he raised his cold gaze to meet the Hokage's. Once the 4 villages encirclement is established, we will be as fragile as eggs. A heavy weight settled in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Indeed, the situation was exasperating. With a certain realization, he spoke, then deploy the Uchiha for the rescue. Impossible, Koharu exclaimed. Hiruzen, have you forgotten what our teacher said? Koharu is right, Hiruzen, we cannot. Mito's words were cut short as Danzo, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Hiruzen is correct. We should mobilize the Uchiha. They represent our current surplus of military strength, and furthermore, that Minister Uchiha's power has rendered Tobirama-sensei's strategies null. Koharu stared at Danzo in disbelief. Among them, he was the most averse to the Uchiha. How could he utter such words today? What nonsense are you spouting, Danzo? It is precisely because that boy is too powerful that. Bang. Enough, Koharu. Danzo slammed the table, meeting his companion's gazes with gravity. Hiruzen is the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, his heart filled with relief. Indeed, amongst them, it was Danzo with whom he shared the deepest bond. Immediately, he commanded, it is settled then, inform the security department. Deploy troops to aid the land of whirlpools. The following day, outside the Mangekyō Shrine, dawn broke gently. Uchiha Kagami, having undergone purification rituals, found himself increasingly composed and collected. As one of the foremost clans in the shinobi world, the Uchiha retained vestiges of their war-torn heritage. During significant battles led by the clan head, rituals of worship and warfare were indispensable. Outside the Mangekyō Shrine, Uchiha members clad in black robes formed a long line extending beyond the Torii Gate, shattering the shrine's tranquil atmosphere. An air of solemnity surged, piercing the heavens. Uchiha Kagami emerged from the shrine and ascended the high platform, scanning the familiar faces before him. He raised his headband and called out, "My friends, what is this?" The Uchiha responded in unison, "It is the Konoha headband." Uchiha Kagami nodded with a smile, pointing to the spiral pattern on the headband. This Konoha is the result of our collaboration with the Senju. This spiral pattern symbolizes our allies. Now that our allies are in peril, how should we act? The Uchiha replied in chorus, "Aid our allies, vanquish our foes." Indeed, Uchiha Kagami declared, "At this moment, let us together rush to the aid of the land of whirlpools." The Uchiha bowed in unison, "Yes. Rescue, rescue." The essence lies in speed. Fully aware that even the Vortex clan, no matter their prowess, could only endure for a week at most. Close to 1,000 Uchiha marched swiftly, hastening their pace. After 4 days of traversing the lands of Konoha, they finally arrived at the land of whirlpools. Initially, they held their positions. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Hikari came to assess the situation, while the vice minister, in charge of command, coordinated the forces from the rear. They awaited signals from Kagami before taking action. At this moment, the two observed the barrier surrounding the capital, crumbling under the relentless assault of numerous mist and cloud shinobi. Uchiha Hikari, activating her Sharingan, scanned the area and remarked, "The barrier is nearing its end. It can hold out for no more than a day." Uchiha Kagami, watching the increasingly graceful girl, nodded, "Indeed, let us commence the rescue." Hikari pouted slightly, "Those wretched fish. I could handle them all by myself. Why on earth did you deploy 2/3 of our strength, Kagami?" At her words, he gently ruffled her hair. Indeed, if it were merely a rescue of the land of whirlpools, either Hikari or the minister could easily lead the mission. The impetus for his actions stemmed from the prophecy of the seer. Those damned frogs truly had audacity. Chapter 48, Shatter It. Susanoo, on the eve of Yuan Ming's impending military expedition, the priestess bestowed upon him a prophetic vision drawn from divinity. While her foresight paled in comparison to that of Gamamaru, the information she conveyed was clear. Should he act alone or if the Uchiha forces were uncoordinated, they would be powerless against the calamity that awaited. She also informed him that the land of whirlpools was an island nation, a terrifying manifestation of ocular prowess that originated from the land of water, obstructing her penetrating gaze. Apologetically, she expressed her inability to discern the nature of the great disaster looming ahead. However, it was a different matter for the Toads, as the priestess of Yuan Ming. Her divine insight allowed her to grasp their intentions thoroughly. Yuan Ming took her warning to heart, gathering all available combat strength. Calming the tumult in his mind, he explained to Hikari, The priestess foresaw that if I do not take you along this time, we shall encounter unsolvable horrors, so please be patient. Hikari. Uchiha Hikari nodded solemnly in understanding. She had encountered the enchanting priestess on several occasions and was aware of her formidable abilities. Gazing intently into the eyes of her beloved, the young woman declared, "No matter the adversary, I shall assist Yuan Ming in overcoming them." Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled and nodded in return. Turning his gaze towards the ninjas besieging the fortress, his expression hardened, and with a menacing grin, he commanded, "Hikari, let us commence." The young woman nodded gravely. With a resounding hum, her Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and immense chakra surged forth, boiling and igniting. In an instant, her hand seals were completed. Fire release, great fire annihilation, a sea of flames, unparalleled and overwhelming, surged forth towards the enemy. Yet, this was merely the beginning, Yuan Ming. Having completed his own technique the moment Hikari finished her hand seals, unleashed, wind release, pressure damage. Like a natural disaster. A colossal tornado followed swiftly in the wake of the inferno, stirring chaos in its wake. Fire danced with wind, creating a harmonious symphony of destruction that resonated through the heavens and the earth. The besieging ninjas, upon witnessing the engulfing flames, could hardly comprehend its nature. Was it fire release? Did such an absurd technique truly exist in the world? Do not freeze in shock. Prepare yourselves. Panic, tension, and terror painted the faces of the ninjas as they hastily responded. The mist ninjas huddled together, fervently channeling chakra to erect a water barrier. The cloud ninjas, unwilling to succumb to the inferno, summoned their most potent techniques for survival. In the blink of an eye, the roaring flames struck them. Boom. A tremendous roar rippled through the fiery expanse, unyielding and impartial, caressing every ninja in the field. On a distant mountain overlooking the city, Uchiha Madara watched with keen interest. As he observed the ninjas nearly obliterated within the searing blaze, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Not bad, that young man, along with that young lady. Casting a sharp glance at Uchiha Madara, he shifted his attention to the two individuals who, having unleashed their combined ninjutsu, were now exterminating the remaining ninjas. He spoke in a low voice, "Lord Madara, remember to eliminate that female ninja first once they clash." For years, he had tirelessly roamed the Uchiha territory, seeking to uncover the nature of that young lady's distorted ocular jutsu amidst the Uchiha civil strife. Initially, all was well, but by the second year, the elite Uchiha had begun to notice his prying. Fortunately, he had discerned the essence of her ocular technique and, realizing the precariousness of his position, had ceased his actions. Shaking off his thoughts, he continued to advise that young lady's ocular power, Lord, you are aware, could even ensnare you. The weight of his warning resonated within Uchiha Madara, causing his smile to fade. He replied earnestly, "Indeed, that 8,000 spears ocular technique has no place in this world." A chilling realization crossed his mind, and his expression darkened with cruelty. Her existence is an impediment. I must eliminate her at the outset. Having said this, he adjusted his fan and the attire of the era, preparing to descend into the fray. At that moment, an astonishing development unfolded before him. "Is that a toad from Mount Myaboku?" A grin of delight spread across his lips as he coldly remarked, "It seems we are not the only ones wishing for that young man's demise, Lord Madara." Uchiha Madara tightened his grip on his fan, leaping into action. "No matter. This will aid me greatly. The young lady has been separated. Now." He was eager to see the extent of her capabilities. Uchiha Yuan Ming regarded the enormous toad before him with a stern expression. Mere minutes prior, under the combined might of his and Hikari's ninjutsu, the cloud and mist ninjas had suffered devastating losses. Immediately, he signaled to the distant reinforcements. Subsequently, he and the young woman launched into their ninjutsu, rushing into the fray to eliminate the remaining ninjas. Unexpectedly, the ancient toad descended from the skies, accompanied by a multitude of its kin. Casting a glance towards Hikari, he saw her ensnared by a massive toad wielding dual blades, surrounded by dozens of its minions. Raising his gaze, Uchiha Yuan Ming's crimson Sharingan glimmered ominously. "Great Toad Sage? What does this mean?" The majestic toad lowered its head, its gaze imbued with warmth as it slowly opened its enormous mouth. "Uchiha, I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to invite you to Mount Myaboku for a conversation." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming's fury transformed into sardonic laughter. He gestured towards the young woman struggling against the toads. "Is this how one invites someone?" The great toad sage sighed, a note of sorrow lacing its words. "Young man, your misunderstanding of me runs deep. It appears that for the future of the ninja world, I must. At this juncture, the toad's benevolent demeanor shifted suddenly, an overwhelming malice filling the air. I shall consume you. In that instant, a torrent of sage energy surged forth from the great toad sage, its massive webbed hand extending towards Uchiha Yuan Ming with terrifying pressure, invoking the secret technique of Mount Myaboku, sage art, toad convergence. Seeing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming swiftly evaded with remarkable speed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You should have done this sooner. His gaze sharpened. The power within his crimson eyes ignited with fervor. In an instant, a colossal golden deity adorned with mysterious patterns materialized. As Yuan Ming's height increased, he fixated upon the faint traces of natural energy lingering upon the toad's massive limb. With a cruel grin, he bellowed, "Shatter it, Sisanu." With a sweeping motion of the giant's right hand, the golden divine energy coalesced into a divine sword. Boom! The divine sword clashed violently with the sage power of the toad's enormous hand, momentarily halting the onslaught. Yet, the razor-sharp edge, bolstered by the mysterious patterns of sage energy, forced the great toad sage to stagger backward, shaken by the impact. Upon witnessing the scene, Yuan Ming's eyes quivered as the sword ignited with the blazing flames of Amaterasu. He raised his voice in a fervent chant. O sword, radiate your brilliance and unleash your fire, causing the demons before us to wither like scattered flowers. In an instant, a colossal fireball soared into the sky. The sword, ablaze at 6,000 degrees, surged forth with overwhelming force towards the toad Maru. Meanwhile, the impatient Uchiha Hikari swiftly unleashed her ocular technique, seizing control of the toads. As Yuan Ming engaged in combat with the enormous old toad, she prepared to join him in vanquishing their foe when a haughty voice echoed from behind. Where do you think you are going, young Uchiha? Chapter 49. I shall deal with you immediately, insolent brat. Uchiha Hikari's pupils constricted in astonishment. Who was this person, capable of eluding her sensory probing? Swiftly turning around, she assumed a defensive stance. Before her stood an elderly man, his hair tinged with white, draped in the garb of the contemporary era. Gazing into the elder's crimson eyes, the girl asked in a hushed tone, the Mangekyō Sharingan? Who are you? I have never seen you in the clan. The visitor was none other than Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing the girl's query, he let out a scornful laugh. Do you wish to know my name? Then let us see how skilled you truly are. At this remark, Hikari's expression hardened. Their Sharingan met, and with a spin, bang! In an instant, the two had crossed a distance of over 10 meters, colliding with one another. Uchiha Hikari noticed that her kunai strike was effortlessly blocked by the elder's right hand. Undeterred, she swiftly twisted her wrist, sending her kunai flying towards the elder's eye. Yet, the elder was no novice. He rapidly drew a fan-shaped ninja tool from behind him. Clang! Hikari saw her kunai embed itself in the fan, her pupils narrowing in surprise. She hastily retracted her strength, but at that moment, a forceful repulsion surged forth, propelling her backward. Fortunately, the prepared girl adeptly leveraged the ground, leaping into the air and elegantly dissipating the force. With a sigh, Uchiha Hikari exhaled a breath of frustration. Her icy gaze fixed upon the elder. A fan? So you are Uchiha Madara? The moment she laid eyes on the fan, she recognized his identity. Upon her arrival at the Uchiha clan, she had found it peculiar that a portion of the clan's secret release techniques had vanished. Moreover, the clan leader's fan had seemingly disappeared. After inquiring with Yuan Ming, she learned that it had been taken by a former clan leader named Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, Yuan Ming had solemnly informed her that this man was among the strongest of the previous generation. The elder, or rather Uchiha Madara, noted the girl's recognition of him and disdainfully remarked, "It seems that sometimes being too famous is a burden." In response, Hikari let out a sigh. "It appears I must reveal my true abilities." With that, the patterns in her eyes shifted, her scarlet pupils spinning. Is that the ocular technique? In that instant, a chill ran down Madara's spine. Here it comes. The sun-black flames engulfed the entire space, emerging from an incredible angle to assail him. Amaterasu? No. No. It's more than just Amaterasu. A sense of foreboding surged within Madara, compelling him to retreat swiftly, as he sensed he was about to escape the attack's range. Yet, the unquenchable black flames suddenly twisted, transforming into a dragon soaring through the sky in pursuit of him. His eyes widened. Not only Amaterasu, there was also combustion technique? Did she possess another ocular technique? How could she wield both Amaterasu and combustion technique? Severing his thoughts, he realized this girl was no ordinary ninja. He must not underestimate her. His pupils quivered slightly, and massive arms materialized around him, striking fiercely at the black flame dragon. with a thunderous sound. At the moment of collision between the Susanu's arm and the black flame, Madara swiftly severed the chakra of the Susanu. Consequently, the assault that had clashed in midair was extinguished, the black flames gradually dissipating. Haha. Impressive, little girl. You managed to utilize your ocular techniques to counter me in an instant. As he spoke, Madara's expression grew increasingly fervent. You understand the fan's capabilities, don't you? Convinced that the fan had become obsolete, he tossed it aside and advanced confidently. Uchiha Hikari, recognizing the meaning behind his movements, realized that he intended to engage her in a physical contest. Then do not blame me for taking advantage of your age. With a hum, Hikari's entire being trembled. Natural energy igniting around her in sparkling motes of light. As a weapon of decisive battles, she would not grant her opponent any surplus time to analyze her capabilities. The ground beneath her shattered instantly, and her figure vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, a cacophony of strikes echoing as they exchanged blows. At that moment, Madara felt a hint of pressure. What was happening? Strength, speed, reflexes, all were in her favor, activating the full potential of his Sharingan. He saw a familiar sight. Was that the ripple of natural energy? How intriguing, little girl. Is that sage arts like Hashirama's? Hikari furrowed her brow, the power in her eyes igniting. A gigantic crimson arm formed in an instant, infused with natural energy. With a resounding crash, the Susanoo bolstered by sage power sent Uchiha Madara flying. How tiresome, this girl, constantly prattling on. Frustration welled within Hikari as she glared at the now unyielding Uchiha Madara, who had also summoned his Susanoo, his expression turning cold. With malice, she declared, I shall resolve this matter with you, insolent brat. Having delivered her ultimatum, her crimson Susanoo surged. Madara, initially silent, slowly transformed his expression from cold to cruel. No longer would he engage in verbal sparring. In an instant, two colossal deities, one red and one blue, stood facing each other. Meanwhile, while Yuan Ming and Hikari fought, Uchiha Sharingan lifted his gaze, observing the two combatants across from him. One wore ornate headgear with closed eyelids, while the other donned the attire of a mist umbu. Yet, through his Sharingan, he detected the surging chakra within the latter's abdomen, strikingly reminiscent of a certain individual. With a resigned sigh, he mused. Is there another Jinchuriki under the third Mizukage? How troublesome. His peripheral vision swept across another battlefield, where over 2,000 toad soldiers surrounded several hundred mist ninjas. Encircling the Uchiha, Barukuin, along with Naka and Raito, need not worry. Those with sage techniques can handle themselves, but for the others, not wishing to see his kin suffer losses, Sharingan resolved to conclude this battle swiftly. Let me deal with you all expeditiously. Everyone can boast, but it's a matter of whether they possess the ability to back it up. The third Mizukage slowly opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and remarked, moreover, are all of you bloodline ninjas so arrogant? Dao Shan, let us proceed. The Umbu operative, or rather Dao Shan, immediately complied, forming seals with swift precision. Ninjutsu, corrosive wolf. A torrent of corrosive liquid surged from him, hurtling towards Sharingan. The third Mizukage instantly coordinated with him, opening his mouth to unleash, water release, heavenly cry, high speed. Condensed water needles rained down like a torrential storm, sealing off Sharingan's escape routes. Water release? Corrosive attack? Uchiha Sharingan's Mangekyō Sharingan gleamed brightly. How unfortunate. I am an anomaly among the Uchiha. As the patterns in his eyes shifted, a surge of ocular power ignited. Ocular technique, yellow spring crossing. In an instant, both the deluge of water needles and the massive flow of acidic liquid halted before him. At that moment, Sharingan's voice resonated. I excel in this. Then, a most alarming occurrence transpired, sending chills down the spines of the third Mizukage and Dao Shan. All the liquids before that woman gradually transformed into a foreboding yellowish fluid, swirling around her as if in reverence to a goddess. What is this? The sin of death is so potent? Chapter 50. Something is about to emerge. Uchiha governance encounters the third Mizukage. With the Jinchuriki, a distance has formed between them. Lowering her gaze slightly, she speaks softly. Why create distance? She then sighs. Such a needless act. This only holds significance in a battle of equals, does it not? The swirling waters of the underworld nearby ripple, emanating an inexplicable blue glow. The third Mizukage and Daishinlang, for reasons unknown, find themselves momentarily stunned at this critical juncture. In an instant, governance's graceful silhouette appears before the third Mizukage. Behold, she smiles, placing her delicate hand upon the astonished Mizukage's chest. I can effortlessly touch the door to your heart. This woman, when did she arrive at the side of the Mizukage? And why does the Mizukage not retaliate? Daishinlang, witnessing his leader's seemingly paralyzed state. Finds it perplexing. However, it is now time for him to take action. Oh. A foreboding red chakra erupts from his body, enveloping him entirely in an instant. 6 crimson tails unfurl behind him like a peacock displaying its plumage. With a thunderous crash, he leaps into the air, clenching his right fist. He prepares to strike down upon the terrifying woman with immense force, shrouded in tailed beast chakra. What transpires next confounds Daishinlang. The waters of the underworld swirling around governance release dozens of blue star butterflies, flitting before his eyes. In midair, he suddenly feels his tailed beast restrained by an overwhelming force. At that moment, Daishinlang's chakra system is disrupted, rendering him immobile. Thud. With no means to brace himself, he crashes heavily to the ground. What have you done? He roars, his face contorted in fury. Why won't my chakra obey me? Simultaneously, he frantically questions the beast within him about the unfolding events. Yet, the creature, usually prone to communication, remains ominously silent. Governance's Sharingan glances at him lightly, as a Jinchuriki. You are insignificant before me. She then turns her gaze to the third Mizukichi, smiling slightly. Mizukichi, you should awaken. This battle appears as if she effortlessly neutralizes a shadow and a Jinchuriki. Yet, only she understands the true nature of her triumph. From the moment the Mizukichi initiated his ninjutsu, she sensed an inexplicable ocular power within him. Undoubtedly, that power surpassed her own. Had it been several years ago, she would have been utterly helpless. However, after becoming a vessel for Yuan Ming and 3 years of cultivating sage mode, her ocular prowess experienced significant enhancement. Although she did not transcend to another dimension, she could easily disrupt that ocular power which had departed from its master. At that moment, she resolved to utilize the terrifying aura of Yomi's tied to intimidate them. Subsequently, she invoked the dreadful technique Izanami, manipulating the Mizukichi's ocular power, rendering him immobile. As for the Jinchuriki? The moment he and his tailed beast beheld the hellish butterflies of Izanami, they had already lost control over their own fates. Unlike her own ocular technique, which required the sacrifice of an eye, Izanami, being one of her core techniques, allows her to freely control the output of her ocular power. Thus, she deftly commandeered the 6 tails. What a grand illusion. The awakened third Mizukichi composed himself, gazing at the terrifying woman before him. He could not help but lament. The Uchiha truly possess an extraordinary advantage. As the turbulent waters of the underworld gradually recede, governance, having retracted her ocular technique, solemnly addresses the Mizukichi. Is he the one controlling you? Indeed, it is Uchiha Madara. I have encountered him numerous times since the founding of the Shinobi village. I would not mistake him. The Mizukichi replies, his expression bitter. Governance bites her lip. Deeply concerned for Yuan Ming, as one endowed with sage power, she can sense the tumultuous natural energy that engulfs the land. Clearing her thoughts, she demands, Mizukichi, instruct your subordinates to cease their actions, if we are to eradicate these treacherous toads together. The resolute young woman states firmly, this ambush can be regarded as though it never occurred. The third Mizukichi, with a pained expression, responds to governance. Do I have a choice? Not to mention the fact that he is already allied with the hidden mist. Preparing to deal with the toads, Uchiha Yuan Ming gazes upon the formidable giant toad sage before him, feeling a headache coming on. Truly, this ancient creature has lived for thousands of years. Its battle experience is unparalleled. Despite being a toad, it evades like a serpent. As it faces his fire sword, it adeptly employs its toad legs to evade high leaps whenever possible. Aren't you here to devour me, great toad sage? Is this all you can do? Uchiha Yuan Ming mocks. The great toad sage pays no heed to the taunts, harboring confidence in Uchiha Madara. As long as the reincarnation of Indra swiftly eliminates that girl, it can join forces with him to confront this troublesome boy. Victory would be assured. The reincarnation of Indra does not comprehend the wonders of divinity, nor does it need to. In due time, the great toad sage envisions its glorious triumph, its gigantic eyes fixated on Yuan Ming, ominously declaring, you cannot escape. Uchiha Brett. Escape? Yuan Ming, with lowered eyelids, retorts, who would flee? At that moment, boundless malice surges from Yuan Ming, enveloping the heavens and the earth. This overwhelming malevolence prickles the skin of Toad Maru. It widens its eyes, shock coursing through it as it gazes at the youth before it. Mere malice. Why does it instill such dread? Before it can comprehend, Yuan Ming opens his eyes and roars. Why would I run? Whoosh. Susanoo responds to the boy, the golden energy behind him pulsating. An unfathomable number of Tomo materialize out of thin air, twisting and expanding behind him. In an instant, A colossal sacred ring forms, towering over 200 meters high. How underestimated I have been. Yuan Ming reveals a malicious and cruel smile. Though I wished not to use this technique against you, for you are unworthy. However, my brutal intent fills my gaze. I desire your death now, you old wretch. Buzzing. The sacred ring begins to glow, radiating light that spirals toward its center. Something is about to emerge. The great toad sage's eyes widen. What is that? Chapter 51. The game must end. All who have practiced celestial arts are aware that it involves chakra and natural energy, discovering a certain point of resonance within oneself. By adhering to the appropriate ratios, one can cultivate power. However, what transpires when natural energy, almost as if endowed with consciousness, no longer requires the identification of that resonance point and instead collaborates autonomously? Such an absurd spectacle unfolded before the great toad sage's eyes at this very moment. The phenomenon that emerged within the sacred ring was beyond its comprehension, and when incomprehensible entities present themselves, fear is an inevitable reaction, even for the great toad sage. Within the divine halo behind the colossal golden deity, a miniature world radiated sublime light towards the myriad forms of existence surrounding it. This exalted light was an extraordinarily refined manifestation of natural energy. As this diminutive realm came into being, the entire cosmos resonated with a hum not of rejection, but of joy. The sky, the earth, rivers, and mountains harmonized with this elation, releasing visible natural energy. This force synchronized with the chakra frequency of Uchiha Jemyu, merging with Susanoo. The sacred light of the small world, akin to a marshal, disregarded the need for resonance, commanding this magnificent energy. Upon Susanoo, it transformed into blue flesh that adorned it, while the increasingly radiant runes on its armor rendered the once ethereal and transparent Susanoo into a tangible manifestation of a divine warrior. Laughter erupted from Uchiha Jemyu. Overwhelmed by the sheer power of Susanoo, there was no room for sorrow. This miniature world represented his most significant achievement over the past years, the result of 5 arduous years of training, during which he infused divine symbols with vast amounts of natural energy, filling his quota of kin. Subsequently, he discovered an island, precisely 20 kilometers in size, upon which he constructed an alternate space, naming it Takamizu. He yearned for it to eventually flourish into the realm of Takamagara. Then, an immense surprise descended. After his progeny had transformed the majority of shrines within the land of demons into places of worship for him, an inexplicable force caused the alternate space and the planet to resonate. From that moment forth, the small world could manifest within this planet and resonate with it, automatically converting vast quantities of natural energy into celestial power. This allowed him to forego the constant demands of sage mode on his mental state. As for how this was possible within the divine halo behind Susanoo, it was a consequence of the spiritual artifact, the Magatama, and the divine sword. He sensed that should he find a mirror, the transformations of the small world could be entirely liberated. Uchiha Jemyu to calm the exhilaration within him. Focusing his gaze as the kaleidoscopic patterns swirled, the divine warrior raised the sword in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Natural energy spontaneously coalesced into a tempest, swirling ominously around the divine sword. This time, it was not the flames of Amaterasu. In this mode, Uchiha Jemyu discovered that the wind attribute he acquired from the divine symbols harmonized even more with Susanoo, as if the tempest was indeed its true essence. Yet, Amaterasu was not without merit. With a shout, the youth formed a seal, igniting the power of his right eye. Flames of Amaterasu manifested within the small world, simulating a miniature sun. The radiance of the sun illuminated the tempest, rapidly raising its temperature. In an instant, a solar storm re-emerged. Uchiha Jemyu observed the great toad sage preparing to cast a sage technique. With a sinister grin, he chanted a deadly incantation. I call forth the god of speed who governs the heavens, the earth, and the seas. Transform into the breath of the sun. Responding to that incantation, Susanoo deftly adjusted the hilt of the sword, directing its blade towards the enemy. Bestow upon all things in this world an equal obliteration. A terrifying tempest of searing heat surged forth, sweeping across the myriad forms of existence with a gentle caress. A thunderous roar echoed. Toad Maru, along with his ludicrous sage techniques, was reduced to ashes, cast into the heavens by the storm. In the capital of the land of waves, within the palace, a 7-year-old girl with red hair pointed at the golden halo in the sky, asking her parents, Mommy, what is that? It's so beautiful. Vortex Ritsuko gently caressed the girl's hair, smiling softly. Kushina, that is the storm caused by our allies. Konoha has come to rescue us. As the consort of the Lord and a woman of great erudition, Upon witnessing the 200-meter-tall deity, she recognized it as the guardian of the Uchiha, Susanoo. Her heart raced, realizing the formidable might of Susanoo, yet she had never anticipated it to be this powerful. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, one of the few powerful female ninjas, she clearly understood that the dreadful obliteration storm would have brought forth an utterly terrifying end to this land had it not been intentionally directed skyward by its master. After all, the wind finds its way through any crevice, and the tempest is a harbinger of annihilation. All that turned to ashes within the storm only underscored the malevolence of this technique. Meanwhile, the toads, struggling to withstand the Uchiha onslaught, were lamenting their plight. What on earth was happening with this group of Uchiha? Over 100 of them were in sage mode. It was known that Uchiha elites typically required 2 equal-level ninjas to hold their ground. Why were they all using sage arts? It was utterly absurd. Now, nearly 2,000 toad warriors were suffering catastrophic losses. The terrifying flames of sage arts engulfed the battlefield in chaos. The rebellion of the mist ninjas only added to their woes. Upon witnessing the immense tempest in the sky, resembling the corona of a sun, the leading couple, Shinzakura and others, seemed to sense something amiss. "Old man," Shinzakura exclaimed in despair, quickly addressing the leading Wanta, "we must retreat. We have already lost." Upon hearing this, Toad Wanta extinguished a flame devoid of sage chakra with his blade and began to withdraw urgently. "Kin, hero, hold on." "Understood. Though I may be foolish, I shall exert every effort." The responses from Toad Kin and Toad Hero prompted Wanta to cease his unnecessary chatter. Why was this group of Uchiha so overwhelmingly strong? The situation was perilous. Further delay meant certain doom. The toad hastily croaked 3 times, signaling a retreat to Mayaboka Mountain. The Uchiha, witnessing the toad's withdrawal, grinned wickedly. "Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted me first?" Chakra blazed fiercely as a towering Susanoo materialized instantly. "Ha ha ha ha. Let you witness the divine power of the Uchiha." Uchiha Rai's left eye trembled slightly as he activated his ocular technique. It was the eye sacrificed for survival during the Civil War. Named Eye Technique, Kinbutsu Shin, the technique was simple yet brutal. It merely amplified Susanoo. In an instant, his Susanoo surged, rising rapidly to a height of nearly 150 meters. For thunder drums emerged behind him, his spiritual artifacts. Lightning crackled at the center of Susanoo's forehead as he unleashed his ocular power. Eye Technique, Wudochue, the destructive lightning crackled, entwining around the thunder drums. He gazed at the retreating toads, sneering coldly, under the punishment of 1,000 thunders, turned to dust. Boom, 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 boom. Thunder rumbled. With the resounding peals of thunder, the overwhelming aura of annihilation descended upon the earth. Gazing at the exaggerated tempest on the horizon, Uchiha Madara turned his head. His expression grave as he fixated on the crimson Susanoo before him. A derisive chuckle echoed in his mind, an ineffective old toad. Time was of the essence. It was imperative to eliminate her. As he scrutinized the Uchiha light within the Susanoo, a flicker of irritation surfaced. How dare she refer to me as a mere boy? The streaks of white in my hair signify the passage of time. Such an impolite young lady. With a stoic demeanor, he slowly pronounced, "The festivities have waned. It is time to conclude this game." Chapter 52. Victory is assured. Boom. The clash between the azure and crimson Susanoo sent forth a tremendous wave through the air. Having made his decision, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, the Sharingan gleaming ominously. Amplifying his ocular power, his Susanoo sprouted 2 additional colossal arms in an instant, which swiftly formed hand seals. Buzzing. The blue Susanoo surged dramatically in mere moments, standing nearly 300 meters tall upon the earth. How could this be? Uchiha Hikari, positioned within the brow of her own Susanoo, was taken aback by the extraordinary transformation before her. This was utterly irregular. His Susanoo was even grander than Yuan Ming's. The girl bit her lip, contemplating her strategy. The disparity in dimensions of their Susanoo was overwhelming. Tsukuyomi would be futile, as her ocular power could not penetrate. Amaterasu? If the Susanoo merely shed the scorched portions, it would be entirely ineffectual. The 8,000 spears had not found an opportunity to inscribe him. What should I do? Is he truly distracted in our battle? Uchiha Madara let out a sinister laugh, then let him pay the price for that. Clang. The colossal warrior drew 2 spirit blades, swinging them forward with brute force. Oh no. Returning to her senses, Uchiha Hikari rapidly adjusted her Susanoo. Chakra swiftly materialized, discarding unnecessary formations, hastily constructing a defensive shield in front of her. But what a terrifying strike this was. The sheer force was beyond description. The earth, hills, and forests would be reduced to dust by the residual waves. Boom! Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo was cleaved asunder, the manifested chakra scattering like leaves in the wind. Gagging, the girl hovered in the air, blood and tears staining her face as she coughed up crimson liquid. But, vile, Uchiha Hikari felt excruciating pain throughout her body. Were her bones broken? Her weakened gaze caught sight of the opposing Susanoo, which seemed poised to continue its assault. But with no strength left to retaliate, despair crept into her heart. It's over. Truly deserving of being one of the strongest of the previous era. With his arms crossed, Uchiha Madara observed, a glint of admiration in his eyes. You didn't perish from that blow? Then what will you do now? With a whoosh, Madara's Susanoo manifested another pair of hands, conjuring the blades once more, gently aiming at the girl suspended in the air. Whoosh! The sound of the enormous blades slicing through the sky echoed ominously. Uchiha Hikari faced the unparalleled edge, feeling helpless against her own powerlessness. Channeling her ocular power, she fortified her shattered Susanoo, uncertain of how effective it would be. At the very least, she hoped her body would not be too fragmented. As for death, as a member of Yuan Ming's clan, she would not perish, merely subjected to ridicule for some time to come. Rumble. The dreadful slash struck the very spot where the girl floated. As the dust settled, Uchiha Madara released his Susanoo. May my eyes remain intact. Such dreadful abilities are only effective in my hands. He rushed towards the place where Uchiha Hikari would fall. Before he could reach her, he witnessed an unexpected sight. His brow arched. Not long before, as he gazed at the embers soaring in the sky, he understood that Yuan Ming had dealt with the great toad sage and retracted that terrifying form. Impressive as it was, the consumption of chakra was equally staggering. He still needed to address the trouble on Hikari's side. He exhaled a breath of stale air. Uchiha Yuan Ming turned his attention to the battlefield where Susanoo clashed. Uchiha Madara. An ominous premonition arose within him. Uchiha Hikari was indeed formidable. Her mechanism was the most outrageous among all Uchiha in the original narrative. As long as she could connect with any ninja throughout the shinobi world, or any being infused with chakra, she could unleash the 8,000 spears, extracting chakra to empower herself. Yet, the current girl had been living peacefully in Konoha for several years, with no inclination to engage in such maneuvers. The present conditions of the shinobi world offered no absurd games through which she could connect with everyone. Absent the global influx of chakra, she would undeniably be no match for Uchiha Madara. With this thought, Uchiha Yuan Ming hastened towards that direction. Upon arrival, he found the girl still suspended in the air, the terrifying slash about to strike her. Buzz, as he ran, his Susanoo transformed into armor enveloping him, and his wings unfurled. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the girl. The wings of his Susanoo emitted a stream of materialized chakra, encasing her within. Yuan Ming then swiftly manifested a divine sword, his expression resolute as he confronted the impending strike. Clang! As the blades met, chaos erupted in an instant. Facing the onslaught of the enormous blade, Uchiha Yuan Ming calmly adjusted the form of his armor, distributing the force evenly all around. When he observed the blue blade dissipate without any subsequent attack, Uchiha Yuan Ming's eyes widened slightly as the great goddess' ocular power swiftly healed the girl. He then turned to the dazed girl and smiled gently. I hope I am not too late. Hikari. Coming back to her senses. Uchiha Hikari blushed and nodded. Could you let me down now? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming quickly dispersed the materialized chakra. Turning his gaze to the figure revealed as the dust settled, he inquired, Hikari, is he very strong? Undoubtedly strong. The girl, now steadying her fists, responded gravely to Yuan Ming's inquiry. Her expression turned bitter as she bit her lip, continuing, his physical techniques, ninjutsu, combat rhythm, and ocular power all surpass mine. The most terrifying aspect is the abnormality of his Susanoo. Upon hearing her explanation, Yuan Ming felt a chill run through him, while the rest was manageable. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was indeed somewhat extraordinary. In the original narrative, Sasuke's eternal Susanoo stood at a mere 200 meters. Yet, Madara's was evidently much taller. His own Susanoo was indeed inferior in stature. However, in terms of functionality, his had been enhanced. In a true confrontation, victory was not guaranteed. The real dilemma lay in the fact that Madara's Sharingan techniques had yet to manifest. Only the information regarding his Rinnegan techniques was known to him. Shaking off these thoughts, he observed the girl's discontented expression. Is that so? Uchiha Yuan Ming approached her, stroking her hair. It's all right. Hikari, now that I am here, it signifies that we shall triumph. With that, he turned to gaze at the figure before him. A proud smile gracing his lips. We will win. Chapter 53. Ominous Malice. A figure clad in crimson armor approached slowly, exuding an aura of contempt for the world. Uchiha Yuan Ming narrowed his eyes and greeted the newcomer. You must be Uchiha Madara. I have grown up hearing tales of your legend. Is there something you wish to say to me? Before Uchiha Madara could respond, a swift sound echoed. Uchiha Yuan Ming's form vanished in an instant. Clang! His divine sword clashed with the massive blue arm before Madara, sparking an intense confrontation. At last, he encountered the legendary figure in person. Yuan Ming gazed at Madara, expressionless within the Susanu's skeletal frame, and grinned menacingly. Let me see if you live up to your legendary status. What an impolite young man, sighed Uchiha Madara. It seems I must teach you how to show respect to your elders. Boom! Madara intensified his chakra output, and the mighty hand of Susanu swung forcefully, sending Yuan Ming flying. Seizing the opportunity, Madara prepared to unleash a jutsu. Before he could form the seals, his Sharingan detected a sudden movement behind him. A pair of wings flared to life. In a flash, Yuan Ming soared above Madara, brandishing his blade. Madara's pupils contracted. How can he be so fast? Yuan Ming's velocity was beyond his expectations, but a seasoned warrior. Madara quickly adapted. The Susanu surrounding him expanded rapidly, the colossal figure of the third stage of Susanu materializing in an instant. Four blades manifested, engaging Yuan Ming in a fierce clash. Bang! 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 The two forces collided dozens of times amidst the shattered landscape. What is happening? This young man. His speed and strength surpass mine. Am I truly at a disadvantage? Realizing the shift in battle dynamics, Madara pushed his Sharingan to its limits. Is it the enhancement from that armor? If I'm not mistaken, that is Susanu. It can shrink into armor. Is that possible? I could never achieve such a feat, however. Remaining passive was not in his nature. Huh! Madara shouted, sealing his hands. Chakra flames ignited around him, propelling his Susanu beyond the fourth stage, transforming into its complete form, adorned with wings. Yet, aware that such a massive form would hinder his current situation, he maintained the height of his Susanu within a manageable range. As he commanded one pair of Susanu's hands to fend off Yuan Ming, the other clenched into a fist. Summoning the Yasaka Magatama, the blue Magatama appeared, swirling rapidly as it shot toward Yuan Ming. Meanwhile, Yuan Ming adjusted his position midair, witnessing the imminent attack. His Sharingan flared, Amaterasu. Golden red flames immediately ensnared the Magatama, resulting in a violent explosion. Yuan Ming, unable to admire the spectacle, flapped his wings and descended sharply. Whoosh! A massive blue blade swept past where he had just been. Hovering in the air, Yuan Ming regarded Madara's formidable presence with a sense of urgency. Despite excelling in various aspects, the disparity in combat experience rendered him at a disadvantage. What a nuisance! To think that rescuing the land of water would provoke him to emerge. This shouldn't be happening. He should be immersed in cultivating his Rinnegan at this moment. As Yuan Ming grappled with his mounting frustration, Uchiha Yuri, accompanied by Naka and Baru, arrived at the battlefield. The trio swiftly approached the fatigued figure of Hikari. Are you alright, Hikari? Yuri inquired. Hikari nodded. I'm fine, just need to adjust my chakra. Although Yuan Ming's ocular technique had healed her body, her chakra had been overexerted in fending off that terrifying attack, leading to some disarray which required recalibration. Relieved to find Hikari in good health, Yuri addressed his companions. Baru, Naka, let us assist Yuan Ming. He then turned back to Hikari with a gentle smile. You should rest for now. Seeing the usually headstrong girl acquiesce, the three swiftly made their way to Yuan Ming. In the high altitudes of the battlefield, hidden within the dimensional space, Otsutsuki Ishiki observed the appearance of several Uchiha wielding Mangekyō Sharingan with a furrowed brow. Years ago, he had endured feelings of revulsion to transfer the Keima from Kagaya to a member of the Takigakure clan, seeking to harness a formidable vessel capable of competing with Uchiha Yuan Ming. After years of adaptation, he could now utilize the Byakugan. Sensing a violent chakra surge clashing in the waters near the land of water, he activated his Byakugan. He soon witnessed the reincarnation of Indra engaging in battle with Yuan Ming. Believing he had found an opportunity, he quickly approached, concealing himself, ready to strike. However, he was taken aback as the frogs that once deceived Kagaya were swiftly defeated. This prompted Uchiha to unleash considerable power, leading him to sigh in resignation. I must seek another opportunity. That young man has reinforcements. It is nearly impossible for him to engage Indra's reincarnation in a mutually destructive battle. Nonetheless, after years of patience, He was not about to let this moment slip away. After all, his ability to traverse dimensions, although not fully restored, allowed him to arrive anywhere within this planetary system in an instant. Gazing greedily at Uchiha Yuan Ming for a moment, he returned to his secret base. He possessed the capability to sweep away all present, but he understood the necessity of caution. He no longer wished to experience the consequences of carelessness. Whoosh! After evading Madara's colossal strike, Yuan Ming caught a glimpse of his ally's arrival from the corner of his eye. Pointing his sword at Uchiha Madara, he chuckled coldly. In the midst of our duel, I almost forgot that I am a ninja. With a powerful leap, he instantly reached Yuri and the others. Fixing his stern gaze upon Madara, and continued calmly, and a ninja is not merely a warrior. Now, it is time for us to face you together. As he was about to say something to his comrades, an overwhelming sense of ominous malice enveloped him, sensed through his divine perception. That malevolence sent chills down his spine. What is this? Merely the aura of malice can unsettle me? In this world, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, who else can achieve such a feat? However, the sage, despite his rigid demeanor, is undoubtedly a kind-hearted individual. His brother is even less likely to be a threat. He cares little for his dwindling descendants. Thus, who could possibly emit such a dangerous aura? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Wait, isn't there still the Otsutsuki who has survived for millennia in the guise of a lowly mortal? Otsutsuki Ishiki. Is he targeting me? What is it, Yuan Ming? Upon observing Yuan Ming hesitating and remaining still, Ji questioned with a hint of confusion. Wait a moment. I must converse with the one opposite first. With thoughts racing, Yuan Ming soared into the air, fixated on the glimmering eyes of Uchiha Madara. The adage about the sky collapsing and needing a tall figure to support it came to mind. Was this not the perfect embodiment of such a figure? It would be unacceptable to bear the burden alone. Chapter 54. Deceived. Upon encountering the few Mangekyō-wielding ninjas who came to provide support, Uchiha Madara began to contemplate retreat. After all, ninjas are not rigid beings. When he realized the objective was unattainable, he remained still, pondering how to withdraw with composure. That young man's strength was not significantly inferior to his own, and with several formidable Mangekyō present, he understood that a single misstep could lead to his downfall. Thus, when he saw Uchiha Jinmi ascend to match his height and propose a conversation, Madara seized the opportunity. With feigned interest, he replied, "Oh, what do you wish to discuss? Do not obstruct my release of this Jinjutsu." Uchiha Jinmi's Sharingan flickered as he added, "I shall share some intelligence within." Confident in his abilities, Madara permitted the transition into a wide illusionary realm, where their gazes locked. He discerned that the young man seemed earnest, devoid of ulterior motives. "What intelligence do you wish to impart?" he inquired. Jinmi stroked his chin, a glint of realization illuminating his expression. "Senpai, you are likely aware of the information inscribed on the stone tablet at the shrine, correct?" Madara scoffed at this remark. "Given our ocular prowess, we both understand the tablet's content." His demeanor darkened as he continued, "Is this the so-called intelligence you offer? Mere trivialities?" Shaking his head, Jinmi sighed. "Senpai, the content of the tablet has been tampered with." "What did you say?" A murderous intent flickered across Madara's face. "Are you mocking me, boy? Consider this. If the tablet's content were truly valuable," Jinmi spread his hands in resignation. "Why would the Sage of Six Paths require us, his descendants, to initiate it?" With a wave of his hand, the illusion revealed the stone tablet, and he smiled knowingly. "Is it not true that the Sage of Six Paths, possessing the Rinnegan, could not accomplish the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi himself?" In that moment, realization dawned on Madara. Indeed, the Sage of Six Paths possessed the Rinnegan, but this raised an unsettling question. Why would he entrust such aspirations to descendants who might not even awaken the Rinnegan? After all, even Madara himself, one of the most formidable figures in Uchiha history, could only feel the nascent stirring of his own eyes, uncertain of when he might awaken the Rinnegan. What if none of his descendants could achieve such an awakening? The sage's vision of the infinite Tsukuyomi would be rendered futile. Thus, why had he not completed the infinite Tsukuyomi himself at that time? A singular thought consumed Madara's mind. The tablet's content had undoubtedly been altered. Curse be it. Someone had plotted against him. "Boy, relate your intelligence to me in full." His visage twisted in fury, akin to a vengeful spirit. "Remember, all of it." Very well, Jinmi thought, feeling triumphant. He could selectively reveal certain truths. Madara, burdened by the affairs of the ninja world, would undoubtedly lack the energy to pursue him further. Without delay, Uchiha Jinmi recounted how he had discovered the suspicious alterations to the tablet's content. He detailed his years of research into historical records, unveiling that the Sage of Six Paths was the son of the Rabbit Goddess and had a brother, alongside the connection between the Rabbit Goddess and the Tintails. Explaining that the infinite Tsukuyomi was devised to create a weapon against celestial adversaries. Are you saying the Rabbit Goddess is the Tintails? Madara interrupted, unable to contain himself. A chill gripped him. While the stone tablet indeed chronicled that the Sage of Six Paths was the Rabbit Goddess's son, it made no mention of her being the Tintails. And as for the celestial enemies, he could not afford to appear foolish before this boy, especially if it meant revealing his vulnerabilities. Indeed, Senpai, Jimmy replied, his face beaming with mirth. The Rabbit Goddess is known as Kagaya Tsutsuki. The so-called tailed beasts were split from her essence by the Sage of Six Paths. At this juncture, a flicker of intellect ignited within Madara. If he were orchestrating such a conspiracy, he would certainly have someone monitoring him to manipulate the circumstances. The most suspicious individual in his vicinity flashed through his mind, igniting a tempest of urgency within him. How could he, so proud, have been ensnared in such a trap? He yearned to return and investigate whether this matter truly implicated that individual. Jimmy, our discussion ends here. I must verify this intelligence, he declared resolutely. As for the celestial adversaries, I shall address that after my inquiries. Understood, Senpai, Jimmy smiled in response, then abruptly inquired, how shall we maintain contact moving forward? As Madara prepared to withdraw from the genjutsu, he hesitated briefly before responding, use the ninja cat. Returning to reality, Uchiha Jinmi observed Madara's departing figure, his body descending from the heights as he dispelled Susanoo in sage mode. At that moment, his companion hurried to his side, concern etched upon his features. He left just like that? Yes, I shared my suspicions regarding the tablet, and he is eager to verify them, Jimmy replied nonchalantly. Though inwardly he recognized that had his own strength not been on par with Madara's, the latter would have never heeded his words. As he noticed two subordinates approach, he swiftly dismissed his thoughts. Thank you for your hard work, Nakage and Bar. Your words flatter us, Lord Jinmi, Uchiha Nakage replied, astonished. Indeed, it is our duty. Uchiha Bar echoed, having regained his composure. No need for modesty, Jimmy reassured them with a smile. Without you, I could accomplish nothing. Turning his gaze toward the distant city, he proclaimed, it is time to reap the fruits of victory. At that moment, he was filled with exhilaration. Having confirmed that he could stand on equal ground with Uchiha Madara, his ambition had been ignited. The Vortex Clan's coveted resources were a prize he yearned to claim. Chapter 55, the pressure on the Uzumaki clan. With the light that had been adjusted to a suitable state, they journeyed towards the city of the Land of Whirlpools. After a brief explanation of the situation, Yuan Ming understood that the third Mizukage had been freed from the illusion and had turned to assist. Upon receiving this information, Uchiha Yuan Ming felt elated. Excellent. Now I can truly craft my plans. It would not be easy to consume the Uzumaki clan. If given a choice, they would likely prefer to ally with their closer relatives, the Senju of the forest. Initially, he had planned to forcefully take them, but fortune had smiled upon him as he found himself presented with an opportunity. Let us first pay a visit to the third Mizukage. Yuan Ming. We should first soothe the Uzumaki clan, should we not? The inquiry from Zhili was filled with confusion. Do not ponder too much. You will soon understand, he replied. In no time, under the swift pace of the ninjas, Uchiha Yuan Ming and his companions arrived before the third Mizukage. Surveying the scene, he was pleased to see the mist ninjas neatly encircled by the Uchiha. He then addressed the long-haired man before him. Mizukage, I am Uchiha Yuan Ming, currently the head of the Uchiha clan. The third Mizukage nodded slowly, his heart stirred with a myriad of emotions. As a ninja who had weathered the Warring States period, he was all too aware of Uchiha Madara's formidable power. Not to mention, he had recently been under Madara's ocular control for an extended period. Seeing a ninja capable of confronting Uchiha Madara, and one of the Uchiha no less, left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Though his sensory abilities were not as refined as those of specialized ninjas, he could still perceive the intense chakra clashes from the recent battlefield. A sigh escaped him. Had the bloodline limit ninjas always been this powerful? Perhaps it was time for him to reconsider his policies. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Third Mizukage? Yuan Ming's puzzled expression caught his attention. The Mizukage, shaking off his reverie, replied with a furrowed brow, My apologies, Lord Yuan Ming. I was merely taken aback by your youth. He then cautiously inquired, Might I suggest that, considering our subsequent assistance in eradicating the toads, we be allowed to return? To speak frankly, as the defeated party, Yuan Ming's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze upon the Mizukage, continuing unhurriedly. Even if you were to assist us in the future, you cannot leave so easily. What conditions would the Uchiha require for your release? Hearing this, the Mizuki's brow relaxed. As the leader of a village, he had wielded power for many years and was well aware of the implications behind Yuan Ming's words. A smile graced Yuan Ming's face. This was precisely what he had been waiting to hear. From their earlier conversation, he had gleaned that the third Mizuki had been sufficiently intimidated by the Uchiha's strength. The ensuing dialogue would be fruitful. Yuan Ming, is this truly advisable? Jilly questioned hesitantly, still processing the recent transaction between Yuan Ming and the Mizuki. Yuan Ming regarded her with mild surprise. What is there to be concerned about? I am merely engaging in a legitimate employment arrangement. The mission funds are simply their own ransom for this endeavor. Noticing her lingering uncertainty, he queried further, is there an issue? We are, after all, Konoha ninjas. Biting her lip, Jilly found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Indeed, that is why I employed them under the company's name. Yuan Ming shrugged nonchalantly. It is entirely reasonable. Upon hearing this, Jilly felt a sense of resignation. Very well. But what is the purpose of hiring them to continue harassing the land of whirlpools while we perform this charade? You will understand in due course. Yuan Ming waved his hand dismissively, his words shrouded in ambiguity. He had come to realize that he could not depend on the Uchiha for strategic foresight. They were prone to reckless actions. Their path lay either in suffering defeats or in successfully boasting of their achievements. Upon discovering that the so-called ninja village system was merely an oversized employment platform, he comprehended that it was unrealistic to expect these ninjas to possess a sense of national duty, something even the feudal lords of old lacked. Thus, he would hire the mist ninjas to persist in their harassment of the land of whirlpools, ensuring that the village had no excuse to recall him. This strategy would also prolong their predicament, instilling a sense of urgency as the specter of annihilation loomed overhead, forcing them to choose him and ultimately consume the entire Uzumaki clan, rendering them vassals. He could not resist the allure of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline and sealing techniques. Moreover, the Uchiha had an exceptional tradition. Should a Uchiha man marry a woman bearing the Uchiha name, any offspring displaying the Sharingan would automatically inherit the Uchiha surname. The same held true for women marrying into the Uchiha clan, as local customs dictated that they take their husband's name. In a refined courtyard, Uchiha Yuan Ming reflected on how he had been aiding the land of whirlpools for a month and a half. Time had flown by swiftly. Setting down his teacup, he gazed at the anxious expressions of the man and woman across from him. Lord Uzumaki Shusuk, you have witnessed the strength of the Uchiha. What are your thoughts? Uzumaki Shusuk, with his striking red hair and elegant features, bore a furrowed brow that marred his otherwise dignified appearance. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's inquiry, he hesitated. I have indeed witnessed the power and wealth of the Uchiha. However, I must ponder whether the entire Uzumaki clan should fall under Uchiha's banner. Shusuk felt a deep sense of helplessness. For over a month, the mist ninjas had relentlessly pursued them. Thankfully, the Uchiha had repeatedly repelled their advances. The predicament escalated when, last month, the mist ninjas had burned all the grain supplies of the land of whirlpools, plunging him into despair. Fortunately, the Uchiha had generously provided a steady influx of provisions. It was worth noting that while the Uzumaki clan was indeed a formidable nation, their territory housed many non-Uzumaki citizens, whose numbers were substantial. The Uchiha's ability to endure such hardships without displaying any sign of distress astonished him. A few days prior, Uchiha Yuan Ming had urged the Uzumaki clan to join them, placing Shusuk in a difficult position. He realized that without dissolving the land of whirlpools, they would be utterly doomed once the Uchiha departed, given the relentless nature of the Mist Village. However, if they were to dissolve the land of whirlpools, why not simply join Konoha instead? Yuan Ming's voice broke through his musings. I know you are contemplating a direct alliance with Konoha. Yuan Ming shook his head, letting out a sigh. But the village lacks the means to sustain you. With the war now erupting, there are no surplus rations. Indeed, during the past month and a half, Awagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure had engaged in direct combat with Konoha. This was precisely why he sought to pressure Uzumaki Shusuk. Turning to the red-haired woman who had shown signs of distress, he gently advised, Madam, I believe your child is merely 7 years old. Please counsel Lord Shusuk. After all, you would not wish. He paused to smile lightly. To witness Kushina endure the destruction of her homeland, would you? Chapter 56. It is time to awaken those eyes. At this moment, Uzumaki Ritsuko could no longer contain herself. Hideki, Leader Yuan Ming speaks truly. We must contemplate the future of the Uzumaki clan. Her words were sincere. After all, The incessant disturbances from the hidden mist over the past month had left the majority of the Uzumaki clan feeling alarmed and apprehensive. It was not that they feared the present, but rather the prospect of what might occur after the Uchiha's departure. Should they remain steadfast on this island nation without sufficient support from Konoha, the other ninja villages would surely spell doom for the Uzumaki clan. Though the Uzumaki were indeed powerful, they were but a whisper in the era of ninja villages, their strength dwarfed in comparison. At this point, Uzumaki Hideki also thought of his beloved daughter, his head drooping in despair. Lord Yuan Ming, I hope for your continued guidance in the times ahead. Ha ha ha, fear not. Uchiha Yuan Ming immediately reassured him upon hearing the response from the ruler of the Land of Waves. The Uchiha will undoubtedly treat you well. The subsequent matters were straightforward. After negotiating the terms, Uchiha Yuan Ming courteously saw the couple out of the courtyard, watching their receding figures. He turned and walked toward another part of the courtyard, nodding to the several individuals who had been waiting. Apologies for the wait. Taking a seat at the head, Yuan Ming smiled and announced, "We have officially welcomed the Uzumaki clan under our banner. Is this true, Lord Yuan Ming?" Uchiha Naka inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. It was no wonder he was anxious. To bring the Uzumaki, staunch allies of the Senju, into the fold of the Uchiha was an achievement every Uchiha would covet. "Do not rush, Naka-kun," Uchiha Yuan Ming replied, calming him with a gesture. His gaze shifted to the others. "Send a letter to Yuta, still in the village, instructing him to recruit all capable members of the Uzumaki into the security department." As he spoke, he stroked his chin, seemingly struck by a thought. He retrieved a map of Konoha, pointing to the location mentioned in the original text concerning the Uchiha and the Nine Tails incident. Additionally, acquire the land surrounding Konoha. He intended to purchase this land, proactively relocating the clan there, for after the incorporation of the Uzumaki, the core of Konoha could no longer accommodate so many. Uchiha Yuri appeared puzzled. "Why not speak directly with Yuta-kun? I have an agreement with my subordinate and must depart shortly," Uchiha Yuan Ming clarified. "Indeed, not long ago, Uchiha Madara sent word via a messenger cat, requesting a meeting near the Land of Water. Then be cautious, for that man is perilous," Uchiha Hikari urged, her face taut with concern. As he passed by her, he affectionately ruffled her hair, a smile gracing his features. "Fear not, I carry the sacred treasure of Kunkian." Lifting his gaze, his expression turned serious. "Everyone, prepare to declare victory over the water shadow and return to the village with the honor of the Uzumaki." On a coastal island in the Land of Water, Uchiha Yuan Ming arrived at the meeting place with Madara, raising his eyes to meet the countenance of the brooding man before him. "So, have my intelligence proven accurate?" Madara's cold huff revealed his displeasure. "It has been confirmed, indeed. A hidden hand exists near me." Upon hearing Yuan Ming's intelligence that day, he had harbored suspicions regarding Ketsu, striving to maintain composure in front of that individual during his retreat. Seething with anger, he contemplated returning to base to take action. However, as he neared the water country base, he abruptly calmed himself. He could not simply employ Jinjutsu to interrogate Ketsu. If someone dared to conspire against him, they would not fear the repercussions of his illusion. Employing cunning, he sought an excuse to dispatch Ketsu and summoned a less astute white Zetsu, testing whether he could recreate a black Zetsu. The result, without question, was failure. Following the same method, white Zetsu exhibited no changes. Logically, he should have been enraged. Yet, given his extensive experience, he remained chillingly composed. Thus, he considered summoning Yuan Ming to see if he could extract more intelligence. Disregarding Madara's displeasure, Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled brightly as he spoke. "Since you, Elder Madara, have confirmed the intelligence is sound, how about the item I requested in your last correspondence? Here." Madara gruffly tossed a scroll to Yuan Ming, his expression clouded with confusion. "But you already possess those eyes. Why do you need this?" Yuan Ming deftly caught the scroll, securing it with care. "Elder Madara, I must consider my clan," he replied with a slight smile. "Now, let us discuss the intelligence regarding our extraterrestrial adversaries." Not one to shy away from inquiries, Madara pressed further, his curiosity piqued. After contemplating for a moment, Uchiha Yuan Ming spoke slowly. "Elder Madara, since you have laid a trap for me, I assume you have ample information regarding my situation. Spare me the pleasantries. Tell me what I do not know. There is no need for a detailed explanation of my relationship with the priestess of the Land of Ghosts." At this, Yuan Ming's demeanor grew grave as he addressed Madara earnestly. "The priestess possesses foresight, which is why I shared pertinent information about the goddess of the moon with her, allowing her to prophesy." Madara stroked his chin, intrigued. "What did the priestess foretell?" She foresaw that a descendant of the goddess of the moon would come to annihilate this planet. Beyond that, the priestess's powers are limited, and she could not discern further. This was but a fabrication, merely a ruse by Uchiha Yuan Ming to divert Madara's attention. Is that all? Madara's dissatisfaction was palpable as he furrowed his brow. That is all there is to it. Yuan Ming shrugged off Madara's discontent. Do not fret, elder. Once I resolve matters in the village, I will take you to a place where all your questions will be answered. How long will that take? Madara inquired coldly. Uchiha Yuan Ming offered a gentle smile. Elder Madara, await my message. It shall not be long. Madara nodded. I shall await your news. He too required time to address the issue of Ketsu. Watching Madara's figure recede, Uchiha Yuan Ming exhaled slowly, his heart swelling with elation as he regarded the scroll in his grasp. With this item secured, along with Orochimaru's preliminary research and the accumulated insights of recent years, it was indeed time to awaken those eyes. Chapter 57. The Book of Seals. After parting ways with Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Yuan Ming did not return to the village immediately. Instead, he set his sights on the location of Mount Myaboku. This sacred site had long exerted its influence over the ninja world. As a member of the Uchiha clan, a lineage that had endured for a millennium, he was well aware of its significance. Upon soaring to Mount Myaboku with the aid of Susanoo, he discovered that it was utterly deserted. Had they fled so swiftly? Uchiha Yuan Ming found himself at a loss for words. The speed at which these frogs had vacated was beyond his expectations. With a mere thought, the space above his head twisted, revealing the alternate realm known as the Land of Ankawa. From his high vantage point, he gazed down upon Mount Myaboku with a cold expression. Ah, in that case, you shall no longer lay claim to the natural energy of this place. With another thought, a resounding sound of siphoning echoed through the air. The alternate realm acted like a gaping abyss, swiftly consuming the natural energy below. Moments later, as he observed the once vibrant Mount Myaboku reduced to desolation due to the absence of natural energy, Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded in satisfaction. The natural energy of Mount Myaboku was abundant, and the land of Ankawa would undoubtedly thrive during this period. He sensed that once this alternate realm matured, it would be capable of feats far beyond its current abilities. As for whether his actions were somewhat ruthless, setting aside the fact that these frogs had provoked him, why should the natural energy of this vast planet concentrate solely here? The frogs must have meddled in some way. Now, by taking this course of action, he considered it a significant step towards ridding the ninja world of a major nuisance. From now on, the natural energy of this planet would no longer exclusively gather in this valley, but would instead be evenly distributed across the globe, benefiting all of humanity. Having completed this endeavor, Uchiha Yuan Ming retracted the alternate realm and, with a powerful flap of his wings, soared rapidly towards Konoha. As for the other two sacred sites, they could wait until they crossed paths with him again. Uchiha Yuan Ming soared through the skies. Despite having met with Uchiha Madara and visited Mount Myaboku, he managed to catch up with the main force. The journey was uneventful as he led nearly 1,000 members of the Uzumaki clan towards Konoha. Days later, upon reaching the gates of Konoha, they encountered a bustling crowd. The face of governance, walking alongside Yuan Ming, was filled with joy. Yuan Ming, look, she said with a smile, pointing to the throng at the entrance. The village is welcoming heroes. Indeed, the third Hokage's arrangements are quite commendable, he responded with a smile. However, within, Uchiha Yuan Ming couldn't help but scoff. His prowess was evident. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not a dogmatic leader. His actions could be deemed fair and just. Of course, it was necessary to organize personnel for a warm welcome and to promptly assist their allies against the Misty threat. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Konoha. Is that Lord Yuan Ming of the Uchiha clan? How handsome, exclaimed a villager. It's thanks to Lord Yuan Ming that our business has flourished considerably. Indeed, previously, the best opportunities were monopolized by those ninja clans, leaving us to merely scrape by. But thanks to the efforts of the security department, we now enjoy a good life. Long live Lord Yuan Ming. Listening to the heartfelt words of the villagers, Uchiha Yuan Ming pondered, regardless of the place or the world, common folk still cared most about the quality of their daily lives. After the security department fully took over the civil management of Konoha, these fortunate villagers had begun to align themselves with the Uchiha clan. As for whether this would offend the majority of ninja clans, Uchiha Yuan Ming thought, if he did not act, they would still harbor no fondness for him. Moreover, in their quest for legacy, aside from the Uchiha, other clans were far more pragmatic. The timing was ripe. He lacked for resources, and once the research of Orochimaru bore fruit, a wave of enhancement would follow, coupled with the Uzumaki clan's support. He aimed to bolster his reputation in this war and subsequently vie for the position of Hokage. The Uchiha clan, after all, was an integral part of the Konoha system. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's reluctance to initiate a competitive election, that was not for him to decide. With the Uzumaki clan joining the security department, he was preparing for a grand undertaking. At that time, let us see if Sarutobi Hiruzen's decrees hold any weight. In his thoughts, the third Hokage approached with Konohamaru and Moegi, both wearing bright smiles. Minister Yuan Ming, your hard work is appreciated. Assisting our allies is indeed a duty. Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled back at the approaching figures. Regarding the matters of the land of Uzumaki, let us discuss them in the Hokage building. That is only fitting. I shall await you in my office, Minister Yuan Ming. The third Hokage nodded in understanding. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led his companions toward the Hokage building. Meanwhile, the large entourage returned to their clan's grounds amidst a raucous celebration. Uchiha Yuan Ming took the opportunity to brief Uchiha Yuta and governance on a few matters before proceeding alone to meet the third Hokage. It was time to tally the achievements and reap the rewards. Hokage-sama, the situation is as follows, Uchiha Yuan Ming began. Having just informed the third Hokage of the rescue operation in the land of Uzumaki, omitting only the details regarding Uchiha Madara, he provided a thorough account of their efforts. Except for the part about repelling the mist, which might have diverged from reality. He also mentioned how the Uzumaki clan had fully pledged their allegiance to the Uchiha. I see, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded tersely. He was currently quite troubled, extremely troubled. The Uzumaki clan had chosen to align with the Uchiha rather than Konoha. Why had he gone to such great lengths for a welcoming ceremony? Had he not assumed the Uzumaki would fully join Konoha? No. Uchiha Yuan Ming had stated that the Uzumaki clan was part of his organization and would not occupy the village's resources. He nearly gasped in disbelief. However, what could he do? These actions were reasonable, and he could not impose pressure on an ally due to his personal grievances. Nor would he take any extreme measures against Uchiha Yuan Ming, who was merely competing within the bounds of order. That was not his character, even if he wanted to. Glancing at Uchiha Yuan Ming before him, he could not bring himself to act against him. After all, Yuan Ming was capable of navigating within the system, engaging in fair competition. Why would he resort to extremities? With these thoughts in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of discomfort but managed to maintain his composure. He lifted his gaze, his expression neutral as he addressed Yuan Ming. Very well. The mission's funds will be distributed promptly. Then, the third Hokage's demeanor shifted as he continued. According to the village's long-standing traditions, significant accomplishments warrant the opportunity to learn forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. For this achievement, Minister Yuan Ming, you may select 3 forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming's spirits lifted instantly. The Uchiha clan was not lacking in ninjutsu, but the secrets contained within the Book of Seals, the teachings of the Senju, were devoid of any embellishment. He had already decided which 3 forbidden techniques he would choose. Chapter 58. The so-called forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals. The term forbidden techniques refers to those that endanger the practitioner and defy common sense. The original formula book presents 2 quintessential techniques, the shadow clone technique and the reanimation jutsu. However, this time, the rewards include techniques from the Seal Library, offering a plethora of options. When Uchiha Yuan Ming selected these 3 techniques, the third Hokage felt a sense of helplessness. Minister Yuan Ming, please ensure that these techniques are not widely taught, he cautioned. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. Aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, the other 2 are far too perilous for casual instruction, Uchiha Yuan Ming replied, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he took his leave. As Uchiha Yuan Ming exited the Hokage building, he strolled towards Orochimaru's laboratory. The 3 techniques he had chosen were the Flying Thunder God technique, Reanimation Jutsu, and the 8-headed serpent technique. The necessity of the Flying Thunder God was evident, while the Reanimation Jutsu held significant weight. Perfecting it would vastly expand his operational latitude. As for the choice of the 8-headed serpent technique, its true value lies in its ability to crystallize one's obsessions into a tangible form. Orochimaru had utilized this technique to manifest his obsession, immortality, transforming it into cursed seals and active rebirth. The principle was reminiscent of the wedge, albeit that Tsutsuki directly transformed into an information-based life form. By unearthing the information, one could achieve a complete resurrection. Yuan Ming wished for Orochimaru to delve deeper into the 8-headed serpent technique, hoping he could unravel the mysteries of the wedge. This way, after defeating the Tsutsuki, there would be no need to worry about their resurrection. Before long, he entered the familiar building and found Orochimaru engrossed in a sea of data, sketching and recording notes. "Orochimaru-san, how have you been?" Uchiha Yuan Ming greeted, tossing 2 scrolls onto the table. "These are gifts for you." Setting aside his work, Orochimaru picked up the scrolls. "Yuan Ming-kun, has the support mission returned?" The mission to the land of whirlpools went smoothly, Uchiha Yuan Ming confirmed, gesturing to the scrolls. "You should open them. They contain remarkable findings." "Oh." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He unfurled the scrolls, and with a resounding thud, an unusual white body collapsed to the floor, accompanied by a multitude of ninjutsu information. "Orochimaru-san. The 8-headed serpent technique? This must be a reward from the village, right, Yuan Ming-kun?" he inquired, his eyes scanning the open ninjutsu information. Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled subtly, knowing Orochimaru would find this captivating. In the original story, he had clandestinely studied this technique at the Forbidden Techniques Library even at an age older than he was now. "Orochimaru-san, you may take your time to research this. And as for this peculiar creature," he pointed to the white figure on the ground. "Perhaps you could investigate whether it can serve as a biological chelator." At this, Orochimaru shifted his focus from the 8-headed serpent technique to the white creature. His curiosity piqued. He understood that the genetic lineage of the 4 clans shared a common origin. Despite having produced commendable results, he had burned countless brain cells attempting to mitigate the side effects. Employing a rather rudimentary exhaustive method had yielded no suitable substance. Now, with Uchiha Yuan Ming suggesting that this entity could serve as a chelator, it intrigued him. "Yuan Ming-kun, science is objective," he remarked, crouching down to examine the body while continuing to converse with Yuan Ming. "It is not merely a matter of impulsively deciding that something will work." Extracting a small sample of cellular material, he turned to the smiling boy, silently encouraging him to proceed. "Such confidence? Very well, I shall see what underlies this assurance." He swiftly approached an operational table, adeptly placing the sample under a microscope. Moments later, he gasped, "Yuan Ming-kun, what is this?" He abruptly lifted his gaze from the microscope, incredulous. What he saw was an extraordinary life form, its genetic information remarkably overlapping with that of the 4 clans, yet seemingly more refined. Most astonishingly, the microscopic structure resembled a universal chimera. This discovery suggested not only could the genes of the 4 clans merge flawlessly, but also that his secret yearning became tantalizingly within reach. Uchiha Yuan Ming observed Orochimaru's excitement without elaboration. Instead, he inquired in a serious tone, "Forget the origins of this entity. Orochimaru-san, with this, how soon can we expect a perfected product?" Exhaling deeply to calm his racing thoughts, Orochimaru stroked his chin thoughtfully, quickly calculating in his mind. He lifted his gaze, stating earnestly, "Though this entity appears to be a universal chimera, developing a flawless product will likely take around 6 months." As he spoke, a thought seemed to strike him, and he sighed in resignation. "Yuan Ming-kun, if you hope to expedite the process, it is simply unattainable." "Why is that?" Uchiha Yuan Ming asked, puzzled. 6 months seems rather swift, does it not? Orochimaru chuckled softly. "The village is embroiled in war, and I must soon head to the battlefield." At this, Uchiha Yuan Ming recalled that the Third Great Ninja War was indeed a time when the legendary Sannin showcased their prowess. With the war having raged for over 2 months, the third Hokage would certainly not allow his disciples to remain idle in the village. With this in mind, he nodded in understanding and remarked, "No matter. Since we have acquired the key to fusion, a bit more time is inconsequential. I shall not intrude upon your research any further, as I have matters to attend to upon returning to the village." After exchanging a few more words with Orochimaru, he departed from the laboratory, his mind filled with plans. He swiftly made his way to the security department building. Entering an office, he called out to the figure buried under a mountain of documents, "Yutai, how are the arrangements for the Uzumaki clan progressing?" Uchiha Yutai lifted his dark-rimmed eyes, recognizing his superior. With a weary sigh, he responded, "Yuan Mingdano. No, Minister. Please spare me, I am nearly exhausted." Uchiha Yuan Ming felt a twinge of guilt. It was his fault that he had overburdened Yutai, the only one within the Uchiha clan with commendable management skills. Despite his complaints, Uchiha Yutai dutifully extracted a document from the pile and approached Uchiha Yuan Ming, handing it over. "Here are the arrangements for the Uzumaki clan. Please review it and let me know if there are any issues." Uchiha Yuan Ming took the document and quickly skimmed through it. "Impressed. As expected of you, Yutai-san. Without you, the Uchiha would not be what it is today." Uchiha Yutai truly was an invaluable asset. and the arrangements aligned perfectly with Yuan Ming's intentions. It was time to proceed to the next step. A smile crept across his face as he suggested, "Let us utilize the buildings acquired by the village over the past few years as branches of the security department. I would like those proficient in barrier techniques within the clan to collaborate with the Uzumaki clan to create a unique barrier for the security department." He had long grown weary of the lack of barrier classes within the security department. If that were the case, then they might as well start anew within reasonable limits. Chapter 59. How dare you? What are the Uchiha planning? In the Hokage office, Tsunade was infuriated as she clutched a report in her hands. Upon hearing her complaints, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and slowly began to soothe her, saying, "Enough, Tsunade. The security department acts with the welfare of the villagers in mind. We are in a time of war. Let us discuss this further once the conflict has concluded." His words were heartfelt. This was a time when the Fourth Great Ninja War erupted under his leadership, and everything had to yield to the pursuit of victory. Truthfully, he felt quite vexed. Just 2 months prior, outside the barrier core, they had established a new barrier named heaven-defying, under the pretense of ensuring a more peaceful and stable life for the villagers. He had been furious then. How dare they? Such authority belonged to the Hokage. After a prolonged bout of anger, he forced himself to calm down and reviewed the regulations granted to the security department by Tobirama-sensei. What he discovered left him stunned. The security department was indeed tasked with safeguarding the entire village, and the establishment of their own barrier was not explicitly forbidden by village regulations. Even if he could argue that the laws from the village's founding needed revision, he hesitated. The power of Uchiha Genmei was formidable. Should he provoke them, it could lead to dire consequences. Reluctantly, he accepted the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his negative emotions and turned to the silent Mitarashi, who was engrossed in reviewing war intelligence. "And how's the situation at the front?" And lifted his gaze, his expression grave as he replied, "The outlook is grim, Hiruzen. At the front lines in the Land of Wind, a significant number of our ninjas have succumbed to Chido's poison. If we do not resolve this issue, our forces will dwindle, and defeat is only a matter of time." Poison? The third Hokage's countenance darkened. As if making a decisive judgment, summoned Orochimaru and Tsunade for support. He stood, placing his pipe down on the map, and pointed to the land of hot water. "Let Jiraiya lead here." "Is this wise, Hiruzen?" Tsunade expressed her concerns, frowning. "The situation in the Land of Wind is precarious, and Jiraiya might not fare well in the Land of Lightning." The third Hokage recalled that his student had suffered a setback 2 months prior and had been somewhat disheartened ever since. However, his discerning nature allowed him to place his trust in Jiraiya. "I have faith in my student." The so-called ninja hero unwaveringly supported his disciple. Upon seeing Tsunade about to speak again, he lowered his gaze and pressed his hand downwards. "When it comes to matters of war, listen to my directives. Tsunade, your mind is in disarray. Perhaps you should check on Danzo's experiments." With a resounding bang, Tsunade stormed out, and he picked up his pipe, pacing to the window. With a sigh of resignation, he thought, the Uchiha had become a formidable force. As the third Hokage, he did not wish to relinquish the Hokage title to the Uchiha clan during his tenure. Thus, victory in this war was imperative. As for what would come after, that could be addressed later. Meanwhile, Uchiha Genmei savored a delightful breakfast, strolling cheerfully towards the security department. The relocation of the clan was proceeding smoothly, and the capable members of the Uzumaki clan had been adequately arranged. The barriers had been successfully established, and everything was progressing favorably. Upon entering the security department and taking his seat in the office, he had barely settled in when, bang, Uchiha Yuta barged in without ceremony. "Chief, you finally arrived at the security department." Faced with Yuta's fierce demeanor, Genmei felt a twinge of guilt. Had he perhaps overexerted his authority? "Yuta, how are things? The Uzumaki clan and the barrier's Haven Tea encountered any issues, have they?" At the mention of work, Uchiha Yuta snapped into action. "The establishment of the barrier is going well, but the Uzumaki clan, lacking ninja identification in Konoha, can currently only appear as company employees in the security department. That's acceptable. As long as we have sufficient personnel, the financial matters should be handled by the company's accounts." This was reasonable, truth be told. He had long allowed all clan members to work in the security department, and the village had been accommodating for years. Uchiha Genmei could not shamelessly demand that the village cover the Uzumaki clan's salaries. If he truly intended to do that, he would have long since recruited ninjas from the Cat clan to serve as captains. Pondering for a moment, Genmei tapped his fingers on the desk and then looked up at Uchiha Yuta. "Since the higher-ups are willing to tolerate the barrier issue, Yuta, Speak your mind. Understood, Game-sama. It's time to extend invitations to the ninja clans that once followed us. We must reclaim our former strength. An invitation letter from Minister Jinmei arrived for Kuruma-shin. A middle-aged man with black hair, holding the invitation, wrestled with his thoughts. Just as the Senju clan had Sarutobi, the Uchiha had Kuruma. Their allegiance to the Uchiha spanned centuries. However, after co-founding Konoha with the Senju, the Uchiha's influence within the village had stagnated. Under Konoha's persuasion, they had gradually distanced themselves from the Uchiha clan. Yet now, which ninja clan was unaware that the Uchiha possessed several pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan? They had even formed a corporation with the noble clan of demons, boasting wealth surpassing that of the village. Realizing this, he called out to the clan ninjas waiting outside, "Go respond to Minister Jinmei. I assure you I shall not be late. It is time to return to the embrace of the Uchiha clan." After all, he had come to see through Konoha. The shadow of the Uchiha clan could never be erased from the Kuruma clan. Aligning with Konoha had yielded little benefit. As one of the former subordinates, he had watched the Sarutobi clan flourish while feeling increasingly aggrieved. After sending the invitation, Uchiha Jinmei waited 3 days. Now, as he enjoyed breakfast, he perused through all the correspondence in his hands. Excellent. With few exceptions, most of the former vassals agreed to meet with him. Slurping down his miso soup, Uchiha Hikari looked up at Jinmei, astonished. Kuruma has also severed ties with the Uchiha? It was no wonder she was perplexed. Once a formidable weapon of war. Even after arriving in Konoha, she had little interest in the Uchiha clan's network. At that moment, Uchiha Shikatsu entered from the kitchen, carrying dishes. Noticing Gunmei's expression, she remarked irately, "Are you suggesting that Lord Hano and Elder Kagami were fools in the past? Jinmei, I was once considered part of the upper echelon." Observing Shikatsu set down the dishes and noticing the subtle change in her expression, Jinmei casually wiped his mouth and stood up to head towards the door. "I'm full now. I must go meet them. Until next time." Witnessing Gunmei's hasty exit, Uchiha Shikatsu could only cover her head in exasperation, sighing, "Seriously? Am I really that terrifying?" Hikari gazed longingly at Jinmei as he rushed out the door, initially hoping to enjoy a warm morning together, but upon hearing Shikatsu's complaints, she retorted indignantly, "Humph. I don't want to talk to you." In the reception hall of the security department, Uchiha Jinming entered and found that all the invited guests had arrived. He nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Excellent, everyone has kept their promise." Chapter 60. Advance with unyielding resolve. It is only fitting, Lord Yuan Ming. Minister Yuan Ming has summoned me. I would never dare to disappoint. Upon seeing Uchiha Yuan Ming extending such courteous greetings, the gathered clan leaders of the shinobi tribes dared not act presumptuously. One by one, they rose, bowing respectfully to the formidable ninja before them. Uchiha Yuan Ming gestured for them to be seated, noting the anticipation in their eyes. With a serious demeanor, he spoke deliberately, "I shall not indulge in superfluous words. Your presence here suggests you are already aware of the circumstances. I assure you, I will not treat you unjustly from this day forth. The security department shall open its doors to you. It is only reasonable to provide benefits. After all, one cannot expect others to work for them without compensation. As for the capacity of the security department, the non-ninja personnel from the previous clan arrangements will be reassigned, making room for these shinobi clans. It is imperative they perceive our sincerity." "Is this truly the case, Lord Yuan Ming?" exclaimed Arima Ishii, visibly elated. His excitement was justified. The full potential of their clan's bloodline limit had required an excessive amount of time to develop. During this period, if they did not achieve substantial growth, the risks associated with their bloodline would escalate significantly. The prospect of flourishing within the security department was a boon for them. Indeed, let us commence the arrangements at once. Uchiha Yuan Ming observed the exhilarated clan leaders, understanding their sentiments well. He promptly distributed the meticulously prepared documents he held. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward, with tangible benefits in hand. They engaged in light conversation with Uchiha Yuan Ming before departing joyfully to their respective homes, eager to strategize on how to integrate into the security department. Before long, in the now empty conference room, Uchiha Yutei stood beside his clan leader, expressing admiration. "My lord, everything unfolds precisely as you envisioned." "Indeed, our Uchiha clan is poised to flourish," Yuan Ming replied, shaking his head with a bemused smile at his subordinate's flattery. "What do you mean by my calculations?" "It is merely the allure of profit. Without incentives, they would never gravitate back towards us. Now that the conditions are ripe, I must contemplate how to present myself on the battlefield." At this, Uchiha Yutei produced a scroll, and handed it to Yuan Ming. There remains an opportunity. Current intelligence indicates that Jiraiya has encountered complications on the battlefield in the Land of Hot Water. Oh, let me ascertain the details. After swiftly reviewing the scroll, Uchiha Yuan Ming scoffed. It seems that the failure at Mangekyō Mountain has significantly impacted this individual. Yute, continue managing the affairs. I shall pay a visit to the Hokage Tower. Following the emergence of issues under Jiraiya's command, everything became markedly simpler. The missteps of the third Hokage's disciple signified vulnerabilities, especially since the commander had been forcefully positioned in that role. Uchiha Yuan Ming seized upon this weakness and successfully negotiated command over the battlefield in the Land of Lightning. After several days of swift maneuvers, Uchiha Yuan Ming, accompanied by a substantial contingent of reinforcements, entered the Leaf Village's encampment in the Land of Hot Water. Not a single Uchiha ninja followed him. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather an indication of his diminishing patience for engaging in any war games with the Cloud Village. He was determined to advance decisively. Pushing aside the tent, he disregarded the complex expressions of the numerous jonin present. Uchiha Yuan Ming strode to the front, surveying the assembly with a piercing gaze. He addressed them directly. I trust one need no introduction. I believe you all know who I am. From this moment forth, I shall serve as the supreme commander of this front. The assembled jonin, their expressions a mixture of complexity, inhaled deeply in acknowledgement of their new commander. Jiraiya looked on, his expression laden with conflict. From the abandoned Mangekyō Mountain, the couple Shinsaku learned of the fierce battle that had transpired between Mangekyō and the Uchiha, resulting in the devastation of that sacred land brimming with natural energy. After absorbing this information, he found himself in a prolonged state of despondency. His bond with the Toads was irrefutable, and he held deep expectations for the prophecy of the great sage Toad, now traversing the path to discover the child of prophecy. Yet, Mangekyō had committed an act he could not accept. One should not underestimate his intellect. He realized the gravity of the situation immediately. Why would they take action against Uchiha without cause? In that moment, a profound understanding washed over him, shattering his ideals. Does a world of mutual understanding truly exist? Lord Jiraiya! Lord Jiraiya! A nearby jonin called out, rousing him from his reverie. Huh? What is it? Jiraiya responded, bewildered, turning towards the jonin who had spoken. Lord Yuan Ming is calling for you. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya turned to face Uchiha Yuan Ming, confusion evident in his demeanor. Yuan Ming-kun? Come on, Jiraiya, you need to pull yourself together. Yuan Ming sighed. You will continue to command the encampment. Despite their previous confrontation with Mangekyō Mountain, he held no ill will towards Jiraiya. Though an idealist, his character and capabilities warranted trust. What? Aren't you the commander? Jiraiya exclaimed in shock, having thought his command had been stripped from him. Indeed, I am the commander. And you shall follow my lead, Yuan Ming asserted, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding jonin with a hint of authority. Prepare for tomorrow's stage. It will be one to behold. What constitutes a weapon of war? It is the tailed beasts, currently acknowledged as unparalleled weapons of mass destruction within the shinobi world, with plans to confront the Cloud Village. Uchiha Yuan Ming was prepared to unleash Waikai into the fray. In the present shinobi world, apart from the duo in the Pure Land, he held no fears whatsoever. With a resounding crash, Uchiha Yuan Ming addressed the cat emerging from the smoke. Waikai, it is war now. Let us charge forth. Absolutely. Waikai sensed the overwhelming chakra signatures in the vicinity, quickly grasping the situation. After acknowledging Yuan Ming's command, she trembled briefly as flames of chakra ignited around her, transforming once more into a colossal beast of war. Years prior, Yuan Ming had returned her chakra entirely and bestowed upon her a secret technique, allowing her to freely control her size. Now, she was boundless. With this sight, Yuan Ming leapt atop Waikai's head, his eyes shimmering. The eternal kaleidoscope pattern shifted, golden armor swiftly enveloping Waikai. Behold the resurgence of the beast of dread, Yuan Ming declared, fixing his gaze upon the approaching cloud ninjas with a demeanor of disdain, instructing his companion, let us race forth, Waikai. Chapter 61. What will you do about this move? As the towering armored behemoth charged forth with the force of a tempest, what sensations would course through you? The thoughts of others are beyond comprehension. At this moment, fear surged within him an unrelenting dread. Indeed, even when faced with the very murderer of his dear friend, killing minister. And despite the realization that the lost Two Tails from years past was none other than that godlike youth's doing, his limbs betrayed him, trembling uncontrollably. Drawing a deep breath, he surveyed his companions, who, like him, struggled to conceal their trepidation. With lips quivering, he managed to utter the laborious words, "Let us inform Lord Raikage using the heavenly dispatch technique. We have speculated the whereabouts of the two tails, and we have results." Having said this, he turned to observe the colossal warrior, spewing black jade and wielding a blade with devastating intent. Taking a resolute step forward, he boldly proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, it is time to contribute to the Hidden Cloud Village. We cannot allow him to continue his rampage." With a swift motion, he led the charge towards the behemoth. In the state of heightened power, Uchiha, Yuan Ming, and Yulv traversed an area devoid of human presence. The thunderous echoes followed their every step, signaling chaos and carnage in their wake. No matter the technique, be it a shadow clone, an escape maneuver, or instantaneous movement, the dazzling explosions of tailed beast bombs rendered them futile, not to mention the colossal blades that periodically swept through, mercilessly claiming lives. In mere moments, the ranks of hundreds of cloud shinobi were shattered by the collaborative assault of Uchiha, Yuan Ming, and Yulv. "How do you feel?" Yuan Ming inquired with pleasure, standing atop Yulv, arms crossed over his chest. "It feels magnificent, allowing me to vent decades of pent-up resentment from my seal," Yulv replied, only to suddenly find himself ensnared by a torrent of lava. "Is this lava release?" Surprised that someone dared to impede him, Yuan Ming cast his gaze downward. Recognizing the familiar figure, "Isn't that you, Tokadai-san?" After that fateful battle years ago, he had etched the name of this minor character from the original tale into his memory. "Uchiha Yuan Ming, I shall not allow you to continue your arrogance, even if it costs me my life." Tokadai, witnessing his bloodline limit ensnaring the behemoth, exhaled slowly, a sense of relief washing over him. The nearly 100 companions who arrived by his side, hearing their leader's bold declaration, felt their spirits lifted and echoed with fervent declarations of support. "Indeed, Uchiha, do not be so brazen. We will not retreat an inch for the sake of our village and reclaiming our tailed beast. Now is the time for our ultimate sacrifice. Together, we shall become heroes of the village." Ooh. The youth atop Yulv sighed deeply. Why bother? A mayfly shaking a tree is a futile endeavor. The strength to tread upon ants without causing harm is a difficult balance to master. Yulv below seemed to sense the emotions of his comrade. With a resonant sound, the mysterious patterns on his armor glimmered, and with a slight movement, the solidified earth beneath him disintegrated into dust. "What? My lava release?" Tokadai's astonishment was cut short as a colossal blade, accompanied by a tempestuous gale, swept toward him. With a resounding crash, he found himself airborne. The dim light in his eyes revealed his lower half reduced to mere dust. "Forgive me, Lord Raikage, it seems I can no longer serve you," he lamented as darkness completely engulfed his senses. Amidst the chaos, the towering beast, infused with sage chakra, effortlessly dispatched the surrounding cloud shinobi. Uchiha Yuan Ming clenched his fist, reflecting. Now I understand why that Uchiha Madara fellow rarely employed ocular techniques, favoring the myriad forms of Susanoo instead. Once detached from its ocular roots and wielded freely with chakra, this technique is simply unparalleled, in a realm where ninjas typically possessed high offense but low defense. The indiscriminate slashing of Susanoo's colossal blades boasted an immense attack range and terrifying lethality, far surpassing the flamboyant prowess of ocular techniques. Noticing the stillness in the battlefield, Yuan Ming eagerly turned his gaze toward the cloud shinobi encampment. Despite the Sharingan's insight being inferior to the Byakugan, he discerned numerous ninjas fleeing in panic. Internally, he registered the remaining balance of his spiritual energy, 4,020 strands. Still over 900 to go. With the accumulation over these years, alongside the bounty from slaying Gamamaru in the Land of Waves, and how many cloud shinobi I've just eliminated, it's almost there, none of you will escape. Orochimaru's research was intended for his clan, while he aimed to enhance his own genes to avoid future conflicts with the Otsutsuki. Those adversaries, sensing defeat, would not hesitate to strike him down with a wedge. After all, upon seeing the flicker of temporary ignition, he had witnessed their desperate tactics to employ a wedge against their so-called kin from the Otsutsuki clan. As he pondered, Yulv was far from idle. He leaped high into the air, swiftly reaching the entrance of the cloud shinobi camp. At that moment, a resounding voice boomed. "What are you doing to my beloved subordinates?" Accompanying the voice was a surge of lethal lightning. With a thunderous roar, the lightning flashed and halted before the behemoth warrior. Quite capable, aren't you, Third Raikage?" Uchiha Yuan Ming observed the imposing figure of the Third Raikage. His dark skin and muscular frame were unmistakable, even in this three-dimensional reality. Upon noticing a slight crack in the Susanoo before him, he couldn't help but admire it. Lowering his gaze, he looked down upon the formidable man, who, despite using 4 fingers, posed no threat to him. With a scornful grin, he remarked, moreover, "Not everyone who raises their voice will emerge victorious. Such bluster merely reveals your fragility." As his ocular power intensified, tendrils of golden red flames ignited upon the third Raikage's form. A painful wail escaped him as he instinctively retreated. In midair, he observed the flames encasing his body, impervious to his chakra manipulation. With haste, he clawed at the scorched flesh, tearing it away. As he descended, his arm was wrenched from his body with a violent crash. Since arriving in this world, I have yet to admire anyone. Yuan Ming expressed genuine admiration for the brave man before him. You are the first, third Raikage. With that, a cruel smile adorned his lips. But how will you respond to this move? Chapter 62, The Eye of Rebirth. The third Raikage collapsed helplessly. Upon receiving the report from Tsuchikage regarding the situation in the village, he was immediately consumed with concern for his subordinates. Without hesitation, he activated the heavenly transfer technique to arrive at the scene. Convinced that no one in the ninja world could match him, upon seeing Tsuchikage's lifeless body, he swiftly directed his actions towards Uchiha Yuan Ming. Having triumphed over the Eight Tails, he had never believed that the larger opponent would emerge victorious. Yet, who could inform him why the indomitable flames, which had seemingly been extinguished, surged forth from within him? Chakra is truly wondrous. It can encapsulate the consciousness of heroes. With an extraordinarily refined chakra and a formidable physique, the third Raikage, still yet to reach the Pure Land, summoned his last reserves of strength to question the colossal beast. Why are you so powerful? This is an insurmountable gap. Just as Yuan Ming was about to pursue the Cloud Ninja, his gaze lingered momentarily, and he heard this voice of confusion. Still conscious? How pitiful. Such vitality, unworthy of your strength, is indeed a waste. However, I cannot afford to squander more time on you now. Farewell, Yoru. To eliminate the third Raikage with such a technique, even he found it somewhat sinister. This was a result of the land of Anchuan absorbing a vast amount of natural energy, leading to a chemical reaction with the Flying Thunder God technique. After mastering the Flying Thunder God, the growth of Anchuan brought him unexpected surprises. The development in that alternate space endowed him with spatial perception. Furthermore, anything within his perception, as long as it was his energy, could be transmitted through spatial power. The essence of the eye technique is a unique chakra. Chakra is energy. Energy can be transmitted, even into the bodies of enemies within sight. Thus, he sent the flames of Amaterasu into the third Raikage's body. The self-proclaimed invincible Raikage thus fell. Without further concern for the third Raikage, he and Yoru swiftly advanced towards the crumbling Hidden Cloud village. This pursuit lasted a full day and night, and the harvest of spiritual light provided Yuan Ming with tremendous motivation. On the battlefield, defeating enemies yields rewards. He reveled in it. In stark contrast, the Leaf Village ninjas trailing behind him were left dazed. When the Two Tails appeared, they initially thought it was the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Ninja. In a blink of an eye, Uchiha Yuan Ming fused with the Two Tails, sweeping away the forces of the Hidden Cloud. Lord Jiraiya, you should come take a look. A Leaf Jonin near the Hidden Cloud camp called out as he seemed to discover something. Upon arriving, Jiraiya saw the Jonin manipulating the head of a Cloud Ninja. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired softly, Yamashiro Shoyuda, did you see something within this head? The young, chestnut-haired ninja, Yamashiro Shoyuda, nodded gravely. The third Raikage has been slain by Lord Yuan Ming. What? That formidable, dark-hued Raikage has been killed? Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. His surprise was understandable. The third Raikage was renowned for his fearsome reputation. His lightning-release chakra mode had given the entire ninja world a tremendous headache. With his impenetrable ninjutsu, Jiraiya could hardly conceive any method to contend with him, aside from sheer numbers. Perhaps Lord Jiraiya should see for himself. Yamashiro Shoyuda suggested as he formed hand seals to activate his secret technique. Heart transmission technique. Moments later, Jiraiya's expression shifted as he regained his focus. They had won. The subsequent events would hinge on how Uchiha Yuan Ming chose to proceed. With a rip, the colossal warrior descended from the skies, unveiling Susanoo, Yoru. Having learned a few things from years of freedom alongside humans, adeptly shrank in size. Playfully, she leapt onto Uchiha Yuan Ming's shoulder. Yuan Ming, I'm tired. Wake me when you need me, Yoru yawned, curling up and closing her eyes to rest on the young man's shoulder. Very well, Yuan Ming replied. Turning to face the approaching Jiraiya and others, how do you find my command? Hearing this, Jiraiya's expression twitched slightly. Is that your command? It's merely brute strength. And you flaunt your leadership skills. Indeed, Indeed, under Lord Ginming's command, we achieved a glorious victory, Jiraiya jested as they shared a camaraderie. Then, his demeanor turned serious as he asked, "The third Raikage is dead. What do you plan to do next? Let us take a moment to rest. We can discuss it in the morning. After all, I have already dealt with the third Raikage," Jinming responded. Gradually walking back towards the Leaf Camp amidst the admiring gazes of numerous Leaf ninjas, Uchiha Jinming was filled with immense excitement. During this onslaught, with the assistance of many Cloud ninjas, his spiritual light finally reached the formidable threshold of 5,000. The panel in his mind displayed 5,002 strands of spiritual light. A thrill surged through him. Indeed, the spoils of war were bountiful. At this moment, he was far too exhilarated to ponder on what to do next. He swiftly returned to the camp, dove into his tent, seated himself, and felt a slight tremor of the divine blade within the sea of his consciousness. The spiritual light descended, and enlightenment blossomed forth. A momentous transformation occurred within his gaze. His pupils quivered, 3 magatama, patterns swirling and expanding. Thus, the concentric black circles engulfed his entire sclera. Within the purple orbs, an intensely fearsome power awakened Yoru on his shoulder. "What? Jinming, you?" Yoru, who was about to question him, was momentarily stunned. What had she just witnessed? The Eye of Rebirth of the Old Master. What is happening to me? Uchiha Jinming clenched his fist, feeling the power within his gaze, and that stirring sensation. Had he truly awakened the Eye of Rebirth? "Don't speak so lightly." "Meow?" Yoru exclaimed, her excitement palpable, clawing the air. Glancing at the exuberant cat, Uchiha Jinming raised a hand to calm her. "All right, please settle down for a moment. I need to comprehend what has changed." Closing his eyes to sense. Beyond the conventional ocular techniques, his unique ocular abilities were stirring and budding. Not yet fully manifested. However, it was imminent. The lingering insight assured him that his Sharingan had indeed evolved into the Eye of Rebirth. The changes in his body indicated a tremendous surge in chakra. Not only that, the sensation of enhancement continued to rise steadily until the gestation of his ocular technique was complete. Yet, he tugged at his hair, noticing no change in its white strands, feeling a tinge of disappointment. No genetic completion? He mused. It was also true. Spiritual light was an evolutionary skill, a talent, rather than lineage. The aftertaste of enlightenment revealed that his life S rank was now certainly on par with the Otsutsuki. However, Orochimaru's research could also enhance his genetics, making him even stronger. As the Eye of Rebirth manifested in the ninja world, in the Pure Land, a floating white-robed monk opened his eyes. Gazing upward, he felt a sense of uncertainty, having not experienced this for a long time. Following the reincarnation of Indra, another pair of Eyes of Rebirth? How strange. Chapter 63. Do you think just paying a bit will settle everything? The six-path sage pondered for a moment before leaping down from the meditative gem of enlightenment. Something felt amiss. That young man was decidedly peculiar. Not long ago, Uchiha Obito had merged with the Ashura chakra of Senju Hashirama, awakening the Rinnegan, a development he had anticipated. He had always been relatively lenient regarding the reincarnation of his son. However, the situation involving Uchiha Jinming, who had come into his field of vision due to his contact with Obito during the recent events in the Land of Whirlpools, was rather troubling. Yet, as he was already deceased, the affairs of the living held little consequence for him, as long as his mother's seal remained intact. It was time to investigate the sealing orb and ponder how long it had been since he last saw Yuzumura. With a gaze steeped in nostalgia, he trembled slightly and gradually vanished into the Pure Land. Uchiha Jinming had spent the previous night honing his surging powers, and the information displayed on his panel filled him with satisfaction. Life form level, LV6, 6 paths weak, talent, Sharingan, Rinnegan, LV6 eye techniques, Deva path, universal pull, almighty push, planetary devastation, and the technique of transfiguration. Special eye techniques, in development, energy attributes, fire, lightning, wind, earth, water, yin, yang. Skills, omitted. Spiritual light, 2 threads, omitted skills have not been updated. There was no doubt that he had become a true six-path sage, not some false entity. Although his energy accumulation was still insufficient, resulting in a temporary weak designation, once the special Rinnegan eye techniques were fully developed, his status would certainly elevate. The sensation of his ocular power surging would likely culminate within 1 to 2 months. His chakra attributes had evolved to encompass all elements, and the original Sharingan techniques had seen significant amplification. It was akin to the six-path sage's Susanoo towering at thousands of meters, while Indra's stood at merely several hundred. Currently, due to insufficient energy accumulation, he could not reach such heights, though surpassing the previous 200 meters was easily attainable. The next step was to contemplate the matter of the Gem of Enlightenment. As for the bloodline collection, that would wait until his energy was sufficiently amassed. He intended to swiftly resolve matters with the hidden Cloud Village and seek opportunities to accumulate spiritual light on other battlefields. However, he could not afford any complacency. While the essence of life had been elevated, his energy accumulation remained wanting. The methods of the Tsutsuki clan to gather information on the laws of nature eluded him. But there was no urgency in that regard. Eventually, those individuals would come forth, akin to the character from the Tale of the Gourd. As for fear, he relished the prospect of battling under such circumstances, akin to a king manipulated by bronze. Pushing aside the tent, he stepped into the morning sun and made his way toward the center of the camp, where the elite shinobi awaited him. The current atmosphere was as he had anticipated. An unprecedented victory invigorated the assembled shinobi. They had been eagerly awaiting Uchiha Gunming's arrival. "Ah, everyone is here." Uchiha Jinming greeted the shinobi with a smile as he entered the tent. "We are all awaiting your next instructions," Jiraiya replied solemnly. There was no room for levity. Given the power displayed by Jinming the previous day, it was entirely feasible that they could push the front lines deep into the land of lightning, perhaps even to the very gates of the hidden Cloud Village. As if to validate Jiraiya's conjecture, Jinming waved dismissively. "No special instructions are necessary. Simply follow behind and tie up loose ends. We will strike directly to the hidden Cloud Village." The ensuing events unfolded so smoothly that the elite shinobi led by Jiraiya felt as though they were in a dream. With the leader known as the God of Ninjas leading the charge, or rather, sweeping through, they found it immensely gratifying to simply follow behind and clean up. Uchiha Jinming no longer relied on the wild beast technique, as it had become a hindrance in the face of his current Susanoo, unless it was the Nine Tails. He commanded a colossal deity towering hundreds of meters, akin to a mythical Susanoo, effortlessly conquering foes. The cloud ninjas within the borders of the Land of Lightning, after suffering devastating losses, realized that ninjutsu was essentially futile. No technique, no matter how formidable, could leave even a speck of dust upon that colossal figure. Taijutsu? A rational mind would never engage in hand-to-hand combat with such a gargantuan entity. Sealing techniques? How could one seal what they could not even approach? Amidst this turmoil, within the hidden Cloud Village's Raikage building, the Elder Council convened following the demise of the third Raikage, with the next generations as still unprepared. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with silence until an aged elder finally spoke. "Dear colleagues, we stand at the precipice of survival for the hidden Cloud Village. Please, share any strategies you may have." "Elder, what strategies could we possibly devise?" "That golden giant." "No, that giant deity. We have no means to contend with it." "What despairing words are these?" "Uchiha Jinming will come at us, and I have already resolved to face my doom." As the high-ranking officials erupted into chaos, the elder of the hidden Cloud Village slammed his hand upon the table, silencing them with a resounding thud. "Enough." His fierce gaze swept across the assembly. "Those wishing to argue, step outside. Let us come to a decision. Raise your right hand in favor of fighting to the last, and your left for surrender." Upon hearing the elder's proposal, the council members exchanged glances and, after a moment, raised their hands. Before long, the elder noted the raised hands below him and spoke in a hushed tone. "Then let it be as you have decided. We shall surrender." Upon receiving the letter of surrender from the hidden cloud, Uchiha Jinming retracted his Susanoo and turned to rejoin the main force, marching grandly toward the hidden Cloud Village. At the forefront of Konoha's shinobi army, he exchanged a cold smile with Jiraiya, who walked alongside him. Do they truly believe that merely compensating a bit will suffice? It seems they remain unscathed by the gravity of their situation. "Ah, Jinming." Jiraiya furrowed his brow in response. "Will you annihilate the hidden Cloud Village?" "Annihilate the hidden Cloud Village?" Uchiha Jinming stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before replying. "No. The hidden Cloud Village still holds value." From the moment his ambitions had begun to take root, he had devised a plan in his heart. People are ever evolving. Initially, he sought merely to alter the fate of governance, later, to dominate the Uchiha clan. Yet, following his battle with Uchiha Bito, he had come to understand. He possessed the power to change the world, so why not do so? This world is fraught with issues. The feudal lords reign over the superhuman. The son of the Hokage inherits the title, while the son of the scapegoat remains a scapegoat. Such injustices were intolerable to him. Now, he must first seize the position of Hokage, and then invest vast resources into nurturing capable shinobi for governance. He would focus solely on management, irrespective of combat prowess. After all, even if he were to eliminate all the nobility, leaving society in chaos and resulting in countless innocent lives lost due to turmoil, it would be a reality he could not accept, having already experienced such in his previous life. Only when the necessary manpower was abundant would he sweep away all that he deemed unsatisfactory in the shinobi world. Thus, until he completed this phase, the shinobi village model would effectively pacify the feudal lords. Before long, they arrived at the gates of the hidden cloud village, and with a sardonic smile, Yuan Ming remarked, "I will not relent until the bitter end." With a resonant hum, the colossal Susanoo rapidly took form, clad in armor, with divine rings floating above. The mighty titan has descended upon this valley. Cloud Hidden Village, if you agree to my terms, I shall spare your lives. Should you refuse, do not blame me for the consequences. Chapter 64. What is this? Inside the hidden cloud village, the young AI and his companion Bai gazed at the towering giant before them. Bai, is this truly the Susanoo mentioned in the intelligence reports? AI's expression was strained. After the village resolved to surrender, he had already sworn an oath with his partner. No matter the circumstances, they would make Konoha and the Uchiha clan pay the price. He was not lacking in courage. At this moment, he looked upon the colossal deity. Could it truly fulfill their expectations? AI, look at that. Bai, who was shorter than AI, remained unfazed by the giant, his optimistic nature leading him to observe something else. Pointing at the crowd rushing towards the gates of the hidden cloud, he said to his partner, "It seems those people are preparing to surrender again. They had already steeled themselves for destruction after Konoha began its advance. Damn it. Are they really going to agree to whatever treaty that guy proposes?" Indeed, the elders have completely caved. Upon witnessing that behemoth as described in the reports, they realized any conditions are irrelevant, as long as the hidden cloud village can survive. After Uchiha Jinmi called out, he immediately led the high-ranking officials towards the giant. They carried no soldiers, fearing that the colossal deity might misunderstand, and instead wielded only the blades at their waists. Bringing only the high-ranking officials signified their resolve to surrender. Before long, within the hastily erected camp of Konoha, Uchiha Jinmyu, having witnessed their resolve, retracted the Susanoo. He sat there, waiting patiently. Suddenly, the sound of the tent flaps being lifted echoed. The elder of the hidden cloud village, his gaze fixed solely on the high-ranking Uchiha Jinmyu, accompanied by those officials, all knelt before him with a thud. "We shall fully accept all conditions to appease Lord Jinmyu and secure the welfare of the hidden cloud village." Uchiha Jinmyu, momentarily taken aback by their collective kneeling, regained his composure. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It was about time. He gestured subtly towards Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya's face twitched uncontrollably. Approaching the kneeling elder, he handed over a scroll. "If you can agree to these terms, we will withdraw our forces." Jiraiya couldn't help but maintain a tense expression. The terms were simply too astonishing. 1. In the land of thunder and the land of soup, all fortifications, military equipment, and public property shall be permanently ceded to Konoha. 2. Konoha ninja shall act within these two nations, and in case of any conflict, the hidden cloud village shall prioritize Konoha's interests. 3. The hidden cloud village shall compensate Konoha with 50 billion ryo for military expenses. If funds are insufficient, it shall be repaid over 10 years. For reference, 1 ryo equals 10 yen, amounting to over $60 million. 4. The hidden cloud village shall transfer 15 of its task quotas to Konoha. 5. Upon the signing of this treaty, hostilities shall cease. The elder of the hidden cloud village read the treaty aloud, his complexion alternating between green and pale. Eventually, he seemed to lose all strength, muttering, "We, the hidden cloud village, agree." Uchiha Jinmyu, taken aback by the elder's dejection, thought he would at least put up some resistance. Upon witnessing the might of the Lord, we dare not defy. The elder's expression was calm, yet his heart seethed with fury. Did he truly wish to avoid negotiations? The moment he laid eyes on Uchiha Jinmyu, he understood. This youth before him, should he resist, the subsequent conditions would only be harsher. He had enough discernment to recognize this. Moreover, could they afford to refuse? If they quibbled, that giant's blade would swing towards the hidden cloud, and the losses would not be trivial. Excellent. Jiraiya, relay the good news to your teacher. Uchiha Jinmyu declared, brimming with exuberance. We have achieved a resounding victory. Days later, within the Hokage Tower of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked incredulously at the information on the scroll, unable to fathom its implications. After a moment of contemplation, he rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief. The Cloud Thunder Gorge Treaty? Hiruzen, this is a tremendous boon for us. We must hurry and inform the village. Mito Kazumi, seemingly struck by inspiration, suggested eagerly. Yes, indeed. This is the first victorious treaty established under your leadership, Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now aware of the political advantages this treaty would bring under his third Hokage leadership, was about to announce it to the village when, bang, Danzo burst into the office. His expression twisted with urgency. Hiruzen, what in the world is happening outside? What do you mean that under Uchiha Jinmiya's leadership, the Hidden Cloud Village has signed a treaty that benefits Konoha? You, and you. Are you all incompetent? Pointing at the three, a furious Danzo exclaimed. Those terms have been widely publicized by the security division, specifically attributing the success to Uchiha Jinmiya. As if we, the old guard, could ever conceive such an idea. What are you talking about, Danzo? Mito Kazumi interjected, her voice rising in alarm. Isn't this the work of your root division? Why did Uchiha take the lead? What do you mean by my root division? Danzo shot back. Are you trying to shift the blame onto me? I've been preoccupied with the wood release experiments lately. Have you forgotten? With a crash, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell from his hand. At that moment, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. With the security division's promotion, this monumental achievement was no longer tied to him. Uchiha Jinmiya had stepped up to extinguish the flames caused by his disciple's failure. Furthermore, this treaty was unprecedented in the ninja world. With the Uchiha clan's promotion, the entire village would attribute it to Uchiha Jinmiya. Surely, it couldn't he be credited to the third Hokage? If he had such brilliance, why hadn't he proposed it during the victories under the second Hokage? His mind buzzed with confusion, leaving him oblivious to the quarrel between Danzo and Kazumi. The treaty, widely disseminated by the security division, prompted spies in Konoha to hastily relay the information back to their respective villages. Fortunately, Uchiha Jinmiya had spared them at that moment. The third Mizukage wiped the cold sweat from his brow. They had managed to pivot in time, and as temporary allies, they avoided being caught in Uchiha Jinmiya's machinations. Now those villages still battling Konoha must be losing their peace of mind, he remarked. The third Mizukage's words rang true. Noki was now drenched in cold sweat. Fully cognizant of the implications, Uchiha, commanding a mere fraction of troops, had slain the third Raikage, seized the tailed beasts, and coerced the Hidden Cloud Village into signing such an unprecedented treaty. What did this signify? Had another Uchiha emerged as a harbinger of death in the ninja world? Contemplating the information, Noki felt a wave of despair wash over him. Observing the unmistakable fear etched on his father's face, Kuratsuchi chuckled softly. Fear not, father, this information has already been spread far and wide by the security division. It was this realization that triggered Naki's immediate response. Promoting the Uchiha clan while neglecting the Hokage? As the shadow, Sarutobi Hiruzen will undoubtedly suppress the Uchiha, ensuring they do not re-emerge on the battlefield. Should this not transpire, the equilibrium between the village and the formidable ninja clans will descend into utter chaos. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the more one contemplates, the more accurate it seems. Anoki, invigorated by this thought, declared, thus, we must achieve a swift victory in the land of rain. However, will everything truly unfold as he envisions? Within the hidden village of Mangekyō, Hanzo held this intelligence. After a moment's pause, he gazed at the perpetually weeping sky, his head bowed as if he had resolved upon a significant decision. For the land of rain, Konoha, Awagakure, you shall soon taste the bitterness of defeat here. Turning to embrace the darkness, his formidable will surged, unleashing a torrent of chakra. Hanzo, the salamander, was on the brink of transformation. In a mysterious cavern, Uchiha Madara widened his eyes, having recently awakened his Rinnegan. In astonishment, he beheld the shimmering lake. What is this? Chapter 65. The contribution of the heavenly web barrier. After awakening his Sharingan, Uchiha Madara wandered through the shinobi world, exploring various ancient sites to validate the history of the goddess of the moon. One day, according to a piece of literature, he discovered a cave that seemed to possess a history of celestial origins. Skeptical yet intrigued, he arrived at this location, only to find traces of ocular power in the waters of a lake. It was not the usual manifestation of the Sharingan. Perhaps he should consult that young Uchiha Jinmei. Staring at the lake, imbued with an enigmatic ocular energy, Madara's mood fluctuated. He sensed that his Rinnegan could not entirely repel the ocular power emanating from the lake. Quite interesting. To be safe, he should summon that boy to join him. As predicted by Noki, following such promising news, Uchiha Jinmei was summoned back to the village. He was indifferent to the reasons behind the summons. After all, he had gained the most from the recent conflict with the Hidden Cloud Village. Acquiring both the advancement of his Rinnegan and a notable reputation, the village's temporary recall was acceptable to him. Opportunities would surely arise in the ongoing strife, especially with Hanzo of the Salamander poised to emerge as a significant challenge for Konoha. Upon receiving the recall order, Jinmei had already returned to Konoha with the aid of the Senjutsu artifact, Kurama Maru. He was presently in his office, receiving various intelligence reports from Uchiha Yuta. As he swiftly perused the documents, he appeared to uncover something of significance. Lifting his gaze to meet Yuta's eyes, he solemnly inquired, "Is this information genuine?" "Indeed, Lord Jinmei. It pertains to the contribution of the heavenly web barrier," Yuta explained with a hint of pride. "This embodies the will of fire. Once we master this." Uchiha Jinmei felt a surge of schadenfreude. Their Hokage position is practically unstable now. Since its activation, the heavenly web barrier had operated continuously for 24 hours. Due to the security department's ample resources, the barrier's coverage was far more extensive than that of the barrier team, which barely enveloped all of Konoha. And amusingly, upon addressing the hidden cloud village, he discovered that Danzo's would release experiments had been uncovered by the security department. Upon his return, he was met with this intelligence. How amusing. Forcing villagers to voluntarily sacrifice themselves as experimental subjects for Danzo's so-called will of fire. Truly, ideology is the most potent weapon of destruction, he mused. Yuta, monitor this experimental base of Danzo closely. Ensure no errors occur, Jinmei commanded, recognizing the potential for greater gain from this information. Understood, Lord Jinmei. I shall oversee it from now on. Yuta responded promptly. At that moment, a ninja cat darted through the window. This is a letter from Lord Jinmei. After brushing off non-existent dust, it politely presented a letter to him. My letter? Jinmei, slightly puzzled, accepted the envelope and opened it. Thank you for your hard work. This is the reward for your recent mission. While Jinmei read the letter, Yuta handed the ninja cat a pouch of silver. The cat accepted the reward, bowed politely, and vanished in a puff of smoke. Having finished reading the letter, a smile crept onto Jinmei's face. I never expected him to seek my assistance. What luck to have located that place. Not having seen the letter, Yuta questioned, Lord Jinmei, whose letter is it? It's from that fellow, Uchiha Madara. Jinmei replied without hesitation, recognizing the importance of this information. What business does he have that requires my attention? Yuta, sensing the gravity of the matter, cautiously suggested. It seems you may need to meet with him. Should I accompany you with some personnel? Jinmei shook his head. No need. I can manage alone. Besides, having too many people may complicate matters. Uncertain whether Madara had summoned the 10 Tails, he was apprehensive about the situation on the moon. If the 10 Tails had not been summoned, then chaos had not erupted there. Conversely, if turmoil had already begun, bringing more people would be wasteful. Confident in his decision, Jinmei instructed Yuta, go inform Jiraiya that all of Kurama-Maru's Senjutsu seals should be attached to the land of Mangekyō. While personnel are not necessary, it is prudent to take precautionary measures. Should I require assistance on the moon, I can summon them through the space-time technique. Understood. Yuta nodded seriously and took his leave. Stealthily exiting Konoha, Uchiha Jinmei made his way to the designated location. The address on the envelope indicated it was not far from Konoha. In the films, the shinobi orchestrating the puppets to ambush the Hyuga clan did not take long to arrive. Activating his Susanoo wings, Jinmei swiftly reached his destination. As he gently descended and approached the cave, he called out to Uchiha Madara, who sat by the lake. Is this the place? Indeed. I trust you can feel the formidable ocular power within this water, Madara replied, his eyes now open, confirming Jinmei's inquiry. Nodding in understanding, Jinmei approached the lake's edge. Contemplating the waters capable of invading the mind of the renowned Naruto from the original story, he needed to proceed with caution, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Turning to Madara, he asked, I indeed possess a method to nullify the ocular power in the lake, but prior to that, I must inquire, Madara, have you awakened your Rinnegan? So what if I have? What if I have not? Madara frowned in response, slightly displeased. This inquiry did not address their current predicament. Do not deceive me. I can sense it. Jinmei shook his head, raising a finger to indicate his own eyes. His tone grew grave. One last question. Have you summoned the 10 Tails physical form? This is crucial to our battle strategy. Chapter 66. The Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Upon witnessing the serious expression on Uchiha Yuan Ming's face, which was devoid of any humor, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. After a moment of reluctant reflection, he nodded and remarked, the 10 Tails is indeed linked to the Rinnegan summoning. Having recently awakened these eyes, my curiosity compelled me to summon. Moreover, your insistence suggests you possess genuine intel about this lake. Hearing the news he dreaded most. Uchiha Yuan Ming sighed in resignation. How I came by this knowledge is of no concern to you. I will isolate the lake's ocular power with Susanu's spirit weapon. Yet we must both exercise caution in our destination. Madara was genuinely taken aback. The fact that this young man could sense the ocular power indicated that he too had awakened the Rinnegan. Yet, under the circumstances of both possessing Rinnegan, there still existed danger in their destination? Are you implying this lake leads to a space-time barrier? The moon. Are you jesting? Do you believe I am one who delights in jest? The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. Uchiha Yuan Ming activated Susanu's divine tool, and beneath the protective light that shielded them from mental interference, both he and Madara successfully arrived on the moon. Is this truly the moon? Upon disembarking, Uchiha Madara gazed at the unremarkable cave, feeling it bore no distinction from the shinobi world. Yuan Ming shook his head, chuckling softly. You'll understand once we step outside. This place is indeed extraordinary, and we must tread carefully. Yuan Ming's thoughts were sincere. After the Otsutsuki clan's remnants were summoned away with the Ten Tails husk, they had sacrificed their eyes to manifest a colossal form of the Rinnegan. Its destructive power was beyond compare, surpassing even that of the Rinnegan. Furthermore, Otsutsuki Yumura likely mirrored his brother, appearing deceased yet potentially alive. Madara tempered his casual demeanor. A ninja must always exercise caution, regardless of the circumstances. The fact that this young man had repeatedly emphasized caution indicated that they could not afford to be careless. As Madara and Yuan Ming cautiously emerged from the cave into the open world, they found themselves within the celestial realm of the moon. In the grand hall at the sky's core, several white-haired figures with closed eyes seemed to have sensed something. A disturbance from the lower realm had occurred. Under the illumination of the Rinnegan, the furtive movements of two individuals could not escape their notice. We must not underestimate the chakra of the intruders. We have just emerged victorious over our clan, suffering considerable losses. One elder stepped forward, addressing the younger individuals. You are still youthful. Allow me to test the waters with these two. If I can easily capture them, all will be well. If not, I have lived long enough. Utilizing the drawbacks of the Rinnegan is of no concern. Disregarding the protests of the young men and women, he halted momentarily. In a flash of golden light, he vanished from sight. Why is there a graveyard everywhere? Uchiha Madara admitted to being deeply shaken upon exiting the cave and beholding this miniature world. According to Yuan Ming, this was merely an environment crafted by the brother of Sage of Six Paths. However, after wandering for some time and witnessing the graves scattered throughout, Madara grew impatient. Shall we not fly directly there? Uchiha Yuan Ming followed Madara's gaze and shook his head, indicating that place appears to be a stronghold. Approaching directly may attract unwanted attention. Before he could finish, both sensed a chilling chakra rapidly approaching. Something is coming. It's fast. A golden streak crossed the sky, and before the two could fully comprehend, a figure had arrived. I am Otsutsuki Comping. Tell me how you discovered the passage, and I may spare your lives. Otsutsuki Comping, enveloped in golden chakra flames, glared down at them with murderous intent. Deceiving whom? Yuan Ming. Allow me to gauge the situation you dread. Uchiha Madara, tired of the grandstanding, swiftly formed hand seals, summoning colossal flames in an instant. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Feudal, lower realm ninja. Otsutsuki Comping's eyes shimmered with golden light, and leveraging the Rinnegan, he could perceive all. Extending his right hand, he effortlessly absorbed the immense fire technique as if it were mere chakra. How will you respond to this? The Tomo in Madara's eyes stirred, and the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan materialized. A towering blue giant materialized, standing hundreds of meters tall on the moon's surface. Facing this spectacle, Otsutsuki Comping maintained his composure. This level of Susanu, a descendant of Indra? Or perhaps Indra's reincarnation? It matters not. All must be eradicated. To annihilate me? Everyone can boast. Madara, with a sinister grin, intensified his chakra. The four-armed giant responded to Madara's will. In an instant, the giant's colossal sword, radiating an aura of destruction, swung towards Otsutsuki Comping. Unperturbed by the cataclysmic assault, Otsutsuki Comping calmly thought. Desperate measures. With a mere thought, 9 black chakra beads materialized before him. Gently rotating his right hand towards the beads, a cruel smile crept across his lips. Witness what true power is. Silver will rebirth explosion. Chapter 67. A temporary vessel, a colossal tornado erupted from the silver ring composed of prayer beads, wielding an unparalleled cutting force as it lunged towards Susanoo. At first glance, The tempest seemed rather unremarkable, and Uchiha Obito was dismissive. With a mere thought, Susanu's immense blade swung towards the tornado. What is this? A shocking event unfolded, leaving Uchiha Obito astounded. The moment the storm made contact with Susanu's blade, it erupted in a dazzling brilliance. With a swift tearing sound, the resplendent winds effortlessly shredded Susanu's defenses. Under the manipulation of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, the tempest raced towards Susanu's head. Could it truly rend Susanu asunder? Uchiha Obito observed Susanu's defenses, which appeared as fragile as paper before the storm. He was genuinely taken aback. A technique that had prevailed in the ninja world faltered before a celestial being? I concede. You are indeed formidable. As Uchiha Obito spoke, his eyes gradually shifted, ripples forming within his eye sockets. In an instant, his terrifying ocular power brewed, stabilizing into the form of the Rinnegan. As the radiant storm threatened to obliterate the final vestiges of Susanoo, poised to strike him directly, he raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force emanated from Uchiha Obito. With a thunderous roar, the tornado unleashed by Otsutsuki Kinshiki was instantly dismantled before that overwhelming repulsion. The Rinnegan? Unfazed by the shattered technique, Otsutsuki Kinshiki stared intently at the eyes of Obito. As if recollecting something, he regained his composure. You thief! You have stolen the divine statue? Otsutsuki Kinshiki was incensed. As one of the leading members of the branch family, he was acutely aware that prior to the theft of the divine statue, the atmosphere within the clan remained stable. Did they truly believe the branch and main families would engage in a bloody conflict? Did they think they would clash over ancestral destinies gone awry? This issue had lingered for centuries, and they had not fought over it then. The true catalyst for their strife was the theft of the divine statue. They understood all too well that should the Ten Tails vessel be summoned by a ninja from the lower realm, it would signify the inevitable emergence of the Rinnegan. The appearance of the Rinnegan heralded the high probability of the Ten Tails' resurrection. In light of this, discussions ensued, leading the main family to conclude that, in the face of the stolen divine statue, the immediate priority shifted to defending against celestial intruders. The affairs of the lower realm were of no concern. Thus, the relatively radical branch family, unable to align with the main family's perspective, engaged in conflict. Consequently, realizing they were no match for the main family, they sacrificed the eyes of their entire clan to forge the immense Rinnegan. And thus, the current predicament unfolded. Regardless of the circumstances, in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's heart, the one responsible for the clan's decline into its present state was none other than the individual before him, the Rinnegan wielder. That meager repulsion shall perish. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, upon witnessing the dissipating storm and the loathsome thief hovering in the air, advanced forward, his left hand twisting, sending forth a repulsive force even greater than Shinra Tensei, striking at Uchiha Obito with an even more agile form. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Obito clashed with Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Uchiha Jimmy swiftly infiltrated the core temple in the sky. Retracting Susanu's wings, Jimmy cautiously stepped into the temple. Before long, an inexplicable situation unfolded. After thoroughly searching the temple, he found not a single soul. Impossible! The Otsutsuki clan must be within this temple. Facing an external threat, they would not scatter, especially with the Rinnegan in hand. They would not cower before anyone. Thus, only one possibility remained. With this thought, Uchiha Jimmy raised his gaze towards the high ceilings of the temple. There, a resplendent small temple gleamed. Clearly, it was imperative to investigate that location. Uchiha Jimmy sighed. Indeed, the enemy was not lacking in intellect. In the face of an external threat, they would congregate in the safest place where their power was most amplified. That location must be where the Rinnegan resided. An entry by the Hyuga clan would lead to the theft of their chakra. A bit troublesome, but merely a slight inconvenience. With a thought, golden divine energy began to entwine around him rapidly. Clad in Susanoo armor, Jinmi refrained from employing divine swords or rings, opting instead to draw forth the gourd at his waist. As he guzzled the divine sake from within, he chuckled. Let me see. In the hierarchy of chakra control, whose authority prevails, yours or my gourds? After consuming the divine sake, Uchiha Jinmi spread his wings and instantly arrived at the temple entrance. He hesitated not in pushing open the grand door, clenching his fist to sense the chakra, unaffected by any external influence. Excellent. It seems my gourd holds authority comparable to the Rinnegan in the chakra system. Despite sensing a peculiar pull on his chakra, the divine sake rendered it nearly imperceptible. Feeling unscathed, he approached the door and pushed it open. Creak! Uchiha Jinmi was taken aback. On the ground lay 7 or 8 white-haired youths, and a similarly white-haired figure donned in monk's robes stood at the center. He fixated on the colossal golden eye floating in the air. As though sensing Jinmi's arrival, the figure turned, his milky white pupils locking onto him. At last, you have arrived. Uchiha Jinmi. The strange white-eyed monk sighed. Who is this fellow? An overwhelming malice pierced through Uchiha Jinmi's skin. An unprecedented sense of threat flooded his mind. No, this is wrong. How can anyone pose such a significant threat to me now? Impossible. At the very least, not among the living. Wait, living? His mind raced. And he began to form a hypothesis about this individual. Who are you? Your tone suggests you were waiting for me? Sensing the immense danger, Uchiha Jinmi abandoned any pretense of concealment and activated his Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? Recognizing the terrifying ocular power emanating from his target. The monk sighed. It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. If I had continued to be overly cautious due to Kagaya's betrayal, and remained careful, allowing this young man to absorb that entity before him, my plans would have been nothing but a fleeting dream. His gaze swept over the vigilant youth. And with an expressionless demeanor, he stated calmly, I am Otsutsuki Ishiki, here to borrow your body for a time. Chapter 68. The Edge of the Wheel Realm indeed. It is this fellow. What a troublesome situation. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Ishiki introduce himself, Uchiha Jinming felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This was the very individual whom even Sasuke and Naruto could not defeat, even in a state of disrepair. His martial prowess was unlike the flashy techniques of others. He was a true powerhouse capable of shattering Susanoo with a single blow. His divine abilities were equally formidable. Alas, it appears I must fight with all my might. Though troubled in his heart, Gunming's expression remained inscrutable. With a cold smirk, he remarked, May I borrow your body for a moment? Let us see the extent of your capabilities. With a tearing sound, Jinming instantly appeared at Ishiki's side. The divine sword he had drawn radiated a brilliant light. Futile struggles ensued. Ishiki, with an impassive countenance, observed as the blade drew near. Just as the sword was about to make contact, he abruptly raised his left hand. Although he had reacted later, he nonetheless collided with the blade ahead of time. Clang! The divine sword met Ishiki's palm, producing a resounding metallic noise. What? Uchiha Jinming was taken aback. He was aware of Ishiki's formidable martial skills. However, he never anticipated such strength as a flesh and blood body could withstand a clash with a spiritual artifact of Susanoo. This was beyond his expectations. In the original narrative, Ishiki had easily shattered Sasuke's Susanoo. Yet now, he was on the offensive, not on the defensive. Observing Ginming's astonishment, Otsutsuki Ishiki bellowed, channeling more chakra into his palm, from which a piece of gray bone emerged. This gray bone appeared to symbolize true death. The spot where the spiritual weapon made contact began to dissipate, as if it were touching genuine mortality. With a whoosh, the gray bone rapidly elongated as Ishiki grasped it, wielding it with a few swift motions, effortlessly shattering Gunming's divine sword into several pieces. Gunming's Rinnegan pupils contracted. Understanding the implications, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he retreated to the location where he had just stood. Observing Ishiki's demeanor, he mused, no wonder this fellow appears different from the original narrative. Has he exchanged bodies? That was indeed a piece of gray bone. Is this body from the Taketorai clan? It seemed as though Ishiki could read Gunming's thoughts. This detestable ability was indeed potent, yet each time he utilized it, he felt a persistent ache in his back. There was no need for Kagaya's power now. I shall resolve this with my own expertise. With that, Otsutsuki Ishiki cast the gray bone whip aside, watching as it slowly transformed into ashes in midair. He was determined to fight using his own abilities. A surge of intense chakra rapidly coalesced within his body. In an instant, his already pale skin grew even more ashen, and a reversed horn protruded from his forehead, spiraling around to the back of his head, resembling a true crown. Meanwhile, the battle between Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki K.P. was fierce. The two clashed relentlessly, exchanging repulsive forces with great fervor. Uchiha Madara felt a growing impatience. The opponent's techniques were not significantly different from his own Rinnegan, yet he appeared to possess greater strength. However, upon discerning the opponent's patterns, he realized that while the foe's power was considerable, his combat experience was lacking. I have grown weary of this, and Jinming should have quietly made his move by now. With a sigh, Madara leapt to evade the tempest conjured by Otsutsuki K.P., resolving to eliminate him at once. The Rinnegan trembled slightly as a sadistic smile crept onto Madara's lips. Wheel Realm, Edge of the Abyss. Within the realm of the wheel, 4 clones emerged from Madara's true form, each possessing chakra levels nearly identical to his own. The terrifying four clones swiftly surrounded Otsutsuki KP. Boom. In an instant, the clones and KP engaged in a fierce exchange, colliding multiple times. Those eyes can indeed see? Madara observed the golden irises of his adversary with admiration, realizing that had he not ascended to this realm, he would never have witnessed such a phenomenon. Watching as Otsutsuki KP struggled to defend himself, Madara sneered, "What does it matter if you can see? As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Your defeat is inevitable." Furious, Otsutsuki KP glared at the clones, noting that the true body was not attacking him but rather mocking him from the sidelines. How dare he underestimate me? With a swift motion, the chakra beads behind him began to spin rapidly. With a mental command, the beads transformed into a golden sword. Avoiding the encirclement of the clones, he stood aloft, bellowing, "Golden wheel, rebirth explosion." The golden sword expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal blade thousands of meters in length. Otsutsuki KP, wielding the giant sword, aimed it at Uchiha Madara and his clones, grinning menacingly, "Be reduced to dust." As he prepared to swing the massive golden sword, a miscalculation occurred. Boom. The colossal sword fashioned from chakra beads shattered into pieces. Yet, that was not all. The golden chakra flames enveloping him began to dissipate as well. The golden irises within his eyes, akin to extinguished stars, shattered and vanished. No. The rebirth eye. Has there been a malfunction? In disbelief, he gazed towards the heavens where the temple loomed. Uchiha Madara seemed to sense something amiss. Retracting his clones into his body, his expression grave as he fixated on the temple. Boom. The temple erupted in a violent explosion. A golden meteor, trailing flames, tore through the air and crashed down near Madara. With a resounding thud, the earth was engulfed in a mushroom-shaped cloud. Uchiha Madara floated down. Casting a glance at the disheveled Uchiha Jinming below. Mockingly, he remarked, "Jinming, my boy, what calamity have you encountered to find yourself in such disarray?" Cough, cough. "You will soon find out," Jinming replied as he rose, brushing off the dust. He lifted his gaze to Madara and inquired, "The fellow you were battling. You should be finished now, right?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Jinming to elaborate. "Where is he now?" Jinming noted that Otsutsuki KP had fallen to the ground, his vacant expression prompting a sigh. "If it weren't for me, you would likely have continued that arduous battle." "Do you mean to imply that his current state is your doing?" Uchiha Madara asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "Heh, indeed it is," Jinming replied, a smug grin adorning his face, still clad in Susanoo armor. "That was merely a few minutes ago." Chapter 69. This time, you must die. Within the confines of the temple, at the very moment when Otsutsuki Ishiki uttered the words, "I must utilize my true abilities," Uchiha Gunming's pupils constricted. With a countenance both stern and resolute, he beheld the sudden disappearance of Ishiki's form. Had it been an uninformed adversary confronting him, they might have been oblivious to the circumstances. However, Uchiha Jinming was acutely aware. This was his divine technique. My Baikuna. It was a fearsome jutsu capable of altering the size of all things, save for other life forms. Recognizing that Ishiki had shrunk and was now advancing towards him, Jinming's eyes flickered momentarily. The Rinnegan unleashed its ocular prowess. If he could not perceive him, then Jinming extended his hand forward. A sinister smile gracing his lips. An all-encompassing assault would suffice. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force surged forth, cascading outward with the might of an avalanche. With a resounding crash, Ishiki's diminutive form was ensnared by the overwhelming repulsion. "The Rinnegan is truly troublesome," Ishiki remarked, reverting to his original size midair. His brow furrowed as he gazed at Jinming. The Rinnegan was an eye he found particularly vexing. It was quite popular among the Otsutsuki, and his disdain stemmed from a simple fact: he possessed none himself. Especially when faced with an adversary wielding such omnipotent vision, it proved exceedingly troublesome. Jinming caught a glimpse of the golden Rinnegan, observing the still approaching Ishiki. At that moment, he recalled Uchiha Madara. A 2-on-1 scenario was quintessential for a ninja. With 2 of them, the likelihood of subduing their opponent increased significantly. However, the fierce clash of chakra outside indicated that Madara had yet to dispatch his foe. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy of his own. With thoughts racing, an idea struck him. Boom, shattering the floor, Uchiha Jinming instantaneously appeared above Ishiki. The divine sword rematerialized in his grasp, and he swung it down towards Ishiki's neck. Had he not previously declared such attacks futile? Seemingly weary of this onslaught, Ishiki's dark eyes widened slightly. Several massive black cubes manifested before Jinming and above his head. This was Deikokutten. Clang, the divine sword struck the black cubes, yielding no effect. At that moment, as the foremost cube descended towards Yuan Ming, the tomo of his Rinnegan quivered slightly. A miniature world infused with formidable spatial energy collided with the dreadful cubes. Crack! Before the two could make contact, fissures appeared in the very fabric of space, as if the world itself were on the brink of rupture. Shinra Tensei, witnessing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming intensified the power of his ocular abilities, persistently employing the repulsive technique. Boom! The overwhelming repulsion clashed against the spatial fissures. Which force proved superior, the repulsion or the spatial distortion? The answer was unequivocal. The spatial power reigned supreme, much like the battle between Pain and the Nine Tails. When one's strength failed to match that of the opponent, they would be repelled. In an instant, a colossal repulsive force surged towards Yuan Ming's body. Anticipating this, he discreetly activated Banch Tenin, guiding himself in the direction of the repulsion. Boom! Under the immense repulsive force, Uchiha Yuan Ming was propelled swiftly towards the enormous Rinnegan. This maneuver bewildered Ishiki. He had assumed that Yuan Ming would persist in their confrontation. To his surprise, Yuan Ming raised the gourd in his hand, following the trajectory of the repulsion. With a shake of his hand, a deluge of divine sake poured forth, instantly drenching the Rinnegan from head to toe. What a peculiar target! Though uncertain of the outcome, Ishiki sprang into action, rushing toward Yuan Ming. But stopping you is imperative. Too late. Uchiha Yuan Ming lifted his gaze to Ishiki, his pupils narrowing as he activated Amaterasu. Golden red flames engulfed Ishiki's form in an instant. Was this the fabled fire of the sun? As the flame seared him, Ishiki's left eye widened. Veins bulging, yet it is merely a simulation of chakra. The flames of Amaterasu were devoured by his body. Observing the flames absorbed by Ishiki, Yuan Ming sighed. Attacks devoid of sage chakra held no significance? Nevertheless, my objective has been accomplished. With a renewed sense of determination, the divine sake erupted from the gourd, causing the golden Rinnegan to shrink and be drawn inside. Truly vexing. Witnessing his adversary achieve their goal, Ishiki lowered his eyelids. With a resonant hum, he unleashed his full power, summoning Daikokutten to work in tandem with his other techniques. The temple trembled as it succumbed to the torrent of gravity, and he himself shrank momentarily, surging towards Yuan Ming with a powerful punch. Boom! Thus, the temple crumbled, and Yuan Ming was thrust into the earth. Ah! Mother spoke of extraterrestrial visitors, and it appears she was correct. On the moon's dark side, or rather, the sanctum of the moon, an elder with flowing white hair sighed. Continuing to reflect, and that, brother, your descendants, had I not intervened, would you really have believed the Rinnegan could be so easily claimed? What now? My two corporeal forms in this realm have perished. To personally confront that Ishiki would be somewhat troublesome. This elder referred to as none other than Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Rinnegan's gaze was profoundly tranquil. Let Indra and that boy test their mettle against this fellow. Should they fail, we shall devise another plan. Moreover, the aura of our Mother Eskin feels amiss. Has she sustained a grave injury? It must be. Brother, or rather. Otsutsuki Yuki was about to voice his agreement when his expression shifted dramatically. Is there a disturbance in Mother's seal? Otsutsuki Kagaya closed her eyes to sense carefully. And after a moment, she opened them. Fear not, Mother cannot escape her seal. At most, she may allow the chakra amassed over millennia to rise to the surface. Even Mother grows restless. I hope Indra and that boy can prove themselves. If they manage to eliminate this foe, it would directly indicate that Mother's strategy of yore was flawed. Upon hearing his brother's words, Otsutsuki Yuki fell silent for a moment. Indeed. Should it be proven that Mother's strategy was erroneous, it might alleviate the tension in their mother-son relationship. That fellow has not perished? At the core of this earth, within a pitch-black expanse, a beautiful white-haired woman with pale eyes observed the scenario outside her seal. She had once ensured his demise, even feeding his body to the god tree. How did he survive? How peculiar. Is the one battling him a descendant of mine? One is? Indra? And the other? A descendant of Indra? Noticing the considerable chakra strength of her descendants, or rather, the progeny of Yui, she seemed to recall something. Her expression shifting as she gazed at Ishiki. Regardless of how you manage to survive, this time, you must meet your end. Chapter 70. Do you think you have us under your control? As Yuan Ming and Ban stood together, a pitch-black vortex materialized above them. Otsutsuki Ishiki emerged from that spatial rift, his gaze condescending as if peering down upon mere mortals. He looked intently at the two below, who were on high alert. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, little ones, can't you just surrender? I merely desire your body, not your life. To become one with me and ascend to the highest height should be an honor for you, not a cause for evasion. Who is this person? So audacious. Uchiha Ban scoffed, drawing his fan and pointing it at Ishiki. That's the Byakugan, isn't it? Don't underestimate the Byakugan, Ban. Uchiha Yuan Ming's eyes darkened. Lowering his gaze as he spoke solemnly, the one you just fought is an upgraded version of the Byakugan. How does it feel? Is it not inferior to your Rinnegan? Moreover, aside from the black eye on his right side. At this point, Yuan Ming glanced at Ishiki, clenching his fist and declaring earnestly, he is the true extraterrestrial being. We should not take that Byakugan lightly. After all, a millennium ago, Kagaya could control Yotsuka Hagi with the Byakugan and exude pressure. As the standard eye of all Otsutsuki, the Byakugan is far from ordinary. It is not only the foundation of 10,000 eyes, but these beings navigate the cosmos without ships. I suspect the Byakugan is essential for these Otsutsuki's celestial voyages. At that moment, Yuan Ming's Susanoo gradually transformed into a fitted armor. Tightening his grip, he brandished the kunai, its blade shimmering ominously. Here it comes. Just as Uchiha Ban was about to respond to the topic of the Byakugan, the white figure in his line of sight suddenly vanished. He hurriedly warned, drawing his fan to shield himself. Bang! Ban felt an overwhelming force impact the fan. Such tremendous power. Had it not been for the fan, I would have suffered greatly in that instant. However, Uchiha Ban grinned savagely, channeling a massive amount of chakra into the fan. Let me return your power. The fan vibrated, unleashing a colossal storm of repulsion. Uchiha rebound. The immense rebound storm surged toward Ishiki in an instant. Facing this tempest, Ishiki merely smirked, slightly parting his lips. The whirlwind of chakra was consumed by him, transformed into his own chakra. Then, with a decisive motion crack, he shattered Uchiha's ancestral fan. What? Ban's Rinnegan contracted in disbelief at the loss of the fan. In that moment, no time for surprise was afforded to him. Ishiki's fist, having breached the fan's defense, was now perilously close to striking his nose. Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force surged toward Ishiki, preventing his punch from landing. Only then did Otsutsuki Ishiki regard Uchiha directly, seeing him drenched in cold sweat, and scoff. The Rinnegan is indeed impressive, but it is a waste for you to wield it. With a shout, Ishiki intensified his strength. In an instant, boom. Ban was propelled into a nearby valley, shielded by the repulsion. Have you forgotten about me? Uchiha Yuan Ming swung his blade, combining Senjutsu, Amaterasu, and aerial strikes into an unparalleled fiery assault aimed at Ishiki. Natural energy of this planet? Otsutsuki Ishiki furrowed his brow, his right eye's black pupil widening. The massive fiery strike tore through the air toward the rear. Boom! Seeing the explosive aftermath in the distance, Yuan Ming's heart sank. His premonition had come to fruition. Bang! In an instant, the nearly invisible Ishiki struck him dozens of times. Boom! Like Ban, he too crashed into the mountainside. Fortunately, clad in the armor of his Susanoo, he suffered no significant injuries. Let us coordinate better. Utilize the Rinnegan-S ocular techniques. Uchiha Ban, having emerged from nowhere, suggested a joint effort to Yuan Ming. All right. That Black Eyes Divine technique can shrink anything except living beings. Just be cautious. Understood, and don't underestimate me, young one. Have you decided on your demise? At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly appeared above them, summoning numerous massive black cubes. His impatience was palpable. Though he had broken through his mental barriers and used Kagaya's descendant as a wedge, granting him considerable relief, he could only maintain this full power state for a few days. Afterward, while he would no longer face life-threatening danger, the depletion of chakra was unacceptable for any Otsutsuki. Shameful, but there are merits to mortal techniques. Shadow Clone. As an Otsutsuki, he wielded this mortal technique without the need for hand seals. In the blink of an eye, a clone appeared atop the summoned cubes. The clone extended its hand, grasping the air toward Yuan Ming. Great Box Heavenly Sealing Cauldron. The impossibly heavy cube instantaneously morphed into a curved shape, enveloping Uchiha Yuan Ming from above. You think that can contain me? Uchiha Yuan Ming laughed coldly, preparing to activate the Flying Thunder God to escape the confinement. Huh? No response? Surprised, Yuan Ming wasted no time. With a flap of his wings, he attempted to flee. I can't move. Give up. That is the gravitational torrent formed by the Great Box of Heaven, a seal that will render you temporarily immobile. The clone of Ishiki, sensing the moment, turned to its original self, a smirk curling at the corners of its mouth. Once I deal with that Rinnegan, I can comfortably inscribe the finest wedge upon you. After uttering this, the black gravitational torrent around Yuan Ming constructed a colossal oval-shaped seal. TSK. Split apart? Uchiha Ban, his expression grim, sporadically manifested parts of his Susanoo to evade Ishiki's assaults. Just as that being prepared to do something to Yuan Ming, Ben was poised to intervene. Yet, Ishiki's Byakugan bore down upon him, and he felt an inexplicable pressure immobilize him in that instant. Is this the Byakugan's ability? What were the Hyuga clan doing all this time? Uchiha Ben sneered. Do you truly believe you have us at your mercy? Indeed, I have you both right where I want you, Otsutsuki Ishiki replied with a slight smile. Arms outstretched and a condescending expression, stating, in my fully unleashed state, I will eliminate you. In under 2 minutes. Chapter 71. Behold, my eye technique. As I found myself ensnared in this abyss of darkness, a resonating hum emerged. My miniature world materialized within the divine ring behind me. At this moment, Uchiha Motomi was poised to unleash the established alternate realm known as the Land of and to shatter this seal. Little one, refrain from such actions for now. I possess a superior strategy. A sudden feminine voice echoed from the depths of my heart, halting him. Who? Uchiha Motomi was taken aback. A mixture of surprise and speculation swelling within him. On the moon. The only entity capable of transmitting a voice to the core of his being was none other than Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yet, he must not betray any sign of recognition. A competent ninja must conceal their thoughts, as it is fundamental to their training. I am the goddess of the Rabbit Clan, your current adversary's sworn enemy. You are the goddess of the Rabbit Clan? Yet according to records, you were sealed by the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Motomi feigned ignorance, seeking to discern how Kagaya had managed to breach her seal and communicate with him. How could they permit you to retain knowledge of my existence? The voice sounded incredulous. Why not? Motomi replied, puzzled. Because you are the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, and I am his mother. With his antiquated disposition, he would never document the tale of his rebellion against his own mother. Uchiha Motomi was now thoroughly astonished. Was this woman not depicted as foolish in the original narrative? She had been easily swayed by Naruto's harem technique. How could she suddenly exhibit such intelligence? The Sage of Six Paths had indeed omitted any mention of the goddess of the Rabbit Clan being his mother in the Uchiha stone tablet. It merely expounded on the peril of the Ten Tails and how the Uchiha would come to understand love, leaving only the Black Zetsu and the details regarding the Rinnegan and Infinite Tsukuyomi. Reigning in his thoughts, Uchiha Motomi solemnly stated, enough of this. Given that you are sealed, how can you manifest within my heart? I cannot remain at ease until this is clarified. The female voice let out a soft chuckle. The chakra of this world emanates from my very being. It is even more apparent in your case, as you are one of my descendants. Since it is my chakra, I can manipulate the information flow of this chakra to accomplish such feats. Besides, since you are within the seal, it becomes even easier for me. Motomi listened intently. He sensed that this woman had been pent up in her confinement for millennia. Allowing her to speak freely for a moment was a small concession. All right. I comprehend what you have conveyed, Uchiha Motomi remarked, surveying the terrifying torrents of gravity surrounding him. He inquired of the goddess of the Rabbit Clan now. Please reveal your plan. I would rather not linger too long. Quite simply, accept my chakra. Accept your chakra? Motomi pondered briefly before shaking his head. I have no desire to become your vessel. That individual outside is eager to usurp my body as well. As your sworn enemy, I cannot believe you lack an ulterior motive. What if? The female voice coldly interrupted. I no longer require a vessel of any sort. Rest assured. My sole desire is to see that individual perish. Uchiha Motomi hesitated, contemplating the potential advantages to be gained. He could always utilize the wisdom of the divine blade to ensure there were no lingering threats upon his return. If he could acquire the chakra of the progenitor without cost, it would be a tremendous gain. Very well, transmit your chakra to me. A resonating hum filled the sealed space. Young one, you have ascended to become the deity of the nursery? Allow me to bestow upon you a gift. A unique chakra, along with enigmatic energies, slipped into Motomi's being under the goddess of the Rabbit Clan's manipulation. What is this? Uchiha Motomi sensed the power of the special chakra and the mysterious gift. Just as you indicated, it would indeed allow him to escape the sealed space with ease. With a flick of his hand, the surrounding area was cleaved open, as if sliced by an unseen force. To his astonishment, this special chakra granted him access to the realm of Yomi, a remarkable boon granted by this woman for the purpose of vanquishing Ishiki. Young one, initially, I intended for you to merely escape and procure some artifacts from Kagaya in the rabbit village before eliminating that individual. However, now that you have accepted the gift, you should find it effortless to slay him. Stepping forth from Yomi, he beheld the now quiet battlefield. Clenching his fist, he declared, indeed. As long as I activate that gift you provided, victory is assured. But what you mentioned earlier, the Sage of Six Paths has not perished. The voice mocked him. What folly! Those are the two ungrateful offspring I was compelled to bear under the blessings of the beings of this planet. Whether as Otsutsuki or wielding their own power, their death would be the greatest jest. Is that so? Nevertheless, it matters not, Uchiha Motomi replied noncommittally, spreading his wings. I shall proceed to rescue my allies. With a thunderous roar, Motomi moved with the swiftness of sound, arriving in an instant at the location of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Upon arrival, he surveyed the situation. Uchiha Obito had ultimately succumbed, a solitary figure overwhelmed by the full force of Otsutsuki Ishiki. It appeared he was outmatched. However, there was no recourse. At this juncture, Obito's prowess was on par with the late-stage Sasuke, neither exceedingly superior nor inferior. Otsutsuki Ishiki, having honed his skills over a millennium of existence, was a formidable adversary, possessing an immense wealth of battle experience. You would do well to keep your distance. As Ishiki advanced towards the fallen Obito, Motomi scoffed. Your opponent is now me. Ishiki exhaled a cloud of stale air, his expression slightly contorted as he turned toward Uchiha Motomi. I sensed that wretched woman's chakra, and that you managed to escape the seal. Damn it, they even granted you the authority of Yomi. Indeed. I am now ready to collect my bounty, Motomi replied, a smile gracing his lips. Prepare to meet your end. Just you? Otsutsuki Ishiki surveyed Motomi with derision, shaking his head in disbelief. With your current state. With that, Motomi unleashed the mysterious gift bestowed by Kagaya, allowing it to flourish unbound within his being. The awakening of the Rinnegan transpired in that instant. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. My Eye Technique. Chapter 72. The Moon Bow Sovereign. This planet possesses a remarkable intrigue. The concept of the moon emerged after the Sage of Six Paths sealed his own mother, suspending that colossal sphere of confinement in the heavens, which took millennia to form into what we now recognize as the moon. This implies that the reverence for the moon has only been a recent phenomenon, within the last 1,000 years. Consequently, the local populace has continually worshipped the moon. In this extraordinary realm, the enigmatic power cultivated from such veneration, where might it lead? The answer lies with the goddess of the rabbit. She remains a figure of worship for the masses of the ninja world, with her shrines still scattered throughout. Harnessing this accumulation of reverence directed at the moon is remarkably effortless. The twist arises when, after consuming that unique chakra fruit, Kagaya Otsutsuki experienced a tremendous dimensional enhancement. She no longer required this faint, peculiar energy. However, what she deemed unnecessary proved to be immensely beneficial for Uchiha Genmyu. As the sovereign of this planet, the divine being of the Weiyuan region, upon gaining this unique energy formed through millennia of lunar worship, he swiftly fused it with his Rinnegan, achieving instantaneous awakening. Genmyu's originally purple Rinnegan now shimmered with a radiant blue light. You are no longer my match, Genmyu declared, his expression one of disdain as he gazed at his adversary. In an instant, Uchiha Genmyu soared into the sky, gripping his divine sword and sweeping it forward. The blue Rinnegan ignited with fierce ocular power. A colossal fire slash, imbued with the will to annihilate all, surged forth, propelled by that ocular might. Have you lost your senses, boy? Otsutsuki Ishiki scoffed upon witnessing the attack. I told you it would be futile. His right eye, marked with a cross-like black pattern, trembled as he unleashed a powerful technique. Instantly diminished to its utmost limit, he regarded the vacated slash with a mocking expression. At that moment, accompanied by the flames of Amaterasu, the slash approached with an unbelievable velocity. No, can one even call it speed? Otsutsuki Ishiki did not perceive it as speed but as something unfathomable. That inexplicable slash struck him in a manner beyond comprehension. What transpired? Floating menacingly in the air, Otsutsuki Ishiki's visage twisted in rage as he beheld the slash that had cleaved him in two slowly dissipating. What on earth was that? He bellowed in disbelief. Meanwhile, Genmyu gracefully ascended into the sky, casting a downward glance. His Rinnegan surveyed Ishiki's defiant stance. With a cold smirk, he remarked, I have no inclination to explain my abilities to my adversaries. In truth, he too was astonished. His Rinnegan techniques indeed exhibited a certain unpredictability. He had anticipated great strength, but only upon usage did he realize its true magnitude. Moonbow Sovereign. This was the name of his Rinnegan technique, which endowed him with a powerful buff. As long as his ocular power remained intact, his attacks, no matter how absurdly misaligned, would inevitably strike his foe. This meant a causal level guaranteed hit. Although his current prowess did not match Ishiki's, this ocular technique provided him with an overwhelming advantage. Thus, victory was assured. Ah, do not presume you have triumphed, mortal. Stung by Genmyu's condescending gaze, Otsutsuki Ishiki comprehended that should he fail today, retreating henceforth would be virtually impossible. Distortion rippled through the space behind him as a massive one-eyed creature began to emerge, its gaping maw opening wide. With a gluttonous gulp, Otsutsuki Ishiki's bifurcated form was consumed. Oh! The one-eyed monstrosity reveled in delight. Yet, its elation was short-lived as pain contorted its features. A colossal black cube materialized, enveloping it. Was that the Ten-Tails? What was this creature scheming, allowing itself to be devoured by the Ten-Tails? Uchiha Jimyu could not fathom the logic behind this maneuver, but Kagaya Otsutsuki understood all too well. Be cautious, he intends to merge with his Ten-Tails. Merge with the Ten-Tails? Isn't he being consumed? Jimyu questioned Kagaya within his mind, perplexed. Indeed. Every Otsutsuki can merge with their chosen Ten-Tails, attaining their ultimate form, which may manifest as either beast or human. In any case, they become immensely powerful. At this moment, Uchiha Jimyu recalled that Kagaya Otsutsuki's ultimate Ten-Tails form resembled a colossal rabbit. If she took on a beast form, then the human form should be akin to that of a peach. Reflecting upon the transformation that occurred after consuming the fruit born from the golden tree, he realized that Otsutsuki Ishiki was genuinely preparing for a desperate struggle. No matter, since the transformation was ongoing, I shall strike first. With that thought, Jimyu ignited flames of Amaterasu fiercely upon his divine sword, subsequently infusing it with sage chakra. Under the auspices of Moonbow Sovereign, he swung toward the immense black cube before him. Boom, boom, boom. Jimyu sensed that his tremendous series of strikes had indeed struck Ishiki, who was in the midst of transformation. Yet, there was no reaction whatsoever. Before he could comprehend this bizarre situation, the cube emitted a cracking sound. With a resounding crash, it shattered. The fragments morphing into black particles consumed by the towering black creature. Seeing Ishiki enveloped in darkness, his crown-like horn swelling in size, the creature's dual-toned eyes fixed intently on him. Uchiha Jimyu sighed. Is that all? Just a simple augmentation of stats? The blue light emanating from his Rinnegan grew ever brighter. He raised his sword. The golden-red flames of the sun blazed fiercely, reaching temperatures of 6,000 degrees. The sage runes inscribed upon his Susanoo armor writhed slowly, as vast amounts of natural energy surged forth. Then, Jimyu murmured softly to himself, Moonbow Sovereign activated at full power. From an immense distance, he unleashed strikes with astonishing speed. The guaranteed hit of the solar sword soared forth with a piercing whoosh, incinerating all in its path to ashes. Otsutsuki Ishiki, in his wrath, had already integrated the immature Ten-Tails within himself. Though the metamorphosis was imperfect, it still proved highly functional. In that moment, he exhausted every means at his disposal. The techniques of Shikuyakuten, Daikokuten, and the spatial maneuvering of the starry sky, none proved effective. The horrifying fire slash ignited with 6,000 degrees of flame upon him. Before he could utter a word, he was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Phew! Finally perished. Uchiha Jimyu sensed a glimmer of enlightenment within his mind's interface. With a sigh of relief, he recognized that the panel would always be a reliable source of truth concerning whether his foe had truly met their end. Regrettably, the Ten-Tails had merged with Ishiki, vanishing into oblivion. Nonetheless, he had acquired the Rinnegan, so it was not in vain. Turning his gaze toward Madara's location, he thought it was time to check on his ally's situation. With all combat modes retracted, Jimyu effortlessly approached Uchiha Madara's side, crouching down to assess the situation. Chapter 73. The tattoo turned white. The chakra was completely drained by Ishiki, and then he was pierced through the heart. After examining Uchiha Madara's injuries, Yuan Ming shook his head, feeling a sense of difficulty. The threat posed by Kagaya Otsutsuki loomed large, and Ishiki had been defeated by his own Rinnegan techniques. However, if he recalled correctly, Kagaya Otsutsuki had ascended, leaving behind a body on this planet. What could she possibly be scheming? Not to mention the several individuals already revealed in the original narrative. It was easy to surmise that in a mature system for harvesting planets, the Otsutsuki clan must surely be numerous. Their powers were less a matter of training and more akin to advanced technology. With the right technology in place, their combat prowess would soar. Mental state was entirely irrelevant. It was truly troublesome. If he were to battle an interstellar civilization alone, he would find himself at a loss. Thus, it would be beneficial to resurrect someone like Uchiha Madara as a formidable ally. Although he had collapsed shortly after engaging Ishiki, if it were the likes of T-Shur or Urashi, Madara might have emerged victorious. Great heavenly god, the power of the Rinnegan illuminated Uchiha Madara's form, the radiance healing all his wounds. Startled, Madara suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up and feeling his chest. In a state of confusion, he spoke. Didn't he, that treacherous fellow, kill me? Yes, but my ocular technique has pulled you back from the brink of the afterlife, Yuan Ming replied with a smile, addressing Madara's confusion. After silently checking his body, Madara stood up and turned his gaze toward Yuan Ming. To think you possess such ocular techniques. I owe you a life. Whenever you have a request that does not go against my heart, I shall assist you with all my strength. No need for that. As long as you can help me deal with the extraterrestrial intruders, that will suffice, Yuan Ming replied with a knowing smile, acknowledging Madara as promise. He continued to observe Madara and added, you should take a moment to feel if there is anything amiss after your resurrection. He was actually curious whether Indra's chakra had departed after Madara's brush with death. At his words, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and carefully sensed his body. After his resurrection, the visage of Hashirama that once resided in his chest had vanished, and that vibrant life force had fully integrated into himself. Everything seemed normal. Wait. Something had indeed vanished from within him. Madara opened his eyes, filled with uncertainty. The inexplicable chakra that had surged within him since his growing familiarity with Hashirama had disappeared. Everything appeared fine, yet he sensed that his chakra upon realizing this. Madara clenched his fist. It felt as though it had become significantly lighter. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ming, who had been intently observing Madara, understood through the change in his expression that Indra's chakra had likely reincarnated. Very well. Then Madara, let us venture to the ruins of the temple. There should still be valuable treasures there. Yuan Ming, the beings on the moon are not all deceased. The one who just battled me has long since fled to an unknown location. Haha, they are embroiled in their own troubles. Yuan Ming's Rinnegan detected a tremendous surge of ocular power. From the dark side of the moon, the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan began to coalesce. It was evident that Otsutsuki Yui was preparing to intervene with her descendants. Meanwhile, both he and Madara stood as the vanguard in confronting Ishiki. Their brother had surely lost his mind to seek trouble with them. On the dark side of the moon, Otsutsuki Yui observed her brother as he prepared to chastise his descendants. Turning her gaze, she focused on the blue chakra drifting before her. In a solemn tone, she spoke. Mother? Indeed, it is I, she replied, her voice rising with an inexplicable fervor, as if she were conveying some profound sentiment. The sage of six paths, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded solemnly, you have indeed encountered that individual. I have seen him. The sage of six paths confirmed he is indeed formidable, but not insurmountable. Then do you comprehend my predicaments? Kagaya Tsutsuki's voice swelled with emotion, as if she were entrusting something significant. The sage of six paths shook his head. Mother, no matter how powerful they may be, that does not justify your use of the cruel infinite Tsukuyami. You could have communicated with us more clearly at that time. Even if you have yet to express it, I can state unequivocally unsealing the seal is simply impossible. Humph. Kagaya Tsutsuki, witnessing her son's obstinacy, let out a cold huff and continued, then do not meddle in the matters concerning the remnants of my chakra within that boy. Otsutsuki Yui shook her head, resigned. Mother, there is no need for such seals to diminish my dimensional existence. I have complete faith in your interactions with Uchiha Yuan Ming. After all, your wisdom is unlikely to deceive a seasoned ninja. Of course, he would never articulate such thoughts aloud. Light years away, in a distant planetary system, a figure clad in pale white, resembling a fisherman with a basket and rod, gazed down at a desolate planet from above. He glanced at the crimson fruit in his hand and nodded with a smile. Very good, yet another splendid fruit. Just then, he sensed something. What is that? He turned his body, his pale eyes locking onto a distant point, the ripple of Ishiki's presence. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he used an unknown technique to send the fruit into a dark space behind him. Let me send this fruit back first. Ishiki and Kagaya have not communicated for thousands of years. This wave is something I've captured. I shall keep it discreet for now. The Otsutsuki clan was no stranger to trouble amidst the stars, and the disappearance of their kin was a frequent occurrence. Each time a planet associated with such disappearances was found, an extraordinary number of chakra fruits would be concentrated there. The quality was entirely different from this planet, which could not sustain growth after a single planting. If one could gather excess fruits, could he not manipulate things to his advantage? This was the current thought process of Otsutsuki Urashi. With that notion in mind, he chose not to inform his little peach predecessor in the nearby star region. Silently, he moved toward that direction. In the land of rain, beneath a weeping sky, a red-haired boy joyfully exclaimed to his mother, 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 look! He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arm. The tattoo, which had inexplicably appeared years ago, had turned white. The red-haired woman, Uzumaki Fusa, gently caressed the boy's head. Then, with tender hands, She carefully examined the inexplicably transformed white tattoo. Mother must take a good look at this. Chapter 74. Spoils of War. As a member of the Uzumaki clan married into another family, Fuso possessed no extraordinary abilities. Apart from having a substantial amount of chakra like her kin, her perceptive capabilities were her only notable talent. Sealing techniques? Such concepts were beyond her comprehension. Fortunately, this lack of understanding rendered her obstacles relatively minor. Her own son, Uzumaki Nagato. The tattoo on his arm. According to Nagato, it had manifested several years ago after he encountered a peculiar monk while playing. Despite her thorough examinations, she found no clues. Yet, her unease persisted. What kind of child would suddenly acquire an additional tattoo? It was clearly not a naturally occurring mark. Gently caressing the changing hues of the tattoo, Fuso closed her eyes to sense something. Upon opening them, she saw her mother. Mother? Seeing his mother awake, Nagato queried, "It's nothing to worry about, right? The white looks lovely." Indeed, there seemed to be no issue. As she stroked Nagato's red hair, Uzumaki Fuso smiled in response to her son. There was nothing amiss. Her perception revealed no problems. At that moment, mother, father has returned. Nagato suddenly pointed towards the entrance, drawing Fuso's attention back. Husband. Turning her head in the direction Nagato indicated, she saw nothing. Puzzled as she asked, Nagato? Don't tease your mother. I'm not joking. I truly saw father. Nagato's voice carried a hint of indignation, momentarily stunning her. As if struck by inspiration, she closed her eyes to sense once more. Indeed, she detected her beloved's chakra from afar. Ah, it seems you have awakened, Nagato. Uzumaki Fuso nodded, smiling. That is the perceptive ability inherent in our clan. It seems I must teach you how to refine your chakra. Perception? But I clearly saw father with my own eyes. Isn't that our clan's ability? Mother can do it too. The young boy, with his crimson hair, remained unaware of the distinction in her words. At this moment, was fate taking a turn? Days after the moon battle, amidst the ruins of the shrine, Yuan Ming and Madara had unearthed all the ancient texts from the Otsutsuki clan that had been buried for millennia. After a careful examination, Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered with understanding. He realized everything. The black Zetsu he had sealed away, although its true nature remained a mystery, was undeniably a remnant of the goddess of the moon, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Upon being resurrected by Yuan Ming, he felt a deficiency, not a lack, but rather the departure of chakra. It was the Indra recorded in the annals. The progenitor of the Uchiha clan. He would reincarnate within the Uchiha every so often, continuing the millennia-long struggle with his brother who reincarnated within the Senju clan. Yet, I am certain my thoughts have not been distorted by Indra. Uchiha Madara snapped back to reality, addressing Yuan Ming, who was still preoccupied with his observations. Has he been provoked? This was the thought crossing Uchiha Yuan Ming's mind. After scrutinizing Madara's expression, he began to grasp the situation. Do not worry, as far as I know. Indra's chakra does not possess the capability to distort one's thoughts. Yuan Ming paused, hesitating before continuing. Rather, it is Indra's character, inherited through the Sharingan, which does not necessitate distorting the successor's mind. After all, such a brash person as Indra wouldn't engage in such manipulations. Furthermore, with the existence of the Sharingan, the Uchiha need not alter their thoughts. They are essentially on the same wavelength as our ancestor. Just as they were about to discuss further, the air suddenly warped. What is happening? A startled Uchiha Madara focused his gaze, prepared to strike. Wait, Madara. Yuan Ming, sensing something, quickly intervened. They are not enemies. It is our forebear. As Yuan Ming's words fell, two elderly figures materialized before them. Indeed, we are not here to engage in battle with you. The elder with red concentric circles on his forehead, gazing at the two with his Rinnegan, spoke in a calm manner. Lower your defenses, Indra's reincarnation, or rather, you should now be called Uchiha Madara. The elder beside the Rinnegan wielder, possessing Byakugan, sighed and gestured to himself, and the other, I am Otsutsuki Yumura, the master of this domain. This is my brother, Otsutsuki Yui, whom you refer to as the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths. And his brother? Uchiha Madara found himself momentarily stunned, fixating on the two elders, especially the sage, narrowing his eyes. The legendary Sage of Six Paths. I wonder why you have suddenly reappeared in this world. Madara's trailing thoughts remained unvoiced. After all, this figure, a legend, had not emerged during the tumult of the ninja world. Yet, now he appeared without warning, which struck him as peculiar. The Sage of Six Paths, observing Madara's expression, understood his thoughts clearly. The reincarnation target chosen by his son would inherently share a semblance of character with him. No need for wild speculation. My appearance in the ninja world is related to the otherworldly visitors. As the deceased, we lack the power to tread upon this realm, which poses significant disadvantages for us. Hence, I have come. The sage's gaze fell sternly upon Madara as he continued, to enhance your power. To enhance my power? Madara felt perplexed. Having already attained such a level of strength, he believed he had reached the pinnacle. Indeed, attune yourself to this knowledge. Otsutsuki Yui, unconcerned with Madara's state, imparted his millennia of sage experience through chakra. As the Sage of Six Paths bestowed his wisdom upon Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Yumi turned to Yuan Ming and said, "Young man, present the Rebirth Eye." The Rebirth Eye? Just to be clear, that is already my trophy. After a brief moment of contemplation, a colossal gourd materialized behind Yuan Ming. Following a swirl of smoke, a magnificent golden eye emerged. Rest assured, I will not covet your spoils. Shaking his head, Otsutsuki Yumi beckoned toward the Rebirth Eye. Several Byakugan emerged, which he took into his possession. These are intended for my descendants. As for the remaining one, a beam of light emanated from his hand. This is meant for you. Within that mysterious light, the Rebirth Eye transformed into a torrent of power. Chapter 75. The Quest for the Truth Stone. As the torrent of power surged into Yuan Ming's body, it swiftly flowed towards his eye sockets. Moments later, this power Uchiha Yuan Ming marveled as he clenched his fist, turning to face Otsutsuki Yurin. I do not comprehend why you choose to assist me. Otsutsuki Yurin regarded the youth's eyes, which had transformed into a golden hue. Within each eye, 6 black tomo rotated languidly. Your Rinnegan has absorbed much of the power of the Samsara Eye. Now, you will find your ability to manipulate repulsion and attraction greatly enhanced. And you shall also inherit the destructive might of the Samsara Eye. With that, he descended from the air and approached the entrance. Pointing into the distance, he continued. As for my reasons for aiding you, they are quite simple for the sake of my descendants and the future of this world. Uchiha Yuan Ming retracted his Rinnegan, contemplating deeply. Indeed, after Ishiki had shown mercy, those Otsutsuki had survived. The old Koot Komping, who had contended with Uchiha, was the exception. After the chakra from the Samsara Eye departed from him, he could not endure for even 2 days before passing away. The remaining ones were the true descendants. It was quite possible that the parents of Otsutsuki Shinjutsu were among them. He eagerly anticipated this true genetic throwback. Having thought this through, Yuan Ming lifted his gaze. Fear not. The moon is in my hands. I shall not harm them. And as for the seal, I shall never break it, even if the goddess has aided me before. The moment Ishiki was slain, Yuan Ming had severed Kagaya's chakra from his being. Your intentions are commendable, yet to act in the realm with a soul requires immense chakra. I shall take my leave. After receiving a nod from Otsutsuki Yurin, he gradually vanished. Uchiha Yuan Ming turned and walked towards Madara, contemplating the condition of the Sage of Six Paths and Madara. He hoped that the old man would not obstruct his forthcoming plans. From now on, the ninja world shall be under your guardianship. After imparting the lessons of sage techniques, the Sage of Six Paths solemnly entrusted Madara with this responsibility. Madara stared at the sage in silence for a moment. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about the sage mode shaped by the Rinnegan in his mind. Upon opening his eyes, he declared, "No problem as long as I achieve that sage mode. Even when facing that previous adversary, I shall not so easily succumb." At that moment, Uchiha Yuan Ming approached. Addressing the Sage of Six Paths, "I have heard everything you said. Therefore, how I will govern the ninja world is no concern of yours." The Sage of Six Paths observed this unexpectedly audacious youth in silence. He was at a loss for words. Deep within, he harbored a profound disdain for this individual. The death of his friend Gamamaru and the ruin of Mount Myaboku served as stark reminders that this youth was a quintessential Uchiha, much like Indra, who believed power could resolve all. There was not a shred of love or compassion. Mount Myaboku has ill intentions towards you. You merely need to communicate effectively. Why resort to such slaughter? His own ninja philosophy, though long shattered, still held a fondness for the ideal of Ashura's successive reincarnations. When would the world witness a peace founded upon understanding? Cutting off his thoughts, the Sage of Six Paths calmly addressed Yuan Ming. As one who has already departed this world, I can concern myself with little. Since the power of the Samsara Eye is now yours, make good use of it. In your future life, you must bear the burden of those extraterrestrial visitors. He then nodded towards Uchiha Madara. My brother has departed. I shall no longer disturb the tranquility of this realm. With that, he cast not a single glance at Yuan Ming, his form quivering before vanishing completely. Observing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled at Madara. It appears that old man harbors little fondness for me. Of course, he does not favor you. Glancing at Yuan Ming, Madara's expression turned grave. The tenets of the ninja philosophy are recorded here. Seemingly recalling something, he shook his head with a sigh. Under that philosophy, anyone wishing to dominate the world through force is thoroughly despised. Not to mention, we Uchihas have always stood in stark contrast to his ideals. Indeed, Uchiha Yuan Ming stroked his chin, speaking solemnly. It matters not, as long as he does not interfere. Stepping forward, he reached the entrance and turned to say, "You shall oversee the moon. I must first return to the ninja world. Those Otsutsuki have essentially been persuaded by their ancestors. There is no need for total extermination." Madara. Very well, my temperament is not so narrow-minded. Madara nodded in response to Yuan Ming. Until we meet again, Madara. Upon descending from the moon, Yuan Ming swiftly returned to the village. Through his conversations with Jiraiya and Yuta, he learned that during his brief absence, the village had undergone no significant changes. Reassured, he returned home and settled into his training chamber. After forming a seal, Yuan Ming activated the sealing runes enveloping the entire room. This was designed to ensure that no fluctuations in his chakra, no matter how immense, would escape to the outside world. Once the sealing barrier was established, he focused on the panel within his mind. Life form level, LV6, Sage of Six Paths, Talent, Sharingan, Rinne Sharingan, LV6 I Technique, Rinnegan, Susanoo, the Guardian Spirit of the Rinnegan. Enhanced techniques overlapping with the Samsara I, Azura Path, Hungry Ghost Path, Animal Path. Other details omitted. Special I techniques, Moonbow Sovereign Causality Enhancement. Every attack is guaranteed to hit, even if the enemy resides in another realm. Golden Will Rebirth Explosion, a destructive golden sword formed from the Truth Stone. Silver Will Rebirth Explosion, using the Truth Stone or chakra beads to transform into a storm that annihilates all. Energy Attribute, all attributes. Skills, Truth Stone, Sage Mode Amplified Ocular Power covering the entire body, enabling the manifestation of the Truth Stone. Other details omitted. Spirit Light, 5,002 strands. The harvest was as expected. Regardless of the injuries sustained, Otsutsuki Ishiki was, after all, an extraordinary being fused with the Ten Tails, and defeating him warranted the acquisition of 5,000 points. As for his Rinnegan techniques, not to mention the innate ocular technique Moonbow Sovereign, after absorbing the chakra of the Samsara Eye, the skill Truth Stone had emerged. The accompanying description implied that the Sage Mode combined with ocular power enveloping the body was what one might refer to as Chakra Mode. With the Truth Stone in hand, he could now utilize the two techniques of the Samsara Eye seamlessly. Moreover, the overlapping abilities of repulsion, attraction, puppet manipulation, and chakra absorption had all seen significant enhancements. Most importantly, the Susanoo of the Rinnegan level? He had not sensed it during his battle with Ishiki. Bewildered, he closed his eyes to attune to his senses. He understood now. Previously, he had lacked the energy to activate it. He realized that upon acquiring the chakra of the Samsara Eye, which had accumulated over millennia from the Otsutsuki, not to mention the vast reservoir of Byakugan chakra, he had secured the time necessary for his development. Now, his Susanoo could soar to heights exceeding 1,000 meters, much like the Sage of Six Paths. However, he mused, he likely would not require it. Uchiha Yuan Ming sighed, preparing to allocate the 5,000 points to a specific purpose. At that moment, he envisioned his future combat style. It shall become exceedingly ruthless, invincible. A Susanoo towering thousands of meters high. It seems it may no longer be of use in the future. Chapter 76. The Yellow-Haired Calamity having reached a resolute decision. Uchiha Yuan Ming summoned the divine essence of wisdom. Under his command, Amaterasu underwent a true transformation. After all, the Susanoo's evolution is intrinsically tied to the power of one's ocular prowess. This is a point that the Sage of Six Paths made abundantly clear. The heights of the Rinnegan and Sharingan are not comparable. Moreover, the healing abilities of Omoikane are currently sufficient, and the resurrection capacity is well supplemented by the Rinnegan, rendering further enhancement unnecessary. Thus, it became rather straightforward. The enhancement of Amaterasu became the primary focus. All 5,000 points were devoted to it. Moments later, based on the feedback from the divine essence, he realized that the flames of Amaterasu had reached the realm of true divinity, with a terrifying temperature of 15 million degrees. Indeed, this epiphany was a step towards evolving into the death god of the Soul Society. Regrettably, while his temperature had reached the requisite level, his control seemed to have diminished significantly. It appears he must find an opportunity to venture into space and test whether Amaterasu in full power mode could capture even a fraction of the essence of the cursed flame blade. Rising to his feet and flexing his hands, Yuan Ming felt an increasing surge of strength within him. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware that with this amplification of power, his patience was waning. At this moment, he recalled that there was still a Hokage nagging overhead, and he felt a sense of impatience. Perhaps he should inquire about the village's situation with Yuta tomorrow. The following day, the skies over Konoha were clear and bright. Embracing the sunlight, Uchiha Yuan Ming entered the security team with a buoyant spirit, calling out for Uchiha Yuta along the way. After a brief period in the office, a series of knocks resounded at the door. "Come in." Without lifting his gaze, Yuan Ming continued to write diligently, fully aware of the visitor's identity. With a creak, Uchiha Yuta pushed the door open and approached the desk. "Sir, what is it that you summoned me for today?" "Just a moment, I will be ready shortly." Yuan Ming continued to write fervently, and after approximately 2 minutes, he smiled as he handed a document to Yuta, gesturing, "Take a look. I hope the clan can allocate 30% of its funds for this initiative." After receiving the document and examining it closely, Yuta sighed deeply after about 10 minutes. "Lord Yuan Ming, what exactly are your true intentions?" "My intentions?" Noticing the peculiar expression on Yuta's face, Yuan Ming smiled slightly, merely to make the world a more agreeable place. The content he had just penned was nothing nefarious. It was simply a proposal to establish a clan academy utilizing historical, political, and economic texts acquired from the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, encouraging all members of the security team and the subordinate ninja clans, as well as sympathetic civilian ninjas, to partake in further education to enhance their cognitive abilities. Particularly for the Uchiha, should cognitive capabilities not be improved, the occasional emergence of extreme paranoia influenced by the Sharingan could be detrimental. Frankly, if they did not recover from their madness, Yuan Ming truly did not wish to enact familial justice. He recognized the profound impact this proposal would have on Yuta, a man of great intellect who had served as his steward for many years. Under Yuan Ming's influence, Yuta's perspective had transcended the mere identity of a ninja. Upon viewing this proposal, he instantly understood that it aimed to cultivate a samurai ethos and establish a loyal retinue. After all, ninjas are not required to study such matters. Even in the era of ninja villages, the emphasis across various villages, including Konoha, was that ninjas are merely machines executing orders. Only samurai require such knowledge. Lord Yuan Ming, this plan can only be fully executed by becoming the Hokage. Currently, the Uchiha alone may face considerable challenges in this endeavor. No worries. We shall take it step by step, starting with the Uchiha and the subordinate ninja clans. Disregarding Yuta's concerns, Yuan Ming decisively waved his hand and made his choice. Very well. Seeing his lord so determined, Yuta refrained from further opposition. Although it may be arduous, it did not imply impossibility. He would simply need to exert more effort. At that moment, a small white snake slithered through the window, darting to the desk with a swift motion. The snake opened its mouth wide, expelled a scroll, and with a puff of smoke, vanished. Is this a summoning message from Orochimaru? Uchiha Yuan Ming pondered, somewhat perplexed, as Orochimaru had long since taken his disciples to the battlefield. Why was he contacting him now? Opening the scroll, he quickly scanned its contents. "Ah, I see. It appears his disciple perished due to carelessness in front of him." Yuan Ming chuckled. "It seems he seeks my assistance." A question mark appeared above Yuta's head as he remained at the desk. "Sir, Orochimaru's disciple has died. Why would he seek your help? Surely you did not reveal your ocular techniques to that Hokage's disciple." Ignoring Yuta's suddenly heightened tone, Yuan Ming tucked the scroll away and rose. "The Omoikane ocular technique is akin to an accelerator for research. Orochimaru was aware of it long ago during my experimental endeavors. Moreover, there is no need for excessive concern. Yuta, Orochimaru is an exceptionally astute individual. My ocular techniques have yet to be disclosed to the higher-ups." Yuan Ming approached the office door, turning back with a slight smile. "I shall go meet him now. Yuta, please commence with the plan we just discussed." With that, he exited the room and made his way to the security department's training ground. With a leap, the wings of Susanoo materialized rapidly. Buzzing, Uchiha Yuan Ming soared through the air towards Orochimaru at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Witnessing his lord's bold exit from the village, Uchiha Yuta covered his head, feeling a headache coming on. Are we no longer concealing our power? The village is already tense enough. Lowering his gaze to the proposal, Yuta resignedly made his way back to his office. He needed to start gathering personnel to accomplish the task. In a state of rapid flight, it did not take long for Uchiha Yuan Ming to reach the rendezvous point with Orochimaru. Upon landing, he discovered that this location was not far from the Konoha encampment. As he entered the cave, he found Orochimaru standing with a grim expression, and beside him, A yellow-haired calamity was silently weeping with her head bowed. It has been a long time. Chapter 77. Human Experimentation. At last, you have arrived. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled upon hearing the voice, and he turned his gaze towards the source. You must assist me earnestly this time. Rest assured, you have witnessed that ocular technique before. Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded in response to Orochimaru. It will not deplete much of my energy. At this moment, the blonde-haired woman, having overheard their conversation, lifted her head and, with a hint of desperation, asked Uchiha Yuan Ming, "Can you truly save Roshu? Are you not jesting?" Uchiha Yuan Ming clicked his tongue, recognizing Tsunade's potential as described by Jiraiya. At 18, she seemed unremarkable, yet she would soon undergo a remarkable transformation. He couldn't help but reflect on the fierce light in her eyes. This matter seems rather overwhelming at present. Is the Ein seal truly that effective? Perhaps I should have light and governance give it a try someday. His mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, yet he firmly assured Tsunade. Indeed, the Mangekyō Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, you Senju should comprehend it well. One of my ocular techniques, since Orochimaru has disclosed it to you, I shall not conceal it any longer. It indeed possesses the power to resurrect the deceased. Now, he no longer needed to tread carefully around this topic. On the contrary, revealing this ocular technique would significantly bolster his campaign for Hokage. Yuan Ming had already devised a plan. He would utilize Daigami to make a grand statement. Do you wish for a closer bond with your leader and a second chance at life? Do you desire your family to have formidable protection on the battlefield? Surely, you all yearn for such things. Then cast your votes and support me, Uchiha Yuan Ming, in my bid for Hokage. While he was lost in his musings, Tsunade heard his resolute response and, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Splendid! Come with me." Eagerly, she stepped forward and took Uchiha Yuan Ming's hand, leading him deeper into the cave. It was then that Yuan Ming noticed the array of advanced medical equipment within the cave. Given its proximity to the Konoha camp, it was clear that even amidst war, Orochimaru did not neglect his research. He could look forward to the completion of that gene fusion agent. Before long, Tsunade brought him before a cryogenic chamber. Alas, this poor boy. Uchiha Yuan Ming observed Roshu, his form severely disfigured by the explosion, and sighed. "Let us open the chamber. I shall begin." At that moment, Orochimaru approached the cryogenic chamber, tapping a few controls. With a click, the chamber door lifted, releasing a gust of cold air into the surrounding space. After a moment, once the temperature inside stabilized to match the external environment, Uchiha Yuan Ming activated his Sharingan. "Step back, please," he commanded, and as he spoke, the healing light of Daigami surged toward Roshu's broken form. Hehe. The concept of death, in the face of Yuan Ming's ocular technique, had become mere play. Orochimaru watched in awe, his eyes gleaming with fascination. Even after witnessing this ocular technique's application numerous times in previous experiments, he was still astounded by today's resurrection. It was known that his obsession with immortality had intensified, and the astonishing Daigami suited his taste perfectly. Truth be told, he wished he possessed such a power. Yet it was precisely because Uchiha Yuan Ming was so formidable that he harbored no ill intentions. Moments later, seeing Roshu's body restored and his complexion returning to a healthy hue, Tsunade rushed over to examine her brother. Wonderful. All his indicators are normal, not a single issue. As a medical sage, she quickly assessed her brother's condition. She embraced Roshu tightly, repeatedly expressing her relief. "This is fantastic." Once she regained her composure and released Roshu, she stood and bowed deeply to Orochimaru and Uchiha Yuan Ming, expressing her profound gratitude for saving her brother. "I will comply with any request you have in the future, as long as it does not violate my principles. My words matter little. After all, Roshu is my acknowledged disciple, and to see him perish before me, you should be thanking Yuan Ming." Ignoring Tsunade's emotional turmoil, Uchiha Yuan Ming pondered seriously, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Tsunade, I recall you bear the title of princess." "Indeed? What of it?" Tsunade straightened her posture, responding with a hint of confusion. "Then I request that your Senju clan refrain from obstructing our Uchiha clan's business in the Land of Fire. Is that acceptable?" Tsunade's expression grew serious, her lips curling slightly. "It is merely a trivial commercial matter. I can persuade the old fogies in my clan without issue. Is there truly no other request?" "None at all." Uchiha Yuan Ming was at a loss for words. What other demands could he possibly have? "I wish to become Hokage." "Yet you lack the qualifications." "What about Kato's faction? Light and governance, along with the priestess, have already given me a headache. I simply lack the desire to provoke another Senju princess. Furthermore, what do you mean by trivial commercial matter? You ninjas are quite peculiar, you know. Aside from being hired, It seems you have never considered other avenues. Using force to exploit the common folk has never crossed your minds, nor have you thought of wielding power with impunity, or acting as tyrants. You merely wish to be employed. Truly, you have the mindset of a wooden fish, incapable of being sculpted. Tsunade, you should spend time with your brother now. Ropeshu will find comfort in seeing you upon awakening. Orochimaru, with a smile, approached Tsunade to offer her this piece of advice. Turning to Uchiha Yuan Ming, he said, Yuan Ming-kun, the product has been completed ahead of schedule. Would you like to see it? Upon hearing this, Yuan Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did not Orochimaru say it would take at least 6 months to yield results? It has only been a few months. How could a product be completed already? Filled with curiosity, Yuan Ming followed in Orochimaru's footsteps. Once they were far enough from Tsunade, he inquired, Orochimaru-san, why has the product been finished ahead of time? Ha. Orochimaru chuckled malevolently. Yuan Ming-kun, this is a battlefield. Could it be that you? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming realized that Orochimaru had conducted human experiments on enemies. Indeed, unlike in the village, upon arriving at a door, Orochimaru halted. Here, one can find ample human material. With a click, he manipulated the door and the laboratory's entrance opened. Sure enough, as Uchiha Yuan Ming stepped into the laboratory, he beheld numerous large glass jars, each containing humans, though he could hardly call them that. Under Orochimaru's cruel experimentation, he truly did not know how to classify them. Ignoring these experimental subjects, Orochimaru approached a caged area sealed with a barrier. Release. He performed a series of hand seals to undo the binding. With a hiss, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area. 10 vials glowing with blue light floated into view. Chapter 78. The True Genius, is this the finished product? Uchiha Yuan Ming inquired, his eyes gleaming as he addressed Orochimaru. With great care, Orochimaru enveloped the floating potion in chakra and placed it on the prepared table nearby. He understood the latent value of this batch of products and turned to gaze intently at Uchiha Yuan Ming. His raspy voice echoed, Indeed, Yuan Ming-kun, this is my masterpiece. Have all the side effects been eliminated? Uchiha Yuan Ming eagerly questioned Orochimaru. As his power grew stronger, he found that his subordinates were gradually unable to keep pace with him. While others were manageable, he felt somewhat helpless regarding the furrowed brows of both Rinne and Hikari. As long as the predetermined goals were met and the endurance of the Sharingan was assured, the Uchiha clan could enhance their abilities simply by augmenting their genes. It was unnecessary to attain the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan for this purpose. Uchiha Obito, for instance, clearly demonstrated this, even after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and losing his powers. The level of his Sharingan transcended the ordinary. He could even bestow his abilities upon Kakashi from the Pure Land, and his Susanoo was measured in hundreds of meters. Uchiha Yuan Ming envisioned first enabling his subordinates or close allies to meet the genetic standards, and then daily infusing them with the chakra of tailed beasts. Their bodies and eyes would undergo tremendous transformations. As for whether this would harm the tailed beasts, they could refine natural energy as a supplement and had no fear in that regard. After all, the Nine Tails burned its core chakra entirely, yet still resurrected within Hinata's body. Suddenly, Orochimaru burst into laughter, his glee palpable. Uchiha Yuan Ming recognized that such an unexpected display of mirth from Orochimaru could only mean he had achieved something remarkable. Otherwise, with his composed demeanor, he would not have reacted this way. Indeed, after Orochimaru's laughter subsided, he focused his gaze, slightly narrowing his eyes. Yuan Ming-kun, look at this. With a humming sound, he revealed blood-red pupils, adorned with 3 black tomo, and his skin appeared even paler. Witnessing the Sharingan within Orochimaru's eyes, along with the surging chakra emanating from him, Uchiha Yuan Ming exclaimed with excitement, Incredible! Orochimaru-san. He activated his own Sharingan and circled around Orochimaru, thoroughly inspecting him. Moments later, he expressed his satisfaction, saying, The chakra system is flawless, and the potency of the Sharingan is indeed your own. You are truly a genius. Observing Orochimaru's impeccable form left Yuan Ming in awe. Was this the prodigy of scientific research? With just a hint of information, he could derive a perfect invention? Remarkable. As if struck by a thought, Uchiha Yuan Ming continued, Orochimaru-san, what is the yield of this product? Orochimaru, closing his eyes and deactivating his Sharingan, replied with a smile, Since this is a laboratory product, you cannot expect the yield to be as rapid as those industrial wastes from before. As he spoke, Orochimaru's smile waned, seemingly recalling something unpleasant. Indeed, he despised the commercial research tasks that Uchiha Yuan Ming had assigned him. The mere thought of them felt like an affront to science. How could science be tainted with such a strong stench of money? Sensing Orochimaru's mood shift, Uchiha Yuan Ming understood the reason and chose to disregard it. These researchers only cared about money, never comprehending the true cost of scientific exploration. Very well, I shall take all these finished products. Uchiha Yuan Ming produced a storage scroll and swiftly sealed the potions within it. After acquiring the items, he remembered something and slapped his forehead. Retrieving a small scroll from his pocket and tossing it to Orochimaru. This is the flesh from the High-GA lineage on the moon. Perhaps you can research it and see if you can develop a 2.0 version of the genetic potion. Orochimaru, initially indifferent to the scroll, grasped it tightly upon hearing those words. The moon? The High-GA lineage? His face gradually lit up with fervor. It seems, Yuan Ming, that you have been to an extraordinary place recently. Indeed, once the war concludes, I shall take you with me. Uchiha Yuan Ming paused at the door, turning to add, then we can truly unleash our potential. Having said that, he strode out of the laboratory. We can truly unleash our potential? Orochimaru pondered this statement, a smirk forming on his lips. He understood the implication of being able to release their full capabilities. Master, I hope you can gracefully abdicate, he mused. Upon returning to his clan's territory, Uchiha Yuan Ming no longer needed to go through the previous complexities. He directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he appeared in the office of the Minister of the Security Department. The chakra expenditure was practically imperceptible. He closed his eyes to savor the sensation of being transported from the borders of the Land of Fire directly to Konohagakure. However, it was understandable at his level. Such a minor expenditure was insignificant. Without further ado, he swiftly summoned his trusted ninja cats, instructing them to deliver messages to his closest confidants. After a brief wait in the office, with a creak, the door opened, and amidst the rustling sounds, the core members of the Uchiha clan, including Bururu, Naka, Rai, Yuta, and Q, all gathered. What is the reason we have all been summoned? Uchiha Rin scanned the room, realizing with frustration that the gentlemen remained silent in her presence. Their calm facade did little to hide their impatience. Unable to contain herself, she inquired why they had all been called together. This is not a convenient place for discussion. Uchiha Yuan Ming's gaze sharpened slightly as he summoned the Tomo artifact. Let us speak in the land of Ankawa. With a powerful hum, the ring of Tomo emitted a strong pulling force. The others recognized it and did not resist the pull. In the land of Ankawa, Uchiha Hikari gazed at the sun in the sky, marveling, this alternate space is truly remarkable. Every time I enter, I am left in awe. Uchiha Rin surveyed the surrounding mountains and waters, nodding in agreement as she solemnly remarked, indeed, this small world seems to have cleaved off a piece of the present realm, possessing its own cycle of day and night, truly incredible. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Uchiha Yuan Ming appeared among them. He smiled gently. All right, we have met countless times, so let us refrain from further admiration. This visit is to present you all with something wonderful. Chapter 79, Can the Wedge be activated? Uchiha Yuan Ming retrieved the scroll and dispelled the seal. With a resounding bang, amidst the swirling smoke, a blue potion materialized in the space before them. The potion, elevated by Yuan Ming's chakra, glimmered with a radiant blue luminescence. Sir, what is this? Uchiha Yuta adjusted his glasses, a rather unfortunate symbol of his nearsightedness, which he had developed despite being an Uchiha without the Sharingan. This is the product developed by Orochimaru, Uchiha Yuan Ming stated, reaching for another vial and continuing in a solemn tone, the true completed version. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jili pressed his forehead in disbelief, exclaiming, You truly succeeded in your research? It's hard to fathom that all these clans share a common ancestor. How utterly insane. They have fought against the Senju for over a millennium. If they are indeed relatives, what could have driven them to such extreme enmity? Moreover, Jili didn't quite grasp the intricacies of scientific research, but felt that attempting to harness ancestral power through such means was downright fanciful. Hey, Uchiha Hikari had fewer reservations. Grasping the potion, she directly injected it into her arm using the syringe attached. As a formidable warrior, she considered this a trivial matter. After all, the fervent Uchiha ancestors had once been capable of extracting and inscribing the ocular techniques of others into her very own eyes. As the potion was slowly administered, Uchiha Hikari raised her hands in astonishment. This is so powerful, truly astonishing. The blue chakra flames ignited around her, pulsating with vibrant life force, radiating outward in rippling waves. Moments later, the crimson Sharingan in Hikari's eyes transformed into a brilliant fiery red. The hue blazed like a roaring flame, banishing any trace of gloom. Her skin became as fair as jade, and a streak of white appeared in her bangs. Hikari, how do you feel? Is everything all right? Uchiha Yuan Ming and the others observed the entire metamorphosis of the young girl. They had to admit, Orochimaru's potion exhibited an impressively rapid effect. It was a momentary transformation based on the vitality of chakra. Truly, he was a genius who had devoted years to this research. In the original narrative, he merely dabbled in Edo Tensei to achieve such outcomes. Back then, his focus was primarily on the art of immortality and the Uchiha clan, with numerous research projects to juggle, unlike the current singular focus. Under his own compulsion, honing in on this endeavor, and after acquiring the white Setsu, he had achieved such significant results. Everything feels light as a feather, as though the pressure around my eyes has vanished, Hikari remarked, retracting her chakra waves and fiery Sharingan. Hearing this, the other Uchihas, not wanting to be left behind, each took a vial of the potion and injected themselves, including Uchiha Yuan Ming. After all, they were aware that the girl's eyes bore several ocular techniques. They were astounded that their ancestors from centuries past had been capable of such feats. In truth, Uchiha Yuan Ming had long since replicated this technology through divine inspiration. However, he discovered that indiscriminately implanting others' ocular techniques into his own eyes would taint his psyche. The Uchiha Sharingan was unique. The eye reflected the soul, and the implications were profound. The repetitive nature of these ocular techniques posed significant risks. Yet traces of the mind indeed existed. With another's consciousness implanted so close to one's brain, Uchiha Yuan Ming decided to keep this knowledge to himself. It served no purpose for him, and could potentially breed dangerous ambitions within the clan. Before long, he pondered, is this the sensation of having my genetic structure partially restored? He felt the subtle changes within himself. Although the amount of chakra he possessed had not significantly increased, it was reasonable. His chakra was already formidable beyond measure. No tailed beast would dare challenge him. However, his control over chakra had surged dramatically. Indeed, the Otsutsuki clan could not be perceived through a fantastical lens. They wielded pure technological prowess. With the right techniques and the necessary hardware and software, they could sweep away all below the six paths level. The principle of unburnable transmission truly encapsulated this essence. Furthermore, Uchiha Yuan Ming raised his hand, and within the flames of chakra swirling in his palm, strings of data codes flashed rapidly. Is this what Tao style refers to as datafication? Can I activate the wedge as well? At this moment, Yuan Ming was profoundly shaken. It was only by experiencing the might of this technology that one could comprehend the sheer terror of datafication in living beings in the real world. He could now transform all his data into information, embedding it within a suitable vessel. Once the host gathered enough energy and gradually unpacked the compressed file, resurrection would be complete. Troubling thoughts filled Uchiha Yuan Ming's mind. As a being of the interstellar hunting civilization, the Otsutsuki possessed such technology. He couldn't fathom that planet-destroying weaponry would be absent. Kagaya Otsutsuki's ultimate technique, the expanding truth-seeking ball, was said to annihilate planets. It was reasonable to assume they had such capabilities. My body, this sensation? My eyes feel so relaxed. It's as if my ocular power is surging. At that moment, the gasps of his subordinates jolted Uchiha Yuan Ming back to reality. Upon witnessing the transformation of their Sharingan from the previous crimson hue to the present fiery red, and their skin as fair as jade, he knew they had succeeded. Yuan Ming smiled warmly at them. So, what do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Indeed, the results were remarkable, but they still needed to check on Yuta and Jing. Upon hearing Zhili's reminder, Uchiha Yuan Ming came to realize that something seemed amiss. Yuta and Jing were still seated in quiet meditation. Why were they taking so long? Could there be an issue? Uchiha Hikari, confused, wondered why these two were lagging behind when she and the others had completed their transformations so swiftly. Don't worry. I'll see what's going on. Uchiha Yuan Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and the rippling patterns of his Rinnegan manifested. With the Rinnegan's absolute control over chakra, he discerned the situation. Ah, I see. No need for concern. Chapter 80. The authority of chakra under the scrutiny of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Yuan Ming discovered that both Jing and Yuta lacked the pure, potent in-release chakra characteristic of the Mangekyō Sharingan. After the infusion of this genetic serum, a substantial amount of versatile chakra surged into their eye sockets. This chakra was not as aggressive as the original cells of the first Hokage, likely due to the influence of white Zetsu. Despite its reputation in the original story as merely a tool for intelligence gathering, its combat effectiveness was rather lackluster. However, these entities were indeed biological weapons crafted with great care by the formidable Otsutsuki Kagaya. As a chelating agent, they were extraordinarily powerful. There was no doubt about it. Both of them were undergoing a transformation, and while the implications of the Mangekyō Sharingan were uncertain, Uchiha Yuan Ming informed his subordinates of the overall situation. They would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in various aspects, a transformation that the present audience could surely sense. His words resonated with those present, who indeed felt the remarkable changes occurring within them. Their metamorphosis extended beyond their eyes, manifesting in even more astonishing physical alterations. Observing them as they contemplated their bodily changes, Uchiha Yuan Ming, having completed a portion of his genetic enhancement and acquired the wedge, fully grasped the stark reality. The authority over chakra held by the Tsutsuki was absolute. This was an indisputable truth. Without even mentioning the illustrious Tsutsuki clan, one could simply refer to Indra. His three-tomo Sharingan represented the pinnacle of yin release. Why did the later Uchiha feel compelled to disrupt the balance of the three-tomo to attain the ultimate yin release? The answer was straightforward. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had already elucidated to everyone that the Uchiha could only cultivate the most intense emotions within themselves and release the special chakra from their minds to gradually harness this power. This indicated that with each evolution of the eye, the descendants of Indra would experience a shift in their mental state. Thus, the Uchiha would increasingly resemble him along the predetermined path set by Indra. This was the extent of the authority control that the Tsutsuki, who mastered the source chakra, could exert. The so-called bloodline. From this day forth, in Uchiha Yuan Ming's eyes, it seemed rather trivial. He could now inscribe chakra data into his genetic code, ensuring that his descendants would need to exhibit appropriate behaviors to access the information embedded within their chakra. At that moment, a series of crackling sounds interrupted his thoughts. Uchiha Yuan Ming turned to see that both Uchiha Yuta and Jing had opened their eyes, standing with an invigorated demeanor. The power they felt was almost unbelievable. Uchiha Yuta sensed that even though his eyes were not the Mangekyō, they had undergone a profound transformation. His ocular prowess was in the process of brewing, awaiting only a catalyst to unleash divine power. Indeed, they had undergone remarkable changes. Uchiha Jing, hearing Yuta's astonishment, shared his sense of shock. Observing his core subordinates savoring their transformations, Uchiha Yuan Ming clapped his hands to draw their attention and calmly stated, "Very well. Return and gradually contemplate this change. Now, let us discuss a pressing matter, finding a way for the Uchiha to enter the battlefield. At the very least, I must be present on the battlefield." At this moment, the others, aside from Uchiha Yuta, wore expressions of confusion, which left Uchiha Yuan Ming feeling somewhat exasperated. These individuals, possessing immense power, had become accustomed to resolving issues through force. This is a common ailment of the Uchiha. No longer expecting much from them, he turned his gaze to his most trusted subordinate, Uchiha Yuta. "Well," Yuta mused, "let's employ the name of the company to hire a lord to that battlefield. There are many justifications, safeguarding trade routes, ensuring asset security, and so forth." As he spoke, Uchiha Yuta furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating as he continued. "However, the higher-ups are not foolish. While this approach aligns with the principle of hiring, they will undoubtedly resist, unless a significant event occurs on the battlefield that impacts multiple nations." Upon hearing this analysis, Uchiha Yuan Ming's mind conjured images of the legendary three ninjas. A revelation struck him. With a sly smile, he addressed his somewhat bemused companions. "That event is about to unfold. For now, let us focus on managing the village's vassals. Does the Lord possess any special intel? Or perhaps a prophecy from the esteemed Lord Jiraiya?" As they speculated wildly, Yuan Ming chose not to clarify. Instead, he directly stated, "Do not concern yourselves with such matters. You will understand in due time. For now, let us concentrate on the affairs within the village. Our foundational base has expanded, and maintaining it is of utmost importance." Understood. After their acknowledgement, Uchiha Yuan Ming's gaze sharpened. The space around them distorted as they swiftly returned to the security department building. Observing their demeanor, he remarked, "You all seem eager to disperse." Upon returning, he saw his subordinates wearing expressions of urgency to return home. Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled knowingly, allowing them to leave, while he and his companions, Governance and Hikari, made their way home. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Land of Rain, as a buffer battlefield, had been tumultuously ravaged by the fire, wind, and earth nations. The situation there was chaotic, with everyone fiercely vying for territory. Meanwhile, the Uchiha within Konoha were not idle. With the return of their vassals, they, under Uchiha Yuan Ming's guidance, employed ninjutsu acquired over millennia to pave the way for Uchiha Yuta to engage with the civilian ninja, who had strained relations with both the village and the ninja clans. They were a rare few, but they indeed existed. Each year, the majority of rogue ninjas among the 5 great villages were not from the ninja clans, but rather civilians forced into defection. In this world of extraordinary powers and inherited legacies, inequities would inevitably arise, with the disadvantaged being the powerless commoners. As for whether this strategy would yield results, Uchiha Yuan Ming was indifferent. Thus, Uchiha governance, puzzled, approached Yuan Ming and Hikari after finishing breakfast and tidying the kitchen. Taking a seat across from them, he inquired with curiosity, "Is this approach toward the civilian ninjas truly effective?" Chapter 81. A grand undertaking, how shall I put it? Governance. Uchiha Yuan Ming sighed, expressing his thoughts. This matter cannot be perceived through such a simplistic lens. Do you recall our previous excursion to witness the burgeoning film industry? Indeed, that experience was truly eye-opening. Uchiha Jili nodded in acknowledgement, and as if struck by a sudden epiphany, she gasped, "Are you suggesting that Yuta adopt such a demeanor?" "No, a performance. To win the favor of the common ninja?" "Precisely," Yuan Ming affirmed, satisfied that she grasped his intent. Rising, he continued, "I must take my leave. There are matters to discuss with Yuta." On the bustling streets of Konoha, Uchiha Yuan Ming contemplated the strategies he had just deliberated with Jili. Currently, the Uchiha clan indeed garnered immense popularity among the common populace. However, the same could not be said for the ninjas. Once one became a ninja, especially a jonin, monetary wealth was no longer the sole measure of worth. Strength took precedence. Those capable of attaining the jonin rank, particularly the elite cultivated from the common folk, might not match the combat prowess of the hereditary clans, yet their mental acuity was undoubtedly superior. By rallying those who felt out of place, through these performances, the onlookers would discern Uchiha's true aspirations. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had invested significantly in this endeavor, offering genuine ninjutsu and inquiring whether it was desired. Such generosity was seldom exhibited by the village. Only a clan like the Uchiha, which could boldly declare, "Your ninjutsu is impressive, but it now belongs to me," would dare to orchestrate such maneuvers. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan initiated this strategy with his subordinates, they comprehended its purpose. At this moment, all the common jonin of Konoha were divided into 2 factions. One faction continued to harbor disdain for the Uchiha, marked by an inexplicable influence that constrained their thoughts. These individuals remained obstinate. Meanwhile, the majority of common jonin exhibited an entirely different attitude, wholeheartedly accepting the display orchestrated by the Uchiha. Reflecting on this, Yuan Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Humanity, it seemed, was inherently driven by the instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. After all, they were all astute beings. Who could fail to recognize the rampant expansion of the security department in recent years? The scope of their power had grown considerably. Furthermore, it was the self-restraint of the village's upper echelons that had allowed them to suffer such significant losses without retaliating. That was truly the most formidable aspect. The villagers were certainly aware of these dynamics. Otherwise, the vassals would not have returned so readily. Arriving at a ramen shop, he entered and approached the waiting Yuta. Taking a seat, he inquired earnestly, "Thank you for your efforts, Yuta-kun. I have summoned you here to commend you." "Commend me?" Uchiha Yuta set down his bowl of ramen, his eyes brimming with confusion. "Indeed, your eyes are on the verge of transformation, are they not?" Uchiha Yuan Ming stated with conviction. Having observed Uchiha Jing's ocular evolution into the Mangekyō Sharingan recently, he anticipated Yuta's imminent change, albeit delayed by his own tasks. Coincidentally, his recent explorations into the datafication of chakra had yielded promising results, prompting him to accelerate the evolution of his loyal subordinate. "Yes, Lord Yuan Ming. I sense my eyes are about to undergo a transformation." "Excellent. Jing has already preceded you in this evolution, while your progress was hindered by my assignments. Finish your meal swiftly, and we shall address this matter in the alternate space." "Understood, my lord," Uchiha Yuta exclaimed, excitement evident in his demeanor. After hastily consuming his ramen, Yuta joined Yuan Ming as they departed the establishment. They quickly arrived at the clan's training ground. At that moment, as Uchiha Yuan Ming prepared to establish the alternate space, he detected a subtle shift in the atmosphere. What was amiss? Suddenly, a member of the security department appeared, urgency etched across his face as he brandished a scroll. "Lord Yuan Ming, Lord Yuta, urgent intelligence has arrived." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming's expression hardened. Unseal the scroll and lay it before us. Yes, the officer complied, performing the necessary hand seals to unveil the scroll. With a resounding thud, the scroll unfurled before them. What is this? Has the land of rain lost its senses? Uchiha Yuta gasped at the contents of the scroll, his eyes widening in disbelief. The notorious Hanzo of the Salamander had declared war on the three great nations of fire, earth, and wind simultaneously. As if that were not enough, he had achieved tangible results, successfully annihilating the ninjas of the earth and wind nations. Only the ninjas of Konoha remained to endure the onslaught. Yet, what Yuta found most astonishing was Hanzo's complete disregard for self-preservation, launching a war against all three nations. If he were to falter, the land of rain would face utter devastation. No, they have not gone mad. Yuan Ming observed the intelligence with a sense of melancholy. If they do not act decisively, the land of rain will truly meet its end. Crouching down, he secured the scroll and continued, the land of rain, as one of the two nations governed by ninjas, cannot withstand further devastation by the three great nations. This weeping nation will have its backbone severed entirely. At this moment, Hanzo stands as a genuine hero, resolutely opposing such calamity. There was no doubt about it. The current Hanzo was a figure of grand aspirations. His charisma capable of swaying even the fiercest warriors of the land of samurai. Yet, he would soon align himself with adversaries, ruthlessly exterminating those who threatened his sovereignty. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the security officer. You may leave. I must confer with Yuta regarding our forthcoming actions. Yes. The officer responded and vanished in a flash. My lord, what do you wish to discuss with me? Uchiha Yuta was now fully alert. Aware that whenever the clan leader sought a detailed conversation, it often heralded a significant undertaking. As anticipated, Uchiha Yuan Ming bestowed a knowing smile upon him. Yuta-san. An opportunity to become Hokage has presented itself. Employ your intellect swiftly and set our operations in motion. We must devise a reasonable pretext to enlist our forces on that battlefield. Chapter 82. Approaching the land of rain, Uchiha Yuta moved with remarkable swiftness. Just a few days later, a substantial employment contract landed on the desk of the third Hokage. Upon seeing this contract, a dull ache began to throb in his head. Could they truly operate in such a manner? It seemed to align perfectly with his own thoughts. At that moment, Mito Gaiden was exceedingly agitated. Bang, bang, bang. He struck the table several times, his complexion flushed as he exclaimed, Does the Uchiha clan have no shame? Who in the village does not know that they hold shares in that company? Do they think we are fools? This kind of maneuvering. Hiruzen, you absolutely cannot agree to this. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, the hesitant Chunina, Tsurugi Koharu, interjected, We cannot refuse. The signatory of this substantial employment contract is the priestess of the land of demons. She is the sovereign, and if we in Konoha do not accept this contract. At this, Hiruzen's demeanor shifted as he took over the conversation. Then all the daimyos of the various nations will become aware that Konoha's power struggles prioritize the sacrifice of their interests. Consequently, our credit rating will plummet, a situation we cannot afford. Indeed, the reality is painfully harsh. As a mercenary-type entity, Konoha's primary profits during peacetime stem from employment shares. As for the allocations from the daimyos, they are not navi during peacetime. Their only concern is ensuring the village can function. If the ninja village seeks development, it must strive to undertake missions. For only then can it secure the funds necessary for growth. After all, the ninja are not direct subordinates of the daimyos. Were it not for the extraordinary abilities of the ninjas, they might not tolerate the stark reality of military affairs being usurped by them. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Mito Gaiden sorrowfully cradled his head. It seems we have no choice. We must accept this employment, allowing the Uchiha to leave the village. Speaking of the Uchiha, he was reminded of the currently aggressive Uchiha Motomiya. Did he truly believe that his actions went unnoticed? It was merely that this individual was too formidable, causing them to hesitate. Power, power. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his gaze, noticing Hiruzen, who had been watching him, awaiting his counsel. His mind sharpened. He spoke solemnly. Since we cannot prevent the Uchiha from leaving the village, then. He took a map and approached Hiruzen, laying it on the table and pointing to the borders of the land of rain. With a grim expression, he continued. This battlefield must be secured before they arrive. Send Hataki Sakumo to reinforce the land of rain. Hiruzen felt a surge of clarity. Recently, the rise of Hanzo of the Salamander had indeed been a source of considerable concern. In the land of rain, where the mists weep, his venom could freely spread. On that battlefield, apart from his beloved disciple Orochimaru, few could match him in combat. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade would struggle. Thinking of Orochimaru, he felt a deep sense of pride. He regarded this prodigy, who had followed him since childhood, as a true disciple. It was reminiscent of the ancient ninjas who cherished their genuine apprentices. Orochimaru had indeed made him proud during this time of turmoil. He had bravely stepped up and held his ground against Hanzo alone. It appeared that his growth had already reached a level rivaling that of a village leader. Such combat prowess would be of immense assistance to him at this juncture. Hiruzen took a few puffs of his cigarette, feeling a sense of elation. Indeed, as long as Hatake Tsukumo arrived to assist, combined with their efforts, they would surely be able to subdue Hanzo. Thus, unable to halt the Uchiha, they redirected their forces, who had just been engaged in battle with the Sand Village. The renowned Konoha White Fang lent their support to the front lines of the Land of Rain. In the forest nearing the Land of Rain, a small squad of ninjas traversed the terrain. There were not many of them, just about 10 clad in traditional black cloaks adorned with the fan crest of their clan, representing the illustrious Uchiha clan. Is Lord Motomiya truly all right? At that moment, a middle-aged Uchiha Jainin accelerated to the side of the leading ninja. He surveyed the group and hesitantly inquired, "Is it sufficient to bring just as 10? At that moment, Uchiha Motomiya, who continued to run ahead, smiled slightly. "It is enough. Besides, the village would not allocate too many ninjas for a mere task of protecting trade routes. After all, following the incident in the Land of Lightning, who does not understand my intentions? The higher-ups in the village are not foolish." Having made his point, Motomiya glanced around, noting the understanding among his subordinates. He slowed his pace to walk alongside the questioning Jainin and patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. "Furthermore, the few within our clan are still adapting to their newfound powers. Do not underestimate yourselves. Everyone has grown considerably strong." The Jainin felt a swell of emotion, and each Uchiha Jainin present took pride in their abilities. They understood the source of their strength. They could vividly recall the struggles of years past and the transformation they had undergone under the leadership of their youthful commander. The contrast was stark. "Thank you for your recognition, Lord. We shall give our utmost in this mission." Upon hearing the gratitude of his subordinates, Uchiha Motomiya refrained from further words and continued forward. To be honest, the chakra system does not significantly influence one's mindset, nor is it influenced by it. Perhaps there is some effect, but it is minimal. He had come to comprehend that this system is purely a technological marvel. With the right techniques, one could become a force capable of annihilating stars. The natural energy of the homeland seems to require some consideration, but in this context, even if his own power had reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, his mindset remained that of a mere mortal. Mortals require companionship. They cannot endure the erosion of solitude. As for when he might attain a mindset transcending that of a mortal? Apologies. With less than 40 years of life behind him, he had yet to entertain such thoughts. On this mission in the Land of Rain, he intended to engage in a broad and forceful approach, much like he had done in the Land of Lightning. The spectacle must be grand to demonstrate to those Konoha ninjas what it means to be insurmountable. Once he had swept through all fronts, bringing silence to every ninja village, that would be the moment he ascended to the position of Hokage. Chapter 83. The Light Comes from the East. At this moment, the Land of Rain is engulfed in chaos. The rise of Hanzo the Salamander has undoubtedly provided a potent boost to the Land of Rain. However, after confronting the Hidden Leaf Village, this momentum has temporarily come to a halt. Originally, according to Hanzo's plan, he intended to dismantle the command structure of the Leaf Village in one fell swoop. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Under the influence of the Salamander's toxic gas, even the formidable Tsunade found herself at a loss, despite having neutralized Chiyo's poison. While it was not difficult to dispel his toxins, preventing their effects proved to be a far more daunting task. With the advantage of the weather and terrain in the Land of Rain, the widespread dispersal of the toxic gas inflicted tremendous casualties upon the Leaf Village. Yet, who could have anticipated that the disciple of the ninja hero would indeed manage to gain the upper hand against him? Orochimaru, truly an astonishing ninja. At this moment, he gazes at the 3 young ninjas surrounding him, feeling a surge of emotion. The strength of the Leaf Village is undeniable. Not long ago, the White Fang of the Leaf had decimated the Sand Village, and there was also that Uchiha who had defeated the Cloud Village. Now, another young ninja capable of contending with him has emerged. In this ominous Land of Rain, he stands alone. Hanzo the Salamander finds himself in a precarious position. After vanquishing the ninjas from the Earth Country in the Land of Rain, his original plan was to dismantle the Leaf's command center and then surrender, thereby preserving the dignity of the Land of Rain. With lofty ambitions, He had also intended to seize the opportunity presented by a ceasefire with the Leaf to annex the smaller neighboring countries, elevating the Rain Village to the status of the sixth great ninja village. However, Orochimaru's emergence has shattered these dreams into mere illusions. This individual is peculiar. His vast chakra, rapid regenerative abilities, and inexplicable perceptiveness. Were it not for the reptilian quality of his pupils, he might have suspected him to possess the Sharingan. In this configuration, Orochimaru is able to hold his own against him. Left with no other option, Hanzo must rely on the terrain and engage in guerrilla tactics with his toxic gas. Today is no different, yet it appears that he has been cornered. Mr. Hanzo is. I never expected a small country would produce someone like you. Orochimaru's voice remains as raspy as ever. No need to flatter him, Orochimaru. Today is your day of reckoning. Beside them, Tsunade, already growing impatient with this fellow poison user, can hardly conceal her disdain. My companions are anxious, and I have no choice but to request. Orochimaru extends his tongue, excitedly licking his lips. Mr. Hanzo, go to your demise. Ho? Are you so confident? Hanzo the salamander feels a flicker of annoyance. Does he believe he is being underestimated? Orochimaru, do you truly think that with the aid of these two, you can slay me? Though he has spoken harsh words, his anger is tempered by reason. Something feels amiss. They have fought against him several times. One does not speak so boldly without confidence. It seems there are more than just the three of you seeking to corner me, is it not? Realizing this, he leaps atop the head of the salamander, hands forming seals, his gaze sharpening. Rain Tiger Technique. Chakra swiftly melds into the weeping skies of the land of rain. This reconnaissance ninjutsu is a secret art of the Rain Village, activated according to the local climatic conditions. If he can gradually form a rain cloud with his chakra, it would be the best scenario, yet Hanzo, in this moment, has little time to ponder. Reinforcements are preparing to ambush him, indicating that these individuals are not far off. The hastily executed Rain Tiger technique suffices. Indeed, upon the activation of this extensive reconnaissance ninjutsu, results are immediate. From atop the salamander, Hanzo casts his gaze downwards upon the area of disturbance. In a low voice, he declares, "Those over there, your potent chakra cannot remain concealed any longer. Reveal yourselves." As expected of Hanzo the salamander, from the location he indicated, a white-haired, agile ninja steps forth. He exclaims with a hint of exasperation, "Orochimaru-san, I told you such petty tricks cannot deceive him. After the Earth Country and so many ninjas were repelled, he has already garnered a vague reputation as a demigod." In response, Orochimaru remains non-committal. The so-called demigod, in his eyes, is merely a figure who has gained fame through the combination of terrain advantage and toxic gas. Only someone who has witnessed true divine power would understand what constitutes genuine divinity. "Shikumo-kun, let us dispense with the chatter." Orochimaru glances at him. Swiftly forming hand seals. Let us conclude this promptly. Having spoken these words, he opens his mouth and unleashes the first wave of attack. Countless serpents are summoned forth, manifesting the serpent's wrath technique. Under the might of his formidable chakra, an endless swarm of serpents, fanged and venomous, surges towards the massive salamander and Hanzo. Meanwhile, Uchiha Motoharu and his companions have already entered the land of rain. As they continue their rapid advance toward the Leaf's main camp, Motoharu's exceptional, or rather formidable, sensing ability detects the fierce clash of chakra in the distance. He is well acquainted with the chakra signatures of Orochimaru and his companions. Yet the two unfamiliar signatures are impressively powerful. One radiates an unparalleled sharpness, which brings to mind Kakashi and then his father, Itachi Shikumo. They are engaged in battle. With a sigh of realization, Uchiha Motoharu turns to his subordinates and solemnly declares, "I must advance ahead." None of the Uchiha Genin dare oppose him. All nod in agreement. The interests of the elders take precedence. Hearing his subordinates' responses, Uchiha Motoharu summons Susanoo, its golden wings unfurling with a mighty flap. With a thunderous roar, he pierces the air, soaring swiftly toward the distant battlefield. At this moment, Hanzo the salamander remains unperturbed. It is true that Orochimaru is capable of contending with him, but the intricacies of a ninja's battle are not so simplistic. Intelligence plays a crucial role. Now a dilemma arises. His own intelligence was compromised the moment the Rock Village was repelled. So why have they yet to overcome him? How does he still hold the faint title of demigod? The answer is straightforward. His ninja qualities are exceptional. The strength of his chakra, the tenacity of his will, and the proficiency of his techniques are unparalleled. He believes himself not inferior to any ninja, even to those renowned in history, such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. In terms of technique, he confidently asserts his ability to rival them. Currently besieged, facing a life-or-death crisis, his mind suddenly attains a terrifying calm. In this eerie tranquility, he unleashes a powerful water technique, forcing his assailants to evade, and continues to release potent toxins alongside his old companion, the salamander. If you wish to slay me, you are sorely mistaken. With unwavering confidence, he gazes down upon them. Before he can contemplate his next move, his acute sixth sense detects a chilling presence enveloping him. What is this? This ominous sensation of impending death? At that moment, his peripheral vision catches a glimpse of the sky. A beam of golden light descends from the east. That light, imbued with an irresistible force, rends the skies of the land of rain, causing the heavens to cease their weeping. Chapter 84. Breathing with heaven and earth. How exaggerated. At this moment, Tsunade was utterly astounded that chakra was etched in her memory. It was none other than Uchiha Jimyo. She had previously encountered that golden Susanoo in the land of demons, yet it seemed even more formidable now. Tsunade's instincts were not mistaken. While they were still grappling with the shock of Uchiha Jimyo's appearance, a thunderous roar echoed. The colossal Susanoo swiftly reached the head of Hanzo the salamander. This giant, hundreds of meters tall, moved with astonishing speed, causing a tremendous wave of air that instantly dispersed the clouds in the sky. Is that Hanzo the salamander? Uchiha Jimyo gazed down at the massive salamander and the gray-haired ninja atop its head, donning a breathing mask. Ignoring the awe on his face, Jimyo summoned his will. The Susanoo raised its Demakari great blade, and a flash of sword light shimmered. With a sweeping motion, the golden blade of destruction surged toward the salamander. Hey, I knew it would be powerful. Hanzo's emotions were beyond words. He had not anticipated this level of strength. This was a genuine reflection of his feelings. He had heard of Uchiha Jimyo's reputation. He was not oblivious to the friction with the Cloud Village. Information about the Susanoo had indeed leaked at times. However, until one truly witnessed it, even the strongest in the ninja world would not feel incapable of coping. After all, ninjas have always believed that with enough knowledge about their opponent, they could devise a counter-ninjutsu and find a path to victory. Yet, now, upon seeing that hundreds of meters tall golden giant, Hanzo's once undaunted spirit seemed utterly extinguished. His own ninjutsu was undeniably sharp, rivaling that of Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. However, he appeared to have forgotten that those two possessed powerful bloodline limits. The names of the Senju and Uchiha clans had resonated throughout the ninja world for millennia. He had truly underestimated the situation. His techniques seemed trivial before such a force. Hanzo's fists clenched tightly, his tone filled with an inexplicable sorrow. It could be said to be truly vulnerable. As the sword light descended near him, Hanzo cast a sorrowful glance at his companion below. Prepared to escape from the massive sword light, he knew that his partner, the salamander, was doomed. I'm sorry, my friend. With these words, Hanzo's figure vanished from atop the salamander. The salamander, deeply bonded with him, had long since accepted its fate. Boom! The sword light, like a plow tearing through the earth, stirred up a tremendous upheaval, leaving the area in utter disarray. TSK. Did the strike prove too great? Allowing Hanzo to escape? Uchiha Jimyo frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. But you cannot evade forever. With a hum, the Susanoo transformed into a swirling mass of golden divine energy, undergoing an inexplicable change in the air, morphing into Jinmyo's armor. The mysterious patterns on the armor signified that Jinmyo had already activated Sage Mode. With heightened perception, he swiftly vanished into a grove. Did he think that by using reverse summoning to escape here, he could elude me? With no words to spare for Hanzo, he only wished to swiftly eliminate him. Gripping the Demakari Great Blade, he summoned forth a colossal storm. Let me witness the true form of Susanoo wielding a sword. With these words, he hurled the storm towards the blade. The force of the whirlwind began to whirl around the divine sword, buzzing with a series of screeches. The massive tornado gradually shrank upon the sword, condensing the wind pressure to an extreme, altering the very fabric of space in the region. Watching this transformation, Jinmyo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Whenever he unleashed these powers of annihilation, his spirit soared. The life and death of others were held in his grasp. An exhilarating sensation. Amplifying the output of natural energy, he activated the incantation skills. Wind, rain, and thunder, wreak havoc. Let the calamity of destruction descend, making the world aware of my terror. In recent years, as he delved into the nature of divinity, he grew increasingly fond of the local incantation system. This power was not akin to the scientific techniques of the Otsutsuki, but a primal, nascent force. There was an air of mysticism enveloping it. He cherished this power, believing its potential to be extraordinary, particularly the divine aspect, capable of granting immortality. He gradually learned to perceive the breath of the planet during his research. The divinity of the Lord of the Awakened allowed him to remember that frequency upon sensing the planet's breath. Now, he was slowly learning the planet's rhythm, being infused with an inexplicable strength. That was neither chakra nor divine power. It was a force that seemed to embody the essence of the planet, representing the information of all things. Upon sensing that power, he was profoundly shocked. Perhaps this was the reason the Otsutsuki failed on this planet and why Kagaya, after her blessing, or the Sage of Six Paths brothers. This power could actually weave information. At that moment, he comprehended that if the native powers of the ninja world had not been tainted by chakra and had continued to evolve for millennia, they might have reached interstellar civilization levels, potentially surpassing the Otsutsuki. After all, throughout the history of the Otsutsuki, the planet's counterattack had inflicted the heaviest losses upon them, indicating the substantial potential for the development of native powers. In this moment, with the backing of the incantation, the Susanoo, wielding the Dumakari Great Blade, stirred the colossal storm in the sky. Thunder and lightning raged as Uchiha Jimiya swung his weapon. Boom, boom, boom. The grove was instantly engulfed in catastrophic devastation. Is this the power of Uchiha Jimiya? At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki widened his eyes, staring at the scene before him, mouth agape. As he turned to the calm Orochimaru beside him, Orochimaru understood his astonishment. The Hitaki clan had transitioned from samurai to ninjas, possessing a deep understanding of the nature of chakra and the summoning techniques of dogs. After all, they were once warriors. Yet, they were not particularly adept at the ever-changing ninjutsu, especially large-scale techniques. This was to be expected. Each time Uchiha Jimiya unleashed his might, it was nothing short of terrifying. It was impossible for others not to be astonished. Indeed, Kakashi-kun. Orochimaru coolly glanced at him, gesturing, "You are not alone." Even this fool, despite having witnessed it before, is still in a state of shock. Kakashi followed Orochimaru's pointing finger to see Jiraiya, whose jaw was nearly on the ground. Observing this, Kakashi felt a little better, realizing he was not the only one overwhelmed. However, he was unaware that Jiraiya was not astonished by Uchiha Jimiya's strength. Having witnessed exaggerated displays in the land of demons and the land of lightning, he was not easily shaken by this minor spectacle. He was astonished by the idea of breathing with heaven and earth. Chapter 85, to seek him as a mentor? Ever since the toads of Myobokuzen vanished, retreating to an unknown refuge, Jiraiya's training in sage techniques has relied solely on his own efforts. He had long believed his natural talent to be lacking, a misconception that proved to be erroneous. In truth, Jiraiya's aptitude is anything but inferior. In his youth, after learning the summoning technique from his master, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was able to execute the hand seals with remarkable precision, arriving at Myobokuzen without fail. Moreover, had he been aware that, even after his demise in the future, others would covet his abilities and seek to replicate them, he would have recognized that his talent is undeniably on par with that of Orochimaru and Tsunade. Now, through diligent effort, he has begun to carve his own path in sage training, independent of the Toad's guidance. As the mentor to many pivotal figures in the shinobi world, Jiraiya's influence within the currents of fate is not to be underestimated. The nascent will of the planet has been closely observing him. Even now, as the shinobi realm witnesses the remarkable prowess of Uchiha Jimiya, Jiraiya's significance has not waned entirely. At this moment, as Uchiha Jimiya dealt a fatal blow to Hanzo of the Salamander, Jiraiya sensed a remarkable convergence of energies, the storm, thunder, raindrops, and the young man's chakra and sage power all entwined in a singular breath. The sounds of thunder and tempest resonated until the forest floor sank several meters beneath the onslaught. It was only then that Jimiya paused, registering the rising values on his panel, confirming that Hanzo was indeed defeated. Jimiya, fully aware that Hanzo could not escape the storm and lightning that besieged him, understood the multitude of jutsu available in this world, countless techniques with diverse functions, including methods for resurrecting the dead like Edo Tensei and Rinne Rebirth. Only by meticulously verifying the panel could he rest assured that his enemy had been utterly vanquished. As he retracted his battle stance, he noticed Orochimaru, Tsunade, and two others hastening to his side. With a gentle smile, he greeted them. It has been quite some time, my friends. And this must be Shikamaru." Jimiya extended his hand to Shikamaru, his grin warm. "Your recent victory over the Sand's puppet forces has echoed in my ears." Surprised, Shikamaru shook Jimiya's hand solemnly. When I was merely a chunin, Lord Jinmyu's name had already resonated throughout the shinobi world. He felt a genuine astonishment. Though the Nara clan has always been aligned with the Hokage, the current Uchiha, under the expansion of the security department, has become a formidable presence in Konoha. They would not foolishly harbor lingering animosity toward the Uchiha. As the Uchiha's influence grew, even families that once opposed them began to reconsider their stance, especially now. After Jinmyu's triumph over the Hidden Cloud Village, should he conclude this front in the war, his renown in Konoha would reach unparalleled heights. Enough with the mutual flattery. You too, Tsunade interjected, her impatience apparent. She had always found such exchanges tedious. Acknowledging her straightforwardness, Jinmyu nodded in understanding as the Uchiha squad arrived. My lord, we have arrived. Has the battle concluded? Fools, just look ahead. Those marks signify yet another victory for Lord Jinmyu. With a wave of his hand, the chatter subsided. He nodded in satisfaction. Let us convene at the camp to discuss matters. Indeed, Jinmyu-kun, it seems you have plans in motion. Remarked the astute Orochimaru, a complex expression crossing his face. He understood that Jinmyu's arrival at the Konoha camp indicated a shift in command. Is this not against protocol? Orochimaru mused, but then again, the essence of a ninja lies in their strength. When one reaches an extraordinary level, their presence, akin to gravity, draws everyone in. Especially those who straddle both sides of allegiance. They must be contemplating the Uchiha's legacy as one of the founding clans of Konoha. And perhaps a slight deviation from the norm would be permissible. Yet, for his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru held a profound respect, wishing for his teacher to retire gracefully post-war. It seemed he would need to engage in a serious discussion with Jinmyu afterward. As Orochimaru's thoughts unfolded, upon Jinmyu's arrival at the Konoha camp, every shinobi present, be they Jonin, Chunin, or Jinin, looked to him with unwavering respect. Many among them had lived through the events in the Land of Lightning and, through their accounts, Konoha had come to recognize the formidable nature of Jinmyu. When news of another Azura emerging from the Uchiha clan spread throughout Konoha, even the Hyuga clan, which had long sought to rival the Uchiha due to their ocular techniques, began to waver in their unwavering support of the Hokage. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all familiar with me. Jinmyu addressed the assembly, pleased by their demeanor. No one inquired why he had appeared here while on a mission to secure trade routes. It seemed that the survivors of this war were not fools. I shall dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. Tomorrow, I will commence the resolution of this conflict. Those who fought alongside me in the Land of Lightning should already be aware of the subsequent actions to take. Please relay this information. At that moment, Jiraiya stood in a state of bewilderment. The Land of Lightning? Surely, it could not be that again. With a resigned sigh, he found himself struggling to comprehend this world. Having recently regained his faith in the notion that understanding between people was possible, he now faced the unsettling prospect of Jinmyu's influence once more. Under such power, the chances of a Wagakure and Sunagakure refusing to surrender seemed improbable. Perhaps this was an alternative form of mutual understanding among lightning, earth, and sand? With his mind in disarray, Jiraiya chose to temporarily relinquish his rational thoughts, allowing them to drift into the ether. Meanwhile, several children observed Jinmyu's remarkable display of power. Nagato, did you see that? That guy is truly incredible. Hanzo fell in just a few moves. Should we seek him as our mentor? Chapter 86. The transformation of Tsutsuki, the red-haired child, known as Nagato, turned his head. His expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon his companions. Yahiko, indeed a formidable presence, yet he is a ninja from Konoha. The blonde-haired youth, Yahiko, narrowed his eyes slightly. I am aware, Nagato, of your disdain for the ninjas of Konoha. They did, after all, attack your parents. But you managed to protect them well. And since they are safe, his eyes gleamed as he continued. Then, Nagato, you should not squander your remarkable abilities. Let us seek the mentorship of the most powerful ninja we currently know. He can fully unlock your potential, and then, we shall be able to save this country. Beside them, the blue-haired girl observed her two companions with concern. She feared that Yahiko's suggestion might upset Nagato. Their newfound home could once again be at risk. Konan and Yahiko had met Nagato in a war-torn village, fleeing from the relentless pursuit of various ninjas. They stumbled into the village where Nagato resided, which, at the time, had not yet been touched by the ravages of war. However, the effects of conflict had begun to seep in, making life exceedingly difficult for the citizens of the Land of Rain. As orphans, both she and Yahiko found no one able to spare the energy to care for them. In their moment of despair, Nagato's mother, a woman radiating warmth like the sun, took them in. The reason she could accommodate Konan and Yuhiko was due to Nagato's extraordinary existence. After his tattoo turned white, an inexplicable power began to flow through him. He could use the tattoo on his hand to open portals to the realm of the nobility. Indeed, the first ability of that tattoo was the spatial gateway. And as the information released from the tattoo resonated within Nagato's mind, he realized that upon reaching the noble residences, no matter how fierce the battles raged outside, this place remained untouched. Naturally, food was abundant. Nagato relied on pilfering food from these places to provide for his family, thereby giving them the courage to shelter orphans. However, this fortunate situation did not last long. At an unknown time, a team of Konoha ninjas arrived in the village, seeking provisions, which inevitably led to a confrontation with Nagato's affluent family. The leading ninja initially intended to eliminate them swiftly. Yet, at the moment he unleashed his killing intent, Nagato, seemingly entranced, summoned a terrifying power, resulting in the immediate demise of the 4 Konoha ninjas present. Fortunately, they possessed Nagato's spatial abilities, allowing them to retreat to safety. Increasingly anxious, Konan could no longer contain herself. She urgently exclaimed, "Yuhiko, Nagato, please do not truly quarrel. Even if we do not learn from that powerful ninja, we can still go to Mangekyō to study ninjutsu." At that moment, Nagato regarded the troubled Konan and the resolute Yuhiko. He calmed his mind. Indeed, that ninja was the strongest he had ever encountered. His parents were unharmed, and his negative impression of Konoha ninjas stemmed merely from first impressions. Furthermore, as if a thought struck him, Nagato glanced at the tattoo on his palm. Surely, the powerful ninja would discern the true nature of his tattoo. Very well, Yuhiko, let us learn from that powerful ninja. With newfound determination, the 3 of them set off towards the Konoha encampment, never considering what would happen if that powerful ninja refused to accept them. After the meeting had adjourned, Uchiha Motoharu settled beneath a tree, sitting cross-legged. The natural energies of the world ebbed and flowed around him. At that moment, he was engaged in comprehending the divinity bestowed by the heavenly decree. The ruler of the Awaken region. As his understanding deepened, his breath synchronized with his miniature world, inhaling and exhaling the immense energy descending from the cosmos in harmony with the planet's magnetic field. No, it should be called solar energy. As he absorbed this energy, the complete Tsutsuki genes within him began to exhibit remarkable effects. Like a whale consuming, he absorbed a significant portion of the solar energy falling from the heavens. This energy, transformed through his chakra, gradually turned the tips of his hair white, and the alabaster hue of his skin became increasingly apparent. After exhaling a breath of stale air, Uchiha Motoharu concluded today's training. The various anomalies on his body slowly faded, his hair regaining its original black color and his skin returning to its normal hue. He was acutely aware of these peculiarities and often felt an insatiable yearning. He sensed that if he were to fully transform into an Tsutsuki, augmented by the divinity granted by the planet, he would experience an unprecedented metamorphosis. This realization was neither a sixth sense nor derived from any other source, but rather from the sensation bestowed by the divine sword of wisdom within his consciousness. It seemed that following this pivotal transformation, the sword's powers would be completely at his disposal. No, it should not be termed liberation, but rather a full utilization of its capabilities. What an exhilarating prospect. He wondered what kind of power would manifest should he wield the divine sword of Bahram. With this anticipation, Uchiha Motoharu rose to his feet and made his way back to his resting place. Just then, a Konoha Jonin appeared before him in the expansive plaza, looking somewhat troubled. He offered a slight bow and said, "Lord Motoharu, 3 children from the land of rain wish to see you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Motoharu was taken aback. This was a military camp, after all. Ordinarily, civilians from enemy nations approaching this vicinity would face immediate consequences. What made this situation special enough for someone to report to him? Before he could voice his thoughts, the ninja hesitated and added, "My lord, one of them has red hair and possesses an overwhelming chakra." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Motoharu understood. The Uzumaki clan had been seeking refuge with him in Konoha for some time now. At this moment, a red-haired child with immense chakra indeed presented a unique challenge. If they were to execute them on the spot, what if he learned of it and was displeased? Acknowledging their predicament, Motoharu nodded in understanding, then led the way. "I shall see who wishes to meet me." Deep within, he harbored a suspicion. Red hair, the land of rain, immense chakra. Could it be Nagato? Yet, how curious. Given that Uchiha Obito was currently on the moon, keeping watch for extraterrestrial threats, and had not bestowed upon him the Rinnegan, how had he managed to survive? Before long, Uchiha Motoharu arrived at the entrance and beheld the red-haired child whose pale tattoos confirmed his identity. What a revelation! It turned out to be a variant of the White Crescent. Chapter 87. The Curse of Death. Several little spirits. Uchiha Yuan Ming raised an eyebrow. Is it you who wish to see me? The trio led by Yahiko felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of what they believed to be the strongest ninja. Yahiko gritted his teeth and stepped forward. My lord, I hope we can follow you and learn ninjutsu. With that, they knelt in Adagi's posture. Yahiko pulling Nagato and Konan down with him. At that moment, Yahiko, who received no immediate response, began to sweat nervously. He was uncertain of his success. But learning from the strongest ninja was the only path to the most formidable guidance. Seeing these three adopt such a posture intrigued Uchiha Yuan Ming, who acknowledged that Yahiko had a flicker of intelligence, albeit a scant one. His desire to take him as a disciple was genuine. Yet whether he could be of use in the future was another matter. Shaking his head, he knew that was unlikely. Even if Yahiko had not yet been instructed by Jiraiya and harbored no illusions of mutual understanding, he remained fiercely loyal to his homeland, the sorrowful land of rain. This conviction would not waver. But what of it? Such steadfastness was preferable. When his disciple ascended to the throne of this nation, he would impart a lesson on the dominion of capital. Very well, I shall accept all three of you as my disciples. Uchiha Yuan Ming's resonant voice reached the ears of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. They looked up in disbelief. Coming to their senses, they exclaimed, Hooray! We did it, Nagato. Yahiko's courage proved formidable. Otherwise, wonderful. Yahiko, Nagato. Observing the exuberant trio, Uchiha Yuan Ming chuckled softly and motioned them to follow him inside. Accepting these young ones as disciples was merely a side note. Considering their connection to Jiraiya, Yuan Ming allowed them to accompany him for a few days. After all, starting tomorrow, he would advance the front lines into the land of Earth and had little time to instruct them. Once he had thoroughly explained the situation to Nagato and the others, they willingly followed Jiraiya. The next morning, standing atop a high platform, Uchiha Yuan Ming's expression turned serious. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not indulge in further motivational speeches. However, I promise that wherever I tread, I shall be invincible. Oh, we believe in you. Lord Yuan Ming. Below. The ninja who had once followed Yuan Ming to defeat the hidden cloud village erupted in cheers. Nodding, Uchiha Yuan Ming leaped into the air. With a mighty roar, a colossal Susanoo materialized in the sky. As its wings unfurled, a thunderous wave surged forth, and the gigantic deity vanished into the heavens. The ninja below, nearly swept off their feet by the gusts, beheld a white trail in the sky heading straight for the land of Earth. Incredible. At that size, it must be traveling at the speed of sound. Hatake Tsukumo, a samurai turned ninja and the leader of the Hatake clan, the well-versed in literature, was astonished by the sight of the massive deity soaring through the sky at such velocity. Enough, Tsukumo, there are still many days ahead. There is no need to be overly astonished. Let us depart. Orochimaru licked his lips, his desire for Uchiha Yuan Ming's power, its very source, growing ever more insatiable. A plan began to form in his mind. With the eight-headed serpent technique already in hand, he had constructed his obsession. The next step would be to devise a technique that would allow him to seize control of a body at will. He aimed to base the forthcoming 2.0 potion on this and clone a perfect body suited to him, thus attaining power and immortality. Nearby, the trio following Jiraiya felt invigorated. They had indeed chosen the right teacher. At the border of the land of Earth, after most of his ninjas were repelled by Hanzo, Noki had brought reinforcements to this location. Having concluded his discussions with the Yellow Earth, he now floated above the camp, weariness etched on his face. The Iwagakure ninja forces were the largest among the 5 great nations. However, this land's resources, while slightly better than those of the land of sand, were still lacking. The oases in the desert were plentiful, while his own land was barren, lacking forests, minerals, and water sources. This desolate land was indeed a source of great suffering. In light of these scarce resources, the training of ninjas had to be tailored to local conditions, guided by the will of Earth. Noki steered Iwagakure towards a collective approach. The individual prowess of their ninjas was arguably the weakest among the 5 hidden villages, yet they excelled in group combat. However, this strength had been shattered by that rogue, the salamander, through poison. Had he not decisively brought in reinforcements? Who could say how many rogue ninjas would emerge after the collapse of the will of Earth within their hearts? Such a scenario would deal a devastating blow to Iwagakure. Discontent brewed within the village, particularly among the Jinchuriki. As he pondered these matters, Noki gazed down at his camp, exhaling a sigh of helplessness. Suddenly, He sensed something amiss in the sky. Extending his hand as if to perceive something, he noted the erratic airflow. What was happening? As a wielder of dust release, his sensitivity to wind release was extraordinary. At that moment, he sensed the winds in the sky becoming tumultuous. Swish, 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 unfathomable currents began to rise on the distant horizon. A hurricane? No. Where would a hurricane come from in the land of Earth? Naki's eyes widened as he stared at the sky, which gradually turned to deep azure. The sound of crashing waves accompanied the winds. What is this? Wind. The thought crossed Naki's mind. Realizing that the wind seemed to stir the sound of ocean waves, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. A shiver coursed through Naki's body, as a malevolent intent emanated from the storm on the horizon. His skin prickled, warning him that this malice sought to devour him. At that moment, in the distant sky, Uchiha Yuan Ming's expression remained indifferent. He was neither excited nor harboring any cruel thoughts. He was solely intent on annihilating those who refused to acknowledge his dominion as the sovereign of the land of Iwa. The tomo behind the colossal deity quivered slightly, beginning to release its exalted power. The azure divine winds surged forth, accompanied by the sounds of crashing waves, starting to envelop the world. Uchiha Yuan Ming gazed down at the ants below, reciting the death's decree. Gather your great blades, heed. This is the so-called heavenly sword of the Amatsukami. It is the steel that shatters 1,000 blades. Now is the time to obliterate the southern barbarians, northern D, eastern E, and western Rho. Exterminate the outsiders. Chapter 88. Danzo, do not blame me. As the curse was infused with celestial power, Uchiha Motohara summoned the divine winds through his Susanoo, unleashing an unparalleled force. The merciless storm of death descended upon all the rock ninjas below, executing an all-encompassing assault. Amidst the cacophony of crashing sounds, the rock ninjas and Noki were not oblivious. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, they began employing various earth techniques for defense. Cursed be that power. Naki's expression was filled with dread. Although the onslaught of divine winds was indeed troublesome, under the protection of dust release, the energy structure disintegrated into molecular form as it approached him. However, while he remained unharmed, he pondered the fate of the rock ninjas. And that colossal Susanoo, if he recalled correctly, was about the same size as he had seen in his youth with Uchiha Madara. He had exercised utmost caution regarding the intelligence from the land of lightning. Yet, when the very source of his deepest fears manifested once more, he realized how futile his years of resistance had been. Meanwhile, Uchiha Motoharu observed the near-total annihilation of the rock ninja forces with satisfaction. As for the remaining survivors, he had no intention of exterminating them completely. He had gained a clearer understanding of the tempest he had unleashed. This power was of divine nature, bestowed by the planet, in conjunction with Susanoo. He also discerned that the natural energy of the ninja world seemed to resonate differently with the inheritance of divinity. The essence remained unchanged, yet the mastery over the flow of information had intensified. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Motoharu recalled the land of the Sand Country. If memory served him right, there existed a small kingdom within a kingdom called Lulan, where the ley lines had been entirely transformed into chakra. From this perspective, under the efforts of the Sage of Six Paths, chakra had begun to be accepted by the planetary system. The advantages of chakra in data manipulation had been thoroughly assimilated by the planet. Once he resolved all conflicts and ascended to the position of Hokage, he would certainly seek to explore that ley line. His curiosity was piqued by its potential to reverse time or traverse parallel worlds. In short, the power at play was simply astonishing. Breaking free from his reverie, he noticed Noki below, seemingly frozen in shock, and found it rather dull. With a hint of boredom, he inquired, "Will you surrender, or continue to resist stubbornly? As the Tsuchikage, the decision rests with you." Floating in midair, Noki gritted his teeth, gazing at the massive Susanoo towering hundreds of meters above him. He recalled the time in his youth when he knelt alongside his master. He had believed that after many years as Tsuchikage, facing such divine power again, with his mastery of dust release and the will of earth, he would be unafraid. However, upon confronting this force once more, he came to understand a crucial truth. Why? As the second Tsuchikage and developer of dust release, his mentor had hastily instructed him to bow his head during their meeting with Uchiha Madara when he had acted disrespectfully. At this moment, as the third Tsuchikage, Noki simulated the various outcomes of resistance in his mind. He found himself treading the same path as his teacher, defeated. He lowered his head and spoke in a thick voice. "Uchiha Motoharu, we rock ninjas surrender." With that, Noki gradually descended to comfort his comrades, who felt as if the sky had fallen upon hearing his words. Following the surrender of the rock ninjas, Uchiha Motoharu maintained his Susanu's presence as a deterrent until the main forces of Konoha arrived. After a smooth handover, he spread his wings and soared towards the land of the Sand Country, or rather, the Wind Country. His chakra was astonishingly vast. After witnessing Motoharu's departure, Jiraiya sighed in resignation. Hearing his remark, Tsunade, who had been frowning since Motoharu's outrageous display, helplessly stated, "Ninjas of this caliber cannot be measured by ordinary standards. According to clan records, my grandfather fought Uchiha Madara for several days." She bit her lip and sighed. The Uchiha have never lacked chakra. It's merely less in comparison to the Senju and Uzumaki. However, for most ninjas, the Uchiha are consistently abundant in chakra. At this moment, Orochimaru nodded, raising his hand to capture the attention of his companions. With a serious demeanor, he addressed them. "After the rock ninjas surrender, I do not believe the sand ninjas can hold out much longer. You too should consider what will happen when Motoharu gains the extraordinary prestige of having quelled the mist, cloud, rock, and wind villages." Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Tsunade's expressions darkened. Particularly Tsunade. As the only prominent figure of the Senju clan in Konoha, the prospect of the Hokage position falling into Uchiha hands felt utterly unsettling. Despite rationality dictating that Uchiha Motoharu was an unstoppable force, the thought of her mentor possibly being ousted made her feel ill at ease. With a resigned sigh, she declared, "Upon returning to the village, I must consult Granny Mito. After that, we shall see how the Uchiha proceed. But this seems like a last resort." Jiraiya, suppressing his expression, replied with a serious tone, "For the stability of the village, I believe the ascension of the Uchiha is not unacceptable." Unlike Tsunade, who felt a personal connection, Jiraiya, as a commoner, believed that the Hokage's position, whether held by the Uchiha or Senju, was acceptable as long as it benefited the village. However, the third Hokage was his mentor. "Hey, you two needn't overthink it," Orochimaru chuckled. "Upon returning to the village, let us seek out teacher Sarutobi together. As his students, we must at least understand his thoughts before making any decisions." Hearing Orochimaru's suggestion, both nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, events unfolded precisely as Orochimaru had predicted. Faced with Uchiha Motoharu's colossal Susanoo and the boys' decisive actions that cleaved mountains to intimidate them, the Sand Ninjas quickly followed suit in their capitulation, not lagging behind the Rock Ninjas. Days later, the war in the ninja world had essentially come to a comprehensive end. Uchiha Motoharu, within the Konoha encampment, held the surrender documents of both villages in hand, beaming with delight. At that moment, he realized he had effectively expedited the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War by approximately a year. The cessation of hostilities signified the onset of addressing internal village matters. With thoughts of the village, he recalled the little tail caught by the heavenly net barrier of the security department. Motoharu smirked, chuckling. As the saying goes, "The heavens do not favor the unworthy. Danzo, do not blame me. After all, it was your little tail that I ensnared." Chapter 89. Summon Danzo to me. The war is over. This news spread swiftly throughout the village. In the face of such joyous tidings, whether from the ninja clans or the common folk, Konoha erupted in celebration. It was impossible not to feel elated. War is a terrifying ordeal, not merely a routine mission, but rather a brutal clash devoid of reason. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of ninjas engaged in fierce combat. Every survivor regarded that scene as a glimpse of hell. How splendid! I always knew Lord Uchiha was invincible. At last, the war has concluded. Thanks to Lord Uchiha, my son can finally return home. I shall erect a shrine in honor of Lord Uchiha for his contributions to Konoha. Through the powerful grassroots communication of the security forces, the entire village recognized whose efforts had led to this victory. The ninja clans listened to the exuberant voices of the commoners, each silently formulating their own plans. After all, they were not foolish. The elders of the Warring States era were aging, not deceased. They understood what choices to make when another invincible Uchiha emerged, especially when there was no one in Konoha capable of rivaling him. More importantly, the reputation of this Uchiha was at its zenith within the village at that moment. In this instance, the astute among them, even those who had previously been staunch supporters of the Hokage, began to deflect when confronted with the allure of Konoha's upper echelons. Bang, bang, bang. What is the meaning of this? I am still the Hokage. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain his fury. He slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud. What is wrong with those ninjas? Regardless of Uchiha's merits, he is still the Hokage, right? Though Uchiha's achievements in this war were greater, it was still under his leadership that victory was achieved, was it not? Hiruzen, calm down. We can still contend. After all, this war's victory, at its core, was also under their guidance. As long as they did not err, no one could undermine his position. At this moment, the advantage of the elder advisor became evident. A composed Mitarashi Anko gently reminded him, breathe. Hearing the counsel, Sarutobi Hiruzen's agitation subsided. Indeed, no matter how one assessed it, this war had triumphed under the leadership of the third Hokage. As long as they did not falter, he would certainly share in the glory. How could a Hokage with merits be cast aside in disgrace? Having come to this realization, he took a deep puff from his pipe, savoring the moment. Within the Land of Fire, Uchiha Uemura, accompanied by Nagato's parents and the trio of Nagato, Yahiko and Konan, was making his way back to Konoha. Leading the group, he was acutely aware of the anxious emotions felt by Nagato's parents within his sensory range. Uemura understood their trepidation. The day after the war concluded, he had summoned Nagato and his companions, explaining that he would not be staying in the Land of Rain to instruct them. The only choice he presented was to follow him to Konoha. He had anticipated that this would create a dilemma for the trio, yet he was pleasantly surprised by Yahiko's immense resolve, who directly persuaded Nagato. Together, they approached Nagato's parents, continuing the process of persuasion. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Reflecting on this, he sighed helplessly. Turning to them, he reassured, "Dear parents, you are adults. I do not wish to comfort you like this. From your expressions, it seems a previous action by Konoha's ninjas has instilled fear in you. However, please trust me. With my power, if I truly intended harm, you would have no capacity to resist." Upon hearing Uchiha Uemura's explanation, they understood that if the other party truly meant to scheme against them, such elaborate measures would be unnecessary. Moreover, this troublesome matter was initiated by their own child. Additionally, even as ordinary citizens of the Land of Rain, they were aware of Uchiha Uemura's reputation. He was undoubtedly a significant figure in Konoha. Ensuring their safety would not be an issue. With this understanding, their anxiety dissipated. As they continued on their journey to accommodate the ordinary IC, they arrived in Konoha 2 days later. Upon entering the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Uemura ensured the group's comfort before heading to the security department, summoning Uchiha Yuta. Yuta, disseminate the news regarding Danzo's human experiments. Uchiha Yuta stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding, Lord Uemura, spreading the news is straightforward. But you must first discuss this with Konoha's higher-ups regarding their potential reactions. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Uemura nodded in understanding. Rest assured, Yuta, I grasp your meaning. If they demonstrate sincerity and express willingness to initiate the Hokage election, everything will remain at the level of mere rumors. Seeing his leader comprehend this point alleviated the weight from Uchiha Yuta's heart. He had always feared that when one possesses overwhelming power, they might neglect the use of intellect, opting instead to resolve everything through sheer strength. Such an approach is feasible, yet it inevitably invites scorn and condemnation. A troublesome issue arose for Uchiha Yuta since he began his studies. He discovered a concerning pattern. The Mangekyō Sharingan across generations often led to obsession. Having recently awakened his own eyes, he too had begun to experience such issues. The unique nature of Uchiha's power could exacerbate this tendency toward obsession. If their leader were to succumb to such a fate, should he become resentful after facing criticism, there would be no one akin to Senju Hashirama to stand in his way. In truth, he was unaware that Uchiha Uemura was an exception, unlikely to face such problems. However, dismissing his concerns, he urged the security department's promotional channels to unleash their full force. Before long, word began to spread among the villagers of Konoha. Every villager soon became aware of the rumor that the village's elite were conducting human experiments. Did you hear? It seems the higher-ups are using the first Hokage's corpse for some experiment. Are you aware? It appears they have even captured ordinary villagers, secretly conducting dangerous experiments. I can guarantee it. The son of my neighbor, Takusabur, had no plans to leave the village, yet he mysteriously vanished not long ago. Do you think they? Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly cut off the audio-visual from the crystal ball and slammed it down onto the table with a heavy thud. His expression contorted in rage. Bring Danzo to me. Chapter 90. Branding a person. Without mentioning the anger of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office, Shimura Danzo was in a state of great distress. His clandestine experiments were known only to the village's upper echelons. How had the security department managed to uncover his secrets? He was baffled. He had taken every precaution at this secret experimental base. What on earth was going on? With a darkened expression, Danzo coldly inquired of his kneeling subordinate. The dozen or so root ninjas exchanged glances, uncertain. Finally, a shinobi of the Yamanaka clan raised his head and explained, Lord Danzo, Some time ago, the security department established a so-called heavenly net barrier. This barrier, completed with the assistance of the Uzumaki clan, possesses formidable surveillance capabilities. The Yamanaka ninja trailed off, but Danzo grasped the implication. With a furious bang, he struck the table, standing up as he prepared to voice his thoughts. Suddenly, an Umbu member appeared in the room through the body flicker technique. Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your presence in the main building. Danzo, veins throbbing on his forehead, took a deep breath to quell his rising anger, forcing himself to calm down. It was apparent that the Uchiha had already spread rumors through the security department. There was no sense in lingering on that point. He needed to discuss the next steps with Hiruzen. Despite his deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha, he had spent these years focusing on his experiments, seeking Mokutan to counter them. Now, with the experiment incomplete, his adversaries had made their move. If he failed to address this crisis appropriately, he feared he would lose the power he held just beneath the Hokage. Having come to this realization, Danzo lifted his gloomy gaze to the Umbu member and said in a low voice, "Lead the way." The core building of the security department lay at the heart of the village, as did the Hokage building. In this situation, it was advantageous for Uchiha Motomiya. Ever since Yuta had commenced his actions, he had been standing by the window, observing the movements around the Hokage building. "Rest assured, my lord. As long as they are not foolish, they will surely come to negotiate with you," Uchiha Yuta remarked, joining Motomiya at the window, both gazing at the Hokage building. "Let us hope they possess some wisdom," Motomiya mused, his expression somewhat dazed. He reflected that if this endeavor succeeded, he would ascend to the position of Hokage. The Hokage in his previous life, he had dismissed it as merely the leader of a village. However, upon entering this world, he comprehended the immense significance of the title. It represented the entirety of a nation's military and diplomatic authority. Defense rested with the ninja village, as did the initiation of wars and negotiations with foreign military systems. The scope of this power could not be encapsulated by the mere title of village chief. Before Motomiya could ponder further, a series of knocks echoed through the room. "Enter. Lord Motomiya, the Hokage's Umbu is in the hall and wishes to summon you to the Hokage building." At that moment, both Motomiya and Yuta shared a mutual thought. They exchanged glances, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Motomiya's mouth as he turned to retrieve a scroll from the table. "We cannot keep the third Hokage waiting, Yuta. I shall go meet them." Upon entering, Motomiya found Sarutobi Hiruzen surrounded by his closest allies, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. "Hokage-sama, it has been a while," Motomiya greeted, a faint smile gracing his features. Hiruzen, maintaining a semblance of patience, replied, "Indeed, it has been a while. Minister Motomiya." He set aside his pipe and continued at a measured pace. "The reason for your summoning is to discuss the recent proliferation of rumors within the village." Noticing that, aside from Hiruzen, the expressions of the other three were decidedly grim, Motomiya surmised that they all understood the gravity of the situation at hand. He preferred to avoid unnecessary pleasantries. Producing the scroll he had brought from the security department, he stepped towards Hiruzen's desk, placing it down with a slight smile. "Hokage-sama, rest assured, we will resolve the issue of the rumors. All I require is your timely response once you have reviewed the information contained within this scroll." "You insolent fool." Koharu could no longer contain herself. "Is this how you treat the Hokage? After all these years of our patience, is this all we receive? You simply lay down a scroll and expect us to wait for your news? Who is truly the Hokage here, you or Hiruzen?" As she rose to rebuke Motomiya, Hiruzen raised a hand and commanded, "Enough. Koharu, let us first examine the contents of this scroll. As for you, Minister Motomiya, you may return and await our response." Faced with Hiruzen's serious demeanor, Koharu, despite her seething anger, fell silent and resumed her seat. Motomiya nodded and exited the Hokage office. The moment Motomiya's figure vanished from sight, Hiruzen swiftly unfolded the scroll, laying it out on the table for a rapid review. The other three did not hold back, eager to discern Motomiya's intentions. Before long, after perusing the scroll's contents, the third Hokage had yet to speak, but Danzo suddenly flushed with indignation, shouting, "Impossible! Is Uchiha attempting a rebellion? What do you mean by Hiruzen stepping down and restarting the election process? This war was won under Hiruzen's leadership, and these demands are utterly preposterous." Mito Gate Hamura nodded in agreement with Danzo's words. Generally composed, the prospect of the Uchiha executing such a plan threatened to strip him of the power he had held for so long. The allure of power, now slipping from his grasp, felt like a death sentence. Koharu, who had almost exploded moments earlier, reverted to her role of managing the male companion's tempers, calmly stating, "Let us remain composed, gentlemen. In the face of an opponent who is virtually impossible to counter, we should strategize instead. As Motomiya exited the building, he sensed that matters would not unfold smoothly. His demands were indeed excessive. Nevertheless, he had resolved to proceed. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he swiftly arrived at Hikari's room. Huh, Motomiya, are you here too? Hikari exclaimed joyfully, leaping up in anticipation of embracing her beloved. Yet, Motomiya raised a hand to halt her. Hikari, I have not come for that purpose this time. I need you to mark someone shortly. Chapter 91. Let us meet Hinata. Upon hearing this, the fleeting disappointment in her eyes was evident as she realized that Uchiha Yuan Ming had come to discuss serious matters. Very well, whom shall I mark? Uchiha Yuan Ming, having keenly sensed that glimmer of disappointment, chose to remain silent. To be honest, often outnumbered in this household, he was reluctant to engage in unnecessary overtime. He needed to replenish himself before proceeding, severing the colorful thoughts in his mind. Yuan Ming's lips curled into a cruel arc as he coldly declared, "It is the head of the Shimura clan, who has always held disdain for our Uchiha." Uchiha Hikari stretched lazily and yawned. Shimura Danzo? Marking a ninja of that caliber is a piece of cake. Uchiha Yuan Ming understood the extent of the girl's power, especially after the enhancements to her genes. Here, take this. It will help you locate that individual. He handed her a talisman. What is this? The girl tilted her head, perplexed. This is a tracking talisman, akin to an explosive tag, inscribed with a searching jutsu. It is a small trinket I created after delving deeper into the study of divine talismans. For divine beings, locating someone is quite simple. This is the direction of my research. I simulated the secret technique using chakra and inscribed it onto the talisman. Should all go as I envision, what will Sarutobi Hiruzen do? After deliberating strategies within the Hokage building, the compromise faced by Hiruzen left Shimura Danzo engulfed in profound disappointment and despair. Why had they studied the power of the first Hokage? Why carry out such inhumane experiments? Was it not due to the overwhelming pressure exerted by that Uchiha brat? Indeed, it was I who conducted the experiments, and it is I who bears the guilt. You, Hiruzen, have always been the perfect Hokage, the strongest Hokage. Yet, in a bid to retain power, you contemplate sacrificing yourself. Talking about the victory in war, you are compelled to trigger the Hokage election process, which will tarnish your Hokage legacy. He hoped to cast off his own guilt in order to negotiate with the Uchiha for a postponement of a year or two before proceeding. How outrageous. Am I to be merely a scapegoat for you, Hiruzen? Must I forever bear the burden? At that moment, Danzo's mind was filled with memories of that day. If only he had acted sooner, would the Hokage not have been himself? Now, the blame rests on Hiruzen, does it not? How infuriating. Why am I not the Hokage? Consumed by rage, Danzo had essentially abandoned his vigilance. He felt it unnecessary to remain cautious, for this was already his territory. The entrance to the route was right before him. Hey, you must be Danzo. Suddenly, a cold, indifferent female voice pierced through the air. Who is it? Danzo's expression shifted as he turned towards the source of the voice. The striking visage of Uchiha Hikari met his gaze. This is troublesome. He had consistently gathered intelligence on the Uchiha, and he was well aware of this girl, one of their top combatants. Her ocular abilities included Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi. What could possibly bring her before him? Sensing danger, Danzo feigned calmness and inquired, Uchiha Hikari, what brings you here? I believe this area does not fall within the patrol range of the security department. Hikari tilted her head, letting out an exasperated sigh. I must return to dine with Yuan Ming. I have no time to explain. Speak. The girl's eyes flickered slightly, and the rotating tomo instantly formed a kaleidoscopic pattern. Are you Uchiha planning a rebellion? Danzo's countenance drastically changed, as his long-standing fears had come to fruition. The Uchiha could no longer wait. They were directly initiating a rebellion against the higher-ups. Damn. Before he could finish, Hikari's ocular prowess was unleashed upon him. What is this? Not Amaterasu? Feeling a chill, Danzo noticed that the black, unquenchable flames of Amaterasu did not manifest. Instead, an unfamiliar symbol appeared on his arm. As confusion set in, an inexplicable emotion flooded his mind, causing him to kneel before the girl. Lady Hikari, what action must I undertake? You have come to meet with me alone. Seeing Danzo completely under the control of Yasukani no Magatama, Hikari disdainfully pursed her lips. The general situation is already in your mind. Afterward, simply act according to our signal. Upon receiving the command, a plan began to materialize in Danzo's mind. In a few days, after Lord Yuan Ming successfully persuades the ninja clans aligned with the Hokage, eliminating those who cannot be swayed, he would receive the signal to detonate himself in the heart of the village. This would ensure that the considerable reputation gained by the village's higher-ups due to the war would suffer a devastating blow. This was a strategy that Lord Yuan Ming had decided upon long ago. How could he have forgotten it? Truly lamentable. All of this is for Lord Yuan Ming, for Lady Hikari. Shimura Danzo, flushed with fervor, exclaimed, "For the Uchiha, I shall cooperate wholeheartedly." Nodding. The girl chose not to elaborate further and vanished using body flicker technique before the gates of Root. Watching the one he revered depart, Danzo rose, contemplating how to deliver a painful betrayal to the higher-ups of Konoha as he slowly stepped into the depths of Root. Hikari is remarkable. She has aided me immensely. At this moment, Yuan Ming readily caressed her hair in response to her accolades, whispering to her that he would seek her out later that night. He departed from her home, leaving the girl blushing. Uchiha Yuan Ming then arrived at the agreed meeting place with Uchiha Yuta, where he found Yuta already accompanied by Rai and Baru, awaiting his arrival. Satisfied, Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded in acknowledgement. "Excellent, let us proceed to meet Hinata." Chapter 92. If you cannot defeat them, join them. The Hyuga clan boasts a rich and ancient lineage, renowned for possessing one of the three major ocular bloodlines, the Byakugan. In the realm of Shinobi, they stand shoulder to shoulder with the Uchiha and Shinja clans, practically untouchable in their supremacy. However, as a time traveler, Uchiha Yuan Ming possesses a broader understanding. Unlike the early stages of the Chunin exams, where the narrative was dominated by the Uchiha's legacy, the later developments of Naruto gradually expanded upon the capabilities and mystique of the Byakugan. After all, the Otsutsuki clan, with their Byakugan, wields powers that seem increasingly formidable. In their possession, the Byakugan appears as a foundation of myriad eyes, capable of transformation under certain conditions. These elements imparted a significant revelation to Uchiha Yuan Ming. The Byakugan is undeniably crucial and immensely powerful, yet the peculiarity of the Hyuga clan's seeming inadequacy perplexes him. Despite possessing such an advantageous ocular technique, they persist in their obsession with taijutsu. Their insight into chakra surpasses that of the Sharingan, yet they refrain from replicating ninjutsu. It is indeed baffling. One must acknowledge that the Otsutsuki bloodline exhibits a profound control over chakra, a trait that is vividly manifested in the Hyuga clan. The absurdity of techniques like reversal would be inconceivable for anyone else. Yet, they resolutely avoid learning ninjutsu, fixated instead on a form of taijutsu that defies reason. The 8 trigrams. Yuan Ming has harbored this immense confusion throughout his previous life and his current existence in the shinobi world. In the so-called realm of 8 trigrams, they unleash a flurry of strikes at remarkable speed, dozens, hundreds of blows. Would their adversaries be reduced to a mere pin-cushion if they wielded kunai or swords instead? This remains a conundrum that Uchiha Yuan Ming can never comprehend. Upon nearing the grand gates of the Hyuga clan, he severed his thoughts. Regardless of the clan's perspective, his immediate concern was to form an alliance with them. While the Byakugan's abilities may not be utilized to their fullest by its bearers, its reputation could lend considerable advantage to his forthcoming endeavors. After all, when one observes the Hyuga clan, a clan adept in ocular techniques aligning with the Uchiha, what stance should other lesser clans adopt? In the elegant courtyard, the soothing sound of water being poured calmed the mind. Setting down his tea bowl, Uchiha Yuan Ming raised his gaze. And before him stood 3 Byakugan-wielding shinobi, 1 elder and 2 youths. The elder, approximately in his 50s, bore a square face and exuded an air of propriety. The 2 younger ones, seemingly around 15 or 16, shared strikingly similar features, confirming their status as twins, with one adorned by a Konoha forehead protector. In that instant, Uchiha Yuan Ming discerned the elder's identity, Hyuga Hayashi, the current head of the clan. The younger ones were undoubtedly his sons, with the one displaying the forehead protector being Hyuga Hinata, while the other was Hyuga Niji. Yuan Ming felt a profound sense of irony regarding the clan's tradition wherein only one son could ascend as the head of the family. The Hyuga-esque curse mark system likely emerged following the arrival of the Otsutsuki, designed to prevent the Byakugan from being exploited. The Otsutsuki clan itself is divided, yet they have never resorted to such malicious curse seals. The notion of a cage bird is indeed absurd, rendering the Byakugan seemingly feeble. Hyuga Hayashi, upon seeing Uchiha Yuan Ming, chuckled as he shook his head slightly, unable to contain his amusement, and directly inquired about the purpose of Yuan Ming's visit. Not so much as to teach, but I imagine the movements of the Uchiha have not escaped your Byakugan's keen perception, Yuan Ming responded, his expression sharpening. Hyuga Hayashi neither affirmed nor denied this. The Uchiha's actions, truth be told, were practically heralding their intentions to rally the Hyuga clan in pursuit of the Hokage position. Minister Yuan Ming, you jest. Our Byakugan is not employed to spy on comrades. As for the Uchiha's maneuvers, the Hyuga clan shall always stand on the side of the victors. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ming felt a twinge of impatience. Did the Hyuga clan truly wish to haggle over conditions? As he parted his lips to respond, he was cut off. Thus, the Hyuga clan shall spare no effort in supporting Minister Yuan Ming's ascent to the Hokage. At that moment, Hayashi and his two sons prostrated themselves in a gesture of profound respect. This unexpected display left Uchiha Yuan Ming at a loss for words. Had the Hyuga clan surrendered at lightning speed? Had they not always been aligned with the Hokage? Please, Lord Hayashi, rise. Yuan Ming urged, hastily assisting them to their feet. As Hyuga Hinata stood, he grappled with conflicting emotions. Why would his father capitulate so swiftly to the Uchiha in the political landscape of Konoha? As the future head of the clan, he was acutely aware of the recent peculiar chakra fluctuations they had sensed emanating from the secret chamber known only to the clan leader and heir. Upon investigation, they discovered a long-cherished spherical artifact glowing ominously. This very orb contained a fusion of the Sharingan's crimson power and chakra akin to the Byakugan, locked in a struggle for dominance. The moon on that day had undergone a transformation. With their knowledge of lineage, they could no longer dismiss the signs the Otsutsuki, long thought to be mere legend, were indeed real, and there existed a power rivaling that of the Sharingan. In that moment, aside from Uchiha Yuan Ming, they could conceive of no other candidate. Thus, when the Uchiha initiated their campaign for the Hokage position, both father and son resolved to wholly support the Uchiha clan. In the face of the formidable Uchiha, especially with the Shinja clan currently in retreat, who could stand against them? Shinobi are pragmatic. If one cannot prevail, then one must join forces. The hierarchy between the Byakugan and Sharingan could be debated at a later time. As Uchiha Yuan Ming and Yuta emerged from the Hyuga estate, both were still somewhat dazed. Sir, it appears we have effortlessly secured the Hyuga clan's allegiance, Yuta remarked. To this, Yuan Ming expressed his surprise. Following the Hyuga's rapid submission, he had discussed the benefits that would arise from their alliance, promising to enhance the Hyuga's influence across various positions within Konoha through the power of their Byakugan. Yet, the Hyuga seemed indifferent, simply nodding along. Nevertheless, they had placed their bets on him. Now, let us pay a visit to the Inuzuka clan. Chapter 93. The opportunity for resignation. The subsequent visits unfolded so smoothly that Uchiha Jinming began to doubt his own existence. The large ninja alliance, the Inuzuka clan, which had consistently supported the Sarutobi clan, inexplicably fell to their knees in swift submission, overwhelmingly expressing their support for him. As for the smaller clans like the Uzumaki and the Yamanaka, they too voiced their allegiance to the Uchiha. In truth, Jinming was unaware that the Uchiha's recent rise had not gone unnoticed by others. The elders of various clans, still very much alive, were well aware of the power he wielded. The strength of the Uchiha was now far more formidable than it had been before the founding of the village, surpassing even the era of Madara and Izuna. With the number of Mangekyō Sharingan within their ranks rapidly approaching double digits, it was clear that the Uchiha had become a force to be reckoned with. Amidst such overwhelming strength, Uchiha Jinming, as the clan leader, managed to restrain the surge of power and maintain a degree of restraint with the higher-ups of Konoha, refraining from an immediate armed takeover of power. This left many astonished and provided them with insight into Jinming's character. He was a leader of vision and capacity, capable of nurturing and expanding influence. His martial prowess was beyond reproach, and his intellectual acumen, demonstrated through the Uchiha's recent resurgence, indicated to the ninja clans that Jinming was not merely an ordinary leader of a single village. Thus, when he exhibited an intention to assume the role of Hokage, it was only natural for the other clans, who were not isolated entities, to lend their support. Shall we commence, my lord? Uchiha Yutei inquired, standing beside Jinming as they gazed out the window towards the Hokage building. With a smile gracing his face, Uchiha Jinming nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the time has come. The moment is ripe. Let us observe how Danzo will attempt to undermine the Hokage's authority. Just days after securing agreements with various ninja clans, they had calculated the situation and deemed it time to play the Danzo card. It was not long before chaos erupted on the streets of Konoha. Two ninjas, clad in Konoha's attire yet grotesquely deformed, supported each other as they staggered through the streets, shouting, "The Hokage must take control. There are deranged individuals in Konoha." As they stumbled towards the Hokage building, they frantically identified themselves and explained their circumstances, prompting an uproar among the villagers. What? Those are Jonin Takanaka and Jai. Weren't they said to have bravely perished in battle? The revelation that they had been imprisoned for experimentation by the village's higher-ups sent shockwaves through the crowd. Who dares to imprison Jonin for human experimentation? This is madness. Whispers of Danzo Shimura's name floated through the air. However, while the commoners were oblivious, the ninjas, especially those who had recently been promoted to Jonin, understood all too well the implications of the root organization and Danzo's notorious reputation. They had expected such underhanded tactics to be reserved for rival villages, yet now they found themselves targeted. The extraordinary scene unfolded without a single ninja attempting to obstruct their path. The ninja clans had already covertly allied with Uchiha, unwilling to prevent circumstances detrimental to the higher-ups of Konoha from unfolding. Meanwhile, the commoner ninjas were seething with anger. If these two, now Jonin, could be treated this way, how could they continue to serve the will of fire? As for the Umbu, Uchiha Genming had strategically placed his clan members in the security team to intercept any Umbu that might appear. The commotion soon reached the Hokage building, which housed not only the Hokage's office, but also the mission room and the Jonin division. The Jonin present exchanged worried glances, aware that this was a serious predicament for the third Hokage. Danzo Shimura was a frequent visitor to the Hokage building, and they could not be oblivious to the implications. Indeed, as they had suspected, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, his frustration palpable. He had lost track of his pipe, and with a menacing glare, he demanded, "What is Danzo up to? Why are there individuals emerging from the experimental building? No, that cannot be. Why would he take matters into his own hands without my consent? Those individuals were clearly not willing participants in those experiments. Why did Danzo not inform me?" At that moment, Hiruzen felt betrayed by Danzo, whom he had considered a close ally. How could a good friend resort to such inhumane experiments on their own people? He could not tolerate such actions, after all. He was the Hokage. As he grappled with his rising indignation, he questioned whether Danzo had lost his sanity. Moreover, regardless of whether Uchiha Genming had played a significant role in the recent ninja war, the victory had occurred during his tenure. Therefore, the credit for this success could not be denied. This achievement was one of the few political tools Hiruzen had left to counter Genming's rising influence. Yet, Danzo had betrayed him at a critical moment, allowing the clandestine actions of the root organization to unravel in such a catastrophic manner. It was infuriating. All of his accomplishments from this war risked being overshadowed by Danzo's blunders. Now, it was too late for Hiruzen to voice his concerns. The two individuals were nearing the building. At this juncture, TKSH Jun remained remarkably composed, fully aware that if they could not withstand this crisis, it would mark the end of their reign. A Hokage who endangered his subordinates would not be accepted by the populace. "Lord Hokage, you must stand up for us," they cried out as the two individuals approached the Hokage building. In response to this outcry, the third Hokage emerged, his demeanor as serious as the stormy skies. Surveying the gathering crowd, he recognized many familiar faces among them. Chapter 94. Justice will prevail. Confronted with these familiar faces, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his inner fury, managed to muster a smile. He addressed the two ninjas, whose forms were visibly distorted due to experimentation, and inquired what grievances they had to present to him, the Hokage. Just as he finished his statement, the two Jonin, Takuchiyo and Jai-Shur, opened their mouths to respond, but before they could utter a word, a commotion erupted nearby. From the crowd of onlookers, a path gradually parted, and Uchiha Motoharu, accompanied by a dozen Jonin from the security division, slowly made his way into the scene. He cast a glance at the two ninjas before turning his head to confront the third Hokage, taking advantage of Hiruzen's momentary surprise. He lowered his gaze and directly questioned, "Hokage-sama, I am acquainted with these two Jonin, Takuchiyo and Jai-Shur. The village's ninja numbering system clearly indicates they perished in battle. Why do they appear here now, claiming to be under the machinations of Shimura Danzo? I seek your guidance, Hokage-sama." Uchiha Motoharu's assertion was indeed accurate. As the head of the security division, his knowledge of history allowed him to recognize that great endeavors require discernment in recognizing people. While his ability to identify individuals was still developing, he had managed to remember the names of all the Jonin in Konohagakure. The current situation had genuinely caught him off guard. He had indeed orchestrated the 8,000 spears incident, compelling Danzo to self-destruct. However, he was unprepared for the madness that Danzo had succumbed to now. In theory, at this stage, Shimura Danzo should still possess some degree of composure and should not have resorted to violence against the villagers. Could it be that the pressure he faced was too overwhelming, causing him to revert to his original, malevolent actions? It was a possibility. After all, this individual could assassinate his own comrades for power. and his subsequent disgraceful actions indicated that he was not of steadfast mind. As the power of the Uchiha clan grew ever more formidable, Danzo, feeling increasingly overshadowed, might have succumbed to the darkness of Shinobi. Nevertheless, it was best not to dwell on him any longer. He had become a puppet controlled by 8,000 spears. What mattered now was the opportunity at hand. With this thought, Uchiha Motohara fixed his gaze intently on Sarutobi Hiruzen, eager to see how he would respond. At that moment, Hiruzen's expression was grim. They had intended to engage in dialogue with the Uchiha, yet this unforeseen incident had arisen. No matter how he responded now, it would inevitably be wrong. Who among those present did not understand the significance of Shimura Danzo? In that instant, countless outcomes flashed through his mind. Finally, he let out a slow sigh. Everyone, please come with me. And Motoharu, rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. With that, the third Hokage summoned a member of the Umbu and instructed, bring that scoundrel Danzo here. After giving his orders, he surveyed the crowd before turning and making his way into the building. Uchiha Motoharu, upon hearing this, felt indifferent. The situation was as it was. Who could blame them for the actions of their core figure? Nodding to indicate his understanding, he followed the main group into the building, heading towards the assembly hall where all the Jonin usually convened. Inside the conference room, the Jonin had already gathered, with all seats filled, including those who had arrived later upon notification. In the hierarchy of ninjas, the title of Jonin represented not merely combat prowess or success rates in missions, but also signified a position within the village's upper echelons, granting them the rights to propose suggestions, vote, and command during missions. This significant event had undoubtedly captured the attention of all the Jonin present, and no one dared to arrive late, particularly the civilian faction, who were surrounding the two involved, offering their condolences. Before long, the door creaked open, and in walked the grim-faced Shimura Danzo. His eyes swiftly scanned the room, and with an expression devoid of emotion, he remarked, "What is this? Are you all prepared to believe the words of these traitorous ninjas and pass judgment on me, who has made exceptional contributions to Konoha?" "What did you say?" Takuchiyo, known for his fiery temper, could not contain himself upon hearing Danzo's remarks. He let out a furious roar, ready to confront Danzo. Fortunately, Jaishur, remaining relatively composed, restrained him. His mind raced as he processed the situation. He had gathered sufficient intelligence from the condolences of his friends. It seemed that the third Hokage could no longer be relied upon, and he was acutely aware of the recent goodwill expressed by the Uchiha towards civilian ninjas. As a civilian ninja himself, he was aware that those aligned with the Hokage's faction had always regarded them with prejudice. Yet, it was precisely this context that made him understand the unwavering integrity of the Uchiha's enforcement of justice. With a plan already forming in his mind, he seized Takuchiyo and declared loudly, "It is not up to you, Danzo, to determine whether we are traitors. I request the elite interrogators of the security division to analyze my mind for information. Indeed, this is how I shall counter your claims. While the Uchiha Sharingan may not be as adept as the Yamanaka clan's techniques, it suffices for our needs. In this moment, I trust the Sharingan over the Yamanaka." At this juncture, Jaishur could not help but feel grateful for the Uchiha's sense of honor and their somewhat naive disposition. What he had once found irksome, he now appreciated. Upon hearing these words, Danzo's expression twisted in fury. What credence is there to the words of traitors? Seize them at once. Uchiha Motoharu, sensing an opportunity, addressed Danzo's grim visage. "Silence, Shimura Danzo. At this moment, you are merely a suspect." With that, he swiftly activated his Sharingan, casting an illusion that rendered Danzo silent. "Our security division adheres to evidence-based protocols, and we cannot disregard Jaishur's request. Or are you so eager to incriminate yourself?" Standing, Uchiha Motohara surveyed the now quiet assembly of Jonin before turning towards the Hokage and continuing, "Hokage-sama, I am deeply appreciative of Jaishur's confidence in the security division. Thus, I assure you, we shall enforce the law with unwavering integrity." Chapter 95, nominating you as Hokage. Having spoken, he signaled to a subordinate proficient in interrogation. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was languidly smoking, his countenance shrouded in swirling smoke, exuding an air of tranquility. He observed the Uchiha interrogator as he slowly approached the esteemed Jiraiya, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yuan Ming, perplexed by the third Hokage's actions, chose to disregard it entirely, regardless of whether it stemmed from a sense of shame or a pang of conscience. It mattered little. As for Danzo's unusual silence, the instant the intelligence was revealed marked the commencement of the deadline for your ascension to Hokage. Unfazed by the Sharingan, Jiraiya was eager for the security department to extract as much information as possible from his mind. Before long, the Uchiha interrogator, his expression grim, deactivated his Sharingan and whispered a few words to Yuan Ming. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ming's expression transformed dramatically. Forming a series of hand seals, he dispelled Danzo's genjutsu. Although he had been brainwashed, it was imperative to continue the charade. Confronting Danzo, whose expression was still somewhat dazed, Yuan Ming inquired with fervor, "How could you commit such inhumane acts against your own people, Elder Danzo?" Without waiting for Danzo to retort, he turned to the third Hokage, stating, "Hokage-sama. The security department bears the responsibility of safeguarding all that is Konoha. We must proceed to search that location immediately." Seeing the intelligence had been unveiled, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while puffing on his cigarette, noted the silence of the gathered elite shinobi. Given that Yuan Ming had recently rallied these clans, it was impossible for the Hokage to be oblivious to the situation. With a newfound understanding, he took 2 more puffs of his cigarette before nodding in agreement. In light of the assertions made by both esteemed shinobi and the confirmation from the security department, let us all embark on this operation together. Upon hearing the Hokage's words, the assembled shinobi exchanged glances. Yuan Ming promptly made his way towards the exit. Before long, under the testimonies of 2 victims, they conducted a thorough search of the base. As the investigation progressed, Danzo's increasingly outrageous actions were gradually brought to light. Hiruzen, holding the damning records, wore a grim expression. When had his comrade Danzo devolved into such a state? Capturing individuals for experiments, assassinating civilians and shinobi of differing ideologies, coercing minor clans to relinquish their secret techniques. This was utterly intolerable. What was most alarming was that Danzo's hand had begun to reach towards the Inuzuka. How could he so carelessly harm the lives of his fellow villagers? How could he so casually scheme against their secret techniques? This conduct. Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the third Hokage, may have been indecisive in certain aspects, but his love for the village was unwavering. If the village required stability, there were certain actions that simply could not be taken. Did Danzo not comprehend this? The establishment of Root was meant to protect Konoha, not to drain its very lifeblood. As he encountered more and more evidence, despair began to envelop him regarding Danzo. If he could commit such acts now, what would prevent him from descending into further extremities in the future? Would he, in his obsession with becoming Hokage, resort to assassinating those who were once his bonds? Would he freely capture villagers to serve his root? Would he exploit their techniques and secrets without a second thought? Investigate. I demand to know the extent of your transgressions, Danzo. In response to Hiruzen's outburst, Danzo remained silent, eyes closed. Beside him, Yuan Ming couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. It was not merely a matter of having been brainwashed, even under normal circumstances, as an accomplished shinobi. Danzo's skills in intelligence analysis would falter in the presence of such overwhelming evidence. There was no escape for him, with no means of fleeing or fighting back. The incriminating evidence had been unearthed from his very lair. If he did not wish to be branded a rogue ninja, he could only await his judgment. To become a rogue ninja would lead to immediate execution. Moreover, within Konoha, or even the entire shinobi world, there was no death penalty. Regardless of the gravity of one's crimes, the punishment would be imprisonment. In more perilous cases, one might find themselves confined in the land of grass. Thus, there was no need to resist. At that moment, Danzo personified this reality perfectly. As the experiment survivors were rescued, they meticulously cataloged all pertinent items and evidence into scrolls. Hokage-sama. Let us discuss these matters thoroughly here. With most of Konoha's elite shinobi present, such an opportunity is rare. Seeing Yuan Ming's cheerful demeanor, Hiruzen sighed in resignation. The establishment of Root was under my directive, and I do not deny the numerous crimes Danzo has committed. Please grant me a day's time. I shall provide everyone with a satisfactory response. With that, as the third Hokage, he deeply bowed to all present. No need for such formalities, Hokage-sama. Yuan Ming quickly assisted him to his feet. Then we shall wait for a day. As Hiruzen was helped up by Yuan Ming, he discreetly released a genjutsu seal. Receiving the spell, Yuan Ming paused momentarily, yet his hand remained steady. It seemed as though he had not noticed anything amiss as he turned to the security department's subordinates, declaring, "All right. Detain Danzo and the Root Shinobi. They will be handed over to the Umbu according to the situation." With a unified response from the several elite shinobi of the security department, Danzo, along with the non-resisting Root Shinobi, was escorted back to prison. Yuan Ming nodded to everyone and subsequently vanished from the scene. Seeing the third Hokage's resolution, The remaining shinobi graciously withdrew. Hiruzen let out a deep sigh, his previously straight posture now slightly hunched. Approaching the security department, Yuan Ming took a sudden turn, stealthily making his way to another location. Before long, the residents of the Sarutobi clan came into view. Following the jinjutsu given to him by the third Hokage, he quietly arrived at a door. Using hand seals, he dispelled the barrier surrounding it. With a creak, the door slowly opened. Without a second thought, Yuan Ming stepped inside. It was an elegant courtyard. Noticing that Hiruzen had yet to arrive, he remained unperturbed, pouring himself a cup of tea from the table. After sipping a few mouthfuls, a figure pushed the door open. It was none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He approached Yuan Ming with heavy footsteps, kneeling beside him. Serving himself a cup of the tea Yuan Ming had prepared, he savored a sip before his expression turned grave. I can agree to announce my abdication tomorrow and nominate you as Hokage. However, I have one condition. Chapter 96. I will step out to clarify everything you stated, gazing intently at the austere visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, fully aware that he was not jesting. Uchiha Motoharu, in turn, urged him to reveal the condition. In that fleeting moment, Motoharu pondered extensively. If Sarutobi Hiruzen's demands were not excessively unreasonable, he could readily acquiesce. The peaceful transfer of power was indeed the most favorable outcome for those of their faction. As he contemplated the tea bowl, Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his gaze. Upon your ascension to Hokage, you must rectify the grievances concerning my clan, the Sarutobi. If you can agree to this condition, I shall wholeheartedly assist you in becoming Hokage. There was no alternative. Over the years, the Sarutobi clan had grown excessively arrogant. As the long-standing subordinate of the Senju clan, they had now produced an extraordinary individual, ascending to the position of Hokage, the leader of the village, commanding the formidable Senju and Uchiha clans. This newfound status had led the Sarutobi clan to revel in their elevated standing. Thus, when clan members sought benefits from the village, others, recognizing the third Hokage's stature, remained silent. He too turned a blind eye, for who would not desire their own clan to grow stronger? As the clan leader, his influence within Konoha would only amplify with the strength of his clan. Samurai, ninjas, merchants, and nobles alike wielded power through their clans. As Hokage, he had followed suit. Everything had progressed smoothly, and the Sarutobi clan's power continued to swell. Yet, little did he know, an exceptional figure had emerged from the Uchiha clan. His primary goal now was to protect his clan from severe repercussions. Having failed to secure the Hokage position, he was reluctant to allow the remaining authority as the leader of the Sarutobi clan to be compromised. Very well. As long as those ninjas within the Sarutobi clan who lack sufficient capability relinquish their current positions, I shall overlook any prior misdeeds once I assume office. Upon hearing the third Hokage's stipulation, Uchiha Motoharu raised an eyebrow and readily concurred. The current Sarutobi clan was not yet the colossal entity it would become under this monkey's decades-long rule. The trivial gains they had amassed were, to be frank, of little significance to him. Wealth was inconsequential. Konoha might not even surpass his own fortunes. As for ninjutsu, with the Uchiha's millennia of copying history, they possessed an abundance of techniques. The issues in this regard could be easily addressed. However, he had just stated that those unworthy of their positions must step down. One could only wonder whether those comfortably ensconced in their roles would be amenable to such a change. Humanity is indeed a curious phenomenon. Should the Sarutobi clan genuinely possess such oblivious individuals, he could not be held accountable, not knowing the thoughts within the other's heart. He remained skeptical that the Sarutobi clan would refrain from causing unrest. Upon receiving Uchiha Motoharu's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a sigh of relief, his brow relaxing. Then it is settled. I shall also communicate this to my clan. With those words, Uchiha Motoharu rose and bid farewell to the third Hokage. I shall not see you off, Motoharu clan leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his expression complex. At that moment, he was enveloped in mixed emotions. Even neglecting the customary courtesies of bidding farewell to an esteemed guest, understanding how difficult it was for them to accept an Uchiha as Hokage, he did not dwell on Sarutobi Hiruzen's rudeness and turned to leave the small room. The following morning, at the Hokage building in Konoha, a notice was posted. The villagers were highly perceptive. This village, or rather this city, was a peculiar amalgamation of military, commerce, and habitation. Living here, one could hardly be oblivious to the surrounding dynamics. The villagers had already sensed an unusual atmosphere the previous day. Furthermore, when the civilian Jainin returned home, they inevitably shared snippets of information, leading to a general awareness that significant news was imminent. They gathered early to hear 2ch elucidate the contents of the notice, which proved to be sensational and left the villagers in a state of uproar. Elder Shimura Danzo? I have never heard of this elder before. Is it that I have not seen or heard of him? That elder Danzo orchestrated a root organization and conducted human experiments on the villagers? As an elder, he is of the same echelon as the Hokage, and that root is merely another form of an umbu. The villagers grew increasingly incredulous. What did it mean to be of the same echelon as the Hokage while conducting illegal human experiments on the villagers? Was this the conduct expected from the upper echelons of Konoha? It was utterly absurd. The content of the notice sent chills down their spines. If even the civilian Jonin were subjected to such treatment, what fate awaited those without power? Moreover, there was a chilling detail. The so-called human experiments had utilized the cells of the first Hokage. If memory serves me right, the first Hokage has been deceased for many years, hasn't he? One villager rubbed his eyes, bewildered. At that moment, a civilian ninja standing beside him scoffed. The first Hokages would release power is well known throughout the village. The higher-ups covet this power, tricking ordinary folk into becoming their test subjects. It is utterly despicable. The ninja realized then why his friend had recently spoken of embarking on a grand adventure, only to vanish without a trace. It turned out he had been deceived by the village's elite and coerced into becoming a test subject. Their political and literary acumen might not be exceptional, but the cunning tactics of these treacherous ninjas had not rendered them foolish. Instead, it had sharpened their wits, albeit directed towards lethal ends. Now, the notice explicitly outlined the situation, and with a turn of thought, he grasped the unfolding narrative. Consequently, the sentiments of the ninjas and villagers in the vicinity grew increasingly agitated. At this moment, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the Hokage building. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose. Addressing his two silent companions, I sincerely apologize, Koharu, Hamura. I regret to inform you, but as Hokage, I am acutely aware that the villagers and ninjas require me to step forth and elucidate everything. Chapter 97. The Fourth Hokage of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Mitarashi and felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. We understand. Uchiha Genming's recent demeanor has grown increasingly impatient. Last night, we deliberated various scenarios. And should we continue to obstruct his ambitions? He said, pacing to the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazing out the window. He may resort to force to seize power, and once this trend is initiated, as the saying goes, the instigator bears the consequences. The subsequent power transitions in Konoha will descend into chaos, a state we cannot accept. Narashikaku nodded silently. They had only recently assumed power, and their hands were, to some extent, stained by the allure of authority. Yet, their hearts remained steadfastly devoted to Konoha. Last night, Hiruzen had summoned them in secrecy, elucidating the negotiations with Uchiha Genming and analyzing the current situation in Konoha. Confronted with the harsh reality, they hastily drafted a notice that very night, dispatching it the following morning. At this moment, as the third Hokage, Hiruzen was poised to confront the surging tide of events, with the sound of footsteps echoing. The atmosphere outside the Hokage building gradually quieted. Prior to the unfolding events, the majority of villagers held a fondness for Hiruzen. He was unlike his two predecessors. While Hashirama commanded respect due to his strength, his approachable nature was nonetheless intimidating. Tobirama, despite his admirable intellect, had a demeanor that was hard to articulate. In contrast, as the third Hokage, Hiruzen was immensely relatable. He was often seen mingling with students at the Ninja Academy, engaging them in playful interactions and greeting villagers warmly. Moreover, his quirks, long revealed by his disciple Jiraiya, endeared him to the populace, leading them to realize that esteemed figures too were merely human. Naturally, Hiruzen enjoyed considerable popularity within Konoha. He ascended to the platform of the notice board and, after a slight bow, expressed his heartfelt apology. I sincerely apologize. The moment the Hokage entered, the crowd erupted in astonishment. As the highest leader of Konoha, commencing with an apology signaled something significant was amiss. Indeed, after his apology, Hiruzen straightened, his expression grave as he addressed all present. Shimura Danzo, as an elder, leader of the root division I established, and the executor of the experiments I authorized, has succumbed to madness due to inadequate oversight, ultimately resorting to actions that threaten our comrades. Consequently, following deliberations with the Elder Council, Konoha will initiate a Hokage election tomorrow. Once a new Hokage is appointed, the transfer of power will occur peacefully, and I shall step down. With that, Hiruzen bowed deeply once more to all present. expressing his regret before turning to enter the Hokage building. At this moment, the crowd began to process the news, erupting into a flurry of reactions. What? An election for the Hokage? The third is stepping down? The new Hokage will ensure a peaceful transfer of power? Is this the first true election, where the Jonin will vote? The realization that the old leader had so swiftly chosen to withdraw was indeed remarkable. Each individual began to disperse, racing across Konoha to disseminate this exhilarating news throughout the village. In a conference room of the security department, all the ninja clan leaders and recent supporters gathered. The image projected by the heavenly net barrier left them awestruck. Even before assuming the Hokage position, Hiruzen possessed powers typically reserved for the Hokage. Such surveillance techniques were generally exclusive to the Hokage, akin to the telescope technique only utilized in their office. Yet, Hyuga TD, who possessed the Byakugan and was unconcerned with such matters, remarked, "I never imagined the third Hokage would wield such authority." This aligns with what Lord Yuan Ming mentioned this morning. They genuinely intend to transition power peacefully. In response, Uchiha Yuan Ming rose, addressing all the Jonin present. "These matters are trivial. We need not linger here. The Hokage has spoken. The Jonin assembly should commence. Let us proceed." "Right. Lord Yuan Ming." The Jonin, all esteemed figures in Konoha, followed Yuan Ming's lead towards the Hokage building. Upon arrival, they entered to find numerous Jonin and 3 high-ranking officials, including the Hokage, already awaiting their presence. After exchanging polite nods and taking their seats, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly stated, "Everyone, I trust you are all aware of the situation, and I need not elaborate further. At this juncture, I declare the initiation of the Hokage election mechanism. The moment a new Hokage is elected, I will officially step down." Silence enveloped the room. When Hiruzen uttered these words, an overwhelming stillness fell upon them. This marked the inaugural instance of Konoha instituting an election mechanism. While many had their suspicions about who would ultimately prevail, this was a historic moment for Konoha. Particularly, the likelihood of Uchiha Yuan Ming ascending to the role was nearly certain, signifying a shift away from the previous control exclusively held by the Senju clan. The prospect ignited fervor among all Jonin. Though they may not ascend to the Hokage title themselves, their descendants would undoubtedly have the opportunity, breaking free from the long-standing dynamics dominated by the Senju lineage. Contemplating this, Hyuga TD was the first to speak up, raising his hand with a composed expression, "Since the Hokage has stated such, I support Uchiha Yuan Ming's election as the 4th Hokage." At this moment, witnessing TD take the initiative, the other Jonin, unable to contain their excitement, raised their hands in endorsement. The room resonated with voices advocating for Uchiha Yuan Ming as the 4th Hokage. Once all the Jonin expressed their support, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, the swirling mist obscuring his expression. Yet, his authoritative voice emerged clearly. Thus, at this moment, with the backing of the majority of Konoha's Jonin, Uchiha Yuan Ming shall become the 4th Hokage of Konoha. Chapter 98, Utter Bliss. The 4th Hokage of Konoha is established following the announcement. A visibly weary Hiruzen Sarutobi departed for the Land of Fire's capital. His abdication necessitated informing the Land of Fire's daimyo, as the Hokage was contractually bound to them. While the daimyo held no authority in selecting the Hokage, this courtesy, established by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, remained inviolable. As the 3rd Hokage journeyed to the daimyo, the entirety of Konoha was abuzz with excitement, particularly the Uchiha clan. Their elation was palpable, a dream long deferred now realized. This surreal sensation filled them with a sense of wonder. Former clan leader Uchiha Hayakaku, who had retreated into seclusion after his defeat in the power struggles of yesteryear, had been observing Uchiha Genmei's actions over the years. In his estimation, Genmei possessed the most comprehensive skill set of any leader he had ever encountered, surpassing even Madara Uchiha. His visionary concepts and unwavering resolve were truly remarkable. The expansion of the Konoha military police force's functions bore testament to his ingenuity, completely satiating the Uchiha clan's aspirations for authority. When Uchiha Genmei assumed leadership, his subsequent actions left the clan's elders, including Hayakaku, in awe, prompting them to question their own rigid thinking. The 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had bestowed upon the Uchiha such significant power, yet they had failed to fully grasp its implications. Hayakaku found it almost fantastical that Tobirama, a figure often perceived as malevolent, had granted the Uchiha a substantial share of power after the Senju had seized control of the Hokage position. This was a far cry from his initial fears of the Uchiha being relegated to mere watchdogs. Nevertheless, Hayakaku still regarded the 2nd Hokage as a malevolent figure. given the forbidden techniques he had developed specifically to counter the Uchiha. At that moment, a middle-aged Uchiha Jainin arrived instantaneously. He bowed slightly before Hyakkiku and announced, "Lord Hyakkiku, Lord Jinmei has summoned all esteemed members to a clan meeting at the Naka River Shrine in 1 hour." "Understood," Hyakkiku replied, rising to his feet. "Inform the others. I shall depart shortly." Hyakkiku regarded Jinmei as a sagacious leader. In the prevailing cultural ethos of the continent, vanquished adversaries were often subjected to complete annihilation or extreme humiliation. However, Jinmei had treated him with respect, ensuring he received ample resources and financial support befitting a former clan leader. Hyakkiku could find no fault with Jinmei's conduct, as he had been exceedingly generous. He understood that the upcoming clan meeting was intended to address the changes that would inevitably follow Jinmei's ascension to the Hokage position. As Hokage, his loyalties would extend beyond the Uchiha clan. Hyakkiku believed that Jinmei's magnanimity would compel him to treat all those under his jurisdiction with impartiality. Based on his years of observation, Hyakkiku resolved to unconditionally support any policy changes Jinmei might propose, even if they appeared to be detrimental to the Uchiha clan. With the Hokage's mantle secured and the clan's long-cherished aspirations fulfilled, any potential sacrifices were inconsequential. Within the Naka River Shrine, the Uchiha elite were assembled, their excitement reaching fever pitch. With their clan leader, now the Hokage, the Uchiha would no longer be subjected to the taunts that had plagued them since the founding of Konoha. The notion that they were merely embellishing their role as co-founders alongside the Senju, or that they had been subjugated and reduced to mere watchdogs, would finally be silenced. Despite Madara Uchiha's presence, this perception had persisted since the village's inception. It was undeniable that Madara had been defeated by Hashirama Senju on the battlefield, and that he had accepted Hashirama's offered hand. This image had been a constant source of derision from the Senju clan. As eternal rivals, the animosity between the Uchiha and Senju did not simply vanish with the formation of Konoha. Minor skirmishes were commonplace in the village's early days, and the other clans of Konoha were well aware of the situation. Consequently, a sense of shame had been deeply ingrained in the Uchiha clan since the founding of the village. For the honor-conscious Uchiha, this was unbearable. Their desire for the Hokage position had grown increasingly fervent over the years. Now, with the emergence of an Uchiha Hokage, the shame that had been etched into their very bones seemed to dissipate. A wave of liberation washed over them. From the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads, they were in a state of utter bliss. In the face of Uchiha Jinmei, the source of this euphoria, they were prepared to endorse any decision, no matter how detrimental to the clan's interests. Nothing could eclipse the importance of their own elation or the Uchiha's honor. The Hokage position was their paramount concern, regardless of the remarkable strides Uchiha Jinmei had made in strengthening the clan. It was only with his ascension to the Hokage position that the Uchiha truly revered him as a divine figure. While his strength was undeniable, the elders remembered Madara Uchiha's power. While his wisdom was impressive, the Uchiha's primary need was honor. When the powerful Madara Uchiha failed to become Hokage, and Jinmei, who was perceived as being of equal or even greater intelligence, succeeded, they truly deified him. Chapter 99. Bairu, who faced with all these developments. Uchiha Yuan Ming and he felt somewhat bewildered. After having ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage, the transfer of power had commenced. At the moment he became Hokage, Uchiha Yuan Ming glanced towards the security department and was overwhelmed by an unsettling sensation, akin to a thorn in his back. Had he not been the ruler of the Uchiha clan, it was entirely possible that he would have resorted to force to dismantle the security department upon assuming the Hokage title. Thus, after a brief consultation with his trusted confidants, he convened this clan meeting. During the meeting, he articulated but one point: moving forward, under his leadership as Hokage, all shinobi from Konoha would be welcome to join the security department. This department would no longer be an exclusive domain. He was prepared to utilize his ocular powers to suppress any dissent. It was inevitable. The Uchiha clan, known for its intense obsession, would certainly harbor individuals who resented him despite his efforts to treat them well over the years and his capable leadership as clan head. During this clan gathering, he discovered that those who had previously shown disdain towards him now regarded him with utmost reverence. Whatever he said, they eagerly nodded in agreement. Uchiha Yuan Ming was astonished. He mused, is this Hokage position a treasure of the Uchiha? Why is it that upon becoming Hokage, they seem to have transformed into docile cats in my presence? With that thought, he clenched his fist, cleared his throat, and spoke. The reform of the security department will proceed as such. But you need not worry about significant losses to your interests. In the short term, it may indeed appear that way. Yet you will also gain entry into all departments of Konoha. You will engage in fair competition, and I believe that after some time, you will reclaim your rightful positions. Applause erupted from the Uchiha elites present. Indeed, once they entered all departments of Konoha, possessing the Sharingan, they would fear no competition. At that moment, Uchiha Huayi stepped forward. He slightly bowed to everyone present and said, "I have a suggestion for you, Lord Yuan Ming. Should you find it feasible, please implement it. Please." "Go ahead," Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded, indicating for Huayi to continue. He was genuinely interested. Uchiha Huayi, once seen in the textbooks of his past life, was known as a ninja with profound leadership qualities. Yuan Ming did not dispute this, for after the true clan head's lineage vanished following the departure of the class, Huayi, despite seeming unremarkable previously, now exuded a revived aura. "My lord, did you not establish a clan academy? I believe that is an excellent initiative. After you become Hokage, if you expand our clan's educational system to encompass all of Konoha, not merely a school focused on cultivating the qualities of ninjas, but rather one where only those who have undergone ideological training can attain high positions in the security department or other departments." As he spoke, Uchiha Huayi became increasingly animated, his eyes shining with fervor as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Yuan Ming. He declared loudly, thus, "If Lord Yuan Ming were to become the principal of this institution, with the Uchiha clan acting as the sole benefactor, the interests of everyone present would remain intact, and you could achieve a level of governance surpassing Sarutobi Hiruzen." After delivering his proposal, he deeply bowed and returned to his previous seat. Hearing this counsel, Uchiha Yuan Ming exclaimed, "What a remarkable idea! Was this to establish Konoha's version of Todai? If one did not attend this school for further study, they would not ascend to high ranks in various departments, and this institution would be under his leadership, rooted in the ideologies of his clan, with his own company as the exclusive benefactor, who claimed that ninjas were inflexible. The Uchiha clan, under his influence over the years, had become cunning, even if they were politically oblivious." Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled and nodded. This idea is indeed commendable. As for its implementation, his gaze shifted to Utai. "You shall execute it, Utai. You will become my assistant as Hokage." Yes, Uchiha Utai felt invigorated by this appointment. Subsequently, Uchiha Yuan Ming dissolved the clan meeting. With Yuan Ming as Hokage and Utai as his assistant, that was already sufficient. He would now seek other members within the village to form his leadership team. He had already conceived ideas regarding personnel and drafted initial policies. Thus, he decided to begin with a certain individual, Bairu, who was a strikingly handsome ninja, yet he considered himself to be lacking in talent. Compared to his friend Orochimaru, he felt as if his abilities were akin to a mere loach in the mud, utterly mundane. However, this ordinary self, a seemingly unremarkable J-nin in Konoha, was unexpectedly summoned shortly after the fourth Hokage's ascension. Confused, he could not fathom why he, a plain ninja, would be summoned before the clan leaders. With this perplexity, he arrived at the security department, guided by a red-haired member of the Uzumaki clan, leading him to a conference room. Upon entering, he felt a wave of apprehension as he approached Uchiha Yuan Ming. Bowing deeply and greeting, "Hokage-sama, it is a great honor to be summoned by you. Do not be nervous. Please stand." Uchiha Yuan Ming reassured the talented ninja, harboring great expectations for him. He had reviewed Bairuhu's profile and noted that he was currently treading a dangerous path. What danger? He had been researching forbidden techniques and seemed to have developed the bloodline fusion ninjutsu from the original story. Reports indicated that he had grown dissatisfied with animal experimentation. However, with his arrival, spring would dawn upon him. Yuan Ming smiled warmly at the somewhat anxious Bairuhu, saying, "J-nin Bairuhu, do not be uneasy. After all, we were classmates. The reason I called you here is that I am preparing to establish a research department, and I would like you to serve as its head." Indeed, he intended to appoint this individual, known for his research abilities in the original narrative, as the head of the research department. As for why Orochimaru was not chosen, the answer was straightforward. He intended for Orochimaru to join his council of elders, overseeing all matters concerning the research and root departments. After all, this individual before him seemed to possess an inexplicable sense of rivalry with Orochimaru. Not appointing him as the head of research might risk his defection. The scarcity of researchers had prompted him to employ some cunning. Regardless, Orochimaru would still be an elder and supervise that area, hence remaining his superior. At this moment, immense joy surged within Bairuhu. His talents had been acknowledged by the Hokage. Hokage-sama. Chapter 100, Can I Continue to Lose? I will undoubtedly live up to your expectations. Bailuhu bowed deeply to Uchiha Yuan Ming. His heart brimmed with joy. Finally, someone recognized his talents. This was an exhilarating encouragement for him, who had long been silently competing with Orochimaru in his heart. Bailuhu had risen from an ordinary genin to the head of an unprecedented research department. From this title, it was evident that his research was not a secret in the eyes of the heavenly net barrier of the security department. Contemplating this, Bailuhu lifted his gaze to Uchiha Yuan Ming, who was poised to become the ruler of Konoha, and solemnly declared, "From now on, regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, I shall always stand by your side." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming quickly reassured him, "Please rise, Bailuhu. I look forward to our collaboration." Yuan Ming acknowledged Bailuhu's pledge. Sensing the resolute will embedded within his chakra, such conviction could not be feigned. He marveled at how ninjas in this world, empowered by chakra, a transcendent energy intertwined with will, were bound by certain beliefs. Much like the will of fire in Konoha, which had been propagated for years. Only those recognized by the community could ascend to the position of Hokage. In this context, Bailuhu, a ninja with a long-standing pride, revealed a profound sense of loyalty after being entrusted with significant responsibilities. After discussing matters related to their research, Uchiha Yuan Ming stood up and made his way to the Hokage building. The transfer of power had commenced, and he was about to become busy. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya had returned to Konoha with a large contingent. They had already heard news about the Hokage position during their journey. As their forces approached the gates of Konoha, they were greeted not by their mentor, but by a welcoming party led by Uchiha Yuan Ming, with Shizune and Mito came in accompanying him. Even someone as steadfast as Orochimaru felt a twinge of melancholy. The era of their teacher, ninjutsu hero, had come to an end. Following a standard welcome ceremony, Uchiha Yuan Ming invited Orochimaru to a courtyard. Amidst the sound of deer drinking water, Orochimaru gazed at Yuan Ming with a complex expression. "I did not expect your transformation to occur so swiftly, forcing your own teacher to abdicate in such a short time. I too shall ascend from the head of the security department to become the fourth Hokage of Konoha." He had initially believed that his teacher, with a character prone to yielding to friends, would resist alongside his deeply bonded allies, Shimura Danzo, Shizune, and Mito Kamen. After persuading his two companions to return and dissuade Sarutobi-sensei, it seemed unnecessary now, as the teacher would likely meet a favorable conclusion. He hoped Sarutobi-sensei would become the first Hokage in the history of the ninja world to enjoy a peaceful retirement. "Let us not dwell on such matters, Orochimaru-san," Yuan Ming began, his gaze becoming serious. "I hold your talents in high regard. Hence, I invite you to join my advisory council." The advisory council, known as the Elder Council in Konoha, was a position of significant authority, second only to the Hokage and above countless others. Orochimaru understood well what aspect of his abilities Yuan Ming valued. From his extensive observations of the ninja world, he recognized that among the current leaders, only Uchiha Yuan Ming possessed a clear understanding of the authority and influence associated with research. After expressing that sentiment, Yuan Ming handed him a document. "This outlines the scope of your authority. Please review it." After carefully examining the document, Orochimaru confirmed his earlier thoughts. The root organization under Shimura Danzo and the research department would fall under his jurisdiction. With the assistance of the root organization, akin to the Umbu, his future research endeavors would gain unprecedented breadth and support. With this newfound authority and Yuan Ming's generous allocation of research funding, his passions and aspirations would receive unparalleled backing. Sighing inwardly, Orochimaru reflected on how, despite being Sarutobi-sensei's most favored disciple, he had grown increasingly closer to Uchiha over the years. Indeed, it was Uchiha Yuan Ming who had, on 2 occasions, offered him benefits that shattered his previous boundaries. Unable to suppress a smile, Orochimaru remarked, "So, fourth Hokage, I look forward to working closely with you." Uchiha Yuta served as his assistant, managing all trivial matters, allowing Orochimaru to focus on the broader vision. With Orochimaru overseeing the root organization and the research department, primarily centered on developmental services, there was no need to trouble others further. Besides the 2 elders, there was still 1 elder position available, and he had someone in mind. With a steward and a research head already chosen, he now sought a leader with formidable authority. Besides Tsunade, he had no other options. As the 5th Hokage in the original narrative, she had the capability to stabilize Konoha amidst pressures from the 3 elder factions, securing a respectable share of authority. If she were to join his advisory council, her exceptional leadership, combined with Yuta's meticulous attention to detail, would ensure that his role as Hokage would not devolve into that of a mere worker bee, akin to Naruto's rather chaotic tenure. In truth, he questioned whether Naruto, with his overly idealistic mindset, was truly suited for the Hokage position, leading to his incessant busyness. He recalled the third Hokage, who could still afford to leisurely stroll about, even indulging in a bit of eavesdropping at the bathhouse. As Uchiha Yuan Ming navigated the winding streets of Konoha, he arrived at a casino. As expected, Tsunade, having restrained her gambling urges on the battlefield for so long, could hardly contain herself upon returning to Konoha. There she was, easily found behind a pachinko machine. Her face contorted in disbelief as she gazed at the screen. I refuse to believe. I can continue to lose like this? Our family's gambling techniques are never wrong. Chapter 101. The Ascension Ceremony. Enough, Tsunade, do not deceive yourself any longer. At this moment, Uchiha Yuan Ming, standing behind Tsunade, remarked sarcastically, "Your prowess with that hefty gamble is such that even cheating cannot save you." This statement was indeed true. Uchiha Yuan Ming had witnessed it firsthand. Previously, when Tsunade was dealing with disturbances in the security department, he noticed that while the members dared not provoke her, they were not entirely devoid of cunning. They secretly employed the Sharingan to assist Tsunade in her underhanded dealings, ensuring her victory so that they could promptly depart. But guess what? Tsunade still lost. How absurd. Uchiha Yuan Ming harbored strong suspicions that Tsunade's gambling luck was intricately tied to her fate. When his life flowed smoothly, every gamble was a loss, conversely. When life turned grim, every gamble resulted in victory. What did you say? You raven-tongued Yuan Ming, Tsunade exclaimed, turning her head in indignation. And, do you look down upon me? No disrespect was intended, but Uchiha Yuan Ming gazed at Tsunade, somewhat bewildered. Why are you gambling alone? Isn't that Kaido-dan supposed to accompany you? What do you mean I assent? Why would he accompany me? Tsunade questioned, perplexed, pondering why she would require company for her gambling. Besides, Kaido-dan, they were merely acquaintances at best. Seeing the confusion on Tsunade's face, Uchiha Yuan Ming's mind raced. It dawned on him that he had mistakenly believed Tsunade and Kaido-dan had already become romantically involved. That handsome young man seemed to have gained her attention during the Second Great Ninja War when Tsunade proposed establishing a medical system in the aftermath of the devastating losses in Konoha. Kaido-dan had supported her, which slowly led to their relationship blossoming. However, due to Yuan Ming's overwhelming prowess in this recent war, each front concluded too swiftly. He had effortlessly resolved the issues in the Land of Water and subdued the Land of Lightning. Not to mention, he had recently compelled the rock and sand villages to capitulate. With minimal casualties in Konoha and without the medical system that Tsunade and Kaido-dan might have collaborated on, their romantic connection had evidently faded, but this realization sparked an idea within him. He needed to consider what leverage he could employ to persuade Tsunade to join his council of elders. Setting that aside, I have come to discuss a matter with you, Uchiha Yuan Ming said, smiling as he gestured to himself. You must be aware that I am about to become the Hokage. Tsunade smacked her lips in displeasure. What? Uchiha becoming Hokage? Flaunting it before me? A Senju? No. You have misunderstood. I am here to invite you to be my advisory elder, Uchiha Yuan Ming said, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he extended the invitation. Huh? A Senju serving as your advisory elder? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, astonished. It should be noted that when the Senju clan held the Hokage position, they kept a vigilant watch over the Uchiha. Logically, a department as significant as the security department should have a representative elder, yet they were denied. Now, this individual was becoming Hokage and was extending an invitation to her, the face of the Senju, to serve as an advisory elder. Such magnanimity was indeed remarkable. Understanding the astonishment reflected in Tsunade's expression, Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled gently. This is not the place for an in-depth discussion. Please, follow me. At his words, Tsunade lowered her gaze, solemnly responding, lead the way. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. After promising the establishment of Konoha's medical system under his administration, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with delight, and she readily accepted the offer. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned with the Lord's decree, conferring with Uchiha Yuan Ming to confirm that the official Ascension ceremony would take place in 7 days. As time flew by, 7 days later, Konoha basked in clear skies. Merchants from the Land of Fire, linked to Konoha, and foreign merchants engaged in business with the Land of Ghosts began to arrive in droves. The ninja of Konoha braced themselves for the occasion. At this moment, Any misstep would be tantamount to dancing upon the graves of the Uchiha, igniting their fury. If the Uchiha exploded, none would emerge unscathed. Thus, after today, the fourth Hokage would emerge from the Uchiha clan, and the security department conducted thorough patrols. As their long-cherished aspirations were about to be realized, anyone daring to disrupt the ceremony would face dire consequences. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. The elite possessing 3 Tomo in their Sharingan glowed with red as they released their chakra, heightening their sensory perception. Those with 2 and 1 Tomo maintained their vigilant watch over anyone they deemed suspicious. The sight of so many red eyes, actively patrolling Konoha, instilled fear in many newcomers to the village. At that moment, upon the high platform of the Hokage building, the third Hokage extinguished his pipe, liberating his face from the swirling smoke. Holding the Hokage hat, he addressed Yuan Ming with a composed demeanor. The fourth, everyone awaits. Let us commence. With those words, Uchiha Yuan Ming stood, receiving the Hokage hat. Under the watchful eyes of his beloved disciples, subordinates, and both new and old advisory councils, he ascended the platform. Uchiha Yuan Ming gazed down to see a sea of people gathered beneath the Hokage building. Civilians, ninjas, merchants, and nobles, alongside spies mingling among them. They all looked upward, beholding the foremost figure in the ninja world, the superpower who had subdued the 4 great ninja villages. He was poised to become Konoha's 4th Hokage. At that moment, everyone pondered what transformations this new Hokage would usher into the world. Would he resemble the original Hokage or, like a harbinger of war, exert pressure on the 4 great ninja villages in pursuit of unification? Meanwhile, high above, bathed in sunlight, Uchiha Madara observed the Ascension ceremony through a mirror ninja tool crafted using the Otsutsuki's ancient techniques. Witnessing Uchiha Yuan Ming holding the Hokage hat at the center of the platform, he scoffed disdainfully, boring. With that, he closed the vision. Yet, memories of Konoha's inception flooded his mind, how Hashirama intended to pass the mantle of the second Hokage to him, only for that insufferable Senju to interject, extinguishing his aspirations. Thus, he became ensnared in the lies inscribed upon the stone tablet, leading him to this wretched state. Damn Tobarama! Suddenly, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, only to vanish in an instant, leaving him bewildered. Was it merely an illusion born of anger towards that Senju? No, something felt amiss. Sensing the disturbance, he exited the palace, activating his Rinnegan. Defying the repulsion of the Deva path, he gradually ascended into the pitch-black expanse of the cosmos. Chapter 102. The Desire for Solitude. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan scanned the surroundings. Years of warfare during the Warring States period informed him that the chilling sensation that had just surfaced within him was not merely a figment of his imagination due to his displeasure over Yuan Ming assuming the role of Hokage. It was a warning generated by his chakra sensing that his life was in jeopardy. This long-forgotten feeling alerted him to the presence of a formidable adversary who had just glimpsed him. Thus, a question arose. In this world, he had already discerned that, apart from the 2 individuals residing in the Pure Land, there was also that young man Yuan Ming. There were no longer any threats to him. Even the resurrection of Hashirama was insufficient. It appeared he was not going to uncover anything further. Damn it, Madara's countenance darkened as he seemed to grasp the situation. It must be the Byakugan's scrutiny. Only the Byakugan, particularly one of Otsutsuki caliber, could render him oblivious to everything around him. His current regard for the Byakugan had evolved significantly from years past. After enduring a brutal training session under Otsutsuki, he realized that the Byakugan's control over chakra occasionally surpassed that of his Rinnegan. Moreover, the inexplicable pressure it exuded and its ability to transform into various ocular forms was nothing short of absurd. With this thought, he relinquished the futile reconnaissance. Returning swiftly to the temple, he hastily penned a scroll. That insufferable brat had become Hokage. He would use this as a congratulatory gift. Uchiha Madara scoffed, noting that since he had ascended to Hokage, he ought to possess the resolve befitting a leader of the ninja world. It was fortunate that he could not find an enemy, perhaps that young man could. He presumed that sharing this intelligence would delight him. Indeed, Madara's conjecture proved accurate. There existed a being of greater energy level, an Otsutsuki, observing him. This was Urashiki, who had reached this star domain. At this moment, he wore a grim expression as he pondered strategies in his alternate space. Indeed, strategizing. By rights, as an Otsutsuki with mastery over time, Urashiki, despite his youth and lack of assigned guardians within his clan, roamed freely among the stars, a testament to his innate talent. For centuries, he had shadowed his senior, Peach, engaging in tutelage. Just when he had finally parted ways with his mentor, he discovered traces of Ishiki and Kagaya and, recognizing the potential benefits, hastily made his way to this star domain. But who could inform him what was the nature of that Rinnegan? While the chakra's potency was negligible, it inexplicably instilled a sense of danger within him. Merely casting a glance with the Byakugan's secret technique to observe light years away, the Rinnegan had sensed something amiss within a second. He immediately ceased the technique. Something was off. I require more intelligence. Recognizing that this planet was unordinary, he swiftly infiltrated its atmosphere. Under usual circumstances, he would never feel so constrained. Mere mortals were unworthy of his caution. Yet, with a Rinnegan present on a satellite, any intelligent being would deduce that there must be even more formidable figures within the planet's interior. Hovering in the air, he narrowed his Byakugan. His unique vision allowed him to perceive the energy veins of this planet in their entirety. What was happening? Chakra began to flow within the planet's energy channels? Unbelievable. Chakra, a technique unique to the Otsutsuki clan, was manifesting within the energy veins of this planet. Grinning, he suddenly raised the fish basket in his hand and inhaled towards the planet's energy veins. A minuscule amount of chakra was drawn toward him. Though the energy veins in the air were not as abundant as those on the ground, they were not entirely lacking. Urashiki chuckled, amused by the planet's folly. Chakra, this commodity, was something no one could rival in terms of privilege. This planet evidently allowed the partnership of Ishiki and Kagaya to suffer while attempting to absorb the superiority of the chakra system. Yet, it seemed progress was not proceeding smoothly. However, this was advantageous for him in his quest for information. He held the chakra he had just absorbed from the fish basket in his palm and slowly inhaled it into his body, closing his eyes to meticulously read the information. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Kagaya betrayed Ishiki. She bore 2 sons, and was also betrayed. Ha ha ha, how hilarious. Poor Ishiki. And Kagaya, she was no better off. He could not contain his laughter. This chakra belonged to Kagaya, of that he was certain. Even though the small quantity resulted in minimal information, he had gleaned some insight. More importantly, he discerned the flavor of fruit consumption within this chakra. After consuming the fruit, this planet remained so prosperous. He foresaw the dawn of true divinity. However, Urashiki stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before muttering to himself. Ishiki's failure and Kagaya's inexplicable childbirth, sensing something awry with this planet, he set aside his arrogance. Regardless of how Kagaya fared, he was indifferent. The fact that a renowned genius like Ishiki had fallen warranted his vigilance. After a moment of reflection, he made up his mind and gazed toward a desert region. He smirked. That must be where the divine tree had been planted. I can smell the treasure. If his senses were accurate, it should be that tortoise. He recalled that it was one of the treasures Kagaya had taken from the clan. Alone, and without notifying Peach, he needed assistance. Even though he found this planet daunting, he still desired to reap the benefits alone. However, 2 individuals seeking solitary gain did not bother him much. This planet was extraordinary. If his calculations were correct, it could potentially yield 2 fruits, including Kagaya's. 3 chakra fruits as he envisioned the prospects. He swiftly shifted his form and soared toward the desert. In the days following Uchiha Yuan Ming's ascension to Hokage, he found himself exceedingly busy. Despite having delegated authority, he remained overwhelmed, which left him feeling somewhat exasperated. Amidst another day of relentless activity, he retrieved a prepared scroll. Yuta, hold on to this scroll, he said, tossing it to Uchiha Yuta, who was diligently working at the assistant's desk. Upon receiving the scroll and perusing its contents, Yuta sighed deeply after a while. Hokage-sama, must we truly proceed in this manner? Addressing his assistant's doubts, Uchiha Yuan Ming responded with unwavering certainty. Indeed, we must. Chapter 103. The most absurd ability. He had long grown weary of the twisted system of this world. After ascending to the position of Hokage, he yearned to sweep the feudal lords into the trash bin. Unfortunately, having experienced compulsory education in his previous life, he understood how magical the world could become without reliable management at the grassroots level. Thus, he composed this plan. It was devoid of any flamboyance. He envisioned establishing a school within Konoha dedicated to training thought and management skills. He intended to enroll all retired ninjas, those with chakra potential who had been expelled from ninja academies, and any ambitious civilians within Konoha, immersing them in a learning environment for 5 to 10 years to cultivate a vast number of capable individuals in management. Then, he would directly confront the aristocratic system. Following that, he would embark on the path of unifying the ninja world. However, Hokage-sama, What if the feudal lords find out? Uchiha Yuta hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Despite having followed Uchiha Jimmy for many years and being aware of his lord's ambitions targeting the nobility, the entrenched classist mindset that had persisted for millennia in this land still left him feeling a sense of surrealism. Were the nobility truly unnecessary? And what if the feudal lords discovered this plan? Sighing in resignation upon witnessing his subordinate's expression, Jimmy replied, "Let the feudal lords remain oblivious. Can't we ninjas prevent the commoners from prying into our affairs?" This was indeed a point of frustration. The ninja forces of the feudal lords consisted merely of a handful of guardian ninjas, supplemented by hired rogue ninjas and ronin. Yet, if those few inept individuals could freely gather intelligence in Konoha, that would be an impossibility. After years of infiltration among the 5 great ninja villages, a multitude of spies had developed within each other. Feudal lords? Mere mortals are merely that unchangeable. What can be transformed is the mindset of the ninjas. They must shift their perspective. When that happens, they shall realize that without the decayed management of the nobility, the world could be a far more beautiful place. Upon hearing Jinmi's words, Uchiha Yuta had an epiphany. Indeed, the feudal lords are mere mortals, and the armed forces they can command in the Land of Fire are limited to Konoha's village and its guardian ninjas. The Temple of the Land of Fire poses little threat. Those monks possess some skills, but their ability to infiltrate and gather intelligence is negligible. As for the guardian ninjas, there are only a handful. If they manage to collect intelligence, it would signify the incompetence of all Konoha's ninjas. And as for the powerless commoners, alas, at that moment, the astute Uchiha Yuta recognized a terrifying reality. Given the current state of affairs, why were previous ninjas subjugated by mere mortals? The notion that I possess power while you possess wealth, your wealth is mine, permeated their thoughts. Why should they resort to stealing from the meager scraps offered by the nobility when they could seize power? This shared understanding had persisted among ninjas for hundreds, even thousands, of years. Inquisitive, he confided his thoughts to the all-powerful Jinmyu. In response, Uchiha Jinmyu merely shook his head, expressing his helplessness. There is no other choice. The knowledge of ninjas is still too limited. With more reading, they will grasp the underlying principles. The more one reads, the more revolutionary one becomes, especially in ancient times. In the future, as ninjas study in the school I establish and comprehend more political principles, they will no longer regard the commoners who oppress them with kindness. Jinmyu poured immense effort into the school's curriculum, utilizing illusion techniques to extract knowledge from his memories of political textbooks and compiling them into teaching materials. As for Yuta's perplexities, he could only scoff internally. The pervasive mindset that loomed over all powerful ninjas in this world was merely a reflection of the world's issues. After all, isn't this the essence of the world of Japanese manga? The nobility reigns supreme. No matter how powerful one may be, they must still bow to their whims. Your strength is attributed to your lineage, not to your efforts. At that moment, Uchiha Jinmyu sensed a shift in the flying thunder god seal he had left on the moon. Raising an eyebrow, he formed a hand seal. With a flash, a scroll appeared on the table. Understanding that Uchiha Madara would not send a scroll without reason, Jinmyu quickly unfurled it and glanced at its contents. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he eventually turned to Yuta and said, "I have some matters to attend to. I will leave a shadow clone here to continue our discussion later." After creating the shadow clone, with another flash of light, Jinmyu's original self vanished. The shadow clone shrugged helplessly and took a seat, resigned to the drudgery of paperwork. Having expended a considerable amount of chakra, though, for Jinmyu, it was a mere fraction, he found himself in the Temple of the Moon World. "What is it, Madara? What has occurred?" Jinmyu inquired, lifting his gaze to the Uchiha Madara on the high platform. Without further ado, Madara addressed the issue directly. "The detailed information is inscribed on the scroll. I summoned you to inquire if you have any methods to investigate them." In response, Jinmyu shrugged, his expression one of resignation. "How vast is the universe? Surely you, who have been on the moon for some time, are aware. If they truly do not wish to encounter us, to be honest, I cannot do anything." Indeed, Uchiha Jinmyu felt no anger at all. In the original story, he found the ability of the Otsutsuki to travel through the stars to be the most absurd power, without exception. Within the scale of light years, they could traverse at will. Even using the power of space, he found it astonishing. Presently, he believed his strength was on par with theirs. Having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and experienced the Yellow Springs of Hades, he felt confident in his understanding of space. It was precisely because of this that he perceived the Otsutsuki's abilities as nonsensical. How could they maintain their direction in the cosmos? Do they rely on Byakugan for navigation? How do they identify life-bearing planets within the observable universe? And how can they reach those planets in such a short span of time? These feats remain beyond his capabilities. The two brothers of Sage of Six Paths, as he observed, were also incapable of such feats. In this scenario, if those beings chose to utilize their deceitful abilities to engage in guerrilla tactics and play hide-and-seek, what could one do? If their minds were to return to normal, unlike the foolishness depicted in the original story, and they realized they could not win, they would simply retreat to another galaxy light years away. What could be done then? According to Madara's observations and analysis, the current situation likely indicated that the Otsutsuki had sensed something amiss and had taken to hiding while scheming in the shadows. Upon hearing Jinmayu's response, Madara felt equally helpless. This reasoning had been shared with him before by this young man. It seemed they could only wait for them to reveal themselves. Before he could finish his thoughts, both men, possessing exceptional sensory abilities, were taken aback. There was a disturbance in the direction of the Land of Wind. Chapter 104. Tremendous temporal and spatial disturbance at this moment, whether in the pure land or upon the moon. Those few who had reached the divine realm sensed it, a peculiar alteration in the desert region where immense quantities of chakra flowed beneath the earth. Long before the meeting between Yuan Ming and Ban, Otsutsuki Urashiki had already entered the site of the dragon vein, concealed from the queen of the Lulan kingdom. Utilizing his space-time abilities. Urashiki's lips curled into a smile, and he could no longer contain his laughter. Ha 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 ha. So that is it. Now, he comprehended everything. Fixing his Byakugan gaze, he raised his hand. A turtle emerged from the sea of chakra, landing in his grasp. It must be you. Yado. Otsutsuki Urashiki was elated. He finally understood why Kagaya, a mere guardian, could request the treasured artifact known asly from her clan. Furthermore, he realized why he was drawn to this place so swiftly after entering the planet's atmosphere. His Byakugan was extraordinary, capable of seamlessly transitioning into the Rinnegan and Rinne Sharingan. It is worth noting that Urashiki had yet to consume the fruit, nor had he been equipped with a guardian. With his unique Byakugan, he glimpsed a hint of a higher dimensional shadow. That figure could not be mistaken. It was the renowned ascendant, the one who had become a deity, Otsutsuki Yado. Even someone of your caliber seeks this planet. Clearly, the peculiarities of this world are far beyond my previous assumptions. Urashiki chuckled heartily, pressing his hand to his forehead. Ha 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 ha. However, all of this will ultimately benefit me. With that, his Byakugan trembled slightly, revealing the red eyes adorned with 6 tomo, his Rinne Sharingan. The crimson ocular power surged into the body of Lee. The turtle artifact fell silent under the influence of such potent ocular power, releasing a unique wave. Indeed, this planet, sought after by Yado, possessed even such treasures. Otsutsuki Urashiki marveled at the dragon vein sea, deeply moved. That fellow, Ishur, truly knows how to choose a location. This site, where the divine tree flourishes, is undoubtedly the convergence point of all dragon veins on the planet. After being infused with chakra, it was now capable of connecting to parallel dimensions centered around this place. He had just witnessed all of this through his Byakugan. It was entirely normal. All the technology of their clan was embedded within chakra, including the information that Lee could traverse time. After interacting with the energy converging at this planet, it could undoubtedly influence parallel dimensions. Coincidentally, his Rinne Sharingan could amplify his influence over time and space. Subarashi, if Yado truly wishes to assist me, let me conserve some energy. He understood that shortly, Yado would aid him from a higher dimension. Assistance was inevitable. It was simple, if he did not seek Ishur. It meant that Ishur had perished, the kind of death where the wedge was useless. As for Kagaya, the 9 colossal chakra masses of the planet, and the enigmatic entity within the core of that satellite, all of it spoke volumes. Ecstatic, Urashiki felt as though fortune favored him. He gently called out, infusing a massive amount of ocular power into the temporal and spatial disturbances formed with Lee, directly into the dragon vein. Buzz. At that moment, an inexplicable sound echoed throughout the realm, akin to the world weeping or the planet's lament. A tremendous temporal and spatial disturbance rose slowly, centered around the dragon vein. Within the palace of the Lulan kingdom, the red-haired queen was abruptly awakened. The dragon vein. Damn, is it those ninjas? The resplendent queen rushed to the window, witnessing a colossal white radiance piercing the heavens from the location of the dragon vein. Upon seeing this, her expression turned utterly aghast. Impossible. Who could possibly influence all the dragon veins? This is something I cannot achieve. Her inability did not preclude Urashiki's capability. As the planet sought to assimilate the invading chakra system, allowing it to flow through its veins, it had to prepare for the influence of Otsutsuki. The immense white temporal and spatial disturbance began to dissipate. Yet, Urashiki felt unconcerned. After all, his objective had been accomplished. Another version of himself should have arrived in this time-space, right? Haha. The notion of encountering two versions of himself filled him with joy. Indeed, there were formidable beings within the planet. However, with two of himself, victory was assured. After laughing for a moment, he retracted his Rinne Sharingan and sensed something unusual. His Byakugan focused on the center of the dragon vein. Was that chakra in the form of a fox? This was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon. Quite intriguing. The aura of the divine tree was potent, imbued with a degree of intelligence, yet trapped within a mortal vessel. Where is this? Naruto felt a sense of wonder as he addressed the future fourth Hokage before him. Did you not say we could return to our own time? Naruto surveyed the surroundings, pointing at the floating Urashiki. But Captain Yamato and the others are nowhere to be found. It's just the two of us. And who is that guy with the Byakugan? Naruto, be quiet. We may be in grave trouble. At this moment, Minato Namake's expression was gravely serious. He spread his arms, swiftly shielding Naruto behind him. If all calculations were accurate, his future son should have vanished before his eyes. Yet, at a critical moment, a tremendous ocular power surged from the dragon vein. First, it enveloped Naruto, then Minato. In an instant, amidst a vast temporal and spatial disturbance, the two found themselves in this new place. At that moment, within his perceptual domain, the individual opposite him, endowed with the Byakugan, exuded an overwhelming strength. Was that immense chakra truly something a human could possess? Unquestionably. The being before him was a monster. As this thought crossed his mind, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Moreover, within this realm, all the natural energies harbored a palpable malevolence towards that monster. There was no need for speculation. The culprit behind Naruto and himself being present here was undoubtedly him. Meanwhile, as Minato remained on high alert against Urashiki, in a small alley of Konoha village, a peculiar spatial distortion occurred. Two figures, one large and one small, materialized in this location. Is this the time-space where Dad used to be? Asked Sasuke's master. Chapter 105. Consuming the elixir upon hearing Boruto's inquiry, Sasuke found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at the Hokage monument. The only statue present was that of the third Hokage, which made him feel that this mission had not gone as smoothly as anticipated. The absence of the fourth Hokage's statue suggested they had traveled back to a much earlier time. Was it possible that neither Naruto nor himself had been born yet? Boruto, we have a problem. Follow me, he said, firmly grasping Boruto's arm and leading his disciple deeper into a narrow alley. What's wrong, Sasuke-sensei? Boruto was keenly interested in the current state of Konoha, glancing around as he was pulled along. Look at the Hokage monument. We might have arrived in an earlier time, Sasuke remarked, guiding Boruto through familiar twists and turns until they reached a training ground. At that moment, Boruto fell silent, noticing only the statue of the third Hokage. His sharp mind quickly deduced that he and Sasuke had indeed traveled to a much earlier era. The thought of not being able to see his young father weighed heavily on him, leading to a sense of quietude. Uchiha Sasuke led Boruto to the Uchiha training ground. Upon recognizing his surroundings, his heart gradually began to calm. Turning to Boruto, he spoke solemnly. Since we are here, our safety is temporarily assured. I will gather the necessary intelligence first. Boruto nodded earnestly, trusting his capable mentor. Just then, a sudden rustling broke the silence as three members of the security team surrounded them. Gather intelligence? Who do you think you are? Do you underestimate our security department? Sasuke's expression darkened. He realized he had been careless. His ocular power had been diminished due to the prolonged strain from Kagaya's time-space manipulations, leaving him far from his peak condition. This depletion of ocular power also indicated a reduction in his chakra, which had not replenished over the years. The cumulative effect rendered him exceedingly weak, even dulling his sensory perception. Uchiha Fugaku, brimming with indignation, sensed that the individuals before him were not to be underestimated. His anger flared upon realizing that they had belittled him. Did they truly think his sage techniques were trivial? As he patrolled nearby, he had sensed the formidable chakra emanating from them. Though not overwhelmingly vast, its quality was undeniable. In all of Konoha, only Lord Minato's chakra could rival it. Not even that erratic cat could compare. Let me, Uchiha Fugaku, show you the consequences of underestimating someone. Fugaku activated Sage Mode in an instant. Confident that with the assistance of his two comrades, he could hold off the two intruders for a few minutes. After that, it would be simple. The sensory barrier would alert the main forces, and no matter their abilities, they would be captured. Upon hearing the Uchiha's introduction, Sasuke's expression froze. He focused intently. Indeed, it was his father, albeit in a younger form, which had prevented him from recognizing him immediately. This is troublesome. I and Boruto have traveled back to such an early time. He felt a pang of frustration regarding his current predicament. As for his father's entanglement, even in his diminished state, he felt no fear. His own weakened condition did not imply that the ninjas of this era had grown stronger. He resolved to take them down with ease, emboldened by confidence. To conserve chakra, he refrained from activating his Sharingan and concealed his Rinnegan beneath his bangs, drawing his kunai instead, ready for confrontation. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed around Fugaku. The security team members, having received their captain's subtle cue, sensed the seriousness of the situation and activated Sage Mode in unison. With 6 pairs of Sharingan trained on their opponents, they swiftly formed hand seals. Given the challenging nature of their adversaries, they decided to initiate a long-range test with ninjutsu. Senjutsu, Great Fire Annihilation. The flames, augmented by Sage energy, surged forth with an overwhelming force, incinerating everything in their path. The scorching heat generated a tremendous gust of wind, propelling the flames towards Sasuke and Boruto from 3 directions. What? Sasuke was taken aback. Who could explain the origin of these towering infernos? Was that not the Great Fire Annihilation? The sudden amplification of power was due to Sage Mode, wasn't he it? While he had utilized natural energy before, this revelation left him perplexed. When had his father and the Uchiha team become capable of Sage Mode? Sasuke-sensei, don't be astonished. Think of a way out. Boruto urged, panic evident in his voice. The sheer intensity of the ninjutsu was terrifying. Furious at the familiar predicament, Sasuke felt stifled. He no longer wished to conserve chakra. His eyes trembled as he activated his Sharingan. A violet Susanoo enveloped both him and Boruto. Boom. The collision between the Sage Fire and the Purple Giant was catastrophic. Such a kid Urashiki, irked by the incessant delays, had long coveted chakra and aimed to seize the opportunity presented by the fox. Without a second thought, he launched an assault on the two. However, he was taken aback by their remarkable agility. All his attacks were evaded by the two blondes. Time-space techniques. Urashiki's Byakugan tracked Minato's movements, and a sinister grin spread across his face. How will you evade this? Time-space manipulation was his forte, and he had no intention of continuing this charade. A terrifying wave radiated from his being, rippling through the fabric of the world. The scenery morphed into shades of black and white, rendering Minato and Naruto seemingly frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Haha. No matter how adept your spatial abilities, I shall freeze your time. With an air of arrogance, Urashiki approached them. Now, it is time to reap the rewards. This Fox's elixir should be of excellent quality. As he reached out toward Naruto, a clear voice resonated through the halted dimension. Chapter 106, Accept Your Fate Who? Pusher's eyes widened as he turned to the source of the voice. Before him stood a strikingly handsome young man, with silver white hair and skin as exquisite as jade, adorned in intricately patterned armor. The golden irises of his eyes, framed by 6 ominous, black tomo, instilled a chilling dread in Pusher, who dared to meet his gaze. That figure, is he of my clan? Yet, I do not recall ever encountering him before. As a prodigy, Pusher had been groomed early on as a successor by the clan's higher-ups, and part of that training involved knowing all clan members. Confused, he concentrated more chakra into his Byakugan. His unique vision revealed a troubling insight. Are you a despicable thief, stealing our powers? Though still youthful among the Tsutsuki, Pusher felt a flicker of warmth for his kin. However, upon realizing the bloodline within this individual was a haphazard amalgamation of Tsutsuki traits, his anger flared. Yet, maintaining a semblance of composure, he understood the principle that one must protect against threats. This individual clearly intended to rescue the fox. Thus, he must act swiftly. With a thought, red light emanated from his hand. He flicked his wrist, summoning a red fishing rod, its hook darting towards Naruto at lightning speed. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The one Pusher deemed a power-thieving rat moved with a speed that surpassed his own perception, positioning himself before the fox in an instant. Uchiha Yuan Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He recognized this individual as the infamous Tsutsuki Pusher, a figure known for his folly. The implications were clear. His combat skills were woefully inadequate, just like now. Observing the subtle expressions on Pusher's face, Yuan Ming instinctively knew this fool would continue his assault on Naruto. At this moment, Yuan Ming activated Sage Mode, the Rinne Sharingan, and the Susanoo armor, his silver hair signifying his full power. In this state, Yuan Ming's speed eclipsed Pusher's reflexes. Here, take this back. With a flick of his hand, Yuan Ming unleashed a blow imbued with sage energy, deflecting the red fishing hook. He then cast a sidelong glance at Minato and Naruto. With a fierce glare, he summoned divine power from within, channeling it into both Naruto and Minato. What is happening? Naruto blinked in bewilderment, confused by the sudden shift in his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, a strikingly handsome young man with white hair had appeared before him, while the monster seethed in the distance, in stark contrast to Naruto's bewilderment. The astute Minato quickly grasped the situation. He smiled faintly at Yuan Ming. "Thank you for your timely rescue. Do you require our assistance?" The dramatic turn of events awakened Minato's ninja instincts. Such a profound change in the mere blink of an eye could only imply one thing: that monster could manipulate time. Clenching his teeth, Minato acknowledged the absurdity of such a power. If it were only him, he could scarcely envision a path to victory. Yet, the person before him had the capability to save both himself and Naruto, turning the tide against the looming monster. Their victory now hinged on his assistance to swiftly subdue the threat. In response, Yuan Ming furrowed his brow and replied sternly, "There is no need for that. You two are currently under my protection, allowing you to move freely. You need only to retreat to safety and observe as I defeat that foe." Minato raised an eyebrow at these words, understanding they implied his combat prowess was deemed inadequate. While he accepted this assessment, he was aware of the power enveloping him, a force that countered the oppressive gray space. Yet, he realized that facing the temporal abilities of the monster alone would be futile. It was better not to be a hindrance. "Do you underestimate us?" Naruto, in contrast, was fueled by a need for recognition. Hearing Yuan Ming's words, he stepped forward, eager to protest, but was halted by Minato's firm grip on his shoulder. Confused, Naruto turned to see Minato's serious expression shaking his head. Others might disregard him, but he possessed an inexplicable trust in Minato. Thus, he restrained the words he was about to utter. Meanwhile, Yuan Ming, having focused entirely on Pu Shi, disregarded Naruto's indignation. With a swift motion, he appeared directly before Pu Shi. Manifesting a divine sword in hand, he unleashed a barrage of fiery blades. Anticipating such an assault, Pu Shi had long been on high alert. The crimson tomo of his Rinne Sharingan activated in readiness. Even if he were caught off guard by the flames, he was confident in his ultimate victory with the full activation of his time reversal technique, dodging the strikes or bracing himself against those he could not evade. He defiantly smiled at Yuan Ming. "Save your effort. Can't you see? Your attacks are futile against me. Is that so?" Yuan Ming's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado." At this moment, Yuan Ming was inwardly scoffing. Did Pu Shi truly believe he was oblivious to his time-manipulating abilities? Though remarkably powerful, he merely employed it to evade injuries. The irony was that even in his own hands, his evasive maneuvers were painfully inadequate. Equipped with a ready strategy, Yuan Ming summoned the brilliance of the divine blade, recalling that in the original narrative, Pu Shi had fallen victim to a toxin of that caliber. While much of it stemmed from his own foolishness, overaccumulating the toxin during time reversal, leading to an internal explosion, Yuan Ming was determined to exploit this weakness. With a flash of insight, he grasped the essence of the toxic flames. Witnessing Pu Shi face the onslaught of fiery blades, each laced with venom, he recognized that should Pu Shi fail to evade in time and choose to endure, he would soon find himself in dire straits. As exchanges intensified, Pu Shi's expression shifted abruptly. He leapt high, retreating swiftly, raising his left hand to cover the blood seeping from his mouth. "Damn it, what have you done?" Having created a safe distance, Pu Shi glared at Yuan Ming with a venomous gaze. In response, Yuan Ming's lips twisted into a cruel smile. "It seems your so-called time reversal ability has its limits. Now, prepare yourself." Before he could finish, a swift motion brought Yuan Ming face to face with the desperately evading Pu Shi. Grasping his throat, Yuan Ming declared, "Accept your fate." With that, he began to channel his ocular power, sage energy, and chakra into his hand, intent on extinguishing Pu Shi. Suddenly, a red fishing hook surged from behind Pu Shi, piercing through his back and tearing into his chest, aimed at striking Uchiha Yuan Ming. Is that so? I find it hard to believe that another version of myself could perish so easily. Chapter 107. 3 generations under one roof. Uchiha Yuan Ming was well aware of the formidable nature of the fishing rods and baskets. He dared not allow them to truly touch him. With a surge of energy flowing from his palm, he forcefully launched the fishing rod away. He then swiftly dodged the attack of the fishhook. Retreating to the side, he observed another fishing rod slowly emerging from the realm of the underworld. Witnessing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming felt a heaviness in his heart. The worst scenario had come to pass. The dragon vein possessed the power to influence time and space. Coupled with the Otsutsuki clan's mastery over space-time techniques, it was indeed possible for this fishing rod to achieve the influence over parallel dimensions. At that moment, the figure before him bore resemblance to a Sakura trapped in the limited moon reading, as well as a figure akin to Uzumaki Mina. They were beings from a parallel dimension. Alas, how unfortunate for my other self. The future version of the fishing rod scoffed at his own half-destroyed head. Despite his mockery, he extracted chakra pills from the fishing basket and tossed them into the mouth of his alternate self. As the saying goes, miraculous elixirs. Upon ingesting the pills, the injuries of the fishing rod began to heal instantly. Phew. Just moments ago, I thought I was doomed. The fishing rod, still shaken, expressed his astonishment to his future counterpart. The future version of the fishing rod chuckled derisively. Do not jest. Once we became aware of each other's presence, such a situation would cease to exist. This sentiment was genuine. He, too, had not anticipated that his counterpart in this dimension could achieve such a feat, shaking the fabric of different timelines and allowing two versions of oneself to coexist in a single realm. It was indeed an unparalleled miracle. While he was entangled with the boy wielding the Rinnegan and Byakugan, wishing to return to the past to locate the yet-to-mature fox and consume a wave of chakra to enhance himself before seeking out their troubles, he discovered, amidst the call of time and space, that a more distant past had summoned him, another version of himself, with a solid understanding of time-space. He quickly realized that he had never engaged in such actions in the past. This meant they were dealing with parallel dimensions. Since it was a parallel dimension, it implied that no matter how recklessly he acted in this world, it would not affect his original self. Feeling a sense of opportunity, he chose not to resist the force of the time-space call. Upon arriving in this world, he observed his counterpart being overwhelmed by a foreign power. Without hesitation, he rushed to rescue him. With his Byakugan fixed intently on Uchiha Yuan Ming, he understood well that his other self had undoubtedly been frightened out of his wits. Indeed, the greatest understanding of oneself lies within oneself. Moreover, it would take only a few punches and kicks to subdue the other self. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would likely not fare well. However, as if struck by a thought, he cast a glance at his counterpart. His eyes narrowed slightly. Let us retreat for now. I am curious about the source of your power that can influence parallel dimensions. That may be our hope for a turnaround. With that, the space behind him began to fracture. Trying to escape? Have you consulted with yourself? Yuan Ming would not allow these two weaklings to flee. After all, these two were the easiest Otsutsuki to deal with, without exception. Despite their seemingly invincible abilities, they were quite vulnerable in actuality. This signified that the easily defeated Otsutsuki Purushi was a significant source of spiritual energy. You underestimate us far too much. If we wish to leave, there is no one in this universe who can impede us. Indeed, how could mere natives, incapable of even leaving their planet, comprehend our might? Do they truly believe we rely solely on brute strength? Both versions of Purushi grinned menacingly, and an inexplicable force of spatial distortion descended, intertwining with the realm of the underworld. With a ripping sound, their forms vanished in an instant. Yuan Ming's eyes widened. His keen perception allowed him to glimpse the immovable spatial force that had transported them away. TSK. That must be the technique of star-sea movement, Yuan Ming surmised, albeit uncertain. After all, only such a powerful spatial protective force could navigate through the terrifying void of the cosmos with ease. Shaking off his thoughts, he retracted his Otsutsuki form, his black hair returning, and gently descended before the speechless Naruto and Minato. Suppressing his killing intent, he offered a faint smile. Greetings, gentlemen. Let us discuss all pertinent intelligence in Konoha. Konoha? Who are you? At this moment, the dominant figure, Minato Namikaze, stepped forward to inquire of this being who surpassed the previous monster. Sensing Minato's wariness, Uchiha Yuan Ming extended his palm. Surely, this mark is familiar? I am Uchiha Yuan Ming, currently the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha? Hokage? Minato's disbelief was palpable. Fourth Hokage? Do not jest. I, Naruto, am aware that the renowned yellow flash is Minato Namikaze. Realizing that action spoke louder than words, Uchiha Yuan Ming swiftly inscribed the mark onto them before they could react. With a whoosh, the three figures vanished in an instant. Is this truly Konoha? Minato's eyes widened in astonishment. His previous doubts had been dispelled, and he now genuinely believed that Uchiha Yuan Ming was indeed the Hokage. This is troublesome. I have confirmed that Naruto is from the future. But where exactly is this place that has been reached due to the anomaly of the dragon vein? Indeed, it was Konoha, But the Hokage rock only bore the heads of the third Hokage. Naruto noticed that they had arrived in Konoha, but the three heads on the Hokage rock left him somewhat bewildered. Unlike the perspectives of these two, upon returning to Konoha, Uchiha Yuan Ming's superior perception abilities discerned a bustling training ground. That sensation, was it Indra's chakra? However, wasn't Uchiha Madara currently on the moon? How could he have arrived in Konoha and engaged in conflict with the security department? Moreover, why did the chakra feel somewhat ethereal? Wait, with the emergence of another Purushi, Sasuke and Boruto should also have arrived, right? Realizing this, Yuan Ming glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and Minato Namikaze. If they were to meet, would this not signify 3 generations under one roof? At that moment, Yuan Ming contemplated the intriguing scenario. He smiled at the two. It seems there is some trouble over there. As Hokage, I must attend to it. Would you two care to join me? Chapter 108. You married Sakura? When Uchiha Jinming arrived here with Naruto and his son, Uchiha Sasuke was activating Susanoo, confronting a group of guards who were somewhat bewildered by the situation. Is that Susanoo? And that boy's eyes. But I am certain, there is no one like him in our clan. Uchiha Fugaka cast a stern glance at his team before responding decisively. The team member, however, was unfazed. Everyone had come to understand Fugaka's personality. He appeared intimidating, yet possessed a delicate and gentle heart. He glanced at the figure, simply activating Susanoo without making any aggressive moves. Then looked back at Fugaku. Rubbing his chin, he remarked, Captain Fugaku, could he be your relative? You do resemble each other quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku was about to respond when 3 individuals suddenly appeared. The 2 blondes were unfamiliar to him, but the Hokage was someone he knew well. He hurried over and slightly bowed. I sincerely apologize, Lord Hokage, for failing to apprehend the intruder and causing you concern. Uchiha Jinming waved his hand dismissively, a smile gracing his face as he said, Please rise, Captain Fugaku. I will handle the rest. Turning to Uchiha Sasuke, he continued, And you, unfamiliar Uchiha. I am the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure. Lower your guard. Let us discuss matters in the Hokage Tower. The 4th Hokage? How could that be? Boruto, upon hearing this, felt something was amiss. Shouldn't the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure be his grandfather? How could he possibly be an Uchiha? Just as he was about to voice his objections, he was restrained by his mentor. Uchiha Sasuke, with a serious expression, shook his head at Boruto. Speaking in a low voice, Boruto, quiet down. Internally, he was also grappling with a tumult of emotions. An Uchiha Hokage? This was indeed shocking. Yet, what astonished him more were the 2 individuals standing beside the Uchiha Hokage. If he wasn't mistaken, that was a 16-year-old Naruto, without a doubt. His chakra perception could not be wrong. And that young man was undoubtedly Naruto's father, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke sensed something was off. He glanced at his father, then at the Naruto duo. Being somewhat astute, he began to form a hypothesis in his mind. Covering his head with his hand, he responded somewhat helplessly to Uchiha Jinming, Very well, Lord Hokage. I am now quite curious about what is truly happening. A group of individuals made their way to the Hokage Tower. Along the way, Uchiha Jinming created shadow clones, summoning the village's high-ranking officials and the elite forces of the Uchiha clan. Due to the large number of people, the Hokage's office could not accommodate them all. They gathered in the hall of the tower before moving to a conference room. Speak, Ginmin-kun. Why have you summoned us all here? What has transpired? Orochimaru called out to Uchiha Jinming in his usual tone, showing no change in demeanor despite Jinming's new title as Hokage. Uchiha Jinming observed the silent Naruto and his son, as well as Sasuke and his disciple. Shaking his head, he remarked somewhat helplessly. It would be exhausting to explain everything in detail, so I shall use Jinjutsu to convey the information directly. Do not resist my ocular power. With a slight tremor of his eye socket, he activated his Sharingan, transmitting the core information to all present. What? The future of the ninja world will face a threat from extraterrestrial beings? These individuals are from a parallel dimension due to the disruption of time and space? Fascinating. A parallel dimension, a flower that appears similar at first glance, but harbors significant differences within. This implies there are indeed individuals from the future among us. Unlike the others who were focused on the extraterrestrial threat, Orochimaru's interest lay in the concept of parallel dimensions. He found the research topic to be quite intriguing. His gaze shifted to the young man who was confronting the guards and could activate Susanoo. For some reason, he felt a strong affinity towards him. Additionally, he sensed the same aura as that of a contract holder from the Dragon Cave. Curiously, he inquired, What is the name of this individual? Might you share it? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Orochimaru with a complex expression. He sighed in resignation. It truly is a parallel dimension? My name is Uchiha Sasuke, and alongside my disciple, Boruto Uzumaki, we are individuals from the future. With that, he pulled the still-dazed Boruto to his side, giving him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. He knew that once he revealed this truth, the 16-year-old Naruto would undoubtedly react. As anticipated, as the quiet Naruto processed this information, he leaped up, exclaiming, "You are Sasuke? How is that possible? You do bear a striking resemblance." Realizing the implications of their presence, Naruto understood that if future and past individuals were in attendance, it had to be true. He looked at Sasuke's familiar yet aged visage, hesitatingly adding, "But why do you seem somewhat frail?" Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened slightly. He could brush off comments from others, including his own father, but being called frail by Naruto irked him. "If you have nothing constructive to say, it's better to remain silent." "What do you mean by frail?" At that moment, Naruto realized something. His eyes lit up as he gazed at the much older Sasuke, hastily asking, "Given your current attitude towards me, does that mean I eventually brought you back? Bring me back? What do you mean?" Boruto interjected, increasingly puzzled. His youthful father's enthusiasm towards his mentor and Sasuke's reaction to Naruto at this age raised his suspicions. "Wasn't my father always with my mother when he was younger? Who are you?" "Don't waste my time with irrelevant inquiries about Sasuke." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he waved away the individual he found annoying, eager to continue questioning Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke was beginning to feel impatient. The gazes of everyone in the room felt somewhat off. Not wishing to be misunderstood, he mimicked the earlier actions of the Uchiha Hokage, activating his Sharingan. He cast a Genjutsu, declaring, "Everything you wish to know lies within. I will reveal all to you." Moments later, everyone absorbed the information conveyed. Naruto's voice erupted in disbelief. "What? You married Sakura?" Chapter 109. Call Elder Shoutout. "Have you lost your mind, Naruto?" Uchiha Sasuke, with a sullen expression, directed a remark at Naruto. "Ha ha. How amusing you two are." Uchiha Yuan Ming, who had been observing everything from afar, could no longer contain his laughter and slapped the table as he chuckled. Naruto, truly the embodiment of unpredictability, shifted his focus back to Sakura upon learning that Sasuke would accompany him back. Minato Namikaze, disregarding the playful banter between Naruto and Sasuke, approached Boruto with a gentle smile, remarking, "I never imagined that at such a young age I would meet my grandson." Being astute, he realized that this was a parallel timeline rather than a separate temporal flow, alleviating any concern about influencing the future. Now, he could converse freely with those from the future without repercussions. "Grandpa, you're too young." Boruto Uzumaki found himself in a bit of a predicament when faced with a grandfather whose demeanor starkly contrasted with his father's. Uchiha Yuan Ming surveyed the cheerful gathering of time travelers below and, after gaining everyone's attention by clapping his hands, spoke gravely. "Now that we have a general understanding of the information, our next step is to devise a strategy to defeat that individual and restore tranquility to the timeline. This must be accomplished promptly, as it pertains directly to his world." Meanwhile, in a different dimension bearing the information of the Otsutsuki clan, two Urashiki descended amidst a spatial disturbance. "Do you have any solutions?" The future Urashiki inquired of the Otsutsuki from this world. It was imperative to ask, as he had not arrived on this planet prematurely. Even with the aid of the little turtle artifact, he lacked the ability to influence the parallel timeline. There was surely a mysterious factor affecting his own existence in this world. In response to the inquiry, the Otsutsuki pondered briefly before turning with a serious countenance, stating, "It's Shinjutsu. This planet has caught Shinjutsu's attention. I certainly do not possess the ability to affect the parallel timeline. That was accomplished through the artifact and his power." "What? Are you serious?" The future Urashiki was taken aback, unable to conceal his astonishment. Shinjutsu Otsutsuki, the deity of the Otsutsuki clan, whose lore was most comprehensive, had become a divine being and was so concerned about this planet. This was monumental intelligence. Haha. I told you this planet had issues. Ishiki, Kagaya, and Momoshiki have all fallen victim to it. What kind of enchantment does this planet possess? Information and energy should hold no significance for one who has ascended to godhood. In response to the future Urashiki's inquiry, the Otsutsuki from this world explained, "This planet harbors the power of fate. In higher dimensions, Shinjutsu requires this information." Upon hearing this, the future Urashiki clapped his hands in amazement. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. The power of fate, time, space, energy, and soul. Our clan's research on these matters is indeed formidable." However, fate, being so elusive, is something I have never encountered before, especially manifesting within this planet. The future Urashiki refrained from further comments, aware that anyone in their clan would be equally astonished upon learning of this planet. Yet, such knowledge would undoubtedly awaken their covetous desires. After all, why wouldn't those who have ascended desire a planet that even the unascended would want? But what can we do? It seems we are no match for that individual. Even if we join forces, we would merely achieve a stalemate. I have a plan. Let us first consume the Rinnegan on the moon, which would bolster our strength. Excellent. Let us proceed with that. With a tearing sound, the space rippled again as the two figures vanished from sight. At this moment, Uchiha Madara, accompanied by the Otsutsuki of the moon, hastened to the ninja world. He sensed the recent battle and received intelligence from Yuan Ming, the ability to control time. To be honest, he had no effective countermeasure against it. All his abilities were offensive, including the unique ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, which merely granted him additional special clones. Faced with an entity capable of halting time, he felt utterly outmatched. He feared that if that individual could not defeat Uchiha Yuan Ming, he might turn his attention toward him. After all, the notion of absorbing another's chakra to strengthen oneself had already been deliberated with Yuan Ming on the moon. To prevent such a scenario, he had fled as soon as the battle concluded. Upon arriving in the ninja world with several Otsutsuki, they swiftly made their way to Kanahagakure. Yuan Ming had already sensed his chakra and sent a shadow clone to the village gates. What brings you here, especially in such a large entourage? Yuan Ming's shadow clone questioned Madara, who arrived with a formidable group. Nothing much, just guarding against that individual's ambush. After all, I am not a match for that monster who can control time. The shadow clone hesitated, contemplating Madara's words. Frankly, after battling Urashiki, he realized that the latter was merely an overindulged child. The so-called technique to stop time could only affect those without the Rinnegan. Otherwise, he would have already frozen Sasuke's time and taken him down without needing to resort to an elbow strike if it came down to a confrontation. He believed Madara might not necessarily lose. He could very well emerge victorious with ease. However, considering the presence of two Urashiki now, it wouldn't tee her to be cautious. The shadow clone nodded in understanding and led them into Kanahagakure. Madara, our combat capabilities are now quite substantial. There's a meeting concerning the extraterrestrial intruder. You should join us. Intrigued by Yuan Ming's invitation, Madara felt curious. If this young man deemed their strength sufficient, it surely meant they were not significantly weaker than himself. He was keen to discover who, apart from himself and the deceased Hashirama, could warrant such praise. In the vast hall on the moon, the two Urashiki wore troubled expressions. The Rinnegan has escaped. Let us use our Byakugan to locate him. True to their word, they switched their Byakugan to stargazing mode, significantly enhancing their vision range. Soon, they identified the location of the Rinnegan. Damn it, they are all gathered together. The future Urashiki felt a sense of despair, realizing that their combat strength had been completely surpassed. He spoke hoarsely. Call Elder Shoutao. Our forces are insufficient. The Otsutsuki from this world, witnessing the dire situation below, felt powerless. Cursed be it, we must ultimately share our spoils with Elder Shoutao. Chapter 110. Consumed by the two Otsutsuki, the situation had deteriorated to such an extent that the two of them dared not overestimate their own abilities. They promptly invoked a secret technique to establish a connection with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was situated on a distant planet. As an interstellar force, the Otsutsuki possessed the capability for interstellar communication. Particularly when they were earnest, their efficiency was remarkable, contrasting starkly with the lethargy cultivated by their long-lived nature. Before long, within the atmosphere of a once desolate planet, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, with an impassive expression, slightly furrowed his brows. His loyal servant, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, observed this peculiar state and, with an earnest demeanor, inquired, "My lord Momoshiki, what troubles you?" "That fellow Urashiki has actually contacted me, TSK. I am rather reluctant to respond." Momoshiki's frown deepened. He held no fondness for the inexperienced Urashiki, whose innate talent surpassed his own, although Urashiki often addressed him as senpai in person. He was aware of the derisive term little peach that was whispered behind his back. Perhaps you should respond. While he is indeed insufferable, he is, after all, a member of the esteemed clan, Kinshiki reasoned, recognizing the predicament of his master. However, there was little choice. Despite both being young nobles of the clan, Urashiki's standing was decidedly more formidable. With a dismissive glance towards his loyal servant, Momoshiki pondered the situation. Raising his right hand, he activated his Rinnegan. channeling chakra to connect with the incoming stream of information. What is it, Urashiki? Senpai, I have located the planet where Ishiki and Kagaya reside. At these words, Mamoshiki's eyes gleamed, and a sardonic smile graced his lips. Are you facing difficulties? Otherwise, you would not disclose this information to me. Indeed, Senpai. There are several formidable opponents here, and I am no match for them. Thus, I require your assistance. As expected, Mamoshiki anticipated this conclusion. If he were in Urashiki's position, encountering a planet that had been lost for millennia, his first thought would be to devise a means to absorb their nursery. The prolonged absence implied either treachery or defeat by local resistance forces, thus presenting ample opportunity. His gaze sharpened, though he maintained a composed demeanor as he feigned reluctance. I would love to assist you immediately, but my divine tree has just drained the planet beneath me, and the fruits have only just been harvested. Moreover, the distance to your star domain would take me many days to traverse. This was a mere pretense. Although his background was not as illustrious as Urashiki's, he had been assigned to a mature team for training even before the distribution of guardians. In an urgent situation, he could still request the Ascension Bridge, a legendary artifact capable of instantaneously traversing 1,000,000 light-years within the observable universe. However, why should he expend goodwill on Urashiki without just cause? Urashiki, aware of this, responded with unwavering determination through the information stream. This planet has already coalesced chakra fruits and has not yet become a dead star. Furthermore, Senpai Shinji has commenced preparations on this planet regarding which I need not elaborate. Mamoshiki's white pupils constricted slightly, and he trembled as he asked, Is what you say true? Absolutely. Very well. I shall come at once, but you must reimburse me for the cost of the Ascension Bridge afterward. That is not an issue, Senpai Mamoshiki. Thus, Otsutsuki Mamoshiki prepared to embark towards that star domain. Meanwhile, within the body of the Jinchuriki, a surge of chakra information pulsated, echoing a voice identical to Mamoshiki's. Has the future altered? Intriguing, another self exists in a parallel dimension. As Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Obito made their way to the war conference room, Uchiha Genmyu was filled with uncontainable excitement. It was evident from his status panel. Uchiha Genmyu, life form level, LV6, 6 paths, strong, talent, divine nature, sovereign of the Weeping Willow. Kingdom of Anshikawa, an evolving alternate dimension soon to ascend into a divine realm. Vassals, governance, light, child, Wamiru, Baruru, Naka, thunder, Yuta. Sharingan, Rena Sharingan. LV6D Jutsu, Rinnegan Techniques Amaterasu, Deiko Kuten, Susanoo, Golden Will Rebirth Explosion, Silver Will Rebirth Explosion, 6 paths. Special D Jutsu, Moonbow Reverence, ensures attacks achieve causality level certainty. Energy Attribute, all attributes. Skills, Sage Mode, Truth-Seeking Orb, Flying Thunder God. Other skills that are no longer at the 6 paths level and less beneficial have been omitted. His spiritual essence stood at 722 strands. At this juncture, he had reached a plateau. During the war, in his quest to swiftly attain the title of Hokage, he refrained from excessive slaughter, resulting in a meager influx of spiritual essence. Such a minor accumulation was insufficient for the evolution of his life level. Currently, only the bloodline network could facilitate this. Yet it had to be of the caliber associated with Otsutsuki Kagaya, whose relinquishment of the wedge-enabled immortality. He sensed that upon achieving this, a monumental transformation in his divine nature would ensue. Thus, he yearned to consume the 2 Otsutsuki. By eliminating them, he would secure a substantial influx of spiritual essence, thereby making the bloodline network attainable. In no time, Uchiha Jimiya led Obito into the conference room, filled with the core shinobi of Konoha. His shadow clone was already on stage delivering a speech, but upon seeing the original enter, it promptly dissipated, with a resounding thud. The dissolution of the shadow clone flooded Jinmiya's mind with an array of information. Shaking his head, he approached the front of the stage with Obito. Observing the hesitant murmurs from below, he raised his hand, silencing the crowd before addressing them. Everyone, the recent quarrel was devoid of purpose. It is not that I am unwilling to take more individuals into action. Rather, in the forthcoming battle, any shinobi who has not attained a certain level will prove futile. I shall explain why. As he spoke, he gestured towards Uchiha Obito, saying, Allow me to introduce this individual. He is Uchiha Obito. Chapter 111. Impure World Reincarnation. What? He is Uchiha Madara? No way. If he truly is Uchiha Madara, he should be quite aged, yet he appears so youthful. Regardless of that, if I am not mistaken, Uchiha Madara should be the first rogue ninja in the history of Konoha. How could a rogue ninja brazenly enter the village? The Hokage must have his arrangements. And surely he would not deceive us. Let us see what he has to say. The crowd below erupted in astonishment. It was unavoidable. Uchiha Madara's reputation was simply too immense. However, their shock was mixed with disbelief. Madara, standing on the platform, was thoroughly displeased by the murmurs beneath. What did they mean by the first rogue ninja in Konoha's history? How infuriating. If it weren't for being restrained, he would have shown the insolent one below a lesson. Noticing Madara's irritation, Uchiha Jinmiya quickly cleared his throat. Once he captured the attention of the crowd, he explained, "As for what Uchiha Madara is about, I shall elucidate later. For now, let me state one thing. Even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara may not necessarily be a match for those of the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, I have a clear idea of the personnel needed going forward." As he spoke, he produced a blank sheet of paper and swiftly wrote a few notes on it. With a flick of his wrist, he performed the shadow clone technique. The paper transformed mid-air into dozens of copies. Witnessing that everyone present received their own written instructions, Uchiha Jinmiya felt a sense of satisfaction. Altering the shadow clone technique was a trivial task at his level of power. Nevertheless, the content he had penned was of utmost significance. As everyone finished reading their respective notes, Uchiha Jinmiya smiled slightly. In summary, the fighters are those listed on the paper. We shall discuss the subsequent battle arrangements in detail tomorrow. With that, he cast a glance at the bewildered Boruto. He could not divulge the battle plan here, especially with the need to guard against the entity residing within that little brat, lest information leak and disrupt his strategy. After all, he had witnessed firsthand how Sasuke's Rinnegan had been lost in his past life. On the surface of the moon, illuminated by the reflection of the nearby blue planet, Otsutsuki Momoshiki emerged from a void, perched upon Kinshiki's shoulder. His wide eyes coldly surveyed his surroundings. Momoshiki's brow furrowed deeper as he coldly questioned, "Urashiki, what trickery are you up to? What is this other version of yourself all about?" In this sensation, Momoshiki sensed a troubling predicament. He was confident in his perceptive abilities. Not only could he discern the authenticity of a person, but with enough focus, he could see the past and future with ease. Yet now, he demanded to know why his Byakugan revealed traces of his own demise on this unfamiliar Urashiki. Feeling a sense of foreboding, he focused his Byakugan, causing veins to bulge at his temples as chakra surged through his eyes. At this moment, Momoshiki exerted a level of power typically unnecessary for a member of the Otsutsuki clan. As his vision sharpened, he beheld the truth. How disgraceful! The alternate version of myself would actually face defeat. That feeble, ball-like attack could not possibly have led to my wedge reincarnation. Unable to remain still, Momoshiki leaped down from Kinshiki's shoulder and drifted toward Urashiki of the future. With a ferocious grin, he declared, "You, the alternate version of me. Explain to me in detail how I was defeated." He genuinely needed clarification, as in this alternate timeline, Urashiki was not the one directly involved. All he could see was himself being vanquished by a blue chakra sphere. The specifics remained a mystery. The future version of Urashiki wore a bemused expression. "No problem, senior. I will share everything I know." On another front, the following morning, Uchiha Jinmiya arrived at a training ground in Konoha, accompanied by Madara, Sasuke, and Naruto, along with Hikari and Jiraiya. Observing that Sasuke had indeed not brought Boruto, he felt a sense of satisfaction. There was a reason behind not bringing your disciple. I have defeated an Otsutsuki, and I am aware of some of their techniques. The ability to resurrect, the wedge seal, must surely have been inscribed upon Boruto. Uchiha Sasuke, expressionless, nodded in agreement. Indeed, ever since Momoshiki was defeated by Naruto and me, that seal has manifested on Boruto. However, the chakra within that seal is minuscule. I do not believe it will pose a significant obstacle. Hearing Sasuke's words, Jinmiya silently shook his head. This guy is indeed Sasuke, always encountering mishaps in unexpected ways. It was unnecessary to press him, as he might not heed the advice. Understanding Sasuke's character, Jinmiya could only sigh. It is wise to be cautious in the future. The reason I summoned you today is not for trivial matters. I intend to mobilize our main combat forces. Meanwhile, the two young women, Jiraiya and Hikari, already aware of his intentions, discreetly vacated the area. Minato, who had been silently observing since yesterday, now curiously inquired, "What other main combat forces, Hokage-sama?" His curiosity was justified. Yesterday, this Hokage had notably excluded the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and even Kakashi's father from his selections. This indicated that the person before him had high or perhaps peculiar standards for combat capability. After all, even Naruto, an immature Jinchuriki, had not been dismissed from consideration. Jinmiya chuckled. You will find out shortly. In an instant, he formed a series of hand signs. Hikari, in unison, unfurled a scroll. With a resounding thud, two bodies of white Zetsu emerged from the scroll. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Jinmiya clapped his hands to the ground, invoking the impure world reincarnation. Mysterious symbols entwined around the bodies of the white Zetsu, as a flurry of papers enveloped them. Before long, as the papers fell away, two ninja appeared in the arena. One with black hair and the other with white, both adorned in the attire of their era. Chapter 112. The first and second generations. Upon witnessing these two figures, Uchiha Sasuke remained silent. However, Uchiha Madara could no longer contain himself. He turned to Yuan Ming with a perplexed gaze and inquired, I can comprehend the technique of Edo Tensei. Given that Hashirama's power is indeed formidable. Yet, this fellow, TSK, his strength is rather underwhelming. What use is he? Uchiha Yuan Ming, upon hearing this, shook his head with a bemused smile. The fellow Madara referred to as none other than the white-haired ninja in the arena, Senju Tobirama. Madara's animosity towards Tobirama had been cultivated since childhood, deeply rooted in the tensions of Konoha. It could be said that their relationship was one of irreconcilable enmity. Realizing that internal discord could not be permitted before the battle had even commenced, Yuan Ming pointed towards the still unconscious Senju Tobirama and stated, the Flying Thunder God technique holds significant value in battles of this caliber. He then gestured towards Minato Namikaze, adding, this individual also possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. With two highly experienced users of this technique present, they will undoubtedly create substantial disruptions for the Otsutsuki clan. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's words, Uchiha Madara suppressed his inner tumult and inquired with curiosity, indeed, the Flying Thunder God is troublesome. But what do you mean by can be of great assistance? Unlike your previous opponent, the Otsutsuki this time. Yuan Ming chuckled lightly. Their combat experience is akin to that of a novice in a ninja academy. Is that truly the case? Uchiha Madara expressed surprise, pondering the combat experience of those so-called monsters. Were they truly that inept? At this juncture, Uchiha Sasuke interjected. The Otsutsuki are indeed lacking. I have yet to encounter the one you mentioned, but those such as Kinshiki, Momoshiki, and Urashiki, rest assured, they are genuinely ineffective. As he spoke, Sasuke could not help but chuckle inwardly. Kinshiki was passable, a standard guardian. Momoshiki, however, proved to be utterly incapable, after showcasing a few flashy taijutsu moves. He was thoroughly outmatched by Naruto and himself. Urashiki possessed troublesome abilities, but in combat, it made sense that Momoshiki was his predecessor. Enough of this idle chatter. It is time to awaken the first and second Hokage, Yuan Ming declared, wishing to move forward. With his hands pressed together, he initiated the subsequent phases of the Edo Tensei technique. With a resonant hum, the two legendary ninjas slowly opened their eyes, their dark, ashen irises surveying all present. This is Edo Tensei? And you? Are you Madara? You are still alive. Senju Tobirama glared at Uchiha Madara with evident disbelief. He could not fathom how Madara, whom he had thought deceased, stood before him now, alive and well, exuding a presence that was unmistakably that of a living being rather than a mere reanimation. Meanwhile, the black-haired ninja, Senju Hashirama, also laid eyes upon Uchiha Madara, his tone suddenly brightening. Madara, it brings me great joy to see you. Tobirama, this troublesome technique of yours is not without merit. Senju Tobirama frowned at his elder brother, admonishing, brother, you have not even greeted your own sibling before acknowledging this man. How outrageous. What? You actually care about that? Senju Hashirama turned to his brother, his expression one of surprise. At that moment, Yuan Ming, growing impatient with their antics, narrowed his eyes, which now glowed a fiery red. He advanced towards the group, declaring, enough. This is not the time for reminiscing. You must swiftly understand why we have summoned you. What formidable ocular power and chakra. Senju Hashirama, sensing the intensity of Yuan Ming's presence, straightened his demeanor and turned to him with a serious expression, inquiring, might I ask who you are, esteemed Uchiha? Me? Hey, I am Uchiha Yuan Ming, the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. He introduced himself with a warm smile. At these words, Senju Tobirama was taken aback. He retorted, what? Your ocular prowess is so formidable. This signifies that you are undoubtedly a malevolent entity. How is it that you have become Hokage? Have those fools lost their minds? I am now the Hokage. Face the reality. Yuan Ming regarded Senju Tobirama with a hint of mockery. Second Hokage. His sarcasm was palpable. To others, Senju Tobarama was a ninja of considerable political and ninjutsu accomplishments. Yet, in Yuan Jing's eyes, aside from his prowess in ninjutsu, his political feats were hardly noteworthy. He merely established a ninja academy to teach the common folk and created the Umbu, a special force for the Hokage, drawing unwarranted praise. If he truly possessed any political acumen, he should have been akin to the historical figure Tera no Kayamori, rather than perpetuating the so-called ninja villages. Beyond his talent in ninjutsu, Yuan Jing held a profound disdain for the second Hokage. Similarly, the first Hokage was not exempt from his scorn. An idealist who would not have garnered his attention were it not for their combat abilities. As Yuan Jing pondered, Senju Hashirama patted his younger brother's shoulder and smiled gently at both Yuan Jing and Madara, saying, "Tobarama, what is your mindset? The emergence of a fourth Hokage from the Uchiha clan is a splendid development. Madara, your descendant has truly achieved greatness by becoming Hokage. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us hear what this young man has to convey," Uchiha Madara remarked, crossing his arms and closing his eyes in meditation. Observing this, Uchiha Yuan Jing activated his Sharingan, the tomo swirling within his eyes. A surge of ocular power began to emanate as he stated, "Since you are already dead, there is no need for resistance against my genjutsu. I shall now elucidate matters to you." With a resonant hum, the genjutsu took form, swiftly entering the gaze of the two Hokage. Having anticipated Yuan Jing's words, both men accepted the situation, including Senju Tobarama, who, despite his disdain for the Uchiha, recognized that the individual before them was the Hokage. As a deceased person, he thought, what harm could a minor genjutsu do? In the realm of reality, mere seconds passed. Yet within the genjutsu, time extended significantly. Once they grasped the entirety of the situation, Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow and remarked, "If that is the case, are they invaders from beyond our world? Brother, it seems we ought to agree to this young man's." Before he could finish, he turned to his elder brother, only to find him in a state of bewilderment, asking, "Are there truly beings residing in the heavens? Are not those who dwell in the heavens considered deities? Why are they so unfriendly towards us?" Faced with this, Senju Tobarama could only helplessly cradle his head, then turned to Yuan Jing, shaking his head and chuckling, "Brother, simply participate in the battle. Now, let us proceed with the technique you mentioned." Chapter 113, The Pure-Eyed Youth. Upon encountering the brothers of the Senju clan, the second Hokage, who was responsible for decision-making, nodded in agreement. Uchiha Yuan Ming felt a sense of relief. From that moment on, he and Madara would likely return to the founding days of Konoha, finding a reasonable equilibrium and avoiding the sudden outbreak of internal strife. His Sharingan flickered momentarily, revealing the Golden Rinnegan. With the activation of the Rinne Rebirth technique, and under the immense infusion of ocular power, the jutsu for resurrecting the dead was instantaneously bestowed upon the first and second Hokage. At this moment, all present, except for Madara, gazed in astonishment at Yuan Ming. "Was that not the same Rinnegan that I possess? What kind of ocular technique is this? It bears the tomo of the Sharingan yet resembles the Rinnegan as chronicled. The malevolent Uchiha's eyes have ascended to a new level? Does this imply an even more unstable mental state? Wait, what about my and Tobarama's bodies?" Ignoring the stunned crowd, Uchiha Yuan Ming continued to channel chakra, allowing the Rinne Rebirth technique to manifest flawlessly. He had long yearned to test this technique and discern its differences from his own Daikokutten. Both jutsu shared the common principle of resurrection, yet they must also diverge in certain aspects. Indeed, as the filth upon the Senju brothers was gradually stripped away, the breath of life descended upon them. Yuan Ming, deeply attuned to the essence of this technique, discerned its intricacies. Unlike the divine Daikokutten, the foundation of the Rinne Rebirth technique lay within the six-path sage, Otsutsuki Kagaya. This was a technique he had developed, indelibly inscribed in the lineage of his Rinnegan. This entity represented the wedge of the six-path sage. Should he desire, he and his brother could resurrect to the present realm at any moment through this technique. In that fleeting thought, Uchiha Yuan Ming was filled with admiration. He had always found it peculiar that the brothers Yuhi and Yuhira, unique Otsutsuki birth under the blessings of the planet's beings, possessed divine traits and substantial chakra. How could they possibly age and perish? Thus, considering that these brothers were continually developing the concept of a pure land, Yuan Ming, through years of research on divinity, had come to understand their objective, the shadowed realm of the planet, the domain of the cycle of death, their creation of the chakra pure land. If it were to envelop the planet's shadowed side entirely, would completely supplant the land of Yomi. Those brothers could achieve monumental elevation, perhaps even ascend dimensions. At this moment, the only comforting news was that their intentions were not born of malice. They acted from the recognition that the native divine system of the planet had long since vanished. Thus, in their efforts against the Otsutsuki, there would be no need for further vigilance against these two. However, after vanquishing the Otsutsuki, Yuan Ming resolved that he must stake a claim in the planet's shadowed realm. There was no other rationale. It was simply because his divine status was that of the Lord of the Ashihara China. In this realm, he was uniquely the Son of Heaven. To remain uninvolved in the cycle of life and death would be utterly unacceptable. In that fleeting moment of reflection, the Senju brothers were fully revived. Senju Tobarama pinched his arm, feeling the pain and the rush of blood coursing through his veins. He lifted his gaze, incredulously exclaiming, "Incredible! Is this the power of the Rinnegan as recorded?" Senju Hashirama was equally astounded. He turned to his trusted companion, Uchiha Madara, and remarked with a sigh, "If the Sharingan can evolve to such an extent, then, Madara, you have not perished, could it be?" "Indeed, Hashirama." Madara could no longer suppress the smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Hashirama's inquiry, he raised an eyebrow, proudly declaring, "You believed you had slain me. But in truth, you did not. That battle was merely a prelude for me to attain the Rinnegan." With that, Uchiha Madara, in a display of triumph, allowed his eyes to spin, transforming into the violet Rinnegan. Much like the adage of returning home in fine clothes. It was only natural to flaunt one's achievements before a dear friend, especially when that friend was an Uchiha. As he observed Hashirama and Tobarama, one a cherished bond and the other a formidable rival, both of whom gaped in astonishment, Madara felt a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke interjected with a scoff, "Enough of this frivolity. The Rinnegan is hardly remarkable. Let us discuss our forthcoming battle strategy." Snapped back to reality by Sasuke's remark, Tobarama turned to him. This youth, with one eye obscured by bangs and the other an unremarkable black, exuded an aura, tone, an expression that conveyed a trove of information to the Uchiha expert. His eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" "Humph." Faced with the second Hokage's scrutiny, memories of the past flooded back to Sasuke, prompting him to turn away dismissively. Clapping his hands, Uchiha Yuan Ming proclaimed, "Since we are all somewhat acquainted, let us commence with the battle plan. The first step, how shall we lure them out?" At that moment, the four Otsutsuki, led by Kagaya, hovered above Konoha. Kagaya's Byakugan, having scanned the interior of the pure-eyed youth, twisted into a sinister grin. Well, it appears to be the genuine wedge. And that sensation, indeed, is the pure eye?" The future time Uchiha, with a mocking smirk, added, "I did not deceive you, did I, elder? This boy possesses the pure eye. Moreover, they are scheming on how to lure us out. Why not seize this youth first, release the other elder, and then deliver them a significant blow? What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Kagaya's expression darkened ominously. "Then let us first capture that pure-eyed youth. Once the other me is revived, I shall seize the power of the pure eye and annihilate these inferior beings completely." Chapter 114. The Ambush of Peach Style. The execution capabilities of Peach Style and his companions are commendable. As Bayan locked onto Boruto Uzumaki, two members of Purity swiftly maneuvered, while Jin provided support. Agetsuki Bairawaka was activated. At that moment, Boruto, patiently waiting for his master Sasuke, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. This sensation, Boruto's expression twisted. Is it Peach Style? He could not mistake this feeling of oppression. One cannot forget such an existence after daily encounters. Boruto remembered. This is a parallel world, and the appearance of another Otsutsuki Peach Style is entirely plausible. Realizing this, Boruto resolved not to remain idle. Rising to his feet, he concentrated his chakra. Indeed, this spatial trajectory is aimed at me. Unlike his father, Boruto, who had been astute since childhood, immediately pieced together many thoughts in that instant. The Otsutsuki clan is known for consuming their kin. The Peach Style within him had already devoured Jin. If he were captured, and the entity within him were consumed by this world's Peach Style, the consequences were unimaginable. He would become unfathomably powerful. Boruto utilized his pure eye to discern the spatial direction of the approaching Otsutsuki. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the opposite wall. Crash! As the wooden wall splintered, Boruto emerged onto the streets of Konoha. Simultaneously, in a room where a battle strategy was being discussed, several perceptive ninjas reacted with alarm. Boruto. This is not good. Upon sensing the situation, Uchiha Motomiya quickly grasped the gravity of the matter, its purity. Even though he hadn't watched much of Boruto's tale in his previous life, he distinctly remembered the intel regarding the pure eye. It possesses all the fundamental abilities of the Byakugan, yet the visions it reveals are not monochromatic. They are vivid and colorful. Moreover, the uniqueness of this lies in its ability to perceive the movement trajectories of others within space. Boruto, being deeply committed to his master Sasuke, would not recklessly wander in unfamiliar surroundings under normal circumstances. The only explanation is, he has been targeted. Fortunately, after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Motomiya had long since inscribed the Flying Thunder God seals in all critical locations throughout Konoha. He hastily informed the others, "I will take my leave. Boruto requires assistance." With that declaration, a flash of golden light marked his departure from the scene. Nearby, Uchiha Sasuke's expression darkened. He harbored significant concern for his disciple Boruto. Setting aside other relationships, as the beloved son of his bond with Naruto, he could not allow harm to befall him. With a stern face, Sasuke wasted no time and crashed through the window, leaping into action. "Naruto, remain here and do not act recklessly. I will investigate." At that moment, Minato Namake's face mirrored his anxiety. That is his grandson. Despite the alternate timeline, he cared deeply. He hurled a specially crafted kunai through the shattered window with a whoosh, vanishing from sight. Observing the urgency, the others quickly mobilized, each displaying their unique abilities to rush to the scene. "You cannot escape, Pure-Eye Boy. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your ability to see my attacks?" The Otsutsuki Peach style and Jin appeared before Boruto in a swirl of distortion. "How is this possible? I was clearly fleeing in the opposite direction." Boruto was taken aback by the sight. Noticing his incredulous expression, Peach style sneered, "It's quite simple. Just move faster than your eyes can perceive. As long as I am quicker than your vision, you are utterly powerless." With that, the veins on Peach style's temple bulged as he unleashed a formidable ocular power. Eye technique, pressure. This potent eye technique created a powerful binding force, instilling dread as it surged towards Boruto. What is happening? Boruto felt his body immobilize, cold sweat trickling down his face. He sensed imminent danger. Haha. Inferior beings are indeed inferior. Know that this technique can even restrain those of average caliber among my kin. Peach style explained with a grin. Suddenly, his Byakugan detected something. He swiftly turned to Jin and commanded, "They have reacted. Jin, confine this boy to another dimension while I handle these nuisances." With that, Peach style soared into the air, gathering chakra in his hand. The crimson scythe materialized, and with a fierce shout, he elegantly swung the scythe towards an empty space. Whoosh! In that instant, Motomiya's figure manifested. Upon his sudden appearance, he found himself confronted by the Otsutsuki wielding a deadly blade. With no time to react, he could only summon his Susanoo armor, bracing for impact. Boom! Protected by the Susanoo, Motomiya collided with the Hokage monument, shattering the statue of the third Hokage beneath the overwhelming force. Ha ha ha! Truly, foresight meets unpreparedness. Our ambush must have left you astonished. Peach style laughed heartily, reveling in the effectiveness of his assault. Aware that his alternate self in another timeline had become a wedge, he had long discarded any nonchalance. He had no desire for reincarnation, thus, he would exert his full strength. Even against a rabbit. Do not be so arrogant, you fiend. A flash of golden light erupted, and Motomiya reappeared. Within his golden Rinnegan, boundless malice radiated. This malice, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered toward Peach style. This level of malice, a gentle spring breeze. Peach style gazed down from his elevated position with an air of superiority. For him, a mature duo had long since annihilated countless planets. He had tasted the malice of entire worlds. The malice of a mere human was trivial in comparison. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke, Minato Namake's, Uchiha Madara, and the Senju brothers appeared within Peach style as peripheral vision. Upon noticing his attention diverted, Motomiya seized the opportunity to advance. Just as he prepared to swing his divine sword at Peach style, the blade's radiance sliced through the air. The figure of Peach style emerged high above. He turned to Purity, praising, "Truly a genius, Purity. Your spatial time divine technique is remarkably timely." This was the reason he had Purity maneuvering. It allowed for swift execution of Zuki Bairawaka, fully exploiting their mobility. Turning his gaze to his accompanying servant, he smiled slightly. "What is the situation, Lord Peach style?" "The mission is complete. That boy has already been confined to another dimension." Chapter 115. The Assistance of the Six Paths Brothers. Haha. Let us go, my friends. Once we have everything in order, we shall refine them into elixirs one by one. The Otsutsuki Tsukuyami declared with a sinister grin to his companions. "Very well, esteemed elder." Purification replied with a mocking smirk directed at those below. Subsequently, the spatial abilities activated, and the figures of the Otsutsuki vanished from sight. Damn it! Has Boruto been captured? At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke had already reunited with Uchiha Jinmyo. This familiar visage. Is it Tsukuyomi from this timeline? Jinmyo's expression was far from pleasant. He felt he had underestimated these Otsutsuki due to his preconceived notions from his past life. Casting a glance at Sasuke, Jinmyo inquired, "Is there any means for you to track these fellows?" He held a certain expectation towards Sasuke. After all, he had the most extensive experience dealing with these Otsutsuki. "There is no way. Their spatial abilities surpass ours." Sasuke shook his head, lamenting his helplessness. At that moment, the others arrived at the scene. "Did we miss it? I could have sworn I saw 2 more of those Otsutsuki you mentioned. What do they mean by capturing that blonde-haired brat?" In response to Madara and Tobarama's inquiries, Uchiha Jinmyo sighed. "It seems we have indeed missed the opportunity. Let's gather our thoughts. We have been caught off guard this time. Moreover, Sasuke, I hope you will share all the information regarding Boruto with everyone." After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Sasuke nodded in agreement. "No problem. Let us return to the meeting room. That's the situation. I'm unclear about the specifics, such as what Tsukuyomi has done within Boruto." Uchiha Sasuke relayed everything he knew to those present. "This is troublesome. The so-called wedge carries a compressed package containing all the data of an Otsutsuki. If the Tsukuyomi from this timeline has done something extraordinary, we will be at a severe disadvantage. The most critical issue now is, we can't capture them." Uchiha Jinmyo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He too possessed knowledge of the wedge. Whether this timeline Tsukuyomi absorbed another's or was simply fed to emerge from Boruto, it posed a significant dilemma. One scenario strengthens him exponentially, while the other adds yet another Otsutsuki to the fray. Who would not feel burdened by such a predicament? Upon hearing Jinmyo's distress, everyone present fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, against those beings, interception or containment seemed impossible. How could one hope to defeat them or rescue anyone? Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of chakra descended upon the location. Amidst the buzzing sound, 2 formidable chakra signatures manifested before them. The chakras swiftly morphed into humanoid forms. Are these also Otsutsuki? Another ambush? Prepare yourselves." The Senju brothers, upon recognizing the 2 figures reminiscent of the previous Otsutsuki, were ready to launch an attack. "Wait. They are with us." Uchiha Jinmyo swiftly intervened, positioning himself before the Senju brothers to halt their actions. One of them was the Sage of 6 Paths, while the other was his brother. Jinmyo turned, a smile gracing his face. "Esteemed elders, have you come to assist us?" Though framed as a question, Jinmyo was acutely aware that the Otsutsuki brothers were not ones to visit without cause. It seemed the cumulative pressure of 5 Otsutsuki across parallel timelines had compelled them to act. He also understood that if these brothers had not found a means to address the current crisis, they would not have appeared. As Jinmyo had surmised, Otsutsuki Hagoromo cast a fleeting glance at the calmed Senju brothers. Their current location was the moon, a fact known to all. The pivotal issue was how to restrain their movements. As he spoke, the Sage of 6 Paths turned to his brother. "My brother will handle this." Otsutsuki Hamura nodded gravely, acknowledging, "Their miscalculation lies in using the moon as a temporary base. That place is a small world I opened for the sake of my descendants. The spatial power within that lunar realm has always been under my control." Hearing this, Jinmyo's eyes brightened. He quickly inquired, "So, if we utilize that small world you created on the moon, we can intercept their spatial movements?" Otsutsuki Hamura unreservedly confirmed, regarding their spatial abilities. "We may not match them in distance, but in functionality, my brother and I are confident we can surpass them." Uchiha Jinmyo nodded in understanding. This duo was undoubtedly a genius in the realm of spatial abilities. The Sage of 6 Paths Pure Land and Otsutsuki Hamura's lunar small world attested to this. With that assurance, I can rest easy. Let us all proceed to the moon. Both Madara and I are aware of the route to ascend. At this moment, the others, particularly Senju Hashirama, reacted with astonishment. "His mouth agape," he exclaimed, "to the moon? Tobarama, am I dreaming? Even being resurrected feels like a dream, right?" His astonishment was understandable. In his era, ascending to the moon was the stuff of myths. Hearing his elder brother's incredulous words, Senju Tobarama retorted, "Stop overthinking. Just follow orders, brother." "Huh? Tobarama, are you dismissing me again?" Ignoring the Senju brothers' banter, Uchiha Jinmyo's thoughts were singular. He must eliminate these Otsutsuki that threatened his peaceful existence and perhaps gain some wisdom in the process. In the temple upon the moon, Otsutsuki Tsukuyomi gazed coldly at the unconscious Boruto Uzumaki. A cruel smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "How long do you intend to feign sleep? It is time to awaken, Tsukuyomi." Chapter 116. Perish. Enemies of the planet. Humph. It is not that I feign slumber, but rather that I seek to ascertain the nature of this situation. The figure known as Boruto Uzumaki opened his eyes. No, it is not Boruto Uzumaki. It would be more accurate to say it is Kagaya Otsutsuki from a future timeline. He bore Boruto's visage as he rose to his feet. As his chakra surged, horns sprouted from his forehead. With his clear eyes now unveiled, he let forth a sinister smile. A parallel dimension, is it? A past devoid of failures? Fascinating. In this timeline, Kagaya sat upon Kinshiki's shoulder, his expression impassive as he remarked, "Enough. Quickly gather your chakra, for if you fail to assist me, be prepared to be consumed." In response, the future Kagaya scoffed. "Do not worry. I shan't grant you the opportunity." With that, he leapt into the depths of the moon. Uchiha Genmyu led the group to a passage, a cave that would grant them access to the moon. Is this truly the route to the moon? Remarkable. Hashirama Senju, exploring the cavern, was filled with awe. To set foot upon the moon, such a notion is utterly inconceivable to humanity of the classical era. Uchiha Genmyu and Madara, familiar with the terrain, arrived at a shimmering lake. They enveloped themselves in Susanoo, wary of the illusionary chakra of the lake that could extract memories from their minds, exposing their innermost thoughts. Upon hearing this, the group hastened to find those equipped with the Sharingan. Let us proceed. It is time to ascend. With Genmyu and Madara's words, several Susanoo figures led the group into the water. After a disorienting whirl, Genmyu and his companions emerged at the opposite end of the moon's passage. Remain vigilant, everyone. Within Susanoo, Uchiha Genmyu's expression turned serious. Those Byakugan. If their alertness remains intact, they have likely detected our presence. With a determined exclamation, he intensified his chakra output. The golden Susanoo swelled in response. Boom. The ground trembled as the colossal entity unfurled its wings, soaring toward the heart of the moon. In return for your advance, I shall strike. The divine rings behind Susanoo quivered, channeling sublime light, or rather, an incredibly refined natural energy, to invigorate the malevolent spirit of Susanoo. The giant's right hand moved, transforming the golden essence into a formidable sword. Die, enemies of the planet. The tempest of Susanoo and the flames of Amaterasu seamlessly merged, creating a cataclysmic force that swept forth, a golden calamity that withered all in its path. Is this truly your best effort? Have I overestimated you? Kagaya floated forth from Kinshiki's shoulder, a malicious grin upon his face as he raised his Rinnegan. All techniques are powerless before my gaze. At that moment, Kagaya's unique ability, a divine technique for those reliant on jutsu, proved catastrophic, much like Kagaya Otsutsuki herself, whose myriad offensive techniques faltered before this divine skill. Aside from her ultimate ability to create worlds, known as the Heavenly Sovereign, her other capabilities were purely offensive in nature. However, Uchiha Genmyu, well-versed in Kagaya's abilities, could not help but chuckle inwardly. How could he be unaware of Kagaya's prowess? The intelligence surrounding him had been thoroughly dissected in prior lives. After all, he possessed both cinematic and television forms, and with the popularity granted by the games, he was nearly devoid of secrets, save for what he wore beneath his garments. The Heavenly Sovereign technique, indeed formidable in the Chakra Civil War, was now mingled with an incredibly refined natural energy. I hope you can withstand this. As expected, upon the Rinnegan's contact with the golden divine wind, Kagaya's expression shifted, hastily retracting his Rinnegan to evade the assault. What is this? The primordial energy of the planet, and it is so specifically aimed at us. Kagaya had encountered various planetary energies before, yet this unfriendly essence was unlike any he had faced. Truly, this planet possessed unique qualities. Fortunately, if Kagaya were not so naive, he would have sought to monopolize this power. With this thought, Kagaya addressed his servant. I wish to toy with this youth. You shall confront the other lesser beings. Yes, my lord. Thus, Kinshiki departed toward the locations of the other Susanoo figures. Meanwhile, the other two Kagaya beings confronted Madara and Hashirama. A Rinnegan in the hands of this lesser being? No matter, under our combined strength, you possess no chance of victory. Upon witnessing the two white-haired anomalies, Hashirama felt a sense of novelty. This marked the first time someone had underestimated him. From a young age, he had displayed his would-release prowess, crushing any adversary in his path. Even, he glanced at Uchiha Madara beside him. It may take some effort to bring him down. Hashirama, what occupies your thoughts? Your gaze seems somewhat impolite. Ha ha ha, nothing. Uchiha Madara chuckled, shaking his head, as Hashirama remained as oblivious as ever. His Rinnegan glared ominously at Kagaya, his expression contorting into a grimace. Hashirama, our long-awaited collaboration is about to commence. Let us obliterate them. Oh, indeed. Let us do so, Madara. Uchiha Sasuke, utilizing his unique Rinnegan, discovered Boruto's form awakening in a secluded area beneath the moon's surface. Long time no see, Kagaya. Would you kindly return Boruto's body? Rinnegan, do you truly believe victory is assured? The future Kagaya's lips curled into a cruel smile. Did he truly think he could bluff his way past another version of himself? Possessing the foresight to perceive past and future, he had long since located the body of the ascended god, Kagaya Otsutsuki, from a distant realm. Heh. Kagaya's essence, discarded and left on this planet, must harbor some ulterior motive. There is no way it would be so easily found without reason. However, it matters not. What is essential now is to resurrect myself using Kagaya's power. Prepare to witness my new form. Rinnegan, Chapter 117, Divine Might, Wave God. On the opposing flank, Kinshiki had located Hikari and Osamu, alongside Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju. The taciturn Kinshiki Tsutsuki wasted no words, only executing his master's commands with unwavering loyalty. Unfurling a crimson axe-like treasure implement, he lunged into battle with the assembled shinobi. Observing the clash between Hikari, Osamu, and their formidable foe, Sasuke discerned that despite facing an adversary of Tsutsuki caliber, the combined efforts of Minato and Tobirama, amplified by their Flying Thunder God technique, allowed them to hold their own, even gaining a slight advantage. Reassured by this, his anxieties subsided, confident in the adequacy of their forces. The prospect of confronting 5 Tsutsuki, including the enigmatic Urashiki, single-handedly was a dire one. What distracts you, whelp? Momoshiki Tsutsuki scowled, his brow furrowed in fierce consternation. With a forceful surge, he brought his Naginata down upon the colossal Susanoo. Do you truly believe such an ostentatious, yet impractical, technique will avail you? Allow me to enlighten you. Veins throbbing at his temples, he imbued the Naginata with the oppressive force of his Byakugan. This ocular might coalesced into an eerie, incandescent aura enveloping the blade. With a maniacal grin, Momoshiki roared, imposing might, divine wave god, pheasant hunt. With a sweeping flourish, the Naginata cleaved through the very fabric of reality. An unparalleled fusion of concussive and cleaving force. The luminous aura pulsed with a strange vibration, as though capable of shattering the heavens themselves, before impacting directly upon Sasuke's Susanoo. What is this? Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the power of the Byakugan within the assault, surpassing even the Tenseigan in its potency. He knew of imposing might. Kagaya Tsutsuki had wielded it, its terrifying pressure capable of felling even the youthful and vigorous Hagoromo Tsutsuki, leaving him vulnerable to her control. However, the application of this might, intertwined with a weapon and unleashed in conjunction with divine techniques, was utterly unprecedented. He now understood the oft-repeated lament that the latter stages of the Shinobi Chronicles had devolved into a Dragon Ball-esque spectacle. Against adversaries of the Tsutsuki stature, conventional ninjutsu, save for sealing and space-time techniques, proved largely ineffective. Indeed, within the Tsutsuki clan, the ability to absorb chakra seemed ubiquitous, rendering physical combat the preferred mode of engagement. Yet, what was this? This technique reminiscent of something from a One Piece manga, where abilities were imbued into attacks. The apocalyptic, cleaving radiance descended with alarming speed. Sensing an opportunity to gauge the attack's true strength, Sasuke chose not to evade. A cataclysmic detonation ensued, instantly shattering the colossal, golden avatar. That was close. Truly formidable, he mused. No wonder Sasuke Uchiha, despite being capable of manifesting a Susanoo equally immense, opted to maintain it at a mere few dozen meters during combat. These foes possessed overwhelming offensive capabilities, particularly Kagaya Tsutsuki, whose expansive truth-seeking ball technique threatened planetary annihilation if allowed to fully mature. Having teleported away with his Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke inhaled deeply, summoning his Susanoo armor. Shuriken materialized, forming divine rings, as the pocket dimension manifested. Immense amounts of natural energy coursed through his being, transforming his raven locks to pristine white. Golden chakra flames erupted around him, forming a celestial garment. Sasuke Uchiha, now in his full might, fixed his gilded Rinne Sharingan upon Momoshiki, an arrogant smirk playing upon his lips. In this state, he felt invincible, as though all before him were insignificant. If you remain in that form, prepare to be vanquished, trash, Sasuke declared with haughty confidence. With a rending tear, Sasuke vanished, entering a state of divine velocity. Brandishing the Totsuka blade, he aimed a swift decapitating strike at Momoshiki, who lacked the time to react. Damn you! Momoshiki shrieked. His visage contorted in fury as his head soared through the air. He had truly been decapitated by a lesser being, an unbearable humiliation. His pallid eyes glimpsed Sasuke's transformed state, offering a modicum of solace. No, that form. It can no longer be called a lesser being. Ha! With a bellow, Momoshiki's chakra-infused body seized his severed head, reattaching it to his neck. With a hiss, his wounds instantly healed. Round 2 begins, vermin. Momoshiki snarled, retrieving a handful of pills from his attire and consuming them. Sasuke Uchiha found himself in an unenviable predicament. His opponent was now enveloped in an ethereal blue aura, indicative of a new, augmented state. This alone would have been manageable. A Momoshiki Tsutsuki at 60% strength was a challenge he was confident in overcoming alone. The true difficulty lay in the fact that his adversary wore the face of Boruto, making it nigh impossible to strike with lethal intent. What's wrong, Rinnegan? Not so powerful now, are you? Momoshiki taunted, his memory of being soundly thrashed by Sasuke and the fox still fresh. He reveled in Sasuke's hesitant, evasive maneuvers. TCH. Very well, I shall have to slay Boruto first, then resurrect him, Sasuke resolved with a heavy heart. Unlike Nagato, his Rinne Sharingan allowed for easier resurrection. While Nagato had strained to revive a multitude, Sasuke could revive the Uchiha clan, albeit at the cost of several years of chakra accumulation. However, he was loath to transgress the laws of life and death, fearing that such an act would set a dangerous precedent. Yet, the current situation left him with no other recourse. Continued hesitation would endanger even himself. The Tsutsuki's karma, in this peculiar world, was, as the Hokage had stated, an irreversible process once uncompressed, save for the host resistance. Boruto's current state, Momoshiki's azure aura, boded ill. With newfound resolve, Sasuke's gaze hardened. Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi. The coordinated ocular technique unleashed a torrent of inextinguishable black flames. Even Kagaya, caught unprepared, would have hesitated to confront such a conflagration head-on. Momoshiki, too, dared not underestimate it. Raising his hand, he targeted the encroaching flames. Vanish. A powerful suction emanated from his palm, devouring the Amaterasu flames entirely. Several shuriken followed, which Momoshiki casually evaded, his focus still on the flames. But at that moment, a shuriken transformed into Sasuke. His hand reached out and touched Momoshiki. It is time to reclaim my disciple's body. Chapter 118, Sealing Technique, Phoenix Firelock Immortal. Uchiha Sasuke's expression hardened as the chakra in his hand erupted forth. Runes imbued with the powers of Yin and Yang slowly ascended upon the body of the peach-like figure. This was a sealing technique that Sasuke had gradually comprehended over the years. Long ago, he had witnessed the sealing arts bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, capable of directly sealing the formidable Kagaya Tsutsuki. Unlike Naruto, who immersed himself wholeheartedly in his duties, Sasuke delved deeply into the essence of sealing techniques. Fortuitously, the Uchiha clan possessed the Uchiha Fire Formation, a potent barrier technique infused with sealing properties. After years of diligent study, he finally perfected his own sealing technique. Submit to the seal, you vanquish foe. Sealing technique, Phoenix Firelock. The writhing runes transformed into fiery shackles, swiftly enveloping the peepa bones of Kagaya's peach-like form. Upon witnessing this glaringly targeted ability, Kagaya Tsutsuki sneered, another trivial trick, Rinnegan. Your skills have run dry. Do you still think I'm the same as before? Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Pure Eye. The so-called Pure Eye, within the myriad of ocular powers belonging to the Tsutsuki clan, it stood as the pinnacle. Why, you may ask? The answer is simple. Regardless of the variety of their eyes, the foundation is eternally the Byakugan. The Pure Eye, as an enhanced version of the Byakugan, possesses all its capabilities while also wielding the most superior spatio-temporal abilities. Its significance to cosmic forces is undeniably profound. Pure Eye, pressure. Kagaya Tsutsuki cackled wickedly as her blue-white Pure Eye quivered slightly. An immense amount of ocular energy transformed into an unstoppable wave of oppressive force. This pressure conjured blue-white lightning in the void, resembling the awe-inspiring majesty of a true deity, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. The oppressive force surged through Kagaya, instantly obliterating the sealing technique Sasuke had inscribed. What? How could this be possible? I have meticulously validated this technique over the years to prevent Kagaya Tsutsuki from escaping again, developed independently of the Sage of Six Paths, having experienced the ultimate sealing technique. The Six Paths, planetary devastation, Sasuke believed his own sealing arts were no less formidable. Yet, what was happening now? The defeated foe before him, had undergone a miraculous transformation after seizing Boruto's body and regaining over half of her strength, coupled with the acquisition of the pure eye. Kagaya, having freed herself from the troublesome seal, frowned. Prepare yourself. Rinnegan. With a swift motion, a crimson crossbow arrow materialized in her hand. An agile and versatile technique she had honed after devouring Kinshiki. Divine Bow of the Wave. With a shift in Kagaya's demeanor, the pressure emanating from the pure eye coalesced into a mysterious force, wrapping around the arrow. Perish, Rinnegan. Meanwhile, the Kagaya of this timeline, having ingested a copious amount of chakra pills, felt her abilities restored to their peak. Suspended in midair, she gazed at Uchiha Genmyu. Damn, that posture undoubtedly places him on the same level as us. At that moment, Kagaya's resolve wavered. She had initially believed she could eradicate the disgrace of her future self, only to discover her opponent was far more formidable than anticipated. After exchanging several blows, not only had she failed to gain an advantage, but she had also lost her head with ease. This is dire. My chakra pills were painstakingly gathered from the previous planet. Once they are depleted, there will be none left. Are you still dawdling? Pathetic. Uchiha Genmyu, noticing Kagaya lost in thought, seized the opportunity to close in on her. He lunged forward, wielding his blade to strike. Faced with such a situation, Kagaya's expression twisted into one of rage. How dare you call me pathetic? Raising her Naginata, entwined with the divine bow of the wave, she clashed with Jinmia's sharp divine sword. Bang, 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 boom. In the blink of an eye, the two figures, akin to golden and white beams of light, collided hundreds of times within the lunar expanse. Each clash unleashed terrifying residual chakra waves that brought equal destruction to the surrounding cosmos. With a thunderous roar, the two radiant forms dispersed in the air. The adversaries, now opposing each other, locked gazes, each harboring the unwavering intent to annihilate the other. I admit, you are the strongest native I have encountered in my millennia of existence. However, the festivities have concluded. I intend to kill you in an instant. Kagaya Tsutsuki's Rinnegan and Byakugan established a connection of ocular power, enveloping the world in a black and white oscillation. At that moment, the universe ceased its motion. Time halted its flow. Perish, golden intruder. Kagaya Tsutsuki saw her time-stopping technique successfully activated. She lunged forward, blade poised to sever Uchiha Genmyu's neck. Driven by a straightforward desire for retribution for her lost head, clang. The sound of clashing blades echoed. To Kagaya's astonishment, she found herself staring incredulously at Uchiha Genmyu, who had blocked her strike. Why? How can you retaliate even under my time-stopping technique? Do you think I would divulge my secrets to you, intruder? Uchiha Genmyu's cruel laughter erupted, reminiscent of a venomous bloom unfurling. With malevolent intent, he seized the moment while Kagaya remained astonished, igniting flames that enveloped his form. The sun's fire ignited, manifesting as a fiery mantle upon him. He raised his hand and swung down the sword imbued with the sun's warmth. Tear. The myriad of worlds and temporal realms crumbled under this blinding edge. Meanwhile, the Kagaya from the future, temporarily possessing Boruto's body, taunted Uchiha Sasuke relentlessly. What's the matter? Rinnegan, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why do you keep avoiding me? Stop hiding and show some courage, instead of ignoring me with that feeble expression. Uchiha Sasuke, his face grim, struggled to evade Kagaya's onslaught using his heavenly guard. Despite employing this technique, the spatial ocular arts cultivated by the Rinnegan proved exceedingly arduous to wield against Kagaya. He had not anticipated the overwhelming potency of the pure eye's spatio-temporal influence. He had to evade the arrows that bore the weight of annihilation, a technique akin to Kagaya's joint destruction of ashes that must not be confronted directly. Chapter 119. Devouring Oneself. Haha. Where do you think you can hide? The future version of Momoshiki suddenly appeared before Sasuke. What? How could you? Sasuke was taken aback. This was the first time his heavenly guard encountered an unavoidable situation. The future Momoshiki, with a mocking expression, retorted, "You're curious how I appeared before you, right? As for that question, you can ponder it in the realm of the dead." With a hum, the weapon of the god of waves in Momoshiki's hand instantly transformed. The crossbow turned into his favored Naginata, with a pure white light of pressure coiling around the blade. With a sinister grin, he raised his weapon, declaring, "Pressure, god of waves, crimson spiral." The spiral shockwave surged forth, akin to divine power that could cleave the heavens and the earth, sending Sasuke, who had activated his Susanoo defense, soaring into the sky. Seeing this, he sneered coldly and prepared to pursue, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the accursed Rinnegan that had brought him disgrace. However, in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of another version of himself. A rather troubling situation. TCH. The version of myself that hasn't suffered is still somewhat naive. However, this will make things easier for me. Casting a glance at where Uchiha Sasuke was struggling under his attack, he thought, consider yourself fortunate to have survived this time, kid. With that, he activated the yellow springs, departing to rescue another version of himself. Cough, cough, damn it. How can he be so strong? The body of Otsutsuki Momoshiki lay in two halves on the ground. Helpless and filled with despair, he realized that this opponent countered him far too effectively. The techniques he wielded were infused with the natural energy of this planet, which bore immense malice toward them. Consequently, his internal battle, the killer move of the Mirage God, the Supreme Divine Spirit, became useless. Techniques like the Inuzuka clan's skills were utterly irrelevant, designed solely to bully those without chakra. As for taijutsu, he had once believed his elegant moves were formidable within the Otsutsuki clan. Who would have guessed he would be soundly beaten here? The Byakugan, the techniques of the God of Waves, and his body techniques were all obliterated. At that moment, Uchiha Jinmyo, shrouded in a scarlet murderous intent, slowly approached. Damn, am I really going to meet such a tragic end? I haven't even left a legacy yet. What to do? What to do? He didn't want to die. With his eternal life, he was not ready to perish. Fear not. I have arrived. You shall not die? Suddenly, the future Momoshiki activated the yellow springs underground. In an instant, the split Momoshiki was engulfed by the pitch-black void. Damn it, I was careless. Uchiha Jinmyo felt immense frustration upon witnessing this. He had thought Momoshiki was already in a state he could easily handle. It seemed Sasuke had once again fallen into old habits, failing at a critical moment. Despite his previous confidence, alas, the two Momoshikis were uncertain of their next actions, but his servant Kinshiki was undoubtedly a pivotal figure. Realizing this, Jinmyo's gaze turned icy as he focused on where Otsutsuki Kinshiki was situated. A surprising turn of events unfolded. As an Otsutsuki, Kinshiki possessed spatial abilities. And those abilities were formidable, akin to Uchiha Obito's rotational spatial power. As Uchiha Jinmyo looked on, Kinshiki seemed to have heard his master's call, instantly vanishing beneath the light and governance. These guys, their reactions are far too swift. It appears Kinshiki is about to sacrifice himself again. And what awaits me next is the transformed Momoshiki. TCH. Still two of them. In a separate dimension, the two Momoshikis locked gazes. You are aware of the situation, yes? There is no need for further explanation. The clash of chakra, as long as there are no barriers between them, allows for mutual understanding. This is a chakra technique even the sage of 6 paths is familiar with. As an Otsutsuki, Momoshiki was no exception. Collapsed on the ground. The bifurcated Momoshiki managed a wretched smile. Truly worthy of being another me. You wish to consume me, don't you? In response, the future Momoshiki replied without hesitation. Indeed. Only in this way can we defeat that fellow. Can you guarantee that after our success, my chakra will transform into a legacy? I promise. Then let us commence. The future Momoshiki, bearing Boruto's visage, smiled faintly. Extending his right hand, the Rinnegan within slowly unfurled. With a resonating hum, the Momoshiki on the ground instantaneously transformed into a gigantic red fruit. Its form was fittingly reminiscent of a peach, radiant in the air. To devour oneself, TCH. What a rare experience. As the sounds of consumption echoed, the divine peach was consumed entirely by the future Momoshiki. Just as inexplicable changes were about to occur, Momoshiki furrowed his brow and pressed down. He turned to Kinshiki, who had remained silent, and spoke solemnly. Do you have nothing to say? Remember, your master was consumed by me. Upon hearing this, Kinshiki lifted his gaze, responding earnestly. You are also a master. What a good dog. Then, I implore you to lend your strength. A flash of red light passed. Once more, the Otsutsuki Momoshiki, consuming the chakra fruit, was on the brink of a monumental transformation. Uchiha Jinmyo had already reunited with Hikari and the others. He emphasized the situation. So, you all must assist the others. I shall remain here to await Momoshiki's arrival. The second Hokage present stroked his chin, analyzing the circumstances before sighing in resignation. That giant fellow has already left us struggling to cope. If, indeed, as you say, that master becomes even stronger, we will be unable to intervene. Konoha's Minato added. In this case, our only option is to assist the first Hokage. We can sense that the situation there has reached a stalemate. Upon seeing their decision, Uchiha Jinmyo's expression hardened. Then everyone, let us exert ourselves. You too can sense. Their combat experience is rather lacking. This will be our greatest breakthrough point. After listening to Jinmyo's words, the others nodded in understanding before departing. Uchiha Jinmyo, with a grave expression, tightly gripped his divine sword. His sixth sense warned him of an impending lethal threat. As if to affirm his words, anomalies began to surface in the spatial skies ahead. The heavens echoed with the sounds of shattering, as if something were about to emerge and destroy this world. Chapter 120, Submit to Death, Kagaya. In the midst of a broken space, Kagaya appeared, resplendent with his striking features and flowing white hair. His body was adorned with mysterious runes, enveloped in a golden chakra aura. His eyes were the pure eyes, and a golden rinnegan manifested on his forehead. Witnessing Kagaya's formidable entrance, Uchiha Yuan Ming felt a surge of anxiety. This form, if his memory served him right, was attained only after Kagaya had devoured Kinshiki. Now, Kagaya had evolved even further, manifesting a chakra mode. His eyes remained the troublesome pure eyes. It seemed he had absorbed another version of himself, along with Kinshiki from this timeline. Yuan Ming realized he must take this seriously. With that thought, Yuan Ming deepened the fusion of his sage power and chakra. The rinnegan in his eyes began to accumulate power, and the Susanoo armor shimmered with renewed brilliance. In any case, striking first was key. Let me witness the difference in you, who has consumed another of your own. With a swift motion, Uchiha Yuan Ming approached Kagaya at an incredible speed. Armed with a divine sword radiating deathly brilliance, he swung it forward. Kagaya, upon sensing the lethal intent, remained eerily calm. Such an attack was trivial in the face of my current power. The newly evolved Kagaya chuckled coldly, raising his hand, which glowed with the red light of Shinra Tensei. Clang! The divine sword clashed against Kagaya's palm, creating a brilliant spark. What? Yuan Ming's pupils constricted. As the situation unfolded before him defied comprehension, he was acutely aware of the sharpness of his spiritual weapon, that Imgari greatsword. Not to mention, the golden red flames of the sun wrapped around the sword, boasting temperatures exceeding 6,000 degrees. How could Kagaya, who had just transformed, withstand it with mere hands? What a surprise! Kagaya revealed a cruel smile. You should know that I am equivalent to having consumed 3 chakra fruits. As he spoke, the red light in Kagaya's hand exploded, and his rinnegan unleashed an unparalleled repulsive force. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The shockwave resonated through the heavens and the earth. The overwhelming repulsion sent Uchiha Yuan Ming crashing to the ground, despite the protection of his Susanoo armor. Boom, boom, boom. Submerged underground, Yuan Ming felt astonished. Protected by the Susanoo armor, he was not harmed by the scattered force of Shinra Tensei, even if it had been enhanced. What baffled him was why Kagaya's power did not exceed his expectations. He had surmised that the Kagaya from his timeline, despite being rescued by the Kagaya who had taken Boruto's body, should not be in such a favorable position. After all, Kagaya was a seasoned planet harvester, a being consumed by greed, unlike the inexperienced Urashiki, who still cared for his kin. Logically, having absorbed his counterpart from this timeline in Kinshiki, along with the Kinshiki he had previously devoured while battling Naruto and Sasuke, Kagaya should possess the equivalent of 4 chakra fruits potency. Yet, after a mere exchange, Yuan Ming felt that Kagaya had only experienced a leap in energy, lacking a qualitative transformation. I can win. Absolutely. With this realization, Uchiha Yuan Ming's spirit soared, confidence flooding his heart. If Kagaya was still relying on the old path of energy accumulation, it only meant he had merely changed his pure eyes. Victory was assured. Resolute, Yuan Ming felt a tremor within his divine seals. An inexplicable link of power resonated with the planet beneath the moon. In this realm, the so-called gods were merely extensions of the planet, existing long before Kagaya's arrival. The moment Uchiha Yuan Ming established a connection between the divine and the planet perceived that detestable race. The planet, devoid of wisdom, yet driven by instinct, harbored a deep resentment for the extraterrestrial beings that had caused it harm. The malevolent energy of the planet surged through Yuan Ming, as the gravitational pull between the Earth and Moon lay within his reach. This was a simple feat then, the planet's malevolence. Die, 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 surged through Yuan Ming, wielding an overwhelming might towards Kagaya. TSK, the planet's malevolence? Irrelevant, Kagaya thought. Sensing this hostility, his brow arched imperiously. I am destined to win. Is that so? You believe you are destined to win. Coincidentally, I too believe I shall emerge victorious. Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled slightly, feeling omnipotent under the protection of the planet. The golden-armored Yuan Ming and the golden aura-clad Kagaya faced each other, their murderous intent clashing like dragons and tigers, neither yielding. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, both figures vanished. Bang, bang, bang. In a heartbeat, they clashed hundreds of times, the collision igniting golden divine light, shattering this miniature world and propelling them into the depths of space. Boom. After a collision, they stood opposite each other amidst the stars. It is time to end this. Kagaya, I shall resolve you in the next instant. Uchiha Yuan Ming calmly declared his judgment. Hearing this, Kagaya frowned slightly. At this moment, what grandiose claims are you making? Clearly, all your attacks are rendered ineffective under my Shinra Tensei. In response, Yuan Ming merely shook his head, refraining from further explanation. Behind him, the azure planet began to ripple with magnetic waves. Streams of potent natural energy surged through the divine connection, bestowing strength upon Yuan Ming, raising the DM Gari greatsword. He harmonized with the divine force and proclaimed, Heavenly Amaterasu, shine forth and unleash your flames. Moonbow, grant me victory. The powers of Amaterasu, Heavenly Amaterasu, and Moonbow combined, generating a magnificent force of light. Yet, there was more. The divine halo behind Yuan Ming revealed Ankawa no Kuni, floating before him. Clang. Without hesitation, Yuan Ming plunged the divine sword into the shrinking Ankawa no Kuni. The combined forces of the three entities sparked a wondrous reaction in that alternate space. Uchiha Yuan Ming released the DM Gari greatsword, and the divine sword began to radiate within Ankawa no Kuni. Then he opened his arms wide, proclaiming, Submit to death, Kagaya? This is the fury of the planet. Experience it within your very being. Utterly preposterous. Such were Momoshiki's innermost thoughts at that juncture. Ahem. What, pray tell, was the matter with this celestial sphere? Was it not excessively animated? At that moment, Tsutsuki Momoshiki was bereft of his former ebullience. The techniques unleashed by that stripling before him, coupled with the impotence of Tekunikin no Kami, left him with no recourse but to confront them with Sukune Kona, a proposition that placed him at a distinct disadvantage. That potency was akin to the planet itself awakening, extending its palm, and delivering a resounding blow. He doubted anyone could withstand such force, including Tsutsuki Yabushiki, that ascended being, let alone his present self. However, who could elucidate why this planet's vivacity was so pronounced? He recalled the surge of power emanating from the youth before him, a force akin to his clan's divine techniques, and Yabushiki's insatiable avarice for this orb. Yet, the present juncture was not conducive to protracted contemplation. Uchiha Genmei would not repeat his past blunders. It ends here. There will be no one to rescue you this time. Upon hearing the words of the most formidable adversary he had encountered in his millennia-long existence, Momoshiki offered a disdainful sneer, stating with considerable composure, Indeed, you are triumphant for now, but do not presume that our clan will simply acquiesce. Be forewarned. This planet has already been targeted by that entity. I have foreseen your demise. In response, Uchiha Genmei's lips curled into a sardonic smile. That is a matter for the future. For now, you shall meet your end. With a swift stroke, a severed arm was cast asunder, caught by Genmei. Immediately following, Genmei unleashed the solar flames, engulfing it in conflagration. Thus, Tsutsuki Momoshiki was reduced to ashes. Observing the ashes drifting into the firmament, Uchiha Genmei, while clutching the arm in his grasp, remarked with a hint of resignation, As for Boruto, I shall have his mentor resurrect him at a later time. With that, his gaze shifted toward the final Tsutsuki, to the battlefield where Urashiki was engaged. Both Urashiki were now contemplating an escape. Heaven knew what impact the spectacle of Momoshiki's instantaneous demise, despite his apparent augmentation, had on his psyche, as perceived through his Byakugan. Tsutsuki Momoshiki was, without a doubt, a prodigious talent. Even his own time-stopping abilities were mirrored by the adversary. Moreover, the Takama Musubi no Kami, an invariably efficacious divine technique in chakra warfare. Despite the derisive epithets he may have uttered behind his back, he genuinely acknowledged Momoshiki as a formidable and venerable senior. The two Urashiki exchanged glances. Let us cease our entanglement with the Rinnegan and the wooden construct before us. Let us make haste and flee. Precisely. Let us return to our clan and summon reinforcements. With these words, they evaded the ninjutsu assaults of Madara and Hashirama, and spatial undulations manifested behind them. Those two are attempting to flee. Let us hope the Sage of Six Paths and his sibling do not falter. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, understood that the situation was progressing favorably, provided the Sage of Six Paths did not fail, as his words echoed in the Shadow Realm within the Pure Land. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother slowly formed hand seals. Tsutsuki Hamura's Byakugan quivered slightly, and cerulean petals unfurled within his eyes. You shall not escape. Prepare to face our wrath. The chakra undulations of the Tensigan were transmitted from the Pure Land to the lunar microcosm. Hamura altered his hand seals and urgently addressed his elder brother, the Sage of Six Paths. Elder brother, lend me your strength. Worry not. Tsutsuki Hagoromo solemnly nodded. As a profusion of chakra emanated from his hand seals, instantly it was infused into the soul of his younger brother. Buzzing sounds. The sound of annihilation reverberated within the lunar microcosm. Crack. Traces akin to shattered mirrors appeared in this locale. Rumble. The world fractured, giving rise to a spatial surge. When these changes transpired before Urashiki's eyes, the countenances of the two Urashiki darkened. Damnation. The Yamatsu Hirasaka is rendered inoperable. The Ascended Bridge, too, is unresponsive. What is to be done? Let us escape into the cosmos. The two Urashiki, realizing the gravity of the situation, abruptly turned and ascended into the firmament, seeking refuge in the stars. You shall not escape. Hashirama pursued. Uchiha Madara unfurled his Susanoo. A cerulean aura enshrouded the wooden dragon summoned by Hashirama. In an instant, soaring dragons with outstretched wings gave chase to Tsutsuki Urashiki. Ha 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 ha. This is most amusing, Madara. I have long desired to experiment with a cooperative effort with your Susanoo. Silence. Maintain control of the wooden dragons and coordinate with me. Do not allow them to truly lose track. Having foreseen the enemy's pursuit with his Byakugan, Urashiki remarked with a hint of derision. There is still air here, but once we reach the cosmos, where there is no atmosphere, your wings will be severed, and you will be unable to take flight. Suddenly, a ray of golden divine light emanated from the distant cosmos. A voice resounded from the divine light. Is that so? What if I were to join the fray? What? How did you arrive here so swiftly? The two Urashiki were aghast. It is quite simple. The planet has aided me. Uchiha Jinmei smiled with pride. It appears that it harbors a deep-seated animosity toward you. As he voiced these words, he himself felt an inclination to chuckle. Having resolved the matter with Momoshiki and sensing the boon of spiritual light, the notion of contending with Urashiki arose in his mind. The planet's blessing persisted, as if cognizant of Uchiha Genmei's intentions. With a resonating hum, natural energy manifested a guiding force. Following this guidance, Uchiha Genmei seemed capable of foreseeing the future. He intercepted the two Urashiki at their point of passage, witnessing the profound alteration in their countenances. Uchiha Genmei sneered. Obediently descend to the netherworld and keep Momoshiki and Kinshiki company. Otherwise, they shall languish in solitude. With that, the microcosm imbued with the power of the three noble children unfurled at Genmei's command. Uchiha Genmei propelled the microcosm, expanded to a few thousand meters, forward. The terrifying momentum echoed throughout the cosmic expanse. Do you truly believe we shall perish here? You underestimate us. The Urashiki from the future timeline sneered and prepared to invoke his temporal abilities. However, a disheartening realization dawned upon him. Why? My temporal abilities are inoperable. What did you say? This Urashiki from this timeline, upon hearing this critical information, underwent a dramatic shift in expression and hastily attempted to activate his own temporal abilities. Uchiha Genmei, observing the struggling pair, scoffed. It is futile. Your temporal abilities are rendered ineffective once the planet initiates the manipulation of its own mass to interfere. Damnation! 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 We have not even had the opportunity to release our karma. Are we truly to meet our end? With that despairing collision of the microcosm, the two Tsutsuki Urashiki followed the path to the netherworld. Moments later, Uchiha Genmei retracted his Tsutsuki transformation. Inwardly elated, he gazed at the harvest of spiritual light displayed on the panel. Spiritual light. 17722 in the celestial realm of Takamagara. Within a purified space, Hagoromo and Hamura Tsutsuki stood facing each other. They had witnessed the battle. And Hagoromo remarked on the increasing prowess of Uchiha Genmei, whose energy rivaled that of their progenitor. Hamura concurred, adding that Genmei surpassed their mother in combat instinct and technique. He believed that Genmei's defeat of the other Tsutsuki would secure peace for decades. Hagoromo sighed, acknowledging the cyclical nature of their clan's return. He foresaw significant changes in the ninja world under Genmei's guidance, a prospect that displeased him due to Genmei's philosophy of governance through force, law, and incentive. Hamura, less concerned with universal harmony, consoled his brother, suggesting they focus on managing the afterlife and relinquish control of the mortal realm. He reminded Hagoromo that his ideal of mutual understanding had proven illusory. Hagoromo lamented the futility of expecting empathy, a lesson he learned through his strained relationship with his son, Indra. With that, the two sons of Kagaya retreated into the shadows of the netherworld. Meanwhile, The battle that had unfolded in space left a profound impact on Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, as well as Minato Namikaze. They were awestruck by the power of their adversaries. The intensity of the Tsutsuki's abilities had broadened their horizons. Their chakra reserves were immense, their capabilities formidable. Tobirama interjected, urging his brother to abandon his naive aspirations. He confessed that he had once considered uniting the world under their combined might when they established Konoha with the Uchiha. Madara Uchiha scoffed, asserting that Jinmei would accomplish what they could not, replacing the failed dream of infinite Tsukuyomi with a unified world governed by strength and justice. Hashirama began to protest. But Tobirama silenced him, recognizing the unprecedented power of the current Hokage, Uchiha Jinmei, as he descended toward them. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward, inquiring about Jinmei's well-being. Jinmei reassured her that he was unharmed and that their enemies had been vanquished. Jinmei then turned to address everyone present, announcing their victory and adjourning the discussion to the village. He dismissed the team, promising to elaborate on the situation the following day after they had rested. With a nod to Hikari and Osamu, he teleported away using his flying thunder god technique, leaving the others to be escorted to accommodations arranged by Waita. Jinmei reappeared in the alternate dimension of Ankawa no Kuni, now transformed into Takamagara. In the recent battle against the extraterrestrial adversaries, the planet's nascent consciousness had seized the opportunity to avenge the extraction of its power by the Shinju. As a reward to its foremost deity, Jinmei, the planet had augmented the alternate dimension into a divine realm. Takamagara, the former domain of the gods, had been reborn. Now, with Jinmei wielding the power of the three noble children, the upgraded alternate dimension bore the same name, Takamagara. The transformation into a divine realm brought about significant changes. Chapter 123, a review of gains firstly, centered around the designated location of Uchiha Yuan Ming, within a radius of 3,000 kilometers. Any of his followers, or those who harbor admiration for him, may choose after death to ascend to the Pure Land, the underworld, or Yuan Ming's high heaven. Secondly, Uchiha Yuan Ming possesses the ability to infuse his physical essence into the divine realm. Henceforth, even if his physical body is utterly annihilated, as long as the divine realm remains unscathed, he can gradually absorb natural energy within it to reconstruct his body and resurrect. Lastly, and most importantly, high heaven will become independent of planetary reliance, enabling it to draw upon various energies from the void and the universe, thereby enhancing itself and completing a perfect cycle of existence. These abilities are indeed remarkable. However, the immediate priority is to elevate himself to the level of a bloodline wielder akin to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Indeed, it is the kind of bloodline mastery possessed by Kagaya, not the inferior variety of the Uchiha clan. Kagaya's bloodline grants a power so formidable that even the Sage of Six Paths could not contend with it, whereas the Uchiha's version merely manipulates seals and reincarnation techniques. Moreover, within Kagaya's lineage lies a unique ability, the truth-seeking orbs. This is a power not found in other Otsutsuki. He eagerly anticipates the ability to independently manifest the essence of these orbs without the need for the Rinnegan. As he contemplated this, a surge of thought triggered a violent tremor in the divine blade of wisdom within his sea of consciousness. It seemed that achieving the realm of bloodline mastery demanded acknowledgement and respect. Illumination descended upon him. In a moment of clarity, Uchiha Yuan Ming transformed the 7 chakra attributes within his body, the yin-yang and 5 elements, into a state of harmonious unity. As the divine illumination waned, the energy properties began to shift. The so-called power of unrestrained freedom would unveil the true essence of divine power. The unified chakra within Uchiha Yuan Ming's being wove itself into a web, an ultimate power capable of genuinely simulating the vastness of the universe and conjuring worlds from nothingness. Black truth-seeking orbs materialized behind him, born from his own chakra. Is this the bloodline mastery? Is this the essence of true immortality? Uchiha Yuan Ming marveled as he raised his hand. In that moment, he was a figure of striking appearance. White hair, jade-like skin, prominent features, and golden eyes. A pattern emerged on his forehead. He touched it, pondering, is this a third eye? He sensed all the transformations within his body. His physical form was destined for an indestructible state. For instance, if his arm were severed, his cells would absorb particles from the air, effortlessly restoring themselves. Such a feat would require merely a trace of chakra. But that is not all. He also possessed the resurrection ability of the high heaven-divine realm. This means that even if an adversary were powerful enough to obliterate him faster than he could recover, he could still resurrect within the divine realm. Furthermore, there was the eye on his forehead, which he discerned as an enhanced version of the Byakugan. Like the Tenseigan, it could perceive more than the Byakugan. However, its ocular technique was straightforward. The all-seeing eye encapsulated the entirety of this gaze's power. Unlike the Otsutsuki's ability to see past or present circumstances, Uchiha Yuan Ming's eyes could glimpse the future. To see the future. How powerful! With this foresight, he believed he would become truly invincible. At this moment, Uchiha Yuan Ming genuinely felt that foreseeing the future was synonymous with invincibility. His all-seeing eye operated in two modes. One was the divination mode, a method to predict the future, consuming vast amounts of chakra, yet offering limited glimpses, at most 3 years ahead, and still quite vague. The other was the combat mode. This was simpler, requiring less chakra. Yet it could clearly perceive the immediate future with impeccable detail. The divination mode he regarded with skepticism, remembering vividly how the Shinigami's ally, Yawatch, met his demise. However, the combat mode was akin to an enhanced version of observation haki. In battle, this ability, unaffected by external factors, would prove exceedingly advantageous. With these thoughts, he glanced at his status panel. Lifeform level, LV6, Sage of 6 Paths Strong, Talent, Sharingan, Rinnegan, LV6 Ocular Techniques, Rinnegan, Susanoo, a protective deity of the Rinnegan. Enhanced ocular techniques overlapping with the Rinnegan, Azura Path. Preta Path, Animal Path, other details omitted. Special ocular techniques, Lunar Bow with Karmic Enhancement, any attack is guaranteed to hit, even if the enemy is in another dimension. Golden Will Rebirth Blast, a destructive golden sword formed from the truth-seeking orbs. Silver Will Rebirth Blast, utilizing truth-seeking orbs or chakra beads to transform into a storm that annihilates all. Energy attributes, all attributes. Skills, Bloodline Mastery, Divine Power of all existence. Other details omitted. Divine Light, 7722 according to the panel's assessment. His life level was that of the Sage of 6 Paths, augmented with a strong descriptor. It seemed his current strength was indeed extraordinary. The next step was to transcend life level 6 and ascend to a level 7 life form, a true deity. The explanation of Bloodline Mastery is straightforward, divine power. Akin to the formulaic interpretations in the Book of Heavenly Principles, moreover, this ability falls under the category of advanced techniques. In the future, he would delve deeper into this, exploring ways to simplify the learning process, enabling the talents of the ninja world to grasp it. He did not seek perfection and mastery, but rather aimed to cultivate a bloodline refinement. With these noble aspirations, Uchiha Yuan Ming prepared himself. In a flash of spatial energy, he embarked on his journey home. The following morning, within a conference room of the Hokage building, Uchiha Yuan Ming, along with several individuals who had journeyed to the moon, gathered with all the core leaders of Konoha. Uchiha Yuan Ming surveyed the silent assembly, including Senju Hashirama, and felt a twinge of helplessness. When a person's strength reaches an inhuman level, and that individual is also your leader, as long as their mind remains intact, one would not recklessly challenge them, even if discontent lingered. Senju Hashirama exemplified this. That day, while conversing with the second Hokage and Uchiha Madara, he had heard every word clearly with his exceptional hearing. Idealists seldom yield to realists. However, with his current prowess, it mattered little whether Senju Hashirama was displeased. He produced a scroll from his robe and formed a series of hand seals. With a resounding pop, Boruto's severed arm appeared. Uchiha Yuan Ming extracted a white setsu from the scroll and activated the Impure World Reincarnation technique, watching as the form of Uzumaki Boruto gradually materialized. He addressed Uchiha Sasuke. "Your disciple, it is better for you to revive him." Upon seeing Sasuke's bewildered expression, he shook his head in resignation. "As for chakra, I shall provide it to you." A buzzing sound resonated as Uchiha Jinming transmitted a substantial amount of chakra to Sasuke. Without further ado, Sasuke, infused with this immense chakra, swiftly formed hand seals. Outer Path, Rebirth of the Soul Technique. Following a blinding flash of white light, Boruto Uzumaki reawakened, bewildered. This technique was truly unprecedented. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing it for the first time, was taken aback. However, let us set aside our astonishment for the moment. The pressing concern at hand is to ensure these time-traveling guests return whence they came. Just as he was about to articulate further, Uchiha Jinming interrupted him. Gunming's intentions were straightforward, to send these bothersome time travelers back, after which he could meticulously begin to reshape the entire ninja world. Chapter 124, Lulan. Uchiha Yuan Ming observed Boruto conversing with his mentor, Sasuke. After a brief pause, he noted that the time was ripe. The situation was quite straightforward. As a being suspended in time and space, he expressed his wishes to them, gesturing toward Minato and Naruto, hoping they would obediently return. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's words, both Sasuke and Boruto nodded earnestly, for they possessed the turtle artifact, which assured their return. Moreover, they were genuinely concerned about their own world. Minato and Naruto, however, appeared somewhat bewildered. Seeing Naruto still in a state of confusion, Minato stepped forward, sighing helplessly. Lord Hokage of this timeline. Boruto and I arrived here due to a mishap with the Dragon Vein. If we are to return, we may first need to investigate Lulan to ascertain the condition of the Dragon Vein. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. The absolute solution likely resided within the Dragon Vein of Lulan. Throughout the entire narrative of Naruto, only 3 elements had the power to influence time and space: the Dragon Vein of Lulan, the turtle artifact of the Otsutsuki, and lastly, something rather nebulous, Obito's limited Tsukuyomi, which had summoned Sakura from the world of Minma. Sasuke and Boruto possessed the means to traverse back, leaving only this father-son duo to investigate the situation with the Dragon Vein. Having concluded his thoughts, he addressed those present, stating, "I shall leave behind a shadow clone to brief everyone on the intelligence gathered. We will also deliberate on the next steps for Konoha's development. As for myself, I will accompany Sasuke, Boruto, Minato, and Naruto to Lulan." Upon hearing these arrangements, those below nodded seriously in understanding. Observing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming formed a series of hand seals. With a resounding bang, a shadow clone materialized before them. He then smiled gently at Sasuke and the others. "Let us be on our way." As they traveled towards Lulan, Uchiha Yuan Ming opted for the most efficient method. He summoned a Susanoo, expanding it to several hundred meters in height, modifying its structure to accommodate passengers. He then arranged them upon it and soared into the sky. At that moment, Naruto's mouth fell agape, still in disbelief. Is this the Uchiha's guardian spirit, Susanoo? To think it could grow this large. Does that mean if Sasuke becomes stronger? He glanced at the adult Sasuke. Sasuke, with a resigned sigh, replied, "Naruto, I cannot reveal too much about the future. I fear that doing so may provoke unimaginable changes in your timeline, thereby affecting your confrontation with the Otsutsuki." He encouraged Naruto further. "I can only say that my Susanoo can indeed reach several hundred meters, but it is unnecessary. Moreover, your strength will soon rival mine." He raised his left hand, adding with a hint of nostalgia, "This hand serves as proof." Boruto, standing nearby, gazed at his young father with a complex expression. He hesitated to speak, mindful of the generational gap. Witnessing Sasuke raise the hand that had been severed alongside his father's, he could no longer contain himself. "Father, cough, cough. Regardless, your strength will be formidable in the future, so there is no need for concern." "What is wrong with you?" Naruto asked, perplexed by the blonde youth's apparent reprimand. Seeing this, Minato gently ruffled Naruto's hair, stifling his response. He then approached Boruto, crouching down to ask kindly, "It seems that during your upbringing, your father may have been somewhat lacking." Before being swept into this timeline, upon recognizing Naruto as his child, he had perceived from Naruto's ninja aptitude, attire, and demeanor that he would likely be an inadequate father. After all, the information hinting at his potential early demise had led him to analyze his interactions with Naruto's class. However, he had not anticipated that his conjectured grandson, Boruto, would exhibit a peculiar reaction to Naruto. As he held Naruto back, Minato turned to Boruto and inquired. Boruto, witnessing his young grandfather address him, felt a surge of emotion, exclaiming, "Indeed, my father is perpetually occupied with duties, leaving little time for my sister, mother, and me." Minato's expression softened. He had feared a more serious issue, but it turned out to be merely this concern. He sighed, "Sometimes, adults are just a bit too busy." His words were cut short by Yuan Ming's voice resonating from the head of the Susanoo. "Everyone, I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but we have arrived at Lulan. Let us proceed. I will soothe the Queen of Lulan while you all console her subjects. Is that agreeable?" The group exchanged awkward glances. The term console had been made abundantly clear by Uchiha Yuan Ming at the outset of their journey. To conserve breath and time, these formidable individuals would directly establish control over Lulan, ensuring a peaceful passage to the secret chamber housing the Dragon Vein. "Rest assured, we fully comprehend." Among them, only Uchiha Sasuke appeared indifferent, readily agreeing. Upon hearing this affirmation, the Susanoo shifted direction, its wings flapping as it dove toward the desert beyond Lulan. Queen Saint of Lulan stood at the palace window, witnessing the golden giant descending from the sky with a cataclysmic force, landing in the desert outside the capital. Her expression turned to one of horror. "Can someone tell me, what on earth is that?" The assembly of her ministers stood speechless, rendered mute by the towering figure that loomed like a mountain, its aura instilling profound fear. At that moment, one elder minister, filled with trepidation, remarked, "That appears to be the Susanoo of the Uchiha." "Uchiha? Susanoo? Are they those ninjas?" Queen Sane inquired urgently. She could not afford to delay. The magnitude of that power, in her perception, rivaled that of the dragon vein. Did this mean they could obliterate Lulon in an instant if they so desired? Suddenly, the golden giant emitted a resonating hum before vanishing into thin air. "Your Majesty, the giant has disappeared." Chapter 125. Unexpected gains. Fool, I can certainly see, but you remain oblivious. Queen Sane bit her lip tightly. The renowned Susanoo of the Uchiha had vanished. Yet, within her enhanced perception of the dragon vein, that immense source of energy had not dissipated. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared. A strikingly handsome young man materialized in the arena. It was the first encounter for Queen Lulon and her ministers. "How impudent! How dare you!" One of the ministers, witnessing Uchiha Yuan Ming's sudden arrival, was about to reprimand him. He was unafraid of these ninjas. What were their miraculous powers to him? They had established a ninja village, but were still at the mercy of their noble class, manipulated by wealth. Thus, his immediate reaction was to scold. However, Uchiha Yuan Ming was not a native of this continent. Unlike Senja Hashirama, who, despite possessing unparalleled power, had the humility to beg for favor under the nobles, the power of the Sharingan spread, and with a hum, he directed his illusionary arts towards Queen Sane. The others were swiftly ensnared by his jinjutsu. Now, the noisy ones have quieted down. I am Uchiha Yuan Ming, the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. As for my reason for being here, let us converse, Queen Lulon. The striking red-haired Queen Sane furrowed her brow, releasing her tightly clenched lips as if gathering courage. She stepped forward and addressed Yuan Ming. Is it because of the dragon vein? Indeed, it is due to the dragon vein. She felt a pang of frustration. This power had inevitably drawn the attention of you ninjas. You may await my companion's arrival. They will clarify everything. Alongside Uchiha Yuan Ming were Sasuke, endowed with the Rinnegan, and Minato Namikaze. These two formidable and rational ninjas swiftly subdued the mortals of Lulon. They proceeded leisurely to the Lulon Palace. Sasuke turned to Yuan Ming within the palace and inquired, "The task is complete. What shall we do next?" "Queen, please follow me." Uchiha Yuan Ming instructed the silent Queen Sane, then turned to Minato, continuing, "You can explain the matter of the dragon vein to her." Thus, the group made their way to the entrance of the chamber housing the dragon vein, while Minato elucidated the situation to the queen. "I see. You traversed through time and space due to the power of the dragon vein. You still require its strength to return to your own era." Queen Sane exhaled in relief. She sensed no deceit in their words. The intense aura emanating from the two blonde-haired individuals indeed confirmed the potency of the dragon vein, which was distinctly linked to this place. Most importantly, they possessed such power that they could have easily obliterated her kingdom, yet chose to enlighten her after subduing her subjects. With this thought, she resolved within herself. At the entrance to the chamber, she raised her hand. With a tearing sound, the door illuminated with a blue light. After a wave of energy, it slowly creaked open. A tumultuous sea of chakra surged from within the basin. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. So much chakra. It feels even greater than that of tailed beasts. Wow, is this the dragon vein? Such astonishing power. Uchiha Yuan Ming marveled at the sight of the energy pool. Furthermore, possessing a divine essence, he felt a certain level of control over the dragon vein. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised the reason. The so-called dragon vein was akin to the energy conduits of the planet, essentially its lifeblood. With his divine essence as the master of the land of Japan, it was only natural he could wield authority over the dragon vein of the earth. However, this was not the time for such musings. He turned to Minato and Naruto, asking, "What do you feel?" having previously encountered the dragon vein. Minato and Naruto responded with a hint of resignation, "We feel nothing." "Is that so?" Uchiha Yuan Ming pondered, his gaze drifting to Boruto. An epiphany struck him. "Sasuke, Boruto, come here for a moment." "What is it? Do you have a clever plan?" Sasuke replied, his expression composed. They had arrived due to the temporal disturbances initiated by Urashiki. Thus, it was all related to the Otsutsuki's time abilities. They should attempt to activate the artifact that could guide them back. Sasuke, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Are you certain?" "I'm eager to return with Boruto. However, if activating the artifact yields no change, you'll need to devise another plan." "Enough talk, let us begin." The decisive Uchiha Sasuke immediately summoned Boruto. He then retrieved the turtle artifact from his pocket. After channeling a substantial amount of chakra, the turtle glimmered with light. However, upon realizing it was not the Otsutsuki, Sasuke fell silent. Sasuke was unconcerned. As long as it was functional, that was sufficient. An inexplicable ripple of time and space began to unfold. This is it. Uchiha Yuan Ming, through his divine perception, seized upon the temporal resonance within the dragon vein. Channeling the divine sigils, he guided the fluctuation. What is happening? You can influence the dragon vein? Queen Sane was utterly astonished. The dragon vein was being affected by those outside her lineage? Casting a glance at the astonished Queen Sane, Uchiha Yuan Ming explained, I will clarify later. I have a more pressing matter at hand. He raised his hand, and a wave of blue light surged from the dragon vein, gathering in his palm. Go. Yuan Ming flung the blue light towards Minato and Naruto. Their forms trembled violently before becoming ethereal. Sasuke, witnessing this, understood the situation was secure. With a slight smile, he activated the turtle artifact. In a flash of white light, he and Boruto vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yuan Ming addressed the fading form of Minato, saying, Since you now comprehend that this is a parallel dimension rather than a true future or past, upon your return, there is no need to seal your and Naruto's memories. Instead, contemplate how to extricate yourself from this destined path. Minato nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I am not stubbornly traditional. I have already considered this. He then smiled at Naruto, saying, Young one, I shan't say much more. Strive to become Hokage. Naruto returned the smile, raising his hand in affirmation, Of course. I will undoubtedly become Hokage. With a whoosh, enveloped by the blue light of the dragon vein's temporal essence, their figures ultimately dissipated. At this moment, Uchiha Yuan Ming felt a sense of resolution wash over him. He turned and raised his right hand, the blue light of the dragon vein swirling in his palm. He had unwittingly gained something remarkable from the dragon vein. This object seems as though it possesses the potential to allow me to interfere with parallel dimensions. Chapter 126, Traversing Parallel Worlds. Uchiha Yuan Ming's divine perception detected the unusual nature of this phenomenon. At that moment, the Queen of Lulan, Sane, came to her senses. Have they truly vanished? You were not deceiving me. Uchiha Yuan Ming turned to face her, his gaze indifferent. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. There was no need for me to deceive you. However what? Queen Sane's expression tightened as she hurriedly inquired. The power of the dragon vein is beyond what I had anticipated. As the Hokage of Konoha, I cannot overlook such strength. Therefore, let us converse, Queen of Lulan. Upon hearing these words from the Hokage, Sane's earlier hopes shattered. Indeed, how naive I had been to expect him to resolve matters swiftly and leave without harboring any intentions towards the dragon vein. Yet, as the sovereign of the dragon vein, she was acutely aware of its immense power. If unleashed, it could elevate the very earth beneath them, along with the entire wind desert, into the heavens. The Hokage before her appeared to be quite principled. It seemed the only course of action was to engage him in earnest dialogue. With determination, Queen Sane declared, Very well. Let us discuss this matter. Uchiha Yuan Ming chuckled softly, a decisive resolution. Subsequently, he and the queen began their discussion within the dragon vein's secret chamber. Uchiha Yuan Ming manipulated Susanoo to soar through the skies. On his journey back to Konoha, he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the outcomes in the land of Lulan. The queen had agreed to allow Konoha station ninjas in her nation, and his own company would soon establish a presence there. Furthermore, he had already secured control over the dragon vein's azure glow. His next step would involve cultivating management talents of his own. In just a few years, once his wings were fully developed, he would be able to cast aside the so-called nobility. With such auspicious aspirations, Uchiha Yuan Ming returned to Konoha in no time. As evening descended and darkness began to cloak the sky, the lights in the Hokage's office remained aglow. Uchiha Yuan Ming descended before the office window, where the Umbu had spotted him early on. They all bowed in respect, fully aware that the figure within was merely a shadow clone. Moreover, they had witnessed Susanoo dissipating in the sky. He pushed open the window and gracefully entered. Inside, several individuals were engrossed in their tasks, lifting their gazes at the sound. Upon seeing the arrival of their true leader, Yuan Ming's shadow clone swiftly dissipated with a resounding pop. Uchiha Yuan Ming pressed his palm to his forehead, massaging his temples. It wasn't long before he clarified the decisions made during his time in Lulan concerning the temporal issues. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he strode toward his desk. As he sat down, he noticed Yuta observing him intently. Yuan Ming nodded solemnly. The plans for the village will proceed as determined by my shadow clone. After all, he is essentially me, The expansion of the school has been resolved. In response to the Hokage's directives, Uchiha Yuta calmly replied, then, the funding requirements will be directly sourced from the company. I have already devised an excuse to employ Konoha's ninjas to oversee several trade routes. This way, with the aid of ninjutsu, those mundane nobility will be unlikely to uncover anything. We shall leave no trace. Yuan Ming expressed his approval with a smile. Excellent. It is settled then. With the Hokage's decision made, I shall proceed with the arrangements. Thank you for your efforts, Yuta. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Yuta graciously accepted the praise. With the matters here resolved, Uchiha Yuan Ming turned his attention to the busy figures of Orochimaru and others, discussing issues within the scientific department. Finding no significant problems and observing steady progress, he returned home with peace of mind. As time flowed by, 2 years swiftly elapsed. During this period, the cessation of war ushered in an era of peace across the ninja world. In the absence of turmoil, everything flourished. Konoha Village continued to develop steadily along the trajectory of its plans. On this day, under the bright spring sunshine, Uchiha Yuan Ming, with the capable assistance of Yuta, was diligently instructing his disciples. Indeed, he was mentoring Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, whom he had brought back from the land of Rain. These three were undeniably talented by conventional ninja standards. However, when compared to the likes of Nagato, they would require tremendous effort to keep pace. You must combine the sage mode I imparted to you with your unique styles. Only then will you not fall too far behind Nagato. Yes, teacher Yuan Ming. Nagato and Konan replied in unison. Next, Uchiha Yuan Ming turned his gaze to Nagato, whose demeanor remained unchanged despite his past experiences. He still exhibited a degree of indecisiveness and reticence. At the very least, if his companions did not encounter unforeseen circumstances, he would not undergo any significant character transformation. Nagato, I trust one have explained the origins of your enigmatic tattoo. Upon hearing his teacher's inquiry, Nagato nodded silently. Indeed, you mentioned that it is a remnant left by your defeated adversary, a contingency from an otherworldly being. In that previous battle, I eliminated that foe thoroughly. So there is no need for concern regarding any side effects. At this, Yuan Ming nodded in acknowledgement and said, you will gradually release this power in due course. Ultimately, you shall become one of the pinnacle figures in the ninja world. However, do not neglect your training, as otherworldly beings may arrive with their forces at any moment. You must strive diligently. Understood. After completing his teachings, Uchiha Yuan Ming swiftly made his way to Hokage Rock. Gazing at the thriving Konoha village, he felt a deep sense of contentment. Everything was progressing steadily, and the number of trained personnel had surged over the past 2 years. As for whether the noble lords would take notice, when a ninja employed extraordinary power with the intent to conceal, the mundane truly stood powerless. Now, after 2 to 3 years of steady growth, I shall be able to seize the world. During this time, I must not grow complacent. In this era of peace, I cannot find a source of inspiration. However, traversing parallel worlds is quite feasible. With that thought, Uchiha Yuan Ming turned his hand, summoning the azure light of the dragon vein into his palm. His left hand produced a crystal ball. Thanks to the inspiration from the limited Tsuki no Mi, he had devised a method for traversing parallel worlds. As the azure light met the crystal ball, a sound resonated, and a black vortex unfurled around the crystal ball's center. Uchiha Yuan Ming stepped inside. Let me see what kind of world lies beyond. Chapter 127, The Foolish Uchiha. The moment he stepped into the vortex, Uchiha Yuan Ming felt the world spin around him. Then, wasn't he just at the Hokage Rock? Had he failed? A fleeting glance towards Konoha Village revealed a shocking truth. It was not his Konoha. Yuan Ming's gaze quickly shifted to the Hokage Rock beneath him. 1, 2, 3, 4. No 5. The fourth figure was Minato Namikaze. It seemed necessary to ascertain the timeline. With that thought, Yuan Ming formed a hand seal. As the Hokage, he was well aware of how to conceal the barrier perception surrounding Konoha. Excellent. With this, I can proceed with my plans at ease. He leapt gracefully towards the village, stealthily infiltrating it. Uchiha Shursui felt utterly drained. It was the 58th year of Konoha. The Uchiha and Konoha had grown increasingly estranged due to the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails. The Uchiha were forced away from the village center to its outskirts, and the atmosphere within the clan had deteriorated significantly. Many within the Uchiha, long subjected to discrimination, had aligned with the hawkish faction. Itachi's father, Fugaku, who led the neutral faction, had been swept up in the fervor, advocating for rebellion. Only a meager few remained in his dovish faction, struggling to hold on. Tonight marked the clan meeting where a decision regarding the coup would be made. He needed to intervene at this gathering. With my ocular technique, I shall surely change the course of events. He had come to a realization regarding this matter. However, before that, he needed to have a thorough discussion with the elder known as Danzo, striving to clarify that the Uchiha harbored no intentions of a coup. Gritting his teeth, he made his way to the designated grove. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yuan Ming, standing in the void, pondered, want to change the situation? By relying on his ocular technique? And that nose. Is that Shui? At that moment, Yuan Ming discerned the timeline. Watching Shui walk towards the forest, his extraordinary vision allowed him to spot the long time no-see Danzo. However, the man had aged, losing all semblance of sharpness, leaving only a decayed and foul aura. Yuan Ming understood that at this point in time, Danzo was attempting to seize the Sharingan. Shui had lost his Kodo Amatsukami and, in a bid to prevent the Uchiha's final descent into madness, chose to take his own life. How intriguing. As Yuan Ming shadowed Shui into the depths of the forest, Danzo's figure came into view. Observing Danzo's current state, a wave of mixed emotions washed over Yuan Ming. Regardless of how he had succumbed to the corruption of power in later years, one could not deny that in his youth, through the inner monologues depicted in the manga, he had been poised to sacrifice himself in that moment of the second Hokage's retreat. Yet, he had been a second too late, forever becoming Sarutobi's shadow, the very root of Konoha, grasping power just beneath the Hokage level. His yearning for authority transformed him from a passionate youth into the monster he had become today. It was truly lamentable. He must take this as a cautionary tale. No matter how much power he might wield in the future, he must not become a devouring monster like Danzo. As Uchiha Yuan Ming's thoughts churned, Shui began to explain to Danzo. In this moment, Danzo still seemed to be a reliable elder in Shui's eyes, even when he sensed the movements of Danzo's subordinates around him, which did not resemble those of protectors. He dismissed the thought. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Danzo. I will use Kodo Amatsukami to prevent this Uchiha gathering. Rest assured, elder. Upon hearing this, Danzo remained expressionless, merely gazing at Shui for a moment before exclaiming, indeed. Kodo Amatsukami is indeed a powerful technique that can alter destiny. As he spoke, Danzo stepped closer to Shui. When he saw the naive expression on Shui's face, a glimmer of cunning shone in his eyes. Such a remarkable technique. It is a waste for you to wield it. The one who truly deserves such a divine ability is me. Danzo's hand reached towards Shui's eyes. Witnessing Shui momentarily stunned by his words, he let out a cold laugh within. Foolish Uchiha. Bang. A pristine, slender hand intercepted his attack. How could it be so simple? Who are you? Danzo exclaimed incredulously. This individual was able to elude the senses of both him and Shui, two top-tier ninjas. At that moment, Uchiha Shui also came to his senses. The collision of their hands was mere centimeters from his right eye. With a swift motion, he retreated 10 meters, activating his Crimson Sharingan, incredulously asking, Danzo, what were you trying to do just now? Boom. Idiot. He intended to seize your eyes. Is it not obvious? Uchiha Yuan Ming kicked Danzo away and turned to Shui with a mocking smile. Foolish Uchiha. Who are you? Shui asked, bewildered. The fan emblem on this stranger's attire was the Uchiha clan's crest. Yet, he had never seen this unfamiliar clan member before in all these years. Especially that handsome visage. Had he seen it, he would never forget. Who I am is of no concern to you. What are you going to do about the person before you? Yuan Ming pointed at the now standing Danzo. He had deliberately restrained his strength to avoid injuring or killing Danzo, intending to gauge Shui's mental fortitude in this moment. If his convictions were so deeply ingrained that he was beyond saving, then he would bear the consequences. However, if there was still hope, he might assist the Uchiha before the looming threat of the Otsutsuki. Hearing this, although Shui did not understand why this stranger would ask such a question, Danzo's earlier actions had already illuminated the truth for him. His heart began to race. Blood surged to his brain, and veins of crimson began to surface in his eyes. The juxtaposition of his blood-red Skara and Crimson Sharingan rendered Shui almost demonic. Slowly, he opened his mouth, his voice chilling as he addressed Danzo. Danzo? Is the village planning to eradicate us, the Uchiha clan? Chapter 128. Is this really the shadow of the Hokage? In response to Uchiha Shui's inquiry, Shimura Danzo maintained a stoic silence. At times, silence speaks volumes. I understand now. Danzo, no, just Danzo. Uchiha Shui roared, igniting his chakra. You are right. I am indeed an overly naive. Foolish Uchiha. But do you truly believe that your plans will unfold as you wish? Ugh. Shursue's Sharingan transformed from 3 tomo into the kaleidoscopic pattern. A terrifying ocular power began to emanate, and a stream of crimson tears flowed from his eyes. The green chakra began to materialize, slowly forming a giant. It was Shursue's Susanoo. Faced with this transformation, Danzo let out a slow sigh. Indeed, as Tobirama-sensei said, you Uchihas are inherently wicked. Look at you, Uchiha Shursui. Once a ninja who profoundly understood the will of fire, yet upon facing disillusionment, you have become so consumed by obsession. As Danzo spoke, he made a hand gesture. And all members of Root present surrounded both Jinmyo and Shursui. Then the leader formed hand seals. Crack! The sound of his bandaged hand echoed as if breaking some seal. His cold gaze fixed upon the two. Uchiha Shursui has conspired with outsiders, plotting rebellion. I, Shimura Danzo, as an elder of Konohagakure, hereby declare. Uchiha Shursui has become a rogue ninja. Everyone, assist me in apprehending these 2 traitors. Upon witnessing this situation, Uchiha Jinmyo exclaimed in disbelief. This decayed and sinister Danzo wields power with such ease, as if it were second nature. Is this what the completed darkness of the ninja looks like? Is this truly the essence of the Hokage? Jinmyo chuckled at this thought. Uchiha Shursui, meanwhile, was perplexed by Jinmyo's remark about Danzo's interesting nature. Unable to make sense of it, he chose to dismiss it, focusing solely on his desire to eliminate Danzo, with no other thoughts clouding his mind. The Green Giant, embodying his will, raised its colossal spiral sword and charged towards Danzo with immense force. Seeing Shursue's murderous intent directed at Danzo, Uchiha Jinmyo observed the Root members attempting to assist Danzo. He scoffed, saying, "This will not do. I am quite eager to witness their duel. Please, do not interfere." With that, a terrifying power surged in his eyes. Uchiha's mind-controlling Jinjutsu activated fully. Moments later, all Root members present fell under Jinmyo's control. At my current level, casting such a Jinjutsu is exceedingly effortless. Now, I shall watch closely to see what fate awaits Danzo in this world. Then, Uchiha Jinmyo swiftly formed hand seals. Barrier, earth-shattering array, a wave of barrier light began to envelop the area, centered around Uchiha Jinmyo. Unlike the heaven-covering array, the earth-shattering array is a sensory-impeding barrier. Thus, even if the earth were to quake violently, no one would perceive any issues at this level of awareness. Shimura Danzo may have spoken with much bravado before, but now he harbored thoughts of escape. Facing Susanoo, a name that echoed in his childhood. He felt doubt in his wind technique's ability to contend with such a power. Unless in dire straits, he had no intention of confronting it head-on. He needed to preserve himself. To become Hokage and unify the ninja world. More importantly, that unfamiliar Uchiha, the giant, had managed to control all his subordinates in an instant, instilling a profound fear within him. He had indeed unsealed his arm, and he possessed the trump card of his Anaji. However, he did not believe he could match the ocular prowess of such an individual. Furthermore, being in the outskirts of Konoha, if he could escape to the village, he would be safe. With swift hand seals, he exhaled. Wind release, vacuum sphere. After releasing a series of wind pressure spheres, Danzo retreated. He did not expect this ninjutsu to slay his foes. He merely sought to leverage the sphere's formidable impact to momentarily halt Uchiha Shursui, granting him a chance to flee. Do not think you can escape. Uchiha Shursui shattered the vacuum spheres with his Susanoo, unfazed by the speed. He taunted Danzo's retreating figure. It was naive of me before, but now it is you, Danzo. Who is the fool? I cannot fathom how someone like you could ascend to the village's upper echelons. Uchiha Shursui felt a profound disdain for Shimura Danzo, who first sought to exploit his respect to ambush him and seize his eyes, only to abandon his subordinates and flee when the situation turned dire. How could such a petty individual rise to such heights in the village? As Shursui closed the distance, a thought crossed his mind. The green Susanoo's spiral sword lengthened dramatically. Boom. Blood erupted where Danzo stood, a true coward, spitting in disdain upon seeing Danzo reduced to a bloody mist. Uchiha Shursui was certain that it was not a mere substitution or shadow clone technique. His enemy had indeed met a gruesome demise. Exhaling a heavy breath, Uchiha Shursui intended to retract his Susanoo but was met with an incredible sight. The scattered remains of Shimura Danzo began to vanish into thin air. What is happening? My Sharingan cannot be mistaken. Danzo did not employ a substitution or shadow clone. What could this mean? Uchiha Jinmyo sneered from the side. Quite simple. This fellow has pilfered our forbidden technique, Izanaji. At this revelation, Uchiha Shursui's pupils constricted. His expression twisted in anguish as he felt immense pain tearing through his body and soul. Izanaji. This technique demands the sacrifice of a Sharingan. Shimura Danzo, an outsider. Where did he acquire a Sharingan to employ this technique? One could easily deduce that he must have assassinated a clan member and taken their eyes. As someone who cherishes both family and village, witnessing the upper echelon's deep machinations against the Uchiha made Shursui reflect on his past naivety. At that moment, Shimura Danzo's figure appeared in the distance, making no pretense of courtesy, and attempted to flee. Uchiha Shursui grinned menacingly. "Old dog, let me see how many of your clansmen you have betrayed." With his words hanging in the air, Susanoo unleashed its colossal hand. A flurry of green tomo emerged, and with murderous intent, Uchiha Shursui commanded them to surge forth towards Shimura Danzo. This technique, embodying Shursui's boundless fury, was none other than Yasaka no Magatama. Chapter 129. All according to the senior's arrangement. Uchiha Shursui appeared somewhat dazed. At this moment, he had already slain Danzo 6 times, representing 3 pairs of Sharingan, 3 elite clan members who had been killed by his insatiable thirst for power. Once again, he witnessed Danzo's figure materialize from the void. Without uttering a word, Shursui charged forward to attack. Danzo's psychological state was scarcely better. He was on the verge of collapse. Why, each time he was about to escape the forest, that damned stranger from the Uchiha clan would force him back. Why? Why must you humiliate me? As he fled, Danzo let out a desperate roar towards Uchiha Genmyu. Upon hearing Danzo's heart-wrenching cries, Uchiha Genmyu smirked cruelly, taunting, "So what? You still have time to waste on me. Shursui is already upon you." Despair enveloped Danzo. In his hopelessness, he recalled his mindset on that day when he had been slower than Sarutobi. Indeed, death was nothing to fear. How had he become this way? Was this still the spirited Danzo of yesteryears? With a swift motion, Shursui pierced through Danzo with his spiral blade. In that instant, it seemed Danzo regained his courage to face death. Truly, the grandson of Kagaya was impressive. Coughing up blood from his mouth and nose, he declared, "But since you have succumbed to darkness, I shall not allow you to become a great threat to Konoha." As he slowly formed hand seals, he was about to unleash something. In a swift motion, Genmyu decapitated him, just as Danzo was about to critique Shursui for his indecisiveness. He witnessed the green Susanoo dissipate instantly, revealing Shursui, eyes glazed and lifeless on the ground. Genmyu sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. "I almost forgot. You are not an Indra reincarnate like Sasuke. Today, using Susanoo to obliterate Danzo has evidently pushed you to your limits. It's understandable, after all. Sasuke went blind after recklessly using his ocular techniques during the 5 Kage Summit, and Shursui, who is not a reincarnate, must have exhausted his Mangekyō Sharingan's power previously." Walking over to Uchiha Shursui, he remarked, "I am quite pleased with your performance, so consider yourself fortunate that my mood is rather jovial." A wave of ocular energy enveloped them, and the light of the great god descended, bathing Shursui's body in a healing glow. Uchiha Shursui felt as if he were embraced by a warm ray of sunlight illuminating his entire being. Slowly, he opened his eyes, astonished to find himself rising from the ground. What has happened? He sensed a change in his body. His vision returned to its pre-Mangekyō state, and all of his depleted chakra was restored. In disbelief, he raised his hands, then touched his eyes, feeling the miraculous restoration of his ocular power. "Indeed, your ocular power has been restored by me," Uchiha Genmyu stated, observing Shursui's astonishment. "You can restore ocular power?" Shursui questioned, bewildered. "Indeed, that's the effect of my ocular technique." Genmyu waved dismissively. "Now, focus on how to address Danzo's demise." Upon hearing this, Shursui's expression turned solemn. In the calmest tone he had ever mustered, he stated, "The higher-ups in the village possess such mentalities that we Uchiha have no choice but to pursue a coup. Though I love the village, my allegiance to my clan takes precedence. If I cannot balance both, I must choose my clan, for many of my relatives reside there." Genmyu raised an eyebrow, reflecting on how Shursui differed from Itachi. Shursui was merely naive, while Itachi was a complex character difficult to evaluate. From the perspective of the clan, Itachi was undoubtedly a loyal subject who prioritized the greater good over familial ties. Yet, morally, he appeared deeply flawed, a quintessential example of self-brainwashing. Genmyu was pleased with Shursui's current stance. Shursui then pondered, ocular techniques? Could it be the Mangekyō? However, he was certain that no such formidable presence existed within his clan. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Senior, who exactly are you?" Before Shursui could finish his sentence, Genmyu's eyes radiated a powerful energy. "Do not resist. Everything you wish to know lies within this illusion." Accepting the illusion, Shui allowed it to permeate his mind. He realized that, given the extraordinary abilities displayed by this senior, if he truly wished to harm him, it would not require such elaborate measures. Within the illusion, Shui learned the identity of this senior. A parallel world? The Uchiha of the Hokage? The formidable Uchiha police force. It was utterly astounding. Shui opened his eyes wide, urgently asking this. Hokage. Simply call me senior. After all, I am not from your world, Jimmy said with a smile, recognizing Shui's confusion. Then, I beseech you, Senior Jimmy, please save the Uchiha of this world. In that moment, Shui knelt before him, pleading earnestly. Jimmy crossed his arms, nodding slightly. Regarding that, we must first assess the quality of the Uchiha in this world. After speaking, he deftly waved his hand. The roots under his control converged around him, and his form began to shift. Cough, cough. Now I am Shimura Danzo, Jimmy said with a grin, having transformed into Danzo's likeness. As an entity capable of digitizing chakra data and crafting seals, Jimmy's transformation technique was, without doubt, superior to that of White Zetsu. Adjusting his chakra frequency to match Danzo's. Who could see through it? Not even the Hyuga clan would manage to detect it. Only someone of Otsutsuki level could. Senior, what are you doing? Shui exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping. Jimmy, now appearing as Danzo, felt incredibly authentic, with the chakra sensation and demeanor so convincing that even the Sharingan could not penetrate it. Unless I transform into Danzo and conceal his death, how can I assess the current state of the Uchiha? Shui realized. Indeed, if not for Jimmy's intervention, the Uchiha might have revolted today. The clan meeting could have spiraled into a full-blown armed coup, with Shui firing the first shot. How peculiar. As the leader of the Doves, he was the first to confront the elders of Konoha. Coming to this realization, he nodded at Jimmy, saying, all according to the senior's arrangement. Meanwhile, at the clan meeting venue, within the named shrine, impatience began to set in as everyone awaited Shui's arrival. Sensing an unsettling premonition in Uchiha Itachi's heart, he wondered if something unfortunate had transpired on Brother Shui's side. Chapter 130. Controlling Itachi. Just as Uchiha Itachi was concerned about Shui's condition, the gates of the named shrine swung open. Uchiha Shui entered with a composed demeanor. Brother Shui, you've arrived, Itachi exclaimed, rising to greet his esteemed elder. Upon seeing Itachi, Shui's originally tranquil expression softened slightly. I'm here, Itachi. He then surveyed the gathered crowd and added, I apologize for my tardiness. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for him to take his seat. Shui complied, settling into his designated position among the Doves. With the pivotal figure now present, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembled Uchihas. The current Shui was no longer the prodigy of old, but had evolved into the instantaneous Shui, a fully realized Uchiha with unparalleled abilities. Rumors within the clan suggested that he had awakened the fabled ocular prowess known as the Mangekyō Sharingan, making him a figure of great significance to both the Hawks and the neutral faction led by the clan leader. In the Uchiha clan, strength was paramount. Possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan commanded respect. Conversely, weakness rendered even the most virtuous and eloquent individuals powerless in persuading the Uchihas. The named shrine, now filled with elite members of the Uchiha clan, was enveloped in a profound silence. It was inevitable, given the gravity of their discussion, whether or not to initiate a coup. The potential outcomes of such an action and the implications for their clan's survival. This was a matter intimately tied to the lives of over 1,000 clan members. The presence of numerous ordinary Uchihas made even the most ardent Hawks hesitate. Fugaku, feeling the weight of leadership, surveyed the room with a sense of helplessness. Since the Kyuubi incident, his role as clan leader had become increasingly burdensome, having been relegated from the heart of Konoha to its outskirts. It was unrealistic to assume that the sensitive Uchiha clan bore no resentment. The losses they suffered were considerable. Once, their central location had afforded them lucrative business opportunities, even for non-ninja clan members. Now, relegated to the fringes, their income had plummeted dramatically. Moreover, the pressure from the ninja forces of the security department further exacerbated his stress. The Uchiha had historically been divided into 3 factions. The neutral faction led by the clan leader, the Hawks who embraced power and glory, and the smaller Dove faction aligned with the village. For decades, these groups had coexisted relatively peacefully under the clan leader's guidance. However, following the relocation, the so-called neutral faction had grown increasingly dissatisfied, gravitating towards the Hawks, who were now openly considering a coup. As clan leader, Fugaku found himself swept along compelled to project an image of defiance against Konoha despite his internal conflict. The turmoil he experienced was beyond words. Sensing the oppressive silence, Fugaku intended to open with some diplomatic remarks. Yet, before he could speak, Shisui rose and addressed the assembly. Why do we linger in silence? All the clan's elites are gathered here. Let us assign our tasks and strike at the higher-ups in Konoha. The room fell into stunned silence, particularly among the Hawks, Inuzuka, Hakadai, and Tetsuhiko, who were taken aback by Shisui's unexpected call to action. Is this truly the time for such drastic measures? Hakadai urged, his voice tinged with disbelief. Shisui, however, dismissed the notion, insisting, there is nothing left to deliberate. We must act now. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, usually stoic in the face of adversity, was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief. Brother Shisui, do you truly comprehend the weight of your words? It was inconceivable for Itachi that his brother, who had always shared his concerns for the village, would now advocate for such a treacherous course of action. The very foundation of their commitment to protecting the village seemed to crumble before him. Itachi, Shisui sighed, recognizing his brother's turmoil. I wish it were different. But in my recent conversation with Danzo, it became clear that the higher-ups have no intention of allowing our clan to survive. I have always cherished our village. But my loyalty to our clan cannot be overlooked. I apologize. With a heavy heart, Shisui activated his Sharingan and cast a Genjutsu on the unsuspecting Itachi, knowing it would only last a moment, but was sufficient for his purpose. Seize Itachi. He is a spy for the Hokage, Shisui commanded as he leaped into action. The nearby Uchiha elites, still holding Shisui in high regard, swiftly executed a sealing technique on Itachi. As Itachi awakened, bound and disoriented, he realized the gravity of the situation. Shisui, having taken decisive action, muttered, "Forgive me, Itachi. I had no choice." He understood that the Uchiha clan's path was fraught with peril, and rebellion would lead only to ruin. The imbalance of power between Konoha's ninja forces and the Uchiha was insurmountable. Even if they succeeded in ousting the higher-ups, the remaining ninja would continue to oppose them. Shisui's only hope lay in securing the assistance of a mysterious elder. If the elder perceived the Uchiha as lacking resolve, he would remain indifferent. Thus, the only way to demonstrate their tenacity was for Shisui, the dove, to lead the charge for revolt. Surely, those who had long clamored for action would follow suit. As Shisui had anticipated, the hidden observer in another realm found the unfolding events quite amusing. Chapter 131. Is it possible he could even become Hokage? It is impossible not to find amusement in this. The expression on Uchiha Itachi's face is utterly fascinating. This fellow, while indulging in anime and manga, truly appears to be adept at feigning composure. Regardless of the circumstances, he seems unperturbed, as if a mountain were collapsing before him. Yet now, he finds himself utterly shaken, as his ideals clash unexpectedly with those of his elder brother, Shisui. What an entertaining spectacle it has been to witness. Perhaps I shall lend my assistance when the time comes. Let us not dwell on Uchiha Yoshimitsu, who lurks in the shadows. The scene around us is exceedingly chaotic. The clan leader's precious son, Uchiha Itachi, has been directly accused of being a spy by Shisui, who has been toying with him for quite some time. This matter is of grave significance. Uchiha Hakadai hastily interjected, Shisui, are you speaking the truth? Do not slander Itachi. He is the son of Lord Fugaku. Upon hearing this inquiry, Uchiha Shisui shook his head and pointed towards the leader's seat. Logically, Lord Fugaku should be the first to refute my claims. Yet look at the current situation. Lord Fugaku remains silent and unresponsive regarding Itachi's predicament. At this moment, Shisui himself found the situation rather surreal. How absurd. His knowledge of Itachi being a spy stems from the latter's complete lack of caution towards him. With no defenses in place, it became evident through mere analysis that this fellow is indeed a spy. However, the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, who is typically the first to rally for a coup, is aware that his own son is a spy. And yet, he continues to incite rebellion. Good heavens. At this moment, he truly felt that if it were not for that mysterious elder's appearance, even if he had not been attacked by Danzo, everything might have remained intact. The Uchiha clan would surely face ruin. As Shisui's words echoed in the air, the gathered Uchiha members turned their attention to him. All falling silent. Though they are somewhat emotional as Uchiha, they are not fools. This situation is tantamount to the clan leader inadvertently confessing. Uchiha Hakadai, in disbelief, settled down and spoke in a hushed tone. Let us hold off on any talk of rebellion for now. Surely, we can all see that this situation does not permit such actions. Everyone here is not foolish. If the son is a spy, and the father is aware, how can the leader of a rebellious faction still consider a coup? Is there truly no sense left? Indeed, this situation is rather ludicrous. First, let us restrain Itachi. He has been uncharacteristically quiet. Yes, indeed, and what of his family? Lord Fugaku should simply be confined to his home. After all, he is still the clan leader. Uchiha Hakadai, with a resigned shrug towards Fugaku, remarked, "The situation is as such, and I wonder if you will cooperate?" At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku's heart was a tumult of emotions. He had long suspected Itachi's true nature. However, he had been deluding himself, euphemistically labeling Itachi as a double agent. Now, in response to everything, he closed his eyes and spoke solemnly. "Let it be as my clansmen have said. I shall take this time to reflect at home. Itachi, I hope you can understand a father's feelings. When the time comes." Before he could finish, Uchiha Shursui interjected, "Rest assured, Itachi will not come to harm for the time being. I guarantee it. That brings me some comfort." Following this, Uchiha Itachi, who had remained silent with his head bowed, was escorted away. Thus, this rather inconclusive meeting came to an end. "How is it, Elder? Is there truly hope for the Uchiha?" Uchiha Shursui anxiously inquired of Uchiha Yoshimitsu. In response, Yoshimitsu waved his hand dismissively. "Concerning the Uchiha clan, I have observed the situation closely. To be honest, it appears rather hopeless." Before he could finish, he noticed Shursui growing increasingly anxious and quickly reassured him, "Do not fret. I have not concluded my thoughts. Today, I am quite pleased with your transformation. Therefore, rest assured. I shall empower you to save the Uchiha." With that, Uchiha Yoshimitsu's eyes shimmered, revealing the golden Rinnegan. Uchiha Shursui stood awestruck by the oceanic depth of the elder's ocular prowess. "That pattern, that tomo. Is this an eye beyond the Mangekyō? There can be no doubt. It is a transformation of the Sharingan." He asked in astonishment, "Elder, what is this eye of yours?" Uchiha Yoshimitsu chuckled lightly, replying, "This is of no concern to you. You only need to know that I can grant you the power to save the Uchiha." "Possessing power?" "Indeed." Yoshimitsu raised his hand, a surge of chakra emanating from it. His eyes narrowed as he concentrated, his control over chakra expanding exponentially. Every bloodline limit in the ninja world, along with the intricacies of cellular biology and genetics, fundamentally hinges on the manipulation of chakra. Hence, any matter associated with chakra at this very moment. He could navigate the flow of information, restoring that power to its former glory. The flow of chakra in his hand contained limited potency, merely equivalent to the information of Orochimaru's second-generation medicine. Nevertheless, he deemed it sufficient. He manifested that medicine in an informationized form, optimizing it so that it would take effect immediately. Do not resist. The chakra information was swiftly imprinted onto Shursui's dantian. Uchiha Shursui complied without resistance, sensing miracles unfolding within him. His ocular prowess began to elevate following the elder's intervention. Not only that, but the vitality of his cells and chakra reserves also saw remarkable enhancement. This sensation, Uchiha Shursui, with his newly awakened Mangekyō Sharingan, felt as if he were in a dream. He could sense that his eyes would gradually recuperate their power when employing ocular techniques. Moreover, the most delightful surprise came in the form of his ocular technique, Kagutsuchi. The cooldown period had diminished from 10 years to merely 1 month. What a concept! This signifies that, should he desire, he could potentially alter the very mindset of every village leader in the ninja world, including that of Konoha. As long as he gazed upon influential figures in the village every month, this, let alone saving the Uchiha. It appears he could even ascend to the position of Hokage. Chapter 132. Idealists and Realists. The Uchiha clan is characterized by extremism. This holds true for all Uchihas. Whether they are intelligent, foolish, benevolent, or malevolent, their perceptions, when subjected to significant alterations, can lead to profound emotional upheavals. Uchiha Yuan Ming is acutely aware of this. At this moment, Shursui, awakened by Danzo, is no longer the gentle Uchiha Shursui of the past. Uchiha Obito serves as an exemplary case. During the earlier part of his life, when Rin Noara was still alive, he embodied extreme goodness. However, after her tragic demise, he transformed into a figure of utter malevolence. After being soundly defeated by Naruto, the Uchiha's demeanor shifted, and he reverted to his former benevolent self through sheer verbal persuasion. Now, having endured the harsh realities, Uchiha Shursui stands on the precipice of transformation. He eagerly anticipates what he will ultimately become. This anticipation does not keep him waiting long. Upon realizing that his Kodo Amatsukami can be used once a month without harming his eyes, he bows deeply to Uchiha Yuan Ming, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior. I am now fully capable of rescuing the Uchiha clan." Shisui has resolved firmly. Currently, the Uchiha clan is temporarily stabilized under the leadership of Fugaku Uchiha, who has, regrettably, found himself in a state akin to house arrest. Does the clan head's confinement not present an opportunity for him? He aims to ascend swiftly to the position of clan leader, subsequently bending the minds of Konoha's higher-ups, distorting the Hokage's thoughts, and ultimately reshaping the perspectives of all department heads within the village. In Konoha, even a 3-year-old knows that to become Hokage, one must earn the recognition of others. Thus, if he can secure the recognition of all the significant figures, he would naturally ascend to the role of Hokage. Once he achieves that status, he will once more twist the thoughts of all the clan's leaders, positioning himself as the most powerful Hokage in history, without exception. Even Senju Hashirama has his brother overseeing him. While the Uchiha clan is rife with dissent, he envisions himself as Konoha's most supported and dominant Hokage, with ambition igniting in his eyes. He continues to speak to Uchiha Yuan Ming. "I shall become the clan leader, and then the Hokage, with my ocular jutsu." He shares the details of his eye technique with Yuan Ming, feeling no need to conceal the existence of parallel worlds. Moreover, with the looming threat of extraterrestrial beings, he wishes to avoid unnecessary conflicts and future collaborations due to the secrecy surrounding his ocular abilities. Observing the fervent fire of ambition burning within Shisui's gaze, Uchiha Yuan Ming comprehends the transformation. The idealist Uchiha Shisui has, amidst overwhelming emotional upheaval, metamorphosed into a thorough realist. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Let me closely observe your performance during this period of being Danzo. The Kodo Amatsukami, unlike the Yada no Kagami, brings about a permanent alteration in perception that cannot be reversed by the user. In contrast, the Yada no Kagami merely distorts thoughts temporarily, should one's chakra be potent enough, and their bonds and awareness sufficiently deep, it is possible to revert to their original mindset, much like Naruto did after being bested by Sasuke. Consequently, as the cooldown period for Kodo Amatsukami extends to a month, he could easily reshape the thoughts of 12 individuals within a year, making the path to Hokage remarkably simple. Frankly speaking, if this technique were to fall into the hands of Uchiha Madara, he would have no need to pursue the peculiar infinite Tsukuyomi. With the power of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, he could effortlessly reshape the hierarchy of human society daily, maintaining peace through sheer force. Uchiha Itachi perceives the world as a dreamlike illusion. The betrayal by Shisui renders his sense of reality somewhat surreal, cultivating an unbearable anguish within his heart. He is aware of his father's confinement, yet this does not stir much emotion within him. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he feels a profound understanding of his family. The Uchiha clan is inherently twisted. Everyone is, except for him. Now that his father has lost power and his mother is struggling alone, what is to become of Sasuke? Sasuke, damn it. How could he remain so immersed in Shisui's betrayal while neglecting the most crucial person in his life? This cannot be tolerated. He must protect Sasuke from the extreme actions of their clan members. He requires strength. Only with strength can he safeguard Sasuke. Only with strength can he punish Shisui for his betrayal. Only with strength can he rectify the Uchiha clan's chaos. A fierce determination alters the landscape of his mind. An extraordinary chakra materializes within his brain, its quality astonishingly high, rendering the 5 elements seal unstable. As one who has already fulfilled his potential, Uchiha Itachi is a formidable ninja. He harnesses this chakra to break free from his constraints. Once his chakra flows freely, an unexpected occurrence unfolds. My eyes. Uchiha Itachi gazes in astonishment at everything around him. The floating and shifting in the air, the play of light and shadow, all is vividly apparent to him. Is this the Mangekyō? He opens his eyes after a moment of sensory awareness, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. This is sufficient. This power is enough for him to accomplish all he desires. He is aware of Shisui's Mangekyō, the Genjutsu Eye. All he needs to do is stealthily exit from this place, and then ambush his former friend. With Amaterasu, a technique that moves at the speed of sight. The moment this eternal flame strikes Shisui, victory will be his. With that thought, he creates a shadow clone to feign being bound, while his true self stealthily slips away. Upon reaching the outside, he does not confront the 2 clan members guarding him. His priority is to assess the situation of his most cherished brother, Sasuke. Before proceeding with his plans, he must not raise any alarms. It does not take long for him to arrive home. Although he is no sensory ninja, he possesses sufficient perception abilities to sense within a radius of several hundred meters. After a moment of closed-eye sensing, he discovers that Sasuke's chakra remains stable, without any fluctuations. Sighing in relief, he murmurs to himself, "It seems father and mother have done a commendable job protecting Sasuke." With this reassurance, he can now proceed to confront Shui. Chapter 133. The Divine Intervention. After parting ways with Shui, Uchiha Jinmei transformed into Danzo's likeness and confidently made his way back to the route. The operatives there, well acquainted with him, opened the path without hesitation, much to his satisfaction. Soon, he arrived at the dark underbelly of the route's base and was met with sights that were both unsettling and profound. TSK. This individual has truly descended into a realm of malevolence. Uchiha Jinmei shook his head in helplessness, witnessing the extensive human experimentation that had become commonplace here. With a plethora of bizarre trials involving mostly Konoha's own clan members and a handful of civilians. Yet, none of this concerned him. He merely wished to observe Shusui's audacious maneuvers. Thus, as Danzo, he resolved to remain composed until Shui had secured control over 80 of the higher-ups before deciding to orchestrate his demise. Subsequently, he closed his eyes to rest, planning to meet with the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen in a few days. Shusui's scheme unfolded with remarkable ease. After revealing his Mangekyō Sharingan, he expressed his desire to become the clan leader, earning unanimous agreement from the elite Uchiha. The truth was, they had little choice among their generation. Only Uchiha Fugaku possessed the requisite leadership qualities. Uchiha Shui, as the deputy head of the security department, was indeed formidable, but the Uchiha elite knew he lacked the capability to lead. The disappointment surrounding Fugaku's past actions rendered him unfit for the role of clan leader. Thus, when Uchiha Shui stepped forward, brandishing the coveted Mangekyō Sharingan, the eye that Uchiha had long yearned for, they all capitulated in admiration. However, given their current circumstances, it was prudent to keep their aspirations for a coup under wraps until the village underwent a significant change. In the South Shrine, Shui addressed the gathered Uchiha elites, who nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting understanding and support. Uchiha Shirdai, one of the few clear-headed Uchiha, questioned, "Waiting for a change in the village? What does that mean? I'm a bit confused." At this, Shui cast him a glance, internally sighing at his ignorance. Of course, he was perplexed. Shui intended to utilize the Kodo Amatsukami to induce irrationality and bring about the desired changes in their environment. It was absurd to expect them to comprehend this plan. With that thought, he rose and stated solemnly, "You will understand soon enough. I must step out for a moment to make certain preparations. Why not prepare within the clan?" "Lord Shui?" they inquired. "It's simple." Shui paused at the shrine's entrance, turning back to explain, "It pertains to the village. And I have devised a method to alter our circumstances. Just wait and see." With that, he strode through the doorway. In truth, he had no particular plan. He merely intended to have Danzo arrange a meeting with the third Hokage, and then employ Kodo Amatsukami to distort perceptions, starting with himself, followed by elders like Mitokado Hamura and Kohara Udatane. Within 6 months, if he could implant Kodo Amatsukami in the key leaders of the village, the Uchiha would solidify their position. The subsequent phase would involve the heads of various departments, which he estimated would take 1 to 2 years. Once he held sway over this entire framework, he would ascend to the position of Hokage. With such hopeful aspirations, he rendezvoused with Danzo in a secluded grove within the Forest of Death. Uchiha Itachi sensed that the world was beginning to morph into something surreal. When had Shimura Danzo, the notorious figure he had heard whispers of, allied with Shui? Unlike the Navi Shui, Itachi, burdened by deep thoughts from a young age, understood that Danzo embodied a darkness that resonated with his own nature, an individual utterly untrustworthy. Yet, regardless of this, Danzo was a legitimate member of Konoha's upper echelon. The higher-ups harbored disdain for the Uchiha, and rightfully so, with ambitions of a coup in play. How could they not resent them? In light of this, Itachi found himself perplexed by the natural convergence of these two figures. Unable to fathom the reasoning, he chose to dismiss it from his mind. His task was straightforward: eliminate Shui. There was no alternative. Shusui's ocular technique was far too formidable, even with a decade-long cooldown. Such a power that could warp minds and perceptions could not be allowed to exist. At the very least, it must not remain in anyone's hands but his own. After all, he could maintain control over himself, but he had little faith that others could contain their ambitions once endowed with such ocular power. With this resolution, he began to gather chakra in his eyes. In an instant, his gaze transformed into the Mangekyō Sharingan. Focusing his energy on Shisui, he unleashed Amaterasu. Jet black flames erupted at Shisui's location. Uchiha Jinmei had long since detected Itachi's presence and discreetly alerted Shisui. Both were on high alert. When the black flames of Amaterasu manifested, Jinmei scoffed, "A mere parlor trick. You've exhausted your options." With a flicker of his eyes, his Rinnegan activated and he extended his palm, instantly seizing control over the chakra of the Otsutsuki. The black flames of Amaterasu, like fledglings seeking refuge, swiftly enveloped his form, converting into chakra. As if that were not enough, he raised his hand and beckoned towards Itachi, invoking Shinra Tensei. The immense gravitational force of the Otsutsuki drew Itachi toward him against his will. What is this? Itachi was taken aback, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the technique, unable to regain control of his body as he was inexorably pulled closer. And what was with those eyes? They featured tomo and concentric circles that dominated the entire scara. In an instant, Jinmei seized Itachi by the neck. Struggling to speak, Itachi gasped, "What kind of eyes are those? You are not Elder Danzo. Who exactly are you?" "You need not know," Uchiha Shisui interjected, his voice cutting through. Itachi realized his position was perilously close to the village. Thus, such an irredeemable individual deserved death. However, before he could finish his thought, Jinmei raised Itachi before Shisui, stating, "Shisui, he is still a user of the Mangekyō. It would be a waste for him to die so easily. Use your Kodo Amatsukami to control him. I find it quite amusing. In the original tale, you escaped the Edo Tensei using Kodo Amatsukami. Now, I want you to seize control of his mind while he is alive." Upon hearing this, Shisui hesitated. "Elder, I intended to use Kodo Amatsukami on the third Hokage this month. Do not fret. I have a method to restore your ocular power. Trust me." Yuan Ming, indifferent to this matter, found himself in a realm that did not belong to him. He allowed himself a moment of liberation, yearning for a bit of amusement amidst the hunt. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui felt a sense of relief. He held a deep respect for the senior who could enable him to wield his Mangekyō Sharingan without restraint. As he activated his Mangekyō, he aimed it at Itachi, who still sought to resist. The power of his gaze was unleashed. Kodo Amatsukami. Chapter 134, The Akatsuki Organization in the Realm of Ocular Techniques. The power of the Eye of Hypnotism is exceedingly significant. In the original narrative, the reanimated Itachi Uchiha employed this technique to liberate himself from the control of the Edo Tensei. At this moment, Itachi's demeanor became notably tranquil as his perception shifted. The village undoubtedly holds importance, yet the family bears equal weight. Without kin, what path would Sasuke tread? This notion now enveloped his thoughts, leading him to perceive his previous mindset as utterly absurd, one that placed the village above all else. Upon witnessing the transformation in Itachi's expression and recognizing that he had succumbed to the Eye of Hypnotism, Uchiha Jinmei released him. What a terrifying technique. In terms of brainwashing, it surpasses the 8,000 spears in its potency. This, I can assert with utmost confidence. The brainwashing executed by the Eye of Hypnotism is an artful methodology. Those ensnared feel no sense of unease. Most importantly, this technique cannot be reversed. The brainwashing induced by the 8,000 spears, though somewhat rigid, remains susceptible to reversal. However, the sheer number of individuals that can be brainwashed by the Eye of Hypnotism is incomparable. Beside them, Uchiha Shisui, oblivious to the situation, inquired, 8,000 spears? Is that another ocular technique? Uchiha Jinmei shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. At this juncture, Itachi brushed off the dust from his attire and addressed Shisui. "Brother Shisui, I was previously lost in my own stubbornness. I hope you can forgive me." Shisui, witnessing the brainwashed Itachi, chose not to press further. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You should return for now. As for how you managed to escape, never mind, just return to your cell. I will find an excuse upon my return to release you." "Understood, Brother Shisui." Itachi nodded solemnly before vanishing in a flash. Uchiha Jinmei couldn't help but chuckle softly, noting the stark shift in Shisui's attitude towards Itachi after his personality transformation. It mirrored the drastic change seen in Obito, who, after a profound metamorphosis, became unrecognizable, even going so far as to ruthlessly attack his own mentor on his birthday. "Shisui, come here. I shall restore your ocular power." "Very well," Uchiha Shisui replied eagerly, understanding the urgency of the matter. Only by regaining his ocular prowess could he exert control over the third Hokage. He hastened to Uchiha Jinmei's side. "For Jinmei, The restoration of this unique chakra was a task of remarkable ease. After a brief process, the cooldown period for Shirsui's Eye of Hypnotism came to an end. The ensuing actions of the two were rather tedious. Upon meeting with Hiruzen Sarutobi, Uchiha Shirsui wasted no words and swiftly employed the Eye of Hypnotism. The Hokage had thus succumbed to their influence. Uchiha Jinmayu found this scenario somewhat monotonous and began to devise a hunting strategy. After returning to the root base, he created a shadow clone. In his eyes, the shadow clone technique was the epitome of brilliance. Despite its fragility, it boasted almost no drawbacks. This clone could replicate all that he could do and even relay experiences and intelligence. In comparison, the typical external manifestations in the world of cultivation paled in comparison to the utility of shadow clones. Thus, upon ascending to the level of the Otsutsuki, he undertook significant modifications to this technique. Now, his shadow clones exhibited remarkable durability. Moreover, during combat, these clones could don Susanoo armor, rendering them virtually flawless. Having endowed the clone with a beast-level chakra, he transformed it into Danzo. Uchiha Jinmayu embarked upon the quest to locate Otsutsuki Ishiki. Indeed, it was Ishiki, the current prime target of his hunt, a being embodying 5,000 points of spiritual energy. This individual was exceptionally adept at concealing himself. At this moment, Uchiha Jinmayu's expression darkened. Days had passed since his departure from Konoha, and despite utilizing his Rinnegan's ocular powers to illuminate the entire shinobi world, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Ishiki. Undoubtedly, he was the sole survivor among the Otsutsuki. In this moment, Uchiha Jinmayu came to a realization. As Kagaya's sworn enemy, he held profound apprehension towards her progeny, the Sage of Six Paths siblings. Otsutsuki Ishiki would undoubtedly employ every conceivable measure to evade detection from these two. If the techniques failed to yield results, then perhaps manpower would suffice. Contemplating the current timeline, Uchiha Jinmayu recognized that the events of Boruto's story were not far off. Therefore, the foundational structure of the Shell organization should have been established by now. After all, Ishiki had initiated a research organization due to his inability to tolerate Kinshiki's body. Indeed, it was a research organization. Otsutsuki Ishiki remained relentless in his pursuit, aiming to devise a vessel compatible with his form to swiftly restore his powers. An organization, you say? Then let another organization be tasked with locating you. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Jinmayu set his sights toward the Land of Rain, determined to confront the Akatsuki organization, overpower them, and subsequently utilize the terrifying intelligence-gathering capabilities of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to unearth Ishiki. Meanwhile, Nagato, controlling Yahiko's body, continued his customary routine atop the high platform in Mangekyō, silently observing the weeping sky. This had become his daily ritual. After managing most of his affairs, he sought solace in this view, as it resonated deeply with his inner turmoil, forever drenched in sorrow. What is that? Nagato noticed a dark speck racing through the sky. A bird? No, that is a person. Yahiko's body, or rather pain, widened his eyes. At this moment, the Rain Tiger Freedom technique responded. What manner of beast is that? From a distance, Nagato felt a surge of dread. The chakra. It was far beyond what any human could possess. Even the tailed beast seemed insignificant in its presence. The sensation of that chakra was akin to the very essence of the universe itself. Before he could ponder further, a swift whoosh echoed, and Uchiha Jinmayu materialized before Pain. He locked eyes with those violet-blue Rinnegan. You must be Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. In response, Nagato, controlling Yahiko's body, tightened his expression and queried, Who are you? What brings you here? Me? Uchiha Jinmayu pointed at himself, shaking his head with an amused smile. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that I have come to subjugate you. Arrogant. Nagato lowered his gaze, irritation flaring within him. Do you have any idea who you are facing? He was genuinely displeased. A high chakra response does not equate to superiority. If that were the case, the shinobi world would have long been dominated by tailed beasts. Chapter 135. Is my sincerity not impressive? I'm acutely aware of whom I'm facing. The leader of the Akatsuki, the fortunate one endowed with the Rinnegan. Uchiha Yuan Ming chuckled softly, offering a taunting smile toward Nagato. In his current state of mind, Nagato could hardly withstand such provocation. Ever since he unlocked the potential of the Rinnegan, he has regarded himself as a god. What if his chakra is formidable? The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths bestowed upon him unparalleled confidence. The expressionless puppet extended its arms. Shinra Tensei, a terrifying repulsive force, surged, toward Uchiha Yuan Ming. He had no intention of resisting this force. He merely wished to gauge its potency. Boom. Yuan Ming was propelled into the higher reaches of the sky. Once he sensed the extent of this repulsion, he stabilized his form. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the full force of his chakra, casually deploying Shinra Tensei carries risks. He refrained from employing any techniques. Simply harnessing the blue waves of chakra, he negated the repulsive force. For Nagato at this moment, the situation was exceedingly unfavorable. What is happening? His eyes widened in disbelief as the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei began to affect his own body. Damn it, Nagato shouted, crouching down in a desperate attempt to anchor himself to the ground. Alas, the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei was beyond his current form's capacity to resist. Boom. Thus, he was struck down by his own technique and sent crashing into the depths below. Uchiha Yuan Ming, hovering in the sky, wore a smile, opting not to relentlessly pursue the disheveled Nagato. At that moment, a flurry of sharp, white paper began to spiral upward toward him. Paper jutsu. Yuan Ming raised an eyebrow, a commendable technique, albeit with glaring weaknesses. Clapping his hands together, he slightly puffed his lips. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A vast sea of flames, under Yuan Ming's command, incinerated the sharp paper below. This was not the end. The surging flames, having obliterated the paper jutsu, surged with overwhelming heat toward the woman launching her assault from below. This fire technique is utterly outrageous. Conan's countenance turned grim. Her paper jutsu's Achilles heel was fire. The intensity of her opponent's fire jutsu rendered her a liability. This evoked unsettling thoughts within her. As for the impending attack from the Hokage, she felt little concern. Just as her thoughts began to form, a towering figure with orange hair appeared before her. It was another of Nagato's 6 paths puppets, the hungry ghost path. He opened his arms, calmly facing the inferno. Sealing technique, absorption seal, activated. Uchiha Yuan Ming's fire jutsu was devoured by this puppet. He then turned to Conan and said, Conan, the strength of this enemy is beyond your capability to handle. Leave the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Conan bit her lip, reluctantly nodding in acknowledgement. Sensing the formidable nature of this adversary, she resolved to forego further combat and hurriedly made her way toward Nagato's original body. Uchiha Yuan Ming, observing the dissolution of his fire jutsu from the sky, remained unfazed. Oh, have the 6 paths puppets arrived? Unfortunately, I have no desire to continue this game with you. He was no longer inclined to waste time. The current strength of Nagato was merely that of a standard Kaga-level ninja. Such a caliber of shinobi no longer piqued his interest. With a shift in his thoughts, his gaze quivered, and the golden Rinnegan manifested. I shall resolve this swiftly. The power within his eyes began to ignite. Ripping apart, Yuan Ming's figure vanished from the sky. Below, the 6 paths puppet's chakra detection systems momentarily froze. As if hindered by some unseen force, a figure of blinding speed suddenly materialized. In mere flashes, it appeared among the 6 paths puppets. Bang, bang, bang. The seemingly invincible 6 paths Pain fell. As the Deva path, the most formidable puppet, Pain's eyes widened. In the instant he was struck down, he glimpsed those eyes. Rinnegan? Golden? And that Tomo I do not possess. An overwhelming shock engulfed Nagato's entire being. The Rinnegan was not solely his domain, was it? He was the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths, was he not? Then why did this individual before him possess a Rinnegan unlike his own? Such a reality was incomprehensible. However, he could not afford to lose. If he were to fail, it would matter little for him. But Conan, Uchiha Yuan Ming, observing the struggle of the fallen, let out a cold laugh. Surrender. Your chakra systems have been sealed by my sealing techniques. Your original body as chakra cannot reach you from afar. This is the inherent disadvantage of the 6 paths puppets. As lifeless dolls, they lack vitality. Without vitality, they cannot extract chakra. They can only rely on the black yin-yang substances infused within them to relay their original body's chakra for movement. Meanwhile, in a distant tower, Nagato's heart sank. He turned to Conan beside him and said, Prepare to depart, Conan. As a fellow Rinnegan bearer, he will be able to track me down. I can no longer protect you if he approaches. Nagato, there is no need to say such things. Before he could finish, Conan interrupted. I will not heed that. How could I possibly listen? Even if a bleak future awaits, I will face it alongside my last companion, Nagato. Seeing the resolute look in Conan's eyes, Nagato realized that he could no longer persuade her, and he fell silent. A stillness enveloped the tower. However, they were not left waiting for long. With a resounding crash, the tower doors were kicked open. Uchiha Yuan Ming strode in, observing the expressions on Nagato and Conan's faces. which seemed to embrace death. He helplessly covered his head. What is that expression? Do you think I would kill you? Isn't that the case? Conan retorted darkly. Well. Uchiha Yuan Ming pointed at Nagato, letting out a resigned sigh. Do you remember what I said before the battle began? To recruit us? Nagato's eyes widened. This statement, which he had previously dismissed as jest, was indeed true. Correct. I require assistance in locating certain individuals. Uchiha Yuan Ming shrugged and stepped forward. As a show of sincerity, he added, his eyes shimmering, let me restore your body first. Great deity's light activated. A healing light enveloped Nagato, caressing him. What is this? Nagato was acutely aware of his body, and yet, he felt his emaciated form gradually becoming robust once more. This was not the end. He followed his instincts. With a clang, he rose from the apparatus. Conan, witnessing this transformation, gasped in delight, covering her mouth, tears beginning to glisten in her eyes. How about that? Is my sincerity not impressive? Chapter 136. Everyone has arrived at this moment. Sharon was filled with joy at the changes in Nagato's body. Over the years, every time she saw Nagato sitting on that machine, her heart would clench painfully. The sight of Nagato's physical limitations served as a constant reminder of that fateful day. Because of her abduction, Yuhiko and Nagato had sacrificed so much. One lost his life, and the other was left paralyzed. To be honest, this was a torment for her gentle heart. Thus, even though she sensed that Nagato's thoughts were being led by that person into a perilous territory, she chose to remain silent, demonstrating her support for Nagato through her actions. At this very moment, when Nagato stood up once more and heard the healer's inquiry, Shaonan, with tears in her voice, bowed deeply to Uchiha Yuan Ming, expressing her immense gratitude for his healing of Nagato. Thank you so very much. After uttering those words, she lifted her gaze and asked, May I inquire your name, benefactor? Nagato, who was beside her, quickly responded, Indeed, we would not want to be ignorant of the name of the one who has aided us. He had just realized that his body had fully recovered, and he understood that anyone capable of such a feat bore no malice towards him and Shaonan. My name is Uchiha Yuan Ming, he replied with a gentle smile, addressing the two. Upon hearing the surname Uchiha, both Nagato and Shaonan, not being fools, connected the dots. They recalled that Yuan Ming, who possessed the Rinnegan, had awakened his eyes after a series of transformations, whereas Nagato's eyes could not revert to their original state. This realization cast a shadow over their hearts. While Nagato managed to contain his feelings, Shaonan could no longer hold back. Your name is Uchiha. And I also witnessed the transformation of your eyes. Is it true that the Rinnegan is related to the Sharingan? This question needed clarification, without answers. Shaonan would find it impossible to sleep. She suddenly remembered that shortly after Yuhiko's death and Nagato's paralysis, Uchiha Obito had appeared before them. Now, contemplating the possibility of a connection between the Rinnegan and the Uchiha clan, she couldn't help but think that everything they had experienced since childhood was tainted with conspiracy. With Nagato being her only remaining kin, she was determined not to lose him. Uchiha Yuan Ming chuckled softly. Indeed, as you have surmised, the Rinnegan is an evolution of the Sharingan. Allow me to elaborate on all of this. For him, this parallel world in which he did not exist held no significance. After all, his intention was to hunt down the Otsutsuki he could access, gather abundant resources, and then return. Thus, he shared information regarding the Rinnegan with the two. As Nagato and Shaonan watched Uchiha Yuan Ming's figure gradually depart, Nagato's expression darkened. He had believed that his Rinnegan was proof of being the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, only to be told at this moment that he was mistaken. His Rinnegan was a product of a conspiracy. He was merely a vessel for nurturing those eyes and a contingency for revival. Damn Obito, and that two-faced figure. I knew they had ulterior motives in getting close to us, Shaonan said frostily. She could hardly fathom the implications of what she had just heard. Nagato had been monitored since childhood. Did this mean that even without Hanzo and Danzo's interference, they would still have faced obstacles orchestrated by the so-called Uchiha Obito? Shaonan, it is futile to dwell on this now, Nagato sighed as he walked to her side. Let us first prepare to fulfill our benefactor's request. Are you suggesting we find an excuse to summon all current members of the organization? Precisely. Only when everyone is present can our benefactor control them, and we can also reclaim some interest beforehand. Since that information, which would be useful to the benefactor, was intended to gather intelligence, they planned to convene everyone according to the benefactor's strategy. Once everyone was under control and their usefulness exhausted, they could act freely afterward. Upon hearing this, Shaonan nodded solemnly in understanding. They then began to channel chakra into their rings, officially summoning the current members of the organization. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito was traversing the land of the water country alongside Zetsu. At this moment, he was not particularly enthusiastic about the tailed beast endeavor. The timing was not ripe, and he could not act just yet. The Akatsuki organization was still incomplete. Rushing into action would only alert the enemy. Thus, he found it more intriguing to seek revenge against the Mist Village. As he contemplated how to inflict more suffering upon the Mist Village, Zetsu suddenly halted. Puzzled, he turned around and asked, "What is it, Zetsu?" Zetsu raised a hand and shook the ring in his grasp. "Obito, it seems Nagato has something to discuss with me." Hearing this, Uchiha Obito calmly replied, "Nagato is too significant at this stage. You should go see what he wants." Understood. Zetsu responded and began to channel chakra into the ring, entering the space of the body flicker technique. Uchiha Obito patiently stood by, awaiting his return. He did not have to wait long. After about the time it takes to brew tea, Zetsu emerged from the technique. "Did you learn what Nagato wanted?" Obito inquired. "Nagato wants all current members to gather in the Rain Country. He has something to instruct us." Zetsu continued, "By the way, he specifically mentioned that even though you have not revealed yourself among the general members, you must attend this gathering." Uchiha Obito found this quite normal. At present, Nagato was the undeniable leader of the Akatsuki. It was only natural for him to summon members for discussions. Then let us go and see. At this moment, Uchiha Yuan Ming was also awaiting the arrival of the Akatsuki members alongside Nagato and Shounen. The organization was still not fully assembled, as Itachi, Deidara, and Haiden were absent. Among the existing members, besides the familiar faces, there was also the intriguing presence of Orochimaru, who had yet to defect. After approximately 5 days of waiting, Uchiha Yuan Ming's superior sensory abilities detected several ninjas with an unusually vast chakra gathering outside the Rain Village. Everyone has arrived. Chapter 137. Come forth. For Uchiha Yuan Ming, the Akatsuki organization is now quite complete. Aside from the unknown partner of Kakazu, he recognizes everyone else: Orochimaru, Haiden, Deidara, and Sasori. At this moment, as the members of the Akatsuki gather at the designated location, a secret chamber, Nagato continues to manipulate pain, making his appearance here. After all, for the assembled organization members, they are familiar with Yahiko's face. Everyone, it has been a while. Upon seeing their leader speak, none dared to act presumptuously. They all nodded in respectful acknowledgement. As powerful rogue ninjas, if it weren't for their leader's overwhelming strength, they would never have joined such an organization with an uncertain future. Only Orochimaru, positioned below, was different. He was utterly captivated by the Rinnegan. Years ago, when he defected from Konoha, he was invited to this organization. Quite frankly, if he hadn't encountered the legendary Rinnegan, he wouldn't have joined this peculiar group. Ha ha ha. Leader, please clarify the situation. What urgent matter necessitated our gathering? After Orochimaru initiated the inquiry, the other notable figures could no longer restrain themselves and began to voice their questions. Indeed, if it were merely trivial matters, the shadow clone technique would have sufficed. What momentous event requires us all to assemble? Are we to wage war against the 5 great ninja villages? I have great confidence in our leader's Rinnegan. Do clarify quickly. Time is of the essence. Observing the commotion, Nagato did not waste words. He raised his hand to signal for silence. The assembled members promptly quieted, attentively gazing at Nagato, eager to hear his words. With a stoic expression, Nagato slowly began, "There is nothing trivial. Someone has defeated me and intends to swallow our entire organization." Unable to resist, I had no choice but to agree. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. Are you jesting? Someone has defeated the Rinnegan? Who dares to attempt to subjugate us? Ha ha ha. What power could surpass the Rinnegan? Suddenly, a blue barrier materialized, enveloping the area. What is happening? What is this? Unlike the others, Uchiha Obito, observing from the shadows, sensed a grave situation. As the blue barrier unfolded, he instinctively attempted to slip into the Kamui space. To his surprise, what usually worked flawlessly had failed at this moment. What is going on? This barrier can interfere with space-time ninjutsu. Indeed, he was unaware that Uchiha Yuan Ming was fully aware of the situation. Years prior, he had thoroughly researched the Otsutsuki-style White Crescent through his disciple, Nagato. The knowledge contained within was vast, encompassing certain Otsutsuki techniques, including space-time ninjutsu. He had contemplated that individuals like Uchiha Obito and Kagaya Otsutsuki, who possess their own small worlds, would be exceedingly troublesome. Thus, he devised a barrier that disrupts space-time abilities, aptly named Barrier of Severance. It severed one's ability to utilize space-time ninjutsu. Seeing the Akatsuki members preparing to use force to break the barrier, Uchiha Yuan Ming manifested directly. The golden Rinne Sharingan activated, and a terrifying power began to swirl in the vicinity, instilling a heavy pressure upon all present, rendering them immobile. Rinne Sharingan, pressure. Indeed. This technique was a secret art learned directly from the White Crescent by Uchiha Yuan Ming. Originally, it could only be performed by the Byakugan, yet Yuan Ming was fortunate. His eyes possessed the power of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan and Byakugan are both evolutionary forms of the Byakugan, thus allowing him to utilize this technique. Once the pressure descended, everything concluded. Resistance was impossible. Even the formidable Otsutsuki clan could not withstand it, let alone this group of individuals, who were all mere mortals, except for Zetsu. Meanwhile, Zetsu felt an overwhelming sense of despair welling within him. He was painfully aware of the identity of this mysterious figure and the power of his eyes, the Rinne Sharingan. Damn it, is he one of those accursed clan members? His anxiety deepened, but as the weakest among the three brothers, he could not hope to resist the technique that even his brother could not. What expressions are you all wearing? Uchiha Yuan Ming gently descended from the air. Observing the hopeless faces before him, he continued somewhat helplessly, I am here to recruit you, not to kill you. Having said this, Uchiha Yuan Ming paid no mind to their reactions. He gathered chakra in his hand, and as the chakra surged, a series of runes flickered above it. With a casual gesture, he cast this chakra upon everyone present. The runes-laden chakra coiled around them, soon forming a three-tomo symbol at their collarbones. This was a curse seal, akin to the Hyuga clan's caged bird, but rest assured, as long as you obey, I shall not activate this seal. Upon hearing this, an unsettling silence enveloped the assembly. The Hyuga clan is renowned throughout the ninja world. Their highly coveted Byakugan is desired by all ninja villages. However, they are infamous for their cursed seal, the caged bird. Should anyone outside the main branch harbor malicious intent towards the Byakugan and attack a branch family member, this technique would be activated, destroying both the eyes and mind of the offender. Now, this powerful and mysterious figure claims that his cursed seal is similar to that nefarious one. Does that not imply that if they do not comply, they risk being killed by the activation of the seal? The sensation of their lives resting in another's hands rendered these self-proclaimed strong rogue ninjas visibly pale. As for doubting the other's capability to follow through, that golden Rinnegan is unmistakable. In a single encounter, everyone present was subdued, including a renowned figure like Orochimaru. They had no doubts regarding his ability to accomplish this feat. Understanding from their expressions that they had acquiesced, Uchiha Yuan Ming dispelled the barrier that had interfered with space-time techniques. As soon as it was lifted, he seemed to recall something and extended his hand towards the distant empty space. Come forth. The universal pull activated, and a figure wearing a spiral-patterned mask was drawn toward Yuan Ming. Chapter 138. Subduing the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Ibito found himself in a state of utter helplessness. Stripped of his ability to utilize Kamui, he was overwhelmed by an enigmatic force that rendered him powerless. The golden Rinnegan. To be frank, he sensed that its ocular prowess surpassed that of Madara's Rinnegan. With a sudden thud, he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The assembled individuals, aside from Nagato, Konan, and Zetsu, were witnessing this enigmatic figure for the first time. At that moment, the lively Jago, intrigued, inquired, "Who is this?" He wearing Akatsuki attire. Just like us. No idea, but he just a lowly rat, Scorpion remarked, having emerged from his puppet. He expressed indifference towards the stranger, casting a glance at the subdued individuals around him, feeling equally vexed. His true self had already been transformed into the core of a puppet. Logically, being a mere flesh entity, he should not have been ensnared by that cursed seal. Yet, to his astonishment, the seal proved remarkably intelligent, burrowing into his puppet and locating his true form to attach itself directly. Realizing his disguise had been uncovered, Scorpion, being an astute puppet master, wisely chose to dissolve his deceptive puppet, Hiriko. Uchiha Jinmi, ignoring the murmurs around him, seized Ibito and affixed a cursed seal upon him as well. Gradually, Jinmi's body began to levitate under the influence of repulsion, his gaze sweeping across the assembly as he smiled gracefully and said, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. It seems I have yet to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Jinmi, not to be confused with the Uchiha of Konoha. As for my intentions here, it is simple. I seek to recruit you all to assist me in locating a certain individual." As Jinmi's words hung in the air, silence enveloped the scene. After a moment, Orochimaru abruptly raised his head, his eyes fixated on the golden Rinnegan with keen intensity. A smile crept across his lips as he exclaimed, Uchiha? Not from Konoha? A wandering Uchiha, perhaps? In that pair of eyes. At this moment, Orochimaru's mind began formulating theories, and he felt an exhilarating thrill. Unlike the others present, he felt no trepidation regarding the cursed seal imposed upon him. He planned to feign submission until he could retreat to his secure base and switch bodies, thus resolving the issue. However, now that he had his suspicions, he was reluctant to depart. If his conjectures held true, the previous leader might have been a puppet of deception. With this thought, he licked his lips, casting his gaze toward Nagato's pained puppet. Meanwhile, Nagato noticed Orochimaru's peculiar stare but paid it no mind, feeling no particular sentiment towards his former teacher's companion. His attention was focused squarely on the individual claiming to be Madara. You claim to be Uchiha Madara? A figure of renown in the ninja world for decades. Many from that era still live, including Noki from Iwagakure. Thus, records regarding Uchiha Madara abound. Given his temperament, if he were truly captured in such a manner, he would not be inclined to display tolerance. Even if his strength were inferior to others, his presence would be formidable. If this individual before me does not dare to exude a hint of authority, it would render all his previous proclamations mere fabrications. Presently, and in the future, this person will still require my Rinnegan. If I were to unmask him, how would he react? Hence, if he wishes to avoid exposure, what course of action would he take in this predicament? With these reflections, Nagato found the situation quite amusing. In a similar vein, Uchiha Obito, while masquerading as Uchiha Madara, underwent a shift in mindset. Over the years, his exploits utilizing the ocular technique Kamui had rendered him invincible. This allowed him to confidently portray an unbeatable Uchiha Madara in his encounters with Nagato. He had begun to believe in his own invincibility, after all. As long as he remained within the Kamui dimension, his physical form was untouchable, and all assaults against him were futile. Simultaneously, every attack he launched affected his adversaries. This state of being, where he could inflict harm while remaining impervious to it, was indeed the very definition of invincibility. Now, having been drawn out by the Rinnegan's ocular technique, he realized the stark contrast between his former invincible demeanor and his current predicament. How could he continue to deceive Nagato regarding the plan for infinite Tsukuyomi? If Nagato refused to cooperate, even if he later found an opportunity to turn the tables, the world wherein Rin existed would never return. Contemplating these matters, a wave of despair washed over him. Observing Obito lying motionless on the ground, Uchiha Genmi found himself perplexed. Logically, Obito, a master of deception, should have put up a fight upon being exposed. Why then did he simply surrender? Nevertheless, his primary objective was to gather personnel, and many of them were currently in the hands of the dutiful son. Approaching Zetsu, he inquired, "You are Zetsu, correct? I require your assistance. To be precise, everyone present must aid me in activating your intelligence network to locate a specific organization." Zetsu, bewildered, pondered the implications. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Genmi, he had felt a sense of relief. At least he wasn't a member of the Otsutsuki clan. After all, he vividly recalled that his mother had created White Zetsu to defend against her kin. Yet, to hear that he had toppled the Akatsuki organization merely to seek another one left him utterly confounded. However, it mattered little. The individual before him was far too powerful, likely on par with his brother. Thus, facing reality, he replied to Uchiha Genmi, "What organization are you seeking?" Genmi chuckled softly as he explained, "I am in search of an organization known as Keikai. Its leader is Otsutsuki Ishiki." Chapter 139. Ascending to the moon to absorb the rebirth. As Uchiha Yuan Ming's words suddenly fell, the others remained oblivious to any peculiarity, yet Ju's heart tightened. Otsutsuki Ishiki? He was all too aware. Wasn't this individual slain by his mother, sacrificed to the divine tree? How could he possibly still be alive? As Kagaya, Otsutsuki's contingency, he was indeed hastily created by her, seeming devoid of power. However, in a bid for self-preservation, their mother had infused a wealth of information regarding the Otsutsuki clan into his mind. After all, she feared that if her kin arrived prematurely and she failed to recognize them, it could lead to her capture and ultimately her downfall. In the realm related to the Otsutsuki, Ishiki was introduced in great detail within the information provided by their mother. Thus, in response to Uchiha Yuan Ming's statement, it seemed implausible that Ishiki was still alive. How could that be? Ju found it hard to believe. "Oh, it seems we need not introduce ourselves." Uchiha Yuan Ming grinned at Ju. "That fellow is still alive, and as the ancestor's adversary, I intend to eliminate him." "The ancestor's enemy? It appears you possess quite a bit of knowledge," Ju remarked, scrutinizing Uchiha Yuan Ming's Rinnegan, deep in thought. This Uchiha, endowed with the Rinnegan, was a mystery he could not fathom. However, that was no longer of consequence. Since this individual confirmed that Otsutsuki Ishiki was indeed alive and had established an organization known as K-Shell, it could not be false. The realization that such a threat had lurked in the ninja world for over a millennium was alarming. Did this mean that Ishiki was currently more devious than he? This could not be allowed. Very well, I shall endeavor to mobilize White Zetsu to uncover this so-called K-Shell organization. Upon Ju's agreement, Uchiha Yuan Ming proceeded to instruct Orochimaru and Sasori, one possessing a hidden village and the other a network in Sunagakure, to also keep an eye on the K-Shell, disregarding Obito as useless. He handed him over to Nagato, informing him how to get in touch, before vanishing from the scene. After the gathering, Uchiha Yuan Ming found himself on the moon. Otsutsuki Ishiki was indeed adept at evasion and concealment. He felt confident that the White Zetsu army and the Akatsuki would manage to locate Ishiki's presence. After all, White Zetsu was utterly pervasive. Even if Otsutsuki Ishiki was cautious and made no errors, could he ensure that others in the K-Shell organization would not falter? Upon departing, he had already indicated a merchant Victor to keep watch. This elderly man was clearly the financial backbone of the K-Shell in the original narrative. Given his age and status, he must have joined the organization quite early. Observing him could yield unexpected rewards. As for what he would do while awaiting news, quite simple. Having already been recognized as Otsutsuki, he understood that for his journey ahead, he would need to replicate Otsutsuki's methods. Their dimensional ascension necessitated an accumulation of energy as the first step. Now that he had arrived in this new parallel dimension, before considering any drastic actions against the planet beneath him, he deemed the enormous golden rebirth eye on the moon a worthy target. After all, he had just utilized his long-range vision to see that only the 6-year-old Otsutsuki Shurin remained alive on the moon. This little one had yet to mature. So he would seize the opportunity to claim the rebirth eye. With extraordinary speed, he soared through the lunar realm, soon arriving at the temple within this small world. He had already familiarized himself with this location back in his own world. Wasting no time, he reached the heart of the temple. Oh! Upon entering, Yuan Ming raised an eyebrow. He encountered a child devoid of eyeballs, standing resolutely before him, as if summoning all his courage. The child addressed Yuan Ming. Are you the otherworldly being spoken of by our ancestor from Yutsuan? As one of the rare bloodline returnees of the Otsutsuki clan, Shurin's bloodline density, assessed after the death of his parents, was believed to rival that of the Yutsuan ancestor. However, as the price of this ancestral return, he had been born without the Byakugan. Yet, this posed no issue. As one with an excess bloodline density, he could resonate with the rebirth eye at the temple center. This golden rebirth eye differed from a singular one. It was a creation born from the sacrifice of his entire clan's Byakugan. Not only did it possess immense energy, but its Byakugan-like vision capabilities were also formidable. When Uchiha Yuan Ming entered the moon, Otsutsuki Yutsuan had already grown wary. Yuan Ming's chakra was overwhelmingly powerful. In his life, only 2 individuals could rival this chakra. His mother, the goddess of the moon, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and his brother, Otsutsuki Yui, who had sealed their mother's divine tree within himself. To Yutsuan, this newcomer appeared as a formidable, inexplicable existence. He was well aware of the ninja world. Had such a being truly appeared, it would have already turned that world upside down. Since that was not the case, and he did not recognize this individual, he could only think of the worst. Could this being be the otherworldly visitor his mother feared? However, regrettably, as a being of Een soil, if he wished to influence reality, the cost would be excessively high. Thus, he could only focus on his sole descendant, Otsutsuki Shurin. It was quite disheartening. His descendant was merely 6 years old and could hardly accomplish anything. Nevertheless, he managed to connect with Shurin in the Sea of Chakra, conveying his situation and invoking the resonance of the Rebirth Eye. Shurin, through the Rebirth Eye, beheld the figure invading the moon, prompting him to appear in the temple to question the intruder. In response to Shurin's inquiry, Uchiha Yuan Ming could only shake his head and smile helplessly. I'm not an otherworldly being. It's too complicated to explain, so let it be as it is. Saying this, Uchiha Yuan Ming gathered a surge of chakra in his hand. I believe that the individual behind you will understand what I mean upon seeing this. With a swish, he cast the chakra towards Otsutsuki Shurin at an astonishing speed. In truth, the moment he laid eyes on Shurin, Yuan Ming had already utilized his long-range vision to glimpse Otsutsuki Yutsuan's form. He did not wish to engage in lengthy explanations. Instead, he directly infused relevant information into the chakra. The instant the chakra made contact with Shurin, it resonated with the consciousness of Otsutsuki Yutsuan hidden within Shurin's mind. Is this the ninjutsu my brother invented? The function of this chakra was straightforward. Much like what his brother Otsutsuki Yui had previously executed in the ninja world, it communicated all information upon contact. Moments later, both he and his descendant received the transmitted information. Thus, it became clear he was indeed a being from a parallel world, and he maintained a favorable relationship with his counterpart in that realm. His purpose for coming here was to absorb the energy of the rebirth eye. Regarding this information, Otsutsuki Kinshiki found it somewhat perplexing. However, Otsutsuki Shinjuro, being at an age still somewhat credulous, chose to believe it. He seemed to exhale in relief, realizing that the intent was not to take his life after all. Chapter 140. Encounter with another Kagaya as Otsutsuki Shinosuke sighed in relief. Uchiha Genmyu soared directly to the location of the Rinnegan. It was truly magnificent. Even upon witnessing it for the second time, the spectacle remained profoundly awe-inspiring. Genmyu gazed intently at the colossal Rinnegan, unable to shake off the feeling of wonder. The Otsutsuki clan possessed extraordinary advantages. These inferior blood Otsutsuki, through the inefficient Byakugan, had managed to accumulate power to create such a miracle. Indeed, Uchiha Genmyu regarded it as a miracle. The energy of the Rinnegan, in his perception, was not significantly weaker than what he had sensed from that Otsutsuki Urashiki in the past, a group of inferior Otsutsuki capable of rapid reproduction, when their eyes were extracted and gathered, could produce such a phenomenon. Moreover, this method was far swifter than the laborious tree cultivation of pure-blood Otsutsuki. For the Otsutsuki to obtain equivalent energy, they would need to painstakingly cultivate the divine tree on suitable planets, guarding it for hundreds or thousands of years before any fruit would appear. In contrast, the massive Rinnegan could be hastily assembled by breaching moral boundaries, extracting their genes, and allowing Orochimaru to clone them madly, followed by eye extraction. After all, in the world of Naruto, Uchiha possessed numerous clones, all endowed with the Mangekyō Sharingan. It seemed that in this realm, cloning did not diminish the quality of the eyes. Chuckling to himself, Genmyu realized he had strayed too far in thought. It was wise to focus on the immediate reality. He shook his head, amused at his own speculation. The Rinnegan before him was something he could absorb right away. Reflecting on this, Genmyu raised his hand. His brow furrowed slightly as his hand clenched gently. A tremendous pulling force manifested in his palm. With a resonant hum, torrents of chakra surged forth from the immense golden Rinnegan, flowing towards his palm in response to the suction. It was as if his hand were a black hole, greedily consuming the abundant energy. Moments later, the golden Rinnegan vanished from sight. Uchiha Genmyu gazed at his hands, flexing them, as he had surmised. Upon reaching the Otsutsuki stage, mere energy accumulation would not significantly alter his strength. He had long suspected that chakra fruits, as products of absorbing a planet's energy, were plentiful among the Otsutsuki. Yet, in terms of their panels, there was no evident disparity. A prime example was the duo of Kinshiki and Momoshiki. Their performances in battle against Sasuke showed no clear advantage. Even before being consumed, Kinshiki could transform into a colossal fruit. It seemed that their energies were not vastly different. Then the question arose: what distinguished them? The answer was simple. The difference lay in the laws of information. Kinshiki was a rather rudimentary Otsutsuki. His abilities were simplistic. Aside from the Bei Shin inherited from his predecessors, he possessed only a virtual technique akin to Shinra Tensei. And that was it. Hence, he remained a servant and guardian. His past consumption of fruits had evidently yielded little potential. His strength was solely reliant on his formidable physical prowess. In contrast, his master Momoshiki, along with his companion Urashiki, might have been inferior in martial arts, yet their mastery of techniques far surpassed his. Not to mention Kagaya Otsutsuki, who had consumed a unique chakra fruit derived from the ninja world. She possessed the shinjutsu that other Otsutsuki lacked, as well as various advanced ocular techniques. Thus, the fundamental distinction within the vast energy source of chakra fruits was the disparity of information. The ascension of the Otsutsuki was a culmination of these stacked informational laws. Now, within himself, Genmyu already harbored the information of the Rinnegan in his own realm. Absorbing this identical entity did not enhance the volume of information whatsoever. It merely doubled his energy. And the chakra system was not predicated on the notion that possessing more chakra equated to greater strength. Sighing in disappointment, he prepared to depart from this place. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. It felt as though something from beneath had ensnared his thoughts, pulling him downward. He could have resisted. However, Uchiha Genmyu recalled his previous encounter on the moon, where he had similarly found himself in such a predicament and met the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Thus, he chose not to resist, allowing his mind to be drawn towards the ceiling location. Kagaya Otsutsuki felt a peculiar shift in her emotions. As the goddess of the moon, she sensed a disturbance in her Byakugan. When she detected changes on the moon and channeled her long-gathered chakra into her eyes, she peered outward and was taken aback. Now, who could explain to her the feelings she experienced upon seeing that monster with her bloodline within the ceiling space? Her instincts were infallible. Though her bloodline had been manipulated by this nursery, she could undoubtedly sense all her descendants. Now, a being of comparable strength, no. It would be more accurate to say someone nearly equal to her had appeared here as her progeny. How could this be? She could not fathom that the mortals of this realm could harness her bloodline to attain such heights. She was certain of this. The reasons were simple. Neither the H-Re nor the H-Ka could achieve such prowess. Indra and Ashura, her grandsons, were equally incapable. Thus, with those possibilities eliminated, what could be the reason? Wedge. This was the only explanation that came to mind. She surmised that some clan member from this world had implanted a wedge in this descendant. Consequently, the wedge was undergoing a process of release. In this way, all of Kagaya's information and energy began to manifest. Logically, she should feel fear, for she had hoarded the fruit that was meant to be offered. Yet, in her current wretched state, it mattered little. She only wished to escape this place of confinement. Furthermore, this Otsutsuki felt remarkably unfamiliar. They were certainly not one of her acquaintances. Unaware of the transgressions she had committed, she devised a plan to deceive this clan member before her, intending to coax him into unraveling the seal. Channeling her remaining chakra, she activated her abilities to summon his thoughts to this place. At this moment, in the pitch-black ceiling realm, Jinmyu and Kagaya locked eyes. Chapter 141. Kagaya's wedge. When Yujibo Yuan Ming met Kagaya's gaze, words eluded him. The Otsutsuki Kagaya found herself at a loss for how to initiate conversation, as she was not particularly eloquent. Noticing her silence, Yuan Ming let out a resigned sigh and said, "Goddess of the Rabbit, this marks our second encounter." Indeed, it was true in his own realm. And with this encounter in a parallel world, it was a second meeting for him. However, for Kagaya, the situation was perplexing. Our second meeting. But I have been confined to this sealed space for millennia, with no one besides Hikari and Hakamata. At that moment, Kagaya felt a sense of bewilderment. She had initially speculated that this individual before her was a foreign clan member attempting revival through a wedge, yet his words suggested otherwise. What was the true nature of this situation? She could not fathom it. Fortunately, Yuan Ming held no high expectations that she would unravel the mystery. The consciousness he projected contained a sufficient amount of chakra to convey information effectively. With that thought, Yuan Ming's figure shimmered, and a small orb of blue chakra swiftly darted toward Kagaya. She did not resist. She understood that this amount of chakra posed no threat. However, she suspected it was meant to relay some message. Upon receiving the chakra, Kagaya closed her eyes, her delicate brows furrowing as if she had glimpsed something incomprehensible. Moments later, she opened her eyes, gazing at the man before her with a complex expression. "So, you are from a parallel world?" Kagaya was no stranger to the concept of parallel worlds. After all, the plow, that tortoise-like treasure, was something she had brought from her clan. It possessed the ability to traverse time and parallel dimensions. To her astonishment, the counterpart of herself in another world had collaborated with him to eliminate Ishiki. Kagaya's brow knitted tighter. She had never anticipated that after sacrificing to the divine tree, Ishiki would remain alive, lurking in the shinobi world for so many years. This revelation sent chills down her spine. Moreover, the man before her, Yuan Ming, was indeed her descendant. The realization struck her profoundly. She had not expected a mere descendant of Indra to rise to such prominence, apart from Hakamata, Hikari, or the likes of Indra and Ashura. Reflecting on how he had vanquished familiar foes like Ishiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki, and Mamashiki in his own world, she felt a wave of emotions. The adversary she had deemed formidable had been dispatched with ease by Yuan Ming, akin to slicing through vegetables. How utterly foolish did that render her previous actions with the white Zetsu? She shook her head in resignation, attempting to gather her thoughts to express her desire for liberation from her seal. However, the unfamiliarity of the situation left her hesitant to speak. Yet, Yuan Ming had already experienced a moment of clarity upon seeing Kagaya. As Ishiki's sworn enemy, she must possess a unique means of locating him. Furthermore, it seemed he could acquire Otsutsuki's star maps directly from her, as he held a keen interest in the cosmic expanse above. With that in mind, he smiled gently at Kagaya and proposed, "I have a proposition. Would you care to hear it?" Kagaya's mind filled with questions. What sort of proposition could it be? On the moon, At the Temple of the Rinnegan, Yuan Ming observed a consciousness enveloped in blue chakra returning from the ground. With a wave of his hand, the consciousness returned to his body. In that instant, his right hand underwent a transformation, revealing a sunflower-patterned tattoo on his palm. He raised his hand, contemplating the mark. Is this Kagaya's wedge? Indeed, it was the wedge of Kagaya. In their recent transaction, Kagaya had readily agreed. She could not afford to decline such a credible opportunity for escape. However, a new dilemma arose. Yuan Ming was not inclined to shatter the moon, which would surely offend the Six Paths brothers, to liberate Kagaya. At that moment, he recalled the outer path golem and its tailed beast chakra. An idea struck him, and he inquired of Kagaya if she could grant him her wedge. He proposed to gather her chakra below and, when the outer path golem transformed into the Ten Tails, inscribe her wedge onto it. Would that allow you to resurrect? To his surprise, Kagaya's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, yes. Thus, having reached an agreement, Kagaya summoned the wedge containing her essence into her palm, guided by her chakra. Now, it was time to proceed with her revival. He was particularly eager to explore the cosmic star maps and the means to locate Kagaya. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the temple entrance, where his attendant was discreetly observing him. In high spirits, he swiftly appeared before the Otsutsuki attendant, startling him. What do you want? The attendant exclaimed, taken aback. Kid, given that I am in a good mood today, and considering I feel somewhat guilty for having consumed your Rinnegan, Yuan Ming interrupted, raising his hand before the attendant's eyes. Then let me restore your sight. He aimed to help the Otsutsuki attendant regrow the wide eyes he had been missing since birth. This task was not beyond his capabilities. Even someone like Naruto could manage it. Moreover, with his current prowess, he concentrated, amplifying the proportion of sunlight chakra within him, and lightly brushed his hand across the attendant's eye socket. Wait, I can see. As Yuan Ming withdrew his hand, the attendant's expression turned dazed. Having lacked sight since childhood, his perception of the world was solely based on chakra. He had only a conceptual understanding of colors but was unaware of their true essence. In that moment, as his Byakugan manifested, he comprehended the world as vibrant hues. Seeing the Otsutsuki attendant's eyes restored, Yuan Ming nodded in satisfaction, then propelled himself upward, preparing to descend back to the blue planet below. My lord, I cannot express my gratitude enough. The attendant, noticing Yuan Ming's intent to depart, hurriedly bowed and exclaimed his thanks. Yuan Ming replied with a smile, it was nothing, merely a trifling effort. As long as you do not hold it against me for having destroyed your Rinnegan. With that, he paid no mind to the attendant's subsequent reactions and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, in the Shinobi world, the situation was becoming increasingly dire for Otsutsuki Ishiki. The Akatsuki organization was actively seeking intelligence on their shell organization, which left him feeling quite agitated. Chapter 142. Kagaya can no longer remain still for one who has lurked for over a millennium. This planet holds no secrets. The Akatsuki organization, a creation of Kagaya's contingency plan, is something he understands all too well. Presently, this contingency has become aware of his shell organization, causing him great discomfort. Should he resist or remain passive? This is a quandary. After all, Kagaya's two sons are exceptionally formidable. The reason for his prolonged concealment over the centuries has been his fear of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Though they are said to be dead, he knows all too well that Otsutsuki do not perish easily. Moreover, given the prodigious talents of those brothers, who can truly claim they are dead, he cannot afford to take such claims lightly. It is worth noting that those brothers managed to defeat Kagaya, that foolish woman, even with their limited chakra. He admires this. Yet it breeds caution. Troubling times indeed, as his organization has been detected. Otsutsuki Ishiki contemplated for a moment, then decided to heed his instincts and continue to hide. After all, having endured for 1,000 years, a little more time is inconsequential. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jinmyu, back in the ninja world, received this news. The shell organization had finally been located under Zetsu's thorough search. As a result of Zetsu's notification, Jinmyu now meets with him. The shell organization has been found? Jinmyu inquired, astonished. How could it be so swift? I never anticipated their trail would be so easy to follow. Zetsu chuckled, equally surprised. It appears they are engaged in some form of research, which requires funding. When the flow of funds becomes substantial, we can easily uncover their whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jinmyu realized the truth. He had previously shared some intelligence regarding the shell organization with Zetsu, noting their affinity for research. The very essence of the shell organization was birthed from Ishiki's desire to clone a body that matched his own. Then let us depart. Uchiha Jinmyu declared, his expression resolute. We must not allow our sluggishness to sever our lead. Considering Ishiki's cunning, Jinmyu was eager to capture him swiftly and eliminate him without delay. Zetsu, indifferent to Jinmyu's command, understood they were aligned in their objective. Ishiki, the enemy of his mother, must be eradicated. The duo moved with remarkable speed. In a dense forest, Uchiha Jinmyu apprehended a diminutive elder, none other than the financier of the Shell organization and an inner circle member, Victor, lacking patience for inquiries. Jinmyu seized Victor's head and activated his Rinnegan, employing the human path technique, Mind Dive. This technique allows one to delve into the enemy's mind and extract information, essentially reading their thoughts. What a swift reaction, is Ishiki a mouse? Jinmyu mused, having gleaned all pertinent information from Victor's mind. He discovered that as soon as Ishiki learned of the investigation into the Shell organization, he promptly alerted all members and vanished without a trace. Even Victor, as a financier and inner member, was left in the dark regarding Ishiki's whereabouts. At this moment, Uchiha Jinmyu understood all too well. Since being ambushed by Kagaya, Ishiki must have undergone a transformation, shifting from carelessness to extreme caution. Even when faced with mere mortals, he would exhibit utmost vigilance. Jinmyu found himself at a loss for words, realizing Ishiki had swung from one extreme to another for a reason. After all, considering Kagaya's bewilderment at being caught off guard by the harem technique, it is evident that Ishiki, as an elite member of the Otsutsuki clan, should be acutely aware of her combat prowess. Anyone who experiences a successful ambush by such a lackluster fighter would surely adopt a once-bitten, twice-shy mentality. As Uchiha Jinmyu prepared to take flight after tossing Victor to the ground, he felt a subtle tremor in his palm. Kagaya's wedge stirred. Is she attempting to contact me? Jinmyu raised an eyebrow. He possessed considerable knowledge regarding the wedge, which serves as a compressed file of all of Otsutsuki's information. Not only does it facilitate resurrection through decompression, but it also allows glimpses of the external world while in a compressed state. This is exemplified by Kenshiki, who occasionally manipulates Boruto's body to evade certain death. Following the wedge's connection, in a dark realm of consciousness, Uchiha Jinmyu addressed Kagaya. What do you need from me? Kagaya smiled broadly. I observed you all searching for Ishiki like headless flies, and deemed your efficiency lacking. Thus, I decided to contact you at this juncture. Oh, do you possess a method to swiftly locate Ishiki? Jinmyu inquired, raising an eyebrow. As Ishiki's guardian, he surmised Kagaya must have a unique way to find him. As anticipated, Kagaya solemnly nodded. Indeed, I possess a special method to locate him. Then please share it with me. Certainly, but I have a condition. State your condition. If it is not too difficult, I shall comply forthwith. Upon hearing Jinmyu's response, Kagaya raised her gaze. Her Byakugan fixated intently on him. I cannot wait any longer. You must implant my wedge into the body of the outer path golem. Kagaya's consciousness followed Jinmyu through the wedge. She finally glimpsed the outside sky and all its wonders, contrasting sharply with the dark confines of her sealed space. This revelation rendered Kagaya restless. First, she would escape the seal in her wedge form. As for the issue of insufficient chakra due to the absence of captured tailed beasts, she would not concern herself with it. She believed, once she emerged from the seal, all that chakra would eventually be reclaimed. Chapter 143. Mother? Upon hearing the conditions set by Kagaya Otsutsuki, Uchiha Motoharu agreed without a moment's hesitation. No problem, but he appeared not at his peak. Can you truly accept it? I can accept. Kagaya nodded heavily in response to Motoharu. She had come to realize that her formidable adversary, Ishiki, was still alive and remarkably patient. She wished to learn from this experience. Kagaya had already devised a plan to start from weaker mortals and gradually gather her chakra anew. It was indeed a commendable choice. Uchiha Motoharu wasted no time and immediately declared, all right, let us proceed to the location of the outer path's golem. With that, his body floated upwards. He had little inclination to interfere with Kagaya's decision. In fact, he had surmised her thoughts to some extent. The pressure from Ishiki had compelled Kagaya to abandon her patience. She was eager to emerge from her seal, especially with the knowledge that her enemy was still alive and plotting. Anyone in her position would be anxious to act. At this moment, Kagaya likely yearned for freedom to confront these circumstances rather than passively endure them within her seal. With this thought in mind, Motoharu shook his head and chuckled. This was simply human nature. After a brief interlude, Uchiha Motoharu, soaring through the skies, arrived in the land of rain. Following the sensations of chakra, he located Nagato's chakra response. Subsequently, it was straightforward. After explaining the situation to Nagato, He led Uchiha Motohara to the hiding place of the Outer Path's golem. It was a vast cavern, within which the grotesque form of the golem stood prominently at its center. At that moment, Nagato, who had fully recovered and could walk again, expressed his astonishment to Motoharu. I truly did not expect the Outer Path's golem to be the vessel of the rabbit goddess. Earlier, during their journey, Uchiha Motohara had divulged the specifics regarding the golem. Nagato had previously thought the golem's function was merely to gather tailed beasts into a colossal weapon to intimidate the world. However, he was taken aback to learn from Motohara that it was indeed the embodiment of the rabbit goddess. As a deity still revered in numerous shrines throughout the ninja world, Motoharu now informed him of his intention to resurrect her. He was also curious about what a mythological figure would be like once she emerged. Uchiha Motoharu's figure floated gently to the top of the golem's head under the influence of repulsion. As he landed atop the golem, he opened his palm, which bore Kagaya's wedge, and forcefully pressed it against the golem's head. A humming sound resonated as the wedge transformed into streams of information that flowed into the golem. A transformation began to occur. The golem's form started to shift from a distorted giant into a massive rabbit beast. However, it seemed somewhat lethargic, likely due to a lack of energy. The enormous rabbit raised its hand, clenched its fist, and sighed in resignation. Such little chakra. And this sense of weakness is truly disheartening. Kagaya sensed the paltry amount of chakra within her, which left her heartbroken. Meanwhile, Uchiha Motoharu gazed at the gigantic rabbit, furrowing his brow as he lamented, "Now that you've emerged from the seal, please share with me the means to find Ishiki." Upon hearing Motoharu's inquiry, the colossal rabbit nodded in acknowledgement. Its massive form quivered slightly before it began to shrink, gradually taking on a human shape. Before long, a beautiful woman with white hair, white eyes, and porcelain skin appeared in the cavern. Nagato, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astounded. Could it be that Uchiha Motoharu, his benefactor, was indeed speaking the truth? The Outer Path's golem truly was the vessel of the rabbit goddess. Ignoring Nagato's astonishment, Uchiha Motoharu extended his hand towards Kagaya. "It is time for you to reveal to me how to locate Ishiki." Kagaya, honoring her word, was eager to confront her adversaries. She reached out, lightly touching Motoharu's hand. Their chakras made gentle contact, and a surge of information flowed from Kagaya to Uchiha Motoharu. Upon receiving this revelation, Motoharu finally comprehended why Kagaya was confident in her ability to find Ishiki. The Otsutsuki typically operated in pairs, one as the master and the other as the loyal guardian. It was fortuitous that Kagaya was the guardian. As such, she must possess the knowledge to locate her master. This technique was a fundamental skill for guardians. Now, the time for Ishiki's demise was at hand. Uchiha Motoharu smirked, turning his gaze downwards at the somewhat feeble Kagaya, and suggested, "I recall that during the ancient era, you created numerous white Zetsu. These beings, remnants of your foresight, have made their way to this present age. Each of them harbors a commendable amount of chakra. I recommend you seek out your creations and absorb their chakra." He sincerely hoped for Kagaya to regain some of her chakra. The reasoning was simple. The current Ishiki was exceedingly cautious, and should they locate him, he might attempt to flee. With the Otsutsuki's extraordinary abilities to traverse the cosmos, even Motoharu would be unable to stop him. At that moment, he recalled Kagaya's divine technique, Imanamanaka. This technique, based on the dimensional space of the Shinji, unfolded into multiple mini-worlds. He envisioned Kagaya regaining a sufficient amount of chakra to establish a barrier that would restrict movement within Imanamanaka and subsequently ensnare Ishiki. However, he remembered that utilizing Imanamanaka required a substantial amount of chakra. When Kagaya battled Naruto and Sasuke, her frequent use of this ability left even her, the progenitor of chakra on this planet, feeling strained. Thus, he advised her to first absorb the chakra from the white Zetsu to restore her strength. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, those white Zetsu were her very own creations, biological weapons infused with chakra. Though their chakra might be limited, their sheer numbers made up for it. With this understanding, Kagaya closed her eyes and began employing her unique techniques to connect with her creations. Meanwhile, far away, Zetsu was diligently leading the white Zetsu in search of Ishiki's whereabouts. At that moment, a voice echoed within his heart. "Zetsu, my third child, where are you?" Zetsu was taken aback. Had he heard something? The voice of his mother? But hadn't she been sealed away? He hesitated and responded with uncertainty. "Mother?" Chapter 144. Finding Ishiki. "Indeed, it is I." Kagaya Otsutsuki responded to Zetsu's confusion. Upon hearing this, Zetsu was utterly bewildered. Logically, his mother should still be sealed on the moon, a place where the seal was exceedingly powerful. Contacting the outside world was nearly impossible. Thus, Zetsu found himself perplexed by the current situation. Mother, how did you escape? You need not concern yourself with that. I merely wish to inquire if all the white Zetsu are still present. They are? Mother, what do you intend to do? That is good. I am here. So come to me. Kagaya Otsutsuki, having received promising news, promptly relayed her location to Zetsu before severing the connection unilaterally. Zetsu's expression brightened. No matter what, it was a fortunate event that his mother had emerged. Now was the time to meet her. Zetsu did not keep Uchiha Kagami and Kagaya Otsutsuki waiting long. Within a span of 2 days, he arrived at her location. Upon seeing Kagaya's figure, he felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. Joyful that his mother had escaped her seal, yet sorrowful that it appeared he had not been the one to break it. It is truly wonderful to see you, mother. However, how did you manage to escape? This question had lingered in his mind throughout the journey. He understood his mother's capabilities all too well. To break free from the seals of Yui and Kagaya without assistance was virtually impossible. It must have been she who aided me in breaking free from the seal. Kagaya's gaze shifted to the side, where Uchiha Kagami seemed to be observing the unfolding events with curiosity. Black Zetsu followed his mother's gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. To be honest, when he and the Akatsuki were captured by this individual, he had already prepared for years of scheming. Much like the failures of his 1,000-year plans in the past, he had intended to outlast Uchiha Kagami in this era, just as he had outlasted his 2 brothers before. After overcoming these obstacles, he planned to plot his mother's unsealing. Little did he know that the tides had turned unexpectedly. His mother had been brought out from her seal by Uchiha Kagami. However, as Zetsu's gaze fell upon her current form, a shadow crossed his heart. Where are mother's horns? Why are they absent? Concerned for his mother, Zetsu immediately asked, Mother, where are your horns? Hearing Black Zetsu's question, Kagaya felt a sense of helplessness. This is precisely why I sought you out. Kagaya replied to Black Zetsu's query. Unlike my previous schemes, this time I emerged using a vessel. The revival of the vessel was contingent upon my own divine tree. The depletion of the divine tree's energy has resulted in my current lack of power. Thus, my horns have vanished. Upon hearing Kagaya's explanation, Zetsu experienced a moment of clarity. He was familiar with the concept of a vessel. As for the divine tree his mother mentioned, it likely referred to the Otsutsuki god tree. Using her energy-depleted form to escape the seal indicated that his mother was not at her full strength. As a symbol of Kagaya's power, her horns were naturally absent. So Mother's urgent summons for me, coupled with her inquiry about the white Zetsu, means, indeed, I intend to absorb all the chakra from those white Zetsu. As a devoted son, Zetsu was wholly committed to his mother's wishes. Now that he had received his mother's clarification, he wasted no time. He directly addressed Kagaya. Then let us go, mother. At his words, Kagaya Otsutsuki was ready to follow Zetsu out of the location. However, it seemed she recalled Uchiha Kagami standing nearby. She turned her head to inquire. Do you wish to accompany us to witness my restoration of power? There is no need. I will first seek out that fellow, Ishiki, as you suggested. Kagami shook his head, declining Kagaya's invitation. At this stage, it was imperative to locate Ishiki before discussing anything else. The strategy of a ninja is to prioritize intelligence. By the way, take this. Kagami suddenly remembered something and tossed a talisman to Kagaya. When you regain your strength, you can activate this talisman imbued with spatial power. This talisman is none other than my Flying Thunder God technique, akin to the special kunai given to Kakashi by Minato. This talisman will resonate with my chakra input, allowing me to appear at its location. Following this, Uchiha Kagami did not wait for Kagaya's response. He ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Based on the positioning Kagaya provided, Uchiha Kagami continuously adjusted his altitude high above. After what felt like an eternity of flying, he finally located Ishiki on a small island in the ocean. Goodness, is this fellow a turtle? How elusive. Uchiha Kagami, concealed among the clouds, found himself at a loss for words regarding Otsutsuki Ishiki. This individual truly, upon sensing the situation was amiss, he had immediately fled the mainland of the ninja world. Retreating to an isolated island in the vast ocean, he seemed excessively cautious. Kagami shook his head in resignation, unsure how to articulate his thoughts on such behavior. Caution is a virtue, yet excessive caution is indicative of a lack of courage, which is undesirable. In his own parallel world, Uchiha Kagami had clashed with Ishiki. Judging by the current circumstances in this world, it seemed that after being ambushed by Kagaya, Ishiki had reformed. adopting mortal techniques and tempering his arrogance. He now appeared devoid of courage, reflecting on Ishiki's timid demeanor in Boruto, where he was defeated despite holding the advantage. Those lacking courage will continuously face failure. Kagami scoffed. Those without courage have no future. At that moment, he sensed the talisman he had given to Kagaya. The efficiency was remarkable. Had she already devoured the chakra from the white Setsu? Contemplating this, he decided to create a shadow clone. Remain here and keep a vigilant watch. I will check on Kagaya's situation. Rest assured, I will diligently monitor the island where Ishiki resides. The shadow clone nodded in earnest acknowledgement. After all, Kagaya's spatial movement, if left unchecked, could prove exceedingly troublesome. At this moment, Kagaya's heavenly domain became significantly relevant. As long as he set up a counter-spatial movement barrier in any random space within the heavenly domain, dealing with Kagaya would not be overly challenging. Seeing his clone's affirmation, Kagami immediately followed the sensation and activated the talisman. With a whoosh, he vanished from that place. Chapter 145, The Utter Humiliation when Uchiha Yuan Ming arrived beside Kagaya. What met his gaze was the striking figure of the goddess of the moon. Although her chakra had not fully returned to its peak, in his perception, it was almost on par with that of Shinja Hashirama. It appears you are in good condition. Uchiha Yuan Ming greeted her casually before delving directly into the matter at hand. Are you able to activate the heavenly realm now? If it's merely to unfold the heavenly realm, that is not an issue, Kagaya replied coolly. What do you intend to do next? Have you located Ishiki? With a smile, Uchiha Yuan Ming responded, I have indeed found the Otsutsuki Ishiki. As for my next plan, you will activate the heavenly realm, and we shall find a small world to set up traps that restrict his spatial movement. Then, we will confine Ishiki within, ensuring he cannot escape death. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuan Ming's suggestion, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Kagaya's eyes. She was well aware of her clan's spatial abilities. It was precisely because of the trust her master had in the Guardians that she had succeeded in her ambush years ago. If they were to confront each other directly, she doubted her chances of victory. Even if she were to win, Ishiki could utilize the spatial capabilities of their kin to evade her, though she possessed similar abilities. In a chase, the one pursuing would always be at a disadvantage. However, if they were to employ this young man's strategy, confining Ishiki in a small world would create a 2-on-1 scenario that could lead to his true demise. With that thought, Kagaya's expression hardened. The vertical mark on her forehead opened wide, and her crimson Rinne Sharingan quivered. Uchiha Yuan Ming felt as if the world was turning upside down as he and Kagaya found themselves in a snowy realm. Is this the heavenly realm? Uchiha Yuan Ming marveled. Quickly activating his Rinne Sharingan to scrutinize the surroundings, he realized that the very essence of this world breathed in tandem with Kagaya, as if the world itself was an extension of her being. At that moment, he understood the implications of what Kagaya had said to Zetsu during her battle with Naruto and Sasuke. While engulfed in this icy realm, she became one with the world, which would naturally assist her. This revelation left Uchiha Yuan Ming astounded, having the world as support, and that this world was her creation. In the context of the cultivation world, this was akin to having one's own paradise. In such a place, if Kagaya were to lose how weak was her combat awareness, it was utterly absurd. Seeing Uchiha Yuan Ming's astonishment, Kagaya, panting heavily from expending considerable chakra, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Since their encounter, he had always exuded an air of confidence. Now, witnessing the world she had created finally elicited a significant change in his demeanor. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she spoke with an air of superiority. What do you think? This is merely one of the worlds I have established. Now, you will set up the barriers within this snowy realm, and I will confine Ishiki here to deal with him together. Uchiha Yuan Ming's expression twitched at her words. After a moment of contemplation, he pointedly remarked, just confine him. And for the subsequent battle, I will handle it alone. Why? Isn't 2 against 1 more secure? Kagaya inquired, puzzled. Uchiha Yuan Ming felt a sense of exasperation. Did he truly need to voice his honest thoughts? That he was wary of her combat mindset and feared she would complicate the fight? Instead, he offered a subtle caution. I noticed that activating the heavenly realm seemed to strain you. Thus, the reality is that in your non-peak state, maintaining this world will deplete your strength significantly. Fighting Ishiki under those conditions would be after considering Uchiha Yuan Ming's advice. Kagaya recognized the validity of his words. She intended to focus on regaining her strength only after eliminating Ishiki. Realizing her current limitations, she nodded earnestly at Yuan Ming. Seeing her acquiescence, Uchiha Yuan Ming sighed in relief. Grateful that she had accepted his counsel, The subsequent steps were straightforward. Uchiha Yuan Ming began to establish the barriers that would restrict spatial movement within this realm. The moment the barriers were completed would signal their ambush on Ishiki. Meanwhile, after retreating to a small island, Otsutsuki Ishiki felt a growing sense of unease, as if something had locked onto him. Nevertheless, despite scanning the surroundings with his Byakugan daily, he found nothing amiss. Kagaya was sealed away, and her son had not discovered his presence either. The remaining adversaries, including Kagaya's reincarnated grandsons, posed no threat to him. Yet, the source of his unease remained a mystery. Just as he pondered this, an overwhelming wave of chakra enveloped the island, seemingly with a consciousness of its own, pinpointing him in an instant. Damn it, this chakra. Ishiki recalled vividly, is it you, Kagaya? Upon entering this icy realm, his countenance darkened ominously. As one of the elite of his clan, this marked the second time he had been ambushed by a mere guardian and a weakling like Kagaya. For him, it was a profound humiliation. His gaze fixated on Kagaya, who floated in the distance, alongside an unfamiliar figure. He surveyed the snowy expanse and coldly sneered at Kagaya. Is this the grave you've prepared for yourself, you wretched servant? He was thoroughly familiar with Kagaya, and even if she had consumed the fruit and gained immense power, he held her in contempt. However, when his Byakugan fell upon Yuan Ming, his expression turned grave. Who are you? He recognized the newcomer as Kagaya's ally, but felt compelled to inquire further. The chakra emanating from this individual was immense, akin to a star in his Byakugan's sight. Chapter 146. Let me practice on you first. I am Uchiha Yuan Ming, a person destined to bury you. Uchiha Yuan Ming directly responded to the confusion of Otsutsuki Ishiki. In his eyes, this fellow was already akin to the dead, and Yuan Ming had no intention of allowing him to act foolishly. With that, Uchiha Yuan Ming's gaze sharpened. The power of his Rinne Sharingan began to ignite, as the natural energy of the land of rivers infused with the vast chakra within his body. Remarkable sage power enveloped him like an ethereal garment. Thus, with white hair, a white robe, and 9 black truth-seeking balls swirling behind him, Yuan Ming appeared before Otsutsuki Ishiki. Ishiki's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend what he was witnessing. A reborn Otsutsuki? No, something was amiss. As if sensing something, Ishiki's expression contorted into one of rage as he shouted, that bloodline aura. You are Kagaya's descendant? His heart sank. A reborn Otsutsuki. And by the looks of it, a formidable one. The thought of being ambushed by that wretched Kagaya alongside him made his toes curl with dread. He realized he was in grave danger. Having survived for over a millennium, Ishiki possessed a profound obsession with living. As the saying goes, a wise man does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to unleash a portion of his power, prepared to activate his space movement ability and escape. What is happening? Ishiki's expression twisted in confusion. He widened his eyes in shock. Why could he not move through space? He stared in horror at the surroundings of this icy world. Mysterious runes began to appear in the void around him, radiating an unsettling chakra. As an elite of the Otsutsuki clan, he was aware of many core secrets regarding chakra. But that was not all. Over the years he had spent lurking in the ninja world, he had also learned much from mortals. Upon contemplating those runes and combining that with the current inability to move through space, he realized, albeit belatedly, that this was a barrier restricting spatial abilities. Damn it. I was careless. You all prepared so well. Hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki steadied her body, though she had not fully regained her peak strength. Deploying the heavenly decree still caused her some discomfort. However, upon seeing Ishiki's defeated expression, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. After taking a few deep breaths, she managed to compose herself. A mocking smile curved her lips. If you were not ill-prepared, how could you possibly meet your demise so easily? Besides, isn't carelessness your trademark? Otherwise, how would I have tasted such high-quality chakra fruit? At Kagaya's taunt, Ishiki felt his blood pressure rise. What did she mean by saying he was a high-quality sacrifice producing such exquisite fruit? Moreover, considering Kagaya's taunts, he begrudgingly recognized a semblance of truth in her words. As the victim, could he remain unperturbed? Very well, do not presume you have already won. Realizing he was cornered, he cast aside thoughts of his lowly lineage. After fully unleashing his power, he was aware of the impending doom that awaited him. Whether it was death now or later, he would choose the former. Boom. As his chakra ignited violently, he instantly sprouted twisted horns. Observing Ishiki's desperate bid for survival, Kagaya prudently retreated, leaving the confrontation to Uchiha Yuan Ming. She had thought that after successfully ambushing Ishiki, sacrificing him, and consuming the chakra fruit, she would no longer fear facing him again. Little did she know. The moment Ishiki unleashed his full power, she felt a flicker of trepidation, prompting her to vacate the battlefield. Uchiha Yuan Ming, however, paid her no mind. It was true that Kagaya's combat prowess was lacking, yet her intellect was not to be underestimated. If she were truly inept, she would not have been able to ambush Ishiki successfully. Regarding Ishiki's transformation, he held no concern. He was no longer the same as he had been in the past. Back then, defeating Ishiki had not been overly difficult. Now, however, he would find it even easier to deal with him. With a firm grasp of his palm, the formidable blade of Muji emerged. As his ocular power intensified, the full might of the divine technique, Amaterasu, was unleashed. The blade underwent a tremendous transformation. Charred patterns began to intertwine around the somewhat ethereal blade. As he raised the sword, ripping sound, Uchiha Yuan Ming's figure vanished. When he reappeared before Ishiki with a speed that defied response, the outcome had been sealed. Uchiha style, divine technique Amaterasu, fourfold slash, the scorched divine sword. Radiating with searing brilliance, struck 4 times. Ishiki's limbs were severed from his body. As his severed limbs floated away, the body of Otsutsuki Ishiki did not plummet to the ground. As an Otsutsuki, defying gravity was merely a fundamental skill. Ishiki, now deprived of his limbs, looked at Yuan Ming with a cold sneer. Foolish one, do you think this means you have won? You are unaware that our Otsutsuki possess incredible regenerative abilities. Having said this, he prepared to gather chakra to restore his body. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. His torso did not regenerate. The chakra he attempted to coalesce at the wounds of his severed limbs was incinerated by an intensely scorching energy. This energy, responding to the chakra, began to sear the chakra within him. Damn, why is this happening? Why is this fool so powerful? What is this intense energy? Is it his divine technique? Yet, Ishiki no longer wished to ponder these questions. He needed to escape. Being without hands and feet was a dire predicament for an Otsutsuki. At this moment, Ishiki was completely thrown into a panic. The specter of death had never loomed so closely before him. In his frantic state, he began to hover, desperately trying to ascend and flee. How utterly pathetic. Observing Ishiki's flustered demeanor, Uchiha Yuan Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. When life-threatening crises truly arrive, those who consider themselves gods are not so different from mortals. After this reflection, Yuan Ming extended his hand. Universal pull. An unparalleled force emerged from his palm. Ishiki, bereft of limbs and hindered by the scorching energy at his wounds, could not resist. Thus, he was drawn closer. Smack. Uchiha Yuan Ming's right hand firmly grasped Ishiki's neck. In his utter disarray, Ishiki attempted to gather chakra to resist. Fool. Do you think gathering chakra will accomplish anything? Sealing technique. Absorption. Streams of blue chakra were siphoned from Ishiki's body, coalescing into Yuan Ming. As the chakra flowed into him, Yuan Ming welcomed it with a sinister smile. Following that, he displayed a cruel and malevolent grin. Indeed, it seems I have yet to try that technique. Let me practice on you first. Chapter 147. Alchemy. Uchiha Yuan Ming conceived a brilliant idea, seeking to achieve a twofold gain. He intended to eliminate Ishiki and acquire the 5,000 points of spiritual light associated with the Wisdom Divine Blade, as well as the energy and information laws residing within the body of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Thus, he initiated the Otsutsuki clan's alchemy. This alchemical technique was information he had gleaned from his disciple, Nagato's white receptacle. To be candid, this technique was not arduous. It could be activated with the Byakugan, and even better with the Rinnegan. Fortuitously, Uchiha Yuan Ming possessed the Rinnegan. Ishiki, grasped firmly by Yuan Ming, sensed something amiss and exclaimed with a twisted expression, "No, no, no. Please don't turn me into a medicinal pill or fruit." As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he was acutely aware of the consequences of such a transformation. Moreover, in his current state, he had not even prepared any additional receptacles beyond the one he had. Ignoring Ishiki's lamentations, Yuan Ming's palm emanated a mysterious red light, accompanied by a buzzing sound. In an instant, Ishiki was transmuted into a fruit. The fruit glowed a deep crimson, exuding an alluring aroma. Wisps of white mist swirled around it, as if proclaiming to all who beheld it that consuming it would grant them immortality. This notion, while somewhat accurate, was indeed true. Consumption would indeed bestow eternal life. Uchiha Yuan Ming sighed in contemplation as he stowed the fruit away. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya approached slowly, her expression tense. How could she not be anxious? In her eyes, Ishiki was immensely formidable. and yet he had fallen in mere moments at the hands of Uchiha Yuan Ming. Such power was unparalleled, save for Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Upon witnessing the fruit containing Ishiki being secured by Yuan Ming, Kagaya cautiously inquired, "Can we leave now?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming, noticing Kagaya's pitiable demeanor akin to that of a frightened rabbit, chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed, we can depart, for Ishiki has been dealt with." The 5,000 points of spiritual light displayed on the panel served as undeniable proof of Ishiki's demise. After a brief respite, Yuan Ming and Kagaya emerged from the realm of the divine. As they exited the spatial domain, Kagaya regarded Yuan Ming, hesitating as if she had something to say. Observing her demeanor, Yuan Ming directly asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss? Please, speak freely." The fruit of Ishiki may not be of use to you," Kagaya replied, somewhat reserved. She was acutely aware that her words could be misconstrued. Thus, she hastily continued, "It's not that I covet Ishiki's fruit. Rather, what I mean pertains to our current levels." "How so?" In response to Kagaya's counsel, Uchiha Yuan Ming remained non-committal, yet he understood she would not attempt to deceive him. After all, he would never simply hand over the fruit to her without reason. This fact would not escape Kagaya's notice. Upon realizing that Yuan Ming harbored no misconceptions about her intentions, Kagaya exhaled in relief. Raising her radiant eyes, she gently spoke. "Most of the information laws possessed by Ishiki were sacrificed to the divine tree over 1,000 years ago. Even now, with him not fully restored, the meager chakra and incomplete information within that fruit hold no value for either of us." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded in agreement. He had just discerned that while he had transmuted Ishiki into chakra fruit, it appeared to differ significantly from the golden fruit he had encountered during his battle with Momoshiki. As Ishiki's guardian, Kagaya was undoubtedly the most informed regarding his state. She was unlikely to mislead him. "Since it holds no value for us, it must surely be beneficial for those who have not attained our level." Uchiha Yuan Ming seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes brightening as he eagerly queried Kagaya. "Indeed, for mortals, consuming this fruit could lead to extraordinary ascendance," Kagaya responded with unwavering conviction. "Then there is no cause for concern." Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled. Having devised a plan for the distribution of the fruit, he intended to grant it to light and governance. However, he resolved to be equitable in his dealings. Contemplating this, he fixed his gaze upon Kagaya, his excitement palpable as he inquired, "Now, regarding the Otsutsuki star maps and the intel on Momoshiki and Urashiki, I implore you to divulge everything you know about your clan's methods of starry relocation. Hunting the Otsutsuki, particularly those who had once been his adversaries, would prove no challenge." He had grown accustomed to the battles of shinobi, which were fundamentally battles of information. Should he confront them again? They would be as fragile as Ishiki had been just now, easily dispatched. Upon hearing Uchiha Yuan Ming's inquiries, Kagaya's Byakugan widened in astonishment. Connecting the dots of his recent actions, she realized that he harbored intentions of his own. A wave of shock surged through her being. The Otsutsuki clan, known for their dominion over planets, had never encountered a force capable of hunting them in return. Yet now, she stood before one who aspired to do just that. Stammering slightly, Kagaya questioned, "You intend to transform Momoshiki and Urashiki into chakra fruits, do you not?" In response, Uchiha Yuan Ming offered a warm smile. "Why feign ignorance? You know full well, madman. Nevertheless, I shall provide you with the information you seek. However, as a condition, I expect you to refrain from interfering with my forthcoming actions in this nursery. You may do as you wish. I will not interfere in the slightest. You should focus on handling your two troublesome sons," Kagaya sighed. "I will devise my own solutions. Your non-interference is the best course of action." With that, she consolidated the pertinent information into a sphere of chakra and tossed it towards Yuan Ming. He deftly caught the chakra sphere, his excitement surging within him. He had finally acquired the spatial technique for starry relocation. This was something he had failed to obtain from Ishiki's white receptacle. Now that it was in his grasp, he felt elated. This acquisition marked the commencement of his starry hunting endeavors. Whether in this world or upon his return to his original realm, he would no longer be confined to a mere planet. Meanwhile, far from this star domain, the duo of Momoshiki and Urashiki were engaged in a discussion about an unusual phenomenon. Strangely, their Byakugan had detected the emergence of a new star domain not far from their location. Chapter 148. The demise of the planet. Are there any living planets in that star domain? Otsutsuki Peach asked Otsutsuki Purity bluntly, "And how did you discover it?" Peach was not inclined to show any kindness toward Purity. After all, he was aware of the duality in their relationship, respectful in front, dismissive behind. He possessed the Byakugan, which allowed him to glimpse into the future. However, he was somewhat constrained. The forces backing purity were slightly stronger than his own. He had been pushed into this position by his clan, tasked with guiding purity to maturity, and had no choice but to comply. Purity, oblivious to Peach's inner disdain, responded to his senior's inquiry with a sarcastic smile. There are indeed living planets, and they harbor peculiar natural energies. I stumbled upon that planet by chance. However, I currently have little interest in discovering new life planets. After all, finding a new life planet does not grant one the freedom to cultivate the divine tree without hesitation. One must apply for permission, and even if granted the order to plant, it is highly likely that the fruits of that planet will not belong to you. They must be surrendered to the clan, where the higher-ups will decide their fate. If one fails to comply, an investigation team will be dispatched to uncover the truth, whether it was the natives who overturned things or if someone hoarded and consumed the chakra fruits. If I recall correctly, this Elder Peach has already taken on a mission to investigate the 6 paths in Kagaya. Those two have not submitted fruits to the clan for over 1,000 years. By rights, the fruits of that planet should have matured long ago. For these reasons, Purity felt little enthusiasm for the newly discovered star domain, even if it contained living planets. Coincidentally, Peach, who was already waiting for another fruit to ripen and simultaneously seeking Kagaya's whereabouts, was equally disinterested in matters that bore no benefit. Let the clan send someone to investigate. Our more pressing task is. Just as Peach was about to continue speaking, an unexpected event occurred. As one who could foresee the distant future, when he engaged in combat with a rival of equal stature, his foresight would activate. He envisioned the demise of himself, kin, and purity. A surge of information from a far-off future flooded into his Byakugan. Ha 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 ha. Regaining his composure, Peach took deep breaths to calm the tumult within. My lord, did you glimpse an ominous future? At this moment, Kin, his most loyal guardian who had accompanied Peach for thousands of years, inquired with confusion. He understood his lord well. That reaction indicated a glimpse of a future that had shaken him. Otherwise, the proud Peach would not have displayed such vulnerability in front of Otsutsuki Purity, a relative stranger. Hee. Ha ha ha. Peach did not rush to respond to Kin. His expression twisted, and then he burst into laughter. I never expected to see my own demise. Demise? Otsutsuki Purity asked, puzzled. What did you see that prompted such an inauspicious statement? Purity had heard of Peach's power to see into the future, and thus, he was curious about what kind of future could elicit such a grave comment. It is worth noting that for the Otsutsuki, death was merely a form of slumber. After consuming chakra fruits, they effectively became information life forms. As long as their information package, the wedge, remained intact, they would find it difficult to perish. Humph. Let us set up traps. Our enemy will arrive shortly. Without directly addressing Purity, Peach snorted coldly and prepared to lead them in laying traps. As a seasoned duo, Peach was pragmatic when facing an opponent of equal strength, especially one capable of ending his life. Since he had witnessed his own demise, it indicated a formidable adversary. At this moment, to engage in direct confrontation without setting traps would be sheer folly. Moreover, that individual appeared in his pasture in the future he had seen, extinguishing any thoughts of escape. The chakra fruits in that pasture were on the verge of ripening. In such critical times, how could he possibly consider fleeing? Hearing this, Otsutsuki Purity raised an eyebrow. Very well. I shall heed your experienced counsel. Purity settled down. Although he was somewhat impulsive, he was not foolish. The need to set traps indicated the enemy's true strength. With that, the three of them hurried toward the planet where the chakra fruits were about to mature, preparing to set traps to welcome the impending threat. At this moment, Otsutsuki Yuan Ming experienced the convenience of the Otsutsuki clan's mobility through the cosmos. As a powerful individual accustomed to herding the starry skies in pairs, the Otsutsuki did not require vessels like spaceships. Light-year measurements were inconsequential. For those who could manipulate time and space, the mere concept of light years was trivial. With a slight distortion of space, they could traverse vast distances effortlessly. Yuan Ming was employing this very technique to travel. With a twist of space, he traversed an unfathomable number of light years. He was no longer concerned about locating Peach after receiving the intelligence provided by Kagaya. If memory served, Peach had first appeared on a dead star. A dead star signified the cultivation of the divine tree there, indicating that he was actively working. In fact, life planets were relatively scarce in the cosmos. Analyzing the information and star charts provided by Kagaya, Yuan Ming swiftly pinpointed Peach's pasture. Not long after, he arrived at the planet's surface. Upon his arrival in the planet's atmosphere, Uchiha Yuan Ming beheld the planet's demise. The towering divine tree swayed, its branches extending outward. Those branches deeply penetrated the planet's surface. With a resounding thud, visible natural energy was being siphoned away, funneled into the trunk of the divine tree. TSK, TSK, TSK. How tragic. Uchiha Yuan Ming lamented as he gazed upon the planet, which had begun to turn gray. Is this what it means to be drained by the divine tree? His gaze swept across the land, ultimately landing on the fruit atop the divine tree. That fruit radiated a surge of chakra and an enticing aroma. Chapter 149. The Trap of Peach-style. Yuan Ming was acutely aware that when a tantalizing chakra fruit was left unguarded, it was only logical to suspect some treachery at play. A trap? Too evident indeed. However, they were fully cognizant of their own intelligence, while the enemy might not possess the same advantage. Moreover, throughout the millennia of development in the ninja world, there existed a peculiar technique specifically designed to counter such scenarios, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. This technique, devised by Senju Tobarama, was not merely effective against the Sharingan, it could also deceive the Byakugan. After all, from the perspective of ocular techniques, the only distinction of the Shadow Clone lay in the quantity of chakra. Experienced ocular ninja would readily discern the clones, yet considering the ineptitude of those Otsutsuki, Yuan Ming felt a surge of confidence. With a decisive motion, he created a clone and, under the cover of the clouds, slipped into his alternate dimension, Onchuan no Kuni, observing the situation. The shadow clone Yuan Ming felt somewhat disheartened, fated to wade through murky waters. Yet, despite his words, he took action without hesitation. Channeling his chakra, he enveloped himself in the armor of Susanoo, ensuring that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would not be instantly dismantled. Once prepared, the shadow clone Yuan Ming unfurled the wings of the Susanoo armor. In an instant, he soared towards the chakra fruit with astonishing speed. In the alternate dimension, Otsutsuki Peach and his servant Urashiki employed a secret technique to transform water into a reflective surface. Upon this mirror appeared the god tree and its fruits. Their gazes fixated intently on the chakra fruit, as if anticipating something. I refuse to believe that this fellow can resist when he sees this. Otsutsuki Peach sneered. Confident from the foresight he had gleaned, he understood that the enemy fought using chakra. Given their reliance on chakra, the allure of the chakra fruit was unmistakable to them. They could only restrain themselves due to the presence of far stronger individuals within their own clan acting as a deterrent. However, this unfamiliar individual, undoubtedly a product of a fortunate encounter on some distant planet, had grown into a native. Peach had his doubts about their ability to resist such temptations. At that moment, Urashiki pointed at the mirror's image, furrowing his brow. Senior, we have a situation, but this fellow's chakra is pitifully small. Does he truly warrant our vigilance? The figure that captured Urashiki's attention was Yuan Ming's shadow clone. Noticing the chakra armor, Urashiki found it intriguing, yet the amount was trivial. What could such a meager chakra accomplish? Why would it provoke such a grave concern in Peach? Peach, uninterested in explaining, dismissed Urashiki's confusion. Techniques, whether ordinary ocular skills or powerful divine arts, exhibited an array of functionalities. Did a small amount of chakra equate to weakness? That notion held no validity for him. Possessing the divine technique known as High Emperor's creation of spirit, he found that he could triumph over most of his clansmen, even those with greater chakra reserves. The High Emperor's creation of spirit was specifically designed to counter offensive entities. You launch an attack, I absorb it, and then double it back at you. What will you do then? Thus, Peach held a certain disdain for Urashiki's perspective on gauging strength by chakra quantity and chose not to elaborate further. With a twisted smile, he opened his palm to reveal his Rinnegan. Though I know not why you have shown me such a future, I, Otsutsuki Peach, formally reject the arrival of this world line. The Rinnegan in his hand trembled, and around Yuan Ming's shadow clone, distorted streams of space began to converge. Regardless of your might, when faced with that celestial body, death is inevitable. As Peach witnessed the trap spring into action, he could not help but smirk in triumph. If strength cannot conquer, then let cunning prevail. Having roamed the cosmos for years, he had conceived the idea of setting traps the instant it materialized. The black hole, an entity so formidable that even successful ascension could not alter its nature, was the very trap Peach had laid. Utilizing the unique spatial techniques of the Otsutsuki, He had preemptively locked down the area surrounding the chakra fruit. The moment an unfamiliar presence appeared, he would directly transport them to a black hole he was aware of. Thus, the enemy would be no more. Moments later, as the figure vanished from the mirror, tranquility returned to the vicinity of the chakra fruit, leading Peach and his companions to believe the enemy had indeed perished. With a swift motion, they tore through space and materialized before the god tree. Senior Peach is truly remarkable. Such an enemy was effortlessly dealt with. Urashiki genuinely praised Peach, regardless of his own assessments of the adversary. Peach's ability to set traps through technique without exerting himself was indeed a lesson learned. It made him reflect positively on the clan's decision to send him to intern with Peach. Ha, you flatter me. I shall guard the fruit here, Urashiki. Continue your search for Ishiki and Kagaya. Of course, Senior Peach. Just then, amidst Peach's jovial demeanor, a cold voice echoed from above. You seem quite pleased. May I inquire as to the reason? Uchiha Yuan Ming's frigid tone resonated through the air. What a close call. This was Yuan Ming's immediate thought. The shadow clone technique, upon dispersal, transmits experiences. In that fleeting moment, he, Uchiha Yuan Ming, truly felt the sensation of his body being torn apart by the gravitational torrents at the edge of a black hole. This experience prompted him to re-evaluate Otsutsuki Peach. Good heavens, cautious Peach could prove to be quite a formidable opponent. Considering that this character would eventually become a significant player in the original narrative, Yuan Ming realized he could no longer regard him with a narrow perspective. Thus, with a newfound respect, he transformed with Inanchuan no Kuni, activating his Sage Mode. Fully armored, adorned with wings, and unleashing his full power, he reappeared above the god tree, addressing the three jubilant individuals below with the very words he had just uttered. Chapter 150. An effortless victory. The three of them, with disdainful glances, simultaneously turned towards the source of the sound. What met their eyes was the unscathed Uchiha Yuan Ming. How could this be? Were you not relocated by Senior Peach to the black hole, crushed to death? Hey. That spatial displacement technique, once ensnared, is virtually inescapable. How could you possibly reappear before me? Lord Peach, this individual seems quite formidable, observed one of the trio, noting the incredulous expressions on their faces. Uchiha Yuan Ming couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the ocular techniques and divine arts of the Tsutsuki clan are immensely powerful, boasting an array of outrageous abilities. However, those who can manipulate time and space seem to have never experienced weakness, and thus have not developed techniques like shadow clones, which are ultimately designed to deceive the opponent. He vividly recalled how, upon first arriving in the shinobi world, he was astounded by the myriad of bizarre ninjutsu displayed before him. Anything that caught his eye, he would extract the chakra from and claim as his own. There was nothing impossible. You had just made your move. Now it is my turn. With that, Uchiha Yuan Ming raised the divine sword, and the truth-seeking orb behind him trembled. With a whoosh, it spiraled from behind him to hover before him. The orb began to spin rapidly, emanating threads of golden light, which soon entwined around his divine sword. Speaking of which, I have yet to unleash those techniques. Let us test them against you now. Uchiha Yuan Ming swung the divine sword, now enveloped in golden light. In an instant, the golden radiance erupted from the sword and transformed into a colossal golden divine sword. Tsutsuki Blade, Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Unlike the ordinary Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, this was initiated by Yuan Ming's divine sword, wrapped in formidable natural energy. Consequently, a massive beam of destructive light surged forth, aimed directly at the trio. Confronted with the immense golden light, Tsutsuki Peach let out a cold laugh. Naive. If I am not mistaken, this technique is an aberration of the Byakugan's ocular power. Moreover, it is an offensive type. You shall perish now. At this moment, Peach found himself somewhat doubtful of the future he had envisioned. The technique before him, judging by the scale of its chakra, was undeniably powerful. Yet, how utterly powerless would such a technique be against him? With a sinister grin, Peach opened his left eye, revealing the Rinnegan. Activate Kagaya. A black sphere materialized in his hand, exuding a tremendous gravitational pull that drew in the colossal beam of light, intent on annihilating them. All of this unfolded within Yuan Ming's Rinnegan. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, you remain so confident in your divine arts. With a hum, Yuan Ming's eyes radiated brilliance, and a vast amount of ocular power ignited. Activate Gekzan. An inexplicable force began to influence the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. He understood that all offensive techniques, in the absence of support from the shinobi world's celestial body, would be utterly impotent against Kagaya. Yet, He possessed a formidable technique of his own, Gekzon. This technique allows one to transcend all limitations in an unreasonable manner. It is a strike that belongs to the realm of causality. As the power of Gekzon entwined around the golden wheel rebirth explosion, the golden beam of light, previously on the verge of being drawn away, abruptly shattered the gravitational hold of Kagon. With a ripping sound, Peach was cleaved in two. However, such an injury was trivial to him. He glared savagely at Yuan Ming. Do you think such trivial tricks can vanquish me? Or do you believe I am alone? As Peach's words fell, two figures materialized out of thin air on either side of Yuan Ming, brandishing their red glowing weapons, lunging at him. They were none other than Urashiki and Kinshiki. How dare you harm Lord Peach? You shall pay for this. Quite impressive abilities. I intend to extract them. Yet, faced with this situation, Uchiha Yuan Ming felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. Indeed, boredom. Once upon a time, these individuals appeared to him as deities, their powers seemingly unparalleled. However, now, observing their clumsy tactics and direct assaults, he found the encounter dreadfully tedious. Determined to end this swiftly, Yuan Ming resolved to engage in a rapid confrontation. Immortal Sun, transform into wings and let me shine brilliantly. With that incantation uttered, the blazing flames of the sun ignited around Uchiha Yuan Ming. The fire obeyed his command, forming a fiery garment around him. Clad in the searing flame, he addressed Urashiki and Kinshiki. Bring it on. With a series of thunderous clashes, Yuan Ming unleashed his full power against them. Before long, Uchiha Yuan Ming had incapacitated them both. Kinshiki and Urashiki lay unconscious. At this moment, Peach, sprawled on the ground with limbs shattered and utterly powerless to struggle, snarled at Yuan Ming. Damn it, you seem to have discerned our abilities? Peach felt a deep sense of resentment. The defeat in this battle was inexplicably bewildering. It was as if the opponent had anticipated their abilities, identifying their weaknesses and deploying an alarming force to swiftly overpower them. 3 punches and 2 kicks had rendered them all incapacitated. Furthermore, that terrifying flame seemed like a sealing force, coiling within him, transforming into a scorching binding power, constricting their chakra. Regarding Peach's inquiry, Uchiha Yuan Ming paid it no mind. His extraordinary profession was that of a ninja, and the essence of a ninja's battle lies in the intelligence gathered. Once he grasped their information, defeating them became an uncomplicated task. After all, he was of the same rank as them. It was akin to Haiten, whose curse technique, Jujutsu, Shurji no Ketsuzan, was immensely powerful. Yet, after information was exchanged, he was easily subdued by Shikamaru, who was not even as formidable. Approaching Peach, he extended his hand. Activate the alchemical elixir technique. Buzz. Damn it. You mean to. Before he could finish his words, Peach twisted and transformed into a chakra fruit, opening his alternate dimension. The country of Inagawa, he placed the fruit inside. Yuan Ming replicated the process, transforming Kinshiki into a fruit as well. At that moment, Urashiki awoke, his eyes fluttering open just in time to witness Kinshiki's transformation into a fruit. The sight filled him with terror. He did not wish to die. Yet, he also understood that pleading for mercy before this individual was futile. After all, he was fully aware that the Tsutsuki could be transformed into fruits. How could he possibly be spared? Thus, he made a decision. Chapter 151. Return determined, Pusher steeled his heart and immediately raised his right hand. A surge of chakra, infused with information flow, coalesced in his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, this chakra shot towards Yuan Ming. Ah, you're awake, Yuan Ming remarked, observing everything unfold. Do you truly believe this trinket can turn the tide in your favor? In truth, Pusher was aware from the very moment he regained consciousness. He was eager to witness what words would emerge from the lips of this ordinarily haughty individual. As it turned out, upon awakening, Yuan Ming immediately unleashed an attack. The chakra imbued with information was essentially a wedge. Implanting a wedge into an equal opponent was an act of sheer folly. Uchiha Yuan Ming raised his right hand and activated the sealing technique, absorption. Pusher's wedge was thus seized into his possession. Holding the wedge aloft, he addressed the despairing Pusher. I can wield this wedge as well, you know. With that, Yuan Ming initiated a technique upon this chakra. Mind layer dive. This technique allowed him to delve into memories. As Uchiha Yuan Ming stirred the memories within Pusher, everything Pusher knew transformed into a part of Yuan Ming's consciousness. Damn, you truly leave no room for hope. Pusher despaired as he witnessed it all unravel. He had resorted to such a desperate gambit out of sheer necessity. Reflecting now, he recognized his own arrogance. When he saw all the information within the wedge being extracted by this individual, he understood that it was all over, just as he had anticipated. Once Uchiha Yuan Ming emerged from Pu Shi's memories, he wasted no time and directly transformed Pu Shi into fruit. Excellent. He now possessed 3 chakra fruits. And although one was not yet ripe, he would gladly accept it. With a sense of reflection, he turned his gaze towards the god tree. There rested the 4th chakra fruit. Though still unripe, it was already in a state of fruition. Moreover, judging by the energy it emanated, it might surpass the quality of the fruits he had previously acquired. In the ensuing tranquility, with no interruptions, Uchiha Yuan Ming smoothly harvested the chakra fruit. After surveying his time spent in this realm, he found himself with 2,000 spiritual lights and 5 chakra fruits, leaving him immensely satisfied. This unexpected fortune indeed brought him joy. Yuan Ming's form materialized once more upon the planet of the ninja world. Having gathered ample rewards, he prepared to seize the final benefit before departing this timeline. Is it as I recall? Yuan Ming pondered, having absorbed Pu Shi's memories. Among them lay a technique designed specifically for housing the god tree in a distinct space. The god tree was alive and thus required a unique environment for containment. He also recalled that Otsutsuki Ishiki possessed a malnourished god tree within his alternate space. Yuan Ming's intention at this moment was to claim that god tree for himself. With a series of hand signs, he opened a rift in space akin to the Yellow Springs Passage. The fissure gradually widened, allowing him to step inside. Upon entering this new realm, he beheld the god tree, which had transformed into the 10 tails, vigilantly observing him. The individual before it was not Yuan Ming, but an unexpected presence. Kagaya, I never anticipated encountering you here, Yuan Ming greeted her. Startled, Otsutsuki Kagaya turned her gaze towards Yuan Ming, her eyes wide with disbelief. You returned so soon? Kagaya had not expected his return merely days after their last encounter. With Yuan Ming's appearance here, it signified that the likes of Peach and others had already met their demise, perhaps even revealing some intelligence in the process. After all, she had never divulged to Yuan Ming that there existed another god tree in this space, nor had she mentioned the special methods required to access it. Too quick. Truly too quick, she thought. The swiftness with which this individual dispatched Otsutsuki was astonishing. Just how powerful was he? In response to Kagaya's inquiry, Uchiha Yuan Ming shrugged. The speed of my actions can wait. Let us discuss the allocation of this matter. Otsutsuki Kagaya felt a deep sense of reluctance. Having escaped her seal in a weakened state, her chakra reserves were critically low. Not long ago, Ishiki had perished, and she had anticipated unrestrained freedom in this nursery. Yet, she had been dissuaded by fear. The threats posed by Kagaya and Haku were ever present. Any significant movement on her part would undoubtedly alert them, leading to her re-imprisonment. In her current condition, she feared she would be utterly defenseless. In a rare moment of lucidity, Kagaya recalled that as Ishiki's guardian, she was aware of his possession of 2 god trees. That sapling was initially intended for her to consume the fruit from before replanting it. Given the circumstances of Ishiki's demise at her hands, it seemed he had not utilized it. She reasoned that even the chakra from a young god tree would be considerable for her now depleted reserves. Thus, she had ventured here, only to find herself confronting the god tree. Yuan Ming's presence compounded her dread. He was far stronger than she, and the ease with which he dispatched Otsutsuki was terrifying. Now, upon hearing Yuan Ming speak of distribution, she did not hesitate to acquiesce, since you killed Ishiki. Everything he possessed rightfully belongs to you. Take the god tree. Uchiha Yuan Ming, unceremoniously, with a flicker of his eyes, exerted his ocular power over the 10 tails transformed god tree. He descended gracefully and reassured Kagaya, do not be disheartened. I merely intend to conduct an experiment. Should it succeed, I shall take it with me. If it fails, the god tree will still remain yours. He contemplated returning to his own world. Thus, he was curious whether the life forms he transported during his interdimensional travels could accompany him unscathed. He aimed to use this 10 tails transformed god tree for his experiment. Success would mean acquiring a god tree. Failure was inconsequential. The spiritual lights he had amassed had already brought him immense satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's eyes widened. What kind of experiment do you intend to conduct? An experiment to return to my world. In the village of Konoha, atop the Hokage Rock. Uchiha Yuan Ming and Kagaya gazed down at the bustling village below. You plan to return here? Indeed. I shall return whence I came. Yuan Ming replied with a smile, having successfully relocated the god tree into his alternate space. He then turned his attention to the village of Konoha below. For him, The actions he would undertake in this world would soon be validated by the experiment ahead. His ability to traverse parallel dimensions stemmed from the dragon vein. If he could return with his spoils intact and still have the ability to revisit this timeline, then the influence he had exerted on Shursui and the Akatsuki would hold significance. Should he fail to return, having secured 2,000 spiritual lights and 5 fruits was already a worthwhile endeavor. With a thought, a blue crystal orb materialized in Yuan Ming's hand. It was precisely before his arrival in this time and space that the fusion of the dragon vein's azure light and the crystal orb came to fruition. With the infusion of chakra, the blue crystal orb radiated brilliance. A distorted black space thus emerged before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Ming strode boldly into it. Chapter 152. Distribution of chakra fruits. As Yuan Ming stepped out of the distorted space, he found himself back in his own world. His body levitated effortlessly, and he gazed down at the Hokage rock, serendipitously floating directly above his own statue. Now, let me observe how time flows differently in parallel worlds. This time, the method I employed for temporal traversal was the limited Tsukuyomi. If memory serves me right, it bears slight distinctions from the dragon vein. Both the dragon vein and the Tsutsuki's treasure plow seem capable of influencing time. However, the limited Tsukuyomi appears not to possess such capabilities. I wish to verify this discrepancy in the passage of time. With that thought, he formed a hand seal to dispel his shadow clone. As the clone dissipated, he became aware of the differences in the passage of time. Is there truly no distinction? Uchiha Yuan Ming furrowed his brow. In that parallel dimension, his existence lasted approximately 2 months. The most significant waste of time occurred during his journey through the starry expanse. 2 months had elapsed there, and here as well. If the flow of time is identical, the utility of that world diminishes considerably. To be honest, I was quite eager for the prospect of manipulating time differentials. Yet, that world evidently does not permit such an endeavor. Now, let us see if I have managed to bring the divine tree along with me. With a mere thought, Uchiha Yuan Ming vanished from the hidden leaf village and arrived in his alternate space, the divine realm of Anchuan. Upon witnessing the Tintail's transformed divine tree lying quietly on the ground, he felt a sense of relief. The fact that he could return a living entity was already a significant gain. This creature embodies the core technology of the Tsutsuki, the very essence of their power. It is the kind of being that, if one consumes enough, they can achieve ascension instantly. The next phase of research will hinge on whether Orochimaru can break through the technical barriers. As if struck by inspiration, Uchiha Yuan Ming waved his hand, and 4 chakra fruits manifested before him. 4, you say? The distribution should be simple. He had already devised a plan for how to allocate the fruits. The information contained within the peach and URU fruits was vital to him, and he intended to consume them himself. Conversely, the gold fruit, which bore little information, along with the 1 fruit, rich in information but lacking in energy, would be given to Hikari and Chi after all. The objective was merely to elevate their capabilities to match his own level. 2 chakra fruits would be more than sufficient. Having resolved this matter, Yuan Ming focused his thoughts, and the peach and URU fruits were drawn towards him. Subsequently, as he absorbed the fruits using the power of his Rinnegan, he paid little mind to the increase in energy. However, he sensed a shift in his abilities. Clenching his fist, a black sphere materialized from thin air. The sphere expanded, growing increasingly massive until it resembled a small mountain. The power of the High Emperor Spirit? A commendable ability indeed. With a swift motion, Yuan Ming stored away the transforming black sphere. In an instant, the world around him shifted in hue. Time froze. This ability, previously wielded by both the peach and URU, was now under his control. He discovered that this power was extraordinarily formidable. Once activated, unless directed at a specific individual, time would be suspended for everyone else. However, its limitations were equally apparent. It was ineffective against those possessing time manipulation abilities or divine attributes. This power could be described as a method of tormenting mere mortals. Uchiha Yuan Ming retracted the time-freezing ability and began experimenting with his other newfound powers. The abilities he acquired were impressive, the weaponization technique reminiscent of the Seeking Truth Orb, as well as the most outrageous divine art of time reversal. He had mastered them all. The remaining spiritual light, combined with the previous 7,722 points, amounted to 27,722 points. However, he had yet to determine how to expend this spiritual light. He planned to consider this matter further once Hikari and Chi ascended to the level of the Tsutsuki. With that thought, he felt a surge of emotions for the two. He promptly departed his alternate space. Hikari and Chi were somewhat bored as they dined. It had been over 2 months since Yuan Ming left the Hidden Leaf Village. although he had left a clone before departing. The clone could not partake in meals or intimate activities with them, which left them feeling rather listless. Chi. How much longer do you think Yuan Ming will be gone? Hikari inquired, setting down her utensils with a hint of despondency. Chi, tidying up the messy table, rolled her eyes at Hikari's question. Why not ask Yuan Ming clone? How could I possibly know? Right. How could you know? Hikari was about to casually respond to Chi when she noticed a distortion in the living room space, halting her words. Her gaze fixated intently on the phenomenon. Aware that no one else could appear in their home in such a manner, Chi, too, recognized this and immediately ceased her tidying, understanding that at this moment, it could only be him. As the spatial fluctuation subsided, Uchiha Yuan Ming's figure materialized before them. With a beaming smile, he addressed the two. I have returned. In unison, Hikari and Chi responded, welcome back. What followed was their cherished time together. The following morning, Yuan Ming continued to dispatch clones to attend to various tasks, while he took Hikari and Chi to his divine realm. You said you brought us gifts. Where are they? Hikari eagerly anticipated what Yuan Ming had in store for them. Chi, though more composed by nature, also directed her intense gaze toward him. Equally curious about the gifts, Uchiha Yuan Ming revealed no intrigue. He opened his arms, and with a thought, 2 red chakra fruits appeared in his hands. These are the gifts I bestow upon you. Consume them, and you shall be able to remain with me for eternity. Upon seeing the so-called gifts, Hikari and Chi's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, chakra fruits? This is the gift. Is it not too extravagant? Perhaps you should keep it for yourself, Yuan Ming. Their words reflected their understanding of the significance behind the chakra fruits. They represented longevity, immortality, and the foundation for divinity. Such treasures could hardly be deemed trivial. Accept them. You wish to accompany me eternally, do you not? Albeit not in a conventional way? Uchiha Yuan Ming knew how to persuade the Uchiha. Even when facing his beloved, their pride would remain evident. One could look to virtual Sasuke for reference. Years of marriage, a daughter, yet he maintained his aloof demeanor while tirelessly working outside. He believed Hikari and Chi, as quintessential Uchiha, would not be much different. Chapter 153. Preparing to eradicate the aristocratic system, it was not beyond Yuan Ming's expectations. Upon hearing the term dependence, both governance and light's expressions grew solemn. Indeed, dependents could attain immortality. However, if given a choice, they would undoubtedly opt for other avenues. Very well, since you put it that way, I shall reluctantly accept, Uchiha Light said awkwardly, turning her head away. Uchiha governance, though not as uncomfortable as Light, addressed Yuan Ming earnestly, I am quite satisfied with this gift. Seeing both of them acquiesce, Uchiha Yuan Ming exhaled in relief and proceeded to elucidate the differences between the 2 fruits. Upon concluding his explanation, he remarked, you may deliberate on which one to choose. No need for discussion. I want this one, Light declared, pointing to the fruit representing the golden style. She was acutely aware that her abilities, aside from the Yatsukame Hoko that could manipulate hearts, were straightforward and direct, all aimed at enhancing lethality. Thus, the direct nature of the golden style's abilities, such as wave power and spatial phasing technique, suited her well. Once Light made her selection, Governance smiled and said, then I shall choose this one. Her indifference towards the choice stemmed from a singular concern, as long as she did not become Yuan Ming's vassal. Uchiha was indeed very particular about such matters. Then you shall consume the fruits here, and once your transformations are complete, I will return to escort you, Yuan Ming informed them. He understood that since Light and Governance were not pure-blooded Otsutsuki, they could not digest the fruits immediately. They would have to undergo a fetal movement process akin to that of a sh-nin. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's counsel, both nodded seriously, signaling their understanding. With that, Yuan Ming stepped out of his divine domain, heading towards the Hokage office. Upon arriving at the office, Yuan Ming's shadow clone lifted its head. Master, have you completed your tasks? Yes, it is done. Therefore, I shall take my leave. Time to clock out. With a thought, the clone dissipated. Yuan Ming chuckled and shook his head, then turned to the side where Uchiha Yuta, the Hokage's assistant, was diligently reviewing documents. Yuta-kun, you have been working hard during this period. Having previously ignored the interaction between his master and the clone, Uchiha Yuta was now compelled to respond, albeit with a hint of resignation, Lord Yuan Ming. If there is something to discuss, please be direct. It's nothing much. I merely wish for you to call someone to notify Orochimaru to come. I have matters to discuss with him and you. At the mention of Orochimaru, Yuta immediately perked up. Whenever his master summoned Orochimaru, it was invariably for something significant. Having collaborated with this shinobi for many years, Yuta was somewhat familiar with him. While Orochimaru was formidable in various aspects, what truly commanded respect was his intellect. In science, culture, and other domains, Orochimaru could offer impressive insights from different perspectives. Such a figure was undoubtedly esteemed by Yuta. As the saying goes, minor matters warrant large meetings, while major matters call for intimate gatherings. Now, bringing together the most knowledgeable about Konoha and the unparalleled intellect of Orochimaru for a meeting of just 3 individuals suggested something extraordinary was afoot. With that thought, the efficient Yuta immediately deployed his shadow clone to personally notify Orochimaru. Inside the Hokage building, in Yuan Ming's office, after dismissing all Umbu, he addressed the freshly arrived Orochimaru and the attentive Yuta, speaking gravely, "Gentlemen, you are likely well aware of my plans. Are we at a juncture where we can mobilize? I believe our management personnel should suffice." Feeling his own wisdom lacking, Yuta refrained from speaking. His gaze, like Yuan Ming's, turned to Orochimaru. Having been in the upper echelons of the village for many years, Orochimaru was acutely aware of Uchiha Yuan Ming's agenda to sweep the aristocracy into oblivion and elevate more efficient administrators to positions of power, transforming ninjas from mere hired hands into rulers. His assessment was that this would merely transition from one cycle to another, seemingly improved cycle. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly 1,000 times better than the detestable aristocracy. Reflecting on this, he met Yuan Ming's expectant gaze with a slight smile. Given the current reserve of management personnel, we have 2 directions to choose from. What are those 2? Yuta inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. The first is to proceed slowly, waiting until we have amassed a sufficient number of management personnel to unify the entire ninja world. However, this method would be exceedingly slow. I wonder if Lord Yuan Ming still possesses the patience for such an endeavor? He certainly lacked such patience. When one possesses the power to rival the world, it is intolerable to endure others dictating terms. Not to mention, the incessant troubles spawned by the aristocracy were a daily occurrence. Otherwise, why would the 5 great nations be inundated with so many bandit missions to bolster the performance of the 5 ninja villages? It was simply because the aristocrats were negligent, leaving the common populace with no recourse, thus resorting to such measures. With that, Yuan Ming turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "And what is the second option?" While he posed the question, Yuan Ming already harbored his own plans. He merely wished to ascertain whether his thoughts aligned with those of the most astute mind in the ninja world. Orochimaru licked his lips, a hint of excitement in his voice. "The second option is to implement your plan in the Land of Fire first. After toppling the aristocracy there, you need not worry about the sufficiency of management personnel. Moreover, this will serve as a model for the other ninja villages. I assure you they will follow suit." Why would they follow suit? Yuta pondered, increasingly perplexed. Shouldn't they be rallying against us for disrupting the village system? This time, it was not Orochimaru who explained, but Uchiha Yuan Ming. He smiled at Yuta and replied, "It's quite simple. Once ninjas ascend to the role of rulers, they will realize just how undervalued the rewards for their life-risking missions truly are. More importantly, this endeavor will be initiated by me." Yuan Ming felt elated. His thoughts aligned closely with Orochimaru's second proposition. He did not intend to endure any longer and was prepared to dismantle the aristocracy in the Land of Fire. As for the other 4 great nations, regarding the attitude of those ninja villages, they would first have to weigh their ability to contend with him. Moreover, once his actions succeeded and Konoha reaped unimaginable benefits, they would only seek to emulate Konoha. Has it not always been this way? Chapter 154. The so-called idealist. Since Yuan Ming has made his decision, it is time to execute it, Orochimaru calmly remarked to Yuan Ming before turning toward the door. As he opened it, he glanced back at the 2 inside and smiled. "I suppose dealing with mere mortals does not require my involvement in the command." "Indeed. You need not concern yourself. Focus on your research instead. Handling ordinary people is a task easily accomplished," Uchiha Yuan Ming replied with a smile. He was truly confident that dealing with the mortal aristocracy was a trivial matter. The nobility was not numerous. If there were too many, they could no longer oppress the masses. As for the ninjas, possessing extraordinary powers, eliminating such a defenseless group, which also had a limited population, would be no challenge at all. What about the bodyguards hired by the nobility? Those wandering ninjas? Even the ninjas of small villages cannot compare to Konoha's. As for those roving rogue ninjas, they are even less of a concern. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's response, Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement and exited, closing the door behind him. Seeing this, Uchiha Yuta seemed to have an epiphany and sighed. Lord Hokage, if you have any orders, please speak. Your words imply that I exploit you daily. Uchiha Yuan Ming retorted, slightly displeased as he looked at Yuta. Did he really think of himself as someone who enjoyed exploiting others? He himself had been a victim of oppression in his past life, understanding all too well the bitterness of being subjugated. Now that he was in a position of leadership, was it wrong for him to place a bit more responsibility on Yuta? Yuta, you must cultivate a sense of ownership and ambition. Soon, our jurisdiction will extend far beyond mere Konoha. You will become a figure truly beneath 1 and above 10,000 in the land of fire. Huh, beyond Konoha? Uchiha Yuta was initially taken aback, but as his mind raced, realization dawned upon him. Indeed, if things proceeded as planned, that group of mortal aristocrats would soon meet their demise. If the objectives were successfully executed, it would encompass the entire land of fire. As he grasped this, Yuta's face turned pale. Observing his expression, Yuan Ming understood that the lad had failed to comprehend the entirety of his earlier statement. Seizing the moment before Yuta could react, he commanded, "We have already devised the relevant plans numerous times. It is now your responsibility to execute them." With that, Yuan Ming vanished in a swift motion, leaving Yuta momentarily dazed. Nevertheless, his bewildered mind responded to the command, and he promptly returned to his seat, fervently taking notes. Half a day later, once he had meticulously documented all the plans, he suddenly murmured to himself, "Wait, is Lord Hokage trying to set me up? This is outrageous. Once this matter concludes, I shall resign." With a bang, the enraged Yuta stormed out, heading towards the intelligence center to continue his arrangements. Konoha, this war machine, had sprung into action. As the foremost ninja village mobilized a large number of ninjas, spies from the 4 great ninja villages swiftly received the news. Alarmed, they feared that the current deity of the ninja world, Uchiha Yuan Ming, intended to unify the ninja realm. Panic ensued, and they began relaying this information back to their villages. Aware of the situation, Yuan Ming did not attempt to intervene. He intended to be the first in history to dethrone the nobility, and he required this to be widely known. He understood well that in a world akin to the mundane, as long as the benefits of overthrowing the upper class were acknowledged, those ninjas would swiftly follow suit. As tens of thousands of ninjas surged across the land of fire to dismantle the names of the aristocrats, Uchiha Yuan Ming remained active. He led Konoha's upper echelons, along with the 3 previous Hokages, commanding an army of 3,000 ninjas, surrounding the capital of the land of fire. The guards atop the walls trembled in fear. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. The citizens within the city grew panicked, as the sight of ninja forces encircling their home sent them fleeing in search of refuge. At that moment, the daimyo of the land of fire stood atop the city walls, shouting below, "Uchiha Yuan Ming, are you betraying the nation? Why have you led your troops to besiege the capital?" The daimyo found himself in a dire predicament. He had no desire to plead for mercy. Just before the ninjas surrounded the city, everything had seemed calm and festive. Little did he know that his ministers would rush in, frantically informing him that Konoha had rebelled and surrounded the capital. Initially doubtful, he approached the walls only to confront the harsh reality. As a ruler with a modicum of intelligence, he recognized a brutal truth. When these ninjas revolted, he was utterly powerless. 12 guardian ninjas? Below him were 3,000 ninjas. The fire temple? If they truly had loyalty to the throne, they would not be absent from this scene. Those treacherous ministers were infuriating. Hearing the daimyo's outcry, Yuan Ming levitated into the air, gazing down at the masses below. Upon seeing the daimyo's frightful countenance, he coldly chuckled and replied, "What do you mean by treason? Look at your ghastly demeanor. You bear no resemblance to a ruler of the nation." It was absurd. This daimyo had lost his wits entirely. Even as the city was besieged, he continued to spout nonsensical declarations. At that moment, standing beside him, the first Hokage, Hashirama, furrowed his brow and offered a final counsel. "Yuan Ming. No. 4th Hokage, must we truly proceed to this extent? They are nobility." He struggled to comprehend the idea of completely eradicating the aristocracy. Could those temporarily trained officials truly manage everything in the secular world? At this moment, as the nobility faced extinction, he felt a surreal sense of dread. Before Uchiha Yuan Ming could respond to Hashirama's words, his younger brother, Tobirama, shouted vehemently, "Brother, what are you thinking? Given the current situation, we must act decisively and allow our ninjas to seize control." Unlike his idealistic elder brother, Tobirama was a pragmatic individual, viewing everything through a realistic lens. He understood Yuan Ming's plans thoroughly. If this scheme succeeded, the ninjas would usher in an era of unprecedented brightness. He recognized this. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the reverence that Konoha's ninjas held for Uchiha Yuan Ming. To describe it as worship would be an understatement. Who would dare oppose the Hokage? Who would dare stand against this plan? Such an individual would be Konoha's sworn enemy. Chapter 155. The overwhelming dominance of the extraordinary over the ordinary. Could those management trainings, which deceive the common folk, truly mislead the ninjas? When the ninjas of Konoha became aware of this situation, their initial shock quickly transformed into profound realization. Indeed, we possess strength, while the aristocrats wield wealth and resources. Why not seize what they have? They are so feeble, yet occupy such elevated positions. How irrational. You suggest that eliminating the aristocrats would leave us without rulers? Isn't the Hokage preparing for precisely this? In that moment, thoughts of land, wealth, and status flooded the minds of the ninjas in Konoha. Even their elder brother, the first Hokage, dared not voice such sentiments before the imposing presence of 3,000 ninja troops. With clarity of mind, Senju Tobirama reprimanded his elder brother loudly. Tobirama, must you be so severe? Is it really necessary? Just look at the ninjas behind you. Upon hearing this, the perceptive Senju Hashirama finally grasped the situation. Behind him, waves of intense malice seemed to surge forth, chilling him to the bone. He turned with great difficulty, only to be met with the stares of Konoha ninjas, once filled with respect, now rife with rejection, disgust, and, most painfully for him, murderous intent. He was the first Hokage. In the past 2 years, with the emergence of Uchiha Yuan Ming, he had long ceased to exercise restraint. Everyone knew he had been genuinely resurrected as Hokage, the very founder of Konoha, yet here he was, regarded with such disdain by the younger generation. This was beyond his comprehension. It is precisely this lack of understanding that plagues you, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Yuan Ming had long since lost interest in the noble class. He was well aware of the circumstances unfolding on the ground. Hashirama's emotions were easily discernible. After all, he wore his heart on his sleeve. You yearn for understanding among people to foster world peace, do you not? Indeed. Then, with a sardonic smile, Uchiha Yuan Ming queried, can a beggar truly comprehend the mindset of the wealthy? Do the affluent understand the plight of the impoverished? Can those who monopolize over 80% of the world's resources ever grasp the struggles of the common folk? He did not wish to engage Senju Hashirama in flowery rhetoric, but instead addressed the matter from a perspective of self-interest. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's words, Hashirama's expression grew despondent. He was an idealist, not a fool with a negative IQ. He understood these two fundamental truths. If true understanding were attainable, the world would not be as it is now. Recognizing that he could not halt the inevitable downfall of the aristocratic system, he silently stepped aside. Very well. Uchiha Yuan Ming gestured, let us together lay siege to the capital. The ensuing events were rather mundane. The capital of a nation could be conquered not just by 3,000 ninja troops, but even by several squads of ninjas. When the capital of the Fire Country fell, Uchiha Yuan Ming unceremoniously dispatched all the aristocrats to the netherworld, leaving no one behind, not even a single soul. As everything settled, Uchiha Yuan Ming sat in the grand hall, surveying the various clan leaders of the ninja world, all bowing before him, a feeling of immense satisfaction washing over him. He cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Esteemed leaders, the fruits of victory are at hand. Let us discuss the new governance structure, shall we? By your command. My lord. Excellent. Yuan Ming nodded, unrolling a scroll. The title of Fire Country is no longer necessary, since we shall be a nation ruled by ninjas. We shall be known as the land of ninjas. My lord, does this mean we shall be called the Ninja Country? Precisely. And as for the title for the Hokage, should we continue to use Hokage or opt for something else? The term Kage seems somewhat shadowy and unbefitting for a ruler. Yuan Ming declined the suggestion. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he suggested, from now on, you shall refer to me as the Chancellor. As soon as these words left his lips, Senju Tobirama's eyes sparkled with realization. He quickly bowed his head and exclaimed, as you wish, Chancellor. The other clan leaders finally comprehended the significance of Yuan Ming's title. Well done, second Hokage. You certainly possess a deeper insight than the rest of us. How did we not think of this sooner? Laughter erupted among them as Yuan Ming chuckled in return. Rise, everyone. Let us commence with the distribution of rewards. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's words, every ninja in attendance became invigorated. In the following days, joyous news spread across the lands. Uchiha Yuan Ming and the various ninja clans began to share the spoils. Land and wealth were distributed among the ninjas. Future officials would also be required to hail from ninja backgrounds, meaning they must attend ninja academies and pass examinations to attain their official status. The ninjas were immensely satisfied. From being marginalized laborers, they had risen to true prominence. What was there to complain about? Simultaneously, the 4 great ninja villages learned of the upheaval in the Fire Country, or rather, what should now be called the Ninja Country. The village leaders were taken aback. Onoki clenched the intelligence tightly. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that Konoha would dare to act so boldly? They have ousted their employers and risen as masters. This is indeed unprecedented for ninjas. While there had been instances of ninjas becoming rulers before, such as the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools, they had been noble by lineage first and ninjas second. Yet Uchiha Yuan Ming's audacious maneuvers represented a true overthrow from below. As the thought crossed Onoki's mind, he felt an exhilarating rush of blood. The more he pondered, the more the notion swirled in his mind, especially upon seeing that Konoha had assumed complete control over the Fire Country. With the commoners' lives remaining undisturbed, there was not a hint of upheaval. Jealousy welled up within him. If ninjas were to develop with the strength of an entire nation, what magnitude could they achieve? Once they rose above their former status, would they no longer need to engage in menial tasks? Resolute, Onoki summoned his Umbu. Immediately. Swiftly summon all the Jonin for a meeting. Meanwhile, unlike the ongoing deliberations in Iwagakure, Sunagakure, having suffered under the burden of the noble class, reacted with decisive speed upon receiving the news. Within 2 days, executing a flawless surprise attack, the entirety of the Wind Country fell under Sunagakure's control. The overwhelming dominance of the extraordinary over the ordinary was vividly manifest at that moment. Chapter 156. Overthrowing authority. The Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Sand Village have set a precedent for the other ninja villages. Witnessing the immense benefits, the Mist Village, which had long been at odds with the feudal lords, began to initiate its own overthrow actions. As ninjas, their efficiency in slaughtering the common folk is remarkable. As the nobility perished in droves, the commoners finally belatedly organized their armies in resistance. However, these forces proved to be utterly ineffective. A single water dragon bullet could easily breach their ranks, and 2 would shatter their morale entirely. As for the cities, a single great waterfall technique would render everyone compliant. Faced with such catastrophic abilities, the commoners stood powerless to resist. Thus, the Mist Village effortlessly eradicated the majority of the nobility. Meanwhile, in the Rock Village, the Tsuchikage, Onoki, found himself in a predicament. The Rock Village had historically maintained a good relationship with the feudal lord of the Earth Country. The ninjas of the Rock Village, known for their steadfastness, were now revealing a stubbornness that Onoki found increasingly frustrating. The 2 Jinchuriki, Onoki's top combatants and representatives of the dissenting faction, were now demonstrating their obstinacy by opposing him. Onoki, what on earth are you thinking? Are you trying to emulate those treacherous rebels and overthrow the feudal lord? One exclaimed. Indeed, I cannot endorse your actions. Such folly will surely invoke the wrath of the gods. Veins throbbed at Onoki's temples. Have you both disregarded the reports I presented to you? Following the Leaf Village, the Sand and Mist villages have begun to seize control of their nations and establish regimes. If we do not adapt to these changes, how can we stand against them when they grow in power? Onoki's frustration stemmed from the realization that the will of Earth seemed powerless at this moment. The Rock Village's unwavering honesty had become a liability. Aside from himself, there was not a single trustworthy successor to lead. Look at these fools. They refused to act against the feudal lord simply because he has treated them well. He fumed. With 3 ninja villages having successfully rebelled, the entire ninja system was on the verge of collapse. Without a new governance structure, the Rock Village faced certain doom. Old Z dismissed Onoki's heartfelt words with disdain. What is there to fear? When the feudal lord realizes we remain compliant, he will surely provide us with national support. We will thrive. Han nodded in agreement. Exactly. And the Cloud Village hasn't rebelled either. We should maintain our ground like them. Onoki, gritting his teeth with frustration, rubbed his temples. After a moment, an Umbu appeared suddenly in his office, prompting Onoki to rise with urgency. He knew that Umbu would not appear without significant reason. Is there another crisis in the ninja world? He inquired, aware that any major issues would likely stem from the wider ninja realm rather than his own village. Aside from the troublesome Jinchuriki before him, Tsuchikage-sama, the Cloud Village has also revolted. What? You cannot be serious. The Cloud Village has joined in? Old Z and Han were equally incredulous. They had not anticipated that every village, save for their own, would now be in rebellion. Onoki chuckled wryly. Well, Now you see the reality. You will not obstruct me any longer." With this news, Inoki felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that the dissenting factions within his village would no longer stand in his way. He lamented the time wasted, allowing the nobility a few extra days to react. If they had managed to conceal their wealth during that time, the rock village would face significant losses. Meanwhile, in the land of Earth, within a few days, the ninja factions thoroughly took control. Uchiha Yuan Ming had long since returned to the Leaf Village, where prosperity thrived. The distribution of spoils had nearly concluded, although the capital's governance remained unsettled. In the Hokage Building's conference room, all attending jonin were brimming with uncontainable excitement. As former high-ranking members of their village, they realized that their Hokage had not forgotten them, as tangible benefits were bestowed upon them in the form of land grants, allocated based on merit and rank. To be candid, they were quite satisfied with these concrete rewards. What mattered most to ninjas was the provision of resources, money, grain, and supplies to enhance their strength through training. Observing the jubilant crowd from his platform, Yuan Ming shook his head in resignation. He found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of these jonin, who seemed incapable of grasping the knowledge imparted during his training sessions. In order to pacify them, he could only offer tangible benefits. This land grant system was devised by him, where contributions were evaluated and rewards distributed accordingly. It was a mere honorary system, not akin to the feudal lands of yore. Yet, the thought of receiving unearned rewards left the assembled ninjas utterly satisfied. Who could blame them? Previously, they had fought tooth and nail for meager earnings. Yet now they were being rewarded simply for existing. More importantly, with the fall of the nobility, the ninjas found themselves well-fed, and their elevation in status became the true source of their contentment. "Now, everyone, please settle down. Lord Yuan Ming has something to say." Uchiha Yuta tapped the table, prompting an immediate hush to fall over the room. Chapter 157, The Five Shadows Conference, or the Conference of the Five Great Leaders. Cough, cough. Uchiha Yuan Ming raised his right hand, cleared his throat, and addressed the assembly. As esteemed J-nin and pivotal figures of Konoha, after this meeting, you shall no longer partake in governance. Therefore, I propose a course of action. What is it, Lord Yuan Ming? Please do tell. Indeed, whatever Lord Yuan Ming decrees, we shall abide by. Observing their eager compliance, Uchiha Yuan Ming wasted no time. He began to articulate his premeditated thoughts to those present. While it is true that some ninjas possess limited managerial skills, each competent ninja is an exceptional killing machine that cannot be disregarded. Given that, aside from the Land of Fire, other nations remain untouched, we ought to organize these individuals lacking in administrative prowess into a military force. Regardless of the circumstances, they must have a place to reside. After all, the prospect of a multitude of individuals with extraordinary powers roaming free is simply unfathomable. Listening to Uchiha Yuan Ming's rationale, the J-nin in attendance acquiesced, for they were currently inclined to follow him without question. As the brief conference concluded, Uchiha Yuan Ming and Yuta returned to the previous Hokage office. Lord Yuan Ming, is it appropriate to continue referring to this as the Hokage building? Uchiha Yuta inquired hesitantly. Let it be for now. I am still uncertain which location to designate as the capital of our nation, Uchiha Yuan Ming responded, visibly troubled by the matter. While Konoha was indeed a large city, its population barely exceeded 200,000, rendering it inadequate as a nation. The former capital of the Land of Fire was suitable, yet it was too distant from the ninja's power. He found himself in a state of indecision. At that moment, Uchiha Yuan Ming recognized his own lack of aptitude for governance. As a superpowered brawler, he felt quite capable, yet the nuances of leadership seemed to pose a challenge. Fortunately, he still had Yuta and the others. Contemplating this, Yuan Ming cast a glance at Uchiha Yuta. Just then, Tsunade entered the room. Furrowing her brow, she addressed Yuan Ming. You must be aware of the developments regarding the other four great nations. In response, Uchiha Yuan Ming chuckled softly. Did I not predict correctly? Those ninjas will follow wherever they perceive benefit. Indeed, Tsunade sighed, reflecting on the rapidity of their actions. I did not anticipate their swiftness. However, without sufficient administrative personnel, chaos is bound to ensue. Uchiha Yuan Ming shook his head, somewhat resigned. That is precisely why I am so concerned about the welfare of the common folk. For those individuals, merely becoming part of the nation and strengthening their ninja factions is paramount. They care little for the fate of the civilians. After all, when they unleash their jutsu, they seldom consider the impact on the populace. Tsunade sighed again, as if recalling something. By the way, I came here to report an important matter. With that, She produced an invitation. This is an invitation from the other 4 leaders. Or rather, we should now refer to them as the 4 great leaders. An invitation? Uchiha Yuan Ming took the document and opened it with curiosity. Upon glancing at it, he exclaimed in surprise, "An invitation to the land of iron for a meeting. Is this the 5 Shadows Conference or the conference of the 5 great leaders?" Tsunade replied solemnly, "It should be similar to the previous 5 Shadows Conference. Have you decided who will accompany you?" Uchiha Yuan Ming pondered for a moment, then raised his gaze and smiled. "Since it resembles the earlier 5 Shadows Conference, I shall take only 2 individuals. Orochimaru is preoccupied with his research, so Tsunade, you and Yuta shall accompany me." "Huh?" Uchiha Yuta protested, somewhat displeased. "Lord Yuan Ming, do you truly comprehend how busy I will be as a result of this?" "Not to worry, you have shadow clones, don't you?" "All right, I concede," Yuta replied, resigned to his fate. The journey to the land of iron would not commence immediately. The 5 ninja factions had agreed to convene in 5 days. During this interval, Uchiha Yuan Ming remained industrious. Acknowledging his lack of administrative skill, he decided to delegate authority generously. After all, in a world of extraordinary powers, possessing the Rinnegan and the ability to read minds rendered him unafraid of his subordinates' antics. He swiftly made his way to his divine realm, the land of Anshuan, to observe the transformation of governance and light. Suspended in the air, Uchiha Yuan Ming fixed his gaze upon the 2 enormous cocoons below. These cocoons were formed from massive pink petals, enveloping both governance and light tightly. Waves of chakra emanated from the cocoons, causing them to tremble. It seemed they were nearing completion. Realizing the impending conclusion of this gestation, Uchiha Yuan Ming patiently awaited the outcome. He did not have to wait long. Approximately an hour later, a resonant humming filled the air. A tremendous wave of compressed air erupted from the 2 cocoons. "Is it over?" Uchiha Yuan Ming had scarcely finished his thought when a series of loud cracks echoed. Boom, boom. Following the resounding noises, governance and light emerged. Their striking forms now revealed to Yuan Ming. Both had transformed, adorned with white hair and porcelain skin, and donned chakra garments embellished with sacred jewels. Upon their appearance, Uchiha Yuan Ming soared toward them. As he approached, governance and light turned their attention to him. "Yuan Ming," they exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing with delight. Yuan Ming examined their eyes. Lights were quite normal, exhibiting the familiar purple hues of the Rinnegan, which he could comprehend. Governance's eyes, however, bewildered him. They were golden, encircled by 8 triangular patterns. "What is this? Is it a variation of the Miai?" Uchiha Yuan Ming pondered, intrigued. He smiled gently at the 2. "You both seem splendid. However, I can understand Light's Rinnegan, but what is the nature of Governance's eyes? Logically, shouldn't this be an anomaly derived from the Byakugan? In Yuan Ming's understanding, only the Byakugan, the progenitor of all ocular powers, could evolve into various forms of vision, whether Sharingan, Rinnegan, or others. As for the Sharingan, only the Rinne Sharingan represented a potential evolution. Could it be that the fruit of the one style was particularly unique? Chapter 158. Conclusion: dissatisfied with the results, as I embark on writing a new book. This chapter serves as the conclusion and may be deemed uninteresting. In response to Yuan Ming's inquiry, Uchiha Zhili closed her eyes, absorbing the information contained within. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes and spoke softly. "The information is embedded within the chakra fruit, which has enveloped my Sharingan." Upon hearing Zhili's explanation, Yuan Ming nodded in understanding, recognizing it as the most plausible reasoning. The superior chakra information indeed allowed the Sharingan to transcend the confines of the Rinnegan. Having grasped the situation, Uchiha Yuan Ming observed the transformed appearances of Zhili and Hikari and thoughtfully stroked her chin, saying, "Though this form is quite beautiful, can you revert to your original selves?" "No problem," Zhili and Hikari responded in unison. With that, a surge of chakra enveloped them, and their appearances returned to their original dark-haired forms. Seeing this, Yuan Ming nodded and suggested, "Then let us return." "Indeed," they replied in unison. Upon returning to the village, Uchiha Yuan Ming began discussions with the village leaders regarding the new version of the 5 Kage Summit. Given the current shortage of management personnel, she decided against taking action for the time being. After instructing Uchiha Yuta to continue the vigorous development of the training academy, she accompanied Tsunade to participate in the so-called 5 Kage Summit. There was little to be said. Faced with Yuan Ming, whose strength had ascended to another dimension, Inoki and the others remained quite docile. Once they established the ideology of ninjas as the ruling class, they deliberated on the subsequent eradication of the feudal lords and their aristocratic forces before returning to their respective strongholds to commence their campaigns against the remnants of the nobility. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yuan Ming was not idle. As she engaged in the eradication of the remaining aristocratic forces, the cultivation of talent flourished as well. The passage of time proved potent. And after 3 years, the growth of managerial talent was commendable. Once she deemed the management personnel sufficient, Uchiha Yuan Ming launched a campaign to unify the ninja world. Opting not to engage directly, she instead orchestrated a sweeping offensive. After all, the newly established ruling class of ninjas was in dire need of military achievements. If she participated in the unification war, her subordinates would primarily be left to clean up the aftermath, rendering any military accolades unattainable. Fortunately, the might of the Uchiha clan and the profound foundation of Konoha facilitated a remarkably smooth conquest of the 4 nations. Faced with an overwhelming array of Mangekyō Sharingan and the Sage of the Sharingan, the 4 nations found themselves powerless. Over the next 4 years, they were systematically subdued by Konoha. Following the annihilation of the 4 great nations, Uchiha Yuan Ming naturally set her sights on other smaller countries, crushing them without hesitation. Thus, the ninja world fell under the unifying banner of Uchiha Yuan Ming. As time flowed steadily, Uchiha Yuan Ming, who had unified the ninja world for many years, grew indifferent to the state of the ninja world itself. After dispatching a shadow clone to manage the planet, she embarked on a celestial journey alongside Jili and Hikari. Fortunately, in a parallel world, she had acquired a corresponding star map from Kagaya Tsutsuki. She intended to traverse these celestial bodies in accordance with the star map, gradually making her way to the lair of the Tsutsuki clan. During her extensive travels through the cosmos, she encountered several members of the Tsutsuki clan, whom the 3 of them easily vanquished, transforming them into chakra fruits. Enriched by these experiences, Yuan Ming became increasingly formidable. With the enhancement of her spiritual light, her strength ascended to the realm of the true god. Upon entering this domain, she detected a gaze, the gaze of Kagaya's son, Ishiki Tsutsuki. Unperturbed by his voyeuristic behavior, Uchiha Yuan Ming, having reached a similar realm, swiftly retaliated. Initially, Ishiki intended to mock Yuan Ming for her recklessness, but he soon realized that she had transcended the ordinary. With her entrance into the realm of the true god, she gained access to the divine wisdom sword. No longer limited to merely enhancing her strength with a fraction of spiritual light, she could now wield the divine sword to vanquish her foes directly. As a divine artifact of Baram, the divine wisdom sword was indeed extraordinary, enabling Yuan Ming to discern weaknesses in any adversary, thereby ushering in the light of victory and bolstering her own fortune. With her formidable luck and newfound prowess, Ishiki had no recourse but to meet his end at her hands. After dispatching him, Uchiha Yuan Ming had no desire to waste further time in the cosmos and promptly set her sights on the Tsutsuki's ancestral planet for conquest. The ancestral planet of the Tsutsuki was indeed formidable, with several nearing the realm of the true god. However, Uchiha Yuan Ming, at her current level, effortlessly dealt with such foes. Subsequently, after annihilating the Tsutsuki and obliterating their planet, Uchiha Yuan Ming and her companions returned to the ninja world. After years of recuperation, Yuan Ming could no longer contain herself and activated her time-traveling abilities. Engaging in various exploits across multiple parallel timelines, she grew increasingly powerful. Finally, one day, she discovered that her ability to traverse parallel timelines had evolved. With this evolution, she found herself not only in the world of Naruto, but also in entirely new realms. In this new universe, on a vibrant planet, a spatial ripple appeared above the azure ocean. The ripple gradually transformed into a distortion, followed by an inexplicable sound. Suddenly, a figure emerged, Uchiha Yuan Ming. Observing the cerulean sea below, she raised an eyebrow. A blue ocean? Could it be another ninja world? She pondered with skepticism. Throughout her celestial travels, she had noted that many life-bearing planets differed significantly from the Earth of the ninja world. The environmental disparities rendered it nearly impossible for oceans to share a singular hue. Having crossed through time and space, she had anticipated arriving in a new world, only to find herself confronted by the familiar blue ocean. This realization left her somewhat disheartened, as she had already exhausted the resources of the parallel timelines within the ninja world. A repeat visit would yield no positive gains for her. At that moment, a sailing ship appeared in the distance. Without hesitation, Yuan Ming rushed down, apprehended the crew, and upon searching their souls, confirmed that she had indeed arrived in a new world. Thus, her story within the ninja universe reached its conclusion as she prepared to embark on new adventures in this fresh cosmos. The end.